The apocalypse has descended, and the alluring neighbor has come knocking, pleading for sustenance. What should Xu Annian do? Naturally, he must extend his utmost care. Not only is it the neighborly woman, but also the vivacious campus belle who seeks his attention. Armed with a transport bus that can be upgraded, Xu Annian embarks on a journey to gather supplies while tending to the women in need. Chapter 1. The alluring neighbor seeks food. You truly deserve it. In Huqing, at the Shanzhong apartment, room 702 on the 7th floor, Xu Annian stood on the balcony, gazing at the monstrous creatures prowling and howling within the community, his mind swirling with unutterable thoughts. Just 2 minutes prior, he had been engrossed in a discussion at a CAF with the author of a new manga, delving into the intricate details of the protagonist's abilities, invigorating the plot. In the midst of their spirited conversation, a truck crashed through the wall, barreling towards him. Xu Annian feared for his life. In truth, he was indeed in peril, but not entirely extinguished. That very truck had transported him to a world where the apocalypse had erupted merely 7 days prior. 7 days ago, this world suddenly faced a biological crisis. It did not discriminate by age or gender, nor by health or disability, as approximately 60% of humanity transformed into zombies. One moment, families shared laugh for the next. They lunged to bite. There was no time to react. In less than half an hour, over 80% of the global population had succumbed to this fate. Cities lay in utter ruin, and transportation had ground to a halt. Within 2 hours, the streets outside were nearly devoid of any signs of life. What should I do? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xu Annian felt a surge of panic. As the saying goes, it is better to be a peaceful dog than a chaotic human. In such an environment, a sedentary office worker like him, who struggled to climb 7 flights of stairs without gasping for breath, had exceedingly slim hopes of survival. The likelihood of delivering meals to zombies seemed far more probable. First, let's see what supplies I have at home. This dreadful weather is unbearably cold. The coldest month of the year. The biting wind cut through his clothing, stealing away his warmth. Xu Annian shivered, retreated indoors, and activated all the air conditioning units, beginning to inventory every usable supply. Primarily, he sought food. I have an ample stock of essentials. 2 bags of dumplings, 2 bags of instant noodles, a bundle of dry noodles, 13 eggs, half a can of cola, a can of beer, and a stash of chips and cookies. How is it that snacks outnumber staple foods? After spending a good 10 minutes tallying the supplies, Xu Annian couldn't help but lament. The previous occupant of the room appeared to be a stereotypical gamer, in a spacious flat of over 180 square meters, complete with 2 gaming rooms, one for computers and another for various controllers. The computer room was filled with an abundance of snacks, complemented by some simple food items typically found in the kitchen. Altogether, there was enough to sustain one person for nearly 10 days. Nevertheless, Xu Annian resolved that when the food supply dwindled to about 2 days' worth, he would venture out to scavenge for new provisions. This way, even if he failed to find food immediately, he would have time to adjust, avoiding hasty and desperate measures. The gas has not yet been cut off, so I shall prepare some noodles. Testing the gas stove, he found it still operational. Xu Annian set about boiling noodles. Now, on the 7th day of the apocalypse, gas and electricity could be severed at any moment. There was no need to ration food excessively. He would eat and drink as necessary, filling his belly before contemplating the next course of action. Thus, the first luncheon in this new world consisted of a clear broth with noodles, accompanied by 2 fried eggs and a half spoonful of laogan ma. The flavor was quite delightful. Just as I took a few bites, a faint knocking sound echoed through the air. Xu Annian chose to ignore it. In an apocalyptic world, who would still engage in casual visits? It was likely just a wandering zombie colliding with the door, creating a sound reminiscent of knocking. Hello, is anyone home? Suddenly, a melodious female voice rang out. Other survivors? Xu Annian momentarily froze, then resumed his meal. At such a time, knocking was certainly not an invitation for takeout. Could you please open the door? I haven't had anything to eat for 2 days, the woman outside murmured pleadingly, her voice laced with evident sorrow. The air was thick with a faint scent of food, indicating that there were indeed occupants within, yet they remained silent, unwilling to engage. This left the woman in a predicament. Indeed, food had become more precious than gold. Who would be foolish enough to share? Once Xu Annian finished his broth, he contentedly set down his chopsticks. He quietly approached the door and peered through the peephole. The woman outside, sensing that he would not open the door, had turned to walk away. As she retrieved her keys to return to her own residence, Xu Annian finally opened the wooden door, cautiously observing the corridor through the security door. Upon hearing the noise, the woman promptly turned around. She stood about 1.7 meters tall, her hair elegantly styled in a bun, revealing her fair and slender neck. Her upper half was clad in a beige trench coat over a black sweater, the latter accentuating an exaggerated curve below. She wore ordinary jeans that appeared quite snug. Her limbs and waist were notably slender. Such a figure he had only seen in comic books. "Hello." Upon spotting Xu Annian's silhouette through the security door, the woman approached with a glimmer of hope. "Hello. Could you lend me some food?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, her complexion remarkably fair. Her eyes, misty with fear and apprehension, reflected a sense of vulnerability as she bit her rosy lip, enhancing her already strikingly delicate appearance, particularly as she jogged towards him. The sway of the heavy fruits upon her slender branches momentarily dazzled Xu Annian, a strong visual impact overwhelming him. Ding! Detection of a female with S-level genetic status meets the minimum requirements for family members. Activating the extreme cold apocalypse family system. Xu Annian felt a surge of excitement within, maintaining a calm demeanor as he scrutinized the woman before him. He recognized her. The walls of his former bedroom were adorned with several posters of this woman, each depicting her in various challenging yoga poses. Initially, Xu Annian had thought her to be the goddess of the previous host's heart, a source of nocturnal solace. Little did he know, the woman depicted on those posters was the stunning young lady residing across the hall. "Hello." The woman appeared anxious, her speech somewhat disjointed. I am Qin Peiyao. I realize this is rather presumptuous, but I'm truly out of options. I would like to borrow some food. Could you spare me some?" Xu Annian did not respond. His gaze drifted past Qin Peiyao as he cautiously scanned every corner. The fire escape door was securely shut, the electrical room was locked, and the corridor lay deserted. It is almost certain that this young woman has come alone, without her companion lurking in the shadows. Xu Annian felt a slight sense of relief and inquired through the security door, "Are you by yourself?" "Yes," Qin Peiyao replied, her eyes dimming slightly. Her husband had ventured out a couple of days ago in search of food and had yet to return, likely having met with misfortune. However, she refrained from mentioning this, hoping to instill a sense of caution in Xu Annian. "I see." Xu Annian pondered. He was not a local and was entirely unaware of Qin Peiyao's marital status. He only knew that since she had come seeking sustenance, she must be prepared to pay the necessary price. Beep. Activation successful. Host, Xu Annian. Age, 26. Attributes, Strength 5-7, Agility 6-6, Stamina 5-6, Spirit 4-8. Note: a normal adult's four-dimensional value of 57 points indicates subhealth. Values above 7 denote good health, and 10 signifies the limit. Talent domain, Mastery through repetition. SSS Mastery through repetition. Engaging wholeheartedly in an endeavor enhances proficiency, transforming quantitative accumulation into qualitative change. Note: gene levels are based on the current human data of this planet, the highest being SSS level, unique the lowest being E level. Family members, none. Family warehouse, beginner's gift pack 1. System function: the greater the number of family members, the more advantageous rewards for family development can be obtained. Note: the higher the talent level of family members, the better the rewards received. Chapter 2. The Realm of Talent. Please wait a moment. A newfound confidence surged within Xu Annian. Turning back into the room, he retrieved a packet of instant noodles and an egg, opening the security door to hand them to Qin Peiyao. "Take these back to eat. If it's insufficient, come find me again tonight." Adults, at times, must not speak too plainly, as long as everyone understands. Tonight? Qin Peiyao detected the underlying implication in his words. Her expression shifting. She indeed desired food, yet a mere packet of noodles and an egg. "I have ample provisions: noodles, dumplings, instant noodles, and eggs. These items merely represent my sincerity," Xu Annian added. Humans possess rationality and the ability to weigh their options. If one were to face hunger, what difference does it make between dying a couple of days sooner or later? Thus, Xu Annian needed to raise the stakes. He aimed to provide Qin Peiyao with a glimmer of hope, a slender chance of survival. After hearing Xu Annian's words, Qin Peiyao's expression fluctuated, and she bit her lower lip with determination. After half a minute, she seemed to make a decision. "Do you really have that much food?" "Of course," Xu Annian affirmed. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Peiyao lowered her head to accept the noodles and egg. "I will go take a shower first and come to find you later." Thud, thud. Watching Qin Peiyao's retreating figure, thoughts of what might transpire that evening caused Xu Annian's heart to race uncontrollably, his breath quickening. She actually Agreed? This was unexpectedly smooth. However, this was not the time to relax. Xu Annian closed the door and eagerly addressed the system. System, open the novice gift package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a space ring, 1 cubic meter, a titanium alloy spear, and a best condition potion, valid for 3 days. Space ring, 1 cubic meter allows for the mental retrieval of items. Food resources will not spoil or expire, making it an essential item for travel. Titanium alloy spear, exceptionally resilient, capable of withstanding immense weight. Best condition potion, maintains the body in optimal condition without side effects, lasting for 3 days. As the system's voice faded, Xu Annian found a spear materializing in his hand, alongside a plain stone ring and a small glass vial of potion. How heavy! Caught off guard, Xu Annian was nearly pulled forward by the weight of the items in his grasp, stumbling a few steps before regaining his balance. Weighing in at approximately 20 kilograms, the spear's design was commendable, but its weight was excessive. The titanium alloy spear, measuring 2 meters and 4 centimeters, featured a dark red non-slip pattern along the shaft, with the spearhead entirely black. A couple of spirals a few inches below the tip allowed it to be disassembled into 3 segments for close combat, facilitating easier transport. However, for someone like Xu Annian, with a mere 7 points of strength, even holding the spear was a struggle, let alone wielding it as a weapon. System, did you confuse the handgun with the spear? The system offered no response, seemingly lacking customer service capabilities. Xu Annian grimaced, setting down the spear to examine the space ring and potion. The spatial ring possesses a singular function. When worn on a finger, it adapts seamlessly to the size of that digit. Experimenting with a glass cup. He placed his palm atop it, and with a mere thought, the cup vanished from sight. A gentle sweep of his hand brought it back into existence. A delightful trick indeed. The optimal state potion resembles a stimulant, allowing one to remain in peak condition for an extended duration of 3 days. Xu Annian stored the potion within the spatial ring, intending to use it during his upcoming scavenging expedition for supplies. As for the realm of innate talent, diligently applying oneself seems to yield proficiency. Such a definition is rather expansive. Surely, he should not be compelled to acquire new labor skills? The only SSS-grade talent ought not to be trivial. Pondering this, Xu Annian picked up the red tassel spear once more, envisioning the movement seen on television as he wielded it. In essence, it was merely a straightforward thrusting motion, as he was unable to execute any other techniques. Thrusting Proficiency 1. Thrusting Novice, 100. After several minutes of aimless thrusting at the air, 2 virtual prompts suddenly appeared before him. Initially taken aback, he soon found joy in the realization that diligent effort indeed enhances proficiency. This implies that with continuous practice, his thrusting skill would improve significantly. The extent of his potential, however, remained uncertain. Undeterred, he resumed his practice, thrusting the spear into the air with clumsy yet resolute determination, drawing it forth and retracting it repeatedly. His excitement grew, completely overshadowing the important evening engagement with the neighbor. Thrusting Proficiency 1. Thrusting Novice, 100. Strength 1. As the virtual prompts emerged, his movement ceased, and his mind gradually cleared. The adrenaline subsided, and a wave of soreness began to course through his arms and thighs. Could strength increase as well? After immersing himself in spear practice for 4 hours, Xu Annian found himself exhausted, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, doubting whether his fatigue had caused him to hallucinate. System, check personal information. Beep, querying. Host, Xu Annian, gender, male, age, 26, attributes, strength 2, 8, agility 3, 6, stamina 2, 6. Spirit 4, 8, talent domain, mastery through practice, SSS, items owned. Optimal state potion, titanium alloy spear, spatial ring, 1 cubic meter. It truly increased. Xu Annian chuckled with ease. The personal attribute interface displayed 2 sets of values, the current state and the optimal state. His strength had risen from 7 to 8 points. After practicing thrusting over 100 times in one afternoon, not only had his proficiency increased by 10 points, but he also gained an additional point in strength. Was it solely through thrusting that he could enhance his strength, or could other exercises yield similar results? Could the other 3 attributes be improved as well? With this thought, Xu Annian abruptly sat up, inadvertently straining his muscles, causing him to grimace in pain, yet his mind felt considerably clearer. One afternoon, a modicum of strength was gained. Yet the aftermath of excessive exertion necessitated a day or 2 of recuperation. However, after depleting one's sustenance, what paltry increase in capability could one truly celebrate? What joy is there in that? The potion must not linger. In a world on the brink of collapse, strength is paramount. Treasures hoarded may very well become the possessions of others. Moreover, the city's electrical infrastructure could falter at any moment, once the power and water cease. The perishable goods in supermarkets, fresh produce, meats, frozen foods, will swiftly spoil, losing all value. Xu Annian must urgently augment his strength and venture forth to scavenge for supplies. Trembling, he rose to his feet and retrieved the potion. This vial promised to sustain his body in peak condition for 3 days, during which he must strive to enhance his abilities to the fullest extent. How to utilize the potion? He picked up the glass bottle and scrutinized it, soon noticing the words oral administration. Quite user-friendly. Xu Annian twisted off the metal cap of the glass vial and tilted his head back, consuming the entire contents. The flavor was peculiar, reminiscent of diluted vegetable juice, rather mediocre. Upon finishing, he reaffixed the metal cap. This small glass vial was exquisitely crafted, aesthetically pleasing, and perhaps could be used to deceive others into believing it contained a high-end potion, thereby trading it for something of real value. The aches in his thighs and arms had dissipated. How remarkable! In less than half a minute, Xu Annian felt a wave of ease wash over his body. He picked up the red tassel spear and attempted to wield it a few times. It still required effort, yet there was no discomfort. A warm current surged within him, cleansing the fatigue brought on by his earlier exertions. Chapter 3. Relentless Endeavors. In the living room, Xu Annian felt a warm current wash away the fatigue in his muscles. Within mere seconds, the aftermath of an afternoon of vigorous exercise dissipated entirely. His limbs radiated warmth, especially his arms. The original sensation of soreness and weakness was greatly diminished by that flow of warmth, and a continuous surge of strength surged forth, invigorating him to a state even more splendid than before his workout. This is the pinnacle of one's condition. Sensing the remarkable transformation within his body, a smile involuntarily graced Xu Annian's face. He raised the red spear in his hand, striking a pose for thrusting. Then, he lunged and retracted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1 thrust. 2 thrusts. Though Xu Annian lacked proficiency in wielding weapons, through the repetitive execution of the same motion, he gradually discerned a rhythm. The spear in his grasp grew increasingly steady and powerful, while his mind experienced a vague sensation that was ineffable. Xu Annian simply understood that practicing in accordance with that feeling was the correct approach, and he adhered to it. Thrusting proficiency 1. Thrusting novice 11,100. After approximately 10 minutes, his proficiency in thrusting increased slightly. Such efficiency? Surprise flickered in Xu Annian's eyes. At this rate, he could enhance his proficiency by 5 to 6 points in an hour. This meant that if he practiced continuously for over 3 hours, his proficiency in thrusting could ascend to 30 points. Each 10-point increase in proficiency would augment his strength. When his thrusting proficiency reached 30 points, his strength value would increase by 2 points, thereby reaching the upper limits of an average human. Perhaps, in less than a day, Xu Annian would surpass the capabilities of an ordinary person. Unbeknownst to him, over 4 hours passed. Xu Annian relentlessly thrust the spear. Each thrust was executed with utmost vigor. Under the effects of the status potion, he required no rest. His body perpetually maintained its fullest energy, allowing him to pursue any endeavor without the slightest hint of fatigue. However, he gradually began to sense a mental weariness, despite feeling quite spirited. The monotony weighed heavily upon him, prompting a desire for diversions to lift his mood, and his efficiency noticeably waned. Just a tad more proficiency. I cannot pause. I must elevate my thrusting proficiency to 30 points. Xu Annian gritted his teeth, dispelling the fatigue within his mind, calming himself to return to a state of normal training. A tightly wound melon may not be sweet, but it quenches thirst. Thrusting proficiency 1. Thrusting novice 3100. Strength 1. As a virtual prompt appeared before him, Xu Annian felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last he had elevated his strength value to 10 points, achieving the limits of human capability. Sensing the power within him grow even stronger, a satisfied smile emerged upon his face. According to his current progress, he merely needed to elevate the other 3 attributes to their limits, and he would gain the confidence to venture out in search of sustenance. Thrusting could enhance strength. But how could he improve his speed, stamina, and mental fortitude? Xu Annian reclined on the sofa, allowing his mind to wander as he pondered his situation. At present, he only understood that practicing with the spear could enhance his strength. He had no inkling about augmenting the other 3 attributes. He resolved to experiment with various exercises instead of idly wasting time in daydreaming. Action would yield truth. This adage could not be flawed. He embarked on a series of exercises: push-ups, squats, shuttle sprints, and planks. Xu Annian endeavored through a myriad of workouts: 200 push-ups, 100 squats, 50 shuttle sprints, and a half hour of planking. Each would similarly increase his proficiency. The growth was remarkably swift. Before completing the 200 push-ups, his proficiency in that exercise surged by 20 points, yet his strength and stamina remained unchanged. The same was true for the other exercises. While proficiency increased, the attributes did not. Only the proficiency in shuttle sprints progressed at a slower pace. After 150 repetitions, he barely gained a fraction of improvement, proving to be more time-consuming than spear practice. This was perplexing. Was there something he overlooked? Xu Annian halted his workout, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If these conventional exercises could not enhance his four-dimensional attributes, he would have to gradually explore alternative methods. As someone unacquainted with gyms, he was limited to standard exercise routines. Additionally, due to spatial constraints, Xu Annian could not engage in activities like sprinting or long-distance running. A troublesome predicament indeed. Next door, in room 701. Qin Peiyao stood at the threshold, her gaze fixed on the doorknob, unable to summon the resolve to proceed. As her moral boundaries continued to be breached, an overwhelming sense of fear and conflict enveloped her. Just days prior, when her husband ventured out in search of sustenance, she had made a grim decision. Should he fail to return, she would take her own life within the confines of their home, refusing to endure solitary survival. However, the tantalizing aroma of food wafting from next door and the realization that there were survivors nearby had shaken her resolve. Torn between her ethical principles and primal instincts, the knowledge of a man possessing ample provisions gnawed at her rationality, tilting the balance toward survival. Hence, Qin Peiyao found herself gripped by fear. She dreaded the thought of succumbing to desperation, compromising her integrity for mere sustenance. Tonight would mark the beginning. In truth, Qin Peiyao had contemplated this more than once, to deny any prior commitments. After all, she had consumed all the instant noodles and eggs. Even if that man from next door came knocking, she would have no means to repay him. Simply put, there was nothing to offer in exchange for food. Only her life at stake. Moreover, the security door was quite robust. He might not be able to enter. Should she wait for him to arrive? Qin Peiyao hesitated. Opening the door would irrevocably lead her down a different path, one from which she could not retreat. After wrestling with her inner turmoil for an extended period, she ultimately resigned herself to fate and turned the doorknob. Meanwhile, in room 702, Xu Annian glanced at the time, determining it was nearly time to select provisions from the kitchen. He remained entirely unaware of the psychological turmoil unfolding next door. For him, the principle of not coercing anyone was absolute. That was his unwavering boundary. No one wishes to constantly be on guard against those around them, fearing a knife to the throat while in slumber, questioning whether their sustenance might be tainted, or, in a more gruesome scenario, having pieces of flesh excised by a partner wielding scissors. Merely contemplating such possibilities tightens the stomach. Most importantly, in Xu Annian's heart, Qin Peiyao is not merely a fleeting romantic interest, but rather a comrade in arms, a close ally in the struggle for warmth and survival amid the apocalypse. Naturally, should Qin Peiyao decide to retract her commitment, he would not hesitate to impart a fundamental principle of physics. A descent from the 7th floor to the ground level via an elevator requires several seconds, whereas free fall takes but a moment. If Qin Peiyao proves to be unwise, Xu Annian would not mind allowing her a swift experience of descending. However, until he possesses sufficient self-defense capabilities, he is reluctant to permit the enchanting woman next door to spend the night in his abode. Human nature is inscrutable. One can never be certain whether the neighbor might harbor malicious intentions over trivial matters or perhaps introduce a dash of poison or pest control into their meals. Caution is paramount. Instant noodles, lacking in nutrition and flavor, presented a dilemma for several seconds. Xu Annian retrieved a packet of noodles and placed it on the living room table. As for the eggs, there were only a few left, and he couldn't bear to part with them. He assumed she would not mind. Chapter 4. The First Family Member. At a little past 2 in the morning, Xu Annian, feeling invigorated, was engaged in frog leaps. Suddenly, he was taken aback by the unexpected notification from the system echoing in his mind, prompting him to halt his movements. The prospect of inviting someone into his family upon reaching a favorability score of 30 piqued his curiosity. He found himself reminiscing about the scene half an hour prior, when Qin Peiyao, limping, had stormed out. A contradiction of words and feelings. Invitation successful. Prep member, Qin Peiyao, age, 25, attributes, strength 3, 9, agility 4, 9, stamina 2, 8. Spirit 7, 9, favorability, 30, talent domain, biological nutritionist, S, biological nutritionist, by skillfully combining biological materials such as meat, vegetables, and traditional herbs. This profession enhances the body's attributes and mitigates various emerging diseases with a chance to surpass human limits. Items, none. Congratulations, host. You have successfully invited your first family member, receiving a biological sequence potion, beginner, a spatial ring, 1 cubic meter, and 100 family points. Note, each individual can only consume 1 sequence potion, and it cannot be changed. Unlocked family base mode. Xu Annian clicked his tongue in contemplation. Qin Peiyao's attributes were 2 or 3 points higher than his own. As a yoga instructor who regularly exercised and ran, coupled with her financial stability, she naturally embodied health in both body and mind, qualities far beyond those of an ordinary office worker like him. Her talent as a biological nutritionist, classified as S-level, promised food concoctions that could enhance attributes and potentially transcend human limits. Xu Annian's eyes widened as he scrutinized the virtual screen. How could this S-level talent appear more formidable than his own SSS-level proficiency in skill acquisition? According to the system, with access to sequenced biological ingredients, a sustained diet of Qin Peiyao's expertly crafted meals could indeed challenge the limits of human capability. In that moment, Xu Annian recognized that Qin Peiyao's greatest asset lay not in her stunning beauty or enviable figure, but in her extraordinary talent as a nutritionist. Yet, a question lingered. What exactly constituted sequenced biological materials? He attempted to access the system for clarification. The virtual interface promptly displayed a message. Sequenced biological, organisms possessing preliminary survival capabilities in extreme cold environments. Diversified sequences. Each individual may only select one sequence. Xu Annian furrowed his brow. His gaze fixated on the small glass vial containing the biological sequence potion. Biological nutritionist, biological sequence potion. This vial must have been prepared for Qin Peiyao by the system. The stipulation that only one sequence potion could be consumed raised questions. Why did the new member possess one while he, the host, did not? Was he deemed unworthy? Setting the spatial ring aside, Xu Annian donned another spatial ring, repeatedly collecting the pale blue biological sequence potion to familiarize himself with the operation. He seemed ill-suited for biological sequences and decided to temporarily focus on physical training. If the effects of the status potion wore off and his strength had not reached a satisfactory level, he would disregard any sequence of potions. Survival was paramount. That said, was he that fellow into yoga? How could his innate talent be that of a nutritionist? Perhaps one's area of talent has no intrinsic correlation with their profession. Or perhaps such talent is a product of the post-apocalyptic era. Xu Annian inclined towards the former. In the world before the apocalypse, society and life were predominantly dictated by work rather than passion. Interests rarely translated into sustenance. Take Qin Peiyao, for instance. Despite possessing the talent of a biological nutritionist, her reluctance to invest effort in acquiring relevant knowledge and certifications resulted in her talent remaining untapped. Such situations were commonplace. He realized he needed to find a couple more members to discern the underlying patterns. Xu Annian ceased to dwell on this. The family-based model, however, intrigued him. He clicked on the information on the virtual screen, which prompted a detailed explanation. Family-based model. The host may select fixed residences, mobile vehicles, etc. As a family base. Note, once the base is determined, it cannot be changed. Family points can upgrade and renovate the base. Could houses, vehicles, boats, and planes all qualify? Xu Annian hesitated. Each model bore its drawbacks. Fixed residences offered convenience but were prone to exposure and potential danger. Vehicles provided flexibility but were subject to road conditions. Yachts were both convenient and adaptable, yet transporting supplies and refueling posed considerable challenges. Not to mention the need to account for typhoons, tsunamis, and other factors. Airplanes were entirely out of the question. The information was scant. The priority was to enhance his strength. He remained oblivious to the external circumstances, the capabilities of zombies, and the nature of sequence organisms. He could not hastily decide on a family base. At the very least, he needed to venture out personally, gather intelligence, and then determine the base model. But that was a matter for 3 days hence. For now, he had to seize every moment to bolster his strength. Xu Annian rose, grasping the red tassel spear, and proceeded to the living room for yet another round of spear training. Bolstered by the status potion, he required no sleep and could fervently practice his spear technique. Spear Proficiency 1. Spear Proficiency 1. Spear Proficiency 1. For the subsequent 32 hours, Xu Annian practiced obsessively, honing his spear techniques to perfection. He focused solely on the thrusting spear technique. Mastery lay not in quantity, but in precision. Achieving a profound level of skill in spear techniques would suffice to confront most challenges. However, Xu Annian did not engage in a monotonous routine of mechanical practice. He was not a robot. While his body and energy did not tire, his mind could fatigue. Occasionally, he would step onto the balcony to enjoy the breeze, play video games in the game room, or adopt a learning mindset by watching action films stored on a hidden disc, all to unwind and alleviate the tedium. Regrettably, Qin Peiyao proved quite stubborn. Throughout those 30-plus hours, she did not make an appearance even once, choosing to endure hunger rather than calm. Uncertain whether it was fear of adulthood or reluctance to submit, Xu Annian found himself in a peculiar state that afternoon. As was his routine, he engaged in his exercises within the living room, not with firearms, but rather through the practice of shuttle sprints. Over the past couple of days, he had discerned certain patterns, understanding how to enhance his attributes through diligent training. While his energy would automatically increase, he had also discovered methods to elevate his agility and stamina. The shuttle sprint was indeed an exercise aimed at improving agility. Ding, shuttle sprint proficiency level 1, shuttle sprint novice 4100, agility 1, at last. A notable increase had been achieved. Xu Annian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, his attributes had all reached the remarkable threshold of 10 points, the limit typically seen in a normal adult. However, he remained blissfully unaware of how to transcend this limit. Yet, an inexplicable feeling lingered within him, suggesting that if he simply persevered, a breakthrough would inevitably come. It was not a matter of chance. There were no bottlenecks, no limits. Of course, this was contingent upon Xu Annian's unwavering commitment day after day. Knock, knock, knock. The long-absent sound of knocking echoed through the air. A vision of a delicate, fair figure emerged in Xu Annian's mind, and a smile crept to the corners of his eyes. Had the woman truly endured 2 days of hunger? Without making her wait, he set aside his red spear and rushed to open the door. Creaking open, he found Qin Peiyao standing outside, clad in a black coat and blue jeans. Her weary face bore traces of grievance, helplessness, and a hint of defiance against fate. She felt utterly wronged. A mere packet of instant noodles? Not even an egg. Come in. I'll cook you some noodles, he beckoned warmly. Chapter 5. Is this fellow out of his mind? Room 701. The restaurant. At a rectangular dining table, 2 individuals sit facing one another. Before each of them is a bowl of noodles accompanied by 2 fried eggs. Notably, both fried eggs reside solely in Xu Annian's bowl. After several days of relentless training and the waning effects of a state-enhancing potion, his body is gradually returning to its normal state, necessitating a proper diet. Gurgle. Qin Peiyao, inhaling the fragrant aroma of fried eggs wafting through the air, discreetly swallows, her slightly pallid face betraying a longing for sustenance. She yearns for it, but is apprehensive about displeasing the man, thus refraining from voicing her desires. Bowing her head, she savors the noodles while inhaling the enticing scent of the eggs. Do you wish for a fried egg? Xu Annian picks up a golden fried egg, deliberately presenting it before Qin Peiyao and twirling it around, only to swiftly retract his hand, taking a hearty bite in response to her eager gaze. How childish. Qin Peiyao mutters under her breath, continuing her meal. Ha ha. Such antics may seem juvenile to a child, yet Xu Annian finds it delightfully amusing. During their previous engagement with the 18 forms of Abeo, he discovered that the emotionless rendition of these forms, confined to mere physical interaction, lacked depth and intrigue. Frankly, this physiological approach to the 18 forms is rather mundane. Thus, in the course of daily life, Xu Annian is more than willing to indulge in playful banter with Qin Peiyao, fostering their bond and enhancing mutual affection, a crucial element for prospective members. Here you go. Xu Annian transfers the other fried egg into Qin Peiyao's bowl. After 2 days apart, he notices her skin has become considerably dry, her face slightly puffy, and her eyes have lost their luster, indicating a significant decline in her vitality. The signs of malnutrition are evident. If she does not supplement her diet, she may soon experience fatigue and hair loss. Really? Qin Peiyao exclaims in surprise. Fearing that Xu Annian might change his mind, she promptly devours the fried egg, savoring each bite with palpable satisfaction, heedless of the grease smudging her lips. Wipe your mouth. Xu Annian slides a tissue towards her. No need. Qin Peiyao extends her delicate tongue, adroitly sweeping it around her lips, leaving no morsel wasted. A rush of restlessness stirs within Xu Annian. This woman's health is frail, vigorous activity is ill-advised. Yet, there are myriad ways to communicate. However, there is no need to rush. They shall wait until the effects of the state-enhancing potion have fully subsided. Xu Annian shifts to a more comfortable position and casually remarks, the weather is growing increasingly cold. Indeed. Qin Peiyao lifts her bowl to sip the warm broth, letting out a soft sigh. This winter feels particularly frigid. If there were to be a power outage, I truly wouldn't know how to endure it. Huching, located at the southern border, seldom experiences temperatures below freezing. It was only this morning, upon seeing the green leaves of her balcony plants cloaked in a layer of frost, that she realized the outside temperature had plummeted below zero. With Huching's weather dipping into the negatives, cities further north will undoubtedly be even colder, while those with heating systems may fare better. Cities without warmth will become unbearable during a blackout, particularly in sub-zero conditions. Prepare more supplies to combat the cold. Xu Annian was acutely aware of the impending arrival of the frigid apocalypse and understood that this winter would linger indefinitely. He needed to gather ample warm supplies and food in the days preceding the power outage. However, as a newcomer to the area, he was unfamiliar with the city. Thus, He turned to Qin Peiyao to inquire about the amenities surrounding their neighborhood. Having lived in Qianshan apartment for several years, Qin Peiyao possessed an intimate knowledge of the vicinity and even the broader He city. She did not withhold her insights, providing detailed information about the locations of supermarkets, shops, hardware stores, vegetable markets, and hospitals, including specific routes to each. The Qianshan apartment complex comprised 27 residential buildings. Buildings 1 and 2 featured 2 units per floor and stood at a mere 9 stories, while the remaining 25 soared to 30 stories, with 6 units on each floor. In total, there were over 3,000 households. Adjacent to the complex were 2 schools, 1 middle school and 1 elementary school, to the north. A large shopping mall was situated just over 100 meters away, while to the southwest, a tertiary hospital lay a little over 200 meters distant. The amenities were indeed comprehensive. Yet, upon hearing this account, Xu Annian began to entertain thoughts of departure. This place was fraught with danger. Are you considering venturing out to scavenge for food? Qin Peiyao ventured cautiously. I'm uncertain. I shall only know by tomorrow, Xu Annian replied, shaking his head. The effects of the status potion were dwindling, with only 2 or 3 hours remaining. Within this time frame, if he could successfully surpass his limits, elevating his physical attributes to a higher tier, he would dare to explore. If he failed to break through, he would remain indoors for a couple more days, waiting until he had exhausted his food supply before resorting to the biological sequence potion, donning his gear, and departing the complex. He would seek a safe haven, distancing himself from the city center while scavenging for the necessary supplies and recruiting new members. You needn't worry too much. The occupancy rate in Building 2 is quite low. Qin Peiyao explained, seemingly sensing Xu Annian's apprehension. In our building, 6 units are vacant, 5 owners are seldom present, and 3 units are currently unoccupied. That leaves 4 households, with 1 each on the 6th and 9th floors and 2 on the 7th. Qin Peiyao operated a yoga studio, frequently contacting various owners to invite them for yoga sessions. Thus she was well acquainted with most owners' basic information. That is reassuring, Xu Annian exhaled, feeling a slight sense of relief. Yet, an undercurrent of urgency still gripped him. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Qin Peiyao and said, "Come over at 6 this evening to prepare dinner. Starting tomorrow, we will have 3 meals a day, breakfast at 8, lunch at 12, and dinner at 6. Upon hearing this, Qin Peiyao's initial reaction was not one of delight but of alarm. Has this man lost his mind? There has been no news of rescue outside. No one knows how long this disaster will endure, perhaps until tomorrow, perhaps for 10 days, half a month, or even a year and a half. Shouldn't we be conserving food during such times? Unless Qin Peiyao was astute, quickly contemplating a possibility. Just as she raised her head to speak to Xu Annian, a sound akin to a door being locked echoed from outside. Both were momentarily taken aback. Qin Peiyao now resides alone, having developed the habit of securely locking her doors. She distinctly remembers that upon entering, she deftly secured both the security door and the wooden door. However, the sound she just heard was not the locking of a door but rather the act of unlocking. Is someone attempting to gain entry? No, the security door has already been breached. Do not come out, Xu Annian responded swiftly, seizing the red tassel spear and hastening to the entrance, peering through the peephole to observe the corridor. Strangely, while the peephole had provided a clear view of the corridor just 2 days prior, it now appeared to be obstructed, shrouded in darkness, with only faint sounds of unlocking audible. Who was out there? Qin Peiyao inquired softly, stepping closer behind Xu Annian. I cannot tell. The peephole has been blocked. Xu Annian replied, straightening up and instinctively shielding Qin Peiyao with his presence as he guided her to retreat. The doorframe served as a natural barrier. In such a confined space, every inch gained is a measure of strength. With his spear poised at the entrance, Xu Annian knew that no matter how many adversaries approached from outside, they would be unable to breach the threshold. Chapter 6. Other Survivors. At the entrance of room 702, 5 or 6 sturdy men, burdened with backpacks and wielding knives, gathered. Behind them, in the corner, stood a young woman with a somewhat sallow complexion and striking features. In front, a slender man was engaged in picking the lock. The group occasionally stomped their feet, exhaling white mist from their frozen hands, rubbing them together for warmth as they awaited the door to be opened. The lockpicker, Lu Fu, was a locksmith residing outside the community. On the day the apocalypse struck, a resident from the nearby apartment had called Lu Fu, requesting urgent lock opening services at a price of 500, several times higher than usual. Sensing the resident's urgency, he hurriedly set off, only to have the apocalypse descend the moment he unlocked the door. Lu Fu and the resident sought refuge inside, trembling as they attempted to call for help, but the lines were either busy or unanswered. From the balcony, they watched as residents below fled in panic, hearing screams escalating in intensity, and it dawned on them that chaos had completely erupted outside. Days passed, yet the community's greenery showed no signs of life. And the internet remained down. Gradually, the two men began to grasp the severity of their predicament. The resident, unwilling to share food any longer and fearful that Lu Fu might steal during his slumber, urged him to leave. Lu Fu, possessing a rather naive disposition, recognized his inconvenience and chose not to press further. After muttering a few curses under his breath, he departed with his toolbox. His locksmith skills assured him that he would find shelter elsewhere. However, misfortune befell Lu Fu upon randomly selecting a room to pick the lock and preparing to enter. He looked up to find 5 or 6 menacing figures in the living room. These men, armed with bloody knives, cast chilling glances in his direction, remaining silent. Lu Fu's legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. A fleeting glance revealed a dismembered corpse in the corner, intensifying his urgent need to relieve himself. To his surprise, the leader among the men approached, laughing heartily as he draped an arm around Lu Fu's shoulder, exuberantly inquiring if he knew how to pick locks. Dazed, Lu Fu nodded numbly. Thus, he unwittingly became the locksmith of the group, primarily responsible for opening locks. While the others dealt with the zombies inside or sought to capture robust male residents and imprison attractive young female residents. From one building to another, the group expanded from a handful to dozens, evolving into a small enclave populated by young men and women. After several outings, the numbers dwindled to fewer than 20. Nevertheless, Lu Fu thrived, and his adept lockpicking skills elevated his status within the enclave, while his character underwent continuous transformation. Click! The sound of the lock being picked resonated. Lu Fu refrained from opening the wooden door, skillfully stepping back to clear the way. 3 men advanced swiftly. 2 of them wielded nylon fishing lines, securing them between the security door and the door frame, while one employed a long barbell to brace the security door against the threshold. This arrangement ensured that even if the wooden door were opened and a zombie charged forth, it would be ensnared by the fishing line, allowing them to wield knives and other weapons to minimize casualties and reduce danger. Zombies, after all, possessed no intelligence. Ego. I heard from Xiao Qing that there is an exquisite young woman in room 701, a yoga instructor. Her figure and appearance are truly remarkable. Some say she is even more beautiful than the stars of the silver screen. Lu Fu voiced his curiosity in a hushed tone during a brief moment of respite while his companion laid a trap. Why don't we start with room 701? He asked. Haven't you ever seen a woman before? Xiaoi reprimanded him with an impassive expression. Noticing Lu Fu's discomfort, he tempered his irritation and lowered his voice to impart a lesson. Consider the bigger picture. Right now, food is far more important than women. As long as we have ample provisions, those women will queue up for us to choose from. With that, he cast a glance at a young woman behind them. Her facial structure, skin tone, figure, and demeanor were all commendable. In the past, with a bit of makeup, she would have undoubtedly been regarded as a goddess on the streets. However, after nearly 10 days of hunger, her complexion had become sallow and flaky. Her eyes puffy and bloodshot. Overall, she was rather unremarkable. Xiao Yi's primary concern remained the issue of sustenance. In the South, people value freshness and typically do not purchase excessive quantities of food. The owners of buildings 1 and 2 were affluent individuals who would not hoard provisions for convenience. Consequently, as the number of members in their gathering increased, the food they scavenged had dwindled compared to earlier times. If this continued, they would have no choice but to venture outside in search of nourishment. You're right, food is paramount, Lu Fu replied with a simple smile. Gradually coming to terms with the reality, it had been over a week since the apocalypse struck, regardless of how attractive those women had been before. After several days of hunger and fright, they were ultimately just ordinary, unworthy of excessive attention. The current task was survival. Lu Fu was no longer the naive locksmith he once was. Ego, the fishing line is ready, announced the man responsible for it. Hearing this, Xiaoi took a deep breath and exchanged glances with those beside him. He then tightened his grip on the kitchen knife and nodded at the younger brother stationed by the door. Having cooperated numerous times, they shared an unspoken understanding. The 4 men instantly positioned themselves. 2 with short blades stood by the door, while 2 with longer knives stood at the forefront, their expressions grave. One should not assume safety simply because there were no zombie howls during the unlocking process. These creatures were unpredictable, and they dared not be careless. Bang! The wooden door swung open, crashing against the wall. Inside, there were no zombies. Instead, they were met with a man and a woman. The man had a bit of stubble, sharp eyes, and held a black metal spear over 2 meters long. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with an alluring figure, wielding a kitchen knife. What was crucial was that her complexion did not resemble that of other survivors. She showed no signs of weariness whatsoever. The instinct of the men caused them to overlook Xu Annian, their gazes fixating on Qin Peiyao, their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. This woman was unlike those from their gathering. Her innate beauty and figure were of the highest caliber, even before the apocalypse, and now, in this desolate world. She stood out remarkably, captivating and enchanting. The smell of fried eggs. It was the aroma of fried eggs. Lu Fu let out a startled cry. Although he could not see the situation within, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. In truth, he had caught a whiff of it when the door was unlocked, but his thoughts had been preoccupied with the young woman in room 701, causing him to pay little attention. Now, with the door wide open and the room well ventilated, the delectable scent of food floated out, prompting several of them to swallow audibly. Fried eggs. It wasn't so much nostalgia as it was the irresistible fragrance of the eggs. Naturally, their swallowing was not solely due to the fried eggs. Are you a couple? Xu Yi restrained the glimmer of greed in his eyes, shifting his gaze to Xu Annian. Do you have business? Xu Annian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Qin Peiyao, shielding her from the men's stares. Heh. Xu Yi offered a faint smile, gesturing to his companions to ease the tense atmosphere. We are survivors from a gathering place, seeking capable allies, and we hope you will consider joining us. Rest assured, we have a fair food distribution plan and ample provisions. Oh, and by the way, Xu Yi added, we will not mistreat your wife, so you need not harbor excessive concerns. Chapter 7. Murder. Xu Annian's voice was flat, tinged with a hint of impatience. He possessed a system. Joining the gathering would only serve as a burden to him. It was far more prudent to chart the future of his family according to his own preferences, advancing step by step with a steady and cautious approach. Moreover, the men outside exuded an air of menace, brazenly attempting to pick the lock. They were clearly not of good character, particularly the rugged man leading them, whose smile was disconcerting, akin to being fixated upon by a venomous serpent, leaving one feeling utterly uneasy. Were it not for the intimidating presence of the red tassel spear in Xu Annian's grasp, these individuals might have forcibly intruded upon encountering Qin Peiyao. Is that the yoga instructor? Lu Fu's gaze fixed upon Qin Peiyao, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, is there truly such a breathtaking woman? He had presumed the poster was merely enhanced by filters and retouching. However, in reality, she surpassed her photographs in beauty. If only he could share a night with her. He would willingly commit not just 3 years, but 5. Lu Fu voiced the sentiments of all present. Previously, he would not have dared to utter a word of disrespect to a woman of such wealth and status, nor would he have dared to steal a glance. Yet now, he was no longer the timid locksmith of yore, witnessing a young female proprietor whose fortune exceeded millions. Enter Xu Yi's bedroom merely for a dinner had unleashed a torrent of suppressed desires within him, free from the constraints of family, children, and morality. Brother Yi, let us take her without hesitation, urged a youth in his 20s, brandishing a fruit knife. He could not comprehend Xu Yi's hesitation. There was but one man standing before them. Surely this was easier than dealing with the previous father-son duo? A few of them could rush in and finish the job. Xu Yi's eyes flickered. To claim he was not captivated by Qin Peiyao would be nothing short of self-deception. Yet the dilemma lay in whether Xu Annian's spear was truly formidable. If it were indeed substantial, and they were confined by the narrow entryway, charging in with their short weapons would place them at a significant disadvantage, potentially costing them lives. Kid, another man wielding a hammer, stepped forward, forcefully striking the security door. A fierce expression on his face. We're offering you a chance, not presenting you with options, understand? Get lost. Xu Annian glared at the dented threshold, his expression icy. He took a half step back with his left foot, bending his knee slightly as he angled the spear upward, preparing for a thrust. The layout of the foyer was advantageous to him. He could not afford to yield, lacking practical combat experience. Xu Annian was not arrogant enough to disregard the threats posed by other survivors. His primary concern was his own safety. Otherwise, he would have already rushed out to fire a couple of shots at them, who would willingly listen to their incessant prattling. Noticing Xu Annian's unyielding demeanor, the expressions of the men outside shifted. They seemed taken aback by his resolute stance. The owners of buildings 1 and 2 in Qianshan apartment were either affluent or noble. Valuing their lives greatly, they could not possibly misjudge the situation. Occasionally encountering a foolhardy youth, it was not entirely unexpected. Old Wang, Xiaoli, you too. Carefully remove the fishing line and be wary of any sudden attacks. Little monkey, let us take the lead and confront him. The man wielding the hammer possesses a rugged voice. Though he may appear to be a loud and brash brute, he is, in fact, a seasoned fighter, well acquainted with the art of brawling. The two tasked with retrieving the fishing line, in perfect synchrony, deftly detach it from the doorframe. With their left feet angled outward and their upper bodies leaning towards the threshold, they remain alert while skillfully unfastening the line. Should they sense any movement from within the room, they are prepared to flee immediately. Little monkey, it's our turn. After a brief span of over 2 minutes, the fishing line is successfully removed. The man with the hammer turns back, exchanging a glance with the youth brandishing a fruit knife. Their eyes communicate silently for a few seconds before they nod, positioning themselves sideways to enter the room, one to the left and the other to the right. The entryway is slightly over a meter wide, allowing both to enter simultaneously with enough space to evade. Moreover, Xu Annian can only attack one person at a time. The other can seize the opportunity to rush in and subdue him or entangle him, dragging him outside where more can join the fray. At that moment, everything would be irrevocably decided. Foolish. Xu Annian's heart hardened, and he thrust his spear steadily and swiftly towards the man with the hammer, striking without hesitation. He must decisively injure or kill one of them to instill fear in the others, discouraging any rash actions. As the spear lunged forward, the man felt a rush of fear, his body instinctively retreating. The youth's face lit up with excitement. Lacking combat experience, he mistook Xu Annian's attack on his companion as an opportunity to close in, hastily advancing. Foolishness. A hint of derision flashed in Xu Annian's eyes. The earlier strike was merely a feint. He had not exerted his full strength. His true target was not the man but the youth. Death. Xu Annian no longer concealed his intentions. He redirected the spear's tip towards the youth's heart and thrust it forward, traveling at a velocity of 10 points. The spear became a mere shadow in his hand, executing the thrust and withdrawal in the blink of an eye. With a sickening sound, the youth, caught unawares, felt a sharp pain in his chest. Instinctively looking down, he saw blood gushing from the wound, trickling down his coat to the ground. His strength ebbed away like a breached dam. Gasping, the youth struggled to raise his gaze towards Xu Annian, sputtering blood as the fruit knife clattered to the floor, his body collapsing uncontrollably. The moment Xiaoyi and the others sought to provide a warning, a chill gripped their hearts, as if their throats were constricted. The words they intended to utter stifled, and their feet involuntarily retreating. As spectators, they observed with piercing clarity. Yet, it was precisely this acute awareness that filled them with dread. This individual's speed in drawing the weapon is astonishing. It felt as though time had blurred, leaving no opportunity to react, and the youth was slain in an instant. Merely witnessing it sent shivers down their spines. If they were the intended targets. Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed hard in that moment. Outside, several individuals stepped back cautiously, unwilling to approach the threshold. This time, they had encountered a formidable barrier. Come on. Xu Annian shattered the silence, standing coldly in place. Previously, he had feigned an attack on a man, skillfully luring the youth into the lethal range of his spear, delivering a fatal strike with astonishing swiftness. The technique may have been cliché, yet its effectiveness was undeniable. In truth, Xu Annian yearned to eliminate that man. However, the fellow was rather slippery, his left foot perpetually positioned behind him, his right foot advancing, consistently poised to flee at a moment's notice, leaving no guarantee of a certain kill. In stark contrast, the young man appeared quite the fool, alternating his steps forward. In the narrow confines of the threshold, with two individuals moving simultaneously, it was already challenging to execute grand maneuvers, yet he dared to swagger about, truly believing Xu Annian's firearm was mere paper. If such a person were to survive, who then would meet their end? Chapter 8. The original sequence. This long spear must be obtained. Xiaoyi cast a wary glance at Xu Annian, his desire for the spear intensifying within him. A fine steed deserves a fine saddle. Without a spear, even with strength, Xu Annian would be unable to swiftly eliminate the youth. Xiaoyi quickly concealed his inner greed. He turned to Xu Annian and spoke in a low voice. What I said earlier still stands. If you require food in the future, you may find me in building 2. After all, individual strength is ultimately limited. With that, he turned and departed. They dared not enter, knowing Xu Annian would not emerge. Remaining here in a standoff was futile. It would be wiser to seize the opportunity to scavenge for food on other floors. In this dire situation, the abundance of food grants power of choice. Once they had thoroughly looted Building 2, would they not be unconcerned about Xu Annian and his companion's arrival? Let us go, go, go. Don't shove. I'll go first. Let me through. With Xiaoyi's departure, the others hastily fled, eager to avoid any unforeseen calamity. Meanwhile, the bodies on the ground were disregarded. As Xiaoyi and his companions entered the fire escape and their footsteps faded away, Xu Annian's face turned pale. He bent over the shoe cabinet, gasping for breath. The process of the spear piercing the youth's heart was swift, yet he felt every moment vividly. The tip of the spear broke through skin, penetrated flesh, and grazed bone. It was all too clear. That subtle and peculiar sensation caused his stomach to convulse uncontrollably. Particularly, the gaze of the youth in his final moments filled him with an intense discomfort, nearly causing him to regurgitate his lunch. Are you all right? Qin Peiyao felt uneasy as well. Witnessing a living person perish for the first time stirred an urge to vomit within her. Nevertheless, she supported Xu Annian's arm and gently patted his back, offering continuous reassurance. You acted in self-defense. It's all right. It's all right. I'm fine. Xu Annian waved his hand. He had long prepared himself mentally. In this apocalyptic world, survival necessitated taking lives. However, in his mindset, it was primarily the zombies that were to be dispatched. After adjusting himself for over 10 minutes, Xu Annian felt his body and mind acclimate sufficiently, and he straightened up. Just as he intended to ask Qin Peiyao for assistance in moving the youth's body to the balcony to dispose of it, a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. What was happening? Xu Annian stumbled and fell to the ground, his body uncontrollably swaying backward, the world around him spinning, his vision darkening. Before losing consciousness, he saw Qin Peiyao, her face etched with concern, saying something, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not hear her clearly, and his awareness swiftly plunged into darkness. The following morning, Xu Annian awoke to the enticing aroma in the air. This was the first time since he began working that he had slept in such a natural manner. Stretching comfortably, he lifted the bed covers only to discover that Qin Peiyao had changed him into sleeping clothes the night before. His strength had increased significantly. As Xu Annian moved his limbs, he quickly sensed an unusual vitality coursing through his body. He felt remarkably well. It seemed as though, with a mere flick of his wrist, he could effortlessly lift 2 Qin Peiyaos or, with a single punch, shatter a wall, an intoxicating illusion of omnipotence. System, retrieve personal information. Beep, querying. Host, Xu Annian. Gender, male, age, 26, attributes, strength 34, 39, agility 35, 37, stamina 37, 39. Spirit 36, 36, talent domain, mastery through practice, SSS, sequence, original sequence, initial stage, skills, beginner's spear techniques, 77-100, beginner's sprinting 50-100. Ababeo 18 styles, 3-100. Culinary skills, 25-200. Original sequence, completely transcends human limitations, harmoniously enhances physical attributes, possesses survival capabilities suited for the frigid end-of-world environments, and ensures the continuation of lineage. Items owned. Titanium alloy spear, 2 spatial rings, 1 cubic meter each. Have I transformed into a sequence being? Xu Annian gazed at the personal attributes displayed on the virtual interface, his eyes brimming with delight. Just a moment before losing consciousness last night, he had lamented the waste of a remaining hour of the state-enhancing potion, believing he would have to settle for an unsuitable biological sequence. However, after the killing, his mindset underwent a subtle transformation. Perhaps it was this psychological shift that awakened him as a sequence being, with his physical attributes multiplying several times, surpassing the limits of a normal adult by over 3-fold. No wonder he felt invigorated upon waking, a sense of unparalleled ease enveloping him. With triple the attributes of an ordinary person, he finally possessed a semblance of self-protection. The enhancement of his strength brought a significant sense of security to Xu Annian. Slipping into his slippers, he made his way to the bathroom for a quick shower, brushing his teeth and washing his face. How have I become so youthful? Before the vanity mirror, Xu Annian appeared momentarily dazed. He belonged to the type of man who aged gracefully, becoming more appealing with each passing year. Yet, after his transformation into a sequence being, the scruffy stubble on his face had vanished. His skin appeared significantly smoother, devoid of the weariness that life had etched upon him. Alas, the transition from rugged man to youthful beauty was disconcerting. With a few sighs, Xu Annian donned a bathrobe and ventured into the living room. At the entrance, the young man's body had disappeared, and the bloodstains on the floor had been thoroughly cleaned. The door to the secondary bedroom was ajar, revealing signs of someone having slept there. He strode directly to the kitchen. Inside, Qin Peiyao was clad in a loose-fitting men's shirt, exuding a unique charm characteristic of a mature woman. Why did you sleep in the secondary bedroom last night? Startled by the sudden voice while she was preparing instant noodles, Qin Peiyao turned, her heart racing until she recognized the familiar face before her. Why did you suddenly lose consciousness last night? When Xu Annian had collapsed, Qin Peiyao had feared he had been injured by the young man, hastily removing his clothing to check for wounds, only to feel relieved upon confirming he was unscathed. However, such an abrupt fainting spell should not occur in a person of sound health. Qin Peiyao, concerned about Xu Annian's health, tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. She rose to tend to the corpse and clean the surroundings, hoping to stave off her wandering thoughts. It was a commendable endeavor. Whenever the topic of becoming a sequence being arose, Xu Annian's spirits lifted remarkably, though he refrained from elaborating. He leaned closer to inspect the pot, only to discover instant noodles, which instantly diminished his appetite. Yet, perhaps due to the presence of multiple mistresses in the household, or perhaps owing to his prolonged solitude in his previous life, Xu Annian felt an inexplicable sensation within. It seemed that since he had ventured out to work and taken residence in a rented place, he had not savored the meals prepared by another. Chapter 9. Set a small goal. It's time to find an opportunity to venture out. In room 702's kitchen, Xu Annian, clad in loose shorts, contemplated his plans. Having just ascended to the status of an original sequence organism, a celebration was in order. However, this led to the unfortunate overcooking of instant noodles, rendering them inedible, and necessitating the preparation of a fresh lunch for two. Why does being near him evoke such a profound sense of security? In the living room, Qin Peiyao, wrapped in a small blanket, rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the figure in the kitchen. Listening to the clattering of pots and pans and inhaling the increasingly rich aroma wafting through the air, her mood lifted slightly. This way of life is rather pleasant. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Qin Peiyao had been in a constant state of unease, worrying about food, her husband venturing outside, the threat of zombies, and the possibility of water and power outages. She dared not sleep too soundly, her energy gradually waning. This man seemed to possess a peculiar kind of magic, capable of soothing her anxieties, fostering an unconscious dependency, and instilling a sense of peace within her. Perhaps being with him isn't so bad after all? Beep. Prepared member Qin Peiyao's favorability level. 30. Her favorability has increased. In the kitchen, as Xu Annian awaited the water to boil, he was momentarily taken aback by the system notification. Something felt amiss. The sudden spike in Qin Peiyao's favorability did not stem from physiological interaction. There exists a ceiling to the favorability gained on a physiological level, and it is rather limited. The last time, a direct increase of 30 points was nearly the maximum. What distinguishes this instance from the previous one? Xu Annian furrowed his brow in contemplation, and soon he grasped the revelation. It was the allure of strength. In terms more applicable to women, it translates to a sense of security. Prior to the apocalypse, whether in life or work, the vulnerable tended to follow those who exhibited excellence. In the context of the apocalypse, where everyone was severely lacking in security, the psychological yearning for strength was even more pronounced, much like the women in the gathering place. Why were they inclined to follow Xiaoyi? Was it merely a matter of food? No, other subordinates offered sustenance as well. The root cause lies in the collective subconscious belief that the leader is the most formidable, thus providing a greater sense of security. Likewise, Xu Annian's decisive action in eliminating that young man displayed formidable strength. For someone like Qin Peiyao, who was profoundly deprived of security, this undoubtedly represented a solid foundation upon which to rely, consequently enhancing her favorability towards him. Once the favorability reaches 60, further elevation would require alternative methods. On the 10th day since the apocalypse began, the likelihood of power outages in the city was increasing, prompting Xu Annian to prepare for an expedition to scout a safe route for evacuation from the city center. He intended to take Qin Peiyao along when the time came. However, if her favorability wasn't sufficiently high, he would hesitate to entrust her with the biological sequence serum. A woman of ordinary physical constitution would only serve as a hindrance during their escape. Thus, Xu Annian needed to devise some special means to ensure Qin Peiyao's unwavering loyalty. Beep. Culinary skill proficiency. 1. Culinary achievement. 26,200. Is it possible to enhance proficiency, even while distracted by cooking? The virtual prompt that appeared before Xu Annian left him somewhat bewildered. While preparing the noodles, he found himself distracted, contemplating matters of affection, neglecting the task at hand. He took a bite of the noodles, savoring the flavor, which was notably superior to the last time. This exemplified his extraordinary talent. The enhancement of proficiency can arise through various means. Beyond dedicating oneself to the task, experience and skill naturally accumulates. In essence, Xu Annian, in his future endeavors, will inevitably reap rewards with the passage of time, albeit at varying paces. However, with limited energy, he had no intention of squandering it on trivial pursuits. Occasionally cooking, treating it as a form of relaxation, was acceptable, but he would never allow it to consume too much of his time. He prepared noodles with sesame oil and fried eggs. Shortly thereafter, Xu Annian emerged with 2 steaming bowls, placing them on the coffee table in the living room. Observing Qin Peiyao struggling to rise, he jested. Your yoga practice doesn't seem to be paying off, does it? Try going hungry for a few days. Qin Peiyao rolled her eyes in annoyance. She had a habit of morning runs and frequently practiced yoga. In terms of flexibility and stamina, she undoubtedly surpassed most men. This was beyond dispute. Not wanting to dwell on such an embarrassing topic, Qin Peiyao straightened up and took her chopsticks to taste the noodles. Your culinary skills have improved remarkably, she remarked, possibly due to a sense of comfort. This seemingly ordinary bowl of sesame oil noodles tasted exceptionally fragrant and delicious to her. As she ate, her gaze unconsciously drifted to the man beside her. Had he grown younger? She remembered that when he smiled, there were crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, which seemed pleasant. Now, however, those lines were absent, replaced by a radiance akin to that of youthful exuberance. "You seem quite spirited," Qin Peiyao remarked subtly. "People often feel invigorated during joyful times." Xu Annian understood the implication behind her words, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he set down his chopsticks and reached for her thigh, pulling her delicate leg onto his lap and gently massaging it. There are 3 major joys in life: achieving a high rank in the imperial examinations, encountering timely rain after a long drought, and the wedding night. "Eat well," he urged. Qin Peiyao felt that their position was overly intimate and attempted to withdraw her leg. However, her strength was insufficient, and after several futile attempts, it resembled a girlfriend playfully resisting in a romantic phase. Ultimately, she surrendered, her cheeks flushed, and corrected him. "There are 4 major joys, including meeting an old friend in a foreign land." Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, that may not necessarily be a joyful occasion. Xu Annian replied with a smile, deftly changing the subject. "Have you moved your things over?" "No," Qin Peiyao admitted, shaking her head. "I was too afraid to return alone." After Xu Annian had fainted the previous night, she feared that the gathered crowd might return unexpectedly, keeping her from leaving room 702. Let alone going back to pack her belongings. "I'll accompany you back," Xu Annian offered. After finishing their meal, he accompanied Qin Peiyao next door to gather her luggage. Now, he had become a sequence being, experiencing tremendous enhancements in all aspects. With Qin Peiyao's affection level reaching 60 points, she was certain not to betray him as long as he did not cross any boundaries. Her relocation posed no difficulties and facilitated care. After a little over an hour, Xu Annian reluctantly greeted and turned away from room 701. He had not anticipated that Qin Peiyao would possess such an abundance of clothing and cosmetics, necessitating meticulous organization. It was quite bothersome. Seeking an excuse, he slipped away. Outside the door, Xu Annian felt a surge of exhilaration. Not only had he acquired a woman of exceptional caliber like Qin Peiyao, but he also possessed extraordinary attributes that far surpassed the norm, both contributing to his excitement. Particularly noteworthy was the transformation of his physique. Having taken his initial steps into the original sequence, he was nearing nearly 4 times the average human capability. If he could advance further, 1 layer, 2 layers, or even 3, what extraordinary strength could his body attain? A punch delivering several tons of force? Or perhaps a physique capable of evading ordinary bullets? The mere contemplation of such extraordinary possibilities ignited his enthusiasm. He set a modest goal, to achieve precision and swiftness within 7 steps with his firearm. Xu Annian flashed a bright smile, satisfied, as he hummed a cheerful tune while returning to room 702, where he retrieved his long gun and immersed himself in new training. Mastery is a skill that requires accumulation. Where qualitative change emerges from quantitative growth, he must not grow complacent. Chapter 10. Revenge. In a 9-story gathering place, room 901 stands with its 2 grand doors wide open. A handful of attractive young female residents lounge on the sofa, engaging in idle conversation. Their discussion primarily revolves around the quantity of food that Xiaoyi and his companions might bring back, the potential exchanges they could facilitate, and whether any acquaintances might join their ranks. Occasionally, remarks about the desire for the calamity to conclude echo through the air. In the corridor outside, 2 male residents guard the fire escape door, brandishing kitchen knives, their eyes frequently drifting towards the women within. It must be said that the women who have joined the gathering place are indeed captivating, each possessing unique attributes that render them endlessly fascinating. Across the hall, room 902 also has its doors ajar. Inside, a dozen robust young men congregate in small groups, engaging in animated conversation, smoking, and playing cards, much livelier than their neighbors. However, the topics of their discussions predominantly pertain to the women, such as debating which female member boasts a superior physique or possesses greater knowledge. An endless array of subjects to explore. Of course, this excludes those couples who have come together. One man, slightly overweight and in his 30s, muses wistfully about whether the yoga instructor from Building 2 will make an appearance. He has been unable to shake his infatuation with her. Before the apocalypse, he had added Qin Peiyao as contact information under the pretense of wanting to learn yoga, even suggesting he would offer resources, including monetary compensation, in hopes of a night of intimacy. The result? He was promptly blocked. The scandalous details of their chat were subsequently shared in the residence group, forcing him to flee for 6 months to another locale, only returning once the incident had subsided. If he were still alive, she would undoubtedly come. It's not as if he were unaware of the yoga instructor's husband, tall and slender, akin to a bamboo stalk. Could one truly rely on him to procure food? The sentiment holds merit. Rumor has it, her husband earns a substantial income, raking in several million a year. Yet, what value does wealth hold in the struggle for survival? One must depend on their inherent strength. Not necessarily, someone counters. A strong earning potential indicates a high intelligence quotient. suggesting an ability to devise means of survival. Regardless, I have been frugal, accumulating several bags of instant noodles in anticipation of the yoga instructor's arrival at the gathering place. I shall seize the chance for a night together. I find the gaming enthusiast across the hall quite astute. At the beginning of each month, he stockpiles food for 30 days. TSK, that could certainly attract a multitude of women, couldn't he? He stands no chance. If Gu and Lu Fu were to visit him, would he dare to deny them entry? Ultimately, it all boils down to one's own capabilities. As the discussion shifts to the gaming enthusiast, the mood among the male residents brightens. In their eyes, he is merely a sedentary gamer, lacking exercise. Thus undoubtedly deficient in strength and stamina, no match for Xiaoyi and his companions. The provisions amassed within his quarters would soon find their way into their own possession. While the quantity of food may not be substantial for the gathering place, it certainly constitutes a tempting prize. Suddenly, rhythmic banging reverberates from the iron door of the fire escape outside. This is the established signal of the gathering place. Could it be that Gu and his group have returned? Upon hearing the commotion, the men and women within the confines of the room hastily emerged, congregating in the corridor to greet the arrivals. A male resident swiftly unfastened the lock of the fire door secured by an electric bicycle, pushing it open to reveal the figures of Xiaoyi and his companions. The gaze of the onlookers first fell upon the backpacks, and upon noticing their lack of bulk, a sense of disappointment settled in, indicating meager spoils. However, as they instinctively began to count heads, an unusual phenomenon caught their attention, though the number remained unchanged. An unfamiliar face had appeared among them. Xiaoqing, is that you? A female resident, spotting a familiar acquaintance, approached with warmth. The other women, too, gathered around Wang Qingqing, leading her towards room 901. They inquired about her well-being with genuine care, yet tactfully avoided mentioning her clingy husband. You all go check the supplies and arrange for dinner. Xiao Yi interjected, making his way into room 902 for some respite. Meanwhile, Wang Qingqing continued to share her thoughts with the familiar women, who responded with equal enthusiasm, filling room 901 with lively chatter. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in room 902 was considerably more subdued. Old Lu, what's the matter? Iga seems to be in a foul mood. Where's Xiaoho? Why hasn't he returned? Did that yoga enthusiast perish? Questions arose one after another. Lu Fu, suppressing his own impatience, led a group of over 10 men back to room 902, earnestly recounting the events of their expedition. Before long, he noticed a peculiar trend. The group's concern for Xiaoho's demise seemed minimal, while their inquiries revolved around the stunningly beautiful woman, Qin Peiyao. Lu Fu was more than willing to elaborate on her, struggling to find the words to encapsulate her allure, gesturing in the air to illustrate her curves, drawing gasps of admiration from the men. Those who had yet to behold Qin Peiyao deemed the descriptions exaggerated and unrealistic, but any dissent was swiftly countered. After all, the gathering primarily consisted of residents from buildings 1 and 2, many of whom had indeed encountered Qin Peiyao. Gu, are we simply going to let Xiaoho's matter slide? After a span of 10 minutes, Xiaoyi returned to the living area of room 902. A stout man in his 30s rose indignantly, exclaiming, Xiaoho was a founding member of our community. He was slain in his quest for sustenance. His death cannot go unavenged. Indeed, the others echoed in solid agreement, their expressions resolute. Witnessing such rare unity among the group, Xiaoyi felt a wave of surprise. Though a moment's contemplation clarified the underlying motivation, their desire for vengeance on behalf of Xiaoho was merely a facade. Their true yearning lay in the physical allure of the yoga practitioner. He found himself perplexed. What was it about a single woman that incited such fervor? While he did not deny Qin Peiyao's undeniable beauty, in a world ravaged by calamity, aesthetic appeal could not substitute for sustenance. Why were they not channeling their energies towards foraging for food and resources? The urban landscape was on the brink of halting water and electricity at any moment. Did they truly lack a sense of urgency? Xiao Yi surveyed the room earnestly, mentally categorizing each individual as he silently sought suitable companions. Paths diverging. He knew not to engage with those whose priorities did not align with his own. He harbored no desire to struggle for survival alongside those lacking foresight. Nevertheless, these individuals still possess some utility. Xiaoyi, following the thread of conversation, stated solemnly, what you all say is indeed correct. We cannot allow the little monkey to perish in vain. Currently, the food supplies in buildings 1 and 2 have been thoroughly scavenged, and to procure further resources, we must seek them in other structures. However, before we do that, we must first avenge the little monkey. A few individuals hesitated to charge in. But what of those 10 or so people? He could not believe that Xu Annian, wielding a long spear, could thwart them all. Yes, the young man is right. The crowd raised their hands in agreement. In truth, only a select few were willing to go to any lengths to obtain Qin Peiyao. These individuals believed that the catastrophe would not last indefinitely, seeking to indulge their basest desires that they had previously dared not express. Meanwhile, the majority, swayed by the crowd mentality, were not fools. In the small communities of the apocalypse, exhibiting individuality and nonconformity could easily lead to an untimely and mysterious demise. Chapter 11. Does your family own a mall? Room 701, Building 2. While waiting for Qin Peiyao to move her luggage, Xu Annian picked up the red tassel spear and assessed its weight, finding it perfectly balanced, not too heavy, yet not too light, offering an exquisite grip. Feeling in good condition, he moved to the living room to practice his thrusting techniques. This time, his training transcended mere reliance on arm strength. Xu Annian endeavored to engage other parts of his body, such as his waist and legs, to synergize with his arm's power. He was confronted with an awkward predicament. Despite possessing extraordinary attributes, he struggled to fully harness them. Previously an ordinary individual, he lacked the technique to convert his stats into tangible strength. He was oblivious to the nuances and theories behind this transformation and could only explore through trial and error, seeking to discover the optimal way to exert his strength by integrating his own habitual movements to unleash his numerical advantages. With a strength value of 39, he theoretically wielded an attacking force of 390 kilograms. According to the system's conversion model, each point of strength equated to 1 kilogram, while the maximum limit for an average person was 100 kilograms. Thus, Xu Annian's 39 points translated to 390 kilograms of force, essentially, under normal circumstances. His punch could deliver a staggering impact of 390 kilograms. While this figure might seem modest, it is noteworthy that the human skull can withstand between 200 and 500 kilograms. In simpler terms, Xu Annian's punch could potentially crush someone's skull. Unfortunately, he was not a professional boxer. The fundamental distinction between an ordinary person and a professional boxer lies in the mastery of one's own strength. For instance, under identical conditions with a strength value of 8, a professional boxer could deliver a punch generating an output of 100 or even 120 kilograms, while an ordinary person might only reach 70 or 60 kilograms. With Xu Annian's 39 points of strength, he could barely muster 400 kilograms, not even reaching the limits of his potential. Ding. Proficiency in thrusting spear. 1. Beginner thrusting spear, 8100. Strength. 1. As the virtual prompt floated before him, Xu Annian's strength value officially surpassed the human limit by fourfold. With this increase, his proficiency in thrusting spear advanced at an accelerated rate. However, the energy expenditure also escalated. Xu Annian set down the red tassel spear to rest. In just over half an hour, his proficiency had risen by 3 points, demonstrating a marked improvement in efficiency compared to the past. This was akin to a high school student tackling elementary school problems. What once seemed daunting in primary school now appeared effortlessly simple in high school. Similarly, transitioning from a baseline organism to practicing the beginner thrusting spear followed the same principle. Yet, with the increase in bodily attributes, his appetite had also surged. This posed a dilemma. Don't you play games? The front door was ajar. Qin Peiyao, struggling with an oversized suitcase, entered with considerable effort. As she passed through the living room and caught sight of Xu Annian, she casually inquired, subtly hinting at the agreement made prior to her arrival. He was supposed to assist her. Instead, she found herself toiling alone, her calves aching from the exertion. I'm swamped. Xu Annian, speaking with a double entendre, turned to the computer room in search of snacks. Noticing Qin Peiyao bustling out again, he could not resist asking, haven't you finished moving your things yet? It can't be that quick. Qin Peiyao paused, crouching down to rub her aching calves, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. 1 box of autumn clothes, 1 box of pajamas, 1 box of facial masks, 1 box of skincare products, and 5 winter coats. This isn't much. At least, that is how Qin Peiyao perceived it. Her personal dressing room spanned over 30 square meters, filled to the brim with clothing, shoes, and hats. In addition to 2 large refrigerators stocked with facial masks and over 30 boxes of skincare products. She was merely bringing a small portion of her frequently used items. Not much at all. Is your family running a department store? Xu Annian felt somewhat overwhelmed as he tore open a bag of potato chips, munching while he complained. You didn't know? Qin Peiyao countered. Xu Annian was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he was unaware. However, he wished to avoid discussing trivial matters and stated directly, take 2 of your warmest coats, 3 sets of underwear, and 3 pairs of athletic shoes. You don't need to bring anything else. The 2 were about to embark on a journey of escape, and certainly could not carry excessive belongings. Aside from filling 2 spatial rings, they should only take as much as a travel backpack could accommodate. All those facial masks and skincare products could be left behind. If circumstances allowed, a few extra warm coats could be beneficial. Given the continually dropping temperature outside, reaching the threshold for snow, and the persistent rain, their relocation process would inevitably dampen their clothes. Having a few additional warm coats would facilitate timely changes of attire, minimizing the risk of catching a cold. However, considering that winter coats occupy considerable space, it might be better to simply borrow a few from the store when the time comes. Wait, a store? Where is your family's store located? The mall next door is my family's, Qin Peiyao revealed without hesitation. She then stepped closer to the man, hesitatingly asking, "Are you in a hurry to leave?" Xu Annian nodded, casually offering a potato chip to Qin Peiyao. "I will be heading out this afternoon to scout the area. When we leave depends on the situation outside. I don't eat junk food." Qin Peiyao slightly tilted her head, declining the man's offering. "If you go out, take me with you." As soon as she finished speaking, she continued, "Don't worry, my 100-meter sprint time in college was 12.11 seconds, and for the 400 meters, 59.26 seconds. Those records remain unbroken to this day, so I won't hold you back." "Is that impressive?" Xu Annian exclaimed in surprise. "Just over 12 seconds for 100 meters and under a minute for 400 meters. That's a remarkable achievement, likely unattainable by most boys who aren't athletes." Qin Peiyao puffed out her chest, her chin slightly raised, a hint of pride shining in her eyes. Finally, she felt she had gained some ground in front of this insufferable man. "How splendid." Noticing the subtle expression on the woman's face, Xu Annian raised an eyebrow. Feeling a twinge of condescension, he chuckled lightly, saying nothing further, and held the potato chip up to her lips. Potato chips are high in calories. Indulging occasionally won't affect your figure. You haven't agreed to my request yet. Once you have completely placed your trust in me, I shall escort you to the shopping mall." Xu Annian devoured the potato chips with fervor, casually ruffling Qin Peiyao's hair before turning to retreat to the living room for some respite. There were two primary reasons for not bringing Qin Peiyao along. Firstly, it was essential to keep the existence of the spatial ring concealed. Having Qin Peiyao in close proximity would hinder his ability to utilize the spatial ring for gathering resources. Secondly, both of them were utterly ignorant regarding the nature of the zombies. He could not be certain of his ability to combat them. Ultimately, it was a matter of trust. Qin Peiyao would not be foolish enough to betray him, as her safety relied upon his protection. However, a fleeting moment of doubt on her part could directly jeopardize their well-being. Thus, it was neither worthwhile nor necessary to take such risks. The only lingering concern was whether the inhabitants of the gathering place might pilfer from their home. If this issue could be resolved, then there would be no cause for further worry. Chapter 12. The First Excursion. Very well. Qin Peiyao ceased her insistence and returned to room 701 to continue her packing. The man's distrust of her rendered any further words futile. In any relationship, any promise pales in comparison to tangible actions, rather than expending energy on verbal assurances. It would be far more impactful to astonish him through resolute action. "Take this travel backpack with you." Qin Peiyao placed a navy blue backpack upon the sofa. This was a 100-liter mountaineering backpack, double the capacity of a regular one. It would accommodate a significant amount of supplies for their outing. "All right." Xu Annian smiled as he accepted it, slinging it over his shoulder. After moving around a bit, he felt assured that the backpack did not hinder his movements. "Upon your return," Qin Peiyao began, but was abruptly silenced by the man's commanding kiss. Minutes passed, and the sensation of suffocation intensified, her body temperature gradually rising. Xu Annian finally released her. With a playful yet stern pat on her pert backside, he admonished, "Remember, in the future, when I leave, do not make any rash promises." Without waiting for her response, he strode out, grasping his sturdy spear. "What was that about?" Qin Peiyao inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, slightly breathless as she watched him disappear into the fire escape. She then approached the fire door, using a kitchen knife to secure the doorknob. The fire escape had only one exit. By blocking this exit, she alleviated her worries about the gathered crowd pilfering her home. Adding 2 more knives for extra security, she retrieved them from her residence and inserted them into the doorknob, testing their sturdiness before returning to room 702. She closed the door, locked it, and then secured it further with a broom handle against the doorknob. After ensuring everything was in place and confirming that nothing was overlooked, she felt reassured enough to resume organizing her luggage and arranging the secondary bedroom. Creaking sounds filled the air as Xu Annian observed through the crack of the fire door, confirming that the fire escape was devoid of zombies before stepping inside with his red-tasseled spear. Instead of descending immediately, he ascended to inspect the situation above. The corridor on the 8th floor was deserted. The doors to 2 rooms stood ajar, yet no sign of zombies or survivors was visible within. Moving upward, before exiting the fire escape on the 9th floor, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. Pushing open the fire door on the 9th floor, a conspicuous pool of blood came into view. In room 901, a middle-aged man in home pajamas lay sprawled at the threshold, his limbs, face, and head marred by numerous visible knife wounds, with dried blood staining the door and floor around him. Those individuals were quite ruthless, first murdering, then ransacking for supplies. Xu Annian frowned as he returned to the fire escape, making his way downstairs. This building had already been pillaged by the gathered crowd, leaving little of value behind. But it was prudent to ensure no zombies roamed about. He descended the staircase. Except for the 7th floor, all the residential doors on the other levels stood open. Devoid of any shadows, void of zombies, resembling a forsaken shell of a building, with nothing animate in sight. He proceeded straight to the underground parking lot. Zombies. As Xu Annian emerged from the staircase, he instinctively held his breath and squinted towards the corner. There, at the turn, a figure huddled against the wall, seemingly asleep and utterly motionless. The dim light of the basement cast shadows in the corner, obscuring the true form of this figure. Xu Annian contemplated finding an object to toss as a means of testing the waters. While searching for something, the figure, as if sensing the presence of a living being, slowly turned its head. In the murky corner, the harsh glare of the incandescent light illuminated half of its face, revealing a pallor devoid of blood, with faint veins visible beneath the skin. Is this a zombie? As the figure gradually turned, Xu Annian discerned its appearance more clearly. The skin of the zombie was as white as that of a corpse, and the exposed flesh displayed distinct black veins, entirely devoid of hair, no strands on its head, no brows, nor lashes. Xu Annian, careful not to disturb the zombie, quietly retraced his steps. He was uncertain of the number of zombies lurking in the underground parking lot. However, the fact that the group had safely traversed from one building to another suggested there must be a secure passage between the 2 residential towers. If the safe route was not through the underground parking, it could only be the recreational area above ground. The greenery of the front mountain apartments occupied 40% of the total area. The spaces between the buildings were adorned with various ornamental trees, lawns, and some standard public fitness equipment. The layout was remarkably rational, with unobstructed views. Fishing line? Xu Annian noticed that between 2 verdant trees, several strands of fishing line were entangled. The beads of water on those lines had frozen into ice, and faint traces of dark red blood were discernible. While several mangled corpses lay on the ground, some zombies, and 2 were survivors. The number of zombies outside appeared to be few. Could it be that the biochemical crisis erupted in the dead of night? Xu Annian furrowed his brow in speculation. He had crossed over on the 7th day of the apocalypse and was not privy to the precise timing of the outbreak. If it had occurred at night, then the condition of the streets outside should not be dire. He decided to investigate. Xu Annian lifted his gaze to identify the buildings and made his way towards the community's front gate. A few cars were parked along the road. One had rear-ended another. One had crashed into the greenery, and another lay overturned. The ground was strewn with shards of glass. As he passed one vehicle, he could see a zombie sitting vacantly inside. Upon entering a certain proximity, it would swiftly lock onto a target, struggling and howling impotently. Just a little poke would do. Xu Annian cast a glance at the zombie within the car. Noticing it was firmly restrained by a seatbelt, he chose not to provoke it and continued on his path. The second building was not far from the front gate, and within a matter of seconds, he arrived successfully. However, next to the electromagnetic lock on the door stood a security zombie clad in a uniform. A security zombie? Xu Annian involuntarily slowed his pace. The door of the security booth was not locked, allowing the zombie to potentially emerge. He glanced around, confirming that only one zombie was within his line of sight, then bent down to pick up a shard of glass and tossed it towards the booth. The sound of shattering glass echoed sharply through the air. The security zombie, upon hearing a sound, immediately turned its head towards the source, tilting it slightly as it surveyed the area. After a moment, it slowly turned away again, standing vacantly, embodying a semblance of unwavering duty. Huh? Xu Annian was taken aback. Could this creature be a survivor donning the guise of a zombie? It heard the noise yet offered no reaction. After a brief hesitation, Xu Annian cautiously approached with his red tassel spear, simultaneously directing a portion of his attention towards his surroundings to prevent any potential ambush from zombies lurking in the underground parking lot or outside. In the next instant, the security zombie abruptly pivoted, its gaze locking onto Xu Annian. It charged forth. In mere moments, it covered the distance between them. As the zombie lunged at him with an expression of vacant confusion, Xu Annian remained unfazed. He lifted his right leg and delivered a decisive kick to the zombie's chest. Thud. Crack. The sounds of impact and breaking bones echoed. The zombie was propelled through the air in a parabolic arc, landing heavily on the hood of an Audi before rolling onto the ground. It seemed impervious to its injuries, quickly scrambling back to its feet, gasping for breath and emitting a raspy sound from its throat. This was the noise of fractured ribs puncturing the lung, the result of its labored breathing. Its bone density surpassed that of a human, and its speed was approximately double that of a person. Xu Annian swiftly analyzed the data regarding the zombie. One solitary zombie posed no threat to him, presenting an opportunity to glean additional valuable information. Such intelligence was exceedingly precious until the network was restored. He could only resort to rudimentary methods of collection. Chapter 13. Who consumes whom? The security zombie lunged forward heedlessly. Xu Annian cautiously kicked it away several times. Only after failing to extract any useful information did he grip his firearm with both hands, aiming it squarely at the zombie's chest. Thud. The long gun pierced through the security zombie's torso. The sensation of penetration differed significantly from that of a human. The zombie's skin and bones were far sturdier than those of a human, offering greater resistance upon piercing. Low-quality kitchen knives and fruit knives would hardly suffice to sever a zombie's bones. Thud, 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 repeatedly stabbing various parts of the zombie, its heart, throat, arteries, and leg bones. The creature remained surprisingly agile. Ultimately, the experiment concluded with a thrust to the skull. Its speed was nearly twice that of an average human, devoid of pain, with the head proving to be its Achilles heel. Xu Annian's expression grew grave as he withdrew the long gun. This zombie was even more outrageous than those he had seen in films. Any ordinary survivor would have no hope of survival against such a foe. Ding. First kill of a source sequence creature, initial stage, double points awarded, earning 20 family points. Source sequence creature, an individual unable to fully adapt to extreme cold environments, enhancing the survival probability of its species by increasing its population size. Source sequence? Xu Annian shook off the grime from the gun barrel and focused intently on the virtual prompt. According to the system, zombies were classified as sequence creatures. However, unlike others, zombies could not survive in the extreme cold of the apocalypse. They would gradually be eliminated as temperatures continued to plummet. The true apocalyptic crisis was not the zombies, but the severe cold. Wait, this zombie is a sequence creature. A brief blankness enveloped Xu Annian's mind. If he recalled correctly, Qin Peiyao could utilize the flesh and blood of sequence creatures, combined with other ingredients, to create sustenance that could push humans beyond their limits, right? If zombies were indeed sequence creatures, it felt rather peculiar to consider. Oh. Xu Annian glanced at the grotesque remains on the ground, shivering involuntarily, and quickly dismissed the disquieting images from his mind. Surely, a normal person would not consume a zombie. Yet, one could never be certain. If other survivors were to uncover this secret, the zombies outside might not suffice for consumption. As if sensing the host's unhealthy thoughts, the system proactively provided clarification. Ding. The flesh and blood of source sequence creatures possess absolute assimilative properties. Absolute assimilative properties? Xu Annian let out a sigh of relief. In simpler terms, it meant that zombies consumed humans, turning them into zombies, while humans consuming zombies would also become infected. This was the essence of absolute assimilation. In truth, crafting dried meat from zombies might not be a bad idea. Xu Annian muttered to himself before taking a running leap over the 1.5-meter high electromagnetic gate. There were no roadside stalls or nightclubs near the community, resulting in a sparse presence of zombies outside. He merely spotted a few aimlessly wandering in the distance. Disregarding them, he turned right and walked 10 meters to his intended destination, Liyuan Fresh Supermarket. The area spans over 30 square meters, boasting a diverse array of food items. The glass wall facing the street has been shattered, with 2 refrigerators toppled outside, while the ground is strewn with some spoiled bananas and packaged meat. Resting atop shards of glass, inside the supermarket, 2 zombies linger. The young female zombie bears no wounds, while the more mature male zombie is missing half of his cheek. Given the broken glass wall, the overturned refrigerators, and the blood-stained products, it is not difficult to deduce the circumstances that transformed these individuals into the undead. The zombies exhibit a sensory range of approximately 5 meters. Xu Annian tightened his grip on the long gun, mentally calculating his next steps. As he approached the female zombie, maintaining a distance of about 5 meters, she suddenly lifted her head, her milky eyes fixated on him. In the next moment, she leaped over the checkout counter and charged towards him. The male zombie followed suit, albeit with a slight delay. Does a herd mentality exist among zombies? The notion flitted through Xu Annian's mind. He acted swiftly, aiming and firing at the leading zombie. The shot met with a slight resistance. He withdrew the long gun and quickly retreated a few steps to widen the gap from the remaining zombie, then readied himself for another strike. Ding. You have killed a source sequence creature, initial stage, earning 10 family points. Ding. You have killed a source sequence creature, initial stage, earning 10 family points. Having dealt with the 2 zombies, Xu Annian fixed his gaze on the supermarket's back door, cautiously advancing 2 steps before pausing for several seconds. Hearing no sounds, he proceeded another 2 steps and halted once more. Repeating this process a few times, he eventually gained safe entry into the supermarket. Thankful for the experience imparted by the security zombie, silently expressing gratitude, he embarked on a thorough search for supplies. A bountiful harvest. The items displayed in the supermarket remained largely intact. When the apocalypse erupted, it came without warning. People had no time to frantically seize supplies and merely knocked over a few items in their haste to escape. Regrettably, this supermarket primarily offered fresh produce. With limited meat available, only a few packages of spoiled pork and beef, though several dozens of eggs and over 10 bags of 5-kilogram rice were on hand. Meatballs were also an option. The frozen section housed handmade beef meatballs, packaged dumplings, and tangyuan. These foods posed no risk of spoiling, all of which he quickly collected into his spatial ring. He also gathered a small net of garlic, sweet potatoes, dried shiitake mushrooms, and baby bok choy from the counter. Passing by the refrigerated section, Xu Annian spotted some unexpired yogurt, which he casually placed into his spatial ring. Though he was not particularly fond of yogurt, he intended to bring it back to Qin Pei Yao to enhance their rapport. Cured meat. A delightful surprise. Spotting several bags of black items on the floor, Xu Annian immediately stopped and bent down to collect them. Hiching, located in the southern region, is predominantly rural. Families in the countryside often prepare several dozen pounds of cured meat in the 12th lunar month, perfectly timed for consumption during the new year, boasting a flavor superior to packaged alternatives. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the quiet. Xu Annian dashed out of the supermarket, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The streets outside lay desolate, devoid of life. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xu Annian resolved to depart. Humans possess an inherent fear of the unknown, often shying away from the perilous exploration of unfamiliar creatures. With the food supply nearly exhausted, it seemed prudent to depart. The sound of a soft splash echoed once more. This time, Xu Annian's peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of a white object, which landed with a soft plop at the entrance of a nearby alley. He turned his gaze towards the alley's mouth, his eyes involuntarily twitching. Wet wipes? 2 clumps of half-fist-sized wet wipes lay quietly in a puddle, almost mocking Xu Annian's timidity, their presence undeniably conspicuous. Another wet wipe soared through the air, striking the puddle and sending droplets scattering. At that moment, Xu Annian began to comprehend the situation. Earlier, as he passed the alley's entrance, a survivor residing within had sought to attract his attention in this unconventional manner, yearning for assistance. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to investigate further. The individual displayed a commendable sense of consideration, opting to toss harmless wet wipes rather than glass bottles or other noisy objects. Chapter 14. The campus bell? Surely, one can hear me, right? To the left at the alley's entrance lies a supermarket. It must be audible. On the 3rd floor of a self-built building facing the street, a girl, barely 20, approximately 160 centimeters tall, with her hair cascading down, gazes anxiously toward the alley's mouth. She murmurs to herself while tearing tissue paper, moistening and crumpling it into a ball, then extends her hand through the security bars, straining to toss it toward the street. The girl, a freshman named Cheng Jinwen, has often taken to the balcony since the onset of the apocalypse, yearning for assistance from passersby. Yet, as time has worn on, the absence of any living souls outside has deepened her despair. The 2 packs of compressed biscuits left from military training have been depleted, and her clothes are drenched. Gradually, hopelessness has begun to engulf her. Nevertheless, Cheng Jinan refuses to succumb to such a pitiful demise. Clinging to a peculiar belief, she grits her teeth and perseveres. Until this afternoon, when she finally spotted a man passing by, burdened with a large backpack and wielding a long gun. The most crucial detail? She did not hear any screams. The neighboring fresh food supermarket is brimming with provisions. That man, with his hefty backpack, must intend to scavenge from the store. The absence of screams implies that he has either dealt with the zombies or that the supermarket is devoid of them. In that moment, Cheng Jiwen glimpses a flicker of hope for survival. She yearns to call out to the man, just as she opens her mouth. The zombie lurking at the door lets out a low growl, causing her to clamp her hand over her mouth in fear. Then, her gaze falls upon the skincare products on her vanity, and an idea strikes her. She stealthily returns to her bedroom to fetch a glass bottle from the skincare collection. Staring at the assortment of bottles scattered on the floor, she hesitates once more. A shout might provoke the zombie outside to assault the door. Would throwing the glass bottle not attract the zombies lurking outside as well? Cheng Jiwen is unwilling to endanger the man by allowing him to be bitten by a zombie. After much contemplation, her eyes settle on a box of tissues on the nightstand. A wet tissue ball won't harm the man and will create minimal noise. However, the sound of a wet tissue ball is so faint, and with the rain still falling outside, Cheng Jinwen is filled with trepidation that the man might not hear her, leaving her to pray fervently. If all else fails, she may have to resort to throwing the glass bottle. This is the first survivor she has encountered since the apocalypse. She cannot let this opportunity slip away. She desires to live. Fortunately, it seems that fate has heeded Xing Jinwen's prayers, as the figure of the man materializes at the alley's entrance. In his early 20s, with a square jaw and high cheekbones, his jawline is remarkably defined, and his facial contours are smooth. At first glance, he appears somewhat handsome. The more she looks, the more striking he becomes. "Why you?" "Hello," Xing Jinan softly greets, her racing heart gradually calming. "Ding, detected a biological entity with SS-level genetics. Recommend recruiting the host." The voice of the system resonates in her mind. Xu Annian stands momentarily stunned, raising his gaze to scrutinize the petite girl on the balcony. Does this girl truly possess SS-level genetics? He is not entirely superficial. As long as the genetic level is sufficiently high, he would recruit even those of average appearance. Yet the young girl on the balcony, with her greasy hair clumped together, her bloodshot eyes dim and devoid of luster, puffy under-eye bags, rough facial skin, and pale, cracked lips, coupled with her disheveled appearance, all painted a picture of utter despair, completely detached from any notion of beauty. "Hello?" Noticing the man's silence, Xing Jinan softly repeated her greeting, her voice lacking in strength. She was oblivious to Xu Annian's thoughts. Had she known, she would undoubtedly feel more aggrieved than Doi. Since middle school, Xing Jinwen had received love letters from male classmates, and even from female classmates. Upon entering university, she was dubbed the campus flower, and her barefaced military training photos were surreptitiously shared online, garnering attention and making her a cherished figure in the hearts of countless netizens. Yet, after nearly 10 days without a proper meal, she was ravenous. Who could maintain a vibrant demeanor and rosy complexion after enduring such hunger? "Hello." Recollecting his thoughts, Xu Annian greeted her with a smile. Given the girl's action of discarding a wet paper ball instead of a glass bottle, he felt a certain fondness for her and did not hesitate to extend a gesture of kindness. "Are you alone?" Xing Jinwen nodded slightly, her voice tinged with a noticeable quiver as she explained, "The tenants on the second floor have turned into monsters, biting people indiscriminately. My parents went downstairs to help and were bitten, and my brother tried to pull those tenants away but was bitten too. I'm hiding in my room, too scared to go down." As she spoke, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she couldn't help but cry. Having found no one to confide in, she had bottled up her feelings for far too long. Xu Annian listened quietly, refraining from speaking. At that moment, any words of comfort would seem hollow. It was best to allow her to release her pent-up negative emotions. "I'm sorry, I can't control it." Xing Jinwen cried for a while, but soon managed to stop. Xu Annian shook his head and directly asked, "What would you like to eat?" Xing Jinwen nodded eagerly, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. Yet, sensing that she might be troubling him, she shyly added, if you're willing to help." Upon hearing this, Xu Annian smiled. Feeling shy about matters concerning life and death, this young girl must be quite introverted. He suppressed his smile, observing her expression before stating plainly, "I can provide you with food, but you will need to come with me. Do you understand?" This young girl was unlike Qin Peiyao. She might not grasp the implications of certain phrases and needed things to be articulated quite directly. Of course, taking her with him did not imply possession. He found it difficult to bring himself to act against her. I understand," Xing Jinwen replied, her head bowed. "There is no such thing as a free lunch. To gain something, one must pay a corresponding or even a more exorbitant price, especially in the apocalypse." However, Xing Jinwen was not particularly worried. This 3-story self-built building housed 4 tenants, along with her parents and brother, making a total of 7 zombies. If the man truly intended to take her away, it would not be an easy task. If he could indeed enter and safely escort her away. Following a man is not necessarily a bad thing. "Do you have a rope?" "Yes, please wait a moment." Xing Jinwen replied and hurried back to her bedroom to search. But who would keep a rope in the room? She feared the man's impatience, worried he might leave. So she decided to tear out the drawstring from her sweatpants and bind it together with the computer cable, data lines, and power strips to make a length of about 7 or 8 meters. That was all she could manage. No problem. Xu Annian had just taken advantage of Xing Jinwen's search for the rope to return to the supermarket, where he gathered some not-so-fresh but still edible snacks, along with a 5-kilogram bag of rice and a few bottles of milk, which he brought up to the balcony in several trips. "I'll come to pick you up in a couple of days." After delivering the food, Xu Annian waved goodbye and left. "Oh, thank you." Xing Jinwen politely expressed her gratitude, picking up a crumpled sweet potato and biting into it. At the same time, she gazed at the food on the floor, contemplating what dish to prepare. She craved everything yet hesitated to indulge too much. After pondering for a while, she finally made up her mind and excitedly selected some ingredients to take outside. However, After taking just a couple of steps, Chung Jinwen abruptly halted, dropping the ingredients and rushing to the balcony. I don't have a pot. Chapter 15. The Return. Nearly a few meters away from the self-constructed building, Xu Annian faintly perceived a sound. Upon closer inspection, silence enveloped him once more, prompting him to disregard it and focus on his journey. Instead of heading towards the residential area, he ventured onto the city's main thoroughfare, cautiously crouching to examine the road conditions amidst the verdant foliage flanking the roadside. The traffic was unobstructed, allowing for a smooth departure from the city center. However, the number of zombies along the roadside was gradually increasing, compelling Xu Annian to cease his explorations. Throughout his journey, he encountered no significant vehicular accidents. The traffic on the main road was sparse, and passage remained feasible. The condition of the roads was better than he had anticipated. If the thoroughfares of Heqing were so unimpeded, could it be that other cities fared similarly? At an intersection, as he crouched behind some bushes, a thought struck Xu Annian. The family base had yet to be determined. If the city's roads remained clear, then transportation would be more suitable for establishing a developmental base. Vehicles not only offered flexibility for scavenging essential supplies, but also facilitated the search for suitable partners. It was a multifaceted advantage. He decided to further survey other areas. Suppressing his impulse to secure a base, Xu Annian retraced his steps, continuing his exploration in the opposite direction. As he passed by the Li Yuan Fresh supermarket, he caught a faint sound, initially assuming it to be a zombie or another survivor. Not wishing to squander any more time, he quickened his pace. Indeed, the roads remained clear. Upon reaching another intersection, Xu Annian felt increasingly convinced that transportation could serve as the foundation for his family base. The absence of traffic congestion on the city's main thoroughfare indicated that the majority of roads were in good condition. The notion of a mobile base was no longer merely theoretical. He resolved to establish the base on his next outing. En route back to the residential area, he eagerly contemplated the selection of a larger vehicle. Both of his spatial rings were 1 cubic meter in capacity, insufficient to accommodate a substantial amount of supplies. Thus, he needed to locate a larger vehicle capable of transporting everything in one go, as returning for additional trips would be impractical. Where were the large trucks? Perhaps it was due to the central location or the vicinity of the school, but outside the Qianshan apartments, only 3 large vehicles were present, an airport shuttle and 2 buses. He meticulously examined the condition of each vehicle. The airport shuttle contained several zombies. Among the 2 buses, one was empty while the other also harbored a few zombies. For the time being, Xu Annian disregarded the vehicles with zombies and cautiously made his way to the bus station to assess the situation near the vehicles. The empty bus had one of its windshield wipers torn off, multiple streaks of blood smeared across the windows, and the front door ajar. Inside, he noticed a few beverage bottles and milk teacups in the trash can, with remnants of sunflower seeds scattered across the floor. Notably, the keys to the bus had not been removed. This one would do. Xu Annian extracted the keys and tucked them into his pocket. His spirits lifted as he headed back to the residential area. This outing had proven exceedingly fruitful, yielding 2 spatial rings filled with food, a severely distressed SS-level young girl, a backup vehicle for the base, as well as valuable information regarding the zombies. In terms of intrinsic worth, the food within the rings seemed negligible. No, wait. Xu Annian suddenly recognized a crucial issue. The detection range of zombies extends to 5 meters. Yet, the zombies within the airport bus, which were less than 2 meters away from him, exhibited no response. This contradicts the earlier conclusion. It seems implausible that the zombies inside the bus were aware of Xu Annian's approach and deliberately hid behind the bus. To validate this information, he circled the bus once more. Unsurprisingly, the zombies inside remained oblivious to his presence, silent and compliant. The zombies' sensory limitations are evident. Their 5-meter range applies only in unobstructed open spaces. In enclosed areas with barriers, these creatures are incapable of sensing the life outside. This revelation is indeed noteworthy. Ah, how one yearns for the bygone era of an unsecretive internet. As dusk descended, in room 702 of Building 2 at the Qianshan apartment, Qin Peiyao, draped in a thick black trench coat, stood on the balcony, her gaze fixed below, hoping to catch sight of a familiar figure. The man had been gone for over 3 hours, double the time she had anticipated. At that moment, Qin Peiyao felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Regret washed over her for not insisting on accompanying Xu Annian. Now, she could only stand on the balcony, waiting foolishly, much like the last time, when she never saw the person she awaited return. If Xu Annian were unable to return, she truly did not know how she would carry on. After more than half an hour, a series of urgent knocks interrupted Qin Peiyao's spiraling thoughts. She hastened to the corridor outside her door, contemplating retrieving the kitchen knife from the fire door, when the faces of Xiao, Yi, and others flashed through her mind, causing her outstretched arm to halt in midair. Who is it? It's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qin Peiyao hesitated no longer. She swiftly removed the knife and opened the fire door. Outside, the man stood drenched, with droplets of water cascading from his clothes and hair, his complexion somewhat pale and his lips tinged with a hint of purple. Are you all right? Qin Peiyao opened the security door, her eyes momentarily glossing over the 2 bags of rice on the floor and the fullness of the backpack as she reached out, trembling slightly to check for any visible injuries on the man. I'm fine. Seeing Qin Peiyao's evident concern warmed Xu Annian's heart. Simultaneously, he recognized an opportunity to enhance his rapport with her. He unstrapped his travel backpack, unzipped it, and retrieved 2 rows of yogurt, offering them to her. I heard that women who often exercise tend to enjoy yogurt. I wonder if you like it? Qin Peiyao bit her lip, gazing at the man in silence. Do you not like it? Xu Annian glanced down at the yogurt brand. Had he known, he would not have brought this. Before he could finish his thought, the breathtaking vision before him seemed to magnify rapidly. Ding. Rapport with preparatory member increased by 20. Would you like to promote to formal member? A virtual prompt floated before him. Xu Annian found himself unable to divert his attention. Minutes passed. Qin Peiyao pushed the man away, her expression earnest as she stated, You've been bitten by a zombie. Huh? Xu Annian's face was a canvas of confusion. Had he been bitten by a zombie? When did this occur? How could he, the very person involved, be unaware of such an event? I need to check if there are any bruises on you. Summoning her courage to voice this, Qin Peiyao's cheeks flushed with heat as she feigned composure while gazing into the man's eyes. The act of waiting is an excruciating ordeal. She wished to avoid the disquieting solitude of anticipation once more. Please come in. Do not remain in those damp clothes, lest you catch a cold. Her words were subtly veiled. Xu Annian understood instantly. It was quite surprising for the typically aloof and emotionally detached beauty to suddenly reveal her vulnerability, creating a striking contrast. It felt refreshingly novel. Without hesitation, she carried 2 bags of rice home. You were outside for such a long time. How can I be certain you haven't been bitten by a zombie? Qin Peiyao's words were a blend of truth and pretense. Yet, one must admit that her reasoning was impeccable. With zombies rampaging outside, anyone who ventured out would surely need to undergo a thorough examination upon their return, wouldn't they? Chapter 16. Official Member. More than 2 hours had elapsed. In the master bedroom, Xu Annian reclined on the bed, activating the virtual panel of the system to review the notification. It seemed that Qin Peiyao's favorability score had reached 80 points. He recalled the moment when he was pinned against the wall earlier, during which the system had presented a prompt. A favorability score of 30 classified her as a preparatory member, akin to an ordinary friend, someone who might occasionally think of the other or remember them when in need. A score between 80 and 90 denoted an official member, resembling a close kin. A score above 90 indicated a core member, someone to whom one could unconditionally entrust their back. Theoretically, the maximum score was 100, but achieving full value was nearly impossible. Even reaching above 90 was exceedingly difficult. Had he truly attained 80 points? System, promote Qin Peiyao to an official member. A smile spread across Xu Annian's face. Today's achievements were quite rewarding, sufficient provisions for the 2 for over half a month, essential information about the zombies, and the first official member, who was now genuinely part of his inner circle. Perhaps it was time to strategize about the warehouse at the mall. According to Qin Peiyao's description, her family's mall was the largest in Hucheng, comparable to the global chain Walmart, and the warehouse housed a significant stock of quality food. A visit to the mall would likely resolve their initial food concerns. Ding, promotion successful. Congratulations, host, for recruiting an official member. The host's spatial ring has expanded to 2 cubic meters, and the member's spatial ring has been recharged with 2 cubic meters. Reward, 500 family points. Family warehouse sharing function unlocked. Note, official members are granted default access to utilize the family warehouse. Adapting to any matters related to the family system, the host can revoke this permission. The capacity of the spatial ring had increased. Xu Annian lifted his hand, donning 2 stone rings on his middle and ring fingers, his consciousness entering one of them. The originally cubic shape transformed into a rectangular prism, achieving a volume of 2 cubic meters. How stingy. Xu Annian mused, stroking the stone ring in disdain. Why not expand it a bit more? Such frugality would make one think he couldn't afford more. He continued to delve into the system's functionalities. The family warehouse could only store items rewarded by the system, such as titanium alloy long spears, spatial rings, and sequence potions, while other items were not permitted within. This was a conclusion Xu Annian had reached after numerous experiments. Currently, the long spear rested in the living room, the ring adorned on his hand, and the biological sequence potion contained within the spatial ring. Thus, the family warehouse was empty. However, Xu Annian need not explain the origins of the spatial ring to Qin Peiyao, nor did he need to elucidate what the family warehouse entailed. She would adapt to everything naturally. He directly inquired about the apocalypse. Do you know when the zombies first appeared? Early morning, 7 days ago, Qin Peiyao replied. Her voice a delightful rasp as she nestled against the man's chest. Early morning. Xu Annian reflected. This aligned with his suspicions. Nightlife in the south was vibrant. Yet winter's chill and incessant rain deterred many from venturing outside. Even when they did, it was typically to night markets, KTVs, or bars. From this, it is not difficult to discern the areas where the zombies are concentrated. By avoiding those locations, one can significantly mitigate risks associated with their movements. What time does your shopping mall close? Normally, it closes at 10 in the evening, but recently, as the year-end approaches and more customers come to purchase festive goods, the closing time has been extended to 11:30. 11:30? Xu Annian furrowed his brow slightly. A shopping mall cannot simply close at the scheduled time. Unforeseen circumstances or lingering customers often delay the closure. Given this, there are likely quite a number of zombies lingering within the mall. Do you have the key to the mall storage room? No, Qin Peiyao shook her head. She had a rough understanding of the man's thoughts and lifted her head to explain. The storage room is generally inspected daily on a small scale and every 3 days on a larger scale. By the way, the day of the zombie outbreak coincided with a delivery day. Deliveries require order verification, while inventory checks necessitate counting the goods in the storage. This task is usually carried out after the mall closes, with a few staff members remaining to execute it. Are you suggesting that? Xu Annian's eyes brightened as he gazed down at the woman. The one in charge of the storage key is in the mall? Yes. Ha ha, indeed. Xu Annian cupped the woman's face and leaned down to kiss her passionately. Then he tossed aside the sheets and got out of bed. I will go prepare breakfast. I will accompany you, Qin Peiyao said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she donned the man's white shirt and followed him to the kitchen to assist. During this time, they continued their discussion about the mall, covering topics such as the area planning, the fresh produce section, the fruit and vegetable storage, fire escape routes, and the back entrance. Among a series of detailed issues, there are still many survivors outside. Yes. After finishing their meal, the two stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, observing the scattered lights of the high-rise buildings outside while engaging in casual conversation. The city is on the brink of losing power and water supply. At that time, those survivors will be unable to heat water or maintain indoor temperatures with air conditioning, and it is likely that many will perish. Yes, and the weather is growing colder, Xu Annian remarked. This afternoon, when he ventured outside, he believed his physical constitution was robust enough to withstand the cold rain without a raincoat. As it turned out, he had overestimated himself. The bone-chilling rain nearly left him frozen to the core. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. Upon hearing this, Qin Peiyao, who had not felt cold before, suddenly shivered and instinctively pressed closer to the man's warm chest. That felt much better. She gazed at the transparent droplets sliding down the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, her thoughts drifting far away. Xu Annian remained silent, quietly embracing the woman, savoring the tranquility. It's snowing. Suddenly, Qin Peiyao straightened up and walked to the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, fixating on the small flurry of snowflakes outside. Noticing that under the glow of the community streetlights, the delicate snowflakes were gradually intensifying. Her heart initially leapt with joy but then became complicated. Pitching had not seen snowflakes in decades. If it were not for the disaster, the community would likely be filled with laughter and joy right now. In a couple of days, when the snow accumulates outside, I will take you to build a snowman, Xu Annian said. How could there possibly be snow in Huqing? A smile graced Qin Peiyao's face as she understood the man's intentions. She willingly returned to his embrace, joyfully exclaiming, "This is the first time I've seen snow in Huqing. It's truly beautiful. Indeed, it is quite lovely." Xu Annian turned his gaze towards the window. Outside, delicate snowflakes fluttered down gently. The arrival of these snowflakes heralded a future where the seasons would no longer matter. The two of them nestled together in comfortable silence for over 10 minutes. I'm going to take a shower. Go ahead. Once I finish my shooting practice, I shall surprise you. Xu Annian affectionately tousled the woman's hair. Now, Qin Peiyao had officially become a member, her favorability reaching 80 points. It was time for her to take that biological sequence serum, allowing her to step into the sequence and enhance her strength. Chapter 17, Night Raid. Brother, are we truly going to make our move tonight? In a gathering place, over a dozen men armed with knives were eager to act. Fear and worry were absent. Instead, they believed Xiao Yi was overly cautious, perhaps even using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Surely, a band of robust men could easily handle a solitary gaming enthusiast. And why wait until 3 in the morning when everyone was in their deepest slumber? However, the thought of that enchanting woman in Building 2 made the midnight endeavor seem less daunting. Better safe than sorry. Xiao Yi calmly surveyed the group. Noticing everyone was equipped with their respective weapons, thus refraining from further discussion. "Brother E, why is your backpack so bulging?" A male companion standing beside him suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, the others diverted their attention to Xiao Yi's backpack. Among the 4 participants carrying bags, his was particularly conspicuous, appearing as though it was filled to the brim. "I intentionally stuffed it with clothes. When that woman sees it, she'll instinctively assume it's food. Surely, she won't refuse to come then," Xiao Yi replied with a composed demeanor. "Exactly." A slightly portly man smacked his thigh and sought out a backpack to fill as well. The notion of the yoga-clad woman mistaking it for food was trivial. What mattered was the added layer of protection it provided. "Let us go." Without waiting for the others to gather their belongings, Xiao led the way outside. Before entering the fire escape, he reached out and lightly patted the shoulders of the 2 men on guard. "Tonight, it's in your hands." With that, he strode downstairs. The others followed suit, greeting their watchful companions with a shoulder pat or a nod, then stealthily descended under the cover of night. Ugh, this blasted weather is freezing. As they emerged from the residential building, a biting wind, laced with snowflakes, rushed towards them, seeping through the collars and crevices of their clothing, robbing them of warmth and leaving them shivering as if their garments were non-existent. A smoke to ward off the chill. The portly man trembled as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, distributing them among the group. With a click, he lit one and took a deep drag. The nicotine coursed down his throat into his lungs, inducing a faintly numbing sensation. In the cold winter night, the slight warmth of the cigarette seemed to offer a modicum of comfort to everyone. Exhaling a cloud of white mist, the portly man, with a knife tucked under his arm, pointed towards an unknown ornamental plant by the roadside. "Look, there is snow on the leaves. How could it not be cold in this weather?" Not only the leaves bore snow. Xiao Yi and his companions had observed that the small puddles on the ground had frozen over during their previous visit. It wasn't merely the surface that had iced. The entire puddle was solidly encased in ice. This signified that the temperature in Huching had plummeted below zero and had remained so for several days. The snowfall today further indicated that the temperatures were steadily declining. Quite unusual, indeed. It was for this reason that Xiao Yi resolved to seek an alternative route. Aiming to find a rural dwelling in the suburbs that possessed a fire pit, charcoal, and firewood, relying on these resources to combat the bitter cold and prepare sustenance. Otherwise, once the city experiences a power outage, all survivors will simultaneously lose their air conditioning, and there will be no advantage to be gained. Alas, I long to retreat to my bed and roll around with Xiaoqing. However, Xiaoqing is now Yi's woman, so do not entertain any notions. That Xiaoli seems quite promising. I have heard she returned from studying abroad and possesses an open-minded spirit. Perhaps we could venture together? Indeed. No. I merely jest. I must conserve those instant noodles for when that yoga lady visits. Haha. Goodness, that makes sense. The weather is exceedingly cold. The group engages in hushed conversations about intriguing topics to distract themselves. Fortunately, Building 1 is not far from Building 2. Before the cigarette is finished, they arrive at the fire escape of Building 2. From this moment forth, everyone should be mindful of the ground as they walk and avoid making excessive noise. Xiao Yi lowers his voice to remind them. He then retrieves his phone, activating the flashlight function, and proceeds to advance cautiously. In this age devoid of internet connectivity, the phones that once were an extension of their hands have gradually been forgotten. In truth, some basic functions of mobile phones remain unaffected by the lack of internet and prove to be quite practical. The flashlight is one such feature. Hush. At the 7th floor stairway, Xiao Yi signals for silence, glancing at Lu Fu beside him, whispering, "When you unlock the door, try to be as quiet as possible. Do you understand?" "Understood." Lu Fu replies with a solemn nod, deftly producing his lock-picking tools. Once a door has been unlocked, it becomes significantly easier to open again. In less than 10 seconds, a crisp click resonates through the silent corridor, sounding somewhat jarring. Everyone's hearts race. They remain silent for a few seconds, but upon hearing no commotion from within the room, they gradually relax. The security door opens, and the wooden door is swiftly dealt with. However, a minor mishap occurs midway. After Lu Fu unlocks the door and attempts to push it open, he discovers that the doorknob is obstructed by a broom. As he twists the handle, the broom falls, crashing to the floor and creating a considerable noise. Let us rush in. Noticing the light seeping through the gap beneath the wooden door, Xiao realizes their actions have been compromised. No longer stealthy, he decisively twists the doorknob and pushes the door open. The occupants, just awakened, have no time to prepare. Even if they are aware of the intruder's arrival, "You truly fear not for your lives," remarks Xu Annian. Standing at the entrance to the master bedroom with a red tassel gun, his expression devoid of warmth as he gazes at the gathered group. He knows that Xiao Yi and his companions will not relent and had anticipated their retaliation in the dead of night, thus allowing Qin Pei Yao to barricade the wooden door with a broom. He never imagined these individuals would arrive the very next day. Where is that woman? Shui inquires, his gaze fixed intently on the door to the master bedroom. The corridor leading to the master bedroom is nearly as wide as the entrance foyer. The vivid memory of a comrade being fatally stabbed lingers in his mind, and he hesitates to act recklessly, opting instead to provoke his audacious companion with words. Indeed, the frigid weather and the interminable night evoke a sense of compassion. Who could bear to leave an exquisite woman to languish in solitude? You hardly appear to have just awoken. One wonders if you were engaged in some prior endeavor. The discourse grows increasingly explicit and vulgar, resonating in the ears of the other men, conjuring vivid imagery that surges through them like an exhilarating stimulant, incessantly agitating their senses. Brothery, why waste our breath on him? Let us take action. Damn it, the sooner we conclude this, the sooner we can return to our slumber. A multitude of adult men brandish their knives, their emotions surging with fervor, completely disregarding Xu Annian. What can a mere gaming enthusiast possibly achieve? Do they expect him to defeat them all, as if in a video game? Absurdity. Even if Xu Annian were a champion of martial arts, he would surely kneel before a dozen blades. Seeing the opportune moment, Xiao Yi decisively gestured. Let us proceed. Chapter 18, Ruthlessness. In the living room of room 702, over a dozen men brandished knives, their faces etched with malice, as they surged toward the master bedroom. The corridor was narrow, barely accommodating 3 individuals side by side. Though they appeared to charge fiercely, only the 2 at the forefront posed a genuine threat. Seeking death, a glint of coldness flickered in Xu Annian's eyes. With his left hand gripping the middle of the gun's handle and his right hand securing the rear, he leveraged the length of the red tassel spear to execute a sudden thrust. His speed reached a staggering 37 points, nearly 4 times the limit of an average person. In that explosive moment, a regular individual had no chance to react. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed in his ears as the spear's sharp tip plunged into the chest of the man to his left, emerging from his back. The crafty fellow behind him, attempting to use others as a shield, pressed his arm against the back of the man in front, only to have the spear pierce through his arm and into his throat. A lethal strike. Witnessing this, the man on the right felt his pupils constrict as a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. His eyes could track the trajectory of the red tassel spear, and his brain screamed a warning of imminent danger, urging him to flee. Yet, while his mind knew what to do, his body was paralyzed, unable to respond in time. All he could do was watch in horror as Xu Annian withdrew the spear and aimed it directly at him. Realizing evasion was futile, he glanced up at Xu Annian, his eyes pleading with despair. He wished to convey that it was all the idea of Xiao Yi and the slightly plump man, that he bore no responsibility. But the realization dawned too late. Xiao Yi and the other man had not advanced, leaving him and his companions foolishly exposed. Regret flooded his heart. However, it was far too late. Xu Annian disregarded the complexity of the man's gaze, his expression impassive as he thrust the spear forward. In the brief interval as the 3 fell, the remaining assailants were revealed, and he selected one as a target, thrusting the spear once more. Thud, thud, thud. 4 bodies fell, accompanied by the sound of 3 impacts on the ground. The others halted in their tracks, eyes wide with terror as they stared at Xu Annian. From their perspective, the 3 who had charged ahead simply collapsed mid-run. What had transpired in those fleeting seconds? Did this man actually fire? Although they were unclear about the specifics, instinctively they began to retreat, each of them seemingly haunted, distancing themselves from the man wielding the spear. One individual, unable to stop after charging too quickly, fell victim to Xu Annian's swift strike. Tick, tick. An eerie silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the steady drip of blood from the red tassel spear. The remaining men gazed at Xu Annian in abject fear, speechless, paralyzed by dread. In the throes of extreme terror, one often loses the ability to articulate. Swish. The spear sliced through the air, seizing the moment of their dazed confusion. Xu Annian targeted the nearest man, driving the spear fiercely toward his heart. Thud. In a state of bewilderment, a man was pierced by a spear. Xu Annian's assault did not waver. He surged forward from the corridor, forcefully driving the spear through the bodies of 3 individuals before halting his advance. He then raised his foot against the man's abdomen, slowly extracting the spear. The clattering echoed. A bespectacled homeowner, seemingly lost in a daze, his eyes unfocused, dropped his weapon onto the floor, remaining motionless on his knees. A sardonic chuckle escaped Xu Annian's lips. Did he truly have the audacity to emulate others by committing murder and robbery? Such ignorance of one's own insignificance was astounding. Without a shred of mercy, he thrust the spear forward, extinguishing the life of the bespectacled homeowner. Run. Everyone, flee. He aims to eliminate us all. Please, don't kill me. I will surrender all my possessions. Just spare my life. I can lead you to a gathering place where several attractive women reside. How could this have transpired? Everyone, run together. Curse it. I'll fight you to the end. Seeing Xu Annian's decisive actions, the remaining individuals began to react. Two were paralyzed by fear, kneeling and pleading for mercy. One lost all will to resist, trembling and murmuring incoherently. Four astute individuals recognized the need to flee, and two reckless souls, armed with knives, were prepared to confront him in a desperate struggle. Yet, none noticed the absence of Xiaoyi and Lu Fu in the living room. Flee? Xu Annian's gaze was frigid. He would not allow them to escape so easily, ignoring the supplicants on their knees. He brandished his spear and charged at those attempting to flee. No. The slowest man, overwhelmed by despair as Xu Annian pursued him, shrieked, realizing his inevitable capture. In a last-ditch effort, he hurled a kitchen knife. Clang. Xu Annian instinctively sidestepped the knife, evading its trajectory, and with reflexes far beyond the ordinary. He swung the spear to deflect the blade, altering its course. The knife struck a portly man on the right shoulder, the very man who had knelt and pleaded, promising to relinquish all his wealth. Xu Annian felt a pang of regret. He had intended for the knife to fly towards the door, targeting the fleeing individuals. Alas, the lack of skill and experience thwarted his aim. Die, you wretch! A stout man roared, lunging with his knife, exhibiting a reckless determination. Xu Annian deftly dodged the man's strike, and, with a sweeping motion of his spear, sent the assailant crashing against the wall, where he fell to the ground, bleeding profusely, struggling briefly before falling silent. Hurry, hurry! The slowest man, seeing a glimmer of hope for escape, forcefully shoved his companions forward, urging them to flee faster. Xu Annian sought to pursue, but another reckless individual obstructed his path. Though easily dispatched with a single kick, this delay allowed the four others to escape, even remembering to close the door behind them to buy themselves time. Brother, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand now. Please, have mercy and spare me. The portly man, wincing in pain from his shoulder wound, pleaded fervently for his life. At this moment, the notions of yoga practitioners, family wealth, and a man's dignity have all become trivial. Silence. Xu Annian cast a fleeting glance at the man, who immediately fell silent in fear. He turned his gaze towards the closed door, then back to the few men inside, ultimately relinquishing the thought of pursuing them. Given his speed, catching up to deal with those individuals would not pose a challenge. However, Qin Peiyao remained in the master bedroom. If he were to leave, she might find herself in peril. It was not worth the risk. For now, let those men live another day. The sound of a door creaking open resonated through the air. Qin Peiyao emerged, now dressed in her everyday attire. Xu Annian turned to look towards the master bedroom, perplexed, and inquired, "What brings you out?" Qin Peiyao's voice faltered as she detected the heavy scent of blood in the air, her complexion suddenly paling. Her chest heaved violently for a moment, but she soon steeled her resolve. "I desire an opportunity." Chapter 19. Are you targeting this woman? Blood oozed through the crevices of the floor, staining the corridor a vivid crimson. The scene was hellish, with dismembered bodies strewn about, delivering a jarring assault on the senses. Qin Peiyao forced herself to suppress the psychological terror and slightly raised her head to meet the man's gaze. Tonight was meant to be the most restful, most comfortable, and most profound night she had experienced since the apocalypse began. Nestled against the man's arm and leaning against his chest, inhaling the unique scent that belonged solely to him, Qin Peiyao felt an extraordinary sense of tranquility, free from the constant dread of zombies, adversaries, or the scarcity of food. She fell into slumber almost instantaneously. However, the moment the man stirred from his sleep, she awoke. Upon hearing the violent rattle of the front door being forced open, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Unable to assist, she chose to remain in the bedroom, unwilling to burden the man further. It was only when the commotion outside subsided that she mustered the courage to step out, seizing the opportunity as the man concluded his task. "Give me a chance," she repeated, her legs trembling. She was acutely aware that the man had taken more than one life and had mentally prepared herself for what lay ahead. Yet, the moment she opened the door, the sight of the vivid scarlet and the multitude of corpses still startled her. The air conditioning hummed within the room. The glass doors of the living room remained shut, and the windows of the bedroom were tightly sealed. The scent of blood lingered, creating an intensely pungent aroma that was almost suffocating. What opportunity? Xu Annian furrowed his brow. What was wrong with this woman? Wasn't she usually quite astute? Quickly sensing any disturbances? Why was she so disoriented in the dead of night? "Teacher Qin, it's me. Do you remember me?" Before Qin Peiyao could respond, another pleading man knelt before her, frantically pointing to himself. I often come to your yoga studio to pick up my wife, Lu Fangfang. Do you remember?" "Brother Wang, of course, I remember you." Qin Peiyao crouched down and picked up a somewhat dull fruit knife, speaking softly with her head bowed. "On July 13th of last year, at 6:17 in the morning, I was jogging at the Gugu Mountain Scenic Area. You wanted to drag me into the thicket. didn't you? How could I possibly forget you? Gugu Mountain was the pride of Huching, a 4-star forest park with pristine air and beautiful surroundings, attracting many residents from neighboring districts for camping. The scenery in the forest park was delightful, yet it harbored its share of dangers. That day, while camping at Gugu Mountain with friends, Qin Peiyao had gone for a morning run, only to find her companions had vanished. Instead, she encountered a man shrouded in mystery, who had premeditated actions, attempting to pull her into a secluded grove. Had it not been for her years of training and commendable physical condition, she might have fallen victim to his scheme. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything, the man vehemently denied. He had deliberately arranged for someone to surveil her, spent money to bribe Qin Peiyao's friends, and had even prepared masks and gloves in advance to avoid detection. If Qin Peiyao had any evidence, she would have already turned him in. With these thoughts, the man became even more convinced that Qin Peiyao was merely speculating. He continued to explain, "Teacher Qin, you must." Chuckle. However, as the man pondered his words, a fruit knife plunged into his lower back. "That person is you." Qin Peiyao's tone was resolute, yet her trembling hands gripped the knife with violent intensity. At this moment, she finally comprehended why Xu Annian had appeared so pale after committing murder that day. As Qin Peiyao's shuddering hands inadvertently moved the blade within, the man emitted a harrowing scream, desperately crawling forward. "That person is you," Qin Peiyao mechanically reiterated. She was uncertain which part was the fatal target. All she knew was that she was far more terrified than her opponent, her mind blank, with a singular thought echoing, "Kill him." The fruit knife was thrust wildly, blood splattering onto her cheeks and clothing. This woman is terrifying." The slightly plump man, witnessing the brutal slaughter, swallowed hard. He slapped his right cheek, cursing himself for being blinded by foolishness. What audacity to have thoughts against this woman. Memories of past actions flooded his mind, causing his teeth to chatter involuntarily. "Brother, please, let me go. I pose no threat to you. I will never return to Building 2, no. I shall never return to Huching again. How about that?" Xu Annian, preoccupied with Qin Peiyao's transformation, caught the voice of the slightly plump man, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Did you not just say you would give me all your possessions?" Yes, all my possessions, over 80 million. The slightly plump man shifted from despair to joy. Before leaving, he had stuffed his backpack full, which had saved him from that fatal blow. The bulging backpack had shielded him from most of the knife's edge, leaving only a small wound of 3 to 4 centimeters on his right shoulder. Such an injury could be managed with the first aid kit at home, granting him a glimmer of hope for survival. What a pity. Xu Annian sighed regretfully, his smile gradually chilling. "I do not eat beef." "What?" The slightly plump man's mind went blank. His family does not raise cattle. What does that have to do with eating beef? He opened his mouth to say something, but darkness encroached upon his vision, his eyelids heavy and unyielding, an inexplicable coldness settling in his chest, causing his body to involuntarily convulse. Adults must take responsibility for their actions. Xu Annian, wielding his firearm, dealt with all those who had not fled, ensuring each was finished off with a final shot. After tidying up, he approached Qin Peiyao, speaking softly, "You need not go to such lengths. If you did not act thus, how could you ever trust me?" Qin Peiyao sat slumped on the ground, her head bowed, her disheveled hair concealing her face, rendering her expression unreadable. "Now, even if calamity subsides and we face accountability, we are all in the same boat." Calamity subsides? Upon hearing Qin Peiyao's words, Xu Annian suddenly realized that in this apocalyptic world, which had dawned less than half a month ago, ordinary survivors still clung to a shred of humanity, a moral baseline. In everyone's worldview, murder is a crime. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not resort to such actions. They remain uncertain about the duration of this calamity, hesitant to take irrevocable measures. Among those who arrived tonight, only Xiao Yi and his faction genuinely harbored intentions to eliminate Xu Annian. The other residents primarily sought to acquire Qin Peiyao. Thus, upon witnessing Xu Annian commit murder, they were rendered speechless and bewildered, instinctively surrendering and abandoning resistance. Xu Annian, having activated his family system, recognized that the chaos would not abate, which emboldened his actions. However, Qin Peiyao was different. As a highly educated individual from a prosperous background, her resolve was far more steadfast than Xu Annian's when she set her mind to a decision. "Who says I do not trust you?" Xu Annian, feeling a twinge of guilt, touched the tip of his nose. Indeed, prior to Qin Peiyao's formal induction into the group, he had been too apprehensive to share a bed with her, partake in her culinary creations, or entrust her with a spare key to his home. Only after she became a sequence being, possessing the ability for self-preservation, did he feel a semblance of reassurance. Yet, when Qin Peiyao's affinity reached 80, he found himself comfortably embracing her in slumber. Trust is reciprocal. It necessitates a process of establishment, does it not? Chapter 20. Is he a Superman? Qin Peiyao remained silent. The firm grip of her right hand on the handle of the fruit knife spoke volumes. It was clear that she could no longer stay at home. The bodies sprawled across the floor were manageable. The open balcony allowed for a swift disposal. In the frigid temperatures, the stench of decay held no fear. However, the blood that stained the ground posed a significant challenge to cleanse, and the metallic scent that lingered in the air would require time to dissipate. Relocating seemed the most prudent course of action. After all, they would be leaving the neighborhood in a few days. There was no need to expend energy on cleaning. Let's South go to your place tonight. Xu Annian knelt down and gently tousled the woman's disheveled hair, ignoring the fruit knife in her hand. He effortlessly lifted her into his arms and stepped over the fallen bodies toward the opposite door. You cannot bully me tonight. With her head resting on his shoulder, Qin Peiyao clung to his neck as the fruit knife slipped from her grip, enveloping him more tightly. Don't worry, I shall surprise you shortly. Xu Annian tightened his embrace around her slender waist and thighs. Deep within, his emotions were tumultuous. The woman's decisiveness was utterly unexpected. Yet, the results were undeniably apparent. It incited within him a profound sense of humanity. He felt compelled to treat her with kindness and tenderness, as if failing to do so would be inhumane. To be blunt, he had been captivated by Qin Peiyao. Initially, Xu Annian had envisioned her role as a mere cook within the family, responsible for preparing meals for the more gifted members, serving as a biological nutritionist. Now, however, her position had ascended to that of a family manager, overseeing resource allocation in addition to her culinary duties. Should Qin Peiyao exhibit sufficient generosity, it was conceivable that she might even oversee other female members in the future. Where's the guest room? Upon entering room 701, Xu Annian paused in the living room. The master bedroom is the innermost room on the right, Qin Peiyao whispered. Understood. Xu Annian promptly turned and strode to the master bedroom door, opening it and carrying her into the bathroom. Let me down. As soon as they reached the bathroom, Qin Peiyao leaped down and doubled over the toilet, retching uncontrollably. Her condition was far worse than Xu Annian's had been. Her stomach churned with acid, and spasms racked her body without cessation. Here, have some warm water. Xu Annian poured her a glass of hot water and gently patted her back. After rinsing her mouth and sipping a few small gulps of warm water, the nausea subsided, and a hint of color returned to her pale face. Drinking warm water is indeed beneficial, Xu Annian thought to himself, continuing to soothe her back. I'm fine. Qin Peiyao pressed the flush button and sat on the floor to rest for a moment, intending to rise and wash the blood from her body. Yet, after several attempts, she found herself unable to stand. It turns out that killing is quite physically demanding. A strange thought flashed through Qin Peiyao's mind as she looked up at the bloodied man. Would you like to wash first? Then you should rest a little longer. Xu Annian, without hesitation, swiftly shed his clothes and stepped into the shower to wash away the blood. He had once experienced the act of murder. Although he was still unaccustomed to the sensation of taking a life, it remained within the bounds of his psychological endurance. 1 versus 10, it seemed, bore little distinction. A sigh of relief escaped him. After a brief rinse, Xu Annian emerged, entirely bare. He did not accept the gentleman's robe offered by the woman. Instead, he picked up the hairdryer and said, You should wash as well. I have something to discuss with you once you're finished. With that, he approached the vanity mirror to dry his hair. Qin Peiyao gazed down at the robe in her hands, bit her lip, and then tossed the robe to the floor, shedding her outer garments before stepping into the shower area. Brother E, that guy's speed is terrifying, isn't it? At the entrance of the community, Lu Fu followed closely behind Xiao Yi, shaken by the memory of Xu Annian effortlessly dispatching 2 men with a single gunshot. The sensation of witnessing the event, with his mind knowing what should be done while his body remained paralyzed, was suffocating and utterly disempowering. It was simply dreadful. Ugh, is that guy even human? Lu Fu spat disdainfully. I once knew a professional boxer, Xiao Yi remarked, his breath visible in the chilly air. That boxer had amassed over 500,000 in gambling debts, and the boss sent me to collect. Without a second thought, I took a few buddies and went over, only to be knocked out one by one. 6 brothers. We couldn't last 3 minutes. The memory of that incident was vividly etched in Xiao Yi's mind. As a debt collector for a loan company in Huching, he often found himself in brawls, armed confrontations, and had amassed a modicum of fighting experience. Huching was a small town where true martial prowess was rare, and his collection endeavors had been relatively smooth. However, encountering that professional boxer had made him acutely aware of the chasm between ordinary individuals and trained fighters. In unarmed combat, they existed on entirely different planes, utterly overpowered. Brother E, are you saying that guy is a professional boxer? Lu Fu inquired, leaning closer. No, he is stronger than any professional boxer, Xiao Yi replied, mentally comparing the speed and technique of both fighters. Without exception, That individual utterly dominated the professional boxer in every regard. The most apparent distinction was that while a professional boxer needed to navigate and find opportunities against multiple opponents, relying on his extensive experience to dispatch them one by one, that individual required no such finesse. He simply and brutally dispatched a dozen men. Xu even harbored doubts about who was truly constrained by the corridor's layout, them or that individual. If not for the limitations imposed by the corridor, his speed could have been even greater, his attacks more violent. Stronger than a professional boxer? Lu Fu gasped, exclaiming, "What is he then, a superhuman?" Superhuman? Xu found himself equally perplexed. The perspective of an ordinary person encompassed only professional fighters, special forces, elite bodyguards, and mercenaries, professions firmly rooted in humanity. They struggled to comprehend anything that transcended their understanding. Isn't that Xu Qin? Suddenly, Lu Fu spotted 2 men and 2 women standing beside a van with its hazard lights flashing up ahead. The 4 individuals before him were familiar faces. The 2 men were the night watchmen for the evening, each burdened with hefty backpacks, stamping their feet and rubbing their hands together for warmth. The 2 women were also members of the encampment, possessing striking beauty and enjoying considerable admiration from the group. "Igu, you brought Xu Qin along as well?" Lu Fu exclaimed, his surprise alleviating much of his inner trepidation. Xu shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and patted Lu Fu on the shoulder, saying, "I was merely concerned you would have trouble sleeping tonight, so I brought her along as a companion." His interest in women was rather minimal. However, a new encampment could not thrive without female presence. He required 1 or 2 attractive women to consolidate his followers and reconstruct his foundation. As the apocalypse dragged on for days, Xu had nearly discerned the deepest desires within everyone. He was confident he could forge a more substantial and orderly new community. "Igu." The 4 by the van approached him. They scanned the area behind Xu, failing to spot the others, and inquired with confusion, "Where are Lao Lu and the others?" "Igu, why didn't teacher Qin come along?" The woman named Xu Qing seemed particularly concerned about Qin Peiyao's absence. Upon mentioning Qin Peiyao, both Xu and Lu Fu recalled the figure wielding a long gun, causing a shiver to race down their spines. They feared that individual might pursue them, hastily climbing into the vehicle. "This place is unsafe. Let us head to the outskirts first." "Hurry, hurry." The others also felt the biting cold outside and quickly returned to the vehicle, hastening their departure under the cover of night. Chapter 21. The Gift of Potions in Apartment 701 of Building 2 at the Qinshan Complex. Xu Annian, having dried his hair, found himself still awaiting the emergence of the woman and thus began to meander about in ennui. The expansive balcony of this flat connected seamlessly, extending from the master bedroom to the living room. Seated upon a lounge chair on the terrace, he enjoyed a sweeping view that encompassed the majority of the shops at the complex's entrance. However, such an exquisite vista came at the cost of privacy, which could, at times, be rather inconvenient. Brr, how cold it is. The chilly breeze swept across the balcony. Xu Annian turned back to the master bedroom, shutting the glass door behind him as he surveyed the room's decor. The aesthetic leaned towards a Western minimalist style. On the left bedside table, beneath the soft glow of a lamp, lay a book marked with a bookmark, while the right table held a picture frame. He then ventured into the dressing room, where the 3 walls of glass-encased wardrobes illuminated brightly, revealing 2 half wardrobes filled with women's garments, predominantly featuring various international luxury brands, characterized by their rather simple and conservative designs. He mused that he ought to procure a few alluring outfits for her. After all, with her innate talent and disciplined regimen, Qin Peiyao possessed an astonishing physique that would be a travesty to conceal beneath mundane attire. Yet, such garments were only meant for his eyes. Perhaps a qipao, one with slits. He entertained fantasies of suitable attire for her while reclining on the bed, waiting for her to emerge. Alas, an hour slipped by in his anticipation, nearly lulling him to sleep. Rising to quench his thirst and invigorate himself, he casually picked up the picture frame from the bedside. Within it was a wedding photograph of Qin Peiyao with a man. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s, a few centimeters taller than Qin Peiyao, slender in build, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding a humble smile that conveyed a refined demeanor. "What are you looking at?" Qin Peiyao, clad in a bathrobe, tilted her head to dry her damp hair with a towel. After a cold shower in the bathroom, her mind began to clear. She engaged in self-regulation and psychological counseling. Following over an hour of effort, she managed to tentatively accept the grim reality of having taken a life, although a sense of trepidation lingered within her. Her emotions stabilized sufficiently for normal conversation and contemplation, refraining from unintentionally burdening others with her negativity. "Is this your husband?" Xu Annian inquired, lifting the frame with a smile, admiring the man's appearance. Sensing the hint of jealousy in his tone, Qin Peiyao's eyes brightened with a smile. She approached him earnestly, stating, "He used to be." "Used to be?" Xu Annian raised an eyebrow, placing the frame back with a smile. Her words held myriad meanings, which he grasped with clarity, finding satisfaction in her response. And what of the future? He probed. What do you think? Qin Peiyao perceived a certain childishness in him at times. Yet she found it endearing and took pleasure in it. As for the man in the frame, through the experiences of the past 2 days, Qin Peiyao had already prepared herself for the worst possible outcome. However, this dire anticipation did not pertain to death. The gathering was bustling with people coming and going. And Xu Annian returned home safely after his outing, which inadvertently revealed much information. She was not foolish. She could analyze the specific reasons for the absence of the person in the frame. Perhaps her conclusions were erroneous, but regardless of their accuracy, the figure in the frame was now merely a relic of the past. What were you about to say? Qin Peiyao asked as she draped herself in a towel and sat before the vanity, plugging in the hairdryer and tending to her hair. Good fortune, Xu Annian replied with a smile, naturally taking the hairdryer from her and mimicking the motions of his teacher, Tony, as he styled her hair. Good fortune? Qin Peiyao responded, her expression one of skepticism. However, as she gazed into the mirror at the serious man diligently working with the hairdryer, she felt an invisible comfort wash over her, gradually calming her nerves. It was quite remarkable. This man seemed to possess an unusual charm that instilled a profound sense of security simply by being near him. It reminded her of the feeling she had as a child when she was beside her father, unafraid even if the sky were to fall. Have you never dried a girlfriend's hair? Qin Peiyao suddenly inquired. I've never had a girlfriend, Xu Annian replied candidly. In his previous life, he had been unable to find a partner, and in this life, he had bypassed the process of courtship, pressing fast forward instead. Never dated? Qin Peiyao was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't this fellow knowledgeable about those convoluted matters? Yet, she believed in him. As someone who had been married, she too was somewhat oblivious, having never truly experienced the joys of romance. Speaking of which, this seems to be the first time a man has dried my hair. Qin Peiyao remarked with a smile as she looked at the man in the mirror. Oh, Xu Annian's gaze met hers in the reflection, and he teased. Should I feel honored, or is there a reward you wish to bestow upon me? A reward? Qin Peiyao paused, momentarily taken aback. Today, it seemed indeed worthy of commemoration. Weren't you saying something good was forthcoming? Don't fret. You will soon find out, Xu Annian replied, a knowing smile gracing his face. The biological sequence serum would undoubtedly be a monumental surprise. Considering that taking the serum would induce a state of unconsciousness, he planned to present it before bedtime. How virtuous. Qin Peiyao muttered to herself, her cheeks flushed as she fell silent. Little did she know that her communication with the man was on an entirely different wavelength. Over half an hour later, Xu Annian learned a new lesson. Drying a woman's hair was quite a tedious endeavor. Though her hair appeared dry, she insisted that the roots were still damp, requiring him to blow-dry them repeatedly for over half an hour before completing the task. You should sleep first. I'll take the hairdryer to the other room, Qin Peiyao said, seizing the opportunity to slip into the changing room. After rummaging through a few things, she stealthily returned to the master bedroom and nestled into the warmth of the blankets. You promised me you wouldn't do anything inappropriate tonight. I'll only embrace you. No wrongdoing will occur, Xu Annian responded, echoing sentiments that men often express or might express. He genuinely thought so. He merely wished to embrace the woman, soothing her trepidation regarding her inaugural act of violence, and then bestow upon her the sequence serum, harboring no unhealthy intentions, blissfully unaware of the surprise she had secretly prepared. Were you not perpetually intrigued by the favorable tidings I spoke of? Indeed. Qin Peiyao nodded in perplexity, uncertain of the man's intentions, yet sensing the sincerity of his hands. Her apprehensions began to dissipate. This fellow, though typically formidable, possesses a commendable trait of honoring his word. Hiki. Xu Annian chuckled softly, no longer concealing his abilities, as he retrieved the sequence serum from within the confines of his spatial ring. The biological sequence serum holds the potential to facilitate Qin Peiyao's transformation. Chapter 22. I believe in you. Xu Annian waved a light blue biological sequence serum before Qin Peiyao, revealing what he deemed a fortuitous discovery, the very essence of his greatest secret. In truth, Qin Peiyao could grasp the concept of the sequence serum independently. It hardly constituted a secret, yet he was not being disingenuous. The biological sequence serum was a byproduct of the system. Anything associated with the system could indeed be deemed a profound secret. However, Xu Annian would utter not a single word regarding the system. What is this? A glimmer of curiosity danced in Qin Peiyao's eyes as she scrutinized the small light blue vial. Strangely, the longer she gazed, the more an overwhelming urge arose within her, a craving to seize the vial and consume its contents. This impulse grew uncontrollable, threatening to engulf her reason. Are you unwell? Xu Annian sensed something awry in Qin Peiyao. He himself was ill-suited for the biological sequence path. When he first acquired the biological sequence serum, he had not experienced that intense yearning that now consumed her. Now, as a sequence being, the serum held little allure for him, leading him to believe that Qin Peiyao's peculiar behavior was merely a remnant of her violent past. And no, Qin Peiyao replied, her voice lacking conviction, her body inching closer to the serum. The overwhelming desire rendered her incapable of rational thought, as she struggled to suppress the urge to snatch the vial. This will make you feel considerably better. Xu Annian shook the biological sequence serum playfully and quipped, so, do you dare to drink it? To his surprise, before he could utter another word, Qin Peiyao seized the serum, twisted off the cap, and downed its contents in one go. Though she had fought to retain some semblance of restraint, the moment she received his tacit approval, all caution dissipated. She drank it in one breath, leaving no trace behind. The taste isn't particularly unpleasant, Qin Peiyao remarked, licking her lips, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. What flavor? Xu Annian inquired, intrigued, as he had yet to sample the serum himself. It has a hint of medium-rare steak, with a touch of freshly squeezed carrot juice. Qin Peiyao discerned after a moment's reflection, her brow furrowing slightly. The flavor was elusive. It seemed to possess no specific taste, yet also a myriad of flavors. A curious phenomenon. Steak, carrot. Xu Annian's anticipation dwindled significantly. Such items were commonplace. They held no novelty and paled in comparison to the wild vegetable juice of the status serum, which was at least somewhat difficult to procure. He reclaimed the empty vial of the sequence serum and casually asked, weren't you worried before you drank it? What if it was something harmful? The light blue liquid in the uniquely shaped vial hardly appeared to be a legitimate concoction. How could she drink it down so fearlessly? One would think that even one's own siblings would first inquire before presenting such a thing. I believe in you. Qin Peiyao's voice carried a hint of languor. The man was working to elevate her favor, while she, in turn, was cultivating his trust. Both were aligned in their objectives, yet their methods diverged. Would it not be more straightforward to drink together, thereby fostering mutual trust? Just as Qin Peiyao was about to express her surprise, an overwhelming wave of sleepiness engulfed her. Her eyelids fluttered shut in an instant, and her consciousness was swiftly submerged in darkness. She felt no concern. The man had no need for drugs to subjugate her. A slight sense of regret lingered, for tonight marked the first snowfall in his city, the first act of taking a life, and her heartfelt acceptance of the man. With the perfect timing and circumstances, she had mustered the courage to be bold, only to succumb to slumber just as she was about to act. Was the drug's effect so rapid? Xu Annian, having once experienced becoming a sequence organism, found no strangeness in Qin Peiyao's sudden sleep. He covered them both with a blanket, embracing Qin Peiyao like an octopus. His heart brimmed with anticipation. Qin Peiyao's physical attributes were already remarkably healthy, with a stamina score of 8. Her other 3 attributes each stood at 9, surpassing Xu Annian's initial values by 2 or 3 points. After consuming the biological sequence agent and transforming into a sequence organism, how much would her attributes increase? 4-fold, perhaps even 5-fold. Next time they ventured out, she would be a reliable ally. Concerned that he might hinder Qin Peiyao's progression into the sequence, Xu Annian rose and retreated to the living room to practice with the spear. Since becoming a sequence organism, he had been scavenging for food, only to return for Qin Peiyao's inspection, followed by a group of individuals seeking trouble. Consequently, he had found no time to practice his skills throughout the day. He felt somewhat out of sorts. He had grown complacent. In the living room, Xu Annian centered himself, thrusting the spear repeatedly. With an unyielding spirit, he swung the spear back and forth, the sound of slicing air accompanying each motion. Mastery required diligence and discipline. One must not fish for 3 days and then loaf for 2. Ding. Spear proficiency level 1. Spear mastery 0-200. Strength level 1. Hearing the prompts echo in his mind, a smile crept across Xu Annian's face. He lifted his gaze to the outside world, where under the dim sky, cotton-like snowflakes danced gently downwards, accumulating into a layer of white on the balcony, while the lowly storefronts donned a silvery cloak. The snowfall intensified, and he estimated that soon they would be able to build a snowman. When that time came, he would need to procure some sunglasses to avoid snow blindness. Xu Annian pondered this as he wiped the sweat from his brow and paused his training. After an intense 3-hour session, his spear proficiency had successfully reached a significant milestone, but his stomach growled insistently, prompting him to head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Stir-fried baby cabbage with cured meat, scrambled eggs with baby cabbage, and steamed egg custard. The meal was on par with his previous life as standards. As Qin Peiyao remained in slumber, Xu Annian prepared breakfast for 2. With their entry into the sequence, their appetites had grown significantly. The portion of an average adult simply could not suffice. Cooking half a kilogram of rice along with 3 dishes barely filled his stomach. After finishing dinner, feeling pleasantly warm, I took a can of cola and strolled to the balcony to digest and admire the snowy landscape. Overnight, light flurries transformed into a heavy snowfall. The nearby apartment complex exuded a unique charm. Among the surrounding residential buildings, many indoor survivors appeared, their figures silhouetted against the glass as they gazed at the swirling snowflakes. Their faces bore a pallid expression, manifesting extreme exhaustion, barely able to stand, relying on the glass for support. Such is the disparity of life between the North and South. In the North, families typically purchase several pounds or even dozens of pounds of meat and other festive goods well in advance during the lunar month, storing them in their natural balcony freezers, ready to be thawed at will. With ample supplies and central heating, they can endure without stepping outside for 10 days to half a month, never facing the threat of hunger. However, the South tells a different story. BRR. How cold it is. After a few moments, Xu Annian retreated to the warmth of indoors, resuming his physical exercises to enhance his vitality. Chapter 23, Biological Sequence. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the master bedroom of room 701, Qin Peiyao opened her eyes to behold a face adorned with stubble. Their time together had been brief, yet she discovered that this man possessed a remarkable allure. Much like a fine wine, he grew more captivating with age, intoxicating with each encounter. Awake? Xu Annian, engrossed in his book, sensed her gaze, closed his volume, and turned to observe the transformation in the woman before him. Her complexion appeared more delicate, the redness in her eyes had vanished, revealing a crystalline clarity and radiant glow. Her hair had become softer and more lustrous. The mature charm of this refined woman now mingled with a hint of youthful innocence, reminiscent of a bride in the midst of a transitional phase between two distinct personas. You look younger, Xu Annian sighed. He preferred the more mature version of Qin Peiyao. The younger iteration exuded an air of aloofness, creating an unapproachable barrier. System. Please check Qin Peiyao's personal statistics. After a brief examination, Xu Annian eagerly inquired about her attributes. Ding, querying. Official member, Qin Peiyao, age, 25, attributes, strength 25, 28, agility 29, 32, stamina 26, 30, spirit 46, 48, affection level, 80, talent domain, biological nutritionist, S, skills, advanced yoga, 498 500, culinary basics, 10 100, Abeo 18 styles, 55 100. Items, none, ding, family members have become sequence beings. Rewards include a set of sequence chef knives, expansion of the host spatial ring to 4 cubic meters, expansion of members' spatial ring to 4 cubic meters, and a reward of 100 family points. Note, Abeo 18 styles is a dual combination technique. Proficiency only records the host involvement. Her strength, agility, and stamina were approximately 3 times that of an ordinary person, while her spirit approached 5 times the norm. Xu Annian widened his eyes in astonishment. Her spirit surpassed his own? The growth trajectories of various sequences differ, resulting in discrepancies in the 4-dimensional values of sequence beings. As an original sequence being, Xu Annian experienced balanced enhancement across all attributes, which would gradually increase as he adapted, until reaching the limits of his physical capacity. In contrast, Qin Peiyao belonged to the biological sequence. She had a high starting point, yet further breakthroughs would prove challenging. This phenomenon was unrelated to talent levels. It merely reflected the inherent differences among sequences. Fortunately, she had not consumed the biological sequence potion. Understanding the critical aspects, Xu Annian felt a sense of relief. This woman had developed specialized skills. Unbeknownst to him, only those with an SSS-level talent had a chance to find a sequence that perfectly matched their own. Those classified as SS-level or S-level could only step into the subsequence domains of a particular sequence. While breakthroughs might be easier, further enhancement was arduous. He continued to examine Qin Peiyao's information. Was her proficiency in advanced yoga nearing completion? No wonder her body exhibited such flexibility. As for Xu Annian, he still remained a novice in that regard. In his mind, a plethora of knowledge lay dormant, untested by the crucible of practice, rendering its pleasures elusive. It required relentless exploration and unlocking. Only through practical application could theory attain its true value and significance. What he lacked was experience. The 18 styles of Abeo exhibit a duality. It is not difficult to comprehend that a person cannot enhance their proficiency in isolation. After examining the fluctuations in Qin Peiyao's 4-dimensional values, Xu Annian's consciousness delved into the family repository, where he beheld an array of knives displayed on a wooden rack. Bone cleavers, filleting knives, slicing knives, a dazzling assortment. To Xu Annian, the styles and functions of these tools bore little distinction. They were all meant for culinary endeavors. The series of chef's knives bore close resemblance to traditional ones, differing only in superior materials, aesthetics, functionality, and a more comfortable grip. There were 27 in total. Xu Annian counted, discovering a total of 27 knives in the series. Each blade was ebony black with a snow-white edge, and the handles featured a floral pattern non-slip grip, crafted to the dimensions of Qin Peiyao's hands, making them perfectly suited for her use. How long have I slept? Qin Peiyao stretched languorously, feeling blissful, without a mirror to assess her appearance or skin's transformation. The only change she felt was the surge of power and a qualitative shift in her spirit. Qin Peiyao now felt invincible. The dramatic increase in her four-dimensional values gave her the illusion that she could effortlessly dispatch a not a cow, but an ordinary survivor from a gathering with a single punch. 10 hours had passed. Xu Annian withdrew his thoughts, reaching out to gently caress Qin Peiyao's face, which was delightfully elastic, reminiscent of jelly, making it irresistible to touch. So long. Qin Peiyao realized. No wonder her stomach ached with hunger. She promptly rose to change her clothes. The thought of the surprise she had stealthily prepared the previous night made her cheeks flush. Perhaps it was due to her skin having grown fairer and more delicate. Qin Peiyao felt a twinge of shyness, her cheeks blooming with a noticeable rosy hue, utterly adorable. What would you like to eat? I will prepare your meal. I have already made the food, Xu Annian replied with a smile. His curiosity piqued at how the aloof Qin Peiyao would react to the changes in her appearance. Would she be shocked, incredulous, or perhaps even scream? You made food? Qin Peiyao expressed her surprise. It wasn't long before she realized that he had anticipated her hunger upon awakening and had thoughtfully prepared nourishment to replenish her strength. How considerate. You are truly kind, Qin Peiyao said, slightly moved. Turning, she placed a few affectionate kisses on Xu Annian's cheeks before donning her sleepwear and heading towards the living room. Xu Annian noted her apparent lack of intention to check her reflection and could not resist speaking up. Aren't you going to tidy yourself up? Let us eat first. Qin Peiyao replied, not looking back. She was genuinely famished, her mind filled with images of various foods, even feeling the hunger consuming her body as fat. For someone who prioritized diet and health, this was a rather serious phenomenon. So much so that he was oblivious to even the slightest change in his own four-dimensional values, let alone his appearance. Very well. Xu Annian, with a sense of resignation, rose from his slumber. This was not in alignment with his expectations. Would not a normal person first attend to their hygiene, and perhaps glance in the mirror? In his imagination, Qin Peiyao would catch a glimpse of her altered visage, her spirit soaring, and would subsequently engage him with warmth and fervor, significantly enhancing their familiarity and fondness for one another. After all, no woman could resist the allure of youthful beauty. Even if there were, it certainly would not include Qin Peiyao. If Qin Peiyao were indifferent to aging and unconcerned about her appearance, she would not have stockpiled 2 refrigerators full of facial masks and dozens of skincare products. Are you feeling unwell? At the dining table in the living room, Qin Peiyao consumed her meal without regard for decorum. In between bites, she did not neglect to observe the man's expression. No, Xu Annian replied, shaking his head. He composed himself and picked up his own bowl and chopsticks to join her. This woman would inevitably gaze into the mirror. Perhaps it would be better to wait until after their meal to see. Well, perhaps that would be for the best. Chapter 24, The Perfect Woman. Is this me? Before the vanity, Qin Peiyao stood transfixed, her lips slightly parted, gazing intently at the reflection before her. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, long, delicate lashes fluttering gently, and her rosy lips shimmered with a lustrous glow. Her neck was elegantly elongated, and her youthful visage was imbued with collagen. It felt as though she had returned to the age of 18. No, she appeared even more exquisite than she had at 18. Her skin had also become fairer. Soon, Qin Peiyao began to notice other transformations. She rolled up her sleeves, lowering her gaze to examine her arms. After inspecting her left hand, she moved to her right, and upon finishing with her right, she contemplated checking her thighs and torso, but deemed the meticulous examination too slow. Instead, she dashed to the full-length mirror for a comprehensive assessment. Oblivious to her own increased speed, she gazed at her reflection in disbelief, scrutinizing herself repeatedly. Her abdomen was flatter than before, her legs seemed to stretch longer, and her curves were strikingly prominent. Most importantly, her skin was fair, smooth, and elastic, gliding like satin. The silk nightgown felt weightless against her body, as if it might slip away at any moment. She was a flawless work of art. After admiring herself in the mirror for several minutes, Qin Peiyao could not contain her excitement and let out a jubilant scream. Overwhelmed with elation, she danced before the man, proudly showcasing her transformation. Look at my skin. Isn't it splendid? And my face. Isn't it remarkably elastic? And look at my stomach. No excess flesh whatsoever. This is my dream. No, I wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Pinch me. No, don't pinch me. I'm afraid I'll wake up and realize it was all a fleeting joy. Oh my goodness. It's simply miraculous. Qin Peiyao prattled on, displaying her arms and legs, even playfully touching her abdomen, her demeanor oscillating between exuberance and anxiety. She was overjoyed. Truly, this was the happiest day of her life. At 25, she had felt the gradual decline of her beauty and vitality, unable to resist the onset of aging. Yet, she had suddenly discovered her youth restored. This sensation felt like a dream. Xu Annian remained silent, quietly smiling as he allowed the woman to share her joy with him. He understood her elation. When he first became a primordial sequence being, he too yearned to share that moment, to prove it to family, to boast to friends. But as he picked up his phone, he belatedly realized that this world held no one left with whom he could share his joy. What if I wake up tomorrow and this is all gone? After a brief pause of over 10 minutes, Qin Peiyao, parched, finally halted her chatter. Just as she was about to seek a glass of water, one was presented to her. Without a second thought, she accepted it and gulped it down in one go. The icy water slid down her throat, tempering some of her exhilaration. Yet, Qin Peiyao remained in high spirits, continuing to share her delight with the man. Behold, the scar on my calf has vanished. You have seen that scar, approximately 7 to 8 centimeters long, resembling a small centipede, which I had spent hundreds of thousands to diminish, preventing me from wearing short skirts during summer. At last, I can don short skirts. Moreover, the bruise on my knee has also improved. My words falter. Suddenly, an unsettling silence envelopes the master bedroom. Qin Peiyao's body stiffens, her mind swirling with dizziness. She recalls how she had rushed towards the man moments ago, like a child, babbling away, her toes instinctively curling. Nevertheless, joy eclipses any sense of embarrassment. In light of her transformative experience, a slight loss of face is trivial. Qin Peiyao lifts her gaze, locking eyes with the man. Did you foresee this? Yes. Xu Annian steps closer, enveloping her in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling her subtle fragrance, his eyes narrowing in delight. Your transformation surpasses my expectations. He had assumed Qin Peiyao was merely a few years younger, a change in appearance. Yet, now it is evident that the results far exceed his anticipations. That already comic-like figure now reveals no flaws whatsoever. Splendid. Why? Qin Peiyao queries in confusion. It is simply astonishing. The skincare products she had purchased for tens of thousands had failed to deliver such rejuvenating effects. You consumed the sequence serum last night. Sequence? Serum? Yes. Xu Annian divulges matters concerning the sequence, zombies, and the frigid apocalypse to her. There is no need for concealment, inevitably. Qin Peiyao would learn in due course. It is better to share it early, allowing her to adapt and alter her mindset more swiftly. This spatial ring is for you. Xu Annian removes the spatial ring meant for Qin Peiyao, taking her left hand to place it upon her finger, softly stating, the ring has a capacity of 24 cubic meters. Familiarize yourself with its functions, for we shall venture out shortly. A spatial ring? Qin Peiyao, intrigued, caresses it, a smile gracing her features. The ring's aesthetic is rather ordinary, the material not gold or silver, resembling the trinkets sold at street stalls, giving off a somewhat cheap impression at first glance. However, the ring embodies a certain special significance, a symbol. She cherishes this emblem. Why doesn't it increase my favorability? Xu Annian, puzzled by the woman's silly grin, feels he hardly understands her. Logically, after Qin Peiyao consumed the serum, transformed into a sequence being, her appearance rejuvenated, and acquired a spatial ring. Any of these should have enhanced her favorability. Yet, the system offers no indication. This is quite perplexing. 2.5 hours later, Xu Annian dresses an attire conducive to movement, sorting and organizing the contents of the spatial ring, preparing to reserve it for other supplies. Now that Qin Peiyao is aware of most secrets, there is no need for furtive concealment. Are we heading to the mall? Qin Peiyao's voice echoes from the bathroom. As Xu Annian organized the supplies, he responded, First, let us head to the gathering place on the first floor to deal with those few stragglers from last night. A flicker of coldness crossed his eyes at the mention of the gathering place. In matters of courtesy, we cannot always remain passive and endure blows. The homeowners are inconsequential to me, but the leader of that gathering place is cunning. Bold yet meticulous, decisive in action, he poses a considerable threat. Moreover, Xu Annian is not one to suffer in silence. On the contrary, he harbors a grudge. His mind had long recorded the names of Xiaoyi and Lu Fu in his notebook. The gathering place? Qin Peiyao couldn't help but recall Lu Fu's figure. Peeking out from the shower area, she added, we cannot let that locksmith go unpunished either. While Lu Fu may not have committed murder directly, his actions in unlocking doors for Xiaoyi and others have led to consequences tantamount to killing, perhaps even more heinous than direct murder. Indeed, Xu Annian replied nonchalantly. Once we resolve the issues at the gathering place, we shall return to rest for the night. We will gather our belongings and leave the city tomorrow. Besides packing essential items, he wished to discuss with Qin Peiyao where they should go next. Xu Annian felt unfamiliar with the surroundings, with Huqing, and even with the world at large, lacking knowledge of the geopolitical landscape and power distribution. Qin Peiyao, being a native of the area, was well acquainted with Huqing and could offer valuable insights and suggestions. Chapter 25. Revenge. Are we leaving tomorrow? Upon hearing this news, Qin Peiyao momentarily lost her focus, her emotions becoming complex. However, she quickly regained her composure, washed up, and stepped out of the shower area. Barefoot, she entered the changing room, opened her wardrobe, and donned a few pieces of athletic clothing that would not hinder her movements, tying her hair back into a neat ponytail. We'll leave early and return early. All right. Xu Annian ceased his fiddling with supplies. He retrieved a long gun and made his way towards the front door, with Qin Peiyao following closely behind, brandishing a kitchen knife. The two ventured out, one after the other. Along the way, Xu Annian would take the opportunity to observe the woman as they turned corners. Seeing her expressionless face and aloof demeanor, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This was Qin Peiyao's first excursion since the apocalypse, confronting fear with such tranquility. It indicated her commendable psychological resilience. In the future, she would undoubtedly become a reliable teammate and comrade. With a creak, the iron door at the entrance of the fire escape on the first floor swung open, and a gust of cold wind, laced with delicate snowflakes, rushed in. The frigid air robbed them of warmth, and the snowflakes slipped into their collars, melting and chilling them to the bone. Xu Annian arrived at the pathway of the community's recreational area, exhaling a plume of white mist. He pointed to the greenery lining the sides of the path and smiled. You see, I told you I would take you to build a snowman in a few days. I know you're skilled. Qin Peiyao joined him. Glancing around at the pristine white community, her heart slightly uplifted. She shifted the kitchen knife to her left hand and, with her now free right hand, reached out to hold his. Wait until we, before Qin Peiyao could finish her sentence, Xu Annian swiftly pulled her closer and kissed her on the back of the neck. Moments later, he reluctantly released her, adopting a serious tone. Did you forget my last reminder? No expressing wishes when we're out. I haven't forgotten. Qin Peiyao's cheeks flushed a warm red as she nervously scanned their surroundings. Subconsciously, she was aware of her marital status. Feeling apprehensive about being affectionate with another man in broad daylight, she soon relaxed when considering the current state of the world, setting aside any moral dilemmas. The solitary ring on her finger was enough to signify everything. Don't overthink it. If you can't help yourself, just think about what to eat tonight. Well, I want to eat hot pot. I want that too. As the two walked on the thin layer of snow, the crunching sound beneath their feet was oddly relieving and melodic. A small path between Building 1 and Building 2 was protected by fishing lines, ensuring no zombies wandered nearby. In less than 2 minutes, Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao successfully entered the fire escape of Building 1, climbing up to the 9th floor. No one is guarding the entrance. The iron door of the 9th floor was unlocked. Xu Annian remained vigilant, raising his hand to signal a stop. He then took Qin Peiyao's phone, activated the camera function, and peered outside to check for any ambushes on either side of the door. The closer they approached success, the more cautious they needed to be. No one was there. He confirmed that there were no hidden threats on either side. Xu Annian put away his phone and turned to Qin Peiyao, saying, when we enter, I will be responsible for keeping watch over room 901, while you will observe room 902. Do you understand? Yes, Qin Peiyao nodded, taking a few deep breaths as she gripped the kitchen knife tightly. This was their first collaboration, lacking in unspoken understanding, thus requiring more verbal communication. With time and experience, perhaps they would eventually reach a level where they could convey messages with mere glances. As they stepped into the corridor, the door to room 901 stood ajar, revealing clear signs of a thorough ransacking within. The door to room 902 was also slightly open, but no sound emerged from inside. The entire floor was eerily silent, devoid of the usual cacophony associated with crowded spaces, resembling an abandoned building. I examined room 901. Xu Annian, armed with a long gun, stepped cautiously into the room, which faced the fire escape door, making the inspection quite convenient. Qin Peiyao remained alert at the entrance. Uncertain of the circumstances in the gathering area, they maintained a heightened sense of vigilance, ready for any unforeseen events. Minutes trickled by without any sign of life. After half a minute, Xu Annian emerged from room 901 and shook his head at Qin Peiyao. Their gazes then shifted to room 902, and they approached stealthily. As they pulled open the half-closed door, a chaotic scene unfolded before them. A shattered coffee table, a sofa, and several soiled blankets scattered across the floor, as if a robbery had taken place. From the direction of the master bedroom came faint sounds of breathing. Exchanging a glance, they strode directly toward the master bedroom and kicked open the door with a resounding thud. The loud noise startled 2 men and 3 women inside. causing them to scream and scramble apart, hastily pulling sheets to cover themselves as they turned to face the entrance. One of the men, whose eyes were puffy with exhaustion, recognized Xu Annian and instinctively assumed a posture to flee. Yet, just as he moved, an eerie calm enveloped him. Unhurried, he picked up a cigarette from the nightstand, lit it, and spoke in a flat tone, "Ask whatever you wish, or if you prefer, just make your move." He was a survivor who had narrowly escaped the previous night. Upon returning to the gathering area, he found it unguarded and the stored food completely depleted, causing his mental state to shatter. Those provisions were their sole hope for survival. How could he allow others to rob them of their sustenance? In a hurry, the man rushed into the room where the women were housed, counting heads and inquiring one by one. Only after questioning did he learn that the two individuals who had stayed behind to guard the premises had not only stolen the food, but had also lured out the two most attractive women in the gathering area under the guise of a trade. As the few who had returned recalled Xiao leaving with a bulging backpack, the realization dawned on them. That man had been planning this all along. His claims of seeking vengeance at Building 2 or searching for the yoga instructor were mere pretexts. He had deliberately diverted the strong men of the gathering area, committing theft from within. Regardless of whether they succeeded in capturing the game players at Building 2, Xiao and his companions would never return. With their only food source lost, the remaining survivors saw no hope for survival and, fearing Xu Annian's retribution, began to scatter and leave. Once, a base that housed dozens of individuals was reduced overnight to merely 2 men and 3 women, who longed to escape but were paralyzed by fear. The 2 men, succumbing to despair, embraced a hedonistic lifestyle, reveling in a mindset akin to dying under the peony. Consequently, it was the women who bore the brunt of their suffering. "This is not our concern. Brother, take me with you. I will tie the rope with my tongue. Teacher Qin, please assist me." The 2 men, resigned to their fate, had grown indifferent to life and death. However, the 3 women were unwilling to meet their demise. They had invested so much and were loath to perish in vain. Casting aside all sense of shame, they rushed before Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao, pleading for mercy with desperate cries. Chapter 26, all killed. Left to you to resolve? Xu Annian glanced at Qin Peiyao. The cries of the 3 women irked him, and he was reluctant to linger. Me? Upon hearing this, Qin Peiyao bit her lip, her expression shifting repeatedly, and after a prolonged hesitation, she finally made up her mind. "Give me 2 minutes. All right." Receiving a response, Xu Annian ceased to pay attention to the pleading women and decisively turned to scour the living room for supplies. "I'll see if I can find anything useful. Call me if needed." In the master bedroom, only 2 defenseless men remained, posing no threat. Given Qin Peiyao's strength, even lacking practical combat experience, a single kitchen knife coupled with her numerical advantage would suffice to overpower them. There was no need for concern. Matai? The liquor cabinet in the living room housed several unopened bottles of Matai. Xu Annian kicked aside the scattered bottles on the floor, shattered the glass with a gunshot, and collected a few bottles of Matai. He wasn't particularly fond of drinking white liquor. He intended to use it for cooking. Perhaps he would make drunken shrimp or something of the sort, which should taste delightful. Furthermore, white liquor serves a warming function. As the outside temperature drops, a moderate consumption of white liquor can enhance blood circulation and prevent extremities from freezing, thus maintaining one's agility in combat. He silently noted the liquor supplies and wandered around a bit more. Finding nothing of value within the house, he proceeded towards the master bedroom. Just as he was about to call for Qin Peiyao, he spotted her emerging, her face and clothing smeared with blood, holding a bloodied kitchen knife. The knife was of a peculiar material. With a gentle flick, the blood would easily be removed. However, whether intentional or not, Qin Peiyao grasped the edge of her trench coat, meticulously cleaning the knife with an air of utmost seriousness, wiping it clean bit by bit. This scene, combined with the blood flowing from beneath the door, appeared rather eerie. "Did you kill them all?" Xu Annian's eyelids twitched. His intention was merely to gauge Qin Peiyao's approach to handling the 2 men, and to facilitate a farewell between her and the women. They had shared an acquaintance. There was no need to extend a helping hand nor to push them further into despair. Yet, Qin Peiyao's demeanor suggested that she had indeed finished them off. "Didn't you tell me to take care of them?" Qin Peiyao continued to wipe the knife, her expression icy and her tone calm, revealing no emotional fluctuation. This only heightened the sense of fear. Or perhaps, she hadn't killed anyone? "Let us go." After cleaning the knife, Qin Peiyao strode away, pausing briefly as she passed the men, then continuing on her way. Their survival would only bring more suffering. Hearing Qin Peiyao's words, Xu Annian momentarily froze, reflecting inwardly. Had he been too soft-hearted? As for the 2 men who had barged in with knives, he felt no sympathy for their demise. But those women, had they also been killed? Xu Annian gazed at the slightly ajar wooden door of the master bedroom, a thought of venturing inside creeping into his mind. He hesitated for a few seconds, Ultimately, he chose not to investigate further and departed with his spear in hand. Are you afraid of me? Outside. Qin Peiyao halted and turned to face the man 2 meters away. Huh? Xu Annian, lost in thought, struggled to comprehend her words. After a moment of confusion, he realized the distance between them felt somewhat excessive. Noticing the tension flickering in the woman's eyes, he adorned his face with a natural smile. He took a few steps closer, gently grasping her icy wrist, implying, if we are to speak of fear, it should be you who fears me. Considering the other day when you cried and pleaded not to. Don't say that. Qin Peiyao immediately broke her composure. She raised her hand to cover the man's mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. Do you hear me? No more. Xu Annian nodded, his eyes filled with mirth. There was a unique charm in the woman's bashful demeanor. Aren't you curious about anything? Qin Peiyao released her grip, standing there anxiously. What is there to ask? Xu Annian took the initiative to grasp Qin Peiyao's wrist, squeezing it gently, and affectionately stated, You are an independent individual, not my puppet. Whatever you wish to do, pursue it. I have faith in your judgment. No one is flawless. Xu Annian too could misjudge at times. Thus, he needed teammates with the ability to think independently. To innovate. Only then could they enhance their chances of survival. Thank you. Qin Peiyao beamed, her spirits lifting entirely. With time still on their side, they decided to visit the fresh produce market. Xu Annian recalled a certain SS-grade young girl and led Qin Peiyao towards the community entrance while casually explaining the rationale. Next to the fresh produce market, there is a promising little one in a self-built apartment. We might as well bring her along. A girl? Qin Peiyao cut to the heart of the matter. Is there any other option? Xu Annian replied matter-of-factly. He then turned his head to appraise the woman, intrigued. You aren't feeling jealous, are you? Am I not allowed to feel jealous? Qin Peiyao did not deny the envy stirring within her, holding his gaze. Her aloof demeanor becoming even more compelling. Of course you can. Xu Annian ignored her icy facade, reaching out to pinch her soft, bouncy cheek, sincerely stating, but remember, you are my first woman and the one I cherish most. He did not mask his desire. Expanding the family was an inevitable trend that could not be altered. He indeed held a deep affection for Qin Peiyao, particularly since she had become a sequence being, exhibiting an exquisite contrast in demeanor, her skin even more delicate and firm. All of this captivated him. Yet, the physical aspect was merely a small fraction of his affection. What he truly valued were Qin Peiyao's abilities and character. Even if someone stronger than her were to join them in the future, she could not be replaced, provided she did not act foolishly. I don't believe that. Qin Peiyao extricated her wrist from his grasp, wrapping her coat tighter around herself as she briskly walked ahead. She was curious about the kind of woman who could linger in a man's thoughts so persistently. Xu Annian glanced at the system and felt a sense of relief upon noticing that Qin Peiyao's affection for him had not diminished. It seemed that his efforts to win her favor over the past few days had not been in vain. Slow down a bit, he urged, jogging to catch up while deliberately maintaining a half-meter distance. Playfully, he teased, if you keep walking so fast, you'll leave your man behind. Is your height of 180 centimeters just for show? Qin Peiyao slowed her pace, her expression cool and aloof. Did you say 180? Xu Annian leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly, which 180 are you referring to? Of course, I mean height. What else could it be? As she spoke, an idea struck her, and her previously composed demeanor faltered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She playfully stepped on his foot before hastily walking away. What a tease. In truth, she had been mentally prepared for the possibility of him pursuing other women. Upon hearing about the gathering spot and witnessing familiar faces mingling with a group of men, Qin Peiyao had anticipated this scenario, realizing that this day would inevitably come. What saddened her was that the snowman they had promised to build together had yet to materialize. Chapter 27. Be gentle when you toss. In a self-built building on the 3rd floor, Qing Jiwen gazed at the food strewn on the floor, feeling an absurd sense of impending starvation. Yesterday, she had consumed a small, shriveled sweet potato and sipped some rice water, which had finally granted her a modicum of strength. Yet, the cold food now caused her stomach to churn with intense discomfort, tormenting her to the point of despair, rendering her more miserable than if she had eaten nothing at all, leaving her languishing in a daze indoors, unable to rise. In a moment of haziness, Qing Jiwen heard a noise from the balcony. With great effort, she lifted her eyelids but saw nothing new on the balcony. She closed her eyes again, breathing heavily as if even that was a strenuous task. At the alley's entrance, Xu Annian tossed several damp paper wads onto the balcony, frowning as he noticed the absence of the young girl. He had provided food for her yesterday, which should have sufficed for several days. Why was there no sign of her? Could it be that she had changed her mind? I found a considerable amount of good things. Qin Peiyao, who had thoroughly scavenged the supermarket once more, emerged with a beaming smile. Noticing Xu Annian's troubled expression, she tucked away her smile and looked up, assessing the width of the alley. Is that girl on the 3rd floor? I suppose I shall go check on her. You can get up there? Xu Annian asked. Surprised. The alley measured about 3 meters in width. Climbing up using only hand and foot against the walls was impossible, and there were no other means to leverage. How would she ascend? Have you never seen a movie? Qin Peiyao replied, puzzled. She took 2 steps forward, positioned her right leg in a horse stance, and placed her palms together on her thigh, demonstrating the motion as she lifted her hands in the air. Like this, I step on your palms. And you lift me up. Smack. Xu Annian slapped his forehead. He was still unaccustomed to collaborating with others, always relying on his own abilities to solve problems. Completely forgetting that he had a teammate with a physical prowess 3 times that of an ordinary person standing beside him. Come on. Xu Annian squatted beneath the balcony, positioning himself to support Qin Peiyao. Be careful, she cautioned, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Taking a few deep breaths, she sprinted forward, placing her foot on the man's palm and using his strength to leap high into the air. However, the two overlooked a critical issue. With Xu Annian's strength exceeding 40 and Qin Peiyao's nearing 30, their combined efforts, along with her astonishing vertical leap, propelled her far beyond the height of 3 stories. Ah! Qin Peiyao screamed in fright. She had intended to leap up and grasp the balcony's security net, using her arms to pull herself up for a better look. But what was this overwhelming sensation of weightlessness? Where was the 3rd-floor balcony? Oh, it was down there. This was disastrous. The height of the 4th floor in free fall could lead to serious injury or worse. Thud. Xu Annian was equally startled, but he quickly regained his composure. Fixing his gaze on Qin Peiyao suspended in midair. He could throw her up, but he could also catch her with ease. Seizing the opportune moment to catch Qin Peiyao as she descended, Xu Annian dashed forward to grasp her just a meter from the ground, rolling to dissipate the impact and ensuring a safe landing. Are you injured? He inquired cautiously, examining her body, relieved to find no harm done. Though her complexion was pale, it was merely a result of fright. How could you jump so high? He pondered, uncertain if it was mere coincidence. With a strength barely exceeding 40, he knew he could not possibly propel Qin Peiyao, who weighed over 100 pounds, to the 4th floor. Her own strength was even less. No matter how remarkable her vertical leap, it was inconceivable for her to reach that height. The circumstances were purely coincidental. Xu Annian had exerted all his might to counterbalance her weight, while simultaneously aiding her ascent, resulting in such an extraordinary outcome. After a brief respite, noticing Qin Peiyao's color had improved significantly, he asked, shall we try again? Just be gentle, she replied, having regained her composure. She removed her trench coat and approached the alley to take a few running steps before leaping off his outstretched hands once more. This time, the height was slightly less, as both had moderated their force. You can trust me, I will catch you, he encouraged. With complete faith in Xu Annian, Qin Peiyao leapt without reservation. This time, she successfully grasped the iron bars of the 3rd-floor balcony, where she spotted a girl with greasy hair and a pale complexion lying on a pink bed. Hello. Can you hear me? Qin Peiyao called softly, peeking her head over the railing. Startled by the voice, Cheng Jinwen blinked awake, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of a head peering in from the balcony. She gasped in terror, quickly shutting her eyes again, covering her head with the quilt and silently praying for protection. This is the 3rd floor. Qin Peiyao continued. Hello. I am here to rescue you. She patiently repeated her words, but the girl remained silent, prompting Qin Peiyao to frown in concern. What was wrong with her? Why such fear over a minor predicament? Cheng Jinwen's timidity left Qin Peiyao feeling increasingly unsettled. If Cheng Jinwen were more accomplished, perhaps she would feel better. After all, capable individuals often provided support to others. Hello. Qin Peiyao raised her voice slightly. Only when Cheng Jinwen confirmed that there was indeed someone outside did she dare to pull down the quilt, opening her mouth to speak, but failing to produce any sound. Observing her hesitance, Qin Peiyao directly inquired, where is your key? After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Jinwen extended her hand, pointing towards a corner of the balcony. That day, she had intended to toss the key to Xu Annian, but after delivering the food, he had departed without ascending. Distracted by the meal, she had forgotten the key on the balcony. Following her finger's direction, Qin Peiyao soon spotted a set of keys nestled in the corner. Fortunately, the key was less than a meter away from the security grate, and with her leg length, she was able to reach it. Qin Peiyao climbed for a while, found a position with adequate support, extended her leg inside, retrieved the key, and then tossed it down to the man. Catch it. Don't worry. This time, Xu Annian didn't need to exert any effort. He simply embraced it. After a safe landing, Qin Peiyao took out a black sports jacket from her spatial ring, donned it, zipped it up, and retrieved a butcher's knife to follow him. She possessed over 20 knives, but only used them for the purpose of harming others, not for culinary tasks. Holding the key, Xu Annian approached the lock. Before opening the door, he turned to look at Qin Peiyao. There are probably 6 or 7 zombies inside, so be cautious. If you feel uncertain, make sure to inform me in advance. Don't push yourself, understood? MHM, Qin Pao nodded earnestly. When out in the world, she would never refute anything the man said, nor would she question him. That was her wisdom. Of course, if it came to a matter of life and death, she would offer her reminders. Yet, for those significant decisions, Xu Annian would proactively seek her counsel. This was the unspoken understanding shared between the two. Chapter 28. This woman exudes charisma. The electronic lock emitted a series of beeps. The entrance door swung open, revealing an enveloping darkness within, where visibility was notably low, with only the faint light from outside to guide him. Xu Annian barely discerned 2 humanoid figures rising from the shadows, hastening towards the doorway. Handle them outside, he instructed. Extracting a 5-kilogram bag of rice to prop against the iron door, preventing it from closing and trapping the zombies inside. He then retreated to the threshold. Flanking the entrance alongside Qin Pao, a figure surged forth with alarming speed, appearing to be swifter than the zombies encountered the previous day. As it sprinted, it deftly navigated around obstacles such as tables and electric bicycles, while kicking aside smaller items like trash cans and tissue boxes. Had the zombies evolved? A fleeting thought crossed Xu Annian's mind, but now was not the time for distractions. He gripped his red spear, ready for action. Heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase, indicating that more than 2 zombies were about to emerge. You take the first one, leave the rest to me. Understood. Qin Pao slightly crouched, stepping back with her left foot while wielding a kitchen knife forward in a defensive stance. The leading zombie displayed remarkable agility, moving with a fluidity reminiscent of parkour. The scattered furniture posed no hindrance. Rather, it served as leverage, allowing it to spring forward to the entrance in mere strides. Just as Qin Pao steadied herself, the zombie leapt from the shadows, lunging directly at her. This assault method was a common tactic among zombies, to tackle their prey and then frantically gnaw at vital arteries or exposed flesh, seizing absolute control of the encounter. It was evident that once one was pinned down by a zombie without assistance, the chances of survival diminished drastically. With a primal roar, the zombie charged. Yet Qin Pao remained composed. Seizing the moment when the zombie was airborne and unable to adjust its trajectory, she deftly sidestepped, raising her knife to deliver a decisive blow to the creature's skull. With a sickening thud, the head of the zombie rolled away, its body collapsing and dragging a 2-meter-long trail across the ground before finally coming to rest. This trajectory was a testament to the zombie's earlier velocity. Notification. Formal member Qin Pao has slain a source sequence creature, initial stage, earning 10 family points. Note. Points acquired by formal members for defeating sequence creatures belong to the host. Qin Pao slaying a zombie grants me points? Xu Annian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the virtual prompt. As a formal member, her defeat of a sequence creature entitled him to corresponding family points. The prospect of recruiting several female fighters, nurturing more formal members, would allow him to accrue points effortlessly while lounging in the base. What a delightful thought. Excellent. Xu Annian beamed, praising both the system's efficiency and Qin Pao's remarkable abilities. In her inaugural encounter with the undead, Qin Pao remained composed and adeptly sought the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow, far exceeding his expectations. With such a remarkable ally by his side, his burdens lessened considerably. Leave the remaining 2 to me, she asserted. In the dim light, Qin Pao could vaguely discern 2 figures within the room. Armed with a kitchen knife, she returned to the entrance of her self-built residence, poised to confront the 2 zombies that would emerge. Qin cherished the chance to battle not only the zombies but also other survivors, as it served to enhance her prowess and bolster her chances of survival. Nonetheless, she was mindful of her limitations. Given her current capabilities, dealing with 2 zombies posed little difficulty. However, should more emerge, she would have to rely on the man to handle them. Upon hearing her words, Xu Annian also sharpened his focus. He decisively took a small step to the right, allowing Qin Pao more space near the door. He did not stray far, remaining acutely observant of both Qin Pao and the circumstances within the building, preparing for action. The number of zombies inside the residence was uncertain. The 3 zombies that charged forth were relatively close to the entrance. Sensing the presence of Xu Annian and Qin Pao, they roared and lunged forward. Meanwhile, others deeper within the building were likely en route. With a fearsome growl, the 2 zombies burst forth simultaneously. One crawled low to the ground, aiming for Qin Pao's lower body from the left, while the other leaped, targeting her neck from the right. It was as if they understood the need for coordination. Despite being distinct entities, their attacks were synchronized, effectively sealing off all avenues for their prey to evade. A sense of danger enveloped Xu Annian, narrowing his eyes as he instinctively stepped forward. Facing the zombies once more, he felt a pang of challenge. I can handle this. Qin Pao interjected hastily, sensing his advance. Just as her words fell, the 2 zombies lunged at her. Reacting swiftly, she delivered a precise kick to the throat of the crawling zombie and, using the momentum to retreat, swung the kitchen knife at the leaping creature. With an agility score of 32, Qin Peiyao's speed surpassed that of the zombies by a considerable margin, allowing her to strike first. The knife sliced through the air, and with a sickening thud, a portion of the zombie's head fell to the ground. She continued to sprint forward a few paces to regain her balance and establish a safe distance, then turned to confront the remaining crawling zombie. Having dispatched one, the other seemed a trivial matter. Capitalizing on its moment of vulnerability, she delivered a diagonal strike that severed half its skull. Ding. Official member Qin Peiyao has slain a source sequence creature, initial stage, earning 10 family points. Ding. Official member Qin Peiyao has slain a source sequence creature, initial stage, earning 10 family points. Impressive, truly impressive, Xu Annian praised sincerely. In that moment, Qin Peiyao had demonstrated remarkable awareness of his subtle movements, showcasing her commendable mental fortitude. Moreover, the more time he spent with her, the more he perceived her as a treasure, her presence radiating brilliance, often illuminating the path ahead with her undeniable charm. It is merely a result of physical prowess, Qin Peiyao replied, shaking her head, unwilling to succumb to pride. She is acutely aware of her shortcomings. Although she appears to dispatch zombies with ease, her lack of experience poses a significant issue. For instance, when confronted with a crawling zombie, it would be far safer to aim a kick at its head. Yet, having practiced yoga for so long, she instinctively targets the zombie's throat with her toes. If her physical condition were poorer or the zombie considerably stronger, the outcome could be drastically different. Strength and physical prowess is indeed a testament to one's capabilities, Xu Annian remarked with a smile, acknowledging his advantage. He possesses a system that enhances his progression at a rate superior to others. It would be foolish to suppress his level of 100 to engage with those of levels 10 or 5. After all, Xu Annian believes in leveraging numerical superiority when possible. If that is not feasible, he will rely on sheer numbers. Ultimately, the priority is survival. Chapter 29, Nearly Starved to Death. Roar, roar, roar. The surrounding buildings echoed with a cacophony of growls. It was as though a slumbering horde of zombies had been roused by the commotion outside, and the sound reverberated down the street, igniting a frenzy. There must be a few zombies left inside. Let us venture in and resolve this swiftly. Xu Annian's expression shifted slightly. At that moment, he finally comprehended why the group at the gathering spot only scavenged from 1 or 2 buildings, neglecting the other 30 floors. Those high-rise apartments, with 6 households per staircase, were practically nests for the undead. Any living soul who dared to enter might not even have the chance to transform into a zombie, being devoured entirely and leaving no trace behind. Following your lead, Qin Peiyao replied, her small hand trembling slightly at the sound of the horde's growls, her complexion paling. The two entered the quiet self-built structure, retrieving the rice that propped the iron door, then cautiously flicked on the light, illuminating the room instantly. They approached the staircase, adhering closely to the wall as they ascended. Before they could reach the 2nd floor, 2 zombies, sensing the presence of prey, charged towards them with a terrifying roar. In the narrow, 1-meter-wide stairwell, being at a lower elevation posed a significant danger when facing zombies descending from above. The pair retreated to the living room on the 1st floor, waiting for the 2 zombies to come down. One confronted a zombie while the other easily dispatched it. Ding. You have slain a source zombie, initial stage, earning 10 family points. Ding. Official member Qin Peiyao has slain a source zombie, initial stage, earning 10 family points. Your blade is quite sharp, Xu Annian remarked, keeping a watchful eye above as he ascended the staircase once more. Your gun is formidable as well. Qin Peiyao followed closely behind, engaging in a light-hearted exchange of compliments. Of course, he replied, a sense of pride evident on his face. Qin Peiyao looked up at the man, a tad bewildered, unable to fathom what warranted such pride. She shook it off, focusing intently on her surroundings. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, no zombies materialized. However, a solitary zombie lurked in the locked public restroom. It was likely that, having been bitten before its transformation, it had sought refuge in the restroom in a desperate bid to delay its fate while awaiting rescue, ultimately succumbing to its transformation and unable to escape. Roar. A male zombie with acne-riddled skin charged down from the 3rd floor. Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao sprang into action simultaneously, just as Qin Peiyao raised her kitchen knife. The zombie's skull was pierced by a gunshot. She turned her head, witnessing the man's stern visage and the dramatic scene of him piercing the zombie's head, finding it somewhat dashing. However, Qin Peiyao felt her half-raised knife was rather foolish and not befitting her aloof demeanor. So she aimed for the zombie's head and delivered a decisive blow, performing a sort of cranial dissection. Ding. You have slain a source zombie initial stage, earning 10 family points. Xu Annian withdrew his long gun, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Peiyao, confused as to why she felt the need to strike again. My spatial ring contains supplies. You should scavenge while I search for that young girl upstairs. Qin Peiyao disregarded the man's inquisitive gaze. With a swift flick of his wrist, he cleared the black and white grime from the kitchen knife and calmly ascended to the third floor. All right, Xu Annian replied nonchalantly. The zombies within the building had largely been eradicated. Those concealed within the bedrooms posed no threat to Qin Peiyao. It would be more efficient to divide their efforts and save time. This self-built structure had yet to be pillaged, possibly harboring many valuable resources. An induction cooker? The second floor was a rented area, comprising 3 single rooms, a shared bathroom, and a kitchen. The kitchen lacked space for gas canisters, leaving tenants reliant on their individual induction cookers for meal preparation. Xu Annian collected all the induction cookers left by the tenants. These were essential for winter hot pot gatherings, so it was prudent to gather a few extra. He also did not overlook the refrigerator, which contained several pounds of pork, some instant buns, dumplings, though he ignored the spoiled vegetables and fruits in the cold storage as they were inedible. Having scavenged the second floor, Xu Annian proceeded to the third. This floor housed Qing Jinwen's family. The kitchen on this level was equipped with a gas stove and canister, which he promptly took without hesitation. The double-door refrigerator held several boxes of fatty beef rolls, lamb rolls, and meatballs, with the meat safely stowed in his spatial ring. Xu Annian felt quite pleased and made his way toward the bedroom that had been violently breached. She refuses to come with us? Don't come in. Qin Peiyao's voice echoed from within the bedroom before he could approach. Wait for us on the first floor. We will be down shortly. All right, hurry up. It will be dark outside soon, Xu Annian replied, turning to descend the stairs. The first floor rooms had yet to be searched, providing a perfect opportunity to rummage through them. As he passed the second floor, he recalled the zombie trapped in the bathroom. After all, it was worth 10 points, so he dispatched it with ease. In the third floor bedroom, Qin Peiyao assessed the dazed girl lying on the bed, reluctantly conceding to the man's taste. This young girl had suffered terribly from hunger, her complexion in a dire state. Yet, her facial features were strikingly beautiful, and her skin was the pale, cool tone favored by men. With a bit of proper recuperation, she could easily regain her vitality, a quintessential petite beauty. Did he prefer adorable types? Qin Peiyao frowned. Ever since her transformation into a sequence being, her body and appearance had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, instilling her with confidence and an assurance that she would not easily lose a man's attention. However, if he favored cute young girls over sultry vixens, there was little she could do about it. Wasn't it said that cuteness paled in comparison to sensuality? Qin Peiyao pressed her lips together. After a few internal complaints, she wrapped the girl in a blanket, hoisting her onto her back, while wielding the kitchen knife in her other hand as she descended the stairs. Don't open your eyes when we go outside, understand? MHM. Qing Jinwen replied weakly, tears tracing her cheeks. That day, she had told Xu Annian that her parents had been bitten, and her younger brother too. Never uttering the word death, even knowing that her zombified brother was lurking just outside the door. She merely referred to him as having been bitten. It was simply an unwillingness to confront the reality. Yet, some truths could not be escaped. Qin Peiyao was uncertain whether the young girl at her back would be obedient. She sensed the girl's head tilting to the left and deliberately moved to the left side, attempting to shield the child's view from the corpses of her relatives on the ground. Upon reaching the first floor, she spotted Xu Annian beaming at the staircase. Let us go. What is up with this guy? Xu Annian inquired, puzzled as he noticed Qin Peiyao carrying the young girl. Didn't he provide food? She has no cooking utensils. At this remark, a subtle smile graced Qin Peiyao's otherwise aloof face. To guard a pile of food and yet suffer from hunger. This is more tragic than starving to death. No cooking utensils? Xu Annian was momentarily taken aback. Well, that is beyond my help. Why does a fresh produce supermarket contain the term fresh? It emphasizes the freshness of ingredients and does not sell ready-made meals. It was fortunate they happened to come by today. Otherwise, the little girl might not have survived until tomorrow. Chapter 30. Not the steady uncle at 7:30 in the evening. In room 701 of Building 2 at the Front Mountain apartment, a heavy snowfall accompanied by a 4-6 northwesterly wind rendered the temperature a chilling -21°C, with a perceived temperature plunging to -30. Upon returning to the warmth of their abode, the two individuals busied themselves with their respective tasks. Xu Annian took charge of preparing dinner, while Qin Peiyao attended to the bathing and dressing of the young girl, evoking the image of parents returning home after a long day to care for their needy child. An hour elapsed before they completed their chores. This millet and pumpkin porridge will nourish her stomach. Afterward, we shall take a bath and enjoy hot pot for dinner, Xu Annian declared, carrying a bowl of sweetened pumpkin porridge to the guest room, where Qin Peiyao would feed it to the young girl. Given the girl's frail condition, she would surely have difficulty finding satisfaction otherwise. Go ahead and wash. I shall feed her, Qin Peiao replied coolly, accepting the bowl of porridge. She scooped a spoonful, blowing gently on it until it was no longer hot, then offered it to the young girl. Thank you, Qing Jiwen said, eagerly savoring the porridge from the spoon. After returning home to drink some warm water and take a hot shower, her spirits lifted slightly, although she still felt weak all over. At least she could keep her eyes open. During the feeding, Chang Jiwen discreetly observed the two. Her first impression of Qin Peiao could be summed up in 2 words: alluring, breathtaking. The figure she beheld was the most striking she had ever seen. Reminiscent of a stunning beauty from an anime, yet imbued with palpable authenticity. Despite her seemingly aloof exterior and a demeanor that suggested distance from strangers, she was, in truth, knowledgeable, gentle, attentive to life's nuances, and pleasant to interact with, instilling an irresistible sense of trust. In contrast, the man appeared less remarkable. He was of above-average looks, slender in build, and had a rather appealing posterior. Rumor had it that men with well-shaped backsides were often a him. He appeared to be in his early 20s. Far from the archetype of a steady uncle. But wait, why did he suddenly seem quite handsome? Cheng Jiwen widened her eyes, scrutinizing Xu Annian with renewed interest. The more she observed, the more she found him to align perfectly with her aesthetic sensibilities. What was happening? Why are you staring at me? Xu Annian raised an eyebrow, moving to the bedside to assess the young girl. Apart from her pallid complexion, she seemed to possess commendable attributes: a slightly immature oval face, a pert nose, softly pink lips, and beneath long eyelashes, a pair of dark, bloodshot eyes that betrayed a hint of timidity. Coupled with her fair complexion and a height of 1.60 meters, she was indeed a charming little sprite. As for any shortcomings, well, they were rather conventional. One cannot starve a child and raise a wolf, he mused. I'm so sorry, Chang Jiwen blushed, averting her gaze and lowering her head to drink the porridge. Internally, she chided herself for being so infatuated. This was not normal. There must be something amiss with that man. Yes, it was not her fault. It was his. Cheng Jiwen was not a woman prone to such infatuations. Let us discuss some pressing matters. Xu Annian shifted his attention to Qin Peiao. We need to swiftly finalize our destination. We can delay no longer. Well then, I shall take a bath first, and we can converse while dining later. Xu Annian nodded in agreement, his steps light as he made his way toward the master bedroom. Observing the man sprinting joyfully to the main quarters like a child who has just received a sweet treat, Qin Peiao felt a flicker of delight in her heart. I am quite full, Cheng Jiwen remarked perceptively, wishing to avoid intruding upon the intimate world of the two adults. This was indeed a sincere sentiment. Having abstained from food for several days, she was hesitant to overindulge. Finish this bowl of pumpkin porridge, and after we conclude our dinner, I will return to feed you a little more. Qin Peiao insisted on ensuring that the bowl of porridge was consumed entirely. The quantity was modest. Over the past few days, eating smaller, more frequent meals to nurture her digestive system, combined with some light exercise, would soon enable her to walk again. 2.5 hours passed. At the vanity in the master bedroom, Qin Peiao, suppressing her hunger, applied foundation to conceal the marks on her neck. She had presumed that becoming a sequence organism, with enhanced dimensional attributes, would afford her the chance to reclaim her agency. However, reality proved that she still bore a youthful appearance. How could she conceal it? With a sigh of resignation, Qin Peiao opted to gather her hair into a bun, revealing her elegant and fair neck, and applied a light touch of makeup before heading to the dining area. Normally, she did not have a habit of wearing makeup. Yet, in Xu Annian's presence, she found herself unconsciously wishing to present her finest self. This subtle transformation went unnoticed by Qin Peiao. You have arrived just in time. The hot pot has just been prepared, Xu Annian remarked, not turning around as he heard footsteps approaching. Next time, you need not wait for me. You may begin dining first. Qin Peiao saw through the man's pretense. After being unconscious for over an hour and spending time getting ready, it was improbable that he had merely just started boiling water. The only explanation was that he had been waiting for her. Dining together is far more enjoyable. Xu Annian replied, unperturbed, as he gestured for her to sit down. Let us discuss which areas in Huqing are accessible, less populated, yet still well supplied with necessities. At the dining table, the two sat opposite each other. Xu Annian picked up a piece of fatty beef, savoring it as the spicy flavor ignited his taste buds, quickly warming him from within. The suburbs? Qin Peiao pondered before responding. In Huqing, apart from the bustling city center, other regions were predominantly spacious with sparse populations. However, considering the availability of resources and the quality of roads, the suburbs presented the most viable option. Land prices were affordable, primarily consisting of self-built homes, with every household cultivating vegetables and grains in their front and backyards. Further out, there were small-scale farms and greenhouses, enabling complete self-sufficiency. While access to education and healthcare was less convenient, education was no longer a concern. The only drawback remained the medical facilities. What about the neighboring cities? Jianhai City next door is quite decent. There are seaside villa districts and all amenities. Xu Annian contemplated, let us first explore the shopping mall in your neighborhood. If that proves unsatisfactory, we can then venture into the suburbs. The road conditions outside were favorable, and taking a detour to investigate the shopping mall would merely require a gentle press of the accelerator. If the number of zombies near the shopping mall is not substantial, they will venture into the mall to scavenge. The resources within the mall would suffice for them for a year and a half. Should the number of zombies exceed expectations, they can always turn back and head to the suburbs at a later time. What about Xiaowen? This evening, let us prepare some extra kanji. If we decide to enter the mall, we shall allow her to rest in the car while we disembark to carry out our mission. Very well. I shall follow your arrangements. Chapter 31. Rewards for core members. In the early hours, around 1 o'clock, Qin Peiyao entered the guest room to feed the little girl some porridge, simultaneously preparing tomorrow's meals. Her culinary skills were rather lacking, yet making porridge was not a daunting task. In the master bedroom, the unambitious Xu Annian stepped onto the balcony, reclining in a lounge chair to enjoy the chilly breeze. Their preliminary plan was established. First, they would take a stroll through the shopping mall. Regardless of the outcome, they would then head to the western suburbs of Heching, scouring the area for crops. Most of the suburban houses were self-built, and the residents had a habit of growing produce, such as sweet potatoes, taro, and radishes. The reserves alone in the western suburbs would suffice for them to sustain themselves for a year and a half. They also intended to stay in the suburbs for a few days, using a clay stove to prepare meals for Cheng Jinwen to help her regain her health. Most importantly, they might reserve a portion of the harvest as seeds, with hopes of planting vegetables in the future when conditions permitted, achieving vegetable self-sufficiency. Once Cheng Jinwen's health improved, they would venture to more remote farms to see if they could acquire chickens, ducks, or other poultry. As for the future, that would depend on their specific gains from the farms. Are we really going to live on the bus? Qin Peiyao, clad in a bathrobe, emerged with 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to the man while wrapping her arms around herself against the biting wind. She could not comprehend why he enjoyed sitting on the balcony exposed to the cold. Xu Annian nodded, accepting the glass of wine and instinctively drawing Qin Peiyao into his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder as he contemplated their future way of life. The mode of transportation was a component of their family base. With sufficient points, they could continuously upgrade the bus, enhancing their living facilities and improving its performance and defenses, ultimately crafting a mobile fortress. This fortress would facilitate the recruitment of more family members, and the greater the number of members, the more indestructible the fortress would become. The 2 elements complemented each other. Brr, it's so cold. As Xu Annian pondered, a sudden chill coursed through his abdomen, causing him to shiver and snap back to reality. He glanced down to find a delicate little foot pressed against his sculpted abs, seeking warmth from his body. You certainly know how to find the warm spots. Warm. A smile danced in Qin Peiyao's eyes as she playfully tugged at the hem of his bathrobe with her toes, ensuring her ankles were snugly covered. After all, it was his decision to venture out into the cold at such an hour instead of resting. Nowadays, I can't dare to sleep too deeply without relying on your embrace. Fearing the cold, she replied. Xu Annian retorted with mild annoyance, I am a primordial being. My 4-dimensional attributes are high. A brief sit outside doesn't faze me. I have grown accustomed to the cold, which sharpens my mind. Humph. Qin Peiyao contentedly hummed, narrowing her eyes as she savored the red wine. At this moment, she leaned against his shoulder, curling up to avoid the chill, her small feet resting on his thigh for warmth. Yet, she remained a tall and elegant woman, standing just over 1.70 meters. No matter how she curled up, the small blanket could not entirely cover her body, prompting her to occasionally adjust her position to shield another part from the cold. Have you packed your luggage? I only brought 2 sets of my own clothes. Nothing to pack. Upon mentioning luggage, Qin Peiyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. This man was displeased with her bringing items purchased by her ex-husband, claiming he would buy her new ones in the future. It was rather immature yet somewhat endearing. Then tomorrow, let's move some of the things to the car first and return for the rest later. We can transport the supplies in 2 trips. There were quite a few scattered items at home: rice, clothes, quilts, instant dumplings, and so forth. It was impossible to move everything at once. 2 trips would barely suffice if they discarded a considerable amount of seldom-used items. Otherwise, they would need to make 5 or 6 trips. Moving was indeed a hassle. The next morning, Qin Peiyao woke up at 6:30, heading straight to the vanity to check for any changes in her skin, figure, and appearance. After scrutinizing herself for over 10 minutes, she finally believed in the reality of yesterday's transformation and joyfully returned to bed, lying on the man's chest. Beaming with delight, Ding. Formal member S favorability increased by 15. Do you wish to promote to core member? The System S notification roused Xu Annian from his slumber. He opened his eyes to find Qin Peiyao lying on his chest, gazing up at him. 15 points added? Xu Annian rubbed his eyes, bewildered as to why Qin Peiyao's favorability had suddenly surged by such a significant amount. The further one progressed, the more challenging it became to increase favorability. For this woman, reaching 80 points made it difficult to climb higher in daily life unless faced with significant events, such as dangerous situations or meticulously planned surprises. Yet, a sudden increase of 15 points. It was rather exaggerated. What good fortune have you encountered? Well, I truly feel younger, Qin Peiyao replied. Her eyes narrowed lazily like a sunbathing cat, a smile gracing her face as her fingers unconsciously traced circles on the man's chest. You know, I was so afraid to sleep last night, fearing I would wake up and revert to my original self. Wait, it's been a whole day. And only now do you believe it? Xu Annian was utterly speechless. Just yesterday, he had pondered why Qin Peiyao's favorability did not increase after consuming the sequence serum and becoming a sequence being. The truth was, this woman had always been hesitant to accept the reality of the transformation. It was truly absurd. Such a significant change surely required time to adapt. Of course, it takes time to adjust, Qin Peiyao remarked matter-of-factly. Xu Annian struggled to comprehend a woman's fixation on youth and conveyed to the system, promote to core member. Ding. Promotion successful. Congratulations, host has recruited a core member. Host S spatial ring expanded to 8 cubic meters. Member S spatial ring expanded to 8 cubic meters. Awarded 1,000 family points. Unlocking base permission sharing function. Note, core members are granted default permissions for unrestricted access to the base and the ability to plan functional areas. The host may revoke these permissions. Functional area. Within the designated area specified by the host, core members may independently engage in planning. Has the spatial ring expanded? A gleam of joy spread across Xu Annian's face. Just as they were preparing to relocate, the capacity of their spatial rings had doubled, arriving at a most opportune moment. In truth, it was not that he forbade Qin Peiyao from bringing her clothing. Rather, the winter coats took up too much space, leaving insufficient room for other essentials. Moreover, when venturing outdoors, encounters with other survivors were inevitable. Should a confrontation arise, resulting in a tumble across the ground, clothing could become stained with blood or mud, rendering them unfit for further use, effectively turning them into disposable outerwear that required multiple sets. With the recent increase in the spatial ring's capacity, they could now carry additional warm garments. As for the functional areas, these would require binding to the family base for exploration. Nevertheless, Xu Annian harbored intentions. He planned to allocate specific zones to each core member. For instance, Qin Peiyao, with her expertise in crafting nutritious meals, would be assigned a kitchen, allowing her to design it according to her preferences. In the future, other core members would similarly receive designated areas tailored to their respective skills, providing them with ample opportunity to showcase their talents. This approach would also prevent the base from appearing overly monotonous. Chapter 32. The Temptation. At the break of dawn. Precisely at 6:30, Xu Annian awoke with vigor. He eagerly cast aside his bedcovers, retrieved his scattered pajamas from the floor, and stepped into the bathroom. You are up quite early, he remarked. In the bathroom, Qin Peiyao stood at the sink, bending over to wash her face. The shelf beside the sink was adorned with an array of skincare products. After cleansing her face, without needing to glance upward, she deftly reached for a bottle, dispensed a small amount into her palm, and evenly applied it to her visage. The entire process consumed a mere 10 minutes. Excuse me, Xu Annian squeezed in beside her. At present, Qin Peiyao's favorability rating had soared to 95. It was likely that it would remain stagnant for the next few years, with only a potential increase of 1 or 2 points. The rewards from the family system could only be acquired through alternative means. Just a moment, Qin Peiyao said, concluding her face wash. She retrieved a man's toothbrush and squeezed toothpaste onto it. Xu Annian, mistakenly believing she intended to brush his teeth, opened his mouth with a grin. To his surprise, in the next moment, Qin Peiyao thrust the toothbrush toward his throat, causing him to gag uncontrollably. What are you doing? Ugh. With a playful glint in her eyes, Qin Peiyao handed him the toothbrush and turned to change in the dressing room. Ding, core member favorability 1? Xu Annian held the toothbrush, his expression one of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the underlying significance of this seemingly playful exchange between lovers. Qin Peiyao was testing him. Based on his spontaneous reaction, she sought to discern whether he regarded her as a woman of affection or merely as a replaceable plaything. It appeared that Xu Annian's response had pleased her immensely. Why can't she just be straightforward? Xu Annian mused, feeling a twinge of irritation at her indirectness. He gently rubbed his throat to alleviate the slight discomfort. Following a swift wash-up, He practiced with his spear for over an hour in the living room. By 9 o'clock, with the outside world brightening, he set aside his weapon and ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for both of them. Dressed, Qin Peiyao carried a warm bowl of millet pumpkin porridge to the guest room to feed the little girl. Sister Yao, Chang Jiwen greeted her with a smile, propping herself up on her hands. After returning home yesterday, she had completely relaxed, free from worries about the zombie brother outside, and no longer clad in days-old garments. Enjoying 2 bowls of steaming pumpkin porridge, she felt rejuvenated and slept until she naturally awoke. Today, her complexion appeared quite radiant. Sister Yao, in this frigid weather, do you still have mosquitoes in your house? Huh? Qin Peiyao was taken aback. Mosquitoes in the guest room? In below 20-degree weather, how could that be possible? What kind of mosquito could fly in such conditions? Before she could inquire further, Chang Jiwen's gaze fell upon her delicate neck, and she pointed at her own. You have several red spots on your neck. Her neck. Qin Peiyao immediately understood, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Subsequently, she quickly regained her composure. Gently feeding the porridge to the young girl, her tone laced with a hint of inquiry. Did you sleep well last night? Chang Jiwen nodded vigorously, her expression innocent as she replied, I slept soundly until now. I feel as though my body is almost recovered. After speaking, she felt compelled to express some concern for Sister Yao. Sister Yao, I noticed 2 rather severe red spots on your neck. Have you applied any ointment? Qin Peiyao's movements froze momentarily. She then continued to feed, speaking softly. It's from the bites of mutated mosquitoes. Ointment is ineffective. You should also be cautious in the future. Cheng Jinwen's small face twisted in distress. She was particularly prone to mosquito bites and held a strong aversion to them. Just as she was about to inquire further, a spoonful of porridge silenced her. Deducing that Sister Yao preferred not to discuss the matter of mosquitoes, she could only fixate on Sister Yao's neck, pondering what kind of mosquito could inflict such sizable red welts. Each person should bring 3 outer garments, and undergarments should be frequently changed, allowing for several extra sets. 5 sets of sheets and mattresses should suffice. When the time comes, an additional bed can be prepared for the young girl if needed. Don't forget the comforters. Buses do not maintain indoor temperatures, and it would be prudent to bring 2 thicker comforters just in case. After finishing their meal, the 2 gathered in the dressing room to organize their belongings. The initial supplies being transported primarily consisted of essentials. Uncertain about the conditions in the shopping mall, they deemed it necessary to bring a complete array of basic living supplies. However, comforters and outer garments occupied considerable space, and packing a few sets into the spatial ring nearly filled it to capacity. Once organized, they would first transport 1 load to the bus, with the remainder to be brought back later. Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao filled their spatial rings with clothing and daily necessities, each shouldering a bulging 100-liter travel bag as they proceeded to the bus parking area. They descended the stairs of the fire escape and reached the apartment's recreational area. On either side of the path, fishing lines ensnared a zombie. The creature struggled incessantly, causing the lines to constrict tighter until it could barely move. The snow had deepened. Xu Annian dispatched the zombie with a single shot, noting that the snow on the ground had accumulated to 4 or 5 centimeters in thickness. The greenery along the roadside was entirely obscured by snow, devoid of any trace of color. Some slender branches, once flourishing, had broken. It was unclear whether they had succumbed to the weight of the snow, been snapped by the wind, or perhaps both. The entire community exhibited a desolate scene. My dear, do you see that? Is there not a zombie over there? Xu Annian halted, pointing towards the fitness area some 20 meters away. There stood a peculiar figure, motionless beneath the horizontal bar, gazing up at the overcast sky. In truth, the sight of zombies roaming outside was not unusual. Yet, Xu Annian felt an inexplicable sense that this particular zombie was different, igniting an impulse within him to shoot it again, a strange sensation. What did you just call me? Upon hearing the term, my dear, Qin Peiyao's heart raced suddenly. She was not one to dwell in romantic fantasies. Yet hearing the man unexpectedly refer to her as his wife left her momentarily dazed. My dear Xu Annian smiled as he gently caressed the woman's face and said tenderly, Do not worry, I only call you my wife. In his heart, he added that he referred to other women as daughter-in-law or baby. This gesture was entirely a response to Qin Peiyao's probing earlier that morning. Women are inherently emotional beings. As she was about to depart from the familiarity of her surroundings to embark on a new life, regardless of how calm Qin Peiyao appeared on the surface, she undoubtedly felt a profound sense of uncertainty and insecurity about the future. She would be anxious about the instability of her living situation and the adequacy of her provisions. Additionally, she might fear Xu Annian's fickleness. Thus, by altering his terms of endearment, Xu Annian aimed to provide Qin Peiyao with a sufficient sense of security. With her impressive affection rating of 96 points, she would undoubtedly follow him wholeheartedly, even to the extent of shielding him from harm without a second thought. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a capable and intelligent woman? Husband, Qin Peiyao's voice was sultry, her eyes shimmering with allure. Had the circumstances been different, she would have eagerly thrown herself at him. This man truly understood her subtle desires. The key was that he was also considerate of her dignity, responding in gentle ways without being overt. How could she possibly resist such a man? Chapter 33, Binding the Base. Do not lose your composure. First, let us observe that zombie. Xu Annian chuckled as he playfully pinched Qin Peiyao's cheek, directing her gaze towards the undead creature in the gym area. The outbreak of the biohazard had transpired in the early hours, resulting in a scarcity of zombies on the streets. Most were confined within buildings, emerging only occasionally to pursue survivors. Those zombies, when devoid of targets, wandered aimlessly. It was quite possible that the one in the gym today might be found outside the community tomorrow. However, the zombie in sight showed no footprints in the surrounding snow, indicating it did not wander aimlessly. This was in stark contrast to the zombies they had previously encountered. Could it be related to the weather? Qin Peiyao speculated. This particular zombie had appeared today. The only difference between the previous days and today was the continually dropping temperature. Weather? Indeed. The temperature had plummeted to over 20 degrees below zero in recent days, a drop of several degrees compared to earlier, coupled with persistent heavy snowfall. Perhaps the frigid temperatures had induced some form of transformation. Are you suggesting that this phenomenon is linked to the cold or the snowfall? Xu Annian furrowed his brow in contemplation. This explanation held merit. Zombies, as beings derived from corpses, are ill-equipped to adapt to extreme cold, rendering them destined for elimination. Could the ongoing temperature decline accelerate their evolution, compelling them to exploit their potential in search of survival? For the moment, he set aside these thoughts. A solitary zombie could not yield too many conclusions. A sense of caution was all they required. Let us proceed swiftly. Yes, hold my hand. Qin Peiyao extended her hand, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at him. How can you be so adorable? Xu Annian could not resist cradling her face, gently rubbing it with his hands. This woman was truly captivating. Even her casual playfulness could endear her to him. Yet, it seemed that Qin Peiyao only revealed her girlish side when in his company. Typically, she maintained a serious and aloof demeanor. However, it was precisely this contrast that rendered Xu Annian utterly enchanted. Do you like it? I do. They exchanged sweet nothings, remaining vigilant of their surroundings while hastening towards the bus stop. Is this the one? At the bus stop, a deep blue airport shuttle and a blue and white bus stood resolutely amidst the swirling snow. The shuttle was rather lively, with figures moving to and fro, as if forming a queue to board, orderly advancing to the front door before retreating back inside, a repeated dance revealing their desire to disembark. Unfortunately, there was no driver to grant them access. Yes, Xu Annian unlocked the bus door. Immediately, a flurry of delicate snowflakes gusted into the vehicle, swirling about before settling gently on the floor and seats, adding a touch of white within. Brr, it's so cold. Upon entering, Xu Annian felt an icy chill seeping through his clothing, penetrating his skin and chilling him to the bone, while his ears felt as if they might freeze off. Throbbing painfully, please wait for me outside for a moment while I turn on the air conditioning to ventilate and warm up the engine. Xu Annian casually offered an excuse for Qin Peiyao to remain outside, and then proceeded to bind the base. System, bind the base. Beep, checking. A nearly new hybrid vehicle detected. Do you confirm the mobile base mode? Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Yes. Xu Annian hesitated not at all. Over the past few days, he had analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of various base modes numerous times and concluded that the mobile base was the most suitable model for developing his family. Other modes would prove challenging for attracting new family members. Binding in progress. Binding complete. Extreme Cold Apocalypse Mobile Base. Host, Xu Annian. Base level. Level 1. Upgrade requires 100 family points. Family points. 1,810 points. Base expansion space. None. Upgrading the base will provide additional activity space. Members. Qin Peiyao, S-Class. Per member. Note, the family base is divided into 5 areas. Defense area, energy area, attack area, living area, and other area. Each area has specific functions. Please explore them on your own. Why was Qin Peiyao the only family member? Xu Annian stared at the virtual interface, frowning. Did that little girl not have any affinity for him? This should not be the case. He had provided food for Qing Jinwen, rescued her from a horde of zombies, and offered a safe shelter with warm food, yet she remained guarded. If his memory served him correctly, the standard for a preparatory member was 30 points of affinity. Had Qing Jinwen not even reached that threshold? Was he, perhaps, nurturing a wolf that turned its back on him? He decided he would talk to her later. For now, he set aside thoughts of Qing Jinwen and focused on upgrading the base. To elevate from level 1 to level 2, he required 100 points, which would increase the internal space by 100 square meters. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 necessitated 200 points for an additional 200 square meters. The leap from level 3 to level 4 required 400 points, expanding the space by another 400 square meters. Finally, progressing from level 4 to level 5 demanded a staggering 800 points, adding 800 square meters of space. With over 1,800 accumulated points, Xu Annian could only elevate the base to level 5. Beep. Upgrade complete. Base level. Level 5. Upgrade requires 1,600 family points. Family points. 310 points. Base expansion space. 1,500 square meters. Height based on the base's original height. Note: the internal expansion space does not affect the exterior appearance of the base. Note: non-official family members cannot see the expanded space or enjoy its benefits. Note: the expansion space has no fixed shape. The host can adjust it to increase the base's height and width. The internal expansion space not affecting the exterior appearance of the bus pleased Xu Annian immensely. He had been concerned that continuous upgrades would transform the bus into an unwieldy behemoth, restricted by the width of the roads. Now, the last trace of anxiety in my heart has dissipated. After secretly managing for several years, I have developed a family membership to several hundred individuals. At that moment, who would dare to offend us? I would simply drive the bus to their doorstep. Just imagine the look on their faces when they see hundreds of people disembarking from an ordinary bus. Xu Annian indulged in this darkly amusing fantasy, feeling an inexplicable thrill. Who would have thought? An unremarkable bus could unleash such a multitude. He quickly refocused his attention and continued to explore the other functionalities. If they are not family members, the augmented space remains unseen. This, too, is a remarkably delightful feature. Consequently, there is no need to worry about outsiders glimpsing what they should not see. 5 functional zones. Xu Annian clicked on the defense module. The defense module encompasses the bus's tires, frame, glass, chassis, and all external components of the vehicle. This is the most crucial module in the early stages. With a 5-level base defense, even the windows can withstand bullets from a rifle fired from 10 meters away, and the tires possess both explosion-proof and anti-skid capabilities, resembling a mobile fortress in its initial form. Chapter 34, Transforming the Base. With time pressing, Xu Annian could not afford to delve into the various functions of the base. He immediately clicked on the living module, and a holographic projection of a bus emerged. Through manipulation of the projection, he could alter the interior design, customizing the style and layout. Beep. Operation successful. 5 points deducted. Would this consume points? Xu Annian attempted to eliminate the 3-seat arrangement behind the driver's seat, only to find that the system indicated a deduction of 5 points. He then tried to remove the 5-seat arrangement in the last row, which similarly resulted in a 5-point deduction. Was the point deduction based on the number of actions? Realizing this, Xu Annian proceeded without hesitation. Apart from the driver's seat, he removed all other seats and railings in one go. Instantly, the bus's interior became spacious and bright. After a moment's contemplation, he restored the 3-seat arrangement on the left side of the front door. However, this restored seating was transformed into a single bunk bed instead of traditional seats. The materials from the removed seats were more than sufficient to create a bunk bed over a meter wide. In the space between the single bed and the back door, which originally comprised 3 seats, Xu Annian designated the 2 spaces adjacent to the single bed as a wardrobe for daily clothing and bathrobes, while the seat space closer to the back door was converted into a wash basin, allowing wastewater to drain through the waiting area outside the bus. The waiting area was temporarily designated as a shower zone, featuring a recessed step suitable for drainage and addressing restroom needs. Other areas were left unchanged for the time being. The original spots for the elderly, sick, and pregnant were intended for Qin Peiyao to arrange as a designated kitchen space. With ample windows, this area was sufficiently illuminated, making it ideal for culinary endeavors. The innermost section of the bus served as a visible storage area, with the system's expanded space of 1,500 square feet allocated here. Thus, the initial transformation of the mobile base was complete. Did it feel somewhat constricted? Standing at the fare collection point, Xu Annian surveyed the newly modified layout and found certain areas rather cramped, which was visually uncomfortable, let alone conducive to living. Particularly concerning the sleeping area with the bunk beds, the clearance between the lower and upper bunks was 1.5 meters, which felt unobtrusive. However, the distance between the upper bunk and the ceiling was merely over 40 centimeters, significantly lower than that of a train's upper berth, making it impossible to sit up comfortably, certainly a source of discomfort. Perhaps he should appropriate some of the expanded space. Xu Annian was determined not to endure discomfort in his living quarters. He decided to increase the upper bunk by an additional half meter, bringing it to approximately 1 meter in height, thus alleviating the sense of confinement. He also widened the bed by half a meter, transforming it into a spacious 1.5 meters wide, ample room for two to sleep comfortably together. Much improved. The wardrobe and wash basin, along with the shower zone, were also significantly enlarged. Particularly, the wardrobe was expanded to a generous 300/300/60 specification, capable of accommodating the clothing of 3 individuals. Now, life was considerably more pleasant. Upon completion of the transformation, Xu Annian displayed a relaxed smile upon his face. He was not a professional interior designer, rather. The arrangement within the vehicle was dictated solely by his personal preferences and limited vision. The overall aesthetic could hardly be deemed exceptional. Yet it possessed a certain warmth that was endearing. At the very least, he found it to be quite comforting. Shall we move our belongings in? Is this our home? As soon as she entered the vehicle, Qin Peiyao's eyes sparkled with delight. This place exceeded her wildest dreams of a future abode by innumerable degrees. The compact bunk bed, while restricting movement for 2 individuals lying side by side, was something Qin Peiyao cherished. Her sense of security was lacking. Those who feel insecure often prefer cozier, wall-backed spaces. Sleeping in such an environment instilled a sense of stability. More importantly, this bed provided her with a legitimate excuse to snuggle up to a man during the night. Resting her head against his chest, listening to the rhythmic thump of his heartbeat, which brought her immense peace of mind. Yes, this truly is our home, Xu Annian nodded, embracing the woman as they admired their new residence together. Qin Peiyao, being a core member, could adapt to the changes of the base and the byproducts of the system. Thus, upon witnessing the transformed bus, she felt no confusion, only delight. We should expedite the transfer of supplies. Then venture to the market to see if we can scavenge a few items. If that fails, we ought to head swiftly to the western suburbs. Agreed. The two of them piled their belongings from the spatial rings and travel backpacks into the storage area. The storage space, coupled with the area expanded by the system, amounted to over 1,500 square meters, 6 or 7 times larger than the spacious apartment they previously inhabited. This vast area seemed somewhat excessive for merely storing the meager contents of their spatial rings. Let us proceed. We can organize everything thoroughly after we finish moving. With their belongings transferred, they exited the vehicle without the need to remove the keys. This mobile base could only be operated by Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao. No one else could access it. Of course, one could force entry with a cannon, but without the means to start it. It would be akin to a heap of scrap metal. Have the number of zombies outside the community increased? Indeed, I spotted several on the streets just now. On their return journey, the duo noticed a dozen or so wandering figures in the streets and the community park. It seemed that survivors had begun to realize the potential for water and power outages, desperately abandoning their buildings in search of alternative means of survival. Consequently, this also led to the emergence of numerous zombies from within the structures. Let us return swiftly. Once we arrive home, we will split up. I will organize the bedding and clothing, while you handle the kitchenware and food. All right. The two carefully evaded the zombies, quickening their pace back to Building 2, 7th floor, gathering as much food and clothing as possible from their respective rooms into their spatial rings. Seizing the opportunity, while Qin Peiyao rummaged for clothes in the master bedroom, Xu Annian approached Cheng Jinwen directly, broaching the subject with candor. Do you not wish to come with us? Huh? Cheng Jinwen, barely able to stand, was taken aback, mistakenly believing that Xu Annian did not want to take her along. With her head bowed in a dejected manner, she nervously tugged at the hem of her clothing, speaking in a hushed tone that was barely audible. The pair of slightly puffy, large eyes, shrouded in a misty haze, combined with her delicate and fragile form, evokes a poignant image reminiscent of a forsaken fawn, exuding an air of vulnerability and sorrow. Are you willing? Xu Annian furrowed his brow. He could not discern the precise words spoken by the young girl, but he vaguely caught phrases such as willing and sorry. The girl's demeanor did not suggest deceit. So where did the issue lie? Was it perhaps my consumption was excessive? Cheng Jinwen's voice trembled. She stepped closer to Xu Annian, tugging at his clothing, and stammered, I could eat a little less, right? Chapter 35. She the Valkyrie? It is not a matter of how much one consumes. Xu Annian averted his gaze. Upon reflecting on the course of their acquaintance, it seemed that when he offered food to Cheng Jinwen, her fondness for him did not increase. Were you not grateful for the food I provided that day? I was grateful, but Cheng Jinwen hesitated. Initially, when she received the food from the man, she genuinely felt grateful. However, it was a transaction. She also needed to pay a satisfactory price at the right moment in exchange for the food. Thus, the enhancement of her affection was limited. Later, Cheng Jinwen realized that there were no cooking utensils in the bedroom, making it impossible to prepare meals. This meant she had exchanged a significant cost for a pile of inedible items while guarding food that nearly left her starving. Just as she glimpsed hope, She was once again faced with despair, which was more painful than the absence of hope itself. In this light, it was remarkable that her fondness for the man did not diminish. As for increasing it, that was nearly an impossible task. As the saying goes, those who have never basked in the sunlight do not fear the darkness. Essentially, that was the sentiment. Xing Jian harbored a modicum of fondness for Xu Annian. But it was scant, with more gratitude than anything else. She was thankful to Xu Annian. However, gratitude and affection are not synonymous. Gratitude is a willingness to repay kindness, regardless of the other person's character, whether good or bad. Affection, on the other hand, is reserved for those who reside at the pinnacle of her heart. Those for whom she would willingly give everything. That person was not Xu Annian, it was Qin Peiyao. When Cheng Jinwen was on the brink of despair, it was Qin Peiyao who appeared. In her memory, Sister Yo was tender and attentive, forbidding men from entering her shabby room to witness her plight, and gently reminding her not to open her eyes before leaving. Upon returning home, she cared for her like a daughter, bathing her and feeding her porridge. All of this was bestowed upon her by Sister Yao. As women, Cheng Jinwen naturally trusted Qin Peiyao more. Upon hearing the young girl's account, Xu Annian fell silent. It turned out that Qin Peiyao had reaped the fondness that rightfully belonged to him. Quietly, he accessed Qin Peiyao's personal information, and the virtual panel prominently displayed Cheng Jinwen's fondness for her. 88 points. 88 points. That was quite a substantial score. More importantly, she was just 2 points away from becoming a core member. His heart ached. What happened? Outside the door, Qin Peiyao, noticing the silence between the two, walked in curiously. She was not carrying a travel bag, but rather a large black suitcase filled with the man's clothing. Sister Yo. Indeed. Upon seeing Qin Peiyao, Cheng Jinwen's eyes, already reddened, overflowed with tears as if she had found a refuge for her soul, collapsing into Qin Peiyao's embrace and sobbing. The scene increasingly resembled a wronged daughter seeking solace from her mother. It's all right. It's all right. Qin Peiyao gently patted the little girl's back for comfort. Her gaze fixed on the man's face. She was perplexed by the recent events between them, yet she felt no need to comprehend them fully. If the man insisted on leaving Cheng Jinwen behind, she would take charge of the situation herself. Such occurrences had gradually become second nature to Qin Peiyao. Let us go together, Xu Annian sighed softly. The unfolding of events had deviated significantly from his expectations. However, it was of little consequence. A little girl who struggled to walk posed no substantial threat. They might as well take her along. After all, she was an SS-level talent, even surpassing Qin Peiyao in ability. If all else failed, they could simply wait for Cheng Jinwen to regain her strength and then opt for a direct and crude method to enhance their rapport. Outside, the world was in a state of chaos. Who still adhered to protocol? In any case, Xu Annian would not engage in a losing venture. Thank you, Cheng Jinwen murmured softly. In that moment, she genuinely believed Xu Annian did not wish to take her along. Hearing his affirmative response now allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! Detected SS-level being's affinity for host has reached 30. Would you like to invite them to join the family? Just as Xu Annian slung his travel backpack over his shoulder, the system's notification echoed in his mind. He turned in astonishment to look at Cheng Jinwen. This truly baffled him regarding the thought processes of this young girl. Thank you. Cheng Jinwen expressed her gratitude once more, her eyes instinctively avoiding Xu Annian's gaze out of trepidation. Xu Annian nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and directly enrolled Cheng Jinwen as a reserve member. Ding! Invitation successful. Reserve member. Cheng Jinwen, age, 17. Attributes, strength 2, 7, agility 1, 8, stamina 2, 7. Spirit 3, 8, affinity, 35, talent domain, close combat arts, SS, close combat arts, aim to incapacitate or kill the enemy in the shortest possible time, an area of absolute efficiency within 3 steps, items, none, ding. Congratulations host for successfully inviting an SS-level family member, receiving 1 Valkyrie sequence potion, initial stage, 1 spatial ring, 1 cubic meter, and 200 family points. As the system's voice faded, a pale red potion and a stone ring materialized in the base's warehouse. Xu Annian gazed at the virtual notification, rendered speechless once again. He turned to assess the timid, frail girl before him. Cheng Jian had no belongings. She was clad in Qin Peiyao's oversized trench coat, the hem draping over her calves. Her youthful oval face still retaining its innocence, her voice soft and delicate. To all appearances, she resembled a little girl who would whimper for a long time after receiving a single punch. This girl? Close combat? Valkyrie sequence? Xu Annian found it hard to believe that if Cheng Jinwen were left alone in front of a stranger, she would scarcely muster the courage to speak loudly, let alone engage in a fight. The image of her attempting to strike while standing on tiptoe was simply unimaginable. Cheng Jinwen, apprehensive of the male gaze, instinctively turned her head away. Simultaneously, her body unconsciously leaned towards Qin Peiyao, seeking refuge. "Let us return home first," Xu Annian said, gently massaging his temples as he transferred the Valkyrie series potions into his spatial ring. He then retrieved another cubic meter spatial ring, preparing to pack several additional sets of clothing. Afterward, he shouldered his heavily laden travel bag and led the way. "Come on, I'll carry you," Qin Peiyao said naturally as she crouched down. She hadn't taken the travel bag but opted for a suitcase, making it easier to carry Qing Jinwen. Thank you, Sister Yao," Qing Jinwen murmured, resting her weary heart against Qin Peiyao's back, gradually finding solace. Chapter 36. Qing Jinwen was profoundly shaken. The wind and snow obscured her vision. Within a mere 10 meters of the bus stop, she spotted the blue and white bus, sparking her curiosity. "Sister Yao, why is the glass of that bus so opaque?" As a local of Huching, she had often taken the bus during her junior and senior high school years and was well acquainted with the structure of Huching's buses. She had never encountered a bus with such tinted windows. This was simply unacceptable. Not only buses, but even private vehicles should not be allowed to have films that entirely obstruct visibility. Qing Jinwen was intrigued as to which driver dared to apply such a film. But upon reflecting on the current state of affairs, she realized there was little recourse and fell silent. "That will be our future home, of course. It needs to be tinted," Qin Peiyao explained with a smile. The bus, serving as the family base, had all its glass designed for one-way visibility. Passengers inside could see the outside environment clearly without any obstruction, while those outside could not discern the interior, ensuring complete privacy. "Home." Qing Jinwen raised her head. Pausing in contemplation, her gaze shifted to the bus, and images of squeezing into narrow seats at night or laying down in the aisle flooded her mind. She felt a twinge of disappointment, contemplating that perhaps it would be better to remain in the Qianshan apartment. Yet, she would not voice any opposition. For her, being near the two adults, being alongside Sister Yao, was a tremendous blessing. The living conditions were inconsequential. At least, that was her sentiment before boarding. "Sister Yao, is this really a bus in Huching?" "Yes." "How is that possible?" The moment she stepped aboard, Qing Jinwen was struck with overwhelming astonishment. "Is this truly a Huching bus? Where are the seats? Why are they missing? And what is this more than a meter-wide upper and lower bunk? What on earth is that large cabinet? Why is there even a washing station?" As a preparatory member, she could not yet see the system's expanded space. Nevertheless, she remained deeply affected by the transformation. The once cramped and inexpensive bus stop now exuded an aura that brought her a sense of comfort. In a post-apocalyptic world, most women, nay, most survivors, lacked a sense of security. If they resided in an overly spacious area, it would induce discomfort, conversely. Such a compact little room could foster a semblance of safety. "Sister Yao, did you modify this?" "Sort of. Isn't the upper bunk a bit narrow?" Qing Jinwen's gaze fell upon the upper bunk. With a height of only about 40 centimeters, it was significantly narrower than the upper berths on trains. If one were to sleep up there, turning over would likely be a challenge. It hardly seemed suitable for habitation. Could it possibly be intended for luggage? The issue was, there was only one upper and lower bunk in the entire bus, and Sister Yao would surely occupy the lower bunk with the man. Where would she sleep? Surely, they could not all share the lower bunk. As Qing Jinwen contemplated various scenes, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she discreetly observed Sister Yao and the man. Her gaze lingering on the man's face. A bold thought flickered through her mind, one that was not entirely unfathomable. She naively assumed that everyone merely shared a space to sleep together, perhaps clad in nothing more than flimsy pajamas. Beyond that, she was blissfully unaware of any deeper implications. Her introverted nature prevented her from discussing matters related to intimacy with her roommates. She only possessed a vague understanding of kissing and casual embraces, which indeed felt rather limited. Qin Peiyao nodded in agreement, being a core member aware of the need for expanded boundaries. However, she currently lacked the authority to manipulate the expanded space freely and turned her attention to the man. Perhaps they could make adjustments before bedtime. Xu Annian responded and then settled into the driver's seat, attempting to close the car door to shield them from the biting wind and swirling snow. Although he had never driven a bus before, he was accustomed to manual transmission and only needed to familiarize himself with a few door mechanisms. He quickly became adept at the rest. In due course, he clarified Qing Jinwen's arrangements. "For the next few days, you will rest on the lower bunk during the day and return to the upper bunk at night. The main activity area will be below, as it is easier to care for you there. However, at night, the lower bunk will be unsuitable for someone unwell. In the event of an emergency outside, it is far more convenient to descend from the upper bunk." Qing Jinwen responded softly, settling down on the lower bunk. The bunks had yet to be arranged, revealing materials akin to those of a bus seat, an iron frame with a plastic bedboard that felt somewhat chilly to sit upon. Nevertheless, The upper bunk was equipped with guardrails, eliminating fears of tumbling down during sleep. Notably, the beds and cabinets, which had been modified by the system, were impeccably clean and brand new. I will make the bed. You drive, and Xiaowen will guide us, Qin Peiyao instructed. The man was unfamiliar with the route, and since Cheng Jinwen could not assist in labor, her role as navigator was perfectly suited. With that, Qin Peiyao headed to the storage area at the back of the vehicle, retrieving a mattress and blankets to prepare the lower bunk. She layered a soft mat, a blanket, and a sheet, completing 3 layers. With the latter positioned on the inside, 2 pillows were placed near the front door, and a double blanket was folded neatly on the inner side, thus finishing the lower bunk setup. The upper bunk was arranged similarly, but with only 1 pillow. Where are we headed? Cheng Jinwen inquired obediently, moving closer to the driver's seat to ensure the man could hear her clearly. 2. Xu Annian hesitated as he intended to mention the mall owned by Qin Peiyao's family, faltering mid-sentence. It seemed he was unaware of the name of Qin Peiyao's family mall. Do you know the largest mall in Hiching? Jiyu Mall? Yes. Then we shall proceed to Jiyu Mall, Xu Annian affirmed with a nod. Although he did not know the name of Qin Peiyao's family mall, he was aware that it was the largest in Hiching. The intersection ahead requires a right turn, Cheng Jinwen noted. Intending to mention that the bus navigation passed by Jiyu Mall, fearing that the men might deem her useless, she hastily altered her stance. Turn right at the intersection, Xu Annian repeated, proceeding with caution along the road. He had never operated a bus before and was unfamiliar with the control panel's buttons. As he initiated the journey, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, would you like to activate stealth mode? Note, stealth mode is solely applicable to corpse source sequence entities, significantly reducing the probability of detection by such entities. Stealth mode? Xu Annian felt a flicker of excitement. This meant that their journey to the mall in the bus would be considerably safer. He decisively activated the stealth mode. Stealth mode activated. As the system's voice faded, Xu Annian took a moment to sense any changes, but noticed nothing different. The bus was not cloaked, and the engine's roar persisted. It seemed identical to when it was not activated. May I sit on the lower bunk for a while? Cheng Jinwen asked, her body frail and weary after standing for a few minutes. Upon receiving the man's consent, she made her way to the lower bunk, occasionally instructing him to turn or go straight. Gradually, Cheng Jinwen laid her head on the bed, gazing at the man's profile in a daze. This man was indeed quite handsome. Yet, she mused, perhaps if he appeared a bit older, it might be even better. With the bedding arranged and their clothes tidied, only the bathroom remained. Qin Peiyao finished making the bed and placed their clothing into the wardrobe. However, when she brought the shower gel and shampoo to the bathroom, she discovered that the ceiling had a rail for hanging rings, yet there was no waterproof glass door, nor any curtain to shield one's privacy. Why is there no shower curtain in the bathroom? There were 3 people in the vehicle. Showering in front of the man or Cheng Jinwen was tolerable, but doing so in front of both was quite unacceptable. Moreover, what would Cheng Jinwen do? That young girl clearly had no experience in romance. Asking her to shower in front of a man would surely be quite challenging. A shower curtain? Xu Annian caught a glimpse of the bathroom through the rearview mirror, sensing that it was indeed inappropriate. Perhaps a partition should be arranged. Currently, many aspects of the bus had yet to be properly organized, leaving him to gradually enhance and refine the living facilities. However, those matters could wait. The pressing concern was to head to the mall and transport supplies. Chapter 37. Wait, I haven't boarded the bus yet. The blue and white bus trundled over several centimeters of accumulated snow, moving slowly with its engine emitting a gentle rumble. Yet, in the stillness of the street, it captured the attention of numerous survivors. From behind the curtains of the adjacent residences, one survivor after another peeked through narrow openings, eager to discern how many passengers were aboard and who they might be. The swollen eyes of these survivors revealed a profound yearning, a desperate hope that the driver of the bus might belong to a rescue team. They had endured hunger for far too long. Even now, as they contemplated venturing out in a final bid for survival, their frail bodies would not permit it. Their hopes for continued existence were now solely reliant on the nation's rescue forces. Unfortunately, they could not ascertain the scene within the vehicle. Thud, thud. In a 5-story building, 2 lean men, upon spotting the approaching bus, were overtaken by surprise. In their eagerness to board, they disregarded caution, flinging open a window and jumping down, wrapped in blankets. One man suffered a fractured leg, the red and white of his exposed bone contrasting horrifically with his flesh. Twisting his face in agony, the other landed headfirst and became instantly motionless. Their screams attracted the attention of wandering zombies. How terrifying. In the lower bunk, Cheng Jinwen, seeing the 2 men's plight through the bus window, instinctively shrank back. The severity of the leg fracture chilled her heart. and she momentarily dismissed the notion of whose blanket it was, seeking comfort under her own covers. However, her curiosity was insatiable. After a brief moment, she poked her head out again, her large eyes darting back and forth, surveying the nearby residences. I just turned 18. I don't want to die. Please let me on the bus. A desperate voice rang out from the roadside. Cheng Jiwen turned her gaze toward the source and saw a petite girl, slightly over 5 feet tall, clad in form-fitting black thermal pants and a deep V light-colored sweater, hastening toward them. The girl possessed an appealing figure, and as she ran, the white neckline bounced with her movements. Coupled with her slightly chubby, adorable face, she was undeniably attractive, easily invoking the protective instincts of men. Cheng Jiwen unconsciously turned her head to glance at Xu Annian. She felt certain that he would be drawn to such a girl. Perhaps he would behave as he did when he saved her, stopping to rescue this girl as well. You don't think I would save just any beautiful woman, do you? Noticing Cheng Jiwen's gaze, Xu Annian furrowed his brow. Was he truly that kind of person? Why would he abandon the alluring, sultry woman aboard the bus in favor of some ordinary beauty outside? Absolutely not. He had standards. Women with talents below an S rank were not worthy of his attention. His energy was reserved for those of value. And no. Cheng Jiwen hurriedly averted her gaze, her mind racing back to the man's words. He had remarked that he wouldn't easily rescue a beauty. Did that imply she was not an ordinary beauty? Did she possess some uniqueness? At her lowest, she appeared far less appealing than that girl outside. Yet the man could save her, but not the girl outside. Strangely, Cheng Jiwen's mood brightened. A virtual prompt floated before Xu Annian's eyes, startling him. Affection level of preparatory member Cheng Jiwen, 10. Did her fondness for him increase? He seemed to have done nothing significant. Not wishing to be distracted, Xu Annian focused on driving. Wait, we haven't boarded yet. Hold on. Another shop nearby opened its roller shutter. A portly man in his 30s, with a face covered in stubble, shouted loudly, waving his hands and sprinting with surprising agility for his size. At the entrance of the shop stood a weary woman, not yet 30, alongside a boy of 5 or 6. Both gazed at the running man and the approaching bus, their eyes filled with hope. Do you think we should stop? In the driver's seat, Xu Annian asked the little girl in the back, glancing through the side mirror at the man, who was panting and exhaling white mist as he desperately chased after them. Cheng Jiwen stared at the small boy, pursing her lips in silence. In the past, she would have insisted they stop. However, after discussing the realities of the apocalypse with Sister Yao, her worldview had shifted. There were too many survivors like the boy's family outside that could not save them all, nor should they entertain the absurd notion of saving as many as possible. One does not fear scarcity but inequity. At any moment, people are prone to this psychological imbalance. Why save him and not me? This sentiment breeds dissatisfaction. Discontent can evolve into irreconcilable conflict, leading to turmoil. Cheng Jiwen was certain that if they stopped, countless survivors would rush out from both sides of the street, far exceeding the capacity of a single bus. The phenomenon of desperate acts would only escalate. In such a scenario, their ability to save anyone would be in jeopardy, let alone ensure their own survival. Nevertheless, humans possess emotions. Acknowledgement does not erase the discomfort within. The suffering of those people today could very well mirror their own future. The portly man was overtaken and brought down by 2 zombies. He did not struggle, but kept his gaze fixed on the bus, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Death did not terrify him. What haunted him was the thought of leaving the 2 behind in this predatory world. The bus in his line of sight represented hope for them, and he did not wish to miss it. As his vision blurred, the light in his eyes quickly extinguished. Daddy. No, don't look. The woman at the shop's entrance covered the boy's eyes, her own eyes reddening as she pulled him back inside, shutting the roller shutter and continuing to wait. The difference this time was that she no longer knew what they were waiting for. Damn it. Those people on the bus are beasts. How dare they leave us behind? Let them perish. The death of the obese man incited a sense of fury among the survivors in the neighboring residences, but more so, it enveloped them in despair. They loathed the heartlessness of those in the vehicle, envied their ability to escape, and resented their own helplessness. In a frenzied outburst, they unleashed a torrent of pent-up negative emotions, cursing wildly yet cautiously, fearful of attracting the attention of the undead. In a fit of collective defiance, they hurled various objects towards the bus, tissues, glass cups, thermoses, and even dumbbells, creating a cacophony of sound. Alas, the snow-covered ground provided a cushion, resulting only in the shattering of a few fragile glass bottles, inflicting no real damage. How infuriating. Why are they throwing things at us? Whimpered the timid Cheng Jiwen, startled, pouting in discontent before retreating to the corner of her bed, cocooned in her blanket, too frightened to continue watching. You must remember today, Qin Peiyao, who was tidying up the bathroom, was drawn by the commotion. She set aside her task and sternly cautioned Xing Jinwen, in the future, as we scavenge for food outside, we will frequently encounter such situations. You must always remember one thing. Do not attempt to help anyone, not even a child, a pregnant woman, or an elderly person. Do you understand? Chapter 38, Captivity? Central Square, the most bustling and vibrant area of Huqing, remained teeming with activity despite the zombie crisis having erupted in the early hours. Vehicles were scattered chaotically along the streets surrounding the square. Bang! A bus barreled forward, forcefully pushing aside obstructing cars. The base's defenses were formidable. At speeds not exceeding 30 miles per hour, the damage inflicted on the vehicle was negligible. Warning: the base has sustained an impact, damage value 0.01. Please repair promptly. Host. A virtual prompt materialized before Xu Annian's eyes, yet he paid it no heed. A mere 0.01 damage was not worth depleting family points. The voices of the crowd faded into silence. After driving a few hundred meters, the cacophony of insults gradually dissipated. As they approached Central Square, residential buildings became increasingly scarce, replaced by shops selling clothing, snacks, and footwear. It's difficult to turn around ahead. Let South Park on the street behind the mall, suggested Qin Peiyao, who had finished organizing her clothes and approached the driver's seat. Familiar with the area, she cautioned Xu Annian against taking the bus into the parking lot. Understood. Following Qin Peiyao's guidance, Xu Annian maneuvered the bus to the rear of the mall. This street was not a major thoroughfare, resulting in a scarcity of cars but an abundance of small electric scooters, which filled the view. This will do. The bus was parked approximately 50 meters from the mall. The two prepared to disembark. Xu Annian donned his travel backpack, adjusted his clothing, and tightened the laces of his sneakers before glancing back at the young girl in the lower bunk. You stay in the vehicle. There is half a pot of pumpkin porridge. If you're hungry, just drink it. Do not open the windows. If other survivors attempt to board, ignore them. Regardless of what happens outside, remember not to leave the vehicle or speak. Understood? The base will not permit any breaches. Xu Annian was not overly concerned about damage to the base. Rather, he worried that the young girl might inadvertently open a window and expose herself to danger. Believing it prudent to revoke Xing Jinwen's window privileges, he felt reassured. All set. Satisfied, Xu Annian clapped his hands. Before stepping out, he turned back once more to offer a final reminder. We may not return until nightfall. Make sure to manage your meals and sleeping arrangements. Be careful. I promise not to cause any trouble. Xing Jinwen raised her right hand in assurance, watching reluctantly as the two departed. She stood dazed for a few seconds, staring at the automatically closing bus door, then turned to lean against the window, fixating on their retreating figures until they vanished into the mall, lost in her thoughts. Minutes passed. Xing Jinwen withdrew into her blanket, hesitant to observe the outside commotion. You lead the way. Upon entering the mall, the two moved forward with purpose. Having previously deliberated on their strategy for scavenging supplies, they agreed to focus primarily on the supermarket's warehouse, aiming to gather as much meat, fruit, and vegetables from the cold storage as possible. They would soon arrive at the supermarket, leaving no room for hesitation. In front loomed a horde of zombies. What to do? Qin Peiyao halted, crouching down to point towards the jewelry store on the first floor of the mall. There, more than a dozen wandering zombies were blocking the elevator leading to the supermarket. To enter the supermarket would undoubtedly draw their attention, potentially attracting more zombies from elsewhere, resulting in a minor zombie-tied assault. Zombies? Xu Annian could not help but furrow his brow. The layout of various malls was fundamentally similar. The basement housed the supermarket. The first floor featured jewelry and snack shops. The second and third floors were for clothing. The fourth floor was a toy store, and the fifth floor contained a cinema. However, the layout of Qin Peiyao's mall was somewhat different. There was no basement, and the supermarket was located on the second floor. They were not interested in the supplies upstairs, but once the zombies on the first floor were stirred, those above would certainly descend. This posed a significant problem. Were the supermarket doors closed or open? Closed. Do you have the key to enter? No. Qin Peiyao felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, she was the mall owner. But the shops inside were leased to others. Not having a key was quite normal. The supermarket being on the second floor, could they possibly enter from the outside? Xu Annian suggested. They had previously climbed to the third floor. Ascending to the second should pose no issue. The outside? Qin Peiyao immediately grasped the man's intention, her eyes lighting up. Indeed, the supermarket had a deli, and the kitchen window was on the side. They could climb onto the car roofs to reach it. The supermarket occupied a substantial portion of the second floor, featuring areas for daily necessities, cakes, fruits, beverages, and so forth, fully equipped. There must be several street-facing sections with windows that could be opened. The two returned outside, their climbing target now the second floor, a height not too daunting. Xu Annian could manage it alone. Based on Qin Peiyao's somewhat imprecise memory, he took a running start of over 10 meters, leaping up to grasp the thin edge of the windowsill. However, before he could shatter the glass, a dozen nearby zombies sensed the presence of prey and surged forth. The zombies from other street-facing shops, hearing the cries of their kind, rushed over in a frenzy. This was dire. Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao stared at the densely approaching figures, instantly feeling a chill run down their spines. They overlooked a critically serious issue. The zombies' 5-meter sensing range was a passive ability, not an active one. Besides passively sensing prey, they could also make judgments through other means. For instance, Xu Annian, clinging to the exterior wall, was a glaringly fresh target. Without a moment to ponder, Xu Annian smashed through the glass with a powerful punch, peering into the interior of the facility. The window revealed a rectangular room, merely a little over 10 square meters, furnished with 3 stoves and a vegetable washing sink, alongside some decayed vegetable leaves and rotten meat. This was the kitchen of the deli Qin Peiyao had mentioned. Quick! Come up. All right. Qin Peiyao had no time to think, nor the luxury of a running start. She leapt directly from her spot. The zombies moved with astonishing speed. Any hesitation would result in missed opportunities. With a fierce growl, Xu Annian firmly grasped Qin Peiyao's hand, pulling her up just in time. They swiftly made their way into the kitchen before the zombies could pounce. That was a close call. Qin Peiyao's expression was one of dread. A moment's hesitation or a misstep from the man could have led her into the clutches of the undead. Dozens of zombies surged from 3 directions, leaving no room for evasion. Even if they fought valiantly against the ones in the front, the relentless horde behind would overwhelm them, reducing them to mere sustenance for the zombies. It was my carelessness. It was not solely your fault. As the two took a brief moment to calm their racing hearts, they engaged in a moment of reflection. The conclusion they reached was their lack of understanding regarding the undead. Their ignorance of how zombies identify their prey nearly cost them dearly. If they had the opportunity to capture one, they could gradually study its behaviors. Indeed, the supermarket might present such an opportunity. Let us go and investigate. Agreed. Chapter 39. Subtlety in Action Films in the Front Mountain Apartments. The number of residents in Buildings 1 and 2 was sparse, and the zombies encountered on the road were few, creating an illusion of minimal threat. In reality, any city center harbors a permanent population that often ranges in the millions. Given such a vast populace, the likelihood of a significant portion transforming into zombies is alarmingly high, potentially leading to small-scale or even large-scale zombie hordes. Hold on. Before departing from the kitchen, Xu Annian paused, turning to gaze at the shattered small window. He was uncertain whether zombies possessed the intelligence to form a human ladder to scale walls, yet after their recent encounter, no one could afford to underestimate their tracking abilities. Let us barricade the window to prevent any zombies from entering, he suggested. Agreed. The pair moved a metal rack within the kitchen to block the window, and then positioned 2 rectangular iron tables at an angle to fortify their makeshift defense. With this, the zombies outside would be thwarted from gaining entry. Now, we can proceed to transport the supplies from the warehouse with peace of mind. The supermarket's rolling shutter was closed, indicating that it was either in the process of closing when the zombie crisis erupted or had already concluded operations, resulting in a scant number of staff and customers inside. With fewer individuals present, the number of potential zombie transformations would similarly be limited. They both exhaled in relief and turned towards the entrance. As the delicatessen section of the supermarket was left unlocked, they simply grasped the handle and pulled the door open. With a creak, a narrow gap was revealed. Qin Peiyao crouched down while Xu Annian bent slightly, and together, the tall and short duo peered through the opening. The first sight was a row of glass display cases. Beyond them lay a series of refrigerators and neatly arranged freezers, leading out to the shelves of fruits and vegetables. No zombies. It appeared that signs of life lingered. Look at the ground around those 2 freezers, Xu Annian pointed out. There are several torn plastic bags. Survivors must be present in the supermarket. As they spoke in hushed tones, a figure appeared within their line of sight. It was a short, stout man in his 40s, wearing a coat still bearing its tags, who ambled to the freezer, retrieved 2 boxes of steak, and yawned as he departed. Moments later, a woman in her 30s arrived, selecting a portion of snail noodles and a box of steak. In the ensuing minutes, 5 or 6 additional survivors emerged. What should we do? Qin Peiyao inquired. Let us first venture outside to assess the situation. Xu Annian straightened, opening the iron door to step outside. The door's soundproofing was effective. The survivors in the supermarket remained oblivious to the noise of their window breaking and were unaware of the duo's entry. As they emerged into the electronics section, the cooking survivors paused for several seconds. 5 male survivors simultaneously turned their gazes towards Qin Peiyao, momentarily forgetting the steaks sizzling in their pans and completely overlooking Xu Annian's presence, their eyes fixated on the exquisite figure before them. A plump woman stood up, her expression wary. "Who are you?" The atmosphere was thick with palpable hostility, as if the two newcomers were decidedly unwelcome, particularly Qin Peiyao, who was consumed by jealousy. A somewhat younger, slender woman seemed to recognize Qin Peiyao, though her certainty wavered. In her memory, the husband of the esteemed Qin was a bespectacled gentleman of refined demeanor. "Are you Miss Qin?" she inquired hesitantly. "You know me?" "Yes, I'm a cashier at the supermarket and have encountered Miss Qin on a few occasions." "A cashier?" Qin Peiyao instinctively glanced at the name tag adorning the woman's chest. "Reading Wang Fong. Tell me about the current state of the supermarket." Wang Fong appeared somewhat flustered. Lacking experience in reporting, she felt at a loss for how to succinctly convey the situation. Sensing her discomfort, Qin Peiyao shifted the topic. "What about Supervisor Liu?" "Liu." "Supervisor Liu is turned into a zombie and was locked in the cold." "Wait, who are you? Coming in here and asking questions?" A disgruntled voice interrupted Wang Fong. Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao turned toward the source of the voice and discovered 3 survivors in the furniture section, dressed in scant clothing. Among them was a towering, muscular African man, accompanied by 2 young women whose expressions seemed dulled. The African man spoke. "I don't care who you were before." His fluent speech dripped with arrogance as he strode closer, his gait exaggeratedly flamboyant. His gaze unabashedly roamed Qin Peiyao's figure, his tongue flicking across his thick lips. "Now, this place is under my control. You outsiders will need my permission for food. Of course, you're welcome to become my—" Before he could finish, Xu Annian's demeanor shifted to icy resolve. He loathed the way the man was surveying Qin Peiyao. In a sudden burst of rage, he charged forward. Within a mere meter of the man, he lifted his right leg and unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the African man's lower abdomen. Thud! The towering figure was caught entirely off guard. He felt a blur of motion before an agonizing pain surged through his lower body. His eyes widening in shock as if they might pop from their sockets. His body involuntarily flew backward. Squeal. The sound of his body scraping against the floor echoed through the air. The African man crashed into a row of toy shelves, rolling several times before coming to a stop, clutching his injury and letting out a mournful wail before losing consciousness. The other survivors stood in stunned silence, gazing at Xu Annian's retreating figure. Did he just incapacitate a man over 6 feet tall and weighing more than 100 kilograms with a single kick? Is he even human? Domestic martial arts films seem understated in comparison. How impressive, Wang Fong stammered, clapping in bewilderment, still reeling from the shock of the moment. She seldom watches martial arts films and has never engaged in a brawl with a man. Thus, she is unaware of the terrifying force behind Xu Annian's kick. She merely perceives it as formidable. A murder! A plump woman suddenly shrieked, striking her thighs with her hands, wailing and tugging at the men on either side, hoping they would step forward to advocate for justice. A sharp slap resounded through the air. This time, it was Qin Peiyao who took action. She did not exert much force, merely administering a small lesson. Should the other party remain uncooperative, she would deliver several more slaps until they complied. Time was of the essence. Xu Annian had no patience for idle chatter. His expression remained stoic as he surveyed the other survivors and calmly stated, "You will answer my questions as I pose them. Understood?" "Understood. We understand. Please, ask away." "Big brother and big sister." "Yes, indeed. Whatever you wish to know, we shall disclose without reservation." "Big brother, are your feet weary? Shall I offer you a massage?" "Big sister, are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you a bottle of water. What do you prefer to drink?" The survivors fawned over him with unrestrained flattery. Having witnessed Xu Annian's strength, they dared not harbor ulterior motives, at least not outwardly. "You two take them over there for questioning, while I handle the 3 here. We shall verify the information after our inquiries." Xu Annian gestured toward 2 individuals, assigning them to Qin Peiyao. He would oversee the remaining 3. They would be questioned separately to prevent any deceitful scheming. "I trust everyone here is wise enough to know the proper course of action. But should any discrepancies arise in the information provided..." Xu Annian paused, leaving the implication hanging in the air. The attendees understood the unspoken meaning, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles. Chapter 40. A warehouse full of supplies. After spending half an hour, Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao acquired the information they sought. The supermarket manager did not directly transform into a zombie. Rather, he had stumbled and injured himself while attempting to investigate customers undergoing mutation. The other survivors, unaware of the specifics, dismissed the manager's account, choosing instead to believe what they wished, citing the potential for zombification. They forcibly confined the manager in the cold storage and sealed the iron door. Now, over 10 days have passed. Even if the manager had not turned into a zombie, he would have perished from the cold. The remaining zombies, for the most part, were lured into the staff changing room by a retired soldier, who subsequently locked the door from the outside, trapping them within. The subsequent events unfolded with relative simplicity, utilizing the supermarket's layout and their superior intelligence. A few survivors successfully subdued 3 zombies. Among them, a towering individual of African descent single-handedly dispatched 1 zombie, thereby solidifying his status within the supermarket hierarchy. Having dealt with the supermarket's undead, their lives were devoid of immediate worries. "Where's the cold storage?" they inquired. "In the corner of the fresh produce area. Follow us," came the compliant response from the survivors leading the way. As they passed through the clothing section, Xu Annian noticed several corpses strewn on the ground, emanating a pervasive stench of decay. Among them, 2 bodies bore crushed skulls, while 3 others had intact heads but exhibited clear signs of knife and blunt force injuries. Partially covered by blankets that revealed only portions of their forms, haphazardly piled in an inconspicuous corner. "Did you kill those people?" Qin Peiyao asked, her expression icy. One of the corpses was female, seemingly having died not long ago and having suffered inhuman treatment in life. Her exposed skin was marred with bruises and scars from cigarette burns. "It was that African man," came the frantic denials from the male survivors. "It's not our fault." "Yes, that man is inhuman. He treats us as if we are nothing. You can ask those 2 women." "Indeed," they echoed, eager to distance themselves from the blame. After all, the African man would not awaken anytime soon, and should he do so, they were certain he would bear the brunt of the consequences. 3 against 1. What could be more convincing? Qin Peiyao scoffed coldly, choosing not to engage further. Yet her conviction grew stronger. In this apocalyptic world, one could not afford to show mercy or trust anyone but men. The group continued their silent march until they arrived at the entrance of the cold storage. "Big brother and sister-in-law, this is the supermarket's cold storage," a portly middle-aged man grinned, gesturing towards the door. "We've never been inside, but it should be stocked with plenty of food. Feel free to take whatever you desire." Outside the supermarket lay a vast array of supplies. Even with their small number, they could not exhaust the provisions in a month or 2. Moreover, uncertainty lingered regarding whether the supermarket manager had transformed into a zombie, which deterred anyone from attempting to raid the cold storage. In fact, they were eager for someone to venture inside and scout the area. The cold storage is not merely filled with copious amounts of meat, but also harbors a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables. After indulging in an excess of steak and pasta recently, they yearned for a change in palate, desiring some produce. "I will enter first. You stay back and keep an eye on them," Xu Annian instructed, glancing back at Qin Peiyao as he stood before the iron door. "Anyone who dares approach the main entrance, show no mercy." The entrance to the cold storage is unlike that of a mere residence. This iron door boasts a thickness of at least 100 millimeters, with the frame, threshold, and door leaf equipped with dual electric heating systems to prevent freezing. If one were to become locked inside, escape would be utterly impossible. "Understood." Qin Peiyao was acutely aware of the door's formidable construction and dared not be careless. She stepped forward, positioning her body to shield the door, brandishing a serrated kitchen knife as she turned, silently fixing her gaze upon the few survivors. "Call me if you need anything." Xu Annian had unwavering confidence in Qin Peiyao's capabilities and expertise. After offering one final reminder, he pushed open the iron door and stepped inside. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a corpse frozen in place, its brows, eyelashes, and skin encrusted with frost, curled up in a corner. Poor soul, Xu Annian sighed, making his way directly to the front of the shelves. His focus now lay upon the provisions displayed. Steaks, leg of lamb, pork chops, and blue lobster. All splendid offerings. Xu Annian's eyes sparkled with delight. The absence of zombies and the opportunity to gather intelligence slowly filled him with joy. Finding an untouched cold storage was indeed a cause for celebration. He began feverishly collecting the items from the shelves. In less than 10 minutes, an 8 cubic meter spatial ring and a 1 cubic meter spatial ring were brimming with various ingredients, while a 100-liter travel backpack struggled to close its zipper. "This won't do. I must transport several more loads." Xu Annian's eyes glistened with urgency. An unplundered cold storage filled with assorted supplies lay before him, yet the reserves within 2 spatial rings were far from sufficient. Indeed, woefully inadequate. Moreover, he had yet to explore the adjacent refrigerated room containing fruits and vegetables, as well as the warehouse of ordinary goods. A plan must be devised. His mind raced with thoughts. However, upon encountering such a bounty, it was difficult to maintain composure. He felt restless and unable to settle down. It might be best to leave the cold storage and consult with Qin Peiyao. "How goes it?" "Mediocre." Xu Annian suppressed his inner excitement, striving to maintain a neutral expression. He wished to conceal the cold storage's inventory from the others to prevent them from speculating about the spatial rings. In fleeting moments, he found himself harboring sinister thoughts of eliminating the other survivors to monopolize the cold storage. Mediocre? Qin Peiyao echoed, puzzled. She distinctly remembered that the day the apocalypse descended was one of replenishing stock. With no one having entered the cold storage since, how could it be merely mediocre? Observing Xu Annian's eyes closely and discerning some key information, Qin Peiyao's gaze brightened momentarily before returning to its usual calm. The two tacitly chose not to mention the inventory. Do you have a way to transport more food? There is a method, but it is fraught with danger. The supermarket's street-facing windows are not solely dedicated to the kitchen. They can maneuver a bus directly beneath other windows and then open the bus's storage compartment to toss the food from above into it. The storage area boasts an impressive expansion of over 1,500 square meters, ample enough to accommodate the entirety of the cold storage's supplies. However, after their prior harrowing experience of nearly being surrounded by zombies, they are hesitant to take such risks lightly. One must weigh the potential risks against the rewards, whether they are proportional. Do you wish to transfer the food outside? A corpulent middle-aged man ventured, gauging their thoughts on the matter. Noticing their attention shift towards him, he elaborated, I used to supply fruit to the supermarket and am aware of an internal transport corridor adjacent to this location. I can guide you there for a closer inspection before you make a decision. Typically, supermarkets employ staff dedicated to transportation and handling. However, the transport corridor is not a closely guarded secret, and the employees have no reason to conceal it. Transport corridor? Xu Annian's heart stirred at the thought. He turned to Qin Peiyao beside him, exchanging a glance that signaled his intent, before following the man to inspect the transport corridor. Lead the way. All right, this way, my friend. Chapter 41. Action. The transport corridor is not far from the warehouse. Proceed straight through the fresh produce area, take a right, and after walking about 10 meters, you will arrive at a fire door marked with a sign indicating it's an employee passage, prohibiting entry. The fire door is secured with a padlock. I will unlock it. Wu Dongxiang had prepared the key for the padlock in advance and stepped forward to unlock it. Upon opening the door, a staircase over 2 meters wide revealed itself. The staircase leads out to Beifeng Street. Beifeng Street? Yes, Beifeng Street is the road to the left of the shopping mall. Wu Dongxiang responded with unwavering certainty. Perhaps sensing that most people may not remember street names, he gestured animatedly, vividly describing the precise location. After demonstrating, he responsibly offered a suggestion. You can park the vehicle at the staircase exit and then move the necessary supplies to the bottom of the stairs, loading them into the vehicle all at once to minimize risk. Wu Dongxiang spoke in detail. However, he had his own ulterior motives. With zombies rampant outside and the city facing a high risk of water and power shortages, the supermarket would soon cease to be the best refuge. He needed a capable individual to scout the way, so he could follow safely and find another route out of the city. And there was no one more suitable for this task than Xu Annian. Do you wish to leave the city? Xu Annian inquired calmly. He was not foolish. Moreover, Wu Dongxiang did not conceal his intentions. It was evident. It would certainly be best to leave. Wu Dongxiang chuckled wryly and nodded. Any survivor with a modicum of foresight knew it was time to depart the city or seek a generator. He was no exception. Unfortunately, leaving the city was not as simple as it once was. You are quite astute. Are you not worried I will empty the supermarket? Not at all. Wu Dongxiang replied with a relaxed smile. Empty the supermarket? What a joke. Setting aside the supplies in the cold storage, merely the rice, oil, daily necessities on the shelves, and the steaks and pizzas in the freezer would fill the space of several cars. Even if the two of them each had a van, it would be impossible to clear the shelves. Moreover, as a supplier of fruits to the supermarket, Wu Dongxiang was well aware of the inventory in the cold storage and had no concerns about it being emptied. Most importantly, time was of the essence. The zombies outside were not to be underestimated. They would not grant ample time for transporting supplies. Just managing to make 1 or 2 trips would be an immense stroke of luck. Xu Annian discerned Wu Dongxiang's thoughts, smiled, and refrained from saying more. They descended the stairs quietly, opened the door, and checked the situation outside on the street. The ends of the street were not congested, and no trace of zombies was in sight. It was likely that while they were previously climbing in through the second-floor windows, they had inadvertently drawn the zombies to the other side. A rare opportunity. After surveying the area, Xu Annian could hardly contain his excitement. The bus parking area was conveniently located at the corner of Beifeng Street, allowing safe passage to the transport corridor staircase, avoiding the hassle of engaging with zombies. Which one is your vehicle? Upon hearing the question, Wu Dongxiang was momentarily taken aback. How did this individual know his vehicle was parked outside? It seemed he had never mentioned it. Quickly, speak. Xu Annian's expression turned icy. That crystal yellow Wuling Hongguang. Sensing an icy chill, Wu Dongxiang dared not fabricate a lie, pointing toward the van just a few meters outside. At the same time, he pulled out his car key, handing it over with a pained expression. Do not come out. Xu Annian coldly warned, accepting the key, opening the door, and swiftly making his way toward the location of the bus. He had to transport as much food as possible before those zombies wandered over. Such opportunities were rare. Sighing heavily, Wu Dongqiang sat on the stairway, feeling at a loss. His sole means of transportation had been taken, leaving him uncertain of what to do next. Damn. The guy was incredibly fast. On the 4th floor of a shopping mall, a young waiter languidly squatted by the window, smoking and observing the street below. Suddenly, a shadow darted past his line of sight, causing him to gasp in astonishment, his cigarette falling onto his thigh unnoticed. What was that? The other survivors in the store approached, following his gesture. Below, on the street, a figure seemed to be moving at such speed that it almost left an afterimage. Even more astonishingly, that person leaped over 2 cars. Well, when my mother urged me to practice long-distance running, why did I not listen? I regret it. He lamented. Is this even about long-distance running? A sprinter couldn't possibly run that fast. Hurry, call him to save us, exclaimed a sharp-eyed, bespectacled man, acting decisively. He bit his finger, preparing to write an SOS signal on the window. Why are you biting me? Protested a slightly plump girl beside him, glaring at the bespectacled man. Stop the chatter, he snapped impatiently. Quickly write the distress signal. He is about to leave. Upon hearing this, the young man did not take the time to comfort the girl, instead pressing her hand against the glass to doodle. The other survivors in the store waved excitedly, trying to attract attention. Alas, the figure's speed was evidently greater. They vanished around the corner before the message could be completed. Damn it, couldn't you write faster? Why did you bite her finger? The blood flows like toothpaste. If you had bitten her arm's artery, I would have finished by now. What do we do now? Let us enlarge the SOS. When he returns, he will see it. And what if he doesn't come back? Then tell me what to do. Right. Not just on this glass, but over there as well. Cover it with the distress signal. With whose blood? The store fell into an eerie silence. The girl, holding her finger to stop the bleeding, instinctively raised her head and noticed the other survivors staring at her. She immediately screamed. Why do you all gaze at me so? What is the worth of my life? Moreover, the SOS inscribed upon this glass is rendered in my blood. It is time for you to reciprocate. Otherwise, I shall open the door, and we shall all perish together. Bah, there are no men among you. The more I speak, the more my ire grows. I rise to my feet, embodying a resolute spirit that embraces death without fear. Yet, the other survivors pay her no mind. Their attention drawn once more to the street below. Look, a bus. It has halted down there. We must devise a means to descend and board it. However, it seems they may not take us along. If they refuse me, then we shall all meet our end. Well, have you considered why we have remained confined within this establishment? Silence envelopes the group once more. At this juncture, the question is not whether we can board the bus, but rather that we cannot outrun the zombies lurking outside. Stepping out is a path to certain doom, devoid of alternatives. Unless we leap down, peering over the edge to assess the height of the 4th floor, I retract my head in silence. To jump from such a height would likely lead to grievous injury, if not death. It is far wiser to linger within this inn, awaiting the arrival of the military for salvation. What are you all doing? The young woman is growing increasingly displeased. Bite your fingers and signal for help. Chapter 42. The excited Qin Peiyao. On the 1st floor of the mall, the door to the transport passage swung open. Crouched at the bottom of the stairs, Wu Dongqiang cautiously peered out. Just before the door closed automatically, he caught sight of a modified bus parked outside. The bus's windows gleamed like mirrors, reflecting the side of the mall, and with its sleek black frames and pristine body, the entire vehicle exuded an air of sophistication. Were it not for the 3 neon characters spelling Route 99 atop the windshield, one might easily mistake this bus for an extravagant private vehicle. Is that your bus? Wu Dongqiang's mouth fell agape, a flurry of questions swirling in his mind. You own a bus now, yet you still crave that shabby little van? Here are your keys. Xu Annian produced the keys to the van but did not return them immediately. You will accompany me back. You can load the supplies you need while I take what I require. However, you must wait until I've transported most of the goods before unlocking the vehicle and warming up the engine. Is that clear? He had no regard for others' vehicles. Taking the keys was merely a precaution to prevent Wu Dongqiang from unlocking the bus and attracting zombies. Xu Annian was determined not to let anyone thwart his plans or force them into a corner. He would allow Wu Dongqiang to unlock the van based on the circumstances. As for whether Wu Dongqiang could successfully start the van, which had remained idle for over 10 days before the zombies arrived, that was a matter of luck. May I sit? No. Fine then. Wu Dongqiang had intended to ask for a ride but was interrupted, clearly with no room for negotiation. Slightly disappointed, he accepted the keys, pocketing them with a few taps to secure them. Possessing a means of transportation equated to having a glimmer of hope for survival. Brother, Do remember to give me a heads up next time, so I can prepare myself mentally. On the return journey to the supermarket, Wu Dongxiang murmured incessantly. He was aware that he might be annoying, but given the stakes of life and death, he felt compelled to remind Xu Annian repeatedly. Keep quiet. As they reached the corner of the stairs, a zombie came barreling down from above. Thud. Congratulations, you have slain a source of undead, initial phase, earning 10 family points. Xu Annian thrust his spear through the zombie's skull, frowning as he approached the stair railing to survey the situation above. Only feeling slightly reassured once he confirmed there were no additional zombies. We need to hasten our pace. Retrieving his spear, he jogged towards the cold storage area. From a distance of several meters, the two men noticed all the survivors of the supermarket gathered in front of the cold storage door, engaged in a hushed argument. Why did you jump to action so suddenly? She only wanted to take a quick look. She wouldn't steal anything, would she? With so much in the supermarket. Is there really a need to steal? Exactly. It's a shame to waste such beauty. Such a cold heart. That's why one mustn't judge solely by appearances. Those who seem glamorous may very well be someone's mistress behind the scenes. Indeed, especially those who look so lovely. Do not speak carelessly. Boss Qin is quite murderous. It hurts me so much. On the ground, a woman with torn clothing writhed in distress. Other survivors formed a half-circle, their words dripping with sarcasm. Covertly accusing Qin Peiyao, Wang Fong stood silently, while Qin Peiyao remained stoic at the door, her expression icy and devoid of speech. What transpired? Xu Annian, positioned behind several survivors, cast an inquiring glance towards Qin Peiyao, who softened slightly upon seeing her man return. She contemplated forcing her way into the warehouse. What do you mean by forcing your way in? The robust woman on the floor retorted vehemently, her voice shrill and grating. This supermarket does not belong to you. Why should you deny others entry? Who do you think you are? As she spoke, she began to theatrically pound the floor and feign tears. But in the next moment, a dark red spear was thrust downwards, piercing her palm and pinning it to the ground. Who wishes to enter? Xu Annian surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor. He had no time for idle disputes. If a brutal resolution was required, he would employ it without hesitation. No, we do not desire that. Take whatever you wish. We shall not enter the cold storage. The surrounding survivors hurriedly averted their gazes, retreating a few steps. Too frightened to approach the cold storage door, Wu Dongxiang was equally taken aback. Decisively turning towards the clothing section to procure 2 suitcases for self-heating hot pots and canned goods, seeking to distance himself from the conflict. This individual is formidable. Best not to provoke him. The woman stared at the gaping wound on her hand, shrieking before fainting, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. Get lost. Xu Annian commanded the survivors gathered outside the cold storage until they scurried to the furniture section. He then secured the iron door with the red tassel spear and led Qin Peiyao into the cold storage, frantically scavenging for supplies. Let us gather quality, mate. Upon entering the cold storage and surveying the shelves filled with boxes of food, Qin Peiyao felt a rush of anxiety and exhilaration. This act of taking without expenditure was thrilling, far surpassing the sensation of mindlessly shopping without regard for price. There are 2 boxes of frozen yellow croaker. Packet. 2 boxes of prawns. Packet. 5 boxes of boxed steak. Packet. 3 boxes. Before long, Qin Peiyao's spatial ring and travel backpack were brimming, reluctantly pausing her actions. She looked up at the shelves laden with meat, her eyes reflecting a sense of regret. So much food. What a pity. Xu Annian, having filled 2 spatial rings and a travel backpack, was about to suggest returning to the base with Qin Peiyao when he caught sight of 2 manual forklifts in the corner. This forklift is a specialized tool for transportation, capable of carrying a dozen or even 20 boxes of meat at once, rendering it exceedingly convenient. Forklift? Xu Annian's eyes lit up. He had been lamenting the inefficiency and struggling to find the appropriate tool. However, the wheels of a manual forklift tend to produce noise, attracting the zombies from upstairs or outside. My dear, the bus is parked at the entrance of the transport corridor. I will give you the spatial ring first, then divert the zombies outside. You can use that forklift to load several boxes of meat, transfer them to the vehicle, and then return. Just be careful. Safety comes first. Xu Annian indicated the location of the transport corridor, then removed 2 spatial rings, granting Qin Peiyao the permission to use them. He retrieved the long gun that had been wedged against the iron door and swiftly made his way toward the appliance section. Qin Peiyao wasted no time either. Grasping the forklift, she efficiently transported box after box of food from the shelves. In less than a minute, the boxes piled up to over 2 meters high on the forklift. She then found some rope to secure the load with a couple of ties, ensuring a simple but effective restraint. Only then did she steer the forklift toward the transport corridor. Sister-in-law, allow me to open the door for you. Wu Dongxiang dragged a large suitcase and carried 2 backpacks, eagerly leading the way and opening the door. Upon reaching the ground floor exit, he did not rush out. Instead, he waited for Qin Pei Yao to finish organizing the supplies on the forklift before he furtively retrieved the keys to the van. Chapter 43, The Frenzied Haul. In the appliance section, Xu Annian discovered the still-dazed Black Islander, bending down to grasp the man's wrist and dragging him away from the transportation passage. They eventually halted beneath a window in the storage room. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu raised his gun and inflicted minor wounds on the Black Islander's arm and thigh. Noticing signs of the man's impending consciousness, Xu hastened his actions, shattering the window glass and using several rods to prop the man up and pull him outside. Roars echoed from outside shortly thereafter, sending a chill down Xu Annian's spine as he quickly retreated from the storage room. Upon returning to the cold storage, he encountered Qin Pei Yao, who was in the midst of her 3rd round of transporting supplies. Forgoing unnecessary conversation, he seamlessly joined the effort. "Someone is waiting for you downstairs." "Who?" "The guy who guided you earlier." "He didn't run away?" "No." As they spoke, they filled dozens of boxes with meat. Each took hold of a manual forklift and donned their travel backpacks as they made their way toward the transportation passage. At the foot of the stairs, Wu Dongxiang paced anxiously, his expression shifting between hope and despair. He had contemplated a discreet escape, considering the possibility of unlocking the van while Qin Pei Yao was busy gathering supplies at the supermarket. However, he dared not gamble. Wu Dongxiang was uncertain whether the engine would start properly or how long it might take. If Qin Pei Yao or Xu Annian were to descend during that time. Given Xu Annian's earlier treatment of that woman, mercy was not to be expected. Additionally, the sound of unlocking the van could very well attract zombies, leaving him with no chance of survival. The only viable option was to obediently comply, leaving a favorable impression on Xu Annian and Qin Pei Yao, hoping that their goodwill might afford him a ride. Big brother, big sister. As he heard footsteps on the stairs, Wu Dongxiang suppressed his impatience and forced a smile to greet them, offering assistance. "Your vehicle has quite a capacity." He had kept track, noting that this was the 3rd time Qin Pei Yao had descended with a fully loaded forklift of provisions, along with Xu Annian's own forklift, totaling 4 forklifts and 4 backpacks of supplies, enough to nearly fill the aisle of the bus. "You can unlock the vehicle and warm up the engine now," Xu Annian said with a smile. This fellow understood how to read the room and did not overestimate his own cleverness, which was commendable. Xu Annian was not averse to lending a helping hand. Currently, most of the zombies had been drawn to the opposite side of the supermarket by the Black Islanders. The commotion there was substantial enough to mask the sound of unlocking the vehicle. Really? Wu Dongxiang was elated. Had circumstances permitted, he would have eagerly embraced Xu Annian in gratitude. He retrieved the car keys, trembling as he pressed the unlock button. Beep beep, the van flickered in response. Wu Dongxiang held his breath, hiding behind the door for a moment. Seeing no zombies outside, he joyfully grabbed his suitcase and glanced around before heading toward the vehicle. "Remember, we will drive first, then you can follow." At the back door of the bus, Xu Annian quietly instructed Wu Dongxiang, who was passing by, and then paid him no further heed. He closed the car door and hurriedly carried the manual forklift towards the cold storage. This time, they were tasked with transporting fruits and vegetables. "All right, remember to open the cardboard boxes and check for any spoilage. This will take considerable time. It would be more efficient if we split our efforts. I will gather daily necessities while you handle the fruits and vegetables." "No, we cannot separate." Xu Annian firmly rejected Qin Pei Yao's suggestion. He had a premonition that the scent they emitted from their back-and-forth movements would soon attract the attention of the zombies. Drawing them closer, acting separately would disrupt their rhythm and increase the risk of being surrounded by the undead. "Let us skip the inspection. We'll fill the spatial ring and return directly to the base, just like we did with the meat, which took 3 trips. Then we can come back to scavenge for daily supplies, rice, and seasonings. If we have the chance, we'll make another trip for fruits and vegetables. Regardless of whether the produce has spoiled, let us load them into the vehicle first. Once we are safe and have ample time, we can inspect them leisurely. Right now, our primary goal is the urgently needed supplies for the base. All right then, let us fill the spatial ring and depart." The efficiency of merely manipulating the spatial ring to transport goods, without being particular about the types, was astonishingly high. In less than 10 minutes, the two had completed 3 rounds of transporting fruits and vegetables. Upon returning to the supermarket, they proceeded to the warehouse to collect daily necessities. A super soup pot, 700 yuan. Loaded. A faux frying pan, 1,000 yuan. Take it. Contact lenses. Load them. Genoa ham. Couple sports jackets, tissues, blankets, chocolate, white rabbit milk candies, milk. Load everything. Other survivors, hiding in the corners, could not see the two utilizing the spatial ring to collect items. However, they could hear the sounds of their conversation. A few exchanged glances, pondering the tone of their voices, which sounded as if they were trying to empty the supermarket. Yet, they dared not intervene or take a closer look, choosing instead to lower their heads and assess the food situation within the supermarket. Their conclusion allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. It was impossible to take everything. It was merely an intimidating notion, with each person carrying a travel backpack. How much could they possibly transport? Thus, they continued to feign ignorance, allowing Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao to bustle back and forth, preoccupied with their tasks. After 2 more trips, the sound of zombies, having caught the scent of prey, echoed outside the transport corridor on the first floor, interrupting their work as they roared and charged toward them. Their voices reverberated far and wide. Suddenly, responses from the other side of the supermarket erupted, accompanied by the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps. Quickly, lift the forklift onto the vehicle. Xu Annian's expression changed slightly. Without the luxury of unloading or contemplating additional trips, he swiftly hoisted the forklift into the car, returned to the driver's seat, grabbed the little girl responsible for opening and closing the doors, and pressed the accelerator. The tires spun rapidly against the ground, emitting wisps of white mist. Suddenly, the bus surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Bang! Bang! 2 zombies directly ahead were flung several meters away, only to be crushed beneath the wheels of the bus, reducing them to a puddle of flesh. Ding! You have slain a source sequence creature, initial stage, earning 10 family points. Ding! You have slain a source sequence creature, initial stage, earning 10 family points. A virtual prompt appeared before Xu Annian, but he paid no heed, focusing entirely on maneuvering the vehicle to escape. Through the rearview mirror, he observed hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies pursuing them in a dense swarm. The shops lining the streets also had zombies pouring out, joining the relentless chase. Within mere seconds, the horde had coalesced into a wave of corpses, towering 2 to 3 meters high, surging towards them. This is an overwhelming number, isn't it? Qin Peiyao's complexion paled slightly, beads of sweat forming in her palms, likely due to the earlier encounter with the black-clad individual. Xu Annian's expression grew serious. Previously, using the black-clad individual to divert some of the zombies had inadvertently attracted a considerable number from the surrounding area. After more than 10 minutes of constant build-up, almost all the zombies outside the buildings had been summoned. Phew! As she watched the zombies gradually falling behind, Cheng Jinwen exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Witnessing the formation of the zombie tide had left her so frightened that she could hardly breathe. Even at this moment, her face bore the lingering traces of fear. Thankfully, our vehicle accelerates swiftly. Upon hearing this, Xu Annian exchanged a smile with Qin Peiyao. It was indeed exhilarating. Wait, my vehicle can't keep up. Behind them, a van struggled to follow the path taken by the bus, desperately failing to catch up. In the driver's seat, Wu Dongxiang's face was ashen, devoid of any color. The screams from outside seemed to echo in his ears. His heart felt as though it would cease to beat at any moment. Brother, sister-in-law, wait for me. Please wait. Chapter 44. 3 meters, 100 miles. In the marketplace, the survivors on each level gathered by the windows, curious about the commotion below. Those fixated on the bus widened their eyes in astonishment, simultaneously grappling with the shock of the approaching zombie horde and the incredulity of the bus's performance. Is that truly a bus from E-City? 3 seconds? 4 seconds? 100 miles per hour. It outran the zombies in under 10 seconds. That van looks rather pitiful, doesn't it? Pitiful? At least the van managed to follow behind and safely exit the urban area, whereas we can't even leave them all. Who is truly pitiful here? Downstairs, the zombies were drawn away by the 2 vehicles for several hundred meters, granting the street a brief reprieve. However, the undead remained within the mall. Those trapped in the shops were equally unable to escape, and worse still, their remaining food supplies were dwindling. Weren't they just hauling food earlier? Indeed, the supermarket on the 2nd floor is stocked with plenty, steaks, seafood, pasta, and sauces. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Goodness, I can't stand eating soy sauce over rice every day. I'm on the verge of vomiting. In a couple of days. We may not even have rice water to drink. Should we take a chance and rush to the 2nd floor supermarket? The success of Xu Annian and his companions made other survivors on different levels realize that the 2nd floor supermarket was devoid of zombies and thus safe. They were merely 2 flights of stairs away from safety. A daring sprint to the supermarket. There had to be a chance. Regrettably, their opinions were divided. A few impetuous youths called for a collective venture, while others, more inclined to opportunism, preferred to wait for someone else to take the risk before following to reap the benefits. A small faction, unwilling to take any risks yet desiring more companions to venture forth, led to a discord that ended in dissatisfaction. In the 2nd floor supermarket, several survivors, frightened by the sounds of the horde, had hidden in the warehouse, too afraid to lock the iron doors of the transport passage, huddled in a corner, trembling. Half an hour passed. When the peculiar sounds of the zombies ceased, they sighed in relief and rose to inspect the food supplies. Originally, the warehouse had been abundantly stocked. However, in the days since the apocalypse began, they had consumed a significant amount, and Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao had taken away a portion. Now, little remained. What happened to my 3 large boxes of Genoa ham? All the coffee, chocolate, white rabbit candy, and milk have been taken? How many boxes did those 2 carry away? What are we going to eat and drink? Surveying the vast warehouse. With only a few scattered boxes on the shelves, the survivors gaped in disbelief. Is it truly possible to clear this place out? Can 2 forklifts making 10 round trips really empty half a warehouse? Surely, this must be an illusion. Several individuals rubbed their eyes vigorously, forcing tears to flow before they reluctantly accepted the grim reality, their gazes vacant as they sank down, revealing a palpable sense of despair. In truth, there were a few boxes of inconsequential noodles on the corner shelf, likely discarded due to disdain and unworthy of being carried. Apart from the noodles, the ground was littered with trampled packaging of food, remnants of previous survivors who had carelessly ripped open a box, consumed a portion, and then discarded the rest without a second thought. Though they could still be salvaged for consumption, relying solely on noodles and biscuits would not suffice. They craved high-protein, high-calorie sustenance. Otherwise, survival would be a daunting challenge. Those sausages are mine. What do you mean yours? I open them. Don't snatch. Why don't we just share? Share? Not a chance. They're all mine. Are you really going to hit me with that bottle? I'm hitting you for sure. Damn it. I'll fight you. The few individuals frantically scrambled for the scattered food on the ground, entirely oblivious to the noise they were creating. Each fixated solely on the scant morsels of meat and chocolate, believing that whoever grasped them first would claim them. Meanwhile, on the road leading to the suburbs, a blue and white bus came to a gentle halt. The front door opened with a hiss, and Xu Annian stepped off, a faint smile gracing his face as he awaited the arrival of a van within his line of sight. Soon, the van glided along the road before gradually coming to a stop. Wu Dongqiang opened the driver's side door, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached. Brother, want to smoke? I don't smoke, Xu Annian replied, waving his hand with a smile. He had collected a dozen cigarettes during his search of the Qianshan apartments, stashing them away for future use as gifts. You're quite fortunate to have escaped the horde of zombies. Not at all. It's all thanks to you paving the way. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it out. Wu Dongqiang's tone was steeped in humility, and his words were not mere flattery. Without the path cleared by the bus, his van would have never been able to accelerate and break free from the encirclement. Recalling the harrowing experience of nearly being overwhelmed by zombies, Wu Dongqiang trembled uncontrollably, fumbling to light a cigarette, inhaling deeply to steady his nerves. At the same time, he felt profound gratitude towards Xu Annian. Had Xu Annian not alerted him, he might have driven off alone, unwittingly heading into a zombie-infested road. That van would never have been able to break through the throng of zombies. What are your plans next? I might head to Yanqing to take a look. Wu Dongqiang replied candidly. With no internet and no sign of rescue, the chaos in Hiching was overwhelming. He carried a suitcase filled with food, and with ample gasoline in the van, he planned to venture to a first-tier city like Yanqing in search of fortune. Then I wish you good luck, Xu Annian said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before turning back toward the bus. Halfway there, he retraced his steps to the roadside, gripping a 30-centimeter-long watermelon knife. Brother, you. Wu Dongqiang stammered, fear rendering him speechless. With a decisive motion, he swung open the car door, extracting the suitcase brimming with provisions and placing it upon the ground, lifting his hands in a gesture that spoke louder than words. Do you harbor disdain for me? Observing this, Xu Annian regarded the other with a bemused smile before promptly offering the watermelon knife. The world outside is fraught with peril. Possessing a blade for self-defense is prudent. Who knows, when I venture to Yanqing, I may require your assistance. Brother, why didn't you mention it earlier? You nearly frightened me to death. Wu Dongqiang gasped against the car door, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Xu Annian. He grasped the watermelon knife with both hands, pledging earnestly, brother, feel free to seek me out in Yanqing. Whatever I can do to assist, I shall not hesitate. Very well. Xu Annian chuckled as they exchanged phone numbers. To engage with people in a manner befitting their nature, this is a skill. Individuals like Wu Dongqiang, shrewd and decisive, can navigate any environment with adeptness. Then, brother, we shall meet in Yanqing. Absolutely. After exchanging their numbers, the two bid farewell and returned to their respective vehicles, setting off in different directions. Though the current phone service was lacking, retaining their numbers provided a glimmer of hope should the signal restore. They might reconnect and mutually benefit from the alliance. Are you planning to go to Yanqing? Qin Peiyao inquired from the bus, stationed behind the driver's seat. I'm not certain. Xu Annian sighed, uncertain of his destination. Perhaps it would be Yangcheng, or perhaps Jianghaishi, or even Zangling, without a definitive goal in sight. Then where shall we sleep tonight? Let us head to the western suburbs. The area is less developed, with fewer vehicles, making it a suitable choice for our journey. Agreed. Chapter 45. Inventory of the Harvest. As Qin Peiyao remarked, his city boasts a considerable resident population in its downtown area, with buildings closely clustered and towering above. As one moves away from the city center, the structures on either side of the road visibly diminish, allowing for a more expansive view. Ding dong. His city West Ridge is approaching, and passengers needing to disembark are advised to take care of their personal belongings. The tranquil atmosphere inside the vehicle was interrupted by an announcement. Xu Annian felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was unsure how to silence the arrival notification. Consequently, throughout their journey, they intermittently heard the station alerts. A little over 100 meters ahead lies the driving test area, where there are no buildings for several hundred meters. We can pause there to organize our supplies. No problem. The bus traveled forward for over 200 meters before stopping at a small side road by the curb. Xu Annian engaged the handbrake and rose to head towards the storage area, his voice tinged with excitement. Let us check on the condition of the fruits and vegetables. All right. I've been waiting for this. A smile graced Qin Peiyao's cool visage as well. After toiling away amid peril, the moment of inventory had finally arrived. Prompting a buoyant step, let us categorize and arrange the meat first. Sure, I'll follow my wife's lead. The storage area shares the same expansion space as the regular compartment, lacking refrigeration capabilities. However, the air conditioning inside the vehicle maintained a temperature of just above 10 degrees Celsius. The meat haphazardly strewn on the floor would soon thaw, necessitating immediate attention. Fortunately, the sides of the storage area featured sliding windows. Xu Annian utilized the expanded space to enlarge the window, opening it to create an enormous natural freezer. He positioned the boxes of meat near the window, ensuring that the contents of the cardboard and foam boxes would remain intact. Outside, the temperature plummeted below 20 degrees Celsius. This frigid weather could indeed be advantageous at times. The larger quantities of meat could be piled inside while leaving 1 or 2 boxes outside for easy access during meals. What about these sea fish? It seems there will be no one braving the seas for fishing in the future. It will likely be difficult to procure them. Should we keep them? No need to save them. We acquired the food to consume it, so why preserve them? Very well, we shall steam 2 large yellow croakers tonight. 2 aren't enough. Let us add 4 portions of steak and fry some fries, and the 2 of us can enjoy a drink this evening to celebrate. Excellent. The 2 engaged in light-hearted conversation as they arranged the food. This expedition had yielded a bountiful harvest. Not only did they secure a plethora of meats, but they also transported over 20 boxes of 5L cooking oil, thousands of pounds of rice, and a dozen boxes of chocolates, milk candies, and other snacks. Frying a few portions of fries with half a bucket of oil wouldn't be a loss, after all. The arduous effort spent scavenging for supplies was ultimately for the sake of a comfortable existence. The meat was arranged neatly. 21 boxes of steak, 7 boxes of shrimp, 8 boxes of fatty beef rolls, 5 boxes of fatty lamb rolls, 6 boxes of chicken wings, and 2 boxes of shrimp paste. The predominant meat was beef, featuring sirloin steaks, short-handled tomahawk steaks, ribeye steaks, and chuck steaks, with each variety represented by 1 or 2 boxes. Lamb followed closely behind in quantity. Pork, which is typically a staple in our purchases, has become the rarest of commodities, even scarcer than seafood. We must ensure a balanced diet across our 3 daily meals. After all, one cannot subsist solely on steak every day without growing weary of it. Rest assured, I am well aware of the necessary measures. The 2 began to delve into the contents of the blind boxes. The shelf life of fruits and vegetables is exceedingly brief, leaving their edibility to the whims of fortune as they awaited the arrival of fresh produce. Generally, fruits are harvested before ripening and dispatched to supermarkets, where they are allowed to mature over a few days before being sold. However, with the apocalypse having transpired for over a week, it is unlikely that any fruits were delivered to the supermarket a fortnight prior. This box of tomatoes is entirely spoiled. My box of apples is not wholly ruined. There remains half that is still edible. Quickly, let us separate the good ones from the bad. This box of bananas has also gone bad. The pomelo is still intact. The deterioration of produce was an anticipated outcome. Yet witnessing 9 out of 10 boxes in a state of decay still weighed heavily on their hearts. The fruits and vegetables they had labored to retrieve now lay in heaps of refuse. Had they known, it would have been wiser to collect more snacks or rice. After completing their inventory, Qin Peiyao stood to stretch her limbs, pointing at the 9 boxes of produce on the ground to report their findings. They had 2 boxes of apples, 1 box of pears, 1 box of baby bok choy, 1 box of oranges, and 4 boxes of pomelos. Were all these fruits domestically produced? Upon hearing this, Xu Annian suspected they had not searched in the right places. The largest supermarket in Heching should not only offer domestic fruits. The shelves housing imported fruits remained unknown to them, leading to their haphazard collection. Well then, let us unload the spoiled produce and prepare a meal to celebrate. Xu Annian was not greedy. The bounty they had gathered was already substantial, and he felt content. As he opened the car door, the frigid wind rushed in, dispersing the warmth of the air conditioning. The environment, once a mild 10 degrees, plummeted to below zero. Cheng Jinwen, caught off guard by the cold breeze, sneezed and quickly retreated into her blanket, watching as the two unloaded the boxes, having listened intently to their conversation. Her curiosity was piqued, and she craned her neck in an attempt to glimpse the storage area, but her efforts yielded nothing. At that moment, seeing Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao unloading box after box of decayed produce, she couldn't help but feel intrigued. Could the storage area accommodate such a quantity? It certainly did not appear so. Finally, they reached a small intersection where dozens of boxes and baskets were piled by the roadside. Qin Peiyao brushed off the snowflakes from her coat, and then meticulously helped Xu Annian clear the snow from his clothing. Suddenly, a black business vehicle sped towards them, prompting an instinctive glance from both. The driver, a bespectacled man, and a woman of average appearance in the passenger seat caught Xu Annian's eye. He felt a sense of familiarity with the driver. However, after racking his brain for a recollection and finding none, he dismissed the thought and called for Qin Peiyao to get into the car. Let us return and prepare the steak, he suggested. Strangely, Qin Peiyao remained unresponsive, standing motionless as she gazed at the fading taillights of the business vehicle. Observing her expression, Xu Annian suddenly recalled who it was. The man in the driver's seat was none other than Qin Peiyao's husband, her former husband. He had glimpsed him once in a photograph on the mantel in Qin Peiyao's master bedroom, which explained the familiarity he felt. What's wrong? Xu Annian approached her, watching the diminishing silhouette of the vehicle, and asked with a smile, do you wish to seek him out? What are you talking about? Qin Peiyao shot him an irritated glance, then sighed with a complex expression. I had anticipated this possibility, but seeing it with my own eyes still stings a bit. As soon as she finished her sentence, she sensed something amiss. You won't blame me, will you? Rest assured, I have no feelings for him now. Before she could complete her thought, her lips were silenced. After a brief moment, Xu Annian released her. I understand what you wish to convey. Do not worry. We are us, and he is he. From now on, you shall have only one husband, and that is me. Qin Peiyao nodded earnestly, taking the initiative to grasp his hand as they headed towards the car. The discomfort she felt stemmed solely from a sense of betrayal. Yet, the thought of being with Xu Annian brought her solace. Honey, shall we have steak for dinner, sirloin or ribeye? Tonight, I leave the choice to you. Then you must promise not to misbehave this evening. That is not permissible. Chapter 46. What are you doing? Inside the black luxury vehicle, Lu Shusong wore a grim expression at the wheel. The blue and white bus parked by the roadside, its windows shrouded in opaque film, exuded an air of sophistication atypical of public transport, making it impossible for passers-by to ignore. Naturally, the couple standing in front of the bus captured attention as well. Isn't that your wife? Why is she with someone else? In the passenger seat, Zhao Huanhuan spoke without a hint of consideration for Lu Shusong's feelings. Or perhaps she deliberately aimed to provoke him, her tone laced with sarcasm. Your wife looks even younger than in the promotional photos, like a girl of 17 or 18. That skin, that face, indeed, a testament to wealth and exceptional care. She had seen Qin Peiyao's promotional poster at the Qinshan apartment complex and was struck by her breathtaking beauty, which seemed almost inhuman. Her appearance, figure, and demeanor were all utterly flawless, inciting a sense of jealousy in Zhao Huanhuan, who, as a fellow woman, felt overshadowed. Coupled with Qin Peiyao's enviable marriage and affluent background, it became evident that everything Zhao Huanhuan yearned for was embodied in her rival. This jealousy gradually morphed into something more twisted. Yet, the other's routine was so regimented that it left no opportunity for intrusion. Until one fateful rainy night, when Lu Shusong's vehicle broke down by the roadside, and she fortuitously encountered him, providing her a pretext to step in. In various aspects, Zhao Huanhuan could not compete with Qin Peiyao, but her physique and visage were commendable. On a scale of 100, she could easily score 70 to 80 without makeup. And with the right attire and cosmetics, she certainly turned heads on the streets. Most importantly, she possessed an acute understanding of men's hearts, adept at enticing men of different ages. That night, Lu Shusong succumbed completely after just one experience, as Zhao Huanhuan appeared to him as a gateway to uncharted pleasures. In contrast, Qin Peiyao's disinterest in intimacy and her exceedingly predictable routine provided Lu Shusong ample opportunity to seek solace elsewhere, often consulting Zhao Huanhuan for guidance. Yet, Lu Shusong held no remorse. Instead, he attributed the issue to Qin Peiyao. Had she not consistently displayed an air of calm and indifference during their interactions? How could he have strayed? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Qin Peiyao remained his wife in name. At that moment, witnessing his wife with another man, sharing kisses right before his eyes, what a wretched woman. Lu Shusong clenched his teeth and slammed his palm against the steering wheel, recalling Qin Peiyao's radiant expression moments ago. He was convinced she had betrayed him. Images of her in affectionate moments with another man flooded his mind, each one slicing through his heart, rendering his breath labored. That perfect being had once belonged to him. Why am I not enough for her? Observing Lu Shusong's fury, Zhao Huanhuan felt displeased. While her attributes indeed paled in comparison to Qin Peiyao's, she understood men well. Before the apocalypse, this man was utterly captivated by her, and after the world fell apart, he eagerly brought her the food he found, disregarding his wife at home, indulging in a fervent affair for 2 days. Now, upon seeing his wife looking even more radiant and youthful than before, he contemplates returning? Not a chance. That's not what I meant. Lu Shusong struggled to rein in his emotions. He did not wish to lose yet another woman of remarkable skill. However, he also had no intention of relinquishing Qin Peiyao. The path ahead led to the western suburbs. If he merely lingered there, an opportunity for an encounter would surely present itself. Ideally, it would not. Zhao Huanhuan let out a soft huff. Aware of Lu Shusong's foul mood, she unfastened her seatbelt and leaned toward the driver's seat. What are you doing? I heard your temper is quite fierce now. After a brief 2 minutes, Lu Shusong suddenly felt that Qin Peiyao was rather ordinary after all. Her alluring figure and exquisite fair face no longer stirred any interest within him. He drove the business vehicle straight toward the western suburbs of Huqing. Having survived in Huqing for over 10 days, their food supplies at home were nearly depleted. They could not afford to wait idly at home and had to venture out in search of sustenance. Where in Huqing could one find food? Naturally, it was in the western suburbs, where farmers were most abundant. In the western suburbs, scattered self-built structures rose along both sides of the 4th-grade highway. As they drove along this road, they encountered small shops, car wash and tire repair garages, modest residences of 3 to 5 stories, and even quaint Western-style villas. Behind these buildings lay vast stretches of fertile farmland, irregularly intersected by dikes that divided the fields into various plots of vegetables and rice paddies, extending for 2 to 3 kilometers until they reached the villages at the foot of the hills, which had fallen into desolation. Given the multitude of farmers in Huqing, why are vegetables in the city still priced at several yuan per jin? Cheng Jinwen, wrapped in a quilt, leaned against the car window to admire the scenery. The current farmlands displayed neither greenery nor clear waters. At a glance, they were blanketed in a sea of white snowflakes. The eucalyptus trees on the mountains had also lost their verdancy, shrouded in low-hanging clouds and mist, imparting a damp chill that made one shiver involuntarily. The vegetables they grow are not taken to the city for sale, Qin Peiyao replied with a smile. A mu of cabbage yields no more than 2,000 kilograms for small-scale farmers, at wholesale prices of 2 to 3 zhao per jin. The total earnings barely exceed 1,000 yuan. It's labor-intensive, yet hardly profitable. Thus, most growers in Huqing cultivate for their own consumption, planting multiple varieties of vegetables in a mu of land, requiring little effort, allowing them to avoid spending money on groceries throughout the year. Then, do they have very little stored food at home? Cheng Jinwen inquired further. Not necessarily. Rural households tend to conserve food, for instance. They might turn leftover sweet potatoes into dried sweet potatoes or feed them to chickens or pigs. Are you not aware of this? Qin Peiyao explained earnestly. The yield of crops is indeed influenced by the weather. In a certain year, the weather was pleasant and the harvest abundant. The household could not consume all that they had produced, and feeling that selling the surplus would yield insufficient returns, they opted to transform it into easily preserved food for gradual consumption. Is this not common knowledge? How could the young girl be so oblivious? Qin Peiyao glanced into the rearview mirror, assessing Cheng Jinwen's expression, and noticed that she did not appear to be feigning ignorance. Thus she refrained from further comment. Times are advancing. What they consider common sense may be entirely unfamiliar to the younger generation. After a creaking journey of over half an hour, the bus gradually came to a halt. Ahead, the previously unobstructed road was blocked by several cars parked haphazardly. They had traveled over 40 kilometers, occasionally spotting 1 or 2 wrecked vehicles. Yet here, a mere cluster of 3 or 5 cars lay together without significant collision marks, clearly indicating a deliberate obstruction. Chapter 47. Ambushed. In the storage area training room, Xu Annian was diligently practicing with the spear. The training room, approximately 30 square meters in size and 4 meters in height, was specifically designed for honing various combat skills. Initially, he had not intended to designate a separate training room. However, considering Cheng Jinwen's status as a preparatory member, who could not yet access the expanded space of the system, and given that he and Qin Peiyao frequently retrieved substantial supplies from the storage area, it was inevitable that outsiders would notice something amiss. Even if Qing Jiwen did not dwell on it, new preparatory members would inevitably encounter the same issue. To avert unnecessary complications, Xu Annian decided to renovate the storage area. He installed visual barriers outside the storage area and added a door with restricted access, thereby creating a private space. As a result, preparatory members from the vehicle could neither enter nor observe the internal conditions of the storage area. Beep. Spear Proficiency Level 1. Minor Proficiency with Spear, 2200, Strength 1. Half an hour passed. Several prompt boxes floated before him. Xu Annian ceased his training, feeling a surge of strength within him, which brought him considerable satisfaction. Over the past few days, he had been captivated by the enchanting Qin Peiyao. Immersed in the exchange of the Abeo 18 styles, which had notably decreased the intensity of his training. To augment the training intensity and enhance his abilities, he had instructed Qin Peiyao to drive them to the training room for spear practice. Gaining just 1 point in strength for every 20 points of proficiency was indeed more challenging than before. Prior to becoming a sequence being, a mere 10 points of spear proficiency would yield an increase in strength. Now, having finally attained the status of a sequence being, the enhancement of all dimensional attributes had become significantly more arduous. Nevertheless, the gratifying sensation of reaping rewards from diligent effort was truly delightful. System, display personal attributes. Beep, querying. Host, Xu Annian. Gender, male, age, 26, dimensional attributes. Strength 36-41, agility 36-39, stamina 37-40. Spirit 35-36, talent domain, mastery through practice, SSS, sequence, original sequence, initial stage, skills, minor proficiency with spear, 2200, minor proficiency in reverse sprint, 10-200. Abeo 18 styles, 85-100, culinary skills, 35-200. Items owned, titanium alloy spear, space ring, 8 cubic meters, space ring, 1 cubic meter. Valkyrie sequence potion, initial stage, his strength, agility, and stamina had all improved, reaching 4 times that of an average individual. Yet, how could he enhance his spirit? Xu Annian sat on the ground, sipping water and resting. His gaze lingered on the dimensional attributes, furrowing his brow at the spirit section. The other 3 attributes could be increased through training methods, but he was at a loss regarding how to elevate his spirit, unable to find any insight. Have they stopped? Though the expanded space obscured the outside view, he could still sense the movement of the vehicle. Xu Annian secured the bottle of mineral water and, with his long rifle in hand, exited the training room, making his way to the storage area. He traversed the corridor until he reached the main entrance, equipped with an identity recognition feature that would automatically open upon placing a hand upon it. Had they arrived? No, they were obstructed ahead. Obstructed? Xu Annian narrowed his eyes. This bore the ominous tone of an impending ambush. Bending slightly, he rested his left hand on the back of the driver's seat, raising his gaze to scrutinize the buildings flanking the exterior. The curtains of the self-constructed buildings were drawn tight, concealing any semblance of the survivors within. It was likely that those individuals were lurking in some concealed corner, silently observing the number of passengers and weaponry aboard the bus. However, the bus was fitted with anti-peeping film, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. Were those individuals uncertain about the situation, thereby hesitant to act rashly? I sense this is not merely a robbery, Chang Jian timidly remarked. Noticing the adults turn their heads, she raised her voice to elucidate her reasoning. The parked vehicles were far too conspicuous. It was evident that their positioning was intentional. If it were a robbery, one could simply place a large stone in the middle of the road. Why bring several cars? The width of the 4-lane road was less than 4 meters. Tossing a large stone would suffice to block the passage. The cars ahead were parked in a manner that seemed deliberate, almost as if signaling to passers-by that their placement was intentional. The purpose behind this maneuver, however, remained unclear. Regardless of whether it was an attempted robbery, we must anticipate the worst. Xu Annian did not suffer from paranoia. He merely understood that in a post-apocalyptic world, one should not harbor overly optimistic views of others. Aside from Qin Peiyao, he trusted no one, including the prospective member Cheng Jiwen. Should we descend? Qin Peiyao inquired. No, we shall wait for them to emerge. Xu Annian was unwilling to court danger. The enemy lay in ambush, undoubtedly in a position where their visibility remained unobstructed. Should those fiends possess a crude firearm, shotgun, or crossbow, disembarking could lead to deadly consequences. It was far too perilous. Even in the absence of visible threats, their clandestine plotting against the air was preferable to recklessness. As always, safety must come first. We shall reverse back to that repair shop and observe if any other vehicles approach. After a standoff of half an hour, with no one appearing outside, Xu Annian resolved to wait at the repair shop, a necessary route, to see if other survivors would arrive from the city, allowing them to scout the strength behind those vehicles. This would also provide the perfect opportunity to familiarize himself with the base's functions and organize supplies. Very well. Qin Peiyao's driving skills were lacking. Maneuvering in such a confined space was more challenging than mastering a simple game. She opted to reverse directly, backing into the repair shop to avoid revealing her inadequate skills. We shall spend the night here. Before the repair shop, there lay an expanse of over 200 square meters, allowing the bus ample space to turn around and depart with ease. If we are unable to encounter any other survivors, we might as well venture into other areas to gather crops. There is no necessity to await demise in the western suburbs. Thus, I shall proceed to renovate the kitchen. Qin Peiyao released the handbrake and, brimming with enthusiasm, made her way to the region designated for the elderly, infirm, and pregnant. She had acquired the authority for regional planning and was eager to implement the creative ideas that had been incessantly blossoming in her mind. Is the porridge finished? Xu Annian inquired casually as he approached the bed, simultaneously adjusting its height to ensure that the upper bunk offered approximately 1 meter of space, alleviating any feelings of confinement. Yes, Cheng Jinan replied softly, her apprehension evident when speaking alone with a man. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward Sister Yao. But she quickly felt it might be impolite and forced herself to remain composed, curling up in her blanket. Then tonight, I shall prepare a thicker porridge for you. Thank you. When you feel hungry, serve yourself some porridge. Restore your health swiftly so that you can resume your tasks. I will work diligently. Chapter 48. The Adorably Innocent Little One. As night fell, the vast suburban expanse lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. The familiar roar of cars, the clamor of poultry and pets, and the laughter or cries of children had vanished, leaving behind a silence so profound it was unsettling. Ding. Return Sprint Proficiency Level 1. Minor Achievement in Return Sprint, 2200. Agility 1. My agility has also surpassed 40. In the training room, drenched in sweat, Xu Annian sank down onto the ground to rest. The return sprint was an exceedingly exhausting exercise, far more so than rapid-fire drills. After a brief respite, he decided to examine the functions of the base. The energy module. The defense module enhances the base's fortifications, while the energy module serves as the kinetic core of the mobile base, encompassing the power and propulsion systems akin to those of a bus, all belonging to the energy sector. A level 5 base boasts an energy efficiency 100 times that of a standard bus. To simplify the data, this bus, once a hybrid, could travel approximately 500 kilometers when fully fueled and charged. Now, it could traverse 50,000 kilometers. However, this ideal scenario does not account for internal transformations. In reality, the enhancement in the bus's defenses implies a significant alteration in the materials used for its construction. Different materials equate to variations in mass and weight, resulting in differing energy consumption during travel. Xu Annian estimated that reducing the efficiency factor from 100 to 10 would likely represent the utmost distance the base could traverse. Thus, under fully fueled and charged conditions, the base could cover around 5,000 kilometers. With an abundance of electrical appliances at home, the power system could not be utilized for travel. The air conditioning ran continuously. In addition to the daily consumption for boiling water, cooking, and refrigeration, the daily energy expenditure was notably substantial. While the refrigerator's significance was minimal, it provided convenience. In weather that plunged below 20 degrees Celsius, opening the sunroof served as a natural cooling solution. Perishable items could be placed atop the vehicle, easily accessible when one desired a snack. However, this proved cumbersome, necessitating frequent climbs. Thus, having a refrigerator inside the vehicle was more practical. Regarding the energy module, excluding the electricity aspect, a full tank of fuel could allow for a journey of 2,500 kilometers. Not bad at all. The attack system had yet to meet the unlocking conditions, which was somewhat disappointing. This system required 5 formal members to be activated and was currently in an unclickable state. The living module pertained to functionalities intimately connected with daily life. Xu Annian took some time to comprehend its significance. This feature allowed for the upgrading of various tools, such as the induction cooker and rice cooker they had brought along, requiring only a few points to enhance them into more energy-efficient and effective versions. However, items like blankets, clothing, and food could not be upgraded due to certain restrictions. The remaining functions seemed to include a radar that scanned a 5-kilometer radius from the base. The issue lay in the fact that it was a non-operational scanning radar. Darling, the kitchen is all set. Having conducted a cursory examination of the base's functionalities, Qin Peiyao had successfully transformed the area designated for the elderly, sick, and pregnant into a fully functional kitchen. Is it done? Upon hearing this, Xu Annian closed the system interface and, driven by curiosity, ventured into the kitchen to assess the situation. The arrangement was quite simple. A rectangular table measuring 70 centimeters in width and approximately 1 meter in height slightly shorter than the edge of the car window. To the left lay the cooking area, where a gas stove, an induction cooker, and a rice cooker were securely fixed in place by designated slots. Beneath the tabletop, space was allocated for a gas canister and two multifunctional cabinets for bowls, chopsticks, and utensils. On the right side was the dining surface for the three of them. The overall design was minimalist and compact, presenting a pleasing aesthetic. "My dear, we lack a water source, which makes cooking and bathing quite inconvenient," Xu Annian lamented. Women, by nature, possess a strong inclination towards cleanliness. They might endure a day or two without bathing, but several days without it would surely lead to discomfort. The absence of water was indeed a pressing concern. Xu Annian gazed upward, contemplating the car's ceiling. Outside, a heavy snowfall was underway. Did that mean they had no water available in the vehicle? This was absurd. Wait, snow? Wasn't snow merely frozen water? A spark of inspiration ignited in Xu Annian's eyes. He recalled the luxurious heated swimming pools of the affluent. By employing a similar design to melt the snow and creating a reservoir to collect the water, along with some filters to purify the melted snow, they could resolve their predicament. Did we not scavenge for electric heaters and filters at the supermarket? He mused. Ah, indeed. Hand them to me, and I shall take care of it. Xu Annian procured 3 electric heaters and 4 filters from Xu Annian, spending 100 points to upgrade 2 of the heaters to their most efficient level, repurposing them as snow melters. He then positioned the 2 snow melters on the ceiling to facilitate the melting of the snow accumulating on the roof. As for the water reservoir, beneath the sunroof in the storage area, he expanded the space to accommodate an 8 cubic meter container, thus creating the water tank. With the water tank established, he connected 2 pipes, one leading to the bathroom and the wash basin, the other to the kitchen. The 3 filters, costing 90 points, were upgraded to the highest standard. One filter was placed at the water intake of the tank, another in the middle of the pipe leading to the bathroom, and the last in the pipe leading to the kitchen. According to the system's description, the water filtered by the primary filters would meet the national standard for drinking water, akin to the bottled mineral water typically purchased. The filters Xu Annian employed were of perfect quality, alleviating any concerns regarding water contamination. With this, the issue of water supply was resolved. Although the efficiency of the 2 heaters was modest, yielding only 5 to 6 liters per hour, it was fortunate that the snow on the roof needed time to melt. To maximize the collection of snow, Xu Annian arranged the snow melters across the entirety of the car's roof and utilized the expanded space to create a slight slope, allowing the melted snow water to flow seamlessly into the storage area sunroof and through the filters into the water tank, accumulating continuously for 24 hours. This would yield a considerable amount of water. "My love, we now have water for cooking. Please begin preparing the meal while I step out for a moment," Xu Annian declared as he exited, armed with a long gun. He was not on a quest for supplies, but rather in search of a water heater for the bathroom. Unlike the apartments in Qianshan, which relied on natural gas for round-the-clock hot water, self-built homes operated differently. These self-built structures lack access to natural gas pipelines, necessitating the use of water heaters. Thus, Xu Annian found it quite effortless to locate a water heater, merely selecting a residential building at random. Ding. Killed a biosource sequence creature, initial stage. Gained 10 family points. Ding. Killed a biosource sequence creature, initial stage. Gained 10 family points, with 2 shots. He dispatched 2 zombies within the self-built edifice and brutally pried the water heater free. After all, the system would restore it, so there was no concern about its usability. After a brief departure of over half an hour, a small burrow outside the self-built building revealed a gray-black pointed head. It stood upright, sniffed the air, and promptly made its way towards the self-built structure. Upon entering, it paused before one of the zombie corpses. A rat, devoid of discernment, was driven by hunger to ascend onto the zombie's forehead, burrowing into the cranial cavity and voraciously feasting upon the rather unappetizing fare. Before long, more than 10 rats emerged from the burrow, surging towards the 2 zombie remains. Chapter 49. The sentiment of Southerners. The water heater has reached its full capacity. Installed above the back door with the shower head securely fastened, the issue of hot water in the bathroom has been resolved. I ventured outside to throw some snow onto the car roof, aiming to fill the tank with enough water to last us for 2 days. While Xu Annian was busy preparing dinner, Xu Annian stepped outside again, rolling the accumulated snow into large balls, which he then placed on the car roof to melt slowly with the snow-melting device. The layer of snow outside was not particularly thick. After several trips back and forth, he cleared all the snow within a 50-meter radius before returning to the base, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. Upon arriving at the car door, Xu Annian noticed Cheng Jiwen leaning against the window, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at him. "Do you want to play in the snow?" he inquired. Cheng Jiwen nodded vigorously, her youthful face brimming with hope, longing for him to take her outside to play. As a true Southerner, She held a peculiar affection for snowy days and yearned to engage in snowball fights and build snowmen, emulating the northern folk she had seen in videos. Hoping to fulfill her inner desires. Yet, it's freezing cold. It's not enjoyable at all, Xu Annian coldly declined. Oh, Cheng Jinwen's head drooped in disappointment, feeling a touch of grievance. Just moments ago, he seemed to be having a great time outside. His words of disinterest only masked his reluctance to include her in the fun. Dinner is ready, Qin Peiyao called out. That evening, Cheng Jinwen had pumpkin porridge while the two of them enjoyed hot pot. They had collected plenty of wide noodles from the supermarket, which paired perfectly with the leftover fatty beef rolls, lamb rolls, and meatballs from yesterday, making for a delightful hot pot meal. You sit on the left. Yao Jia. I want to sit next to you, she pleaded. Not allowed. Your seat is on the left. Yao Jia. No means no. The three of them were seated in a row of rotating chairs, with Xu Annian in the middle, Qin Peiyao on the right, and Cheng Jinwen assigned to the left. Cheng Jinwen felt a bit intimidated by Xu Annian. She wished to sit beside Yao Jia, her large, sparkling eyes clouded with moisture, looking pitifully at Yao Jia for sympathy. However, Qin Peiyao remained unmoved. Before bringing Cheng Jinwen back, Xu Annian had made it clear that he intended to claim her, not as a daughter or a mere child. Thus, he could not always shield Cheng Jinwen. Otherwise, when the time came for him to genuinely possess her, the pampered Cheng Jinwen might develop feelings of resistance or even resentment. Qin Peiyao was astute, understanding what was permissible and what was not, and knew how to navigate the situations at hand. This was fundamentally why she could garner the man's affection and be granted autonomy. Let us eat. Xu Annian placed a bowl of porridge in front of the young girl and then turned his attention to the hot pot, relishing the meal. Young people often have many good ideas, yet they must recognize reality. This little girl still does not grasp who has provided her with everything she possesses. She seems a bit naive, not particularly clever. Xu Annian had no desire to expend energy cultivating feelings or engaging in romance. He was prepared to take a shortcut, believing that time would cultivate affection. Brother? As Xu Annian made his decision, a faint voice emerged beside him. Turning his head, he saw a little girl gazing at the bubbling hot pot with an expression reminiscent of a greedy cat. May I have a meatball? Cheng Jinwen was not gluttonous. She simply recognized those meatballs as reminiscent of the handmade beef balls her mother used to make. As memories flooded back of her mother crafting beef balls while scolding her father for being lazy, chasing her brother with a rolling pin, or taking her to the market while playfully referring to themselves as sisters, she felt a pang in her heart and could not help but ask. If she didn't, she might never taste her mother's beef balls again. Just one, Xu Annian said, placing a meatball into the little girl's bowl, unaware of her sentimental state, and raised an eyebrow to commend the flavor of the beef balls. You have quite the appetite. It's clear these meatballs are delectable. Cheng Jinwen lowered her head, silent in response. These meatballs were indeed her mother's handmade creations. She distinctly remembered that at the age of 7, after her first taste of these beef balls, she had casually remarked how wonderful they were and wished she could have them every New Year. Since that year, her mother had made them annually, adding a staple dish of beef balls to the New Year's feast. Yet, people change. Adolescents are often rebellious. Cheng Jinwen no longer relished handmade beef balls. She found the process too laborious and complicated, preferring the convenience of buying them outside, having grown weary of them over the years. That year, a large plate of beef balls remained untouched during New Year's dinner. Her brother didn't like them, her father dared not eat them, and her mother couldn't bear to consume them. Subsequently, beef balls disappeared from the New Year's feast. Cheng Jinwen assumed her mother found it too troublesome to continue making them. Little did she know, from that point on, she had never seen her father eat beef, and even the sight of it made her nauseous, leading her to seek medical attention without any diagnosis found. Only now did she understand. Her mother had continued making beef balls every year. Only now they were hidden in the depths of the refrigerator, waiting for the day she might express a desire for them, ready to surprise her. Yet, she only came to this realization now. Qin Peiyao was observant. She noticed the little girl had not touched her chopsticks for quite some time and nudged the man with her elbow. Xu Annian turned, a look of confusion on his face. These meatballs were taken from Xiaowen's home, Qin Peiyao hinted. Is that so? Xu Annian replied, puzzled, as he casually picked up a meatball and placed it in his mouth. The origin of the meatball seemed inconsequential. What mattered was its taste. Indeed, Qin Peiyao noted. Seeing that he was not grasping the situation, she gestured with her lips. Look at Xiaowen. What's wrong with her? Xu Annian turned back to observe the little girl, who remained silent and downcast. Initially, he failed to notice anything amiss, but a single droplet of water falling alerted him to the reality of the situation. The girl seems to be reminiscing about home through the lens of her surroundings. Are you feeling homesick? Xu Annian put down his chopsticks, gently ruffling the little girl's hair as he pondered aloud. There are still a dozen meatballs left. How about we don't eat them and save them all for you? Choking back tears, Xu Annian began to sob quietly, her body trembling slightly. Xu Annian, unsure of how to console her, turned to Qin Peiyao for assistance. Qin Peiyao was somewhat exasperated. Wasn't this man usually adept at handling her? Why was he at a loss when it came to a young girl? After a moment of contemplation, she gestured for an embrace. Embrace her? Xu Annian nodded thoughtfully. Rising to his feet, he moved behind the little girl, one arm draping over her shoulders while the other cradled her head, allowing her to lean against him as he gently patted her back in a soothing manner. Sheng Jiwen cried out loudly. The pent-up negative emotions that had accumulated over the days finding an outlet in her heart-wrenching sobs. Her cries were profoundly moving. Qin Peiyao, unable to resist the emotional tide, stood up and joined Xu Annian, standing shoulder to shoulder with the man as she enveloped her in her embrace. Outside, the cold wind howled, while inside the car, the soft sounds of weeping persisted. Chapter 50, A Comforting Abode. At 8:30 in the evening, Sheng Jiwen cried herself to sleep. Xu Annian gently carried her back to the upper bunk and tucked her in with a blanket. The glass window provided insufficient insulation, and with the upper bunk adjacent to it, cold air seeped in. Without the blanket, the delicate girl would easily awaken from the chill. He decided to save the remaining meatballs for her. Returning to his seat, Xu Annian refrained from indulging in more meatballs. Instead, he tore open 2 packets of wide rice noodles and placed them into the hot pot to cook. Soon, the vegetables would be nearly finished, and the noodles would be cooked as well. Qin Peiyao responded softly, gathering the several meatballs on the table into her spatial ring. Her mood was visibly low, and her appetite was affected. She nibbled at her bowl while gazing vacantly out the window. Are you feeling homesick? Xu Annian inquired, casually placing 2 chopsticks full of meat into her bowl. It seemed odd that while most people pondered their basic needs, these 2 women were yearning for home. He glanced towards the sky outside but noticed the moon was absent. No, Qin Peiyao snapped back to reality, quickly adjusting her mindset. However, it had little effect, and she stood to retrieve an unopened bottle of Mauta from the storage area. Shall we have a couple of drinks? All right, but you won't get unruly after drinking, will you? Xu Annian teased. You're the one who would get unruly. Qin Peiyao rolled her eyes. She then twisted off the bottle cap, poured each of them a small half glass, set the bottle down, and raised her glass. Here's to celebrating our new home. Cheers. The glasses were of the type commonly found in roadside eateries. As the fiery liquor slid down his throat and warmed his stomach, a flush crept onto Xu Annian's cheeks, and he felt slightly dazed. He quickly consumed a few squid balls to quell the intoxicating effects of the alcohol. His tolerance was average. He could manage a few drinks slowly, but these small half glasses would lay him flat after just 3. Cough, cough, that is strong. Qin Peiyao seemed even less accustomed to alcohol. Her cheeks flushed instantly as she stuck out her petite pink tongue, fanning away the lingering scent of liquor. She resembled a little kitten with its tongue out, utterly adorable. Such a little enchantress. Xu Annian felt a surge of warmth and pulled Qin Peiyao down to sit, pouring another small half glass into her cup. He surmised her desire to drink stemmed from a worry about potentially embarrassing moments during the night, especially with a little girl in the upper bunk who might awaken at any moment. Qin Peiyao likely wanted to mask her apprehension with a bit of inebriation. Eat more vegetables. We won't do anything bad tonight. Really? At his words, Qin Peiyao suddenly felt sober. Cheerfully, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. In this bitter cold, enjoying a hot pot was undeniably a source of happiness. Xu Annian also savored the dishes while sipping his drink. The 2 exchanged insights about recent observations, occasionally feeding each other, thus marking a satisfying conclusion to their first meal in their new home. This water heater works quite well. After her shower, Qin Peiyao emerged wrapped in a thick bathrobe, taking a moment to commend the water heater at the base. The heater delivered hot water with a simple turn to the right, and the temperature adjustment was remarkably responsive, unlike the one at her home, which required a frustrating wait for the temperature to change after adjusting. Naturally, the water heater I brought back is far superior. In the lower bunk, Xu Annian propped himself up with one hand, looking at the woman with a beaming smile and asked, "Would you prefer to sleep inside or outside?" "Outside," Qin Peiyao replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed. If she were living alone, she would prefer to sleep inside, with her back against the wall for a sense of security. But now, with a man's chest to lean against, the cold wall was no longer necessary. Then what are you waiting for? Come up, Xu Annian said, shifting his body to create space. He then lifted the corner of the comforter, patting the warm spot beside him, signaling for Qin Peiyao to join him. The light is still on, Qin Peiyao noted, glancing at the man's robust figure, causing her legs to instinctively close together. It's voice activated, Xu Annian replied, snapping his fingers, which extinguished the light in the car. In the next moment, A rustling sound filled the air. Before he could adjust to the darkness, a warm figure nestled into his embrace, and the comforter was pulled over them. This is a very healthy way to sleep. You are becoming increasingly attuned to my preferences, Xu Annian exclaimed, filled with excitement. He too was accustomed to a healthy sleeping arrangement. Thus, there would be no barriers between them. You promised not to do anything inappropriate tonight. Qin Peiao's voice carried a hint of playful pride. Upon hearing her words, Xu Annian fell silent, the fervor within him cooling significantly. You are truly wonderful, Qin Peiao said, looking up at him with a dreamy expression. As she gazed, she found his lips to be quite alluring, and she playfully traced her finger along them, feeling an inexplicable thrill. After a minute or two of this playful exploration, she wisely ceased her antics. Leaning quietly against his chest, she initiated a conversation about the recent robbery incident. What do you think they wanted? Unclear. But we should remain cautious, he replied. Indeed, it's unfortunate that there are no alternate routes to the breeding farm in the western suburbs. Never mind. The city is about to experience a power outage. There will be those who will scout for us in the coming days. I'm not in a hurry. We have plenty of food and can afford to wait. Yes, we are not in a rush. The two spoke softly, as if they were a married couple, sharing their thoughts. In the upper bunk, Cheng Jinwen was awakened by hunger. As she opened her eyes and beheld the unfamiliar ceiling, a wave of unease washed over her. Before fear could fully settle in, she heard the intentionally lowered voices of conversation nearby. That familiar sound quickly soothed her anxiety, and she recalled the day's events of moving to the bus with her brother and Yaojie. Her heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Changing her position to lie on her side, she gazed out into the pitch-black darkness, which loomed like an unfathomable abyss, threatening to engulf her. Cheng Jinwen swiftly turned around, facing the interior of the vehicle, and pressed down on the comforter a few times. Leaning against the window, she felt a reassuring support against her back, which brought her a sense of security. The sleeping space was limited, yet she found it quite satisfactory and comforting. It would have been even better with the presence of another person. Her thoughts began to wander, her mind gradually awakening as her hunger intensified. She longed for a bowl of porridge, but hesitated to trouble the adults for assistance. Thus, she quietly nestled under the covers, listening to the chatter from the lower bunk. As if transported back to her childhood, remembering how her parents used to converse in hushed tones. Gradually, Cheng Jinwen ceased to feel fear, and her spirit began to relax, accompanied by the gentle sound of snowflakes occasionally falling outside, which was both delightful and soothing. She drifted into slumber. She had begun to develop a fondness for this cramped upper bunk. Chapter 51. Mutant Zombies. The next morning, Cheng Jinwen was awakened by hunger, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Her consciousness gradually became clear, and the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air intensified her hunger pangs. Breakfast consisted of fried eggs, steamed buns, and dumplings. She discerned the scents lingering in the air, and her mouth began to water profusely. How she longed for fried eggs and steamed buns. Unfortunately, Sister Yao had forbidden her from eating, insisting that she wait 2 more days to allow her stomach to gradually adjust and recover. Stifling a yawn, Cheng Jinwen confirmed that Sister Yao and the others were awake. With her hair cascading around her shoulders, she sat up and glanced out the window. Suddenly, a hairless, pallid head intruded upon her vision, its right cheek marred by a grotesque wound, encrusted with frost. The head stared unblinkingly in her direction, utterly still, creating an eerie atmosphere. A zombie. Cheng Jinwen shivered, instinctively holding her breath, afraid to make a sound. As she stiffly turned her head to search for the silhouettes of the man and Sister Yao. Inside the vehicle, the electric stove in the kitchen was still steaming buns. Yet the two were nowhere to be seen. Just as she felt lost, the storage area door swung open, revealing the man drenched in sweat emerging. Sister Yao followed closely behind, her face alight with a cheerful smile. Shaowen, why does your complexion look so pale? Upon noticing Cheng Jinwen's ashen face, Qin Peiao quickened her pace towards the bed. However, before she could take 2 steps, she caught sight of the zombie outside. That zombie was exceptionally tall. Considering the bus stood approximately 3 meters high, the creature's head towered over the upper bunk, suggesting its height must be at least 2 meters 60 or 70, far beyond what a typical zombie could reach. A mutant zombie? Xu Annian furrowed his brow. It had been scarcely half a month since the apocalypse began. Had the zombies outside already evolved in such a short span? They adapted by increasing their numbers, transforming quantity into quality to combat the frigid end of days. It was not difficult to comprehend that their evolutionary pace surpassed that of humanity. After all, among billions, there would inevitably be a few exceptional zombies. Come down, let me try to deal with it, Xu Annian said, raising his hands to lift the little girl down. He intended to leverage the base's defensive advantages, opening a gap of over 10 centimeters in the upper bunk's window to thrust the red spear out and impale the zombie. Ideally, a single thrust would suffice. If that failed, he would attempt to ram the bus into the creature. Regardless of success, they would gather valuable information about the mutant zombie. I'll look for an opportunity from the lower bunk, Qin Peiyao replied, retrieving a cleaver and climbing to the window of the lower bunk to wait for her chance. The windows of the upper and lower bunks were connected. When the upper window was opened, the lower one would likewise be ajar. These details, which had not been amended in time, would now serve a purpose. Prepare. Xu Annian grasped the window handle, extending the tail end of his long spear outside. He took a deep breath and gently pried open a narrow gap of a few centimeters. As soon as the gap was opened, in the next moment, the zombie outside abruptly turned its head, its milky white eyes fixated on the narrow opening. It sensed the tantalizing presence of prey. With a fierce roar, Xu Annian was about to thrust his spear forward to stab it. However, the zombie seemed to sense the impending danger and retreated a few steps, distancing itself from the gap. Its piercing howl reverberated, echoing through the distant buildings, dislodging the snow from the rooftops, which then cascaded to the ground, only to be whisked away by the chilling wind. Bang! A white figure suddenly collided with the side of the bus. The three occupants inside felt a significant tremor, akin to an earthquake. The frail Cheng Jin stumbled and fell to the ground, instinctively crawling towards the storage area. Warning! The base is under attack by a sequenced biological entity, damage value at 0. 1. Please repair promptly. It moved with astonishing speed, likely possessing a value of 30. Its strength was formidable, exceeding that of its swiftness. This creature would prove challenging to confront. Xu Annian narrowed his eyes. Ordinary zombies move at double the speed of a human and possess strength comparable to that of a person. However, the mutated zombies not only exhibit increased speed, nearly triple that of a human, but their strength also escalates significantly. This situation was rather troublesome. Nevertheless, the base's defenses were commendable. The impact of the mutated zombie only caused a mere 0.1 damage, alleviating concerns of the creature breaking through the windows. Xu Annian decided to test its intelligence. With the assurance that the zombie could not breach the base's defenses, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he remained cautious. With both hands gripping his gun, he extended it out the window, just far enough for the tip to pierce the zombie's skull. If that mutated zombie lacked intelligence. Thud. Before Xu Annian could formulate his next plan, the zombie charged straight at him, impaling itself on the spear's tip, seemingly eager to prevent him from gathering further information. Thud thud. Below, Qin Peiyao, unaware of the situation, seized the opportunity while the zombie stood motionless, raising a kitchen knife to strike at it repeatedly. The chest, abdomen, lower abdomen, thigh. In mere seconds, she had reduced the zombie to a bloody pulp, severing its spine into several sections, with some strikes so forceful that they penetrated through, revealing the auto repair shop behind the zombie's body. Ding. First kill of a source sequence biological entity, growth stage, double points reward, earning 200 family points. A virtual prompt appeared. Xu Annian, taken aback, withdrew his spear. Had he vanquished the mutated zombie so easily? It seemed a tad too simple. Indeed, it was a mutated zombie. Yet, the growth stage. Did it imply that its values had not reached their peak? The mutation of the zombie was recent, according to the system's prompt. That foolishly charging zombie might not yet qualify as a true mutated zombie. If he waited another 10 days to half a month, or possibly longer, it might then possess the pinnacle values of a genuine mutated zombie. He needed to hasten the collection of fruits and vegetables. Xu Annian supported himself on the railing and effortlessly leaped down from the bed. Upon discovering the bloodstains and remnants of flesh on the lower bunk's quilt and mattress, his countenance darkened immediately. This particular set of bedding was his favorite and the most comfortable. Now sullied, it was rendered utterly useless. Could it be a mutated zombie? Qin Peiyao sheathed her kitchen knife and inquired beside the man, completely oblivious to the peculiarities of the lower bunk. Indeed, Xu Annian nodded, gesturing towards the soiled quilt and mattress with a sigh. Let us dispose of these and procure a new set. Alas, how could it become soiled? Qin Peiyao's expression was one of profound sorrow. Given that the quilt and mattress consumed considerable space, they had brought only 5 sets in total, intending to utilize them for a year and a half. To waste one set after merely a single night was indeed disheartening. Brother, sister Yo. Observing that the two adults appeared preoccupied with the outside zombies, Cheng Jinwen, hiding in the corner, quietly interjected. Shouldn't you go down and inspect whether that zombie possesses any crystals or cores? Chapter 52. Snow Rose. Crystal. The two exchanged glances. Perplexed by the concept of a crystal, Xu Annian had never delved into apocalyptic novels, while Qin Peiyao had never read any fiction. I have read zombie novels. Cheng Jinwen timidly offered an explanation upon noticing their confusion. When you mentioned that zombie was a mutated one, I wondered if it might have a crystal in its head. I will go check. Xu Annian bent down to roll up the soiled bedding and mattress from the lower bunk, grasping his long gun and descending from the vehicle. In truth, he was skeptical. The source of the undead possessed absolute infectiousness, and even if he did find a crystal, he would not dare to use it recklessly. However, considering the need to discard the bedding and the potential for no loss, he acquiesced. Do you enjoy reading novels? Qin Peiyao inquired casually while spreading a clean quilt on the bed, attempting to engage Qing Jiwen in conversation. I've come across one occasionally, Qing Jiwen replied, shaking her head slightly as she sat at the dining table, her gaze lowered while sipping porridge. Before university, her studies consumed her so entirely that she scarcely had time to indulge in novels, even during bathroom breaks. It was only during a mundane summer after the college entrance examination that she stumbled upon an apocalyptic novel while scrolling through her phone. Yet, she found it too bloody and dark, subsequently opting for sweet romance instead. Qing Jiwen felt a twinge of regret. Had she read more apocalyptic stories then, perhaps she would have developed a habit of stockpiling supplies, thus altering her fate. As more than half an hour passed, the two began to grow concerned over Xu Annian's prolonged absence. Just as they contemplated going to check on him, the front door swung open. Did you find the crystal? Qin Peiyao asked. Cheng Jinwen, too, focused her attention on the man, quietly awaiting his response, her gaze shimmering with anticipation. No, Xu Annian shook his head. He had pulverized both the zombie's head and body, but had not discovered the crystal or core the girl had mentioned. Nothing. Cheng Jinwen's eyelids drooped, seemingly disheartened by her inability to provide any valuable clues, and she silently turned away, lowering her head to sip her porridge. Indeed, Xu Annian had not found any crystals. However, he had stumbled upon something else of interest. Look what I brought you, he said with an air of mystery as he stepped back onto the vehicle. He held his gun in his left hand while his right hand remained hidden behind his back. Unable to shake the snowflakes from his body, he flicked his head to dislodge them from his hair. Approaching Qin Peiyao, he extended his right hand, which had been concealed. This is a rose? Qin Peiyao gasped in delight, covering her mouth. In his palm lay a rose crafted from snowflakes. The stem of this snow rose was thicker than that of a real rose, and the petals bore the imprints of fingers, clearly indicating that the man had painstakingly fashioned it petal by petal. Do you like it? Xu Annian asked, a smile gracing his face. During the half-hour spent outside, only 5 minutes were dedicated to searching for the crystal. The remaining 20 minutes were spent attempting to sculpt the rose. This was his first endeavor at creating a snow rose, and after numerous attempts, he had finally managed to shape it. Regrettably, Xu Annian searched for quite some time but could not find a suitable flower branch. Outside, the ground was blanketed in snow, and there were no green plants flanking the road. He took out a chopstick to support the base of the snow rose. Although the overall appearance of the snow rose was rather ordinary, what truly mattered was the sentiment behind it. He liked it. Qin Peiyao accepted the snow rose. Gazing down at the crystalline petals, her eyes slightly moist, she realized she was utterly captivated, unable to detach herself from the man any longer. From now on, regardless of any insurmountable crises that may arise, she would unhesitatingly stand in front of him, shielding him from all harm. What made you think of giving me flowers? Qin Peiyao asked, her cheeks flushed. This snow rose indeed brought her a delightful surprise. The lingering unease from leaving the apartment and her confusion about the future dissipated entirely. The snow outside isn't thick enough to build a snowman, so I fashioned this flower for you, Xu Annian explained with a smile. It was a spontaneous whim. He found it amusing to mold something with his hands. Moreover, making his woman happy would yield numerous potential rewards for him. Do you remember you promised to take me to build a snowman? Qin Peiyao felt a surge of joy within her. This fellow seemed particularly adept at charming her today. Of course, I could never forget a promise made to you. That's wonderful. Qin Peiyao moved closer, nestling into the man's embrace. Her gaze fixed on the snow rose in her hands, feeling a profound tranquility. And what about tonight? Why are you thinking about tonight in broad daylight? Qin Peiyao shot him a playful glare, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. This fellow was becoming increasingly irreverent. Shaowen is still here, she added. Yet she found the man endearing and felt it difficult to refuse him. Can I not be here? Cheng Jinwen met the man's seemingly predatory gaze and felt tears welling up with frustration. She had merely come down for some porridge. Had she known, she would have obediently crawled back to her upper bunk and pretended to sleep. Little brat, lacking any perceptiveness, Xu Annian scolded the naive girl, his patience wearing thin. Why are you mentioning Shaowen? Qin Peiyao found the situation quite amusing. She placed a finger on the man's lips, soothing him like a child. His boundless energy was both endearing and exasperating. I promise I will go to bed early tonight, Cheng Jinwen whispered earnestly. But the moment she spoke, Qin Peiyao couldn't help but cast her a reproachful glance. Just follow your regular schedule. Don't disrupt your routine. She was accustomed to adhering to a predetermined timetable, delineating work from life, and she did not wish for Cheng Jinwen to develop any bad habits. Did you hear? Learn from your sister Yao properly. Bang! Just as Xu Annian was about to impart some wisdom, a collision sound echoed from the back of the bus. Base under attack, damage value 0. 01. The mechanical voice of the system resounded in his mind. He immediately set aside the reprimand for the young girl. Releasing Qin Peiyao from his embrace and quickly stepping to the back window of the storage area to investigate. Outside, the hood of a white sedan was crumpled. The front slightly indented. The driver's side airbag had deployed. However, Xu Annian's elevated vantage point allowed him to see a middle-aged man sprawled over the airbag. The man's complexion was ghastly, and there were conspicuous bloodstains on his head and clothing, suggesting he had sustained injuries from the recent collision. In the back seat of the car, a young man lay motionless, having tumbled into the footwell, leaving his fate uncertain. Was he alive or dead? Is he a zombie or a person? Qin Peiyao inquired. He's not a zombie. We were rear-ended, Xu Annian replied, squinting as he peered through the glass to assess the surrounding situation. Wary of the possibility that someone might have intentionally orchestrated this incident to lure them out of the vehicle. After all, the bus was parked by the roadside. Its blue exterior unmistakable, complemented by tinted windows that made it hard to overlook. Yet, this car had come barreling towards them. Xu Annian found it prudent to consider the matter further. Chapter 53. Is the entire family SS grade? In front of the repair shop, a man in his 40s. Nursing an old injury on his arm and now suffering from a concussion due to a recent car accident, gazes vacantly with eyes that seem to betray his distress. He turns to look at the young man slumped in the back seat, his eyes welling up with tears, struggling against the dizziness clouding his mind. He opens the car door and stumbles out. Thud, thud, thud. The middle-aged man collapses after taking only a few steps. After 2 failed attempts to rise, he weakly slaps the side of a nearby bus, calling out in desperation, "Is anyone there? Please, help me contact the rescue team in Yacheng. I can pay with a spot." His tone is urgent, though he is uncertain if anyone is aboard the bus. The aroma of food wafts through the air, but his body does not allow him to seek out further assistance. He can only resort to a desperate plea. The Yangcheng rescue team? Inside the bus, Xu Annian scrutinizes the Mediterranean man before turning his gaze toward the white car. The vehicle is not tinted, allowing him to clearly observe its interior. Only one young man lies inside, and the trunk remains closed, eliminating the possibility of an ambush. After thoroughly assessing the car, Xu Annian checks the surroundings multiple times for safety before deciding to disembark and inquire about Yacheng. Ding. Detected a life form with an S-grade genetic level. Ding. Detected a life form with an SS-grade genetic level. It is recommended that the host recruit this entity. As soon as he steps out, 2 notifications echo in his mind. Xu Annian stares in astonishment at the middle-aged man. The S-grade life form is likely him, while the SS-grade life form must be the young man in the white car. What kind of family produces 2 S-grade individuals, excelling beyond the previous generation? What spot? The man cries out, "Please, save my son." Upon seeing someone emerge from the vehicle, the middle-aged man becomes frantic, crawling forward. However, noticing the rifle in Xu Annian's grip, which suggests an imminent threat, he halts his pleas, his expression sharpening with clarity and reason. "Could you please contact Yangcheng? I have 2 spots in a Yangcheng modular shelter, as long as you..." "Wait." Xu Annian interrupts, uncertainly asking, "Are you referring to a modular shelter? What kind of shelter?" The man pauses, momentarily taken aback, and retorts, "Isn't this Yangcheng?" "No, this is Hiching." Xu Annian shakes his head. Hiching. The man's pupils constrict. This is a city he has never heard of. Furthermore, judging by the demeanor of the man with the rifle, it seems he is unaware of anything regarding Yangcheng. This indicates that Hiching is a remote, obscure town, lacking internet connectivity and oblivious to the national initiative of constructing underground shelters and recruiting talent from various fields. "How far is Hiching from Yangcheng?" Xu Annian replies, "A few hundred kilometers." "Now, tell me about the modular shelter." "Several hundred kilometers." The man's spirit dissipated significantly. Due to the pressing nature of time, he spoke succinctly. The temporary accommodation was arranged for the conscripted personnel and their families. Depending on the areas of expertise and accomplishments prior to the catastrophe, they were permitted to bring along 1 to 5 family members. At this juncture, the man's tone turned somewhat sorrowful. "I am a conscript in the field of architecture, allowed to bring 3 family members to the designated shelter. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, we were targeted by a group before we even reached Yang City, which compelled us to flee by car." The man's name was Xiaolang. He was a prodigy in architecture, having owned a top 10 architectural design firm in the country before the apocalypse, leading over a dozen employees and designing landmark buildings in numerous provincial capitals and international metropolises. He enjoyed both renown and wealth, living a fulfilling life. Yet, Just over an hour before the catastrophe, more precisely, an hour before he became aware of it, several fully armed armored vehicles arrived, shattering his tranquil existence. Soldiers claiming to belong to a special department disembarked and forcibly took him and his family away, directing them to Yang City for the design of underground shelters. Logically, both Xiao Lang and his wife, as conscripted personnel, should have been transported by an armed helicopter. However, during the initial chaos of the disaster, specialized talents were deemed less critical than commanding personnel, and the dispatch of 2 bomb-proof vehicles along with an armored vehicle equipped with heavy machine guns was already considered a significant privilege. They too had a chance to reach Yang City. Unfortunately, plans fell victim to unforeseen changes. Just as they were nearing Yang City, they encountered a car accident that delayed their entry. The zombie crisis soon ensued. A dozen armed soldiers sacrificed themselves one after another to protect them. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 5 minutes. The streets were filled with panicked survivors, screaming in terror amidst the howls of monstrous creatures. The chaos was unparalleled. Xiao Lang's family of 4 was also scattered among the survivors. He took his son while his wife fled with their daughter, each seeking refuge in nearby buildings, awaiting rescue. Meanwhile, information regarding the conscription of talents was disseminated online, stirring discontent among survivors. Among them was a grassroots organization comprising thousands, formed under the banner of combating unfair treatment, launching attacks on so-called talents. Xiao Lang became a target of their wrath. He was betrayed by a friend of over 20 years and found himself in Yi City, a small city he had never heard of, ranked as an 18th-tier metropolis. Even so, the members of that organization relentlessly pursued him. Fortunately, Yang City swiftly devised a rescue plan, dispatching a team to restrain the organization, allowing him a moment to breathe. Otherwise, reaching Yi City would have been an impossible feat for Xiao Lang. Do you know, they have arrived? Xu Annian was about to inquire about some critical matters when he noticed Xiao Lang's face turn pale with fear. His body trembled uncontrollably. Who has come? Xu Annian turned to follow his gaze and saw 2 jeeps and 2 sedans speeding towards them, encircling the white car. Ha ha ha, Lao Xiao, why aren't you running? A middle-aged man with a receding hairline emerged from the jeep, greeting him with a hearty laugh. Behind him trailed over a dozen young men, wielding weapons such as machetes, fire axes, makeshift long-handled knives, and large sabers, all of which were far superior to those possessed by the group at the previous mountain apartment. Among them were 2 robust men, each brandishing a riot shield, the kind commonly seen at train stations. Observing this alarming scene, Xu Annian stealthily edged towards the car door. Adhering to the principle of avoiding danger. Guzming, I have treated you fairly, haven't I? Why must you pursue utter annihilation? Xiao Lang expressed his fury and anguish. He and Guzming were college classmates, longtime colleagues, and had been brothers for decades, their bond surpassing that of blood relations. Xiao Lang could not fathom why Guzming would disclose his predicament to that organization. Fairly. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Guzming's face, and his emotions spiraled out of control. You indeed had no complaints about me in the past. But why, when you and your wife have 5 slots? Are you unwilling to grant me even one? 5 slots. Subtracting Xiaoqin and Xiaoshi, there are still 3 left. I do not seek for you to take me away. I merely desire 1 slot, just 1 opportunity for Xiaoyu to survive. Why won't you give it to me? Why won't you? Xiaoyu is not someone you watch grow up. Xiaoyu is Guzming's only son. The boy's character was rather poor, lacking ambition and not favored by Xiao Lang's wife. Yet, this was not the reason for Xiao Lang's rejection. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that both he and his wife had parents. Although 5 slots seemed plentiful, they were woefully insufficient for distribution. Chapter 54. This woman truly captivates him. I have parents and in-laws. Where would I find the quota for you? Cough, cough. Xiao Lang's face flushed with indignation. His overwhelming emotions, coupled with his injuries, caused him to cough incessantly. Don't mention your worthless parents to me. Yu Zhenming shouted furiously, gripping Xiao Lang's collar. His face ashen with rage. Your parents are nearly 70, on the brink of the grave. Why would you take them to a shelter? Is it a waste of resources? After listening to their heated exchange for several minutes, Xu Annian, who had retreated to the bus door, finally grasped the essence of their conflict. Xiao Lang, with filial piety, wished to bring his parents to safety. While outsiders might deem those in their 60s and 70s unworthy of precious quotas, Xiao Lang held a different perspective. His parents had toiled to raise him, and now, having achieved a modest success, it was time to repay them in their twilight years. How could he forsake his biological parents in favor of others? Such a notion was inconceivable. Humans are inherently self-serving. Xiao Lang could not embody such nobility, nor could he make decisions for his parents. Gu Zhenming believed that in any era, the future belonged to the youth. He could perish, but his son must survive. The elderly, who had already lived most of their lives, should not occupy valuable quotas. These slots ought to be reserved for the younger generation. Could decades of friendship truly be eclipsed by a mere quota? Yet, Xiaolang adamantly disagreed, leading to an irreparable rift between them. Let me go, and I shall grant you a quota, Xiaolang proposed, weary and lacking the energy to debate who was right or wrong. He felt utterly exhausted and chilled, yearning only to close his eyes and sleep peacefully. A quota for me? Gu Jinming paused in disbelief, then erupted into laughter as though he had heard the most absurd joke, doubling over in mirth. Yet, amidst the laughter, tears streamed down his face. Shai is dead. And you speak of giving me a quota? Ha ha. Dead? Cough, cough. Dead? Xiaolang faltered, collapsing onto the ground. In a daze, he reminisced about the rebellious youth with yellow hair who often rode his small electric scooter to deliver food, or who dreamed of becoming a professional. Spending all night in internet CAFS. Have you all noticed that bus? It's wrapped in a film, looking quite impressive. Hey, to be honest, if you look closely, this shabby bus seems rather upscale. Ha ha ha. Should we trade your Porsche 911 for it? Get lost. I want his vehicle. Does he dare refuse? Brothers, let us take that bus back. It seems it can hold quite a lot. A group of bored young men couldn't help but notice the bus. Its striking appearance, brand new with tinted windows, was hard to overlook as it gleamed brightly by the roadside. Moreover, the utility of such large vehicles is immense. They can shelter individuals, transport supplies, and serve as makeshift refuges, making them quite popular in Yang City, where a single vehicle is worth several dozen pounds of staple food. They have set their sights on our family. Qin Peiyao remained vigilant, observing those armed individuals, noticing their gaze fixed upon the bus. Unabashedly engaged in lively discussions regarding the allocation of power, she instinctively tightened her grip on the kitchen knife. This is their home. Whoever dares to entertain ill intentions, she would not hesitate to strike. Xu Annian also sensed the tension. Standing at the vehicle's entrance, his voice carried into the interior. I need to ask that fellow a few questions. It might escalate. You seized the opportunity to deal with the two of them. Information regarding the Yang City refuge and the quotas for the makeshift shelters were of utmost importance to them at present. The quotas themselves were not critical. What Xu Annian coveted was the so-called talent recruitment plan. If the members of the Yang City refuge were akin to Xiaolang, how could he possibly worry about finding suitable members for his family? Having said what was necessary, Gu Jinming regained his composure. He waved at the group of young men with an impassive expression, stating, "First, kill his son. I want him to experience the anguish of witnessing his son perish before his eyes. Please, cough, cough, old Gu, I beg you." Xiaolang, despite his injuries, crawled to Gu Jinming's feet, pleading desperately. Old Xiao, Gu Jinming crouched down, concern etched on his face as he helped Xiaolang up, reminiscent of the camaraderie from the world before the apocalypse, imparting earnest words of reassurance. Do not worry. Once you descend, I shall accompany you. The future belongs to the youth. Let them wreak their havoc. Just then, as a youth wielding a machete approached the sedan, preparing to open the door, Xiaolang realized his pleas were futile. In a moment of clarity, he broke free from Gu Jinming's grasp and stumbled toward the white sedan, shielding the rear door with his body. Get away. The young man kicked Xiaolang aside, making a move to open the door. At that moment, Xu Annian could no longer restrain himself. Do you not wish to let me ask a few questions first? He had anticipated the battlefield would revolve around Xiaolang, who could leverage the bus's advantages to remain unscathed. However, Xiaolang's unexpected surge of potential compelled him to intervene. You little rascal, seeking. The words had yet to escape his lips when Xu Annian's leg muscles surged, propelling him to an extraordinary speed, akin to a shadow darting forth, his spear flashing. Thud! The young man who had just spoken vanished without a trace. He barely had time to emit a scream before a crimson spear pierced through his skull, pinning his body to the front of the jeep. The vehicle, subjected to a tremendous impact, crumpled as if it had endured a horrific collision, sliding several meters across the snowy ground before coming to a halt. The screeching sound of metal scraping was painfully audible. Xu Annian drew forth his spear, employing the swift maneuvers honed through rigorous training to pivot and deliver a powerful kick toward the long-haired man not far away, while simultaneously thrusting his spear toward the companion of the long-haired figure. The sound echoed, thud, crack. Human bones, alas, lack the resilience of those of the undead. With a forceful kick stemming from his 40s, he concaved the man's chest, sending him hurtling over 2 meters, crashing heavily onto the snow, rolling several times while emitting a pitiful wail. The companion of the long-haired man was dispatched with a lethal thrust. At this moment, the remaining 10 or so individuals finally grasped the gravity of the situation, raising their weapons with heightened vigilance fixed upon Xu Annian. However, they overlooked the occupants of the bus. Qin Peiyao possessed an impeccable sense of timing, seizing the opportunity while the others were engulfed in a shattering of their worldview, and their attention was riveted on Xu Annian. She decisively charged toward the two individuals who had just proposed seizing the bus. In one swift motion, she brought down her blade, severing their heads cleanly. The two unfortunate souls' heads tumbled to the ground. Xu Annian cast a glance at the decapitated miscreants, recognizing them as the very ones who had suggested commandeering the bus. Indeed, this woman aligned perfectly with his inclinations. Chapter 55, the first outburst of full force. Slay them. After a brief silence, the remaining 10 or so individuals began to shout boisterously, yet none dared to advance. In unison, they retreated. At this moment, no one perceived Qin Peiyao's cool and stunning demeanor. They regarded the seemingly aloof woman as a ruthless femme fatale, capable of severing two heads with a single stroke. Had these individuals never encountered someone who had stepped into the sequence? Observing their reactions, Xu Annian deduced that they had not faced a sequential being before. This realization brought him a modicum of relief. If there were numerous survivors from Yangcheng patrolling the streets, his system would be rendered utterly worthless. Damn it! Everyone charge. I refuse to believe we cannot slay them. A hot-headed young man brandished his makeshift long-handled machete, urging his companions to join in a collective assault. Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively springing into action simultaneously. When confronting foes, one must either refrain from engaging or, once committed, strive to eliminate every last one. This was the lesson imparted to them by the gang at the previous mountain stronghold. With a whoosh, the first shot rang out. Xu Annian charged directly at the instigator, who was incessantly inciting others. The 10 or so individuals were temporarily stunned by their ferocity, hesitant to strike. They had to seize the opportunity to dispatch as many as possible. Otherwise, once those people regained their composure and isolated the two for a coordinated attack, unstable variables would emerge. Thud. The 2-meter-long red spear pierced the heart of the instigator. Qin Peiyao, too, severed the wooden long-handled weapon of one opponent, inflicting a grievous, bone-deep diagonal wound across their cheek. The two moved like wolves among sheep, ruthlessly diminishing the enemy's numbers. Damn, if you want to live, join me. A seasoned middle-aged man, with a fierce countenance, raised his machete to drive Qin Peiyao back. He understood that against monsters like Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao, a collective assault might afford them a chance of survival. Otherwise, they would be picked off one by one, ultimately meeting their demise here. Die. Meanwhile, Gu Jinming sensed the precariousness of the situation and ceased feigning brotherhood. He retrieved a 30-centimeter-long machete from his lower back and, with all his might, swung it towards the helpless Xiaolang. Thud. He had aimed for the carotid artery, but his clumsy technique resulted in a strike to the collarbone instead. Suddenly jolted awake by the searing pain, Xiaolang screamed, instinctively pressing down on the blade to prevent Gu Jinming from extracting it. Yet, his weakened body stood no chance against Gu Jinming. Stop struggling. Gu Jinming, expressionless, stepped on Xiaolang's chest, extracting the machete. He had never harmed anyone before. The peculiar sensation sent shivers through him, and his hand holding the weapon began to tremble. Gu Jinming stifled his physiological discomfort, controlling his shaking hands as he raised the blade to strike. His singular thought was to drag Xiaolang down with him. Cease. Xu Annian observed the actions of Gu Jinming, disregarding the need to engage with the others, and swiftly hurled his spear, pinning Gu Jinming to the ground with precision. Uncertain of the young man and the vehicle's fate, he knew that Xiaolang must not perish. Everyone, advance. Seeing Xu Annian disarmed, the timid individuals around him suddenly brightened. Their spirits lifted as they organized an assault. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one may be, a mere kitchen knife can bring them to their knees. Without his weapon, they believed that a single knife could spell Xu Annian's demise. You seek death. Xu Annian suddenly bellowed. His powerful voice caused those nearby to falter momentarily, instilling a sense of fear that diminished their momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Annian charged towards the nearest man and delivered a punch to his nose. Crack. The sound of the nasal bone fracturing echoed. The man clutched his crushed nose, howling in agony, tears streaming down his face. The pain was unbearable. He longed to lose consciousness. Yet, the torment in his nose exceeded the threshold for fainting, sharpening his awareness and igniting an impulse to rip his nose off. Suddenly, a swish of a blade slicing through the air diverted Xu Annian's attention, forcing him to halt in his tracks as he aimed to reclaim his spear. In that moment of pause, he found himself ensnared by his adversaries. Meanwhile, Qin Peiyao, eager to assist the man, wielded a kitchen knife that proved too short, inadvertently exposing herself to danger as she narrowly avoided being struck by a makeshift long-handled weapon. Quickly regaining her composure, she continued to maneuver, seeking the right moment to strike. The group exhibited cunning. Aware of Xu Annian's intent to protect Xiaolang, they dispatched two of their number toward him. Xu Annian, trapped in a circle, could only rely on Qin Peiyao to intervene. Yet, this decision placed Xu Annian in peril. Charge. Xu Annian resolved, dashing forward in an attempt to break free from the encirclement. However, his opponents were no novices. They were seasoned fighters, adept at working in tandem. Sensing Xu Annian's intent, they preemptively utilized their long weapons to block his path. Should Xu Annian dare to recklessly advance, he would undoubtedly face multiple blows, potentially risking his life. Left with no choice, Xu Annian braced himself against a baseball bat. Thud. A muffled grunt escaped him as a searing pain shot through his shoulder. Faced with 7 or 8 brawlers, stripped of his weapon and the advantages of the terrain, he found himself an easy target. Despite possessing formidable attributes, yet lacking practical combat experience. I've hit him. The diminutive man wielding the bat exclaimed with glee. Hitting Xu Annian was momentous. They realized that he could be injured, that he felt pain, that he was human, not a superhero. Everyone, attack, they shouted in unison. You're finished. I will chop off your limbs piece by piece and make you watch as we take turns with that woman. 7 or 8 men surrounded Xu Annian, eagerly brandishing their weapons. They had found their rhythm to deal with troublesome foes, shouting psychological warfare while searching for openings to strike. Fortunately, Xu Annian was resilient. Xu Annian rotated his injured arm, sensing that the bone was likely unharmed, merely bruised and inconsequential. With that reassurance, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then squinted, fixing his gaze upon the individual wielding the baseball bat. At that moment, he began to comprehend why Qin Pei harbored a grudge. Until now, he had refrained from unleashing his full potential. Gradually halting the movement of his arm, a rather sinister smile crept across his face. You are fortunate to witness the entirety of my strength. No sooner had the words left his lips than he surged forth with an accelerated speed towards the one brandishing the bat. What is the swiftest way to enhance one's abilities? Through practical combat. The life and death crisis is the most immediate and effective means to extract latent potential. It is through facing peril that one can rapidly transform their intrinsic attributes into practical combat prowess. With a resounding thud, as Xu Annian charged, the bat wielder's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he intended to call upon his companions for an assault, a searing pain akin to being struck by a heavy hammer coursed through his abdomen, leaving him breathless. His head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Kill him. Seizing the opportunity presented by Xu Annian's attack, the others raised their weapons for a strike. This time, however, Xu Annian did not merely evade the blows. Previously, an innate fear of sharp instruments had instilled a sense of trepidation within him, fear of being wounded by the blade, fear of being overwhelmed by a flurry of attacks. Yet he was no longer an ordinary individual. The threat posed by the blades was indeed considerable. But the problem lay in the sluggishness of their wielders. Xu Annian was more than capable of exploiting his fourfold speed advantage to mount a close-range counterattack before the blades could make contact. There was no need for fear. Chapter 56, Kachingxiang. With precision, Xu Annian targeted an individual wielding a machete. Clenching his fist tightly, he struck the man's fingers gripping the handle. A sickening crunch echoed as the bone shattered, causing the machete to slip from the man's grasp and clatter to the ground. My hand. My hand. The man, his face adorned with stubble, trembled as he clutched his deformed, twisted fingers, terror flooding his eyes. For the moment, he was oblivious to the pain. Yet the fear within him compelled a scream to escape his lips. Ah! Suddenly, another vehicle approached. Amidst the struggle, several cars bearing identical license plates from the same region sped toward the scene, halting a mere few meters away. Xu Annian, refusing to waste a moment, seized the collar of the screaming man with one hand and grasped his belt with the other, using him as a shield against incoming assaults before hurling him into the crowd, toppling several adversaries. Thud, thud. As those individuals fell, the encirclement began to dissolve. Xu Annian's gaze settled upon a seasoned opponent, propelling himself forward with all his might. The man reacted swiftly, raising his machete defensively as Xu Annian approached. Bang! A solid kick sent the man flying 2 to 3 meters away. The machete bent in his grasp, and though his ribs fractured, he managed to rise. Staggering toward the vehicles. Swift resolution, Xu Annian shouted, picking up the fallen machete and charging to deliver a fatal blow. As the others struggled to regain their footing, he swiftly severed a throat. Pursuing another fleeing adversary, he unleashed a brutal kick aimed at the man's throat. The individual's eyes widened in horror, as if they might pop from their sockets, while the bone at the back of his neck jutted out grotesquely. His body collapsed against the car door, his head drooping limply. Was the injury severe? Qin Pei, her coat, face, and hands stained with blood, approached the man cautiously. Casting wary glances at the vehicles a few meters away, the machete's limited length prevented it from piercing like a fruit knife, compelling her to resort to brutal methods such as severing arteries and limbs to enhance efficiency. In terms of fatalities, excluding earlier ambushes, Qin Pei had slain 4, while Xu Annian had dispatched 8. Although Xu Annian appeared slightly more formidable, the true terror emanated from Qin Pei. She wielded her weapon as if cutting through mere vegetables. Everything is fine. Xu Annian felt a twitch beneath his eyelids, stealing a discreet glance at the scattered limbs and half-severed heads. He inhaled the dense scent of blood wafting through the air, feeling a weight settle in his heart. Resolving enemies in such a manner was undeniably simple and efficient. Yet it was evident that Qin Peiyao was likely suffering as well. Were the occupants of those vehicles their accomplices? It seemed plausible. Their gazes fell upon the cars a few meters away, sharing the same city of registration as the previous vehicles. If one were to claim there was no connection, few would believe it. Inside the vehicles a few meters away, a group of over 10 individuals stood in stunned silence. Their faces marred by disbelief as they gazed upon Xu Annian and his companion. They belonged to the faction of Bao Xiaoling, following the trail of vehicle tracks. They had hurriedly arrived at the scene, anticipating a negotiation between the two leaders to discuss terms in the exchange of the coveted pod quota held by Xiaoling. Instead, they were met with a one-sided massacre. "Brother dog, can you kick someone several meters away?" A jest was made. "Do you think I am Superman?" Inside the black SUV, the lead figure, a middle-aged man with calloused knuckles, rolled his eyes and offered a brief explanation. He was a retired professional boxer, possessing strength, skill, and speed far superior to that of an average individual. In a bare-knuckle street fight, he could likely contend with 4 or 5 seasoned ruffians simultaneously. Yet, he too would sustain injuries, requiring several minutes, or even longer, to recover. The notion of kicking someone into a crippled state or worse was simply impractical. With a lightweight physique, it was impossible to send a 130 to 140-pound adult flying several meters. This was not merely a matter of distance, but rather an extraordinary feat requiring a force of at least 400 kilograms. 400 kilograms. Such strength was beyond the realm of an ordinary human being. The rationale was straightforward. The exertion of force is mutual. If the man wielding the long gun with a scruffy beard could generate 400 kilograms of force, it implied that he must also endure an impact of no less than 400 kilograms. The muscles and bones of an ordinary person cannot withstand such a tremendous shock. "Hey, brother dog, your assertion is flawed." A youth in the back seat could not contain his rebuttal upon hearing that an ordinary person could not endure 400 kilograms of force. "I once saw a video where someone could break a pig's leg bone. Are you foolish?" Brother dog scoffed, cutting off the youth before he could respond. He clarified the distinction. First, the pig bones sold in the market are not as hard as human bones. The hardest bone in the human body is the skull, which can withstand between 200 and 500 kilograms. Do you grasp the difference now? Second, one exerts a force of no less than 400 kilograms in combat, while the other relies on a wind-up attack, utilizing leverage to break a pig bone. Do you really believe these two scenarios are comparable? Brother Dog had not seen the video the youth mentioned, but he could surmise that the individual was striking at the hollow center of the pig bone. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in breaking the bone, he would risk fracturing his own hand. This was not on the same level as the gunman, in fact. It was entirely incomparable. "Well, the youth stammered, his face flushed as he sought to counter the argument. After a prolonged silence, he found himself devoid of any substantiated points and resigned to silence. "Humph," Brother Dog chuckled derisively. In truth, he had deliberately exaggerated Xu Annian's prowess. Based on the severity of the injuries on the corpses scattered on the ground, he surmised that Xu Annian did not possess a consistent force of 400 kilograms. Rather, he typically exerted over 300 kilograms, occasionally unleashing his full potential. More importantly, Xu Annian's combat techniques were rather rudimentary, lacking finesse, which hindered him from fully harnessing his strength advantage. Nevertheless, they dared not provoke Xu Annian over a few slots in the capsule. Setting aside Xu Annian's formidable personal power, the woman wielding the kitchen knife was equally formidable. Her seemingly brutal methods were, in truth, remarkably effective, capable of swiftly eliminating threats. Confronted by such individuals, should they recklessly attempt to seize Xiaolang, they would likely lose at least 90% of their comrades, if not suffer complete annihilation. Moreover, success was not guaranteed. Thus, the exaggerated claims made by Dog Brother regarding Xu Annian's strength were aimed at dissuading the woman in the driver's seat from harboring any ambitions. Those two were not to be trifled with. "Dog Brother, let us descend and have a conversation with them." Upon hearing their exchange, the young woman in the driver's seat grew increasingly intrigued by Xu Annian. His strength, surpassing that of an ordinary human, was far more enticing than a mere slot in the capsule. Chapter 57. Kachingxiang, what you desire, I shall provide. A multitude of cars halted on the road, effectively obstructing it. A few SUVs behind them also disembarked several individuals. Their numbers were few, with some sporting short hair and others long, all clad in heavy garments, wrapped in scarves, leaving only their eyes visible, obscuring their true appearances and physiques. "You need not accompany us," I shall proceed with Brother Dog, the leading woman instructed, guiding the despondent Brother Dog towards Xu Annian and his companion. She paused approximately 3 meters away. Greetings, I am Xu, and this is my associate Yu Kongxing, affectionately nicknamed Brother Dog. Yu Kongxing chuckled, correcting the title, wary of referring to himself as Brother Dog in the presence of Xu Annian and his companion. Let us get to the point. Xu Annian, having adjusted his state of mind, was disinclined to engage in pleasantries. The man named Xiao Lang seemed unable to sustain himself much longer, and Xu Annian needed to seize the moment to inquire. Very well, Xu replied, eschewing superficial niceties. I wish to exchange intelligence with you. Any information regarding the Yangcheng field hospitals, underground shelters, or allocations therein, whatever you seek to know, we shall disclose without reservation. Alternatively, should you require provisions such as rice, flour, or meat, those matters are negotiable as well. Naturally, equitable exchange is predicated upon mutual strength. Xu understood this principle well. She gestured towards the first batch of arriving vehicles. Qin Peiyao turned to look and spotted 2 men, previously escaping amidst the chaos, emerging. These 2 imposing figures, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing around 180 pounds, loomed like guardians, brandishing 20-pound riot shields, positioned one on either side of Xu, exuding an intimidating presence. Are they your men? Xu Annian inquired, realization dawning upon him. It was no wonder he hadn't seen shield bearers during the earlier ambush. They were not part of the same group. However, he deemed that 2 mere flesh shields were not enough to instill fear in him. As for matters concerning Yacheng, he could glean information from Xiao Lang. There was no necessity to trade intelligence with her. I know Xiao Lang yet draws breath. Xu seemed to anticipate Xu Annian's thoughts, smiling softly. Xiao Lang does possess some information, but merely a fragment. He has not even entered the Yangcheng field hospital. So how much valuable information could he truly have? Oh? Xu Annian raised an eyebrow. The woman's tone was remarkably self-assured, devoid of deceit. He meticulously recalled Xiao Lang's words, remembering that Xiao Lang had indeed mentioned he had not reached the Yangcheng field hospital. That fellow was quite forthright. Brother Dog and I are free residents who emerged from the Yangcheng field hospital. This is our pass. Xu was keenly observant of Xu Annian's subtle expressions. Noticing a shift in his gaze and facial muscles, she seamlessly transitioned to reveal compelling evidence. The field hospital pass. Pass? Xu Annian glanced down at the translucent magnetic card in her hand, which was roughly the size of an office worker's ID badge. The distinction lies in the magnetic card held by Xu, which allows for a subjective projection of holograms, revealing her personal photograph, ID, identity, status, and a unique emblem representing Yang City. As Xu Annian scrutinized the personal ID, identity, and level, he noted that Xu's personal ID was 000234 from Area 4. Her identity was that of a free resident, and her level was 3. In contrast, Yu Kongxing's personal ID was 000666 from Area 4, sharing the same identity of free resident but with a level of 2. What do the area designation and the subsequent numbers signify? Yang City comprises 6 designated areas. Areas 1 and 2 are established as sanctuaries for talented individuals and their families. Area 3 is predominantly occupied by personnel from various departments within the sanctuary and their families, exhibiting minimal mobility. Area 4 is allocated to survivors possessing exceptional abilities. These survivors undergo a rigorous assessment in Yang City, where they are classified and subsequently issued passes along with designated accommodations. Level 1 is the lowest, permitting 1 family member. Level 2 allows for 2 family members with independent rooms. Level 3 permits 4 family members, complete with independent rooms and bathrooms. Areas 5 and 6 serve as congregations for refugees from surrounding urban areas, marked by considerable chaos. Even Xu hesitates to venture there. What does the number following the ID signify? It represents order. Xu pinched the identity card between her index and middle fingers, holding it upright. For instance, my number is 234, indicating I was the 234th individual to join Yang City as a survivor with special abilities, while his number is 666, signifying he is the 666th. Special abilities? Xu Annian probed the topic further. Xu chose to remain vague on this point. Upon arriving at the Yang City Sanctuary, you two would also be classified as survivors with special abilities. Her words suggested a level of at least 3, possibly 4 for them. Yang City has not provided detailed criteria for classification levels. Yet Xu and Yu Kongxing have cultivated numerous acquaintances in Area 4 and can roughly infer the basis for categorization. If any one of the values for strength, speed, or endurance exceeds twice that of an average person, one is classified as level 1. Exceeding 3 times qualifies for level 2. Should an individual exceed 4 times the norm in 1 metric or achieve 3 times the norm in 2 metrics, they are designated as level 3, and so forth. Mental abilities fall under a unique domain, with Yang City imposing lenient criteria for survivors with such talents. Exceeding twice the norm classifies them as level 2, while 3 times elevates them to level 3. It is quite straightforward. For instance, Confronting, possessing strength that exceeds 3 times that of an average individual, is classified as a level 2 resident. Xu, with her mental acuity surpassing 3 times the norm, is designated as a level 3 resident. However, this information pertains to personal privacy and capability, which Xu would not divulge foolishly. She believed that Xu Annian's strength should surpass that of an ordinary person by 4-fold, reaching the 4th level of the classification in Yanqing, or even the 5th level standard. That is why she proactively engaged and extended goodwill. With fewer than 10 individuals possessing 5th level special abilities within the entire Yanqing shelter, the notion of a 6th level was beyond Xu imagination. Such figures existed only in the realm of hearsay, not among the living in reality. However, a survivor with at least a 4th level, potentially a 5th, along with another survivor of 3rd level or above, was indeed worth the risk to explore. Are you suggesting that there are at least several hundred survivors who have entered the sequence in Yanqing? Xu Annian felt a weight in his heart. This situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Just in the 4th district of the modular cabin, there were hundreds, if not thousands. The various departments of Yanqing would only have more. Sequence. A flicker of confusion crossed Xu's eyes. She noted the term sequence in her mind and, with a bitter smile, remarked, Yanqing is a first-tier city, an important transportation hub for the nation, with a permanent population nearing 20 million and a floating population of several million. Plus the influx of refugees from surrounding areas. Nearly 100 million individuals have produced fewer than 1,000 special talents. Is that a lot? Chapter 58. You are playing with fire. Within a population of 100 million, a mere 1,000 sequence beings emerge, an infinitesimal ratio of 1 in 100,000. At first glance, it may seem insignificant. However, Xu Annian's method of calculation diverges. He assesses the proportion of those who have entered the sequence based on the existing population of the Yang City refuge. This recalibration significantly elevates the probability, indicating that entering the sequence is not as arduous as previously thought, and the risks to their safety are more substantial than anticipated. The sole piece of good news is that both Xu and Confronting possess talents below the S grade. Had their abilities reached such a level, the system would have provided a prompt. The absence of such notification suggests their talents do not meet the S grade threshold. For survivors with abilities beneath the S grade, even if they enter the sequence, the enhancements to their 4-dimensional values will not be excessively remarkable. Wait. Xu Annian suddenly recognized a blind spot, his eyes brightening with realization. The lower the talent, the easier it is to enter the sequence. If that is the case, wouldn't the 1st and 2nd zones, as well as the 5th and 6th zones of Yang City, be teeming with untapped potential? This would afford him greater opportunities and choices in recruiting family members. You are right. Indeed, they are few. Xu Annian's spirits lifted abruptly. Are you thinking of going to Yang City? Xu inquired with a smile. Yes, Xu Annian nodded. Just as he was about to articulate further, he felt a gentle tap on his arm. He turned to Qin Peiyao, his eyes reflecting confusion. Qin Peiyao, however, did not regard him. She stepped forward, positioning herself before him, fixating on Xu with a cold tone. She is deliberately fishing for information from us. From the very beginning, something felt amiss. This woman's responses are extraordinarily candid, she asserted. Upon hearing Xu Annian instinctively utter the term sequence and preparing to divulge their forthcoming plans, Qin Peiyao became even more convinced that something was amiss. It was not mere inquiry, it was an exchange of intelligence. Xu openly clarified, before the apocalypse, I was a clinical psychology graduate student, adept at discerning others' micro-expressions and shifts in gaze. After entering the sequence, not only did my professional skills enhance significantly, but I also underwent a remarkable transformation, enabling me to subtly guide conversations and glean information through dialogue. Unfortunately, my abilities are limited, allowing me to exert this talent only in one-on-one interactions. I had originally intended to distract Qin Peiyao with Dog Brother, but he was too timid, hesitating to engage her and merely standing awkwardly aside with a foolish grin. You don't think that just because there are 2 hulking figures wielding riot shields, I cannot eliminate you, do you? Xu Annian narrowed his eyes. His mental value had always been his Achilles heel. Xu's mental value hovered in the 30s, while his own barely reached 40. Coupled with her sequence alignment and professional knowledge, it was no surprise to fall prey to her influence. Qin Peiyao, with her mental value nearing 50, became belatedly aware of the situation. It can only be said that knowledge is sometimes the most formidable weapon. Brother, Please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm, Yu Kongxing interjected, stepping in front of Qingxiang as the atmosphere grew tense. Yet, the moment he did, he immediately regretted his decision. In that fleeting moment, when Xu Annian met Xu Annian's gaze, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Despite Yu Kongxing's more robust and towering physique, standing face to face with him instilled a sense of trepidation, not one born of strength, but rather an instinctual fear akin to that of a mouse confronted by a cat, rendering him unable to summon the bravado expected of a professional boxer. Xiang Jie, you are playing with fire, Yu Kongxing inwardly lamented. The two individuals before him, particularly the man wielding a gun, were clearly not of mere third or fourth tier. They were at least of the fifth tier. In the face of absolute power, tactics were rendered futile. We have consistently provided you with intelligence, have we not? Yu Kongxing feigned composure, plastering a congenial smile on his face and repeatedly offering apologies to alleviate the tense atmosphere. This statement also served as a subtle hint to Qingxiang. Otherwise, if Xu Annian were to act, they might not withstand even a single blow, falling victim to a single shot. In exchange, allow me to provide you with another piece of valuable intelligence. Qingxiang sensed that Dog Brother's demeanor was excessively subservient and quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. She had assumed that, as individuals who had initially unlocked their genes, their powers would be relatively comparable. However, Dog Brother's obsequiousness shifted her naive perspective, prompting her to decisively divulge information of commensurate value. In Yanqing, special talents were categorized into 4 distinct types. Qingxiang no longer withheld information, pointing at Dog Brother and stating, he has unlocked a primary gene, categorizing him as a Type 1 special talent, while I have unlocked a Type 4 gene, classifying me as a Type 4 special talent. What do Types 1 and 4 signify? Xu Annian's tense form relaxed slightly. This is classified information pertaining to Yanqing, Qingxiang began, first elucidating the value of the intelligence before discussing the 4 classifications. Here, Types 1 and 4 do not denote a hierarchical sequence. According to the latest official announcement from the Yangcheng shelter, the human body possesses 4 types of gene locks. The Type 1 gene lock pertains to strength, with survivors who unlock it experiencing the greatest enhancements in physical power, while improvements in stamina, speed, and mental acuity are comparatively minor. The Type 2 gene lock relates to speed, primarily enhancing swiftness, while the Type 3 gene lock concerns endurance, augmenting stamina. These 3 categories are not meticulously differentiated, as their assessment criteria are consistent. Only the Type 4 gene lock, which enhances mental faculties, delves into realms of human technology that remain underdeveloped, rendering the evaluation process exceedingly intricate, with no standardized and effective criteria established. Nevertheless, the value of Type 4 special talents is indisputable. Any faction or organization is fervently seeking to recruit individuals who have unlocked Type 4 talents. Upon hearing this, Xu Annian's mind raced. According to Qingxiang's assertions, Qin Pei belonged to the category of Type 4 special talents. Yet, he felt there should be a Type 5 gene lock corresponding to SSS-level talents, where all 4 attributes are enhanced equally. Xu Annian contemplated inquiring about the existence of a Type 5 but extinguished the thought as soon as it arose. Instead, he asked, how does Yanqing determine which type of gene lock has been unlocked? That information is classified and beyond my knowledge, Qingxiang replied, shaking her head. Her identity is that of a free resident, not a core member of the Yang City Sanctuary, thus she has no access to classified information. Not only has she not joined any special department of Yang City, even mid to high-ranking officials within Yang City may not necessarily have the privilege to touch upon the core secrets related to genetic locks. Among the 4 categories of special talents, which category has the highest number? The first 3 categories are approximately equal in number, while the 4th category has the least. What about the ratio? Roughly 10 to 1. The question and answer session continued for over half an hour, during which the two managed to discuss the 4 categories of special talents. Yu Kongxing stamped his feet in the cold. Seeing that they finally finished their discussion, he could not help but want to speak. However, before he could do so, Xu Annian's voice rang out once more. How much information do you have about zombies? How many zombies did you encounter on your way here? Zombies possess certain biological instincts. Qingxiang, feeling equally cold, divulged everything she knew in one go. At that moment, she had no inclination to observe Xu Annian's, only wishing to conclude the conversation swiftly and return to the car to bask in the air conditioning. This damned weather is unbearably cold. Her hands and feet felt close to frostbite. Chapter 59. Leave a contact. In Yang City, there exists a wealth of experience in combating zombies. Information regarding these undead creatures is disseminated across the internet, allowing any connected area to receive pertinent updates. Thus, the knowledge of zombies is no longer a secret. Qingxiang openly shares everything she knows without reservation. A few minutes later, Yu Kongxing, unable to bear the cold any longer. Trembles and cautiously interjects before Xu Annian can pose another question. B. Brother, shall we perhaps continue this conversation another time? Prior to disembarking, they had opted for minimal attire, wearing merely a thermal shirt and a sports jacket, fearing that cumbersome clothing might hinder their movements. Consequently, they remained still for nearly 2 hours, and their limbs became painfully numb from the chill. Upon witnessing his companion's shivering form, Xu Annian, who had not felt cold until now, involuntarily shudders as well. He promptly engages in a few simple exercises to stimulate blood circulation. You are a level 2. And you are a level 3. Surely you have no shortage of slots in the emergency shelters. Why pursue Xiao Lang so relentlessly? This is a rescue mission issued by Yang City. Yukanxing stammers, his teeth chattering. He repeatedly clenches and relaxes his fists or stamps his feet to promote blood flow. Yang City consistently encourages the special talents from the emergency zone 4 to venture out in search of supplies or to assist other survivors, offering incentives for their contributions. They have accepted the task of rescuing Xiao Lang with the objective of bringing him back alive to Yang City in exchange for corresponding merit points. In Yang City, merit points serve as a universal currency. Most staple foods, meats, clothing, and even information regarding resource-rich locales such as small shopping centers, clinics, residential buildings, and supermarkets can be exchanged for these points. While Qingxiang and Yukanxing enjoy complimentary housing, they must earn merit points to acquire essential resources such as food, hot water, and equipment. Despite the privileges of free movement and secure shelter granted to the special talents of Zone 4, one should not assume their lives are free from worries. In reality, their circumstances may not be significantly better than those of survivors in refugee zones. As sequence beings, their caloric needs exceed those of ordinary individuals. While typical survivors may subsist on a simple meal every day or two, merely to stave off starvation, the special talents cannot afford such luxury. Yang City occasionally summons them to execute missions, necessitating an adequate caloric intake to sustain their bodily functions. In essence, survivors who have ascended to the sequence receive special treatment, but such benefits are not freely bestowed. When Yang City requires their assistance, they must be ready to step up. Likewise, ordinary survivors cannot expect to receive provisions without contributing. They must provide labor for the underground shelters, engaging in tasks such as moving stones, constructing new emergency shelters, or performing technical work in exchange for food. I understand now, Xu Annian realizes. The living conditions in the Yang City refuge are not as favorable as he had imagined. Beyond the assurance of safety, other aspects of life are quite poor. Today, in the face of a global catastrophe, the world is preoccupied with its own troubles, leaving little capacity to assist other cities. This signifies that the resources in Yang City are limited. Naturally, such limited resources must be allocated to individuals who can offer value. Brother, can we leave now? Yukanxin's eyelashes and hair were frosted over. He rubbed his hands together and exhaled warm breaths. Only after warming his palms did he dare to cover his frostbitten ears. Leave? Xu Annian raised an eyebrow and grinned. Allow me to accompany you for a while. As soon as the words left his lips, he swept his spear with a piercing whistle, its forceful momentum aimed directly at Qingxiang. Be careful. Yukanxing, experienced in combat, recognized Xu Annian's intent the moment he raised his weapon. He immediately pushed the stiff-bodied Qingxiang aside and seized a riot shield, raising it like a bulwark to confront the impending attack. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Yukanxing was forced back several steps, the shield slipping from his grasp and skidding across the ground, leaving distinct footprints in the accumulating snow. Everyone, charge! Witnessing the assault on Qingxiang and Dog Brother, the companions in the nearby off-road vehicles swiftly flung open their doors, armed and charging forth with great fervor. Their speed was rapid, yet remarkably organized, with clear delineation of roles and strong cooperation. Retreat! Yukanxing bellowed, urging several companions to fall back. He then concealed his hands within his sleeves and resolutely approached Xu Annian, offering a bitter smile. Brother, we have no conflicts of interest. There is no need for a deadly confrontation. Now that you've vented your anger, might you allow us to leave? You are quite perceptive, Xu Annian replied with a smile, lowering his weapon. This sweep was not only a response to Qingxiang's earlier probing but also a warning. If he truly intended harm, it would not merely have been a sweep. Since we have met, let us exchange contact information. When I visit Yang City, I shall treat you to a meal. Dining is easily arranged, Yukanxing agreed, his face beaming with a smile. After a moment's pause, noticing Qingxiang's hesitation to step forward, he cast a glance back at her. Qingxiang, either failing to comprehend or fearing Xu Annian might strike again, hesitated to advance. Reluctantly, Yukanxing spoke up. My phone is in the car. Please share your number with me, brother. Qingxiang was perplexed as to why Dog Brother mentioned his phone being in the car, recalling that he was rarely without it. However, there was no time for further inquiries. She stepped forward to relay her phone number to Xu Annian. After exchanging basic information, Xu departed alongside Dog Brother. The burly man seized the opportunity to retrieve the riot shield and jogged back to the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, several off-road vehicles sped away. After traveling a kilometer or two and confirming that no vehicles were in pursuit, Xu breathed a sigh of relief. "Why didn't you leave your phone number with him?" Yu Kangxing remained silent, trembling as he extended his hands hidden within his sleeves. Hiss! The young man in the back seat inhaled sharply. Gazing at the shattered web of his palm, resembling the delicate cracks of porcelain, blood oozed relentlessly. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Dog Brother had urged them to retreat. Upon returning, I may need to take a considerable period of rest, Yu Kangxing thought. His face etched with bitterness. His most grievous injury was not his palm, but rather the arm that had braced against the riot shield. If he had not misjudged, that arm was likely fractured. Such an injury would be arduous to recuperate from. Moreover, the current medical environment was dismal, and the recovery period would undoubtedly be longer than anticipated. "It's my fault," Xu rasped. "I do not blame you. That individual was simply too formidable." Yu Kangxing shook his head. Undertaking missions inherently entails risk. Those exceptional talents with families, who among them does not prepare a farewell letter before departing? They have long steeled themselves for the prospect of death. Regrettably, we have gleaned little of value. Yet, there was still something to be gained. The term sequence floated in Xu mind. What exactly sequence entailed remained unclear to her. However, correlating it with prior discussions, she surmised that sequence was the designation that individual used for the 4 types of gene locks. The secrets veiled within this appellation could be of monumental significance. Chapter 60. Reaping benefits from the system in place, Qin Peiyao gazed regretfully at the few off-road vehicles gradually fading from view, reluctantly setting down her kitchen knife. She sensed that the strength of those 2 individuals was formidable. Engaging them in combat could significantly enhance her own prowess. Letting them escape? Xu Annian tucked away his long gun, massaging his slightly numb palm. His hands and feet had grown stiff from the cold, and the vigorous collision had left his bones aching from the impact. After gathering the crops, we should also visit Yancheng, leaving behind a means of contact to better understand the situation there. We cannot rely solely on Wu Dongqiang. Xu and her group had not inflicted any substantial harm upon them. On the contrary, Xu had provided them with a wealth of useful information. This intelligence clarified their current predicament and the external dynamics, allowing for timely adjustments to their plans and the formulation of new strategies. What if they remain unyielding? Qin Peiyao voiced her concerns. She harbored distrust towards Xu and her cohort. Moreover, Yangcheng was their territory. She and the man would be strangers in a land they did not know, easily falling victim to Xu's schemes. We are not foolish. We cannot simply believe whatever they say. Xu Annian chuckled, taking the woman's hand as they walked towards the white sedan. The conflict between the 2 parties was neither trivial nor immense, naturally warranting some caution. However, the allure of profit was compelling. There are no eternal hostilities in this world, nor are there unbreakable alliances, only everlasting interests. Xu Annian merely needed to establish a mutual benefit between the parties to procure their respective needs. Other minor issues would pale in comparison. As long as you exercise discretion, it will suffice. Qin Peiyao unconditionally trusted the man. She stowed the kitchen knife into her spatial ring, gripping his hand with one and tightly wrapping her clothing around herself with the other, bowing her head against the biting wind as they moved forward. To their surprise, upon reaching Xiaolang, they found him still clinging to life. His mouth slightly open as he exhaled faint wisps of white mist, coating his blood-stained chin and lips with a delicate layer of frost. "Help! Help!" Xiaolang's eyes were devoid of luster, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a complete thought. The wound on his shoulder was not fatal, but his body was exceedingly weak, compounded by days of mental strain, leaving him utterly spent. "Xiaochen, Xiao, save him. Are you asking us to rescue your son?" Xu Annian crouched down, leaning closer to Xiaolang's mouth to barely catch his words. He gestured for Qin Peiyao to inspect the situation inside the vehicle. The young man within appeared to have sustained a head injury, likely from being struck by a bottle. Qin Peiyao approached the side of the sedan, opening the rear door to examine the injuries on the youth. The most conspicuous wound was the blood-crusted head. She did not conduct a thorough examination elsewhere. After a cursory glance, seeing no blood on the young man's clothing, she concluded her inspection. "Can you wake him up?" Xu Annian gazed at the barely conscious Xiaolang, pondering whether it was necessary to awaken the youth if his injuries were not severe, so that he could bid farewell to his father one last time. "Let me give it a try," Qin Peiyao said as she seized the young man by the collar, dragging him from the vehicle. Returning to the front door of the bus, she instructed Qing Jinwen to fill a cup with water. However, the water inside the bus was lukewarm and lacked the potency to provoke. With the cup in hand, Qin Peiyao pulled the youth alongside Xiaolang. The water now nearly icy. She splashed it onto the young man's face. Splash. The frigid water had an impressive effect. The unconscious youth immediately jolted awake. The icy liquid soaked through his clothes, sending a shiver down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise, and a wave of nausea to wash over him, leading him to heave on the ground. Who are you? Where is my father? What have you done to him? Xiaochen exclaimed, his head pounding. Yet, he clung to the memory of being pursued, dismissing the dizziness clouding his mind as he attempted to rise in agitation. Be quiet. Your father is right beside you. Xu Annian cautioned, worried that Xiaolang might relax his resolve upon seeing his son. He forcefully pulled the youth closer to Xiaolang, urging, now, say your goodbyes. Thank you. Xiaolang's consciousness was already fading. Upon hearing his son's voice, he mustered the strength to blink at Xu Annian as a gesture of gratitude. Ding. Detected an S-grade being has reached a 30 affinity with the host. Would you like to invite them to join the family? Extend the invitation. Xiaolang's burgeoning fondness was anticipated. Xu Annian was not surprised and promptly invited him to join the family. Ding. Invitation successful. Prospective member. Xiaolang, gender, male, age, 46, attributes, strength 0, 9, agility 0, 8, stamina 0, 8, spirit 0, 1, 8, affinity 75, talent domain, virtual construction, S, virtual construction, possesses a sense of real space, extensive three-dimensional terrain simulation ability, limited to architectural fields, items, none dismaying, 75 points of affinity. Xu Annian glanced at Xiaolang in astonishment. This fellow has merit, showing gratitude. Regrettably, the real-time values of his attributes revealed a mere 0, 1 in spirit, with the other 3 remaining at 0. His life was fleeting. The 2 values of the 4-dimensional attributes represent the real-time state and the normal state. A spirit value of 0, 1. The system's precision to the decimal point indicated that even divine intervention might be futile. However, Xu Annian's gaze lingered on the affinity section, contemplating. Only 5 points shy of 80. An affinity of 80 points marked the standard for formal membership. Should I strive for it? If I could successfully increase Xiaolang's affinity by 5 points, a reward for formal membership awaited. Soon, Xu Annian resolved to give it a try. Your son's injuries are not severe. With a few days of rest, he will recover. I shall provide him with sustenance and clothing, allowing him to focus on his healing without concern for his basic needs. This young man possesses an SS-level talent, regardless of whether or not he cultivates a favorable impression with Xiaolang. Xu Annian will ensure that the young man becomes a provisional member of the family through the allocation of resources. One must seize the opportunities presented by the system. Xiaolang's eyelids fluttered, but he could not open his eyes. It was evident that he wished to express gratitude towards Xu Annian, and the system responded on his behalf. Ding. The favorability of provisional member Xiaolang has increased by 10. Would you like to promote him to a formal member? Promote. A glimmer of joy flashed in Xu Annian's eyes. This sensation of capitalizing on the system's benefits is truly delightful. Ding. Promotion successful. Congratulations, host. On recruiting a formal member, the capacity of the host's spatial ring has expanded to 16 cubic meters, while this member's spatial ring has increased to 2 cubic meters. You are awarded 500 family points. All set. Xu Annian was in high spirits. In the next moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Formal member Xiaolang, deceased. A vulnerability has been detected and is currently being rectified. Chapter 61, Vivid Colors. Repair completed. System update information. The host's efforts to recruit family members on the brink of death will not yield any rewards. As compensation for each day the host survives, this system will grant 10 family points. Upon noticing the system's updates, Xu Annian felt a twitch at his eyelids. Just as he had discovered a rapid method to accumulate points and rewards, the system had fixed the loophole. Yet, the system displayed a semblance of humanity. Recognizing the need for compensation, 10 points a day may appear insignificant, but akin to Xu Annian's innate talent, it would gradually accumulate, resulting in a transformative change. 10 points a day translates to 110 days and 1,100 days, comparable to recruiting 2 official S-class members. I'll fetch some supplies for him. As the system's voice echoed, cries emerged from the vicinity of a white sedan. Qin Peiyao, unwilling to witness such a scene, exchanged a few words with the man before turning towards the bus. She headed directly to the storage area, rummaging through the household first aid kit to find bandages and iodine. She planned to attend to Xiao Chen's head injury once his emotional state stabilized. Simultaneously, she recalled the man's earlier words and took extra simple food supplies along with 2 sets of men's clothing. Your father hopes you can survive. 2 minutes later, Xu Annian spoke up. This young man, in better physical condition than Xiaolang, could not withstand the frigid temperatures outside, which plummeted to over -20 degrees, especially with his clothes drenched and the after effects of a concussion. He needed to return to the car promptly to regain body heat. Survive. Xiaochen chuckled bitterly. Clutching Xiao Lang's lifeless body, his face was a portrait of sorrow and despair. For someone who had not endured significant hardships or setbacks, the moment his father felt akin to the world collapsing around him. He was at a loss as to how to continue living. I heard your pursuers mention that your mother has 2 capsule slots. If you can establish contact with her and reunite successfully, you will undoubtedly enter the shelter together. Xu Annian offered some consolation. When Gu Jinming had accused Xiao Lang, he had mentioned that the couple possessed 5 capsule slots. Xiao Lang had also admitted that he could bring 3 family members. Piecing this information together, it became apparent that Xiao Lang's wife had 2 capsule slots available, perfectly suited for their son and daughter. Mother. Yes, I must protect my mother and sister. Xiaochen murmured, his gaze gradually sharpening in focus. Memories of his father's dying wish to survive and care for his mother and sister flooded his mind. Seizing the moment, Xu Annian pressed on. Even if you lack the power for vengeance now, for the sake of your family, you must regain your strength. Vengeance. I want revenge. Revenge. Xiaochen's voice, though soft, grew increasingly resolute. Hatred, at times, can ignite a person's potential more fervently than the instinct to survive. He hoisted Xiao Lang's body, unsteadily making his way towards the passenger seat. Xu Annian ceased speaking, rising to beckon Qin Peiyao at the car door. Upon Qin Peiyao's arrival with the supplies, he took the iodine and bandages, moving to the passenger side to tend to Xiaochen's wounds, performing a simple bandaging. He then placed several days' worth of food along with 2 sets of clothing onto the back seat of the vehicle. He prepared a bowl of porridge, accompanied by a few steamed buns and a boiled egg. The simplicity of the food offered little in terms of nutritional value, yet its convenience was undeniable. Xiaochen had no means to cook on the road, thus, even if he were gifted with meat, it would serve no purpose. Hence, only a selection of steamed food and a few self-heating hot pots were provided. As for whether Xiaochen could endure, that would depend on his own fortitude. Thank you. May I know your name? Xu Annian, with Xu signifying gentle breezes, and Annian meaning enjoying a peaceful old age. Xu Annian. Xiaochen quietly committed this name to memory. He then raised his gaze, earnestly studying Xu Annian's features, seemingly intent on engraving his visage in his mind. My name is Xiaochen. Should you find yourself in Yancheng, do remember to seek me out. Beep. Detected that an SS-level being's affinity towards the host has reached 30. Would you like to invite them to join your family? Very well. A smile graced Xu Annian's face. Beep. Invitation successful. Prospective member. Xiaochen. Gender. Male. Age. 20. Attributes. Strength 5, 8. Agility 5, 7. Stamina 4, 7. Spirit 2, 8. Affinity. 60. Talent domain. Concrete color. SS. Concrete color. Through a genuine spatial perception, it adjusts colors, light and shadow, architectural structure, and sound, creating the desired visual effects. Limited to the architectural domain. Items. None. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully inviting an SS-level family member. Receiving a 3-dimensional sequence potion, initial stage, a spatial ring, 1 cubic meter, and 200 family points. Concrete color. Is it also part of the 3-dimensional sequence? Xu Annian felt a tinge of regret. He had hoped this individual could provide him with potions from other sequences. Currently, Xiaochen's affinity still required 20 more points to meet the criteria for formal membership, rendering the gifting of sequence potions impossible. The 2 3-dimensional sequence potions would remain in the spatial ring, gathering dust for the time being. Consume these while they are still warm. Qin Peiyao approached with a bowl of porridge and staple foods. The porridge, contained within a large instant noodle bowl, was steaming with a mist rising from its surface. The buns and boiled eggs were placed within a deep iron tray, the food's surface dusted with snowflakes, cooling rapidly. Thank you, thank you. Xiaochen expressed his gratitude repeatedly. He then lifted the bowl and tilted it towards his mouth. After taking several hearty gulps of pumpkin porridge, he seized a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, barely swallowing it before ravenously grabbing a meat bun to cram in as well. Qin Peiyao gazed down at the spoon and chopsticks in her hands, feeling they were somewhat superfluous. Xu Annian couldn't help but swallow hard. Such an eating display certainly stirred appetites in others. Ahem. Xiaochen choked. Instinctively, he felt the urge to expel the food in his mouth. No, he must not. He must not. Xiaochen's face flushed crimson as he pressed his hand firmly against his lips, consumed by a singular thought. He could not vomit. As they fled, the father and son relied solely on half a pack of compressed biscuits for sustenance. In their direst moments, they would even need to call upon the other to catch the crumbs when breaking the biscuits, ensuring not a morsel was wasted, diligently licking every fragment clean. During sleepless nights of hunger, he would gnaw on his belt or stealthily crawl to the roadside, digging through the snow to uncover grass roots or tender tree bark. In the past, Xiao Lang had never touched frozen meals. Yet now, he dared not entertain even the slightest notion of waste. The still-warm steamed buns and meat buns were, at this moment, as precious as dragon's liver and phoenix's marrow, which he forced down his throat with great effort. Chapter 62. My brother is truly wonderful. In less than 3 minutes, the food meant for 2 adult men was devoured. Xiaoqin, still savoring the moment, reached for his sleeve to wipe the corners of his mouth, expressing his gratitude to the two once more. I genuinely thank you both. When you visit Yang City, I shall treat you to a grand feast. His words were sincere. At present, he remained unaware of the specific circumstances of the survivors in Yang City. Deep down, he understood that despite losing his pillar of support, Xiao Lang, life had become significantly more challenging. However, the wealth, connections, and resources he had accumulated over the years still remained. Coupled with his mother's exceptional talents, if he could safely reach Yang City, treating Xu Annian and the others to several sumptuous meals would not pose a problem, provided, of course, that his mother and sister were still alive. I wish to return to Yang City soon to contact my family. Xiaoqin hesitantly expressed his desire to depart. The longer he delayed, the greater the peril for his mother and sister. He was eager to reach out to them, but feared that Xu Annian might overthink the situation, which is why he refrained from leaving immediately. Wouldn't you rest for a couple of days? No. It would be better to see them sooner for my peace of mind. Then I wish you a safe journey. Xu Annian nodded slightly. With only 60 points of goodwill, it would be challenging to raise it to 80 in a short span. It seemed more prudent to comply with the other's wishes. The three-dimensional sequence serum was not given. Xu Annian feared that Xiaoqin might perish on the way, and even more so, that he might die after consuming the sequence serum en route. Such a precious item was better kept close at hand. If Xiaoqin could survive the journey to the Yang City shelter and his goodwill reached the standard for formal membership, it would not be too late to gift him the serum then. In the midst of the road, Qin Peiyao watched the diminishing tail lights of the white sedan. Would his mental state falter? It was hard to say. Xu Annian cast his gaze downward at the mangled corpse lying on the ground. Memories of Xiaoqin's frantic demeanor as he picked up the machete and relentlessly struck Gu Jinming's lifeless body flooding his mind. With a complex expression, he shook his head. Some individuals undergo extreme transformations in their personalities following significant life changes. Xiaoqin had once been a carefree scion of wealth. Yet, in just over 10 days, he had faced the apocalypse, been hunted down, and witnessed his father's brutal demise before his very eyes. It would be peculiar indeed if his character had not undergone any alteration. Walk with me over there. Qin Peiyao withdrew her gaze, ceasing her thoughts about Xiaoqin. She reached out and took Xu Annian's hand, leading him into the blind spot of the bus's view. Before Xu Annian could utter a word, her complexion turned ashen, and she released his hand, doubling over to vomit. 3 experiences of killing. In the 2 instances at the Qianshan apartment, she had essentially ended her enemy's lives with a swift slash to the throat. But this time, she had severed her foe's hands or feet, ensuring they would not die immediately, all the while their pitiful screams echoed incessantly. That sound seemed to linger, eternally resonating in her ears. Are you all right? Xu Annian exclaimed, startled, as he hurriedly patted Qin Peiyao's back. Observing her trembling incessantly, he suddenly realized that this woman was not a cold-hearted murderer devoid of empathy. At that moment, he had been surrounded by several individuals. Unbeknownst to Qin Peiyao, who was concerned for his safety, she resorted to exceedingly brutal methods to confront their adversaries. Aware that such repercussions would only intensify, "It's nothing, cough, it's nothing. You should return home, take a warm bath, and relax. I shall handle the other matters," he reassured. After a brief moment of tranquility in the corner, the two turned and made their way toward the base. As they entered the vehicle, Qin Peiyao disregarded Qing Jinwen's greeting and silently retreated to the bathroom. In the lower bunk, Qing Jinwen's smile faltered slightly, her awkward laughter betraying her discomfort as she hugged her knees. Sister Yao Doesn't seemed to be in the best of spirits. "Stay in the car and take care of your sister Yao," Xu Annian instructed the young girl before disembarking alone. Equipped with a spatial ring to scavenge supplies from the vehicles. Due to the frigid weather, Gu Jinming's group had left their vehicles running, making it effortless to access the trunks and doors. However, the living conditions in Yancheng appeared no better than those in Hucheng. After meticulously searching through the vehicles, Xu Annian found scant provisions, a mere collection of compressed biscuits, canned food, and unprepared coarse grains. Not a single self-heating hot pot could be found. How could we possibly pursue Hucheng with such meager supplies? He lamented, rolling his eyes. He promptly stored all the provisions in his spatial ring. A mere dozen buns were of little consequence, yet the compressed biscuits and canned goods were remarkable. These items were lightweight, calorie-dense, and filling, making them excellent emergency rations for excursions. Moreover, he mused, the fuel in the tanks could not be overlooked. After gathering the supplies from within the vehicles, Xu Annian opened the fuel tank of a sedan, utilizing his 2-cubic spatial ring to collect the gasoline. This ring, being empty, was perfect for storing fuel. However, since the spatial ring could not extract items from a distance, the process proved rather cumbersome. It took him over half an hour to siphon the tanks of several cars, while also filling a bus with gasoline. Did you find anything good? Qin Peiyao, who had just finished her shower and appeared considerably more spirited, casually inquired as he returned to the vehicle. 1 braised pork can and 2 luncheon meat cans, Xu Annian replied, producing the 3 cans and shaking them lightly. Smiling as he added, these are convenient to carry, let us keep them for now. He paused, glancing at the small girl curled up in the inner side of the lower bunk. We'll open them when you're able to eat meat. Thank you, brother. Cheng Jinwen exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight, a sweet smile gracing her features. She was oblivious to the quantity of steak stored in the spatial area and cared little for it. What mattered most was that he remembered her. Overjoyed, she felt a surge of happiness. Ding! Cheng Jinwen's favorability towards team member Xu Annian has increased by 20. Noticing the virtual prompt before him, Xu Annian's smile blossomed further. To think that a few cans could elevate favorability by 20 points. This little girl was quite easily satisfied. Let us find another place to stay for a few days. Xu Annian handed the can to Qin Peiyao and took his place in the driver's seat, igniting the bus and steering it away from the direction of the western suburbs for a considerable distance. Qin Peiyao gazed out of the window, a hint of confusion crossing her features. Are we not to stake out the vehicles heading towards the western suburbs? She inquired. There's no rush for the next few days. Xu Annian navigated the bus with steady hands. A brief respite was an inevitable outcome. His time in this world had been too short for his innate talents to mature, compounded by Qin Peiyao's need for psychological adjustment and Cheng Jinwen requiring a period of recuperation. Given these myriad factors, a few days of rest emerged as the wisest choice. Xu Annian too needed to calm his mind and enhance his abilities. He aimed to leverage his exceptional talents to create a significant gap between himself and the ordinary survivors or mutated zombies. This will do, he declared, bringing the bus to a halt at an intersection. This location was remote from any auto repair shops, devoid of surrounding buildings, with a serene environment and expansive views, ensuring they would not be disturbed by zombies or survivors, thus providing an ideal setting for peaceful recuperation. Chapter 63, The Synthetic Spatial Ring at 10:30 in the evening. Cheng Jinwen descended to wash up. She hurriedly brushed her teeth and splashed water on her face before scampering back to her upper bunk, swiftly burrowing into the warmth of her duvet, compressing the cotton blanket beneath her. The comforting sensation emanating from the car window, coupled with the gentle sound of snow cascading outside, instilled a profound sense of security within her. Yet, she felt an inexplicable void. After a moment of contemplation, she discerned what was amiss, a plush, over a meter-long body pillow. If only she had one to embrace, to serve as a pillow, and to snuggle between her thighs. Her sleep would be infinitely more restful. Meanwhile, a translucent 3-dimensional sequence potion and a spatial ring lay in Xu Annian's possession as he pondered their application. He reserved 1 potion for Xiao Chun. Although Xiao Chun would not reside at the base, he operated as a formal member in the outside world, slaying sequence creatures and consistently bringing in points as rewards for Xu Annian. Perhaps it would be wise to recruit a batch of active family members from the outside. Xu Annian's nebulous thoughts began to crystallize. The base was a sanctuary for him, Qin Peiyao, and Cheng Jinwen, and it was inconceivable to allow other male members to take residence. However, he did not wish to overlook exceptionally gifted men. If that were the case, why not nurture them instead? Men's inherent independence often leads to conflict when forcibly congregated, stifling their ambitions and hindering growth, allowing them to venture freely into the world. Whether they choose to establish their own factions or serve the nation through the sanctuary, the benefits for Xu Annian would outweigh the drawbacks. He decided to use Xiao Chun as a test for feasibility. Yet, he found himself grappling with the conundrum of whom to allocate the remaining sequence potion. Currently, there were no suitable candidates at the base, and future members would receive corresponding sequence potions as rewards from the system. This particular 3-dimensional sequence potion seemed to be in excess. Could he trade it for supplies at the underground sanctuary in Yangqing? Absolutely not. Xu Annian immediately dismissed the impractical thought. Until he had embarked upon the growth phase, he could not afford to reveal the sequence potion. No, even upon entering the growth stage, any disclosure regarding the sequence potion was strictly prohibited. The value of the sequence potion was exceedingly high, a breakthrough in existing biotechnologies. Anyone who consumed the potion could leap to the 3rd or even 4th level of exceptional talent. Should the authorities in Yangqing become aware of such a miraculous substance, Xu Annian and his companions would face relentless pursuit, leading to a life of constant peril. If captured, the consequences could range from a permanent loss of freedom to horrific experiments involving dissection and cranial exposure, enduring torment until death. Terrifying. Xu Annian shook his head vigorously, dispelling those horrific images from his mind. He then concealed the three-dimensional sequence potion. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the 4 stone spatial rings on his fingers, eliciting a slight furrow of his brow. For spatial rings, 1 primary ring with a capacity of 16 cubic meters, while the remaining 3 are member rings. 1 with a capacity of 2 cubic meters and 2 with a capacity of 1 cubic meter each. Excluding Qing Jinwen's ring, the remaining 2. Wearing them does not pose any significant issue. However, it would be impractical to don all the rings awarded by the system to male members, as 10 fingers cannot accommodate them all. System, is there a way to merge the surplus spatial rings? Ding. The member spatial rings can be merged into the host spatial ring, with the combined volume summing up. Do you wish to confirm the merge? Note, the member spatial rings used for merging will lose their potential for growth. Is it truly possible? Xu Annian's eyes gleamed with interest. Yet upon realizing that the member spatial rings would lose their potential for growth, he hesitated. Losing growth potential implies that the capacity will not increase with the rising goodwill of family members. The merge would only augment the current volume, which seems slightly disadvantageous. Perhaps it is best to hold on to them for now. Among the 3 member spatial rings, it is only Xiaolang's that cannot increase its capacity any further. I shall reserve them for the time being. Are you still awake? After her yoga session, Qin Peiyao, still glistening with perspiration, took a shower. Upon emerging and noticing that the man had not yet fallen asleep, she slipped into bed, seeking his comforting embrace. Waiting for you. Why are you waiting for me? I feared you might have trouble sleeping tonight, so I thought I would keep you company. How lovely. Qin Peiyao adjusted herself into a comfortable position, her mind gradually unwinding. Listening to the steady rhythm of the man's heartbeat while gazing out at the fine, dense scenery beyond the window. The 2 of them nestled together in the confined space of the bed felt utterly secure. In Yangqing, Xiao Chun followed his sister's instructions, driving the white sedan to the first line of defense. The first line was established at the highway entrance. The city has now been entirely commandeered by the military. The former toll station has been transformed into a temporary military outpost. There are 4 large white tents. One serves as the command point, another as a resting area, and the other 2 as logistical support stations, divided into supplies of food and clothing and armaments. In front of the toll station, more than 10 tanks were stationed by the roadside, their cannons aimed at the highway exit. Several armed soldiers stood vigil at their posts, perpetually alert to their surroundings. Non-military vehicles, please use the left lane. Per the roadside signs, please disembark and cooperate with the inspection. Anyone attempting to disrupt the order or force their way through will receive a warning, and if 3 warnings are issued without compliance, they will face execution. Should any infected organisms or individuals be discovered, no warning will be given, and execution will be immediate. More than 200 meters from the toll station. Every 10 meters or so, a loudspeaker has been erected by the roadside. These loudspeakers repeatedly broadcast the established regulations, ensuring that arriving vehicles are forewarned and prepared to comply. The voices are exceedingly stern, leaving no room for provocation. Naturally, no one is foolish enough to challenge the nation's boundaries during wartime. Cars, SUVs, and trucks line up orderly. None daring to cut in or overtake, all patiently awaiting security checks. Are external vehicles prohibited from entering the mobile cabin? Xiaochen waited for over an hour and successfully passed through security checks. However, just as he exited the highway, he was met with a new announcement. Non-military vehicles were prohibited from entering the designated area and from lingering on streets traversed by military vehicles, in order to avoid hindering their passage. After carefully reviewing the pertinent instructions, he gradually grasped the situation. These foreign vehicles had 2 possible destinations. First, they could be surrendered to military personnel for handling, after which passengers would proceed to a designated boarding point to take a specialized vehicle to the area. Second, they could be directed to an authorized parking zone. However, the safety of this parking area in Yangqing was not guaranteed. Their approach involved consolidating foreign vehicles in abandoned zones to prevent owners from indiscriminately parking and disrupting the normal flow of military traffic. Heading south, Xiaochen decisively turned his vehicle around and drove towards the southern part of the city. For the average survivor, reaching Yangqing rendered their means of transportation nearly valueless. They were solely focused on surviving within the secure confines of the designated area and had no intention of venturing outside to scavenge for sustenance. Yet, Xiaochen's circumstances were different. His father's body remained in the passenger seat. He felt compelled to attend to his father's final affairs before reuniting with his mother and sister in the designated area. Chapter 64. Not as handsome as before. In the southern part of the city, an array of vehicles haphazardly lined the streets. After proceeding a short distance, one could discern the survivor parking area, a school playground. Supplemented by the surrounding flat ground, school paths, and roadways encompassing nearly 10,000 square meters, sporadically filled with cars. The eye beheld a motley collection of automobiles. Occasionally, Xiaochen observed survivors disembarking from their vehicles, trembling as they ventured a few meters away to dispose of refuse or relieve urgent needs. A few clusters of survivors gathered, casting dubious glances at the newly arrived vehicles. Why did they not seek refuge in the tent? Xiaochen found himself puzzled. However, he dismissed such thoughts, parking his car in a secluded corner before commencing the grim task of handling Xiaolang's remains. After more than 2 hours of labor, Xiaochen returned to the street, making his way on foot to the second line of defense. This was a towering steel wall, constructed alongside the street, rising over 10 meters high. Within this formidable barrier lay the living quarters of the survivors. Could such a steel wall truly be erected in just over half a month? Standing beneath the wall, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his gaze. The steel barrier stretched to the horizon, measuring several kilometers in length. If it were encircled by steel walls on all sides, the sheer volume of steel required would be several tens of thousands of tons, if not more, meticulously refined into easily assembled panels and transported to Yang City. The magnitude of the undertaking was almost beyond comprehension. Please step forward for inspection. A voice from the staff broke his reverie. Xiaochen regained his focus and shuffled a few steps forward in the line. The second line of defense featured only 2 narrow passages, each over 2 meters wide, resulting in a rather sluggish process. This inefficiency was compounded by the thoroughness of the inspection. Not only were prohibited items scrutinized, but blood samples were also taken via finger pricks, followed by the anxious wait for results from several test strips, confirming various specific criteria before one was permitted to enter the tent area. As dusk began to settle, Xiaochen, who had arrived in Yang City around 9 in the morning, endured 2 rounds of queuing and numerous inspections, finally stepping into the passage of the steel wall by 4 in the afternoon. The corridor was deeper than he had anticipated, extending over 10 meters, illuminated by incandescent lights on either side, with safety exit indicators at the bottom. It became evident that the building's walls had been covered. Upon exiting the passage, Xiaochen turned back to gaze at the houses flanking him, a sudden realization dawning upon him. These structures were interconnected with the steel wall, supporting it while the rooftops stood slightly lower than the barrier. In the distance, he caught sight of several soldiers, machine guns at the ready, lying prone as they vigilantly monitored the external environment. It was not easy for the military either, Xiaochen sighed. In temperatures plummeting below 30 degrees Celsius, with howling winds and snow, he felt his hands and feet stiffening and aching after just a short while, let alone the soldiers stationed on the rooftops, who lay there for hours on end. Suddenly, a series of military vehicles, adorned in camouflage white, rumbled into the passage, coming to a halt at the doorsteps of the adjoining buildings. Soon, a stream of young soldiers emerged from the room, each assigned with the task of transporting ammunition boxes and new weaponry. Some carried supplies indoors, while others ascended to the rooftop. To Xiaochen's astonishment, he noticed the presence of artillery within the building. He had assumed that the second and third floors were merely accommodations for the soldiers. But as he observed a few soldiers hauling in a 2-meter-long cannon, he realized his misconceptions. This row of rudimentary structures served not only as quarters for the city defenders but also as fortified storage for munitions. The sanctuary boasted commendable security. Xiaochen nodded slightly. The multifaceted firepower configuration provided multiple layers of protection, with round-the-clock surveillance of the external environment, ready to respond to emergencies at any moment. Turning to survey the living quarters, he was greeted by towering iron shelters, each exceeding 8 meters in height. The overall design of these shelters was quite simplistic, with 4 iron columns supporting each corner and additional load-bearing columns within, forming a refuge from the elements. Inside these shelters were container-like living quarters, each standing 2.5 meters tall, comprising 2 levels. Each container contained 4 single beds and 2 double beds, accommodating both genders, with small cabinets at the head of each bed for personal belongings. Is this where I am expected to reside? Xiaochen pondered, his expression turning blank. He was aware that life in the sanctuary would be far from comfortable, but he had not anticipated such cramped conditions. Several individuals squeezed into a space of merely 20 square meters, even from a few meters away. The foul odor in the air was palpable. How could one possibly find comfort in such an environment? His mind conjured distressing images of enduring foot odor, snoring, and teeth grinding. Brother, Xiaochen. 2 familiar voices jolted him back to reality. Following the sound, he spotted a tall and short figure excitedly waving their arms around the corner to his right. The taller one was his mother, Qinyunka. Sporting delicate glasses and impeccably groomed hair, clearly having taken great care in her appearance. The shorter figure was his sister, Xiao, who, even in shoes, barely reached 1 meter 60. Swathed in a standard military coat that reached her ankles, she resembled a quintessential southern potato. Especially with her pale yellow scarf wrapped around her neck, a hat on her head, and thick gloves on her hands, making her look even more rotund. Mom, Xiao. Xiao Chen hurried towards them. According to their prior arrangement, he had chosen a conspicuous spot to wait by the entrance, which was the sole exit for survivors and easily located. Brother, you've lost weight, Xiao remarked, tilting her head upward to scrutinize his slightly gaunt face, teasing him. You're not as handsome as before. Is that so? You've shrunk a bit too, he retorted playfully. I have not. I've grown half a centimeter. Reuniting in the aftermath of the apocalypse was a joy beyond compare, yet Chun Yunka's expression grew increasingly grave. She did not see Xiao Lang's figure, and an unsettling apprehension began to stir within her. Xiao Chen, where's your father? Upon hearing this, the two individuals engaged in playful banter fell silent in an instant. Xiao, rising onto her tiptoes, attempted to peer past her brother's form into the passage behind him. However, her diminutive stature rendered her efforts futile, as even on tiptoe, she could not glimpse what lay beyond. She took 2 strides to circumvent Xiao Chen, her gaze incessantly scanning the throngs of newcomers. Observing the anxious yet hopeful expression in her mother's eyes, Xiao Chen felt a tightening sensation in his chest, instinctively diverting his gaze from Chun Yunka. Yet, evasion was not a solution. Some matters, after all, must be confronted. In the aftermath of our separation from the others during the zombie onslaught, our father had taken me to Dongqing to seek refuge with Gu Zhenming. Xiao Chen recounted the experiences he and Xiao Lang had endured, predominantly recounting events prior to his unconsciousness. He had shielded Xiao Lang from an unexpected assault by Gu Zhenming, sustaining a blow to his head that left him in a semi-conscious state, resulting in his fragmented recollection of subsequent occurrences. He fully regained consciousness only to find himself drenched in cold water by Qin Peiyao, witnessing Xiao Lang for the last time. He is gone. Upon hearing this, Chun Yunka felt as though her mind had been struck by a hammer, her vision dimming as her body swayed uncontrollably, tumbling backward. Mother! Xiao Chen and Xiao Shi cried out in unison, rushing to support Chun Yunka. Numerous passers-by were nearby, yet none showed the inclination to inquire or pause in their hurried steps. They averted their gazes, hands tucked within their sleeves, hastily departing as if such sights were all too familiar. Chapter 65, that is our bunk. Qin Yang took a moment to compose herself. She did not wish to burden the 2 children with her worries and fell into a silence. Xiao Shi clung to her mother's arm, tears glistening in her eyes. Yet she restrained her sobs, walking closely in step. The trio walked for over half an hour before they finally reached Zone 2 of the makeshift shelter. Zone 2, similar to the first, was a simple iron shed, also 2 stories high. However, it differed in that the bunk beds were fewer in number. The lower level contained 3 beds, while the upper level had 4, allowing for a more spacious area for movement, adorned with bed curtains that provided a modicum of privacy. The lower level of cabin 27 is our sleeping quarters. You will sleep on bed 3, I will take bed 2, and Mother will sleep on bed 1, Xiao Shi whispered, offering an introduction. The shelter's approach to exceptional talents was notably humane, generally accommodating families together. The arrangement of the container beds was also tailored to fit families of 4 or 5. However, with the death of Xiao Lang, they might lose their privilege and be forcibly relocated to another shelter, sharing space with unfamiliar families of 2. I will not move. My father sacrificed himself for the shelter. Why should we be forced to leave? Suddenly, an uproar erupted from the upper level, accompanied by the sound of furniture being overturned. The vertical staircase connecting the 2 levels was located outside, yet the walls were thin enough that one could hear the footsteps from above during the day. The commotion quickly drew the attention of those below. This is the regulation. We hope for your cooperation, a cold voice declared. Soon after, 3 young adolescents were ushered down the staircase against their will, their hands clinging desperately to the railing. I don't want to go to Zone 5, please. A younger girl with a single ponytail cried, kneeling on the ground in earnest supplication. Their father, an expert in the field of nuclear energy, had secured 4 spots in the shelters. Due to an earlier divorce, he had brought only 3 children to reside in the cabin. The shelter was generous with rare talents, assigning them to an upper bunk that accommodated 5 residents, with meals provided twice daily, both being standard nutritious fare. This arrangement filled Xiao Shi with envy. However, just yesterday, their father had met with an untimely demise. As family members, they could no longer contribute to the shelter, forcing them to vacate their comfortable living space and relocate to Zone 5. Zone 5 was the overcrowded area that Xiao Chun had encountered upon arrival. The living conditions there were starkly inferior compared to Zone 2, akin to comparing the heavens to the depths of the earth. Naturally, the youths were reluctant to transition. "I am sorry," the leading soldier replied expressionlessly. Then, upon spotting Chen Yunk, he recalled other duties. Activating the device on his arm, he tapped the interface a few times to retrieve relevant information. "Professor Chun, the team assigned to retrieve Xiao Lang has returned to the cabin without completing the mission. Would you like to increase the point reward for the unfinished task? During the task handover, there lies an obligation to elucidate the reasons for any failures." Kuqing Xiang was aware that Xiao Lang would not survive. However, she chose to conceal this knowledge, justifying the handover by claiming that Xiao Lang had not yet been located. "Understood," Chen Yukai responded without hesitation. The leading soldier nodded, tapping the interface of his device a few times to update the bounty for the task. The bounty points had been increased. If Mr. Xiao had not checked in within 3 days, they would be required to relocate to another cabin, which they were to be duly informed of. Having delivered this message, he departed with several young individuals in tow. The shelter could not reserve cabin spaces for those who had gone missing. Currently, the living quarters were exceedingly scarce, and the majority of the talent sought after was unaccounted for, exacerbating the polarization of the cabins. Consequently, the higher-ups of the shelter convened a meeting to formulate a strategy. Ultimately, it was uniformly decided that a 5-day limit would be imposed. Any recruitment targets who failed to check in within this time frame would be classified as deceased, and their allocated spaces would be reassigned to others. This announcement had been made 2 days prior, leaving Chen Yunkai with merely 3 days remaining. 3 days. As she observed the soldier's retreating figure, Chen Yukai absent-mindedly turned to Xiao Chen and said, "You should focus on healing during these 3 days and take the opportunity to acclimate to your surroundings." Xiao Chen responded somewhat dazedly. Noticing the unusual expression on her son's face, Chen Yunkai contemplated offering words of comfort. Yet, her own turmoil rendered her incapable of articulating anything, even igniting a sense of escapism. "Brother, let me share the regulations of the cabin with you," Xiao Shi interjected, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere. She led her brother to familiarize himself with the environment, deliberately adopting a cheerful tone. "The cabin lights go out at 10 in the evening. We have a private room with a toilet and a wash basin, so there is no need to venture outside for bathing or using the restroom. This corner is the toilet. Remember to draw the curtain when you use it or take a shower. Here's the wash basin, though it lacks running water. We have to queue outside for hot water, which is available from 10 to 11 in the morning and 6 to 7 in the evening. We mustn't miss it, or we'll be without hot water. Meals must be taken in the dining hall. However, since today is your first day back, we've already prepared some food in advance. I'll heat it up for you. After their meal, I'll take you out to explore the surroundings. Once you've healed, you can look for temporary work to earn some points," Xiao Shi boasted, retrieving a stainless steel basin from beneath the bed and skillfully placing 3 small dishes into it. She then poured in some hot water and covered it with a smaller stainless steel bowl to facilitate simple heating. "Is this what you typically eat?" Xiao Chen inquired, unable to restrain himself upon seeing the 3 small dishes. The trio consisted of a plate of wilted yellow vegetables, a dish of boiled yellow beans, and what appeared to be a hodgepodge of meat chunks. The sight of these dishes was unappetizing, and the portions were pitifully scant. Barely enough for a single pair of chopsticks. "Impossible," Xiao Shi exclaimed in disbelief. As soon as Xiao Chen opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by his sister's nonchalant voice. "Typically, we subsist on synthetic food and grains, seldom indulging in vegetables or meat." "What?" Xiao Chen's mouth fell agape, his mind momentarily paralyzed. His sister's implication seemed to suggest that those 3 small dishes were a rare delicacy, not something one could afford on a regular day. "Times have changed, brother. You must adapt swiftly." Xiao Shi noticed her brother's unusual reaction. She initially intended to offer him comfort, perhaps to paint a rosy picture of their circumstances. However, she quickly realized that such illusions would be futile. It would be more prudent to accept reality and focus on survival. "How about we eat what I brought back?" Xiao Chen was not one to disdain their meager rations. He had gnawed on his belt before. He could hardly be picky now. His concern lay in the harshness of Chen Yunker's and Xiao Shi's lives, and he yearned to share his remaining provisions to enhance their meals. "You have food?" Xiao Shi exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes." Xiao Chen set down his backpack and retrieved instant noodles, biscuits, and several self-heating hot pots. All of this was given to him by Xu Annian. "Did you scour the supermarket?" Xiao Shi was even more surprised. She had heard that the zombies outside were formidable, overwhelming ordinary people with ease. When did her brother become so extraordinary? No, it was a gift from someone else. Xiao Chen lowered his head, feeling somewhat awkward. He recalled his promise to treat Xu Annian to a lavish meal before his departure. Yet, it now appeared, not just difficult, but exceedingly so. Who would be so generous? A benefactor. "Oh, please convey my gratitude to this benefactor." You have no idea how much I've craved self-heating hot pot these past few days. Then let us feast on self-heating hot pot. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 66. The kind uncle on the 20th day of the apocalypse. A heavy snowfall blanketed the landscape, accompanied by a fierce northwest wind at a force of 7, plunging temperatures to a frigid -34°C, with the wind chill making it feel like -50. At 8:30 in the morning, Chung Jinwen, having risen early to complete her morning routine, donned her clothing, hat, and gloves before descending to clear the ice from the car windows. The heated top of the vehicle had melted snow, most of which flowed into the water reservoir, while a small portion trickled down the edges to the windows. Affected by the cold air, this water froze outside the windows, creating a barrier of ice that obstructed visibility. Thus, it became Chung Jinwen's daily task to clear this icy obstruction. As days passed, her body had nearly recovered from its previous ailments. Beneath the car, a small yellow and white terrier trembled as it emerged, circling around Chung Jinwen's feet, excitedly darting back and forth. This little creature had followed the bus from the vicinity of the repair shop, lured by the tantalizing aroma of food. Chung Jinwen fortuitously encountered it while stepping out for fresh air and decided to adopt it discreetly. Hush! Chung Jinwen gestured for silence, tiptoeing to observe inside the bus, confirming that Xu Annian and Sister Yao were still in the storage area, oblivious to the commotion outside. She felt reassured enough to crouch down and gently stroke the terrier's head. Is your new home too cold for you? The little dog, unable to comprehend her words, nuzzled against her warm palm, displaying an endearing affection. I know you're hungry. Today's breakfast is steamed buns, still warm, she said, playfully ruffling the terrier's fur before unzipping her winter coat to retrieve a steaming half of a large white bun. Does it smell good? The terrier's tail wagged vigorously, its eyes fixated on the bun as it eagerly lowered and raised its head, signaling Chung Jinwen to drop it on the ground. Droplets of saliva dripped onto the snow, forming distinct puddles, yet despite its hunger, the little creature refrained from snatching the food from her hand. Such a good boy, Chung Jinwen smiled, revealing her small canine teeth as she placed the bun in a relatively clean spot, allowing the terrier to devour it with fervor. Watching the little one eat earnestly, her eyes gradually curved into crescent shapes. Eat slowly. I'll have less for dinner tonight to save some meat for you. What do you mean, eat less? A familiar voice interrupted from behind. Chung Jinwen's heart skipped a beat, instinctively shielding the terrier. Turning around, she met the calm gaze of the man, whose handsome oval face broke into a slight smile. Uncle, why are you down here? Why can't I come down? Xu Annian raised an eyebrow. The title uncle was one he had requested her to use, as he disliked being called brother, which made him feel somewhat foolish. His eyes fell on the small creature beneath the car. Is this the dog you've been nurturing with such frugality? Woof, woof. The terrier, having sensed Chung Jinwen's emotional shift, burst forth from beneath the car, barking at the man. With bared teeth, it sought to exhibit a fierce demeanor. Yet its soft, tender voice rendered it incapable of exuding any semblance of ferocity, instead imparting an endearing charm. Quite fearsome indeed. Xu Annian crouched down, grasping the little creature by the scruff of its neck and casting a glance at its belly. Ah, a female. Female animals tend to be more aggressive. Uncle, could you please not kill it? Upon seeing the little creature lifted, Chung Jinwen's eyes immediately welled with tears, gently tugging at her uncle's sleeve. Her voice tinged with a sob. I did not waste. Kill it. Xu Annian was momentarily taken aback. Did he ever express a desire to eat dog meat? However, observing the little girl's anxious demeanor sparked an idea in his mind, a plan to enhance goodwill. Do you wish to keep it? Chung Jinwen nodded vigorously. She then cautiously inquired, but, is that permissible? Food is so precious now. Wouldn't raising a dog be too wasteful? I can eat less. That won't do. What if you end up starving? Then, I can go with you to find food. Are you brave enough to kill? Chung Jinwen hesitated, but soon, she resolved herself. I am. It was an unavoidable reality. Since she would have to face it eventually, why not declare her determination and, in the process, save the little creature? Well then, I suppose. Xu Annian hesitantly agreed. Afterward, he returned the little dog to Chung Jinwen, reminding her, remember what you said today. Thank you, uncle. You were truly kind. Chung Jinwen clasped the little dog, beaming at her uncle through her tears. Ding! Detected that preparatory member Chung Jinwen's goodwill has increased by 20. Shall she be promoted to a formal member? Promotion. Xu Annian contentedly ruffled the little girl's hair. Indeed. A girl untouched by the harshness of society is so easily swayed. Ding! Promotion successful, formal member. Chung Jinwen. Gender, female, age, 17. Attributes, strength 6, 8, agility 5, 8, stamina 5, 7. Spirit 7, 8, goodwill, 85, talent domain, Close combat techniques, SS, items, none. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a formal member, expanding the host's spatial ring to 32 cubic meters. And the member's spatial ring to 2 cubic meters, rewarding 1,000 family points. Note: formal members automatically possess access to the family warehouse and adapt to any family system-related matters. The host can revoke this access. 1,000 family points? An S-rank formal member rewards 500 points, while an SS rank rewards double. Xu Annian pondered thoughtfully. Currently, Qing Jiwen was the sole SS rank formal member. Once her goodwill increased further, she could ascend to core member status. Why are you scaring, little one? From the bunk window, Qin Peiyao poked her head out. Resting her chin on her arm, amusedly observing the man. She witnessed the entire incident and naturally understood that the man was deliberately trying to intimidate the young girl. In truth, they had long been aware of the presence of the small rural dog. Without Xu Annian's tacit approval, how could Qing Jinwen have taken food to feed the little creature? Isn't this what you taught me? Xu Annian chuckled. I taught you? Qin Peiyao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Xu Annian nodded, retrieving a long gun and walking toward the open ground ahead. Things that come too easily are seldom cherished. Such as virtue. Qin Peiyao felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Wasn't this her way of nurturing her relationship with her husband? How unorthodox. Shaking her head to dispel her wandering thoughts, she glanced down at the pair of a person and a dog. Xiaowen. Hey, what's up, Yaojia? Qing Jinwen was in high spirits. You can certainly adopt it, but it must not relieve itself indiscriminately in the car, understood? Rest assured, Wu Gu is very clever. It's called Wu Gu? Yes. When Qing Jinwen first encountered the small rural dog, the little creature was quite wary, standing 2 meters away and barking cautiously. Whenever she moved closer, it would retreat. And when she stepped back, it would advance. Only after several feeding attempts did the small dog let down its guard. Henceforth, it was named Wu Gu. Chapter 67. Oh brother. Hoo. A few meters ahead of the bus, Xu Annian wielded a red tassel spear with fervor. Anticipating a significant breakthrough in today's training, he ventured outside the base, seeking to hasten his progress through the invigorating chill of the air. His training had transcended mere spear drills. Xu Annian now placed greater emphasis on the sensation of the weapon, in more precise terms, the feel of the spear. Much like the martial arts concept of uniting man and weapon, he endeavored to perceive the long spear as an extension of his own arm, facilitating more agile maneuvers for both offensive and defensive actions against adversaries. Ding. Spear Sensation Proficiency Level 1. Minor Proficiency in Spear Sensation, 1-200. With the emergence of the virtual prompt, a profound realization blossomed within Xu Annian, who stood motionless while clutching the red tassel spear. At that moment, he finally sensed a familiarity with the spear in his grasp. In previous training sessions, he had always harbored concerns that excessive movements might lead to inadvertent injury. Consequently, he had constrained his actions, which hindered his progress. It was no wonder. With an SSS-level talent, how could he possibly lag behind the evolution of the zombies? Xu Annian opened his eyes, brimming with confidence. He lifted the red tassel spear and engaged in vigorous training, entwining, circling, pouncing, flicking, and twirling, executing moves he once hesitated to attempt without a trace of doubt. Ding. Entwining Proficiency Level 1. Ding. Flicking Proficiency Level 1. Ding. Reversal Proficiency Level 1. Ding. Smashing Proficiency Level 1. A multitude of virtual prompt boxes appeared before him. Xu Annian paid them no heed, reveling in the exhilaration brought forth by his burgeoning spear sensation. After an arduous 3 hours, a wave of fatigue washed over his muscles, prompting him to pause, albeit reluctantly. System, check personal statistics. Ding, querying. Host, Xu Annian, gender, male, age, 26, attributes, strength 24, 52, agility 21, 50, stamina 19, 51. Spirit 37, 43, talent domain, mastery through practice, SSS, sequence, original sequence, growth stage, skills, minor proficiency in spear sensation, 1-200, minor proficiency in Abayo 18 styles, 10-200. Minor proficiency in culinary arts, 55-200. Items owned, titanium alloy long spear, spatial ring, 32 cubic meters, 2 spatial rings, 2 cubic meters. Spatial ring, 1 cubic meter, Valkyrie sequence potion, initial stage, 2 3-dimensional sequence potions, initial stage. Note, during the growth stage, the host's physical attributes will continue to increase until the growth stage concludes or the individual reaches their limits. Spear techniques will be referred to as spear sensation. Aiming for brevity, strength, agility, and stamina have all reached 5 times that of an ordinary person. The spirit, however, remains as sluggish as ever. Xu Annian wiped the sweat from his brow. Through relentless exploration, he had discerned a method to enhance his mental fortitude. In truth, it was rather simple. Manipulating the spatial ring required a drain on mental energy. Therefore, by frequently storing or retrieving heavy objects, his brain would inevitably succumb to fatigue. For instance, training with a stone weighing 100 pounds involves repeatedly lifting and lowering it dozens of times within a minute for half an hour, which can gradually enhance one's proficiency. Accumulating a proficiency score of 10 results in a slight increase in mental acuity. This method mirrors that of practicing with a spear. Has the growth phase been reached? Xu Annian sheathed his spear, his expression alight with surprise as he beheld the words following the original sequence, growth phase. However, unlike the initial entry into the sequence, the growth phase does not result in a sudden multiplication of the four-dimensional attributes. Rather, it sustains a steady state of development. This state presents both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits lie in the absence of a sudden increase in dietary needs, allowing the individual to gradually adapt to bodily changes. Conversely, the drawbacks stem from the multitude of factors that can influence growth. Food, nutrition, hostile entities, and environmental conditions, among others, can easily disrupt this delicate balance, potentially leading to failure or even demise. The 2-meter-tall zombie exemplifies this risk. I must seek out more nutritious provisions, Xu Annian sighed. He had sensed the drawbacks of the growth phase when he initially defeated that mutated zombie, believing that zombies in the growth phase should not be so commonplace. It appears his intuition was correct. Entering the growth phase of the sequence is akin to a child entering puberty, with height rapidly increasing and various attributes continuously enhancing. However, this also heightens the body's nutritional demands. The young girl's affinity score has reached 85 points. I shall administer the Valkyrie sequence potion to her today. Tomorrow evening, I will take her to the western suburbs to test her courage while scavenging for food. Xu Annian turned to walk towards the bus. With attributes 5 times that of an ordinary person, coupled with a modest proficiency in spear handling, he faces little threat without firearms. His current dilemma lies in the inadequacy of nutrition from available food sources. While in the initial stage, consuming ordinary food sufficed, the growth phase necessitates higher quality sustenance. Xu Annian must procure the flesh and blood of sequence creatures to ensure his growth remains unimpeded. Little one, come here for a moment. Upon returning to the vehicle, Xu Annian beckoned to Qing Jinwen, who was preoccupied with constructing a doghouse. Uncle, what is it? Qing Jinwen halted before him, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, her clear, bright eyes radiating innocence. The little rural dog trailed behind her, standing protectively in front of the girl. Wu-Wu, stay over there and don't cause any trouble, Qing Jinwen admonished sternly, fearing that Wu-Wu might inadvertently provoke Xu Annian, leading to dire consequences. Such a fate was not beyond the realm of possibility. Just a few nights prior, Qing Jinwen had overheard Xu Annian discussing with sister Yao his desire for hot pot and mentioning the local custom of raising rural dogs and hutching. Wu-Wu? Xu Annian's gaze fell upon Qing Jinwen. This mischievous girl referred to the dog as brother? What, then, was he? Disregarding the child's fanciful thoughts, he produced the Valkyrie sequence potion and handed it to her. Drink this. Oh. Without hesitation, Qing Jinwen gulped it down in one go. She simply wished to hasten to build a nest for Wu-Wu. Her thoughts were uncomplicated. Ding. Preparation member Xiao Chen's affinity level. Ding. Detected an SS level being's affinity towards the host has reached 30. Would you like to invite them to join the family? Xu Annian was taken aback. Glancing at the suddenly appeared virtual interface, he felt a tinge of confusion. He could comprehend the increase in affinity towards Xiao Chen. After all, that fellow's physical condition was poor, rendering him unable to disembark and forage for food. The journey to the shelter had relied entirely on the sustenance he provided. Now, having passed several days, they should be nearing the shelter, safely arriving at the refuge and reuniting with family. It was not surprising that the emotional surge led to an increase of 10 points in affinity. Yet, who could the other SS level being be? Xu Annian clicked to invite. Invitation sent. Chapter 68. Multidimensional Deduction. Notification. Invitation successful. Preparatory member. Xiao Shi. Gender. Female. Age. 18 attributes. Strength 4, 6. Agility 5, 7. Stamina 4, 6. Spirit 7, 9. Affinity 30. Talent domain. Multidimensional deduction. SS. Multidimensional deduction, also known as multidimensional probability. Possessing formidable computational abilities to predict event trajectories and deduce the probabilities of various outcomes, limited to theoretical predictions. Items. None. Notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully inviting an SS-level family member. Receiving a sequence potion, initial stage, a spatial ring, 1 cubic meter, and 200 family points. Xiao Shi? The surname Xiao? Xu Annian realized. This girl, at the tender age of 18, must be Xiao Chen's sister. Upon learning of her brother's life-saving benefactor, she has developed a favorable impression of him. However, this raises a question. Why hasn't Xiao Chun's mother shown an increase in affinity? Truly, a family of prodigies, as the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Offspring of parents with exceptional genes are unlikely to be mediocre. Xu Annian possesses an SSS-level talent, thus, might the future children of him and Qin Peiyao, Cheng Jinwen, also inherit no less than an S-level talent? If one were to follow the logic of surpassing the master, it makes me contemplate having several children. Xu Annian shook his head. The base lacks medical facilities and a comprehensive ecological system, making it impractical to consider parenthood for the time being. It is wiser to remain grounded and establish a firm foundation step by step. Retrieving his thoughts, he continued to examine Xiao Shi's talent. Multidimensional deduction? Predicting the course of events and deducing probabilities? It appears to be supportive in nature, yet the effectiveness is somewhat extraordinary. Xiao Shi's talent reminded Xu Annian of a television series he had watched in his previous life. He had forgotten the title of that show, only recalling a character who was a science prodigy, capable of orchestrating an accidental murder with just a pencil. Quite impressive. In contrast, Xiao Shi's talent leans towards the background. By integrating various objective and subjective factors to forecast events, she can deduce probabilities of different outcomes. In this process, she can circumvent certain external inducements, thereby significantly enhancing the success rate. For instance, if Xu Annian intends to scour for supplies in the western suburbs, Xiao Shi could calculate the most reasonable and safest course of action by considering known conditions such as weather, routes, combat strength, and numerical differences between both parties. This talent resembles that of a strategist. Sequence. It should pertain to mathematics, I suppose. Xiao Chen's mother possesses 2 capsule quotas, likely for recruiting talents in the mathematical domain. The son inherits the father's talent, while the daughter inherits the mother's. Well, it seems prudent to have more sons in the future. Xu Annian was only aware that Xiao Chen's mother had 2 capsule quotas, lacking clarity on the specific talent domain. Now, upon observing Xiao Shi's talent, he could make some conjectures. However, these remained mere speculations. Genetic inheritance. Having sons is no joke. Xu Annian was indifferent to whether he would have a son or a daughter. His sole requirement was that the child must be his own flesh and blood. The colors of the sequence potions were remarkably beautiful. Habitually, Xu Annian took out the sequence potion, his eyes gleaming with interest. The hue of this particular potion was distinctly different from the others. Qin Peiyao's biological sequence potion was a pale cyan, Cheng Jinwen's Valkyrie potion was a delicate rose, and Xiao Qin's 3-dimensional sequence potion was translucent. Each of these 3 distinct potions exhibited a singular color. In contrast, the sequence potion displayed a kaleidoscope of soft hues, evoking an air of mystery. Suddenly, a thud echoed ahead. Xu Annian stored the sequence potion in his spatial ring and looked up, only to see the little girl sprawled on the ground, her head down and her bottom raised high, an exceedingly ungraceful pose in unconsciousness. Woo-woo. Seeing the little master fall unexpectedly, Woo-woo the creature anxiously circled around. It tilted its head, scrutinizing Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao in turn, then dashed in front of Xu Annian, barking twice before turning to Cheng Jinwen, frantically gesturing. Unconscious? Qin Peiyao immediately grasped the situation. She hurried over, intending to lift the little girl onto the lower bunk. Wait a moment. Xu Annian called out to Qin Peiyao. He took out his phone, activated the camera function, and aimed it at the unseemly position of Cheng Jinwen, capturing a dozen photographs from various angles, along with a half-minute video, ensuring a comprehensive record. That should suffice. You truly are tedious, Qin Peiyao remarked, exasperated. She assisted the little girl, placing her on the lower bunk, removing her shoes and socks, and covering her with a blanket. Once everything was settled, Qin Peiyao recalled Xu Annian's behavior of taking photographs, her mind drifting to the details of their interactions, wondering if there were any embarrassing moments in their past. After contemplating for more than 10 minutes and confirming there were no incriminating secrets, she felt somewhat reassured. This man seemed to possess a rather peculiar hobby. Did you give her the sequence potion? Yes, we've been resting for several days. It's about time to take her to the western suburbs for some training. Consider it a rite of passage. Xu Annian did not hold a firm resolve to go to the western suburbs, with an abundance of ordinary food available. A trip there was merely to observe the crops. However, crops could be found in many places. It was not essential to go specifically to the western suburbs. He put away his phone and approached the bed to observe Cheng Jinwen's transformation process. The last time Qin Peiyao consumed a sequence potion, Xu Annian had gone to the living room to practice shooting, missing the metamorphosis entirely. This time, he sought to satisfy his curiosity. A rite of passage? Qin Peiyao did not find this inappropriate. Instead, she nodded in agreement. In the apocalypse, conscience was the most useless of things, and she supported Xu Annian in using extreme methods to facilitate Cheng Jinwen's rapid growth. Creak, crack. A series of subtle, dense sounds emerged. The two held their breath in unison, both fixated on the lower bunk. Was that a fracture? No, it must be the bones restructuring, increasing in density. The four-dimensional values of sequence organisms would be several times higher than those of ordinary individuals. This signifies that the tissues, such as bones and muscles, will also undergo transformations to accommodate greater strength. At this moment, Xu Annian began to comprehend why one might faint upon entering a sequence. The effects of the sequence potion resemble the relentless compression of bones, forcibly increasing their density. Who could withstand such a process without succumbing to unconsciousness? When she awakens, her strength may multiply several times over. While uncertain, it is likely she will surpass you by a margin. The Valkyrie belongs to the combat sequence, whereas the biological sequence leans towards support. There will undoubtedly be a disparity in their power values. Additionally, with Cheng Jinwen's talent rated at SS level, her foundational values will be even higher. That is reassuring. Qin Peiyao revealed a relaxed smile. Thus, there would be yet another ally by the man's side. Wu-Wu. Wu-Wu Ge glanced at the two, expressing confusion with a few low whimpers, then lay down quietly on the ground, accompanying Cheng Jinwen in serene silence. After a month, they have finally been released. It has not been an easy journey. Chapter 69, Transformation. In the early hours of the following day, shortly after 4, Cheng Jinwen found herself awakened by hunger once more. How long have I been asleep? She sat up, stretched her limbs, and gazed blankly out into the pitch darkness beyond the window for several seconds, only to notice a difference in the width of the car window. The upper bunk's window was scarcely more than half a meter high, making it impossible to see the outside clearly while seated. In contrast, the lower bunk's window extended all the way up, offering a splendid view. Did I sleep in the lower bunk last night? Right, where's Wu-Wu? Cheng Jinwen tossed aside her quilt and scrambled to the edge of the bed, searching for any sign of Wu-Wu. Now that she had officially become a member, she could finally perceive the expansive area of the base. It took her over a minute to inspect every corner, yet Wu-Wu was nowhere to be found, causing a pang of anxiety to surface within her. Just as she contemplated getting out of bed, a small figure darted into view at the front door steps. Rushing towards her, Wu-Wu. Did Wu-Wu guard the front door last night? Upon seeing that Wu-Wu was safe and sound, a radiant smile blossomed on Cheng Jinwen's face. She reached down to scoop up the little creature, cradling it in her arms, showering it with affection and cuddles. As she reveled in the warmth of Wu-Wu's fluffy fur, her anxious heart gradually began to ease. Why can't I hear the breathing of Uncle and Sister Yao? After indulging in a moment of tenderness, Cheng Jinwen noticed the unusual silence within the vehicle. In the past, upon waking, she was accustomed to seeing Sister Yu bustling about in the kitchen or hearing the steady rhythm of their breaths. However, the stillness enveloping the car now felt disconcerting. With a soft hiss, the storage compartment's sensor door slid open. Instinctively, Cheng Jinwen turned her gaze and beheld Uncle stepping out, brimming with vitality. Following him was Sister Yao, her face aglow with exuberance. The two appeared to have encountered some delightful news, their spirits high, and gentle smiles adorning their faces. Are you hungry? Qin Peiyao asked, gazing down at the little one with a serene smile. Knowing that Cheng Jinwen would not awaken anytime soon, she had indulged in a night of culinary delights. It was a splendid experience. The pot contained steamed buns, dumplings, and the pressure cooker was busy steaming cured meats. All she needed to do was brush her teeth and wash her face to enjoy a feast. With their experience of entering the sequence, Qin Peiyao and Xu Annian knew well that one often felt overwhelming hunger upon first awakening in the sequence. So they had prepared ample food to ensure the young girl received timely nourishment. Oh, thank you, Sister Yao. Cheng Jinwen placed Wu-Wu on the floor and hurriedly got up to freshen up. Yet, as she brushed her teeth, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. In her memory, her skin was a cool, fair hue, not this rosy complexion. Particularly her face, which had taken on a plump, baby-like quality. Have I become more adorable? Cheng Jinwen scratched her head in confusion, pondering the wondrous changes in her appearance. At barely 18, her skin and looks were at their peak, and the effects of the sequence potion should not have led to any significant transformation. Externally, it seemed as though her skin was simply more hydrated, and her spirit more vibrant. As for the fundamental attributes of her being, Cheng Jinwen, blissfully unaware, had yet to grasp the implications. System. Please check Cheng Jinwen's personal attributes, Xu Annian instructed the system in his mind. Ding, querying in progress. Official member, Cheng Jinwen, gender, female, age, 17. Attributes, strength 33, 36, agility 34, 39, stamina 32, 35. Spirit 36, 37, Affinity, 85, Talent Domain, Close Combat Art, SS, Sequence, Valkyrie Sequence, Initial Stage, Skills, Mastery and Claw Machine, 29,500, Beginner Farmer, 25,100. Intermediate in Battle Royale, 55,200. Items, none. Ding. The official member has become a sequence entity, rewarded with a pair of soft alloy gauntlets. The host's spatial ring expanded to 64 cubic meters. The member's spatial ring expanded to 4 cubic meters and 200 family points. What? Xu Annian's eyes widened. The girl's attributes were astonishingly close to his own upon entering the original sequence, nearly fourfold that of an ordinary person. Was the difference between SSS and SS levels negligible? No, that wasn't the case. The young one's attribute values were fixed. 4 times that of a normal individual was her limit, and further growth was impossible unless she broke into the growth stage. The disparity in talent levels meant that the enhancement of attribute values upon entering the sequence varied. However, Xu Annian's talent for mastery allowed him to elevate his individual limits. He could, through the characteristics of his talent, increase his already 3-fold above normal values to 5 times, and then advance into the growth stage. Xing Jinwen, however, could not. She was akin to Qin Peiyao. Upon entering the sequence, her attribute values were nearly at the pinnacle of the initial stage and would not continue to grow. Thus, Xu Annian's starting point in the growth stage was significantly higher than that of ordinary S or SS level sequence entities. Gradually, he would widen the gap. The further he progressed, the greater the divide would become, until he stood as a singular existence. I have already entered the growth stage of the original sequence. It won't be long before the advantage of my mastery talent manifests. Xu Annian was filled with vigor. In the early stages, the mastery talent was rather weak. Yet by a stroke of luck, he endured through the base's soft phase, slowly uncovering his exceptional talent. Soft alloy gauntlets. He retrieved the gloves gifted by the system. They were entirely transparent, soft to the touch, adapting to his hand size without hindering movement or sensation. Clang. He took a regular fruit knife to test the gauntlet's defensive capabilities. The resulting collision produced a crisp metallic sound. The blade of the fruit knife bore several nicks, while the gauntlets remained unscathed. Clang. Xu Annian donned the gauntlets again and swung the fruit knife down, feeling a slight sting. The fact that he could feel pain indicated that the sensation was intact, aligning with his expectations. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the kitchen as pots and bowls were overturned. Xing Jinwen's heart raced. Watching the pressure cooker lid fly off, sending a plate of dumplings tumbling, her mind went blank. What was happening? Sister Yao, I didn't mean to. Xing Jinwen, at a loss for words, explained, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. All she intended was to open the pressure cooker to serve herself a bowl of porridge, yet she did not exert any undue force. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the lid of the pressure cooker flew off. In contrast to the little girl's flustered state, Wu Gu was momentarily dazed by the feast that had descended from above. The food strewn across the ground intimidated him, yet it was his rightful claim. Without hesitation, he buried his head and devoured the offerings with fervor. One must swiftly acclimatize to the newfound strength of one's body. Qin Peiyao offered a gentle smile as she bent down to gather the scattered dishes. This was merely a residual effect of having recently become a sequence creature. She too had experienced some amusing incidents. Strength? Xing Jinwen gradually became aware of her transformation, her gaze brightening with realization. Her power was immense. She felt an urge to overpower Yao Jie, but no, Yao Jie was too kind. She couldn't bear to harm her. Perhaps uncle. No, she couldn't possibly match him. Well then, Wu Gu it is. She felt an overwhelming confidence that she could easily bring Wu Gu down. Chapter 70, Transforming the Base's Appearance. A brief expansion occurred. Xing Jinwen turned to the elder. Is this related to the drink you gave me yesterday? Indeed. Really? Xing Jinwen's eyes widened, her heart brimming with gratitude. Having just become a formal member, she was still unfamiliar with her privileges and the functionalities of the base. However, this did not diminish her understanding of the potion's worth. You are truly kind to me, uncle. Xing Jinwen pressed her lips together, her large eyes glistening with tears. The thought of the elder gifting her something so precious made her feel a pang in her heart. In this world, apart from her biological parents, only the elder and sister Yao showed her such unreserved affection. Ding, formal member Xing Jinwen's favorability level is 6. Would you like to promote her to core member? Has the favorability reached 91 points? Promote her. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Xu Annian smiled, his eyes narrowing with delight. He reached out to pinch the young girl's tender cheek, gently wiping away her tears, feigning anger. So now you realize how good I am to you? No, I mean, don't be so formal. Xu Annian interrupted her, stammering with a smile. He removed his soft metal gloves and handed them to her. These gloves can protect against ordinary blades. From now on, wear them when you go out, understand? Thank you, uncle. Chung Jinwen rubbed her slightly sore cheek, revealing her two little tiger teeth as she accepted the gloves and donned them. The gloves immediately conformed to the size of her fingers, fitting snugly and appearing almost transparent, making it seem as if she were not wearing anything at all. Ding, promotion successful. Congratulations to the host for recruiting a core member. The host's spatial ring has expanded to 128 cubic meters, while the member's spatial ring has expanded to 8 cubic meters, awarding 2,000 family points. Is the limit for the member's spatial ring only 8 cubic meters? Xu Annian furrowed his brow slightly. He had previously felt that Qin Peiyao's spatial ring was too small to hold much after raiding a convenience store. Now, with Qing Jinwen, who possessed an SS-level talent, becoming a core member, it seemed somewhat inadequate for her dedicated spatial ring. It must be that the unlocking conditions have not been met, he reassured himself. The attack mode requires 5 formal members to unlock, and perhaps the member's spatial ring has similar hidden conditions. Dismissing further thoughts, he retrieved the spatial ring designated for the young girl. This is a spatial ring. Wear it on your hand and let's familiarize ourselves with it. A spatial ring? Qing Jinwen's curiosity was piqued. She removed the soft metal gloves and took the stone ring, initially aiming to place the spatial ring on her ring finger. She hesitated upon noticing the same ring on Sister Yao's finger and reluctantly opted for her middle finger instead. Little Yao, Qin Peiyao, being perceptive, noticed the change in the young girl's expression and felt quite pleased. She did not seek to flaunt her abilities, but the feeling of being respected was quite delightful. Taking 2 steps forward, I gently removed the ring from Chung Jinwen's finger and placed it upon my own. Once you finish your meal, proceed to the training room in the storage area for practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Understood? Thank you, Sister Yao. Chung Jinwen replied, embracing her warmly, content to lean against her. Her affinity for Qin Peiyao was notably high, scoring a solid 90 points. Slightly less than her admiration for Xu Annian. Hurry up and eat, Xu Annian said, taking a serious seat at the dining table. In a few days, we shall venture to the western suburbs to scavenge for supplies. You must be prepared, both in practice and mentally. This young girl had already become a sequence being, capable of self-defense, and as a genuine combat sequence, she could certainly join us in action. After all, it wouldn't be due to have the biological nutritionist Qin Peiyao continually fighting at the front lines. I will eat right away. Chung Jinwen felt a weight in her heart upon hearing this. Departing from Sister Yao's embrace, she set aside playtime with Wu Wu and turned to her meal. The food prepared by Qin Peiyao was ample, though its flavor was slightly lackluster. Before long, she had eaten her fill. Uncle, Sister Yao, I'm heading into practice now, she announced to them before stepping into the storage area. This was her first time entering, and she curiously observed the layout. The benches that once lined the aisles had been replaced by 2 rows of 4-tiered storage racks, stocked with essential items like rice, flour, and seasonings. Venturing deeper, a right turn led to an expanded space, the training room where Uncle usually practiced. The room lacked windows, illuminated only by a single incandescent bulb. Under its bright glow, Qing Jinwen noticed a resting chair in one corner, along with a stone weighing around 100 pounds, devoid of any additional facilities. The chair had a peculiar design. The footrest seemed rather high, and the angle was quite pronounced. Sitting was comfortable, but the footrest, if one did not place their feet upon it, the overall experience was quite pleasant. Chung Jinwen sat on the chair for a moment before deciding not to waste time, picking up the stone from the ground to begin her workout. In truth, mastering and controlling one's strength was not particularly difficult. It merely required practice. Do you truly intend to let Xiaoan join the operation? At the dining table, Qin Peiyao was enjoying her breakfast while gazing at the snowy landscape outside. The table was positioned by the window, offering a perfect view of the winter scenery. The relentless snowfall over the past few days had accumulated to several centimeters. The only silver lining was the gloomy weather, devoid of sunlight, which alleviated their concerns about snow blindness. Indeed, that girl possesses a talent for combat, Xu Annian affirmed. Taking a bite of steamed bun and a sip of congee is tone resolute. Despite her introverted nature, prone to nervousness and speaking softly, when it came to combat aptitude, Qing Jinwen surpassed the other two. If we have free time this morning, shall I take you to build a snowman? Build a snowman? Qin Peiyao's eyes lit up, momentarily forgetting her concerns for the young girl as she quickened her pace in eating. This was a matter that the two had agreed upon well in advance. After finishing their meal and donning warm clothing, they exited the vehicle in search of a place to revel in the snow. You start building, and I shall modify the appearance of our base, Xu Annian declared. His purpose for disembarking was not solely to accompany the woman in constructing a snowman. He also intended to embellish the exterior of the bus. The original appearance was too conspicuous, easily attracting the attention of other survivors. Consequently, Xu Annian meticulously scraped away portions of the paint on the vehicle's frame, transforming it into a weathered and rusted visage, one that would inspire disdain at first glance. Additionally, he installed a curtain over the windows for further concealment. During the day, the tinting feature would be disabled, allowing the curtain to shield against prying eyes, while at night, the tinting would be reinstated to prevent any unwelcome observations. This may have seemed somewhat excessive, yet it effectively diminished the likelihood of attracting the covetous gaze of other survivors, thus alleviating potential troubles. One must weigh the benefits against the losses. Chapter 71, Journey to the Suburbs. It was just past noon when Qin Peiyao, brimming with enthusiasm, constructed dozens of snowmen. She selected 2 of her most satisfying creations, adorned them with scarves and ski hats, and with a beaming smile, beckoned her companion to join her for a photograph. Woof. Wu-Wu, her dog, also disembarked. After more than a day together, it had lowered its guard significantly around the 2 of them, joyfully assisting Qin Peiyao in building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights. The only imperfection in their frolic was Wu-Wu's failed attempt to mark the snowmen. Though it had intended to, Qin Peiyao caught on, swiftly seizing Wu-Wu by the scruff and tossing it into the thick blanket of snow. It struggled to emerge from the depths, shivering from the cold. Retreating to their base, it lay at the entrance, watching the 2 play with eager eyes. "You're not allowed to hide," Qin Peiyao exclaimed, glaring at her companion. Her attributes revealed that only her mental acuity approached 50 points, while the others hovered around 3 times that of an average person. In contrast, Xu Annian's attributes reached 5 times the norm, rendering their snowball fights overwhelmingly one-sided, depriving her of any real enjoyment. To make matters worse, he showed no mercy, launching large snowballs at her with abandon, and even buried her beneath a mound of snow. "I'm freezing." "Fine, I won't hide," Xu Annian replied with a resigned expression, spreading his arms in surrender. He allowed Qin Peiyao to tug at his collar and stuff a snowball the size of her fist into his shirt in a playful act of retaliation. The icy snowball quickly melted against his body, robbing him of warmth as the water trickled down his skin, sending shivers coursing through him. Unfazed, he approached Qin Peiyao and affectionately pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Are you happy now?" "Humph." Qin Peiyao raised her chin, her stunning face illuminated by an unmistakable smile. She clapped her hands to shake off the snow and retrieved her phone to activate the camera. "Come, let us take a picture. You stand in front, otherwise my face will look larger. Let us change poses for a couple more. You can hug me from behind, face to face. No blowing air, that tickles." After more than half an hour of capturing their moments together, both felt a sense of fulfillment as they walked hand in hand toward their base. Inside the vehicle, Wu-Wu stood on the steps at the front, wagging its tail in welcome. "I'll drive. You should change your clothes," Qin Peiyao said, removing her coat and ski hat, shaking off the snowflakes before hanging them on a rack. She then moved to the driver's seat to start the vehicle, preparing to head to the suburbs. Clang, clang. A noticeable noise erupted, reminiscent of a tractor's engine starting, suggesting there might be a problem. However, the interior of the car remained steady, devoid of any jostling. "Did you modify the engine?" Qin Peiyao inquired, perplexed. How could that be? Xu Annian, standing in front of the wardrobe, slipped into a clean undershirt and, holding 2 cups of hand-brewed coffee, approached the driver's seat, placing 1 cup in the holder. "It's just a sound I made intentionally, a ruse to obscure the details. If only the exterior is altered to appear dilapidated, the engine and other components within the vehicle may also attract attention." Quite subtle indeed. Qin Peiyao took a sip of her coffee. Xu Annian raised an eyebrow. Did that statement carry a hint of ambiguity? He turned to scrutinize Qin Peiyao's delicate profile, and seeing her expression unchanged, he dismissed the thought, standing quietly behind the driver's seat. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 returned to the main road leading to the western suburbs. This route seemed frequently traversed, with little accumulation of snow on the surface, and the tracks of tires were quite evident. Ahead, 3 sedans appeared. Should we follow them? They had yet to reach the auto repair shop when 3 slowly moving cars came into view. Xu Annian pondered for a moment, setting down his coffee and leaning forward to observe the vehicles ahead. The 2 cars behind were closely spaced, while the one in front was at a distance, leaving uncertainty about whether they were part of a group. "Let us follow, but not too closely." After some contemplation, he resolved to tail them for information. In these times, the city had undoubtedly faced water and power shortages, and survivors in the urban area were continuously fleeing, converging towards resource-rich regions. With several groups heading to the western suburbs simultaneously, it would likely not raise suspicion. All right, Qin Peiyao slightly accelerated, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. The bus's wheels possessed efficient anti-skid capabilities, allowing for sudden stops or reversals without concern for being encircled. Those individuals are armed. After more than half an hour of crawling along, they returned to the previously blocked section of the road. Perhaps due to the influx of people heading to the western suburbs, the group no longer hid, standing openly by the roadside. To Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao's astonishment, these individuals were armed. Homemade shotguns. Such crude firearms lacked magazines and could only chamber one round at a time. Reloading after each shot was a cumbersome process, taking at least 5 to 6 seconds. Their effective range was also limited, approximately 20 meters. What should we do? Qin Peiyao turned to the man, her brow furrowed with concern. Facing armed survivors, even with rudimentary firearms, she was unwilling to take risks. After all, the base lacked any medical equipment for treating gunshot wounds. Once hit, it would be akin to a death sentence. Let us first ascertain their reason for blocking the road. Then we can retreat to the repair shop to discuss a concrete plan. Xu Annian's expression remained calm. The base could withstand rifle fire from within 10 meters. The homemade guns posed no threat to those inside the vehicle. Moreover, among the 5 visible members of the roadblock, only one was armed, while the others were still equipped with various melee weapons. This meant that the only real threat to Xu Annian was that one individual. If taken by surprise, Xu Annian was confident he could end the man's life before he could fire a shot. However, considering the uncertainty of the group's layout and the potential presence of another armed individual lurking in the shadows, Xu Annian opted against taking risks, choosing instead to remain in the car to gather intelligence. For now, he was not swifter than a bullet. All right. Qin Peiyao responded quietly, falling silent as she observed intently. Stop the car. Ahead, a man wielding an axe raised his hand to halt the vehicle. The owner of the black sedan applied the brakes early, bringing the car to a stop approximately 5 meters away. He rolled down the window and leaned out, greeting warmly, Brother Hu, are you on gate duty today? Oh, you know me? The man, referred to as Brother Hu, expressed mild surprise. Indeed, I became acquainted with you a few days ago, replied the man in the driver's seat, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. On the day the city experienced a power outage, he had driven here once to ascertain that the gang controlling the western suburbs would not resort to total annihilation, seizing the supplies he had brought along. He then ventured out to gather his family for survival in the western suburbs. Then you are aware of the rules? Of course. The man retreated into the car, retrieving a half-filled barrel of diesel that had been prepared in advance, and extended it outward. Brother Hu, this is the entrance fee for 2. Chapter 72, A Rare Curiosity. The gathering place in the western suburbs differs significantly from ordinary assembly points. For external survivors wishing to enter the gathering area in the western suburbs, they must pay a designated fee in materials based on their numbers, primarily in gasoline or diesel. The entry fee for an individual is 1 liter of diesel or 2 liters of gasoline. The owner of the black sedan held a 5-liter mineral water bottle, which contained just over 2 liters of diesel, precisely enough to cover the entrance fee for himself and the woman in the passenger seat. Lin Hu stepped forward to accept the diesel, taking the opportunity to glance inside the car. Upon catching sight of the young woman in the passenger seat, his eyes instantly brightened. Is this your wife? He inquired. You are quite fortunate, he remarked, licking his lips in a greedy manner. He then smiled and turned his gaze away, unscrewing the cap to sniff the contents. Detecting a faint odor of diesel, he nodded and stepped aside, signaling to his subordinates to allow the black sedan to pass. Thank you, Brother Hu. The owner of the black sedan expressed gratefully as they drove past Lin Hu. Meanwhile, the woman in the passenger seat wore a somewhat displeased expression. She sensed Lin Hu's lascivious gaze, however. Due to her reliance on her companion and trust in the driver, she refrained from voicing her discomfort, dismissing it as her own oversensitivity. The black sedan proceeded onward, followed by the 2 vehicles ahead. This time, the new arrivals, unfamiliar with the rules, prompted Lin Hu to loudly clarify the regulations through the howling wind and snow before he retreated to a nearby shelter to warm himself. Newcomers typically do not prepare the entry fees in advance, with the temperature plummeting to over 20 degrees below zero and fierce winds accompanied by heavy snowfall. He was not about to wait foolishly for them to decide. Did you catch what he just said? No, came the reply from Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao, who had rolled down the window of the driver's seat but could hardly hear the sounds ahead due to the roaring wind, even from less than 10 meters away. The specifics of the conversation remained indistinct. However, shortly thereafter, someone from the front vehicle exited. One individual carried 2 mineral water bottles, approaching the fuel inlet to siphon gasoline from the tank, while another walked toward the rear vehicle to converse with those inside. Their voices were loud enough for Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao to grasp some of the content. Toll fee. They want gasoline instead of food? Xu Annian moved to the front door to observe the situation ahead. The individuals stationed at the roadblock were huddled around a makeshift tent with an iron oil drum, attempting to stave off the cold. Previously, from a distance, he could not discern the roadside scenario. As the black sedan departed, the bus advanced a few meters, revealing makeshift shelters with iron drum bonfires on either side of the road just a few meters ahead. I'll get out and ask, Xu Annian decided, noting that at this distance, the threat from a crude firearm was minimal. He tore open a pack of cigarettes, taking 2 with him as he disembarked. Hey, buddy, he called out. Huh? The man outside, aware of the dilapidated bus trailing behind, was not surprised by the voice. However, upon lifting his gaze to see Xu Annian's face, he inwardly exclaimed in shock. The apocalypse has loomed for nearly a month. Who among them is not covered in dirt and struggling to survive in misery? Days of hunger and sleeplessness have rendered them spiritless, their faces pale and their eyes bloodshot. Clad in thick, heavy winter clothing, they appear utterly dejected, akin to scavengers. Yet, the man before them walks with a steady gait, exuding vitality and sporting a rosy complexion. He bears no semblance of a fugitive. The most striking aspect is, good sir, do you truly not feel the cold, venturing out without a scarf or hat? Just the sight of him sends a chill down Xu Annian's spine, compelling him to shiver and draw his coat tighter. The occupants of the vehicle, peering through the window, instinctively draw back their necks. Xu Annian, uncertain of the man's intentions, produces 2 packs of cigarettes, offering them with a smile. He inquires about the situation ahead. I don't know, the man, his cheeks flushed from the cold, has ice forming on his upper lip, and he impatiently waves Xu Annian off. However, upon noticing the unopened cigarette packs in Xu Annian's hand, his demeanor shifts instantly. Cigarettes and alcohol are rare commodities, regardless of one's addiction. Possessing cigarettes invariably eases negotiations. They mention that to enter the western suburbs, a toll must be paid, calculated per individual. Each person is charged 2 liters of gasoline or 1 liter of diesel. And after traveling a few kilometers, someone will receive them and provide safe lodging. The man's expression softens slightly. He accepts one of the cigarette packs and shares it with his companions in the vehicle. What about food? Xu Annian inquires. We can trade for supplies. They don't forcibly confiscate food, so we can enjoy our little fortune, the man replies lightly. What can we trade? I don't know. You should ask them up ahead. The man tucks the remaining cigarette pack into his pocket, turns to greet his companions in the vehicle, and, shrugging, heads off to pay the toll. Yet, out of consideration for the 2 packs of cigarettes, he glances back and shouts, they won't check your vehicle. If you have any issues, just ask them directly. Not checking? Xu Annian watches the man's retreating figure, choosing not to follow. He turns back to the base, retrieves a 5-liter water bottle, and fills it to the brim. The absence of vehicle inspections and the non-collection of food tolls suggest that the gathering place in the western suburbs is more prosperous than he had anticipated. I'll take the wheel, he declares. After securing the gasoline, Xu Annian places the water bottle beside the driver's seat, swaps positions with Qin Peiyao, and waits for the 2 vehicles ahead to proceed. Soon, the vehicles in sight begin to accelerate gradually. Don't show your face for a while. Understood. Xu Annian maneuvers the bus to a halt beside a roadside shed. The man with the makeshift firearm, leisurely smoking a freshly acquired cigarette, strolls over to the side of the bus driver's seat. 2 figures stand there. Xu Annian rolls down the window, extending the pre-filled gasoline towards them while scrutinizing the individuals gathered by the roadside, warming themselves by the fire. The faces of the individuals were cracked from the cold, yet their spirits remained high. Occasionally, they would use tongs to extract sweet potatoes or taro from the fire to satiate their hunger, consuming every morsel with meticulous care, even gnawing at the peels. Ah, roasted sweet potatoes. It had been ages since he last savored them. Xu Annian mused that the young girl might enjoy such a treat. Brothers, how do you barter for food? Lin Hu remained silent, accepting the gasoline while instinctively surveying the interior of the vehicle. Noticing Qin Peiyao's back turned towards him, he refrained from further thought and redirected his gaze to Xu Annian. Are you interested in exchanging food? Indeed. 10 liters of gasoline or 5 liters of diesel for 1 kilogram of staple food. Would you like to proceed? Upon hearing the price, Xu Annian fell into silence. Typically, a small car's fuel tank holds around 50 liters, just shy of 60. They were asking for 10 liters of gasoline in exchange for a mere kilogram of sweet potatoes? How much could 1 kilogram of sweet potatoes possibly cost? A slightly larger sweet potato would weigh nearly a kilogram on its own. It was utterly unaffordable. These individuals appeared to offer a lifeline, but in reality, they were compelling other survivors to gather fuel at an exceedingly minimal cost. Chapter 73. It is quite challenging to accomplish tasks under such circumstances. As temperatures continue to plummet, the environment becomes increasingly inhospitable for crop cultivation, rendering food supplies severely limited. On the surface, the western suburbs appear to have an abundance of staple foods. However, this perception is relative. Today, a single pound of staple food commands the price of 10 liters of gasoline. Tomorrow, it may escalate to 15 or even 20 liters. Lin Hu offered a cautionary note, suggesting that if the current trend persists, food will become increasingly scarce and exorbitantly priced, potentially leading to a situation where it exists only at an unattainable cost. If one adopts a wait-and-see attitude, regret is certain to follow. Xu Annian cast a glance at the pack of cigarettes in Lin Hu's hand, remaining silent. Noticing Xu Annian's reticence, Lin Hu let out a derisive laugh. He glanced into the vehicle, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Naturally, if you find yourselves utterly devoid of food, there are alternative means of exchange available, you understand? From this vantage point, Qin Peiyao's face was obscured, revealing only her fair neck. Yet, as the saying goes, a fair complexion can conceal a multitude of flaws. A woman with such porcelain skin is always worthy of anticipation. All right, drive forward for 5 or 6 kilometers. Someone will inform you of the next steps. Lin Hu rapped on the car door, clutching the gasoline as he strode toward the roadside greenhouse. He handed the gasoline to one of his subordinates, who rubbed his hands together and stood by a fire barrel for warmth. The subordinate then carried the gasoline into a self-constructed building. Inside the building, a medium-sized truck was parked. Its cab faced inward, while the cargo area was oriented outward, the doors left ajar. A glance revealed a plethora of filled petrol and diesel containers, nearly overflowing the entire cargo hold. What could they possibly need such an abundance of gasoline for? Xu Annian pondered, withdrawing his gaze as they passed the self-constructed building. After driving a short distance, the number of self-constructed buildings on either side began to dwindle, replaced by expansive farmlands blanketed in pristine white snow. The bus was not moving swiftly. Half an hour elapsed before the outline of an open-air parking lot appeared ahead. With dozens of vehicles scattered about, many of them buried beneath a thick layer of snow, their wheels submerged. Drive in. Keep going. At the entrance of the open-air parking lot, 2 men wrapped in colorful cotton quilts and wearing winter hats stood on either side, gesturing emphatically to direct arriving vehicles. Following their instructions, the bus maneuvered into a parking spot on the right. Go a little further in. The man managing the right parking area shouted towards the bus, waving his arms to signal it to park deeper. However, Xu Annian paid him no heed. The parking lot had been treated with cold water to solidify the snow, forming a precarious icy surface. Beneath this ice lay former rice paddies. With a limited weight-bearing capacity, venturing further could risk collapse. And he was unwilling to take such a chance. What on earth is wrong with you? Are you deaf? I told you to move further in. Can you not hear? The man cursed as he approached. Xu Annian said nothing further, rolling down the window to offer a pack of cigarettes. Of the 2 preceding vehicles, Lin Hu had only collected from the first. The latter had exchanged cigarettes for gasoline. This revelation illuminated for him that cigarettes, too, could serve as a form of currency. No, your vehicle is a large one, positioned too far forward, making it difficult for the cars behind to maneuver. Another pack of cigarettes is handed over. The man's voice pauses once more. He feels that the bus is not particularly large, and its presence outside does not seem to cause any inconvenience. However, the bus driver's behavior appears somewhat disrespectful. It is as if no one has ever smoked before, and he feels compelled to educate him. You are fortunate today to encounter me as your guardian. Had it been someone else overseeing this, you... TSK. Can't you let me finish my sentence? The man's tone is laden with melancholy. This manner of conduct makes it exceedingly challenging for him to focus on his duties. Yet, upon glancing at the 3 packs of cigarettes, the look of melancholy on his face vanishes instantly as he readily accepts them. Very well, you may leave your vehicle here. I shall ensure its safety, and no one will dare to touch it. Within the confines of this gathering, cigarettes and alcohol serve as hard currency. They can barter cigarettes for any resources, including, but not limited to, the women of other members, food, but only among the members of the gathering. Outsiders like Xu Annian can only use cigarettes and alcohol to establish rapport, contingent upon the mood of the recipient. Should they encounter someone in a foul temper, their efforts would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. Whatever is offered, they would receive in return. You may disembark and walk 200 meters along the road. Accommodations have been arranged. Observing another vehicle approaching from behind, the man hastily remarks before returning to the roadside to direct the incoming cars. Xu Annian watches the man's retreating figure, reflecting on the seemingly ample food reserves in the western suburbs. Cigarettes and alcohol are not necessities. While those who have resolved their basic needs may seek higher pursuits, other survivors prefer tangible sustenance. The indifference displayed by the man regarding food is telling. This is quite agreeable. Xu Annian gathers his thoughts and strides toward the storage area. I shall accompany Sister Yao outside. Keep an eye on the house. Upon entering the storage area, he informs Cheng Jinwen, then approaches the wardrobe, retrieving a warm hat from the hanger and donning it. He also wraps a light scarf around Qin Peiyao, covering half of her delicate face and concealing her flawless features, a beauty that could spell disaster. With Qin Peiyao's figure and appearance, stepping outside unadorned would undoubtedly invite unwelcome gazes. To avert unnecessary trouble, Xu Annian chooses to cover her thoroughly, revealing only her captivating eyes. Indeed, even her eyes are exquisite. How shameless. Qin Peiyao shoots a flirtatious glare at the man before humming an unfamiliar tune, cheerfully retrieving their essentials. The spatial ring must remain concealed. The weapon they openly carry is the confiscated machete. Let us proceed and see what this gathering has to offer. Agreed. The two, each wielding a machete, walk confidently toward the roadside. The man in charge of directing traffic has been secretly observing the bus. Seeing the two depart, a smile spreads across his face. One should not flaunt their wealth in these times. It is a foolish endeavor. TSK, allow me to impart a lesson to you. The man revels in his secret delight. Approaching the front door of the bus, he retrieved the legendary sword of physics concealed within his blanket and positioned it against the crevice of the door, attempting to pry it open. This type of door could be accessed with merely a slight opening. What was amiss? Why was he unable to force it open? After struggling for several minutes, the man's hands, reddened from the cold, could not locate the seam of the door. This was utterly perplexing. Damn it. He had no choice but to break the window. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. He wedged the crowbar between his legs and vigorously rubbed his hands together to warm them, and once he deemed them sufficiently heated, he grasped the crowbar, ready to strike the window. Just as he lifted his gaze to aim at the glass, his eyes met a pair of dark, listening orbs staring intently at him from within the bus. Good heavens! The man was startled into retreat, landing unceremoniously on the ground, the crowbar slipping from his grasp. Peering closer, he realized that in the lower right corner of the window curtain lay a dog, a diminutive rural dog. Had he truly been startled by a small puppy? Chapter 74. Little fists pounding on your chest. I shall consume lemons. Watch as I enter and flay your skin. Enraged and humiliated, the man rose abruptly, bending down to retrieve a crowbar buried in the snow. With a fierce swing, he struck the car window. Bang! The window remained unyielding. Instead, the force of his blows sent the crowbar flying from his grasp, leaving him wincing in pain. Cradling his hand and blowing on it to alleviate the discomfort. After a moment of recovery, he sought to vent his frustration on the dog within the vehicle, only to discover that the little pup had fled in terror. What kind of glass is this? It cannot be shattered. Unable to locate the dog, the man lowered his gaze to find the dislodged crowbar, ready to unleash his anger upon the car window once more. Rubbing his hands together for warmth, his eyes fixated on the top right corner of the vehicle, he vaguely recalled that while riding on the bus, there had been a fragile red dot indicator at that very spot. Striking it there would surely result in shattering. Suddenly, with an abrupt halt, the man's intention to smash the window was stifled. The reason was simple. The curtain of the car window had been drawn back, revealing a delicate young girl within. Her large, doe-like eyes sparkled with clarity and innocence, accentuated by long, graceful lashes, rendering her utterly captivating. Particularly striking were her rosy, soft lips and her fair, sweet visage, exuding an aura of gentleness that evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Why you? Stay away. Cheng Jiwen exclaimed nervously, her big eyes darting as she issued her warning. The uncle and sister Yao had just stepped out and would not return for a while, with a stranger causing trouble. She was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. Is someone there? The man stared at Cheng Jinwen's fair face for a prolonged moment before gradually regaining his senses, feeling a mix of surprise and relief. What a stroke of luck. Such a tender young girl left alone in the car. Wasn't he that an open invitation for him? A greedy expression spread across his face as his gaze burned with desire. Little sister, will you open the door for me to come in, or shall I break the window to enter? Why you dare smash the window? I will hit you. Cheng Jin brandished her tiny fist, waving it defiantly. The bus, having undergone some modifications, appeared somewhat shabby. In the daytime, windows lacked tinting, relying instead on curtains to obscure the outside view. It emanated an aura of cheapness. However, the bus's defensive capabilities had not diminished. Regardless of whether the man wielded a crowbar or a heavy hammer, he would not be able to break the window. Yet, the inability to shatter it did not imply he could not attempt it. Cheng Jiwen was resolute in her determination to protect her new home. With a swift gesture, she pointed at the man outside and shouted, "Woo-woo brother, bite him." A woo. Woo-woo brother crouched at the edge of the window, growling fiercely, baring his teeth. His short front limbs flailed at the air, displaying no fear whatsoever. The man stood dumbfounded for a few seconds, then erupted into laughter, doubling over as tears streamed from his eyes. Ha ha, you want a weaned pup to bite me? Ha ha ha, that is just adorable. Since joining the gathering in the western suburbs, he had witnessed no less than 20 murder scenes and participated in several. His emotions evolved from fear and dread to a certain habituation, even bordering on numbness. He was no longer the law-abiding citizen he once was. The chasm between having taken a life and remaining innocent was insurmountable. In the man's eyes, the delicate young girl before him was merely a sheltered blossom. Untouched by the harshness of reality, a slight intimidation would render her obedient, emblematic of a typical soft target. "I won't make things difficult for you if you comply," he warned. "Otherwise, when I come for you." His voice trailed off, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "I shall break your hands as easily as one snaps sugarcane." Crack, he mimicked, indicating how her arm would splinter in two. "Then, I shall shatter your legs, allowing you to witness the slaughter of that beast before your very eyes." The man's words painted vivid images in Cheng Jinwen's mind, draining the color from her face. Sugarcane, she glanced at her slender forearm, realizing it was not much thicker than the cane itself. If he were to snap it, it would indeed break. "Why, you can't break my arm." Cheng Jinwen trembled slightly. The man outside towered over her, nearly 6 feet tall, his face covered in stubble, eyes bloodshot with a predatory ferocity. She had no doubt that if he laid a hand on her, her arm would be brutally fractured. "Open the door," he bellowed, slamming a crowbar against the car with tremendous force. The impact resonated powerfully, yet his right hand, concealed behind him, throbbed with pain, his face twitching involuntarily. "How dare you strike my home?" Cheng Jinwen remained tense, but the shock of his threat ignited a rebellious spark within her. In a moment of heated impulse, she flung open the car door and stepped out, shutting it firmly behind her. The man fixated his gaze on the girl emerging from the vehicle, an instinctive movement in his throat revealing his interest. Clad in a pink athletic ensemble that accentuated her figure, her high ponytail swayed enticingly as she moved, exuding an air of youthful innocence. Young, beautiful, and radiant, no man could resist such a lure. As the saying goes, men are perpetually enamored with 18-year-old girls. Who could refuse a stunning maiden, as ethereal as the moonlight? Woof, woof. The little dog, sensing its owner's fear and anger, charged at the man, sinking its teeth into his calf in a desperate attempt to defend. "Huh?" The man looked down. Clad in layers of clothing, the dog's bite barely penetrated. With a mere flick of his leg, he sent the dog sprawling several feet away. "Woo-woo." Cheng Jinwen's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to see the man clenching his fists. "You dare to harm Woo-woo? I'll smash you." Chuckling derisively, the man regarded the approaching girl, her tiny fist raised in defiance, unimpressed by her bravado. What can a diminutive figure of 1.60 meters accomplish? Perhaps leap to strike at his knees? Even standing still, this little girl could hardly inflict pain upon him. Alternatively, if he stood with arms outstretched, he could envelop her in an embrace reminiscent of star-crossed lovers, as if inviting her into his arms. At that moment, he could do as he pleased. Bam! A searing pain erupted in his abdomen as an immense force struck him. The smile on the man's face froze instantaneously, and his body was uncontrollably hurled backward. He tumbled across the icy surface, rolling several times before skidding a few meters and colliding with a car that had been parked for days, finally coming to rest, half buried beneath the snow that had accumulated atop the vehicle. Hiss! The man bent over, his face flushed. His abdomen felt as though it had been struck by a car traveling at 80 kilometers per hour, rendering him breathless, with a growing sensation of suffocation creeping upon him. What on earth just transpired? His mind was in disarray. The seemingly fragile girl, who appeared as if a mere punch would send her into tears, had rendered him speechless. His eyelids grew heavier, and his consciousness began to blur. Oh! Cheng Jinwen's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her first experience striking someone, devoid of skill or technique, yet she had exerted herself with great force. The result? She had seemingly made her opponent vanish into thin air. Where had he gone? Chapter 75. We are truly impressive. In an open-air parking lot, a distinct skid mark stretched towards a nearby sedan. Cheng Jinwen looked up, following the trace, and beheld Wu Wu Gu fervently tearing at Lin Xuanhao's clothing. Earlier, Wu Wu Gu had been sent flying several meters by a kick from Lin Xuanhao. Although the attack appeared merciless, it had not inflicted internal harm. Being knocked aside was not the same as being kicked away. With a layer of snow to cushion the fall, Wu Wu Gu emerged unscathed. Wu Wu Gu, step aside. Allow me to teach him a lesson. Cheng Jinwen jogged over, gently pushing Wu Wu Gu aside. As she gazed at the unconscious Lin Xuanhao, an inexplicable sensation welled up within her. It was as if she possessed a clear understanding of his physical vulnerabilities, knowing precisely how to incapacitate him and where to strike to produce certain outcomes, even through several layers of thick clothing. That was how her previous punch had been delivered. Curiosity tinged with trepidation enveloped her as she crouched down, fingers poised together, targeting Lin Xuanhao's face. She refrained from exerting her full strength, instead aligning with that strange intuition, tempering her force. Smack! A resounding slap echoed. The next moment, Lin Xuanhao's eyes fluttered open, bleary and bewildered as he gazed at the unfamiliar young girl before him, mouth agape as if to utter a few words. Where am I? Who are you? Bang. As Lin Xuanhao regained consciousness, Cheng Jinwen's reflexes outpaced her thoughts, instinctively delivering a right hook aimed at his chin. With a punch of moderate force, Lin Xuanhao's barely open eyes promptly shut again, plunging him back into an infantile slumber. Wow, Wu Gu, we are so impressive. Cheng Jinwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The outcome was astonishing. The disparity in physique no longer instilled fear within her. She had become aware of her own strength and the ability to discern her opponent's weaknesses, all thanks to the effects of the potion she had consumed. If she could fully harness this transformation, she and Wu Gu could take on 10 of such burly men. What woof? Do you think I'm impressive too? Woof woof. How did you know I knocked out a sturdy man standing at 1.85 meters? Woof. Then let us try it a few more times. Cheng Jinwen was elated. She dragged Lin Xuanhao towards the bus, propping him against the wheel in a half-reclining position for ease of awakening. After all, Sister Yao had mentioned that opportunities for practice were exceedingly rare. She needed to test her abilities. Let the testing commence. After all, Lin Xuanhao had smashed her family's window with a crowbar. Smack. Who are you? Where am I? You. Bang. Smack. Wait a. Bang. After repeating the experiment numerous times, Cheng Jinwen's excited face flushed with exhilaration. She had devised 10 different methods for treating insomnia and awakening, her technique growing increasingly adept. Now, she could effortlessly send an adult into slumber in an instant. Except for the attempts on fatal weaknesses and dangerous areas like joints and bones, the only remaining option was to inflict excruciating pain, enough to render one unconscious. Such strikes would elicit piercing screams from Lin Xuanhao, drawing the attention of other survivors. Before Uncle and Sister Yao returned, Cheng Jinwen, concerned about attracting greater trouble, refrained from acting recklessly. A sharp slap jolted Lin Xuanhao awake. Without waiting for him to speak, Cheng Jinwen leaned down, her voice laced with nervousness. You mustn't scream, or I might hit you again. Lin Xuanhao's eyes were filled with terror as he pressed his hands tightly over his mouth, nodding vigorously. Thanks to the weather, his cheeks were not excessively swollen, but the pain was undeniably real. He had no desire to experience those peculiar methods of inducing sleep any longer. Cheng Jinwen let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Lin Xuanhao would be defiant and uncooperative, but to her surprise, he was compliant. However, she was uncertain about what to do next. The bus was parked close to the roadside, and as the parking lot attendant, Lin Xuanhao's prolonged absence would raise suspicions, making it impossible to silence him permanently or dispose of the body. Oh dear, what should I do? Cheng Jinwen fretted, scratching her head. She was not adept at taking bold yet meticulous actions. Her father had a saying, beautiful women are meant to be admired, not utilized. And her intellect, she believed, was the most exquisite decoration in the world. Could you possibly do me a favor? A favor? Lin Xuanhao echoed. Yes. Could you help me think of a reason not to hit you? Cheng Jinwen crouched down, looking at him with hopeful anticipation. To express her sincerity, a charming smile graced her delicate face. You want me to help you think of a reason not to hit me? Lin Xuanhao's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, the 2 small canine teeth revealed by her smile were anything but endearing. Indeed, Cheng Jinwen affirmed with a nod. Then timidly inquired, is that possible? I suppose. Lin Xuanhao swallowed hard, his expression a mix of incredulity and reluctance. How could he, a man, be intimidated by a not-so-bright little girl? If he did not retaliate, how would he survive among his peers in the settlement? His right hand stealthily moved toward his waist. You, come a bit closer, I'll tell you how. I didn't catch that. I said, you should die? Seizing the opportunity while Cheng Jinwen leaned in to listen, Lin Xuanhao pulled out a screwdriver and lunged for her carotid artery, his eyes wild with madness. Hey, I guessed it. Your acting skills are far inferior to my brother's, Cheng Jinwen said with a sweet smile. She tilted her head slightly, narrowly avoiding the screwdriver's thrust, and then swiftly struck his wrist. Crack. The sound of dislocated bones echoed. Lin Xuanhao's wrist bent at an unnatural angle, slipping from his control as his pupils dilated and he opened his mouth to scream. Shh, no screaming now. Cheng Jinwen made a gesture for silence, earnestly cautioning him. However, Lin Xuanhao's body trembled incessantly, paralyzed by fear and unable to utter a word. She raised her hand to strike his wrist, attempting to reposition it. With a crack, the force was miscalculated. The originally upward dislocation transformed into a downward one. Lin Xuanhao's gaze became vacant as he stared at his deformed wrist. An instinctual urge to scream bubbling within him, yet he dared not make a sound, his fierce eyes glistening with unshed tears. I've never said a bone before. Cheng Jinwen's face flushed slightly, feeling embarrassed as she scratched her head. This time, she focused intently, observing his twisted wrist for several seconds, preparing to reset it. Please, dear sister, I beg you, do not torment me any further. Lin Xuanhao pleaded with a quivering voice. He was genuinely terrified. It was not merely the physical agony, but rather the psychological torment that weighed heavily upon him. The repeated episodes of fainting within a short span, coupled with the disassembly of his bones like a child's play, left him struggling to distinguish reality from illusion. Just ask me directly what you wish to know. I implore you. I can help you reset it. Cheng Jin timidly offered. Sensing Lin Xuanhao's emotional collapse looming, she hastily shifted the topic. So, could you tell me about, could you share everything you know with me? In the western suburbs, there are 2 greenhouse structures, one for cultivating vegetables and the other for raising poultry. Chapter 76, The Greenhouse. Lin Xuanhao revealed all the information about the western suburbs without any concealment, which can be summarized in 3 main points. Firstly, they indeed arrange accommodation for incoming survivors. However, the so-called accommodation consists merely of 2 vacant 3-story self-built buildings. The layout of these 2 structures is quite similar, with each floor covering approximately 100 square meters, comprising 8 rooms, 2 living rooms, and a balcony. Both the living rooms and the bedrooms are occupied by residents. A bedroom of less than 20 square meters, with a straw-covered floor, can accommodate over 10 individuals, and even 100 people can reside there. New survivors are concentrated in one of the buildings. Secondly, they do not provide food. If external survivors find themselves without sustenance and seek provisions, they must exchange valuable items such as gasoline, diesel, men, women, or tobacco and alcohol, anything deemed necessary by the members of the western suburbs. Thirdly, and most importantly, the western suburbs are amassing large quantities of gasoline and diesel to supply power to the greenhouses. This power is essential for heating and maintaining the temperature within the greenhouses, allowing crops, chickens, ducks, and other livestock to thrive. These 2 greenhouses are the lifeblood of the western suburbs. They not only cultivate various fast-growing crops, but also store substantial quantities of taro, sweet potatoes, and preserved vegetables in the vicinity. What else would you like to know? Lin Xuanhao inquired with a hint of urgency in his tone. Betraying the western suburbs, his only escape was to flee as far as possible. However, before leaving the western suburbs, he had to visit the greenhouses. The rest we shall inquire about. Just as Cheng Jinwen was scratching her head in contemplation, 2 familiar figures emerged from behind a silver sedan nearby. Uncle, Yao Jie. Upon recognizing them, Cheng Jinwen quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling completely at ease. With Uncle and Yao Jie present, she need not exert her mind. You have been over there all along? Noticing the snow accumulated on their bodies, Cheng Jinwen belatedly realized. No wonder Uncle and Yao Jie had departed so decisively. They had been secretly observing nearby, testing her adaptability. Indeed, Qin Peiyao grasped the little girl's wrist, a smile appearing in her eyes. She acknowledged the young girl's capabilities, though her problem-solving skills still required enhancement. Wife, you are responsible for interrogating about the location of the greenhouses, the configuration of the guards, and the number of personnel. Be as detailed as possible. I shall pose some questions to the little girl. Understood. Qin Peiyao approached matters with unwavering decisiveness. She drew out a knife intended for butchery, patted Lin Xuanhao's dislocated wrist, and directly delved into the subject. I will ask, and you shall answer. Hesitate for even a second, and I will sever a finger. Upon meeting Qin Peiyao's calm gaze, Lin Xuanhao realized he was confronting someone truly formidable. There was an intensity about this woman, accompanied by a familiar sense of numbness. The coldness born from a disregard for life, stemming from having taken countless lives, was no mere bluff. She was genuinely capable of inflicting harm. All right, ask away. What is the area of the greenhouses, and what crops are cultivated? In a plot of land measuring 4 acres and 5 cents, tomatoes, white radishes, and Chinese cabbages flourish. 2 individuals engage in a question-and-answer exchange. Observing this, Xu Annian gently embraces the young girl and steps aside, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Are you capable of dislocating someone's joints with precision? He inquires. Yes, Cheng Jinwen replies, instinctively lowering her gaze, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Facing the older man alone evokes a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of her high school years when confronted with her homeroom teacher. Regardless of her actions, a persistent anxiety lingers, leaving her feeling somewhat inadequate. Is this your sole ability? Yes. I can also render someone unconscious or awaken them, and inflict pain, intense pain, mind you. Furthermore, when in close proximity, I can anticipate a foe's subtle movements and react accordingly, Cheng Jinwen answers earnestly. Her earlier evasive maneuvers to dodge Lin Xuanhao's surprise attack were not merely a guess. She had keenly perceived his subtle gestures, not merely seen, but sensed. Within a 3-meter radius, she can focus her attention to detect impending danger. Coupled with her ability to discern the physical vulnerabilities of her adversaries, Cheng Jinwen feels an unwavering confidence under comparable conditions. None can best her in a confrontation, not even Sister Yao. Only the uncle remains an enigma to her. Very well, Xu Annian concludes, slightly pleased, as he affectionately ruffles the girl's hair. His expectations of Cheng Jinwen are modest. Her role is to engage in combat, while the strategizing and planning can be entrusted to the elder wife. I didn't mean to. Cheng Jinwen stammers, shifting her body shyly. Her cheeks flushing, revealing her small canine teeth as she attempts to breathe. It is her first time receiving praise from the uncle, leaving her feeling a tad unaccustomed. Come along, Xu Annian finds her reaction amusing, though it is ill-timed. He places his hand on her head and guides her towards Qin Peiyao. How did it go? Yes. I have clarified matters, Qin Peiyao replies, sheathing her gleaming kitchen knife, her expression somewhat grim. This gathering spot is not comprised of virtuous individuals. Lin Xuanhao's group does not coerce the incoming survivors, yet they manipulate resources, exploiting the necessities of outsiders through various means. Once the newcomers deplete their provisions and fuel, they will find themselves trapped, with no escape. Hunger gradually erodes the survivors' sanity, compelling them to breach their moral limits, ultimately becoming mere playthings under external control. Boiling frogs in warm water? Xu Annian reflects, realizing the rationale behind the concentration of new survivors within a single building. Indeed, it serves to create a seemingly harmonious atmosphere, lulling the survivors into a false sense of security, gradually subduing them. How about the greenhouse? I have clarified that as well, Qin Peiyao responds, regaining her composure. The greenhouse is located 2 kilometers away at a breeding farm, spanning 4 acres and 5 cents, guarded by 6 individuals, armed with a total of 4 firearms, 2 long-range air guns included. The remaining 2 are homemade shotguns, posing a significant threat indoors. Furthermore, they guard the entrance to the breeding farm, allowing only specific vehicles to pass while barring outsiders. Our only means to reach the farm is to wait for the opportune moment when they rotate their personnel. At this point, she gestured towards Lin Xuanhao. This evening coincides with their fuel transportation, which also happens to be the day of personnel change. There is but a single road leading to the western suburbs. Lin Xuanhao's group secures the entrance, collects the fuel, and subsequently blocks any retreat, leaving outsiders confined to designated areas. This not only facilitates management but also alleviates concerns regarding potential disturbances. Their strategy is meticulously calculated. Does their personnel rotation follow a list? Xu Annian inquired. Alternating guards, much like students on duty, is most reasonable when arranged according to a list. Indeed, Qin Peiyao nodded. She certainly would not overlook such crucial details. He is slated to be part of the next shift. Chapter 77, The Tragic Lu Shu Song. The stronghold at the western suburbs is housed in what was once the village committee's office building. In front of the office, there lies a basketball court, sheltered beneath a canopy designed to shield from the snow. Scattered in the corners are 2 makeshift stoves, one adjacent to a self-built structure on the right, and the other near a similar edifice on the left. Sweet potato porridge, fluffy white buns, and a few pickled vegetables. Who wishes to barter for food? Today, there are 9 slots available, 8 women and 1 man. Around the stove on the right, several members of the gathering encircle it. One individual, wielding an iron spoon, calls out with the fervor of a market vendor. Shortly, dozens of survivors, who had been waiting eagerly in the adjacent self-built structure, rush forth. Me. Choose me. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Get away. My daughter has had a warm meal in 3 days. Don't even think about competing with me. The crowd is charged with emotion, yet they instinctively maintain a respectful distance of a meter, wary of crossing the invisible boundary before them. Each person gazes hungrily at the steaming porridge in the large iron pot, swallowing hard, while a couple of individuals inhale the misty air deeply, only to be met with a fit of coughing. You. The man with the iron spoon points to a rather attractive woman within the throng. Her expression brightens at the gesture. Without hesitation, she bends down and slips past the boundary, taking a seat at the table beside the stove, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she watches the steam rise from the pot. You, and you. Several others are chosen as well. Soon, 2 square tables pushed together are filled with 9 individuals, 8 women, and 1 man. They sit quietly, much like tamed pets, awaiting their share of the food. Among those who were not selected, a few individuals express their discontent loudly, attempting to incite the others to rush the iron pot for a share of the food. Their rebellion is met with a merciless thrashing. 2 collapse unconscious on the spot, one sustaining a grievous injury. This gruesome scene sends the remaining survivors, who had contemplated seizing a morsel amidst the chaos, scattering in fear. Damn it, just causing trouble for the old man. A man in his 50s, clad in an apron, curses as he rises, dragging the unconscious survivor several meters away to a snow pit, indifferent to whether they could be revived and unceremoniously discarding them into the depths. The pit, 6 or 7 meters deep and 4 or 5 meters wide, is already a grave for over a dozen frozen corpses. Now, it claims 3 more. Once you finish your meal, head to the shower room for a wash, clean yourselves up, then gather in the hall on the 2nd floor. Understood? The man with the iron spoon bears a stern expression, clearly agitated. The compensation they offer is substantial, at least in his view. Exchanging 1 meal with Staples for an entire night is more than fair. Yet, these individuals seem oblivious to gratitude, causing disturbances each time food is exchanged. Truly, they are ungrateful wretches. However, as his gaze falls upon a bespectacled man, his demeanor inexplicably softens. Eat a little more. Do not squander my goodwill. Thank you. Thank you. Big brother. Lu Shusong received food for the first time, unaware of the trials that awaited him that evening. Gratefully accepting 2 steamed buns, he devoured them with unrestrained fervor. Days passed, and his vitality visibly dwindled. His physique grew increasingly emaciated. Zhao Huan, who possessed an acute understanding of men, was no longer by his side. Thank you. A man wielding an iron spoon gazed at Lu Shusong's fair and delicate profile, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You all shall have an additional bun. His mood seemed to brighten. With a flourish of his spoon, he distributed another bun to the others. Indeed. One must eat well to have strength. Thank you, big brother. The remaining 8 women, sipping sweet potato porridge, expressed their muffled gratitude. They were indifferent to the tribulations Lu Shusong would face, but an extra bun was certainly a cause for joy. The white Land Rover was the designated vehicle, while Lu Shusong and his companions savored their warm buns. For figures lurked in a concealed corner to the left of the office building. Lin Xuanhao pulled down his lei foam cap to shield his injured cheek, speaking softly. Tonight, among the 6 on shift, 4 are in that Land Rover, while 2 are driving fuel transport trucks. The Land Rover? Xu Annian looked up. Indeed. A vehicle with its hazard lights flashing was parked not far away. Through the swirling snowflakes, the outline of the car could be faintly discerned. Are there people inside? Yes. The driver is warming up the engine. Are they also on shift? Indeed. After a brief exchange, Xu Annian exchanged glances with Qin Peiyao, and they both instinctively turned their attention to the young girl. This girl had a knack for inducing instant slumber. It would be fitting for her to approach and incapacitate the driver. However, the Land Rover was parked in a rather strategic location, perilously close to the earthen stove on the left side of the basketball court. At this hour, the stove was surrounded by a dozen or so members of the gathering, either eating or smoking. It would be quite challenging to approach the Land Rover without drawing attention. How can we get close to that Land Rover? If you trust me. I have a way to divert their attention, Lin Xuanhao replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Having reached this juncture, he did not believe Xu Annian and the others had any option to retreat. Furthermore, once he returned to the gathering members, he had his methods to eliminate Xu Annian and the others, particularly Qing Jinwen. He swore he would bring her to the brink of despair. Very well. Xu Annian nodded nonchalantly. They indeed required someone to distract the members of the gathering. Reaching into his pocket, he pretended to rummage for a moment before producing an exquisite glass vial. Inject this. What is this? Lin Xuanhao gazed at the elegant vial. Noticing the 2 spiral tubes inside, his initial impression was that it was a high-end item. The pale blue liquid within the spiral tubes led him to suspect it was something unique. Do not worry, it is not unique, merely a type of virus. Xu Annian replied, twisting the cap off the vial. Seizing the opportunity to shield the opening with his palm, he took out a paperclip, straightened it, and inserted it into the vial's mouth, disguising it as an injection needle. Releasing his palm to reveal the needle, he spoke calmly. We are all adults here. Let us dispense with notions of trust. Let us proceed directly to the injection of the virus. I do not, before Lin Xuanhao could articulate his refusal. Xu Annian swiftly covered his mouth. With his right hand, he delicately pierced the carotid artery at the nape of Lin Xuanhao's neck with a small glass vial, ensuring not to penetrate too deeply. Simultaneously, he manipulated his spatial ring to collect the liquid from the vial, creating the illusion of having completed the injection. However, this maneuver bore a conspicuous flaw. The act of injecting liquid, akin to administering an intravenous drip, typically elicits a distinct chill. Xu Annian had merely pricked the skin without any actual injection. Thus Lin Xuanhao remained oblivious to the absence of the expected coolness from the blood vessel. The crux of the matter lay in whether he was willing to gamble his life on this. This is the antibody. Xu Annian secured the empty vial and produced another small glass container filled with a light blue liquid. By chance, he possessed 2 vials of the sugary solution, initially intended to masquerade as a sequence agent for trade with capable survivors for valuable supplies. Little did he anticipate it would serve as a precursor to the virus. Give it to me. Lin Xuanhao instinctively reached out to snatch it away. You will receive it upon the conclusion of our cooperation. Xu Annian deftly evaded the approaching hand and gestured toward the earthen stove. The optimal time for the antibody injection is within 2 hours. You would do well to decide swiftly. Lin Xuanhao's fingers brushed against his neck, and upon noticing the blood upon his fingertips, he felt a surge of silent rage. After a few moments of contemplation, he turned and walked toward the earthen stove. I hope your words hold true. Chapter 78. Be serious. Can you be trusted? In place. Qin Peiyao furrowed her brows. In her opinion, Xu Annian's tactics were unlikely to deceive even a child. Lin Xuanhao, being an adult, possessed the capacity for independent thought. With a little contemplation, he would surely detect the inconsistency. Allowing him to return would inevitably lead to their exposure. It mattered little to Xu Annian whether Lin Xuanhao would believe him. Given their pace, they could safely retreat as soon as they sensed something amiss. At most, it would require some extra effort to reorganize the crops and poultry in the greenhouse. However, if Lin Xuanhao dared not take a risk, they could conserve considerable energy and reach their destination with ease. Little girl, go. Cheng Jinan instinctively responded. Looking up at the two adults, she earnestly declared, I believe in you. Believe? Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao were momentarily taken aback. Yes. Cheng Jinan nodded solemnly. I believe that what the uncle said about the virus is true. Her declaration left Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao in silence. Witnessing the little girl's unwavering faith, they felt a twinge of reluctance to reveal the truth. Well, sometimes it's good to be a bit confused in life, Xu Annian said compassionately, gazing at the little girl. He ruffled her hair gently and added kindly, when you get close to that Land Rover, find an opportunity to knock out the driver. Do you think you can manage it? Perhaps. Cheng Jinan replied, lacking confidence. From their vantage point, they could not see the driver's window of the Land Rover, unaware if it was open or closed. If it were open, she could incapacitate the person inside. But if it were closed, she would have no way to act without being noticed. Be bold in your attempts, Qin Peiyao encouraged, gently patting the little girl's hand. We are here for you, so don't be afraid. Okay. Cheng Jinan felt considerably reassured. She appeared to observe the situation by the basketball court, and upon hearing laughter and chatter from that direction, she swiftly removed her pink jacket, revealing a white thermal shirt beneath. She crouched low and jogged toward the source of the noise. The color of the thermal shirt blended with the snow, and the wind and snow provided effective cover, significantly reducing the risk of being discovered. That little girl has grown up, Xu Annian suddenly remarked, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Be serious, Qin Peiyao replied with a roll of her eyes, fully understanding his sentiment. The intricacies of a man's thoughts were truly perplexing. At such a moment, he still had the time to focus on other matters. How obtuse. She chose not to engage with him further and concentrated her attention on Cheng Jinwen's figure. As Cheng Jinwen continued to approach the Land Rover, there was no commotion from the basketball court. Everything seemed to unfold according to their expectations. Before long, Cheng Jinwen disappeared from their line of sight. When are we going? Seeing Cheng Jinwen vanish, Qin Peiyao struggled to maintain her composure. The little girl, though naive, was their precious find, nurtured into someone bright and tender. If she were to get hurt, it would deeply sadden them. Trust her, Xu Annian said, his gaze fixed on the Land Rover, his fist tightening slightly. The time has not yet come. They must allow Cheng Jinwen a moment to address the driver in the vehicle and convey the safety signal. Upon hearing this, Qin Peiyao refrained from further comments, yet her body remained taut, poised for an imminent sprint. The instant an unusual sound emerged from that direction, she would rush forth without hesitation. In less than 30 seconds, the Land Rover ceased its hazard lights, the interior illumination extinguished, replaced by the blinking right turn signal. This was the agreed-upon safety signal. She had succeeded. Both individuals exhaled in relief simultaneously. They swiftly donned white garments, bending low as they approached the Land Rover, one in front of the other. Just as they ascended into the vehicle, Lin Xuanhao approached with two companions. Uncle, Sister Yao, you take the front seats. I will secure the back for easier incapacitation. Cheng Jinwen maneuvered the unconscious driver to the rear seat, squeezing through the gap between the seats. The back seat was cramped with 3 individuals, making movement cumbersome. Fortunately, the Land Rover, being an off-road vehicle, offered ample space. And Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao executed their movements with remarkable agility, completing the seat exchange in under 5 seconds. First, deal with the individual getting into the right side, Qin Peiyao advised. The right side of the Land Rover was adjacent to the basketball court, and Lin Xuanhao's group approached the vehicle, prompting the person at the right door to act faster. The left side required a slight detour, allowing for a few seconds of difference. Oh, understood. Cheng Jinwen obediently shifted to the right door. With a click, the door swung open. The man outside, seeing a stranger inside the vehicle, momentarily froze, preparing to inquire. Qing Jinwen swiftly grasped his clothing and struck his abdomen. Much like her approach with Lin Xuanhao, she rendered him speechless, his breath stifled, leading to a gradual loss of consciousness. She decisively dragged him inside and closed the door, efficiently neutralizing one threat. Qing Jinwen then moved to the left door, employing the same method to eliminate the remaining adversary. Outside the passenger door, Lin Xuanhao witnessed the entire sequence with a complex expression. He felt a mix of relief and resentment, but predominantly a shared understanding of their mutual suffering. This damned, extreme agony was no longer his solitary burden. Get in. Qin Peiyao stepped over the still-conscious individual, returning to the back seat and vacating the front passenger position. With a deep breath, Lin Xuanhao bent down and entered the vehicle. Turning to Xu Annian, he inquired directly, "Where's the antibody?" "No rush. You shall receive it upon arrival," Xu Annian replied calmly. He did not hasten to drive away. The fuel transport truck remained several hundred meters away, necessitating a wait for the driver to exchange before heading to the greenhouse. However, the process of exchanging drivers was straightforward. The driver would exit, hand the keys to a companion heading to the greenhouse, thus completing the task. "Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble. The thought of tonight's activities on the second floor invigorates me, haha. Do take care of your health." The two responsible for transporting fuel exchanged pleasantries with the driver, climbed onto the truck, honked the horn for several seconds to alert the assembled members, and then drove towards the greenhouse. As the truck roared to life, Xu Annian released the handbrake and followed closely behind, gradually distancing themselves from the office building. A few minutes later, they arrived at a safe zone, successfully completing the first step. "How exhilarating!" exclaimed Qing Jinwen from the back seat, her excitement palpable. Once the epitome of a well-behaved girl, she had never engaged in any unlawful activities and had refrained from even being late or skipping classes during her university years. Now, sneaking into someone else's stronghold filled her with both anxiety and thrill. "Don't celebrate too soon," Xu Annian cautioned, casting a stern glance at the young girl through the rearview mirror. "Those people over there are armed with several firearms. We must remain vigilant." Qing Jinwen shrank back, pouting in silence. Yet, deep within, she could hardly contain her exhilaration, eagerly anticipating the treasures hidden within the greenhouse. She envisioned herself plucking ripe tomatoes while munching on crisp radishes, or vice versa, biting into a radish while gathering tomatoes. She had attempted to eat a raw radish before, only to find it a bit overwhelming. Nevertheless, she couldn't shake the desire to give it another try, convinced that as someone who had once nearly starved, she should be able to handle raw radishes without issue. Chapter 79. Beauty is also a weapon. After half an hour of driving along a snow-covered road that was over 10 centimeters thick, two buildings, each rising more than 4 meters high and radiating a gentle glow, came into view. They had arrived. Lin Xuanhao turned to Xu Annian, who was in the driver's seat. "Where are the antibodies?" His hoarse voice carried a hint of desperation. If he could not procure the antibodies this time, he would choose to fight to the bitter end. The transport truck was merely a few dozen meters away from the greenhouse, and he could already see 2 or 3 guards emerging, standing under the light, awaiting their arrival. As they drew closer to the greenhouse, their exposure to risk increased exponentially. Lin Xuanhao had to obtain that vial of antibodies before stepping out of the vehicle. Antibodies. A mysterious smile appeared on Xu Annian's face as he retrieved a small glass vial containing sugar water, withholding it from Lin Xuanhao. "Surely, there are more than 6 guards in the greenhouse?" What? Lin Xuanhao's heart raced, a fleeting panic flickering in his eyes. He insisted vehemently that there were 6 guards. At this juncture, he had no way out. Whether there were 6 guards or not, they had to be 6. "There are 6 of them, I'm not lying," Lin Xuanhao asserted with unwavering conviction. He specified that the number of guards in the greenhouse was 6, but did not clarify the total number of personnel present. With 6 guards for one greenhouse, it would amount to 12 for 2. However, the security detail consisted of 8 members, rotating 6 at a time, leaving 2 to guard the resources within the greenhouse at all times. Besides the security personnel, the remaining 4 were technicians responsible for maintaining equipment, cultivating crops, and raising livestock. Seeing Lin Xuanhao's reluctance to cooperate, Xu Annian wasted no time with the sugar water, securing the small glass vial. He exchanged a glance with the little girl in the rearview mirror. Qing Jinwen, intrigued by the unfolding situation, blinked in confusion as she caught the uncle's gaze. Qin Peiyao, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed her temples and spoke helplessly. "Knock him out. Are you dreaming?" Knowing the antibodies were out of reach, Lin Xuanhao suddenly erupted in fury. Seizing the moment as they approached a turn, he lunged forward with reckless abandon, attempting to wrest the steering wheel from Xu Annian's grip. The truck was about to come to a halt at the greenhouse entrance, and the armed guards would soon emerge to take over, transporting fuel. By then, they would discover that he was sharing a vehicle with a stranger, likely not even affording him the chance to speak. If he didn't take the risk now, he would be left with no escape. Seeking death, Xu Annian firmly steadied the steering wheel, maintaining control of the vehicle. His expression turned cold as he grabbed Lin Xuanhao by the hair, slamming his head into the storage compartment of the passenger seat. Bang! Bang! After just 2 strikes, Qin Peiyao bent forward, using her seatbelt to restrain Lin Xuanhao, preventing him from voicing his agony. Lin Xuanhao's face quickly flushed crimson as he instinctively tugged at the seatbelt around his neck, his legs thrashing against the footwell. Yet, his strength was no match for Qin Peiyao's. Soon, his consciousness began to blur. In those fleeting moments of awareness, fragmented images flashed through Lin Xuanhao's mind. Abandoned by his parents from a tender age, he survived by extorting pocket money from elementary school children, often beaten to a pulp by their furious parents. At 14, he followed a small contractor to the construction site, laboring as a bricklayer. Upon receiving his wages, he would indulge in late-night feasts at street vendors and then visit a foot massage parlor. Life, though arduous, was bearable. In a flash, the scene shifted to a woman in her 30s, proudly accompanied by 2 young boys. This was his wife, whom he married at 28. She was divorced, bringing 2 children into the union. As the matchmaker put it, he had unwittingly acquired 2 fine sons. However, the children did not carry a surname, and their married life was fraught with discord, a memory best left unremembered. As time progressed, the world descended into chaos, marking the zenith of Lin Xuanhao's life. In less than a month, he experienced a life akin to that of an emperor, wielding the power of life and death, indulging in any desire he pleased, and sharing his bed with whomever he wished, with no one daring to challenge him or withhold his wages. Alas, this fleeting existence lasted less than a month. The final image froze upon a delicate, radiant young girl. Throughout one's life, one inevitably encounters a few individuals whose beauty leaves an indelible mark on the heart. Be it a girl or a boy, this was Lin Xuanhao's regret. His deepest sorrow lay in the fact that he could not die beneath the peony blossoms, nor could he possess Cheng Jinan by force. I'm sorry. As Lin Xuanhao fell silent, Cheng Jinan whispered her apology, feeling foolish for being unable to assist the elder and for continuously causing trouble. It's all right, Xu Annian replied, shaking his head. He released his grip, brushing away loose strands of hair, and continued to follow the cargo truck. In the meantime, he remembered to retrieve 3 packs of cigarettes from Lin Xuanhao. Such things should not go to waste. You needn't blame yourself. We'll develop a rapport through practice, Xu Annian reassured her. He shared an unspoken understanding with Qin Peiyao. A mere glance sufficed for mutual comprehension. However, Cheng Jinwen was new to this sequence, participating in her first operation today, and it was natural that they lacked the synergy to interpret each other's expressions. Understanding takes time to cultivate. The cargo truck came to a halt. Let us break the silence, Qin Peiyao suggested. We should change into hooded jackets. Later, we'll wear hoods and scarves to conceal our faces. As Xu Annian spoke, he produced a new jacket and donned it. With the truck ahead providing cover, the guards had yet to notice the activity of the Land Rover. However, the lights inside the vehicle could not remain on for too long, lest they attract attention. All set. I'm ready too, the 3 of them announced after changing outfits. Xu Annian switched on the cabin lights to assess the situation ahead. After a brief wait of half a minute, a guard waved, seemingly signaling for their assistance in transporting fuel. We must act decisively while prioritizing safety. Yes. Understood. The trio exited the vehicle and approached the truck S compartment. No elaborate plans were necessary at this juncture. Indeed, any plan would be rendered moot by unforeseen circumstances. The best approach was to adapt swiftly. What are you dawdling for? Get moving and load the diesel. Damn it. Why are there only 3 of you? Why are you bundled up so tightly? Is someone slacking off in the truck? Hurry up and call him down. At the entrance of the greenhouse, a gun-wielding individual impatiently urged them forward. He did not entertain any negative thoughts. Within their worldview, those who wielded firearms held dominion, granting them a sense of superiority, allowing them to act with impunity, viewing all external survivors as mere slaves or playthings. Never did he consider that someone might dare to impersonate a companion. Xu Annian and his 2 companions remained silent. As dusk descended outside, they walked against the light, their hats and scarves providing temporary concealment from detection. However, they could not speak. Their familiarity with one another meant that any utterance could reveal their true identities. Hey, what is going on with you? The individual sensed something amiss, and his voice grew louder as he observed the 3 silently transporting diesel. Speak. He has fallen asleep. Cheng Jinwen set down a barrel of diesel from her right hand and removed the scarf obscuring her face. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly glanced at the man. Before disembarking, the uncle had remarked that beauty could also serve as a weapon. Her countenance was undeniably sweet, and the sudden unveiling of her face would likely yield unexpected results. This candid revelation sent her heart racing, akin to a startled fawn, leaving her unable to calm her nerves even as she approached the entrance. Chapter 80. The Perfect White Moonlight. The man guarding the entrance stood in a daze. The greenhouse strictly prohibited the presence of women, and suddenly encountering a delicate young girl, embodying the ideal of a perfect white moonlight, left his mind somewhat bewildered. Consequently, he failed to absorb a single word of what Qing Jinwen was saying. It was just. Her voice was soft and melodious, exceedingly pleasant to the ears. Hey. Qing Jinwen flashed a smile, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Before he could regain his composure, she lunged forward, delivering a swift right hook that rendered him unconscious. Supporting his arm with one hand, she deftly caught the air gun that had slipped from his grasp, stowing it away in her spatial ring to prevent any noise from alerting those inside. Turning around, she saw that the older man had already dealt with the 2 individuals who had arrived in a cargo truck, as well as a man who had come out to assist with the fuel. Sister Yao had similarly neutralized the armed personnel at the entrance of the neighboring greenhouse, along with a fellow carrying fuel inside. The 3 acted almost in unison. In truth, Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao had intentionally delayed for a few seconds to coordinate with the young girl. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. With that, all the external threats were resolved. Let us not worry about the fuel for now. We will drive the truck back to the parking lot later. According to the unspoken rules of the western suburbs, the resting guards would be eager to return to their offices and enjoy their evenings, making it unlikely for them to leave the cargo truck and the Land Rover overnight in the greenhouse. Perfectly. We can transport a full load of gasoline and diesel back to the base. I'll handle this greenhouse. You 2 take care of the remaining one. All right. The trio separated to execute their tasks. Xu Annian carried 2 barrels of gasoline toward the adjacent greenhouse, while Qin Peiyao and Qing Jinwen, each with 2 barrels of gasoline, entered the greenhouse on the right in succession. These 2 greenhouses had been converted from former breeding grounds, with an outer wall constructed to shield against the elements, and 2 layers of insulation film added to retain heat, allowing for electric heating to maintain the internal temperature. The only downside was the excessive fuel consumption, covering an area of more than 4 acres, approximately 3,000 square meters. How much fuel would be required to sustain the temperature within the greenhouse for an entire day? Xu Annian felt uncertain. He only knew that those individuals in the western suburbs had undoubtedly invested all their resources, such as generators, steel reinforcement, and electrical wiring, into these 2 greenhouses. Creak. Hiss. With a push, he entered the greenhouse through the thick windbreak curtain, immediately feeling a noticeable rise in temperature, accompanied by the cacophony of clucking chickens and quacking ducks, and even the sounds of live pigs. Upon entering, Xu Annian was profoundly taken aback. This greenhouse, approximately 400 square meters in size, was divided into 4 areas of varying dimensions. The largest section, devoted to raising chickens, occupied nearly half the space, housing 4 tiers of iron cages containing hundreds of chickens. Many of the cages still held uncollected eggs. In the innermost corner, 5 or 6 domestic pigs were being reared. 2 of the pigs were under 100 pounds, while 3 weighed around 300 pounds. The most conspicuous pig, resembling a sequence organism, was 3 times the size of the other pigs, weighing at least 1,000 pounds, and was kept in a separate enclosure nearby. In the remaining area, there were several large geese and over a dozen ducks, all fresh ingredients. Xu Annian's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the frigid weather of over -20 degrees, how could they manage to raise so many poultry? How much fuel must they have consumed? In his mind, these clucking chickens, quacking ducks, and oinking pigs already belonged to him. However, Xu Annian was not so overwhelmed as to lose his composure. He surveyed the greenhouse, assessing the distribution of the guard personnel. There were 4 in total. One was busy cleaning the pigsty, another was collecting eggs with a bamboo basket, a third was continuously fueling the generator, and the last one was monitoring with a homemade shotgun to prevent theft. That individual was not the locksmith who had broken into his home? Xu Annian was slightly taken aback. The man laboring in the pigsty was Lu Fu, the locksmith from the nearby apartment complex. It was this very fellow who had opened his front door twice. What a small world. A flicker of coldness flashed in Xu Annian's eyes. Retracting his gaze, he took out a pack of cigarettes and approached the man with the shotgun. With only one person posing a threat, eliminating him would eliminate any danger. Upon noticing Xu Annian's confident stride, the man instinctively tightened his grip on the firearm. But his vigilance eased slightly when he saw the pack of cigarettes in Xu Annian's hand. You seem to understand. No, wait. Xu Annian was dressed warmly, exposing only his eyes. The man, assuming him to be a companion, felt a sense of familiarity. Yet, as Xu Annian drew closer, he sensed something was amiss. Those strikingly distinct eyes were not the vacant ones of a fellow. The person before him was not a comrade, but an intruder. Upon sensing danger, The man raised his weapon to pull the trigger. However, a shadow flickered past. He barely had time to discern what it was before an icy chill gripped his heart, and his strength rapidly vanished. Sleep now. Xu Annian gently supported the man, allowing him to lean against the wall and drift into slumber. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The other 3 individuals in the greenhouse remained oblivious to the guard's demise, diligently attending to their tasks despite their fatigue. For the sake of safety, it was necessary to inconvenience them for a moment. Xu Annian stepped in front of the survivor, adding fuel, seized his collar, and delivered a punch to his abdomen. Lacking the finesse of Qing Jiwen, he relied solely on brute strength. With that punch, the man crumpled to the ground like a boiled shrimp, curling up and foaming at the mouth as he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. The effectiveness was astonishing. Xu Annian gazed at him in surprise, as if a new door had been opened. He felt it essential to invite Qin Peiyao to learn alongside him during their free time. After all, they were not born killers. Under circumstances where their bottom line or interests were not threatened, incapacitating someone with a single punch could suffice. Feeling quite pleased, Xu Annian made his way toward Lu Fu. Please, don't hit me. Lu Fu seemed accustomed to receiving beatings. Without waiting for Xu Annian to approach, he knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head in desperate supplication. I have a regular cleaning schedule for the pigsty. See, it is quite tidy, cleaner than the place where I sleep. He had a vague recollection of Xu Annian but dared not indulge in memories. Were it Qin Peiyao, he certainly would not have forgotten. Not going to hit you? Xu Annian said with a smile as he halted before Lu Fu, seizing his hair. His expression abruptly turned cold, and he raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap. Smack. Not going to hit you. Smack. Smack. Each strike echoed as he relentlessly rained blows upon Lu Fu's face. Had he been slightly weaker or hesitated even a moment back then, he might have already fallen prey to Xiao Yi and his gang. How could he not seek vengeance? After striking Lu Fu until his consciousness began to wane, Xu Annian finally released his grip, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. Qin Peiyao was right. Compared to Xiao Yi, Lu Fu was even more detestable. No, Xiao Yi was equally loathsome. He wondered if that fellow was still in the western suburbs. Xu Annian murmured, shaking his head to dispel the distractions as he approached the survivor gathering eggs. Eliminating this individual would negate the instability posed by the livestock greenhouse. The large pig, suspected to be a sequence organism, could also be examined. No, I'll do it myself, the survivor exclaimed decisively. Unwilling to endure another harsh slap, he set down the bamboo basket, struck his head against the floor, leaving a trace of blood, and with a roll of his eyes, he straightened his leg. Xu Annian halted, watching the survivor convulsing on the ground with a tinge of regret. He supposed he should have tried to knock him out with a single punch instead. Sighing, he decided to check the situation next door. Without lingering, he hastened towards the adjoining greenhouse. Chapter 81. Live Bait. The greenhouse dedicated to crops adjacent to the livestock barn is several times larger and more intricately arranged, with a higher temperature. While the livestock barn maintains a temperature of around 10 degrees Celsius, the crop greenhouse hovers around 15 degrees. The 2,000 square meter area is divided into narrow planting zones, each half a meter wide. Various crops such as tomatoes, radishes, cabbages, and green beans are cultivated with respect to their distinct growth characteristics, supported by tripods or small arches, and even suspended pots of plants line the rows. Every effort is made to maximize the utilization of the greenhouse space without compromising the quality of light. However, the farmer tending to the crops is evidently not a professional in greenhouse cultivation. Many of the plants appear to be languishing. Yet those crops that are less demanding in terms of environmental conditions thrive despite the minor temperature and light variations, yielding bountiful harvests. What are you doing? In a corner, Qing Jian squats before the vegetable plot, her shoulders moving rhythmically as if engaged in some mysterious task. Nearby, Qin Peiyao supervises 2 survivors by a tomato pot, seemingly deliberating whether to take drastic action. Uncle. The voice from behind startled Qing Jiwen, causing her to spring up and hurriedly conceal the half-eaten radish behind her back, completely forgetting to wipe the remnants of the radish from her mouth. I am inspecting the condition of the crops, she stammered. Is the radish tasty? Not at all, Qing Jiwen grimaced. She still found the radish too pungent and spicy to consume. Perhaps if it were dipped in some soy sauce, she could manage to swallow it. Don't get distracted. Focus on how to transplant the crops onto the vehicle, Xu Annian advised, wiping the remnants of food from the little girl's mouth and playfully pinching her rosy cheek. Here, the crops hold their greatest value not merely as food. If successfully transplanted to the base, even a fraction of what is found in the greenhouse would ensure that they would not lack fresh vegetables for an extended period. Oh, let me think of a way, Qing Jinwen mused, scratching her head as she gazed at the surrounding crops, attempting to connect the dots in her absent mind. Xu Annian did not expect much from the girl's brainstorming. He approached Qin Peiyao, observing the two timid survivors in the corner. "What's the matter?" "Nothing," she replied, having sensed his presence the moment he entered. Without turning, she lifted her chin slightly and continued, "They're external survivors, responsible for taking care of the crops in the greenhouse around the clock, possessing some level of expertise. Are you suggesting that they find a way to transplant?" Upon hearing this, Xu Annian immediately grasped Qin Peiyao's intention. They had all grown up in the city and lived urban lives. Apart from the occasional trips to suburban farms to pick fruits, they had little exposure to the cultivation of crops. Now faced with the specialized task of transplantation, they were essentially navigating uncharted waters, only understanding the need to dig up the soil along with the plants. Indeed, Qin Peiyao nodded. She had attempted to manipulate her spatial ring to collect the tomato pod, preparing for the transplantation through the use of the ring. However, the outcome had left her sorely disappointed. Within the confines of the spatial ring, the fruits upon the plants, regardless of their ripeness, fall directly away, and the plants themselves wither rapidly with the passage of time. This method is ineffective. If you wish to transplant crops, it seems unlikely to succeed. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man spoke up. He was a seasoned farmer, having tilled the earth for decades. Perhaps he lacked knowledge of greenhouse management. Yet he possessed a profound understanding of the characteristics of most southern crops. Take sweet potatoes, for instance. There are two primary methods for cultivation. One is through seedling propagation. This small archway serves as a seedling room, nurturing sweet potato sprouts. You merely need to excavate a piece of earth. Alternatively, you can cut the seedlings and transplant them without soil, which is quite easy to maintain. If all else fails, you can take sweet potatoes back, cut them into pieces, and plant them. The old farmer earnestly elaborated on the farming techniques for over 10 minutes. In truth, he could have spoken for much longer. However, Xu Annian had no time for lectures. He patted the man's shoulder and urged him to tend to the seedlings instead. For each type of crop, 100 seedlings would suffice. The aim is to ensure their survival, but if they do not thrive, it is not a matter of great concern. After all, the refuge in Yancheng certainly possesses larger greenhouses. If it truly comes to it, we can seek trade in Yancheng. You take 2 additional rings to collect the crops, and I will inquire about certain matters. Very well. Qin Peiyao took the 3 spatial rings from the man and, accompanied by Chang Jiwen, began their thorough foraging. The tomato-potted plants remained untouched, but they harvested whatever crops they could dig up or pick, leaving little behind. The seedling propagation was entrusted to the old farmer. "How did you handle the zombies?" Xu Annian was not in a hurry to gather the fruits. He approached the remaining survivor and voiced his lingering doubts. The location of the greenhouse was remote, which could explain the absence of zombies. However, the office area where the members of the Western Suburban District resided. Previously, the village committee had numerous households in the vicinity. How could there be no zombies? Xu Annian was intrigued. How had the members of the Western Suburban District managed to eliminate the zombies without leaving any behind? "It wasn't me." The man frantically waved his hands, his face betraying fear. "They used the women, children, and elderly within a 5-kilometer radius of the village committee as live bait. Some were dragged behind vehicles to lure the zombies away, while others were confined in a certain location to attract the zombies, preventing them from wandering aimlessly." Used as live bait? Xu Annian was taken aback. His mind recalled the self-built houses surrounding the village committee, seemingly home to dozens of families, which meant that at least several dozen children and the elderly had been used as bait. No wonder he had only encountered young adults along the way. What about that large pig over there? That pig was driven back from outside. In that case, Xu Annian pondered thoughtfully. After posing 2 more questions, he turned and rejoined the foraging efforts. "Little girl." "Yes. Knock that fellow out." "All right." Cheng Jinan skipped over and easily dispatched the survivor with a punch, then eagerly resumed her search for crops. At this moment, she could not help but resent the constricted dimensions of her spatial ring. Otherwise, she would have insisted on vacating the greenhouse. Xu Annian's spatial ring, however, was considerably larger, boasting a capacity of 128 cubic meters, sufficient to accommodate most of the fresh produce. Nonetheless, he needed to reserve some space to house livestock, particularly that large pig suspected to be a sequence organism. Not a single drop of its blood could be overlooked, as he entered the growth phase of the original sequence. The sustenance from the flesh and blood of sequence organisms was essential. "Dear, accompany me to the next room." With the intention of collecting a selection of each crop, Xu Annian eagerly returned to the livestock greenhouse to ascertain whether that pig was indeed a sequence organism. "All right." Qin Peiyao instructed the young girl briefly before following the man next door. Upon entering, her gaze was immediately captivated by the over 1,000 pounds of pig occupying the private chamber, rendering her unable to divert her attention. Chapter 82, The Gluttonous Sequence. Such an enormous pig? Qin Peiyao's mouth slightly agape. She found it hard to believe. At first glance, the coloration of this colossal swine bore little distinction from an ordinary domestic pig, save for its significantly larger stature and a coat of fur that was denser and longer. The crucial aspect, however, was its sheer size. A rough estimate placed its weight at around 1,300 pounds. What manner of sustenance would be required to satiate such a gargantuan creature in a single day? Qin Peiyao surmised that the survivors in the western suburbs must be utterly deranged to keep such a massive pig alive without slaughtering it. Did they possess an abundance of food that they could not consume? Can you kill a pig? Xu Annian inquired. No, Qin Peiyao replied, having never even dispatched a chicken, let alone a pig. Retracting her gaze, she instinctively surveyed the room and the survivors, her eyes landing on Lu Fu, who lay sprawled on the ground. A flicker of surprise crossed her expression, quickly replaced by a chill. She had long harbored thoughts of ending this man's life. Yet, she refrained from acting hastily. As long as the man spared Lu Fu's life, she would not take matters into her own hands for revenge. It would have to suffice for her to treat him as she would a chicken. Xu Annian had experience with chickens and was familiar with the process. He assumed that killing a pig would be somewhat similar. One would first slit its throat and then place a large basin beneath to collect the blood, regardless of the accuracy of the steps. The goal was to waste not a single drop. Call the young girl over to help hold the pig's limbs. All right. Qin Peiyao turned and walked towards the adjacent room. The pig was too large for one person to manage all 4 limbs. Before long, Chang Jiwen arrived, her steps lively. Upon seeing the enormous pig, she instinctively opened her mouth to exclaim in shock. However, remembering the presence of her uncle nearby, she stifled her astonishment and instead asked, Uncle, what? What can I do to help? Hold it down, don't let it move. Xu Annian retrieved the red tassel spear. But feeling its frequent use for poking humans and zombies left him somewhat disheartened, he borrowed a sequence kitchen knife from Qin Peiyao. Uncle? Cheng Jinwen hesitantly inquired, seeing him eager to proceed. Can I knock it out? You can knock it out? Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the young girl. Was it possible for someone who was not human to wield sequence abilities? I should be able to, Cheng Jinen replied softly. Her abilities applied to all living creatures. Humans were but one type of organism, and other animals were equally so. However, without practical testing, she could not guarantee success. Then let us give it a try. Xu Annian, intrigued, stepped aside. If the young girl could indeed handle the large pig, it would certainly be a fortuitous outcome. Cheng Jinwen nodded vigorously, standing outside the pen to observe for a moment before retrieving a sweet potato vine and extending it inside. When the enormous pig approached to feed, she summoned all her strength and delivered a punch to the back of its neck. Thud. The delicate little fist struck the pig's flesh. The pig's skin rippled like water, the impact dispersing from the point of contact throughout its body, dissipating the force. Meanwhile, beneath Cheng Jinwen's feet, the snowflakes that had blown in when the wind curtain was lifted were also affected. Centered around her delicate feet, snowflakes danced, creating a small vacuum of stillness. To the astonishment of onlookers, the massive boar did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, it seemed enraged, recklessly battering the barriers with its formidable bulk. Thick steel reinforcements, akin to a thumb's breadth, were bent with but a few collisions, accompanied by cracks forming along the stone walls at either end. Allow me. Xu Annian's expression shifted as he swiftly pulled the young girl away. Armed with a kitchen knife, he leaped over the railing and swung the blade toward the boar's neck. Beheading had become a habitual instinct for him. At this moment, he scarcely considered gathering the boar's blood. The creature's initial strikes had warped the steel bars, and it withstood the full force of the girl's assault with utter indifference. This boar was undeniably a creature of the sequence, its capabilities surpassing those of an average human. To Xu Annian's astonishment, however, his blade failed to draw blood with its initial strike. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the boar's bristles were not merely soft. They served as an armor against sharp implements. Only then did he begin to comprehend the reality. The members of the western suburban enclave did not refrain from slaughtering the boar. They were simply unable to do so. With his strength and the sequence knife in hand, he could only sever its fur and breach the dermis. What hope did ordinary tools hold? Perhaps it was not solely the enclave's intention to domesticate the boar. It might very well be that the boar had taken a liking to them. I shall assist. Qin Peiyao, recognizing the perilous situation, decisively armed herself with an unused kitchen knife and joined the fray. Though her attributes were not particularly high, she remained cautious, observing the boar's movements for an opportune moment. I will join as well. After a brief moment of hesitation, Cheng Jinan swiftly regained her composure. Her combat aptitude was remarkably extraordinary, yet her lack of practical experience and inherent personality traits had hindered her from fully unleashing her potential. Nevertheless, Her contribution should not be underestimated. She possessed the uncanny ability to identify an adversary's weaknesses in a remarkably short time. With a determined stance, Cheng Jinwen faced the oncoming behemoth, refusing to flinch or retreat. As the boar approached within half a meter, she skillfully sidestepped its charge, seizing the opportunity to strike at its hind leg joints, an area devoid of considerable fat to absorb the impact. A resounding crack echoed as the previously rampaging boar lost its balance, sliding down and colliding with the surrounding wall, thrashing wildly in an attempt to regain its footing. However, its left hind leg joint had become dislocated, and the more it struggled, the worse its condition became, rendering it unable to rise. At last, Xu Annian delivered a decisive blow, slicing open a 20-centimeter gash along the boar's neck. "Bring a large basin to collect the blood," he shouted, raising his knife. He aimed at the wound, delivering several precise strikes until he successfully severed the boar's head. Qin Pao hastily procured 2 large iron buckets, managing to collect a barrel and a half of blood before the boar succumbed. This quantity, approximately 60 pounds, was regrettably diminished, as much of the blood had spilled wastefully across the pen during the boar's chaotic thrashing. Ding! The initial kill of the devouring sequence creature has yielded a double points reward, granting 200 family points. Devouring sequence creature, a being that enters the sequence through consumption, characterized by an exceptionally tough epidermis, highly demanding in terms of food quality, not recommended for domestication. 200 points? This reward is equivalent to that of a growth stage zombie, Xu Annian mused, his gaze sharpening. A higher point total signifies greater difficulty. Merely a domesticated feed sequence pig is valued at 100 points, without doubling the standard reward. If it were a creature from another sequence, it would likely pose an even greater challenge. The defense of this mutated pig is utterly absurd. Fortunately, its intelligence is low, and its speed is not remarkable. Otherwise, it would indeed be formidable. Qin Pao made a quip before proceeding to dissect the sequence pig. As a biological nutritionist, she possesses profound insights into the handling and pairing of ingredients. The hefty creature, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was swiftly categorized under her deft hands. The pigskin peeled away in one piece, with the fore and hind legs arranged side by side, her movements fluid and graceful, a sight to behold. "Wow, Sister Yao is amazing," Cheng Jinwen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She dashed over, squatting beside Sister Yao like an eager child, frequently asking questions and offering compliments, causing the usually aloof Yao to blush slightly. Not fast. Xu Annian returned to his senses. This sequence pig was indeed difficult to butcher, yet its running speed was inferior to that of an ordinary zombie. He had nearly been alarmed. Xu Annian silently exhaled in relief, watching the busy Sister Yao, feeling fortunate that he hadn't pressured her earlier. "Little girl, come, let's go kill some chickens." "All right. There are also a few more pigs to be slaughtered over there. Tonight's supper will feature pig dishes. I love pig dishes. Have you ever tried them?" "No, I haven't." Chapter 83. Apologies, I do not accept suggestions. The task of slaughtering chickens is not particularly intricate. However, it is undeniably time-consuming. It takes over 10 seconds for a single chicken to bleed out completely. And with the additional steps of boiling water and plucking feathers, the process inevitably demands 2 to 3 minutes at a minimum. With 100 chickens, one is looking at nearly 3 hours of work. The greenhouse houses 3 rows of 4-tiered cages, containing approximately 600 to 700 chickens. If all are to be slaughtered, would it not extend into the following day? Let us load the chicken cages directly. Xu Annian was reluctant to squander excessive time on the slaughtering process. Yet he did not wish to overlook the chickens in the greenhouse. He intended to first utilize his spatial ring to transport a portion of gasoline and diesel back, thereby freeing up space to accommodate the chicken cages, and subsequently transport both the chickens and cages to the base, where he could leisurely attend to the slaughter at a later time. "Excuse me, pardon my interruption." As Xu Annian and his companions busied themselves with the transportation of the cages, an elderly farmer from the greenhouse emerged, balancing a yoke on his shoulders, his demeanor betraying unease. "I have taken care of the seedlings. Is there anything else you require of me?" As he spoke, the farmer's murky eyes revealed a flicker of trepidation. He was fearful, concerned that he might lose his utility and face the end of his existence. "I have experience in slaughtering chickens, no need." Xu Annian placed the iron cage onto the truck bed and approached the farmer, accepting the yoke with a smile. "Go find some food. Take as much as you can carry. Once we depart, you may seek your own path." Regardless of the farmer's past, Xu Annian felt that the man's diligent care of the seedlings warranted mercy. He would not pursue complete annihilation, yet he would not extend assistance either. Allowing the farmer to select food could be considered a form of repayment. Can I leave?" The farmer's eyes widened in disbelief. His cracked lips trembled, seemingly unable to grasp the reality of the situation. "Yes, Xu Annian patted the farmer's shoulder, his smile fading into a serious expression. You may leave, but you must wait until we have departed. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Receiving a definitive answer, the farmer was overwhelmed with excitement, nodding fervently. Having been confined to the greenhouse for over 10 days, tending to the crops day and night, he had grown somewhat numb to his circumstances. Thus, the prospect of liberation felt akin to a rebirth. Oh, I almost forgot. The farmer recalled something of great significance, a matter he had previously withheld. But now, he felt compelled to reveal it. There is a cellar in the greenhouse, where sweet potatoes, taro, and rice are stored, amounting to several tens of thousands of pounds. As he spoke, his voice diminished to a whisper. The farmer sensed that Xu Annian was a kind-hearted individual. Rather than allowing the food in the cellar to fall into the hands of the rabble at the gathering place, he would prefer it to be taken by Xu Annian. The cellar? Yes. The farmer turned to indicate a corner of the greenhouse. The cellar is used for storing grain, protecting it from frost damage. Sweet potatoes, for instance, thrive in warmer conditions. In sub-zero temperatures, their carbohydrates begin to degrade, turning black and spoiling, rendering them inedible. The temperature in the cellar remains stable, ensuring the grain does not spoil. Please take me to the cellar. Xu Annian cast a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze and hastening his steps to transport the chicken coops. If the cellar housed tens of thousands of pounds of provisions, they might contemplate raising a couple of pigs. Domestic pigs, fed with scraps from their stored grains, could potentially enter the realm of the gluttonous sequence, evolving into sequence beings. Once these domestic pigs had transcended into the sequence, fattened to over 1,000 pounds before slaughter, they would undoubtedly yield a sequence creature. As for the Systems Council, apologies. But he was not inclined to heed suggestions. The poultry had been processed. After more than half an hour, Qin Peiyao emerged, bloodied and wielding a dripping cleaver. She had dispatched 3 ordinary pigs and stored the dismembered meat and entrails within her spatial ring. She also complied with the man's directives, retaining 2 piglets, which she placed in the vehicle to await transport back to the base. Hand over your rings. I'll make a trip back to the base. The greenhouse was approximately 2 kilometers from the parking lot. Xu Annian could complete the round trip, allowing for the evasion of personnel at the checkpoints in about 2 minutes. By making an extra trip, they could procure an additional batch of food. All right, just be careful. Rest assured, I've entrusted that individual to you. Xu Annian took the spatial rings from both individuals and swiftly made his way toward the base, his figure soon vanishing into the night. That person. Qin Peiyau's gaze flickered. The individual referred to by the man was, of course, the locksmith Lu Fu. Xiaowan. Yes. Do you know which area inflicts the most pain? I do. It's just below the right rib. The two continued their conversation in a casual manner as they walked toward the poultry greenhouse. The area beneath the human right rib houses the liver, which is extensively connected to the brain by numerous neural pathways. Striking this region can easily induce shock. Cheng Jinwen had targeted Lin Xuanhao's liver, rendering him speechless from the pain, gradually leading him into unconsciousness. Sister Yao, who is he? An adversary. The two loomed over the feigning Lu Fu. Qin Peiyao herself was uncertain as to why she harbored animosity toward Lu Fu. Perhaps it was due to him leading a group to pick locks, placing her in peril. Or perhaps it was the plight of the women at the Qianshan apartment complex that resonated with her. Or maybe it stemmed from a sense of injustice, a feeling of indignation for the women at Qianshan apartment who had endured inhumane torment. Yet, regardless of the motive, it was time to draw a conclusion. I'll grant you a chance to speak. Where is the leader you followed at the Qianshan apartment? Upon hearing the woman's voice, Lu Fu felt it was somewhat familiar but could not recall who it was, thus choosing silence. He thought to himself, how ruthless could a woman be? At most, she would endure a beating and suffer some superficial injuries. Nothing serious. You've squandered the only opportunity to die swiftly. Qin Peiyao's expression remained impassive. She crouched down, grasped Lu Fu's hair, and effortlessly lifted the 100-plus-pound man, then unleashed a powerful punch aimed at his right rib. Bang! A heavy thud resounded, accompanied by a faint sound of bone fracturing, muffled by the thick cotton clothing. Lu Fu abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting as he attempted to speak, but found himself voiceless. His eyes bulged, fixed intently on Qin Peiyao. The memories flooded back. The exquisite yoga practitioner from the front mountain apartment. She was indeed the one who haunted his dreams. Xiaowan, have him practice more on how to dislocate and set bones. All right, Sister Yao. Cheng Jinwen steeled herself and stepped forward. She gazed at Lu Fu, whose cheeks were swollen and bleeding, with most of his teeth knocked out, and with deep remorse, she murmured, I'm so sorry, but I must practice on you. With that, unable to bear the sight of Lu Fu's tear-filled eyes, she hastily grabbed a handful of earth to cover his gaze and bent down to begin her work. In the vast greenhouse, The sound of bones and joints cracking soon echoed continuously. Chapter 84. Jie. Brother Jie? In the basketball court of the western suburbs, Xu Annian, having completed 2 trips of transport, stealthily lingered in a corner under the cover of night. The group lacked professional searchlights but occasionally employed powerful flashlights to survey the surroundings, preventing any audacious survivors from secretly slipping into the greenhouse area. Just moments ago, Xu Annian narrowly escaped being illuminated. This time, he had deliberately concealed himself in a dead angle for a while, awaiting the patrol to pass before proceeding to the greenhouse. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the office building. A man's voice, as if subjected to some form of extreme torture, the cries punctuated with discernible breaks. Who among the unfortunate souls was delivering food to Brother Jie tonight? It was uncertain, but judging by the commotion, it seemed that Jie had swiftly gotten to the point. TSK. By the way, why hasn't the fuel truck emerged yet? This shipment is taking an unusually long time. Could something have gone awry? Fear not. Who would dare cause trouble on our turf? I would blast them away with my shotgun. Indeed. Meanwhile, at the earthen stove to the left of the basketball court, several young guards huddled around the fire, engaged in casual conversation. The duty was tedious, but absence was not an option. In the past, skipping work meant a meager pay cut, but now it could cost them their lives. No matter how dull it became, they dared not wander aimlessly. One member stood up, flashlight in hand, patrolling the vicinity with a casual sweep before returning to the warmth of the fire. The truck has been delayed for quite some time. From a distant corner, Xu Annian vaguely caught fragments of conversation, realizing he could no longer transport supplies from the cellar. As the patrol member returned, he too rose and made his way to the greenhouse. Upon entering the greenhouse, he beheld Lu Fu, his body contorted in a grotesque manner, prompting an involuntary flutter of his eyelids. Without further inquiries, he returned the spatial rings to the 2 women. We must leave. Witnessing Lu Fu being used for practice, Qin Peiyao exhibited no signs of disturbance as she accepted the ring, slipping it onto her finger, and casually handed the little girl's ring over while locking gazes with her. Xiaowen. Oh. Cheng Jinwen, meeting Sister Yao's gaze, displayed a moment of realization, donned the spatial ring, and then swiftly ended Lu Fu's life with a single punch. It was her first act of killing. Yet, she felt no disgust or nausea. Rather, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over her. Otherwise, the relentless dismemberment and reassembly tormented not just Lu Fu, but her as well. You may take the food and depart. Thank you. I assure you, I will not betray you. Returning to the adjacent planting greenhouse, Xu Annian first attended to the patient old farmer, allowing him to select provisions at will. However, the farmer only chose sweet potatoes, disregarding everything else. Within 2.5 minutes, the old farmer had everything packed neatly. Before departing, Xu Annian hastily removed the heavy coat of the supervisor and donned it, expressing heartfelt gratitude towards Xu Annian before making a swift exit. Have you finished? Yes. Let us continue to gather the provisions from the cellar. The trio descended into the cellar, utilizing spatial rings to collect food. Xu Annian's primary spatial ring was filled with crops, while 2 cubic meter spatial rings contained garlic, ginger, and other seasonings. The remaining 2 cubic meter spatial rings were filled with rice. Qin Peiyao and Cheng Jinwen, on the other hand, selected their preferences freely, taking as much of what they enjoyed without any restrictions on specific food items. Let us go. Half a minute passed. The 3, laden with their spatial rings, did not forget to take the remaining dozen or so tomato-potted plants as they drove back to the office building. Qin Peiyao drove the truck, taking the little girl back to the base first. Xu Annian, behind the wheel of a Land Rover, returned the keys at the basketball court to buy some time. They were not fearful. Armed with 4 seized firearms, he would be the first to fire should a direct confrontation arise. Their reluctance to leave forcefully stemmed from the concern that the opposing party might shoot the truck's tires. Soon, the truck honked to alert the members at the office building ahead. It then slowed down slightly, cruising leisurely past the basketball court towards the suburban exit. You can sit up now. Oh. Cheng Jinwen, who had been leaning on the passenger seat, straightened up, watching the snowflakes dance under the car lights. Curiously, she asked, Sister Yao, why did you honk just now? Aren't you worried about being discovered? They had honked upon arrival. Qin Peiyao explained, her expression serene. In truth, she was uncertain whether honking was necessary upon departure. Even without it, those people would likely perceive it merely as a driver's annoying behavior and not impede their way. Yet, should honking be required, it would serve its purpose inadvertently. Better to be cautious than careless. I see. Cheng Jinwen nodded, grasping only partially, choosing not to speak further. She realized that not only did she lack the intellectual prowess of Sister Yao, but her level of subtlety also paled in comparison. Many things were clear from an observational standpoint, yet when faced with reality, They eluded her. This sensation reminded her of the vexing examinations. Sister Yao, is the uncle going to be all right on his own? Of course. Yes, I too believe the uncle will be fine. At the basketball court's earthen stove, Xu Annian, bundled up snugly, enthusiastically distributed cigarettes to the group, pressing them into others' hands without uttering a word. Anyone daring to refuse would find themselves receiving a swift punch beneath the ribs, concealed by the trench coat to shield against prying eyes. I don't smoke. Aren't the others getting out? The second floor has already arranged a show for you all. A man with puffy eye bags, exuding an air of sleaziness, did not accept the cigarette, his face twisted into a lecherous grin, his gestures overly exaggerated. However, his actions elicited hearty laughter from the two who remained somewhat sober, seemingly relishing this style of banter, or perhaps enjoying what they deemed an entertaining spectacle. Oh, Xu Annian elongated his tone, adopting a demeanor that suggested universal understanding among them. He then playfully draped an arm over the shoulder of his companion, delivering a couple of light punches. What on earth are you doing? The two, noticing Xu Annian's punches were a tad too vigorous, immediately expressed their displeasure. We went out of our way to arrange this for you. You need not accept. But what is with the aggression? Xu Annian ceased to conceal his intentions. After all, they were merely ordinary individuals, without the necessity for pretense. The matter was swiftly resolved. Having ensured nothing was overlooked, Xu Annian hastened towards the parking lot. Not long after he departed, the main entrance of the office building swung open, and a figure emerged. Muttering curses under their breath, moving with an odd gait, propped by a wooden stick, taking one labored step at a time. Damn, should I find the opportunity? I swear I'll chop off a couple of his pounds, he exclaimed, wincing in pain. Those beasts. Lu Shusong grumbled a few more curses before falling silent, keeping his head down as he distanced himself from the makeshift stove on the left. Even though the individuals near the stove remained inactive, he dared not glance in their direction, let alone entertain the thought of fleeing. He had, for all intents and purposes, been thoroughly tamed. Chapter 85, The Kilo Class. Suburban West Exit. On either side of the road, the greenhouses stood, guarded by Hugo and his companions. When a dilapidated bus approached, they merely glanced at it before returning their gaze, indifferent as it passed by. Safety assured. Behind the driver's seat, Chung Jinwen excitedly waved her arms. Last time, during the supermarket raid, she had been unable to participate due to her incomplete recovery, leaving her with a lingering sense of regret. This time, however, she was no longer a left-behind child. Let us rest for the night at the intersection where we previously stayed and organize the fruits of today's labor. Indeed, the resources in the suburban area far exceeded their expectations. There were not only tens of thousands of pounds of agricultural grain, but also fresh vegetables from the greenhouses, along with chickens, ducks, and geese. All of these required considerable effort to be properly relocated, especially the poultry. If not attended to promptly, they could transform the over 1,000 square feet of storage space into a foul-smelling poultry coop. Before tallying their gains, it was prudent to upgrade the base first. Xu Annian mused. The little girl had progressed from a preparatory member to a core member, contributing 3,000 family points, plus an additional 1,000 points from Xiaolang, Xiaoqin, and Xiaoshi, along with rewards obtained from defeating sequential creatures. Over 4,000 family points were sufficient for upgrading the base. System, upgrade the base. Ding, upgrading the base requires a deduction of 1,600 family points. Proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Xu Annian did not hesitate. There were ample family points available, and even after the upgrade, a substantial amount would remain. Ding, upgrade complete. Base level, 6, upgrade requires 3,200 family points. Internal space increased by 1,600 square feet. Expansion height based on base height. Unlock detection radar. Detection radar detects life forms within a radius of 1 kilometer centered on the base. The host can specify one or more warning species. The space had expanded. Multiple detection radars. The function of the detection radar was straightforward. It detected surrounding life forms, such as zombies. If zombies wandered near the base, an alarm would sound within. Xu Annian could also set different frequencies for various life forms, making it easier to discern what lurked outside during the night or in low visibility conditions. However, the detection radar had a flaw. It could not designate life forms they had not encountered or seen with their own eyes as warning species. There was a hint of collectability in this. Does it suggest that I have been sheltered? Xu Annian stroked his chin, pondering. It seemed that since binding to the family base, they had remained in the suburbs, seldom venturing out or hunting sequential creatures. Perhaps it was indeed time to explore. If a gluttonous sequential pig could be found in the suburban area, other regions likely harbored even more sequential creatures. They needed to hunt some sequential animals to expedite their growth and strength. Tomorrow, they would venture to Yanqing. Xu Annian made his resolution. Then he addressed the system, please check the family information. Ding, querying. Extreme cold end of the world mobile base. Host, Xu Annian. Base level, level 6. Members, Qin Peiyao, grade S. Core member, biological nutritionist. Cheng Jinwen, grade SS. Core member, close combat specialist. Shaochen, grade SS. Reserve member, manifest color. Xiaoshi, grade SS. Reserve member. Multidimensional simulation, family points, 2,860, base warehouse, none. Note, base energy has been converted to kilojoule level energy for members. Xu Annian furrowed his brow. Deceased family members are not recorded. The attack zones of the family base require 5 official members to unlock. However, during his rounds in the front mountain apartment of Huqing, the city center supermarket, in the western suburban gathering area, he encountered hundreds of survivors yet found no others above grade S. It seems that survivors meeting the family member criteria are rather scarce. Nowadays, one can only pin hopes on Yacheng. I'll take a shower now. I'll prepare dinner for you later. You can start counting the hall. Moments later, the bus halted at a familiar intersection. Qin Peiyao pulled the handbrake, rose, and walked towards the wardrobe, taking a set of comfortable pajamas into the bathroom. The 3 had bloodstains on them from the slaughter of the domestic pigs, and she had independently butchered 3 ordinary pigs, her clothes and face smeared with blood. She had long desired a thorough hot bath. Let us tally the gains. Xu Annian mused, wrapping an arm around the young girl's shoulders as they entered the storage area. Given that their clothes were dirty, a bath was inevitable. He decided to process the poultry before bathing. Uncle, what should we do with these chickens? Should we slaughter them all? Let us keep a batch of chicks and those hens that can lay eggs. The rest can be kept by the window for a few days. Xu Annian believed that the sequential organisms might be linked to the external environment. In the western suburban greenhouses, where 600 to 700 chickens were raised, none had reached the sequential stage, while the pigs brought from outside were sequential organisms. Thus, he wished to experiment, opening the car window to raise chickens. Would they freeze to death? Cheng Jinwen's head was adorned with a few chicken feathers, giving her a somewhat adorably dazed appearance. She had never raised chickens before. However, with temperatures nearing minus 30 degrees outside, it was plausible that the chickens could indeed freeze. They would, Xu Annian replied with certainty. Apart from keeping a batch of chicks, all the laying hens would be confined under the car window, with the reserved chicks positioned not far from it. Compared to ordinary chicken meat, they required the meat of sequential organisms. Nonetheless, matters must be approached gradually. One could not expose all poultry to minus 20 or 30 degrees at once. Xu Annian planned to first create a small gap in the window and gradually widen it day by day, allowing the poultry to adapt over time. He decided to experiment with the roosters first. It is well known that hens can lay eggs even without roosters, yet those eggs do not hatch into chicks. Thus, he decided to keep 20 young roosters and 20 young hens, attempting the cycle of egg to chick. Let us liberate the chicken and the egg. The number of ducks and geese is limited. We have refrained from slaughtering them, keeping them in close quarters beside the chicken coop to endure the cold together. Let us hasten our tasks. Oh, I shall disembark to gather some soil for cultivating crops, while you are entrusted with the construction of the chicken, duck, and goose shelters, ensuring they are securely enclosed with iron cages to prevent their escape. Yes, I shall remember this. Woo woo, come, accompany me to till the land. Woot woof. To the front door. Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, Woo woo's little tail wagged enthusiastically. As I opened the door, he could hardly contain his excitement, darting out and looking back repeatedly, urging me to follow. After spending a few days at the base, Woo woo has already made the bus his home. The thoughts of a little dog are so wonderfully simple. Chapter 86, an astonishing main course. It was 9:30 in the evening. After 3 long hours of diligent work, Xu Annian finally completed the division of the storage area. The right side car window served as a natural refrigerator for food storage, while the area near the rear window was designated for plant cultivation, and the left side was allocated for poultry rearing. Concerned about potential odors emanating from the poultry, multiple isolation measures were implemented to prevent any unpleasant scents from escaping. My dear, let's finish the rest tomorrow, Qin Peiyao said as she approached him, carefully wiping the dirt from his face at the entrance of the storage area. You should go take a shower. I'll bring your clothes in a bit. Xu Annian swallowed hard, acutely aware of the change in her demeanor, which was markedly different from her usual aloofness. There was a softness and grace about her as her hair was elegantly styled at the back of her head, her complexion rosy and delicate. Although her silk nightgown was not revealing, it subtly accentuated her enchanting curves, complemented by the alluring fragrance of the body wash lingering in the air. You're right for a shower. Dinner awaits you, she remarked. Noticing the irregularity in his breathing, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and without further ado, she gently pushed him toward the bathroom. What woof? At their feet, the shivering Wu-Wu gazed longingly at the steamy bathroom, expressing a desire for a warm bath. It had been brought down from the car, and now it yearned for a moment of respite. However, as soon as it attempted to rest, the man's stern voice echoed in its ears, insisting that it was essential for its progression in the sequence, for its own good, and so on. After losing 3 of its claws in the dirt and becoming thoroughly soaked, it was finally permitted to return to the car to catch its breath. Wu-Wu. Wait while I fetch a basin to fill with warm water, and then I shall wash you, Chang Jiwen announced, having also finished her shower. Upon seeing the pitiful state of Wu-Wu, her heart ached, and she walked to the sink to fetch warm water, using body wash to clean its fur. Wu-Wu, it exclaimed as it entered the warm basin, feeling rejuvenated, comfortably squinting its eyes and allowing itself to be pampered. Yet, before long, it opened its eyes wide. Fixated on the large pot in the kitchen, where the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. This scent was unlike any it had encountered before. Merely inhaling the fragrant air made its pores feel as if they were expanding, eager to absorb every bit of the delightful essence. Sister Yo, tonight's dinner seems extraordinarily delicious, Cheng Jiwen remarked, catching the unique fragrance. Turning to Sister Yo, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Your culinary skills have certainly improved. Indeed. Qin Peiyao replied with a subtle smile as she set the table for 3. The main course for dinner was braised pork ribs with potatoes, utilizing the ribs from a large pig, promising an exceptional flavor. Confidence radiated from her as she recalled various recipes while processing the sequence of the large pig. Her mind filled with the correlation between different cuts and their respective preparations, fully aware of the benefits contained within the flesh of these sequential beings. Wow. Then I shall eat 2 bowls, no, 3 bowls of rice. Make sure to eat plenty of vegetables. It's good for your health. What are we chatting about? As 2 women conversed, Xu Annian emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair. After a brief moment with the hairdryer, he instructed the young girl. Go to the storage area and fetch 2 bottles of wine. Let us celebrate this evening. All right. Cheng Jiwen quickly wiped her hands on Wu-Wu's body before placing him back on the ground and turning to retrieve the wine. Meanwhile, Qin Peiyao lifted the lid of the pot, releasing an intoxicating aroma that filled the car with its rich essence. Not bad, Xu Annian remarked, somewhat astonished. His experience with women's culinary skills had been profound. In just a few days, her skills have improved to this extent. A satisfied hum escaped Qin Peiyao's lips as she straightened her posture. Cooking is simple. One just needs hands, right? Now, I have a better understanding of my abilities. With more practice, I shall surely capture a man's heart through his stomach. Here comes the wine. Cheng Jiwen, enticed by the delicious scent, rushed out with 2 bottles, promptly serving rice and pouring wine for the 2 adults. You should drink a little tonight, Xu Annian offered, handing her an additional wine glass. The girl was a light sleeper, and he believed a few glasses would help her rest better. Otherwise, their evening might be somewhat inconvenient. Let Shawan have a bit of white wine, Qin Peiyao suggested, her cheeks tinged with pink. Xu Annian looked at Qin Peiyao in surprise. She was quite bold, directly pouring red wine from the girl's cup into her glass and intentionally leaving a couple of sips, waiting to mix it with the white wine later. With this, even if an earthquake shook the outside world, the girl would remain undisturbed. White wine. Cheng Jiwen felt a surge of excitement. She had always found the scent of white wine appealing when she observed the uncle drinking it, but her shy and reserved nature had kept her from speaking up. Now, with Sister Yao's permission, she eagerly poured herself a small half-glass, feeling no hesitation whatsoever. Let us eat. Xu Annian, concerned that the girl might gulp down her food, urged the 2 to begin. He picked up a piece of tender rib and placed it in his mouth. The flavor seems somewhat peculiar. The ingredients were undoubtedly fine, and the meat had been stewed to a soft tenderness, yet there was an elusive taste that was hard to describe. How curious. Cheng Jiwen mumbled around a piece of rib. These ribs are a bit difficult. Perhaps they don't smell as fragrant. But why do I find myself wanting to eat more and more, unable to stop? She had initially intended to declare them inedible but caught herself just in time. However, her description of the ribs was quite accurate. Despite the mediocre flavor, or even the slightly unpalatable quality, the 3 of them could not cease their motions of serving themselves. Could it be an instinctual craving? Xu Annian pondered. Since entering the sequence, they had only consumed ordinary ingredients. The nutrition provided by those ingredients was merely sufficient to sustain daily energy expenditure, failing to satisfy the unique energy required for their growth. The flesh and blood of sequence beings were what their cells craved most deeply. I am so full. Within 5 minutes, Cheng Jiwen slumped in her seat, a look of contentment on her face as she rubbed her belly. A large pot of stewed pork ribs with potatoes has only potatoes left. It is not that the flavor of the ribs was particularly exquisite, nor that the potatoes are unpalatable. Rather, the dish is simply irresistible. I shall go feed Wu-Wu. Qin Peiyao now finds herself in a rather awkward position. She rises to fetch Wu Wu's designated iron bowl, pouring out the broth from the pot to mix with some rice, adding a few pieces of bone for him to gnaw on, thus creating a sumptuous dinner. In a sense, your culinary skills are remarkable, Xu Annian reassured. A dish so captivating is comparable to the finest delicacies. Is that not impressive enough? However, he mused that perhaps tomorrow's breakfast could be prepared by someone else to see if the same effect could be achieved. Resolving this in his mind, he did not wait for the woman to speak, raising the untouched wine in his hand and exclaiming, "Cheers," to celebrate the successful conclusion of our endeavor. Cheers. The three of them clinked their glasses together. The young girl, under the persuasion of the two adults, stubbornly finished a large cup of white wine, her cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy as she clung to Wu Wu, treating him as a fluffy pillow. Ultimately, it was Qin Peiyao who tucked her into the upper bunk to sleep. "My dear, shall we?" Chapter 87, Emptied Out. In the suburban office building, a man known as Brother Jia ambled towards the bedroom, a cigarette hanging from his lips. However, upon passing the living room and catching sight of 8 women dozing, he abruptly halted. Something was amiss. The truck had honked more than half an hour ago, signaling the completion of the fuel delivery. By now, the personnel on break should have returned. Why was there no one to partake in the entertainment? Was it possible that they had lost interest in women? A troubling thought flickered through his mind, and his expression grew increasingly grave as he irritably pinched the cigarette and flung it to the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot before hastening towards the basketball court. Were those fellows actually slacking off? As he descended the stairs, he caught sight of several individuals napping by the earthen stove from afar, igniting a surge of ire within him. If only 1 or 2 were dozing, he could have understood. After all, the night air was frigid, and sitting by the fire could easily induce drowsiness. Yet, to find all the night watchmen asleep was a dire situation. If a new survivor were to sneak in and steal their provisions, they would soon find their supplies depleted. "Wake up. Who permitted you to sleep?" The man's frustration escalated as he approached the stove in quick strides, his voice booming as he reached out to rouse the nearest companion. In the next moment, the man he had struck gently tipped over, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless body, devoid of any movement. A chill ran down the man's spine, a foreboding sense enveloping him. He extended his hand to push another individual nearby, only to find that this person too fell senselessly, their arm crashing onto the firewood, searing against the charcoal without a sound. This was bad. Something was terribly wrong. "Get up," he shouted hoarsely, rousing the members within the office building. Lights flickered to life on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Meanwhile, survivors from the adjacent self-built structures, enduring hunger and cold, leaned out of their windows, curious about the commotion that had stirred such unrest. Where were the replacements? Were they still in the truck? The man sprinted towards the Range Rover parked by the roadside, disregarding the vehicle's damage, and delivered a fierce elbow strike to shatter the window. Upon glancing at the back seat of the Range Rover, where 3 of his unconscious companions lay, his mind went blank in a moment of shock. What on earth was happening? "Brother Jia, what is going on? Which reckless fool has caused this trouble?" In front of the office building, over 30 young men, brandishing their weapons, charged forth with fierce determination. The sounds of more footsteps and the clashing of arms echoed behind them. This 3-story office building served as their headquarters, housing over 100 members armed with various makeshift weapons and rudimentary firearms. A single shout could summon dozens within a minute. "Quick, drive to the granary. We've been robbed," the man bellowed, urgency propelling him to retrieve the car keys, leaving a bewildered group of companions in his wake. Robbed? By whom? The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily engulfed in disbelief. Who, with such audacity, could slip past 24-hour guards stationed at the entrance? Moreover, there were 4 armed personnel stationed near the greenhouse. Anyone not on the list who approached would be shot on sight, regardless of their affiliation with the gathering. Even if someone managed to sneak by, it would be implausible to transport the food stored in the cellar. "Let us go take a look," someone suggested. "Well, we're already up. What else can we do?" Those who emerged from the back were oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It was only when they discovered 3 unconscious individuals in the Land Rover and several others beside the earthen stove that they belatedly realized the seriousness of their predicament. Calling out loudly to retrieve the car keys. "Everyone, remain calm." A deep voice cut through the clamor. From the office building, a middle-aged man with a firm and purposeful stride stepped forward. After inquiring briefly to ascertain the situation, he darkly commanded, "Xiaoqing, take 50 people to the greenhouse and assess the situation. Not a single grain of food can be lost." "Understood," replied the man named Xiaoqing, promptly turning to select several members before heading to the parking lot to drive to the greenhouse for inspection. "Ming, you take 10 individuals to secure building number 1. Do not let those newcomers cause disruption. Xiaopeng, you take 10 to building number 2 to account for the numbers and identify who is missing. All right, no problem, came the enthusiastic responses. The group, a bustling throng, quickly dispersed, while the remaining 30 or so were similarly organized by the middle-aged man. Xiaoqi, you take a few individuals to the entrance and inquire about the vehicles that Ahu and the others have seen come and go today, particularly those that have departed. Make sure to ascertain how many vehicles there were and their types. Understood. The remaining individuals were divided, with 5 assigned to secure the road and 2 tasked with carrying the unconscious individuals back indoors. Under the middle-aged man's direction, everyone took on their roles, transforming the earlier chaos into a coordinated effort. After thoroughly delegating responsibilities, his gaze drifted towards the earthen stove, fixating on the unconscious companions. A surge of anger bubbling within him. Silently eliminating those 5 individuals, this indicated a premeditated operation on the part of the adversary. The supplies in the greenhouse, they might have been significantly pilfered. To this day, the middle-aged man believed there was still food in the cellar. It was improbable that tens of thousands of pounds of stored grain could be entirely stolen in a short period. He merely hoped that the poultry and crops remained unharmed. Nangu. More than 10 minutes had passed. The group that had gone to the greenhouse returned in several vehicles, a formidable procession. As the lead vehicle came to a halt, Xiaoqing flung open the door, his face ashen, stumbling forward. Nangu, the greenhouse has been emptied. Emptied? Sun Xiaonan sprang to his feet, seizing the man's collar and gritting his teeth as he demanded, clarify. Which greenhouse has been emptied? And how much food remains in the cellar? The 2 greenhouses lay desolate, completely stripped bare, and the supplies in the cellar had dwindled to a mere handful. Damn it! Sun Xiaonan could not contain his frustration, cursing vehemently as he rubbed his close-cropped hair. 80 to 90,000 pounds of grain, hundreds of chickens, and several large pigs. Those were their precious treasures. They would scarcely indulge in them themselves, only to have them snatched away by others. This was more painful than being betrayed. Where were the guards? Where had they vanished to? How could they be overpowered despite being armed? Rally everyone and assemble in the parking lot within 5 minutes. Xiaoqing, take half the team to search towards the greenhouses. The rest will follow me in the opposite direction. Even if it costs us our lives, we must reclaim our supplies. The grain stored in the cellar was crucial for their survival, the very foundation of their existence. None dared to show any hint of complacency, each driven by an uncontrollable wrath as they hastened to the parking lot. Yet, their pursuit was destined to end in futility. Beyond the western suburbs, the road sprawled in all directions. Even if their number were to increase tenfold, retrieving the lost provisions would remain an impossibility. Without sufficient food, the settlement in the western suburbs would exist in name only. Disbanding would be their best option. Forcing unity amid such turmoil would only exacerbate existing tensions, inevitably leading to betrayal and a tragic demise through infighting. Chapter 88. Restless at the crossroads, the bus remained motionless by the roadside, yet within the confines of the base. Tranquility was but a facade. The sounds of the night echoed, and the front door lamented as if in sympathy with the unrest. It was a night where sleep eluded the weary. Tomorrow, we shall embark for the city of Rams, he murmured, to which she acquiesced. Indeed, I shall follow your lead. As 2.5 hours slipped away, they nestled together in the lower bunk, engaged in hushed conversation regarding their forthcoming journey. To be precise, it was Xu Annian who spoke, while Qin Peiyao listened intently. Her resolve was unmistakable. Wherever the man went, she would follow, for the destination mattered little compared to the companionship. Do you think we ought to enhance our sleeping arrangements? Xu Annian inquired. The base had expanded, adding an additional 1,600 square feet. While this amount of space was not vast, it could certainly be reconfigured into a proper bedroom, allowing for a modicum of privacy. Absolutely not, Qin Peiyao replied without hesitation, resting her head against his chest. The bunk beds are quite adequate. Then we shall leave it as is, he said, soothingly kneading her shoulders. He too appreciated their current setup. During the day, they could converse freely while driving, and at night, they could share whispers across the bunk. It created a lively, familial atmosphere. Have you fallen asleep? After a brief silence without her voice, Xu Annian noticed her steady breathing, indicating she had drifted into slumber. Having just completed an intense workout, he found himself too alert to succumb to sleep. Instead, he propped his head on his arm and activated the base's holographic projection to optimize the layout of the planting and breeding areas. The lighting in the planting zone needs adjustment, he thought, grateful for the box of bulbs he had procured from the supermarket. Otherwise, they would have been insufficient. He decided to upgrade the bulbs to their maximum capacity. Ding! Upgrade complete. Perfect level plant growth light. Simulates sunlight, accelerates crop growth, reduces pests, and increases yield. Accelerated crop growth? Xu Annian's eyes lit up. This functionality held immense potential. Previously, he had hesitated to expose crops to frigid conditions to test the plant sequences. However, now, with the ability to harvest a few batches and accumulate sufficient seedlings, he could conduct his trials. Could extreme cold allow animals to ascend in sequence, and perhaps plants as well? He resolved to gather more seedlings. There was no rush for the agricultural experiments. Given the current trend of declining temperatures, fresh produce would undoubtedly become increasingly precious, and its value would rise exponentially over time. When the moment came, the crops within the base would serve as significant leverage for trading valuable goods. Oh, wait. If the water heater and bulbs could be upgraded, might the pneumatic gun also be eligible for enhancement? Xu Annian felt a surge of excitement as he retrieved the pneumatic gun from his spatial ring. Beep. The old break-action air gun requires 10 points for an upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Can it really be upgraded? A mere 10 points. Naturally, I choose to upgrade. The cost of this upgrade is even less than that of a water heater. It stands to reason. The break-action air gun is a product from decades ago, with a simple structure, making its low cost quite reasonable. I shall elevate this air gun to perfection. Beep. Upgrade complete. Perfect grade break-action air gun. Effective range of 400 meters, with relatively weak penetration. 400 meters? Xu Annian felt a surge of delight. Some submachine guns and automatic rifles have an effective range of merely 400 meters. Given the materials and design limitations of the break-action air gun, achieving such an effective range is a most pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, Xu Annian upgraded another air gun to perfection. The two shotguns did not consume any points. He had seized 2 small boxes of air gun pellets, approximately 200 to 300 rounds, sufficient for the use of both air guns. However, the iron balls for the shotguns were scarce, and refilling them was cumbersome. Thus, he decided against upgrading their level. Tomorrow, he would gather them together to practice marksmanship, familiarizing himself with the break-action air gun before arriving in Yang City. Other smaller cities lacked substantial firearms, but the Yang City shelter housed survivors from various regions, boasting a vast scale and a considerable number of soldiers. Those soldiers were fully armed. During their missions, it was inevitable that some would encounter accidents. This led to a loss of firearms. Once these lost weapons fell into the hands of other survivors, they could become instruments of power and pose a threat. Caution was imperative. Xu Annian murmured to himself. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, the two individuals in the lower bunk rose early. Qin Peiyao finished her morning routine and busied herself with preparing breakfast ingredients. Xu Annian took Wu Ge and went outside the base to practice shooting. The food from the previous night had noticeably increased his attributes, and coupled with the training, he was digesting and adapting to these changes, entering a period of explosive growth. Now, the advantage of his unique SSS-grade talent was truly manifesting. Good morning, Uncle, Yao Jie. At 8:30, Cheng Jinwen woke up leisurely. She exhibited no signs of a hangover and appeared quite vibrant. I overslept again. Cheng Jinwen felt a bit embarrassed. Hastily jumping out of bed to wash up, she thought the two adults were quite diligent. In this apocalyptic world, where one need not work or attend school, she believed they should sleep until naturally awakened, lounging in the warm blankets for at least half an hour. Yet, Uncle and Yao Jie demonstrated remarkable self-discipline. In comparison, she felt somewhat lazy. Time to eat. Xu Annian was indifferent to how late the young girl slept. He rose early to practice shooting, while his wife awoke to prepare breakfast for them. As for the young girl, it didn't matter how late she slept, as long as she didn't miss breakfast. Is Uncle making breakfast today? Yes, let us see if it yields any results. The aroma was delightful, and the dish was absolutely delectable. As Cheng Jiwen savored a piece of pork belly, her eyes transformed into crescent moons. In truth, the chef's skills were merely of average caliber, yet they were exquisitely complemented by Sister Yao's presence. The meal was indeed enjoyable, though it felt as if it was lacking something. Cheng Jinwen relished the food, oblivious to the breakfast's shortcomings. Alas, Xu Annian sighed. This breakfast had squandered a pound of the sequence creature's flesh, failing to harness the energy within the meat. No worries, we still have over 1,000 pounds of meat. Qin Peiyao gently reassured. Afterward, she jested, from now on, you cannot claim that my cooking is unappetizing. How could that be? Xu Annian chuckled awkwardly. Changing the subject, he remarked, darling, thank you for the effort you put into breakfast. I shall practice my shooting now. Let the pork belly in the pot be fed to the dog. Fortunately, not too much was wasted. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jinwen paused mid-bite, quietly set down her chopsticks, and got out of the car to play with Wu Wu. Chapter 89. The disconnection between hands, feet, and brain. Beep. Detection of increased proficiency in other sequences. Unlocking biological sequence fusion progress. Would you like to unlock the original biological sequence? Note, the original sequence is the unique SSS level talent, and currently, no other sequences have been fused. Please, host. fuse wisely, and combine with other sequences to explore your innate talents to the fullest. As he turned around, a series of prompts appeared before him. Fusion sequences? Xu Annian's gaze sharpened. He focused intently on the alert boxes generated by the system, reading them repeatedly until he gradually comprehended that his original sequence possesses a hidden characteristic, the ability to fuse with other sequences. Furthermore, it appears that there is no limit to the number of fusions. Most importantly, Xu Annian had not previously engaged with any other sequences. His current original sequence resembles an uncut jade, ready to be shaped according to his desires and choices. As for which sequences to fuse and how to combine them, whether to pursue combat capabilities or lean towards support in daily life, this was determined by his needs, directly influencing his future achievements. System, can I use sequence potions to facilitate fusion? Xu Annian thought of the 3 sequence potions he possessed. If he could merge with other sequences through consuming these potions, his options would expand significantly. Beep, that is not permissible. Practice makes perfect. Only through dedicated effort can one effectuate qualitative change. Please, host, remain grounded. The system's response was unsurprising, and Xu Annian held no lofty expectations. He stepped forward, his spirits high as he called out, "Little girl, come practice with me." The fusion of the original sequence has no quantity restrictions. This presents both advantages and disadvantages. The most apparent drawback is the potential for a lack of refinement amidst the chaos. Therefore, he resolved to first ascertain the prerequisites for fusing sequences and, based on their complexity, determine which sequences and how many to integrate. Practice? Cheng Jinwen was momentarily taken aback. She was well aware of her own capabilities. Defeating a few ordinary men posed no challenge, but was the uncle an ordinary person? Certainly not. Setting aside the issue of victory or defeat, the mere fact that he treated her so kindly made it difficult for her to engage in combat. "You uncle, why don't you practice by yourself? How can I practice alone? Come on, we're just sparring, no weapons involved." But no weapons is also not an option. Cheng Jinwen grimaced, instinctively retreating. The thought of truly battling the uncle filled her with dread. Winning would earn her a scolding from Sister Yao, while losing would only result in a beating. How could she possibly agree to that? "It's all right, we can practice techniques without going hard. But be obedient." Ultimately, Cheng Jinwen could not resist the uncle's insistence and reluctantly stepped down from the vehicle, glancing back at Sister Yao, who smiled without saying a word, making it clear that there was no escaping this. With her head drooping, she shuffled to a spot 2 meters in front of the uncle, assuming a defensive stance. Woof woof. The little dog appeared quite enthusiastic. Bounding around the two, it cheered for its young master. Sensing the fear emanating from Cheng Jinwen, it began to bark in encouragement. "Be careful. Don't hurt Xiaowen," Qin Peiyao called out through the car window, a smile gracing her lips as she observed the standoff between the two. It resembled a gentle reminder to her husband about playing rough with a child. Rest assured, Xu Annian gestured an okay sign. He understood the little girl's capabilities and was certain he would not unleash his full strength. Maintaining approximately 70% of his power would suffice. Here it comes. As she watched the uncle throw a punch, Cheng Jinwen's heart raced, and she instinctively raised her hands to block. Seizing the moment of the attack, her right foot moved quicker than her mind, aiming a kick at the uncle's groin. This was a reflexive action for her. In her perception, the uncle bore no obvious weaknesses, save for one: the groin, a vulnerable area that even the mightiest find difficult to guard against, making it the ideal target for her strike. Xu Annian's pupils constricted. This girl dares to strike anywhere. No longer concealing his strength, he swiftly retracted his right hand, grasped her foot, and pulled her towards him. He then encircled her neck with his arm, firmly controlling her. "Are you aiming to rob your sister Yao of her joy?" I didn't mean to." Cheng Jinwen hurriedly apologized, her voice tinged with a whimper. She was at a loss. Her limbs seemed to possess a will of their own, disconnected from her mind. With a slight headache, Xu Annian released her, placing his hands on her shoulders. He turned her to face him, looking into her eyes as he gently encouraged. "Don't be tense. Let us just practice normally. Your combat talent is remarkable, but you must learn to control your abilities rather than let them dictate your actions. Do you understand? Instinct in battle is a double-edged sword. If harnessed well, you could become an exceptional warrior. If mismanaged, you risk becoming merely a combat machine. In dangerous situations, driven by instinct, you might make foolish decisions that could lead to unnecessary harm. From now on, we will train together for 3 hours daily to enhance your skills and gain mastery over your combat instincts." "Okay," Cheng Jinwen said, wiping her nose and cleaning her face before rubbing her hands on Wu Wu's fur. She then dashed to the opposite side, repositioning herself. This time, she would not initiate with defense, as it was not her strength. "Come, remember not to strike that spot again, right?" "I remember." The ensuing practice sessions proceeded more smoothly. Xu Annian focused primarily on deciphering the little girl's attack patterns, remaining mostly on the defensive with little offense. Sheng Jiwen, aware of her limitations and knowing she could not truly harm the uncle, fully unleashed her attacks with vigor and abandon. Gradually, she began to perceive the subtle flaws exhibited by the elder as he defended himself. Aware of these vulnerabilities, her formidable combat instinct came to the fore. She feigned an attack aimed at his face, and at the very moment he raised his arm, she swiftly redirected her strike towards the exposed weakness. Xu Annian, who was observing the young girl's tactics, suddenly changed expression, disregarding his dignity as he unleashed his full strength to block the incoming assault. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding impact. The initial strike thwarted. Sheng Jiwen quickly created distance, ensuring her safety. In the face of a formidable opponent, one must not be reckless or overly ambitious. Patience is paramount in seeking out the adversary's vulnerabilities. Indeed, Xu Annian was taken aback by the young girl's prowess. Had they exchanged merely a few blows? Was she already capable of counterattacking? He could not afford to underestimate her. He tempered his focus, gradually increasing the frequency of his assaults to test her limits. Chapter 90. The original martial god sequence. Unbeknownst to them, the two had been sparring for over half an hour. Qin Peiyao prepared breakfast and leaned against the edge of the car window, quietly observing the two. From her vantage point, the man seemed to playfully tease the young girl, allowing her to flail about without a hint of anger, instead appearing thoroughly amused. Meanwhile, Wu Wu was bouncing about, seemingly more excited than the two engaged in combat. This scene sparked within Qin Peiyao a yearning for children of her own. The thought of raising a couple of small dogs alongside her child brought a warm feeling to her heart. Unfortunately, the current circumstances did not permit such aspirations. Could you move a bit faster? Haven't you eaten yet? Outside in the snowy expanse, Xu Annian employed mental attacks, using verbal provocation to stimulate the young girl, extracting her hidden potential. This method exerted tremendous pressure on her, yet the results were exceedingly remarkable. Sheng Jiwen's strikes became increasingly fierce, targeting the most sensitive areas with precision. Beep. Detecting host contact with the subsequence of close combat techniques, unlocking progress of the Valkyrie sequence fusion. Would you like to unlock the original martial god sequence? Unlocked. Xu Annian felt a surge of joy. However, upon seeing the words Valkyrie, he hesitated. System, as a male. Will unlocking the Valkyrie sequence have any adverse effects? Beep. The original martial god sequence is not equivalent to the Valkyrie system. The newly fused sequence will fully adapt to the host. Fully adapt to me? So, the sequence adapts to the person, rather than the other way around? Indeed. Xu Annian nodded in satisfaction. However, this meant that the original martial god sequence he unlocked would differ from the young girl's Valkyrie sequence. Yet, this posed little concern. Everyone has their own habits. What suits oneself is invariably the best. Let us take a break. Bang. Xu Annian halted their sparring. Just as he intended to suggest a pause for breakfast, the young girl, either oblivious or unable to stop, landed a solid punch on his right rib, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Sheng Jiwen was startled as well. She had assumed the older man would easily withstand her attack, but did not anticipate the punch would connect with such force. She instinctively bent at a 90-degree angle, loudly apologizing. I'm so sorry, uncle. It's all right. Your strength is too feeble. It feels like a tickle. Go back to the car and rest. Have some breakfast. I'll practice my shooting a bit more. Xu Annian waved his hand dismissively. After watching the young girl walk back to the car, still somewhat doubtful, his expression changed. He pressed his hand against his right rib and bent over to catch his breath. That punch was indeed rather forceful. Taking a deep breath, he felt a dull ache in his rib. Had he not reacted swiftly and shifted his position slightly, he might have been incapacitated. Are you hurt? Behind him, Qin Peiyao approached with an anxious expression. Supporting him, she led him to the blind spot of the bus, lifted his shirt to check for injuries, and only after confirming there were no fractures or cracks did she finally relax. A pair of eyes, brimming with mirth, spoke with a hint of annoyance. I shall massage your bruises this evening. You will be just fine. Indeed, Xu Annian responded, regaining his composure. Fortunately, the young girl had known to temper her strength. Otherwise, had he received a full-force punch without any defense, several of his ribs might have been broken. Let us return for breakfast. Are you able to walk? Yes. But do not mention this to that young girl. Understood. Upon their return to the base, breakfast consisted once again of the series of pork. The over 1,000 pounds of meat was sufficient for 3 individuals to indulge for more than a month. Off to Sheep City. After finishing their meal, the bus rolled toward Sheep City, crushing the soft, accumulated snow under its tires as it moved slowly along. Xu Annian's rib injury was not severe, allowing him to conduct his daily activities without hindrance. However, he chose to lie on the lower bunk, delving into the study of series fusion. The martial god series, being combat-oriented, was perfect for experimentation. Beep. Do you wish to unlock the original Martial God series? Unlock. Unlock successful. Original Martial God series. A 5-meter radius constitutes an absolute efficient domain, accurately incapacitating or fatally wounding foes. Unlock progress 0. 1. A 5-meter radius? Xu Annian sat up abruptly. If his memory served him correctly, the young girl's absolute efficient range was 3 meters, was it not? This newly fused original Martial God series boasts a range of 5 meters? It surpasses even the girl's own capabilities. Come on. Let us head to the storage area for some practice. Xu Annian was filled with exhilaration. Currently, the progress of the original Martial God system had not reached 100%, thus he was unable to fully utilize the abilities of the Martial God series. Yet, this flaw was trivial compared to the ultimate outcome. With diligent practice, he would soon master the capabilities of the Martial God series. When the time came to confront a dozen or even several dozen adversaries, he could take them down one by one with ease. Are we really going again? Cheng Jinwen replied, her face filled with reluctance. She had just injured the uncle, and now she was equally concerned about hurting him further and fearful of being harmed in return. You must familiarize yourself with your combat instincts. Xu Annian insisted earnestly. Having acquired a new series, he was in high spirits and would not easily forego the opportunity to experience something novel. Without further ado, he pulled the young girl towards the storage area. Be mindful of your limits, warned Qin Peiyao from the driver's seat, her tone serious. The base lacked comprehensive medical facilities. If either of them were injured, there would be no means of treatment. Do not worry. Xu Annian waved his hand dismissively without turning back. As the two entered the storage area, Qin Peiyao sighed helplessly, then refocused her attention on driving. Outside, the skies were overcast, with wind and snow howling, reducing visibility. She needed to concentrate fully on the road. Wang, nestled beside the driver's seat, kept silent company. Having not slept the previous night, he dozed off briefly, feeling secure amidst the familiar scents in the air. In the days that followed, the three maintained a synchronized routine. At 6 in the morning, Xu Annian accompanied Cheng Jinwen outside for a 2-hour practice session. During this time, Qin Peiyao was tasked with preparing a sequence of meals. From 9 to noon, the two continued their training in the storage area while Qin Peiyao drove to the location. In the afternoon, from 2 to 6, the roles reversed, with Xu Annian at the wheel and the two women practicing marksmanship in the storage area. To facilitate shooting, a rectangular shooting range was established, measuring 3 meters in width and 50 meters in length. The visibility outside was approximately 50 meters, an ideal distance for precise shooting, followed by outdoor drills to acclimatize to extreme weather conditions. Naturally, should they possess a keen interest in marksmanship, they could extend the range to increase the challenge. Notably, the spent lead bullets could be recycled, with a minimal cost of points required to restore 100 bullets to operational status, providing excellent value. Xu Annian, with a wave of his hand, permitted the two women to shoot at will. In the absence of inherent talent, they would rely on proficiency to compensate. Any damage to the weapons or bullets could be repaired, reinforcing the notion of relentless training. From 8 to 11 in the evening, it was the young girl's free time, allowing her to play with Wu Wu or chat with Qin Peiyao, who was driving at night. Meanwhile, Xu Annian seized every opportunity to practice with the red tassel spear or diligently work on enhancing his physical attributes, absorbing the abilities of the sequence pork and converting them into quantifiable values. His strength was visibly increasing at an astonishing rate. Chapter 91. The Daily Tasks of the Young Girl. The 27th day of the apocalypse. A heavy snowfall, with northwest winds reaching 6 on the Beaufort scale, and temperatures plummeting to -46 degrees, feeling as cold as -61 degrees. At precisely 6 o'clock in the morning, it was time to rise and feed the chickens. Cheng Jinwen threw aside her quilt and energetically leaped out of bed. Good morning, uncle. Good morning, Sister Yao. Yes, Jinwen is up early too. I'll pick a few tomatoes shortly. All right then. As the two adults busied themselves at the wash basin, brushing their teeth and washing their faces, Cheng Jinwen carried a bucket of rice bran into the storage area, preparing to tend to the poultry and check on their condition. This had become one of her newly assigned daily tasks. Not only did she have to care for the poultry, but she also needed to tend to the 5 acres of crops. However, tasks must be approached one at a time. Upon opening the double-sealed door to the breeding area and stepping into the innermost compartment, she was met with a grim sight. A group of chickens huddled together for warmth, yet still frozen to death. In the corner, 3 chickens clucked eagerly, awaiting their feed. Out of the initial flock, only 3 had survived. 27 had succumbed to the cold. On the 6th day, 27 chickens had perished, leaving just 1 rooster and 2 hens. 1 rooster more than yesterday. Cheng Jinwen pulled out her phone to document the count. For the past few days, her uncle had instructed her to release 30 chickens into the experimental area beneath the car window, exposing them to the frigid conditions for environmental sequencing experiments. Initially, none survived. They all turned to frozen carcasses. It wasn't until yesterday that 2 hens managed to endure, although they appeared to be on the brink of death. Having survived a cold night was a promising sign. Today, however, 3 out of 30 had survived, indicating a notable improvement in survival rates. Congratulations. You have been upgraded to VIP status. After recording the data, Cheng Jian stowed her phone, opened the fence, and carefully transferred the 3 surviving chickens to the adjacent VIP area to join yesterday's 2 for feeding. The treatment of poultry varied by their designated zones. For instance, the chickens in the reserve area were kept in communal cages and fed rice bran, while those that had withstood a night of cold resided in the VIP compartment, enjoying a spacious environment and a diet of rice bran, cornmeal, and soybean meal mixed feed. She then retrieved another 30 chickens to continue her experiments in the testing area. Following that, she fed the remaining chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs before watering the crops in the planting area and picking a few tomatoes, thus completing the first half of her morning duties. Sister Yao, here are the tomatoes you requested. Yes, just place them on the table. I'll take Wu go down to shovel snow now. Be careful. Will do. Cheng Jian cheerfully replied, hastily finishing her morning routine before stepping outside with Wu Ge. Outside, her uncle, clad in warm clothing, practiced with a firearm. A dark red long gun moved with remarkable agility in his hands, executing a series of maneuvers, cloud strikes, block shots, thrusts, and swift transitions, all showcasing a dazzling array of movements, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Uncle's shooting is getting faster, Cheng Jian whispered in awe. Initially, the uncle frequently engaged her in sparring sessions, allowing them to exchange moves, enhance their mutual understanding, and improve their skills. However, it was not long before she found herself unable to withstand the uncle's assaults, becoming overwhelmingly outmatched and suffering a significant blow to her confidence. Consequently, their training sessions became less frequent. The uncle, so formidable and diligent, inspired her resolve. With renewed determination, Cheng Jian set off to clear the snow around the base. The snow accumulated on the car's roof gradually melted, collecting water. A portion of this water would trickle down the edges of the roof, forming sheets of ice on the windows or icicles beneath the vehicle. Her task was to remove these layers of ice and icicles. In truth, these formations posed no threat to the base, yet Cheng Jian was diligent, making it a point to clear them every morning after tending to the chickens and watering the plants, maintaining the aesthetic appeal of the base. She had to work hard. After spending several minutes clearing the ice, Cheng Jian moved to a spot not far from the uncle, commencing her morning exercises. Her training method was quite unique. She would first place the whole section of ice upright, affixing several chicken feathers to it, then step back to a suitable distance to knock down the feathers without damaging the ice. This innovative approach was devised by the uncle to enhance her control skills. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for dinner. From the kitchen window, Qin Peiyao called for both of them to return for breakfast. Hearing her voice, the small dog, Wu, who had been frozen all morning, immediately dashed back home, its petite body sinking into the snow before quickly bouncing back out. After enjoying a few days of nutritious broth mixed with rice, its health had improved significantly. Wu, wait for me, Cheng Jian exclaimed, turning to sprint back to the base. As she passed by Wu, she effortlessly scooped it up, carrying it along. Meanwhile, Xu Annian concluded his final set of shooting practice and ceased training, walking towards the base while inquiring of the system. System, what are my current personal stats? Ding, querying. Host, Xu Annian. Gender, male, age, 26, attributes, strength 77, 91, agility 81, 88, stamina 85, 94. Spirit 76, 86, talent domain, mastery through practice, SSS, sequence, original sequence, growth stage, original martial god sequence, 35, 4, skills, minor proficiency in marksmanship, 126-200. Minor proficiency in close combat, 10-200, minor proficiency in Abeo 18 techniques, 25-200, minor proficiency in culinary arts, 70-200. Items owned. Titanium alloy long gun, space ring, 128 cubic meters, 2 space rings, 2 cubic meters, space ring, 1 cubic meter, sequence potions, initial stage. 2 three-dimensional sequence potions, initial stage. Note, during the growth stage, the host's physical attributes will continue to increase until the stage concludes or the individual reaches their limit, approximately 9 times the normal human value. It seems that this is not yet the limit. Regrettably, the absence of a suitable training partner hampers the stimulation of his bodily mechanisms, preventing the exploration of further potential. Xu Annian felt a slight sense of regret. The potential of humanity is exceedingly vast. The issue lies in the fact that his current personal metrics are so elevated that no one poses a threat to him, resulting in a gradual plateau in his abilities, with progress appearing significantly diminished compared to previous days. Unless he were to integrate a new sequence or encounter a wild sequence creature, external factors are needed to provide mental stimulation, the limit of 9 times that of an ordinary person. Xu Annian, acutely aware of his formidable strength, could not help but feel a surge of pride within. The original martial god sequence perfectly compensates for his shortcomings in utilizing his own power. Today, even when faced with several survivors of the same caliber, he remains undaunted. Moreover, it is unlikely that there are any competitors of equal standing outside. Chapter 92. Entertainment. Uncle, today's breakfast features meat buns. Come and partake. Upon returning to the base, Cheng Jinan perched on a high stool, swinging her legs with a beaming smile as she greeted those around her. After days of consuming the meticulously prepared meals by Sister Yao, she had indeed reaped considerable benefits, albeit with some experiences that were difficult to articulate. Today, the delightful prospect of indulging in fast meat buns filled her with uncontainable joy. Let me assess the seasoning, she mused. This is the first time I've needed dough to make buns. Qin Peiyao smiled in response. What? Cheng Jinwen's expression froze, her swinging legs coming to an abrupt halt as the sparkle in her eyes dimmed rapidly. Then I must savor it thoroughly. Xu Annian maintained his usual demeanor, washing his hands before approaching his seat. He picked up a well-presented meat bun, took a bite, and chewed thoughtfully. Quite good. The dough is nearly perfected. A significant improvement indeed. He swiftly devoured half of the bun, nodding appreciatively as he reached for another. Is it truly delicious? Cheng Jinwen couldn't help but feel a pang of hunger at the sight. She lifted her own meat bun and took a hearty bite. However, the filling was scant and the skin too thick, leading her to discover that she hadn't encountered any filling at all with her first mouthful. With a grimace, she looked up at her uncle, only to find him consuming 3 meat buns in quick succession, his expression utterly unfazed, leaving her in awe of his remarkable appetite. To achieve such proficiency on your first attempt indicates a natural talent for making meat buns, Xu Annian praised without a hint of embarrassment. That is no jest. Some meat buns may appear ordinary, yet they are intricately tied to his happiness. Then you should indulge a bit more. All right, Xiaowen, have a few more. You are still growing, he encouraged. Cheng Jinwen dismissed any thoughts of flavor, grabbing her meat bun to enjoy with kanji, focusing intently on her meal. She would let the taste dictate her consumption. Even if Sister Yao mistakenly used salt instead of sugar, it would not diminish her appetite. Through their days of camaraderie, they had grown quite familiar, often teasing Uncle about Sister Yao's culinary skills, adding a sprinkle of humor to their daily lives. At our current driving pace, we should arrive in Qiqing by noon, Qin Peiyao remarked as she took her seat. After a bite of her meat bun, her brow furrowed slightly before relaxing again as she discussed plans with the two. Do you have any battery left on your phones? Let's see if there's a signal in Qiqing around noon. No, I forgot to bring my charger. My phone ran out of battery days ago, one replied. I didn't bring my phone, said the other. Both shook their heads. One had neglected to bring a phone charger, while the other hadn't brought a phone at all. Let us head to Qiqing first. We can find an electronics store or a computer mall and procure some devices, Xu Annian suggested thoughtfully. Qiqing is a satellite city of Yanqing, with the two cities closely situated. Given their proximity to Yanqing, it was plausible that Qiqing might have a signal, allowing them to acquire phones and computers to gather information about Yanqing online. Agreed, and let us also look for 2 projectors, Qin Peiyao added. While she herself had little interest in electronics, the young girl was in a phase of boundless energy. The young girl, accustomed to rising early and retiring early, inevitably finds her routine rather monotonous without other forms of entertainment. If the base were equipped with a projector, the evenings could be enlivened by communal film viewings, singing, and engaging in various games, thus alleviating the tedium of daily life. This notion garnered a nod of agreement from Xu Annian. Indeed, the recreational options within the base are scant, nearly non-existent. By gathering a selection of electronic devices such as phones and computers, a designated area for leisurely pursuits could be established, significantly enriching their existence. After finishing breakfast, Xu Annian took the driver's seat. The 2 women did not proceed to the storage area for training. Qin Peiyao sat beside him in the driver's seat, which had been extended by over half a meter to comfortably accommodate 2 individuals side by side. Cheng Jinwen occupied a makeshift stool, affectionately stroking the head of Wu Go, observing the road ahead while eavesdropping on the conversation between the adults. Suddenly, as they veered off the highway, a warning sound echoed within the vehicle. The radar installed on the dashboard began to illuminate, displaying a series of red dots, interspersed with a few green ones. The red dots signified the presence of zombies, while the scattered green dots represented human survivors. The number of survivors was dwindling. Qin Peiyao gazed at the radar display, releasing a sigh. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the base, there were approximately hundreds of red dots, while the green dots were few and far between. Perhaps they had relocated to Yancheng. Xu Annian, however, appeared unfazed. If the number of survivors were sufficiently high, the likelihood of survival would also increase. After all, what truly constitutes an apocalypse if there is still hope? It is the absence of hope that defines a true end of days. There are too many zombies ahead. Let us take a detour, he suggested. As they continued along the highway towards the urban area of Qiqing, the radar indicated an alarming increase in red dots, densely clustering and completely obscuring the sparse green ones. The entire Qiqing had been utterly overrun by zombies. Given that Yancheng is so close, why don't they dispatch troops to eliminate the zombies in Qiqing? Qing Jiwen inquired, perplexed as she continued to stroke Wu Ji's head. The roads between Qiqing and Yancheng are well developed. Logically, sending a military force to eradicate the zombies should not pose a significant challenge. After all, modern informational military weaponry can easily dismantle any horde of the undead. Nevertheless, the eradication of zombies in an urban area requires careful consideration of numerous factors, Xu Annian replied, shaking his head. If the survival of the inhabitants of Qiqing were not a concern, a direct bombardment could effectively clear the zombies. However, such an approach would obliterate the city and its resources, reducing it to a worthless wasteland. What, then, would be the point of such destruction? Abandoning high-tech weaponry and opting for a ground team to conduct a thorough sweep would necessitate incurring certain casualties. The higher-ups in the underground shelter would need to deliberate whether such losses are justifiable. Standing at different heights offers varying perspectives on the issue at hand. In Xu Annian's perspective, the endeavor to eradicate the threat in Qiqing could be more aptly viewed as a trial dungeon, allowing so-called exceptional talents to venture forth for exploration. This strategy would alleviate the food scarcity in the refuge while simultaneously filtering for more adept survivors. Should the forces of the refuge find themselves devoid of tasks, they ought to target critical supply lines or medical equipment depots to maximize their returns. The challenges humanity faces extend beyond mere zombies. They include extreme cold, novel diseases, and other unknown biological entities, all of which pose significant threats. Particularly in temperatures plummeting to minus 40 or 50 degrees, the ordinary survivor struggles to endure without electricity, fuel, or heating, let alone perform any tasks. Suddenly, a motorcycle flashing red and blue lights sped towards them. The rider, clad in white camouflage, bore a lightweight submachine gun on his back. He accelerated past the bus and gestured for it to pull over to the roadside. Was this a soldier from the Yancheng refuge? Uncertain. Xu Annian noted the communication device on the rider's shoulder, its lights flickering incessantly, and glimpsed a new green dot appearing on the radar. After a moment's hesitation, he shifted gears and halted by the roadside, observing the bus come to a stop. The soldier on the motorcycle did not initiate conversation nor indicate for them to disembark. After a brief pause, he continued onward. What was happening? Qing Jiwen could not discern the radar display from her vantage point. Just as her confusion deepened, a procession of armored vehicles and tanks, adorned in white camouflage, broke through the swirling snow in the distance. Chapter 93. Assault on the Stronghold. Military operations? Qing Jiwen released Wu Guo and stood up, sliding into the lower bunk to observe closely through the window as armored vehicles and tanks passed by. She was not alone. Uncle and Sister Yao also turned to watch. This was their first encounter with military armored vehicles in real life, and in a wartime context no less. How did the shelter know that this road had a low number of zombies? Xu Annian felt a twinge of confusion. The base had unlocked a detection radar, allowing them to scan for zombies or anomalous biological entities within a kilometer radius, helping them avoid densely populated zombie zones and select safer routes. But did the Yancheng shelter possess a similar detection device? A faint mechanical hum resonated from above. Xu Annian looked up into the air, amidst the howling wind and snow. The sound was subtle, barely revealing a vague silhouette of a drone hovering. Had it not been for his growth phase, which granted him 9 times the usual attributes, he likely would not have noticed the military reconnaissance drone above. This drone could operate in temperatures plummeting below minus 40. Just a moment ago, Xu Annian had marveled at the prowess of military drones, but the next instant, the blurred shape was swept away by the wind and snow, crashing into the snowdrifts a mere dozen meters away. Yet shortly thereafter, another drone emerged from the detection armored vehicle, taking over the position of its predecessor. So that was it. Xu Annian understood. The external conditions were exceedingly harsh. Setting aside the frigid temperatures, the 6th-level gale, mixed with heavy snowfall, made it difficult for drones to take flight. Why didn't the underground shelter deploy armed helicopters? Qing Jiwen wondered aloud. The weather is the issue. Before Xu Annian could respond, Qin Peiyao pinpointed the crux of the matter. Currently, with the blizzard raging, visibility was limited to mere dozens of meters. If an armed helicopter were to be flown, it would need to operate at low altitudes to monitor the ground conditions, while low-altitude flight could be managed. The real challenge lay in their objective of reaching the center of Qiqing, where numerous tall buildings obstructed visibility. With such limited response distances, which helicopter pilot could guarantee timely reactions every single time? It was far more prudent to treat drones as expendable assets, incurring lesser costs. I see. Cheng Jinwen pondered and felt the reasoning was quite simple. Their driving speed could not exceed 50 kilometers per hour, precisely due to the low visibility, right? Embarrassed, she scratched her head and shifted the topic. Uncle, there are a total of 14 tanks, 22 troop transport vehicles, 7 heavy machine gun trucks, 10 armored supply vehicles, and 6 that I cannot identify. Cheng Jinwen excitedly reported the numbers of the convoy, sitting back on her makeshift stool. Her eyes fixated on the convoy ahead through the windshield. Her spirits soared. Such a formidable display surely indicated an impending assault on a stronghold in Qiqing. If they followed along, they would certainly gain invaluable experience. Indeed, Xu Annian observed the receding tail lights of the convoy, his gaze flickering with anticipation. He also wished to witness the zombies outside, to see if they could endure a barrage of gunfire before the advanced weaponry of the shelter in Yang City. According to Qing Xiang's account, these zombies possessed certain biological instincts. They understood the art of hunting and were capable of avoiding danger. Once they sensed an insurmountable threat, they would abandon their pursuit. Whether this was true or not intrigued him greatly, and he yearned to accompany the military convoy to witness it with his own eyes. Beep beep. Just as Xu Annian hesitated, a convoy of several off-road vehicles surged forward from behind, seemingly trailing the military convoy survivors from Yang City. Their intentions were clear, maintaining a distance of a couple of hundred meters. Let us also take a look, he suggested. Is it dangerous? Qin Peiyao inquired with a hint of concern. Not at all. We will simply follow from a distance, Xu Annian reassured her as he released the handbrake and gradually accelerated the bus. The soldiers at the underground shelter did not chase away the survivor convoy. Rather, they allowed them to follow, indicating a lack of concern. Thus, following along would pose no peril. Minutes passed. The vehicles ahead came to a halt. Xu Annian maneuvered the bus to a more advantageous position. Through the swirling snow, he barely caught glimpses of the occasional flames spitting from the gun barrels, though no distinct gunfire reached his ears, suggesting the use of silencers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A motorcycle adorned with red and blue lights turned around and stopped beside the driver's window, signaling Xu Annian to lower the window. Your vehicle is too close. Please retreat to at least 200 meters, or we cannot be held responsible for any accidental injuries. Understood, Xu Annian nodded, making no immediate moves. He turned to Qin Peiyao beside him, who promptly understood the cue. She rose, leaning over the man's body to address the soldier outside. Hello. We are newly arrived survivors in Yang City. Could you kindly inform us about the situation ahead? Newly arrived? The soldier turned to Qin Peiyao. After a brief silence, he lifted the visor of his helmet for a better look at her, his tone softening. The underground shelter is in urgent need of medical supplies. We are currently assaulting the tertiary hospital in Qiqing. As he spoke, he gestured towards the surrounding vehicles. Do you see those vehicles? They are survivors who have come from the shelter, hoping to scavenge. However, being new, you might not be aware of the circumstances and lack scavenging experience. It would be best to head to the shelter soon. Medical supplies are a strategic resource. The military will leave no items behind. Yet, they do not drive away those survivors, allowing them to witness military operations. This fosters confidence among the survivors. Moreover, areas that have been cleared by the military often conceal numerous hidden resources, offering opportunities to gather useful items. Those lucky enough might find a substantial amount of food in a single go. I see. Thank you, Qin Peiyao replied. Indeed. After this brief exchange, the soldier did not linger. He pulled down his visor and rode off, warning other vehicles that had crossed the safety line. The hospital. Xu Annian felt an insatiable itch, his fingers drumming upon the steering wheel. This might be their sole opportunity to witness, up close, the deployment of modern weaponry against the undead. Yet, as the soldier had remarked, they lacked any pertinent experience. Should there be lingering landmines on the battlefield, or other grenades, it would not merely be a matter of picking up discarded items. Let us proceed elsewhere. After a moment of indecision, Xu Annian turned the steering wheel, driving towards a different area, although it was indeed a pity not to behold the military's might firsthand. Seizing the chance to gather resources such as mobile phones and computers nearby was also commendable. Most of the zombies were drawn to the military, and they could not afford to miss this opportunity. Indeed, hearing the man's words, Qin Peiyao silently exhaled in relief. She understood his character well and had been apprehensive that he might recklessly venture to the front lines to observe. Cheng Jinwen felt quite disheartened. Like the elder, she had hoped to join in the fray. In the future, we shall undoubtedly have the chance to witness the true nature of the world, thus comprehending our own insignificance. Xu Annian mused as he guided the bus, gradually vanishing into the swirling snow and wind. Chapter 94, Absolute Firepower. Roar. As the convoy approached the hospital, the buildings flanking the road began to echo with the chilling howls of the undead. A few pale zombies wandering the streets sensed the presence of the living, only to have their heads shattered by a gunshot. The sound of the silenced weapon, despite its muffled nature, could not be entirely hushed. However, the howling winds and swirling snow provided a natural cover, concealing the sound of the suppressed gunfire. The crunching of tires over the snow resembled the wandering of the zombies, momentarily preventing those within the buildings from accurately detecting the convoy's arrival. As they neared the hospital, the number of zombies along the road increased, and the gunfire intensified, becoming increasingly difficult to mask. Roar. Dozens of zombies charged forward, howling. Some particularly perceptive zombies even leapt from the third or fourth floors, crashing through windows and landing on the snow to steady themselves before assaulting the armored vehicles transporting the soldiers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Inside the lead vehicle, soldiers rolled down their windows and leaned out, unleashing a barrage upon the zombies. They did not specifically aim for the head in such an environment. Targeting the rapidly moving heads of zombies required precious time. Yet, being in the heart of Qiqing City, constantly facing the threat of a zombie tide, and with numerous uncertainties lurking outside, they opted to expend a significant amount of ammunition to save time and fulfill their mission. Roar. Gunfire erupted. The zombies in the nearby buildings began to surge forth. From underground parking lots, residential buildings, shopping malls, and roadside shops, the zombies flowed together like a stream, quickly filling the 30-meter-wide road within mere seconds, forming a horde of thousands. This was merely the beginning. Farther away, an endless swarm of zombies was advancing, including some grotesquely mutated advanced zombies. Construct the iron bridge, establish the defensive line. The convoy halted before the hospital, the command armored vehicle at the center, manned by several officers overseeing the operation, promptly issued orders. These commands were relayed via intercom to each armored vehicle and communicated to the buildings on either side, subsequently drowned out by the howling winds and gunfire. Upon receiving the orders, the other vehicles immediately complied. Fully armed soldiers leaped from the transport vehicles, swiftly setting up a defensive line to seal off the entrances to the hospital on both sides. For armored bridge-laying vehicles dispersed to the four corners to begin assembling a modular bridge. This iron bridge was not erected on the road, but rather suspended above the convoy. Utilizing the armored vehicles at the corners as supports, they unfolded the collapsible iron panels to completely shield the area above. This was to prevent zombies from the upper floors of the buildings from leaping into the midst of the convoy and disrupting their formation. In close combat, the soldiers might not necessarily be a match for the zombies. Boom, boom. The iron panels had just fully deployed when a heavy object fell from above, followed by the sounds of running. At the 12 o'clock position, a small wave of zombies surged forward, under fire suppression. At the 6 o'clock position, over a dozen mutated zombies were targeted by artillery fire. A few commanding officers, utterly indifferent to the zombies above the iron plate, issued commands in succession, ensuring the chaotic operation of the entire convoy. Their primary focus was directed toward the street not far away. The horde of corpses, mixed with mutated zombies, posed a dire threat. Machine gun team, acknowledged. Tank squadron, acknowledged. The 4 armored tanks stationed along the southern street adjusted the angle of their cannons, unleashing fire upon the frantically surging small-scale horde. Boom, boom. The sound of continuous bombardment echoed thrice. The 30-meter-wide smooth roadway was suddenly marred by several craters of varying depths. The horde, comprising hundreds led by a dozen mutated zombies, was effectively neutralized. Only a mere 10 intact zombies remained, while some of the dismembered ones were eliminated by soldiers advancing on foot, who dispatched them with rifle fire. Simultaneously, 3 trucks armed with heavy machine guns targeted the approaching zombies, pulling their triggers. Bang, bang, bang. The deep, thunderous cadence of gunfire erupted. Flames erupted from the muzzles, and shell casings rained down like hailstones. The fiery projectiles, imbued with unmatched power, pierced through the zombies, creating plumes of crimson mist, sending limbs, shattered bones, and minced flesh flying. This was an absolute display of firepower suppression. The supposed numerical advantage was rendered insignificant. Roar. Before the soldiers could catch their breath, a peculiar howl resonated from deep within a nearby building. The sound generated a sonic wave that caused the snow accumulated on the greenery and streetlights on either side of the road to tumble down in a flurry. The previously frenzied zombies halted upon hearing the roar, then turned and dove into the building, using its shelter to maneuver swiftly toward the convoy. A howler. Upon hearing this unusual commotion, the faces of those inside the command armored vehicle shifted, prompting them to issue several commands via radio. Sniper. Locate the howler's position and neutralize it. If unable to do so, report its coordinates immediately. Move swiftly. The howler, an evolved, intelligent variant emerging from ordinary zombies, possessed relative weakness compared to other mutated zombies. Yet, no one dared to underestimate them. The term howler phonetically resembles mourning, and their arrival foretold impending doom for countless survivors. Deploy attack drones, infiltrate the buildings surrounding the street, and collaborate with tactical teams to establish a defensive line. No zombie must be allowed through. Assault team, you have 3 minutes. Within these 3 minutes, prioritize the transport of essential medical equipment while ensuring safety and retrieve as many medical supplies as possible. Move out. 30 attack drones. Initially intended as strategic assets for the complete eradication of the hospital, were now compelled to engage aggressively due to the howler's emergence, disrupting their previously steady advance. Once the zombies entered the buildings, sustained firepower suppression could no longer be employed, utilizing tanks and heavy machine guns for continuous bombardment risked breaching load-bearing walls. Once the edifice crumbles and the roads are rendered impassable, they become akin to fish in a barrel, succumbing to a more passive state. What a fortune it is to encounter the Wailing Sentinel. Commanding the armored vehicle, a young officer vented his frustration. The likelihood of confronting a Wailing Sentinel is exceedingly rare. Since the establishment of the underground sanctuary in Sheep City, they had embarked on numerous missions, only encountering a Wailing Sentinel once. That encounter had resulted in devastating losses for the sanctuary, thus earning the Sentinel its notorious reputation. Do not complain, admonished the senior officer. His brow furrowed as he spoke in a low tone. Our encounter with the Wailing Sentinel still affords us the opportunity to maneuver and resist. Should ordinary survivors face it, that would spell disaster. Yes, sir. Enough distractions. Instruct the intelligence team to analyze the load-bearing walls of the building ahead. If necessary, we shall initiate a targeted demolition to buy ourselves some time. Yes, sir. The group busied themselves, their expressions grave, though they had long prepared their last letters and never contemplated the possibility of returning alive. Their concern lay in the fear of failing the mission and not living up to the sanctuary's honor. Chapter 95. It is not that they have grown weaker, but that you have become stronger. 2 kilometers away, Xu Annian drove the bus smoothly to the entrance of a mobile phone experience store. In front of the store, a few SUVs were parked, their engines still running, while several survivors rummaged through the nearby shops for resources, stuffing them into the trunks of their vehicles. Let us first procure a few mobile phones from the store, and then we shall navigate to the computer city, Xu Annian declared as he parked the vehicle. He changed into more practical attire and took his long gun before disembarking. Qin Peiyao and Cheng Jinwen, armed with their respective weapons and carrying air guns along with travel backpacks, hurried to follow him. Unfamiliar with the road conditions of Qiqing, they needed to find a mobile phone to activate the navigation function, which would help them locate the computer city and also gather information about the refuge in Yangcheng through the internet. Hey, we have laid claim to this street as shops. You should go elsewhere. Upon their descent from the vehicle, the survivors who were transporting goods from a breakfast shop halted their efforts and shouted aggressively. Their voices echoed, prompting companions from nearby shops to swiftly emerge and subtly encircle Xu Annian and his companions. It seemed that a minor disagreement could easily escalate into a physical confrontation. Pay them no mind, Xu Annian replied, continuing his stride toward the mobile phone store. In these tumultuous times, notions of first come, first served held little weight. As long as they did not interfere with each other, it was acceptable, but if they harbored naive thoughts of entitlement, he would not hesitate to make an example of them. The expressions of the survivors shifted several times, yet ultimately, they refrained from confrontation, hastening to move their goods instead. A mere rebuke could easily scare away timid survivors, which was advantageous. However, if their intimidation failed, they would not squander time fighting when resources lay unclaimed in the shops lining the street. Moreover, they were not attempting to seize food. Underneath the display cases, there should be brand new phones. Let us acquire several. The trio entered the mobile phone store. The 2 women each approached a display case, diving in to open the doors and swiftly gathering boxed new phones and tablets into their spatial rings, leaving a few behind to conceal their intentions within their travel backpacks. The nearest computer city. Xu Annian picked up a phone from the counter, unlocked the screen, and typed in computer city to search for its location. The network was sluggish. After several seconds, the phone's interface still had not yielded results. Got it. Cheng Jinwen stood up from the left display case, gleefully reporting her findings. Uncle, I found 26 phones, 14 tablets, and 8 speakers, but no laptops or projectors. I did not find a projector either, Qin Peiyao slightly shook her head. In truth, their need for a projector and computer was not pressing. This batch of phones and tablets would sufficiently enrich their daily lives. Then let us proceed to the computer city. The nearest one is 5 kilometers away. We shall take a look, and if it proves unfruitful, we can return the way we came. Xu Annian's phone displayed a search list, and after clicking on navigation, he tucked it into his pocket and turned towards the base. By the time they returned to the bus, the navigation had nearly mapped out the route, perfectly saving time. Thus, the three of them boarded the vehicle and proceeded towards the computer market as directed by the navigation. As they gradually distanced themselves from the hospital, the number of zombies they encountered increased, while the traces of survivors noticeably dwindled. After traveling 3 kilometers, the road bore no signs of recent vehicle tracks. Suddenly, a mutated zombie in the middle of the road whipped its head around, having sensed something passing by. However, upon turning back, its gaze failed to capture the slowly moving bus, leaving it in a state of bewilderment as it stared in the direction the bus had departed. The invisibility mode was not entirely effective. Xu Annian drove steadily. Within the base's invisibility mode, the zombies could not detect any presence while stationary. Yet, during movement, the sound of the bus crushing snow or colliding with other vehicles could alert nearby zombies, allowing them to sense the bus if they were close enough. The aforementioned zombie had sensed something. Unfortunately, it could not detect the scent of prey. Without prey, there would be no attack. This was the function of the base's invisibility mode, which concealed the biological aura within the base. Arriving shortly thereafter, the trio reached the entrance of the computer market, towering 5 stories high. Each level spanned approximately 600 to 700 square meters. Perhaps due to a preference for online shopping, the number of zombies inside the computer market was rather sparse. Let us move a few dozen computers without occupying too much space and look for other useful items, Xu Annian suggested. Oh. I'll only pick high-end computer components, an i9 CPU, a 4090 graphics card, 32 gigabytes of RAM. Cheng Jinwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, she had always compared prices meticulously, focusing on cost-effectiveness. But now, it was simply a matter of taking whatever was expensive. All right, Xu Annian chuckled, retrieving a machete and handing it to the young girl. I'll handle the zombies. You all focus on moving the items and try to be as quiet as possible. Cheng Jinan replied, her smile fading as she took the machete with a serious expression. The soft metallic gloves were ineffective against zombies. Switching to the machete would yield higher efficiency. A zombie lurking by the street sensed the aura of prey and immediately sprinted towards them. This ordinary zombie was twice as fast as a typical survivor. Yet, to Xu Annian, this zombie seemed akin to a babbling infant, posing no real threat. Raising his long gun, he gently pushed it forward. Thud. Ding. Killed a source sequence organism, initial stage, earning 10 family points. The gun's tip pierced through the zombie's skull, and a system notification floated before him. The zombies had weakened. Xu Annian sighed, realizing that his rate of improvement far surpassed that of the zombies' evolution. Now, when eliminating ordinary zombies, he no longer worried about the presence of advanced zombies nearby. After all, it was merely a matter of firing an additional shot. Indeed, you have grown stronger. The serene visage of Qin Peiyao broke into a smile. It can be said that she has borne witness to the man's gradual ascent, especially after acquiring the formidable sequence boar from the western suburbs. His prowess seemed to evolve almost daily, akin to a young lad blossoming into adolescence, transforming in mere days. Are you not the same? Xu Annian, brimming with pride, embraced the woman. Consuming the flesh of sequence boars equally benefits them. While the enhancement of their abilities may not be as dramatic as his, there is still a notable increase, far superior to other survivors who, upon entering the sequence, find themselves unable to advance. Moreover, they are no longer naive novices. Come, let us fetch the computer and projector. Indeed. Sir, I noticed a few claw machines over there. May we bring one home? If you fancy it, we shall. I will store it in my spatial ring. You go and retrieve the computer. Certainly. The computer plaza was devoid of other survivors, and there was no need for them to conceal themselves with travel backpacks. Upon reaching their desired floor, they deftly manipulated the spatial ring, collecting all items from the shelves, including graphics cards, CPUs, and other goods. Chapter 96, the owner of the three-dimensional sequence. Shall we retrace our steps and head back to Yang City? It may not be safe there. Let us proceed forward and enter the highway through the toll station ahead. Upon exiting the computer city, the 3 individuals returned to the base to deliberate on their route, ultimately deciding to move straight ahead, regardless of whether the military could quell the horde of corpses. Returning along the same path could lead to unforeseen dangers. Thus, it was deemed wiser to advance cautiously towards Yang City, guided by the radar's display. All right. I shall follow your lead, Qin Peiyao nodded, heading to the storage area to stow away the spoils of their endeavors. Once finished, she emerged, not possessing the skills to assemble a desktop computer. Instead, she resolved to utilize their travel time to browse the internet for information about Yang City. Sister Yao, shall we play the claw machine? Beside the wardrobe, Cheng Jiwen placed 2 claw machines in a corner. Her interest piqued. She leaned down to examine them but could not find the coin slot. These machines did not operate on coins. They required a QR code payment to purchase attempts at clawing. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and logged into the payment app. Scanning the code, she completed the transaction for 20 attempts in one go. We cannot resort to force to open the machine. That would diminish much of the fun. Sister Yao, come quickly. Cheng Jiwen urged excitedly. She had been yearning to embrace something fluffy while she slept at night, and now she finally had the chance to realize that desire. Clawing for toys? Qin Peiyao felt a stirring of excitement. Over the past month, they had engaged in little entertainment. Relying solely on occasional yoga sessions to alleviate stress, hardly a sustainable solution. Shall I accompany her for a while? Go ahead, I will drive, Xu Annian replied with a smile. They were all aware of certain unspoken truths, particularly the noticeable change in Qin Peiyao's demeanor since the incident at the auto repair shop. Although she seldom voiced negative thoughts, Xu Annian understood the reasons behind her altered expression. It was an opportune moment for her to enjoy playful interactions with the young girl, helping to ease her psychological burdens. Sister Yao, shift slightly to the left. No, too far left. Move to the right. Yes, that's it. Yeah, you got it. Your toy clawing skills are quite impressive. Hee, I used to take my little brother to play often. Through the rearview mirror, Xu Annian observed the 2 women joyfully engaging with the claw machine, their laughter resonating softly. His spirits gradually lifted, indeed. Adding sources of entertainment was beneficial for both mental and physical well-being. He cast a glance at the adorably clumsy Wu Wu, his dog. Now you're the only one without a playmate. Should I find something nice for you? The surplus, 3-dimensional sequence potion could not be sold or traded, and keeping it in the spatial ring was not a viable option. Xu Annian considered Wu Wu a part of the family, although the pup may not possess great talent. Its loyalty was beyond question. Perhaps administering the 3-dimensional sequence potion would not be a detrimental choice after all. As night fell, the bus came to a halt outside the toll station in Qi City. Xu Annian did not immediately proceed to Yanqing. Instead, he shared the matter of the 3-dimensional sequence potion with the 2 women. Do you believe it is feasible? Do you intend to give Wu Wu Gu the sequence potion? After listening, Qin Peiyao pondered earnestly. Wu Wu Gu had been rescued by them since he was a pup and had spent nearly half a month with them, fully regarding the bus as his home, and thus would not betray them. The enhancement he might receive from the potion would likely be minimal, but it was certainly better than leaving it to gather dust in the spatial ring. Moreover, no one knew what changes might occur in animals after consuming the sequence potion. Perhaps there would be delightful surprises. The feasibility seemed quite high. Giving Wu Wu Gu the sequence potion? Cheng Jiwen perked up her ears, quietly eavesdropping on the adults' discussion. Upon hearing the confirmation that the potion would indeed be administered to Wu Wu Gu, she leaped up in excitement. Hooray! The 2 turned, puzzled, to look at the young girl. Cheng Jiwen's smile faltered slightly as she sheepishly returned to her seat, bowing her head to eat. However, her heart brimmed with excitement. Wu Wu Gu was such a playful companion, albeit a bit too weak. Every time they ventured outside, he would start to tremble after just a few minutes in the cold, necessitating a return to the base for warmth. She had been unable to play with him to her heart's content. Now, all would be well. Once Wu Wu Gu consumed the sequence potion, his 4-dimensional attributes would be enhanced, allowing him to withstand the cold for longer periods. Then I will feed the pup the potion while you 2 assemble the computer and projector and download a few movies for tonight. Sounds great. I will begin the assembly. The young girl was quite enthusiastic. After quickly finishing her dinner, she dashed off to put the computer together. The entertainment room was temporarily planned within the storage area, repurposing over 30 square meters into a windowless esports entertainment space, with the projector set up outside. The projection screen was hung behind the driver's seat for their convenience before bedtime movie sessions. Pup, come here. Wu Wu. Wu Wu trotted over, wagging his little tail. Looking up at Xu Annian. Xu Annian took out the translucent 3-dimensional sequence potion, squatted down, and gently grasped Wu Wu Ji's mouth to pour the potion in. Concerned that the little one might spit it out, he held his mouth closed and gave it a gentle shake. After waiting a minute or 2 to ensure the pup would not regurgitate, he finally released his grip. Wu Wu Gu shook his sore jaw and scampered back to the front door, lying flat on the floor in a pretense of sleep, thinking it was his owner's punishment. He hurried to hide in his nook. Yet, it wasn't too long before he truly fell asleep. I ought to make a doghouse for him. Xu Annian observed Wu Wu Gu nestled in an old piece of clothing, stroked his chin, and turned to walk towards the storage area. It would be more appropriate to assign the task of making the doghouse to the little girl. Ding! Detected a biological entity with an S-level genetic rating. Ding. Detected a biological entity with an SS-level genetic rating. Suggests the host recruit. Just as he reached the entrance of the storage area, the system's notification echoed in his mind. The detection radar not only scanned for biological information within a kilometer, but also identified entities that met the criteria for family members. Two more? Xu Annian felt a surge of alertness. After recruiting Xiao Lang and his son, they traveled hundreds of kilometers and encountered, for the first time, a being that met the requirements of their family members. Truly, it is a sanctuary that gathers numerous talents. Xu Annian was quite delighted. He hastened to the driver's seat to check the display. In the upper right corner, over 700 meters, he noted the location of the target. Without a moment's hesitation, he informed the two women and then descended from the vehicle, grasping the red tassel spear and the bullpup air rifle, swiftly making his way towards the destination. Two beings that conformed to the family's criteria, whether human or animal, were worth the journey. Xiaowen, what did he say? In the storage area. Qin Peiyao looked up in confusion. She had been focused on assembling the computer and hadn't caught it clearly. The uncle said he's going out. Going out for what? I don't know. The uncle didn't say? Chapter 97. Incredible. In a desolate expanse over 700 meters away, a man clad in a black vest, towering over 2 meters tall with bare arms, wielded a colossal axe nearly 3 meters in length. He circled a gigantic bear, narrowly evading its ferocious attacks. This bear, an adaptation of its kind, bore a resemblance to the black bears once seen in zoos, with its round head, large ears, small eyes, and pointed snout. Its lower jaw presented a yellowish hue, while its lustrous black fur glistened under the light. Notably, it displayed a prominent white V-shaped patch on its chest. Characteristics typical of zoo black bears. However, ordinary adult black bears, whether male or female, rarely exceed 2 meters in length. The bear before him loomed at over 4 meters when standing, its sharp claws exuding an overwhelming aura. In comparison, the burly man seemed like a mere child beside it. The bear, a sequence black bear. A few meters away, Xu Annian, lying in the snow, felt a sudden spark of excitement in his eyes. As his own strength steadily grew, the lack of external stimuli had caused his original sequence growth phase to plateau. The appearance of this sequence black bear ignited a flicker of hope for rapid advancement in his abilities once more. With a fierce roar, the bear seemed vexed by the persistent circling of the stout man. It suddenly accelerated, charging towards him. Raising its right limb, it struck down ferociously. Taking advantage of the man's moment of distraction, Sukabulai, the robust man's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming a curse as he faced the impending threat of the bear's massive paw. Sensing the imminent danger, he desperately maneuvered his vital areas while positioning the axe before him. Bang! The bear's paw collided with the axe handle, creating a shockwave that scattered the snowflakes surrounding them. The man was sent reeling backward like a stone skipping on water, uncontrollably flipping in the snow multiple times before being propelled several dozen meters away, finally coming to a halt. The giant axe also flew away, landing far from him. Was the bear SS ranked while the man was merely S ranked? Xu Annian felt a sense of bemusement. This omnivorous creature, once wild, became exceedingly difficult to tame once its primal instincts were roused. The challenge of captivating such a beast was daunting. The crux of the matter was that while he could potentially overpower the bear, he could not guarantee it wouldn't wreak havoc in his surroundings. Capturing it would cause chaos in the storage area's other sectors. The bear's speed was not overly swift. The man, presumably possessing an S-rank talent in the power domain, faced a formidable opponent. Drawing from his understanding of battles through the fusion of the original martial god sequence, Xu Annian discerned that the earlier clash, seemingly a mere contest of strength, was in fact a complete domination by the bear, showcasing its overwhelming advantages. It was not merely strength. It indicated a higher sequence for the bear. What a misfortunate fellow. Xu Annian observed the struggling man, who could not rise, and a glimmer of sympathy flickered in his eyes. The power of the sequence bear was immense, easily reaching tonnage, though it lacked agility. Had a survivor from the speed sequence encountered the bear, it might have been unable to land a blow. Yet, fate had pitted him against a man equally adept in strength. It was a perfect counter. Disaster has struck. The robust man has realized it. His arm is injured from the impact, his internal energy surging, rendering him powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the black bear approaches, despair gnawing at his heart. As one of the top 10 powerhouses in the refuge of Yanqing, he had ventured out merely to hunt a wild boar, hoping to enhance the meals for his wife and daughter. Little did he expect to encounter the very creature he feared most, the adaptive black bear. A typical black bear can hear the footsteps of humans from 200 to 300 meters away. This adaptive black bear, with its heightened senses, would certainly be even more attuned. Perhaps from the moment he disembarked from the vehicle, he had already been marked by the bear. You must survive. Grassam resignedly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, the bear's attack did not materialize. An unfamiliar voice pierced the silence. If you cannot handle the bear, then it shall become my prey. Grassam's eyelids fluttered, yet he did not open his eyes. He believed he was hallucinating. Who would dare approach a bear at such a perilous moment? Even if a foolhardy survivor sought to claim the bear's flesh, it would merely serve to satiate the creature further. Unless it was a survivor armed with an anti-material sniper rifle. Only such a weapon could breach the bear's formidable defenses. Otherwise, a standard rifle would be futile against the beast. Roar. The bear growled in irritation. In truth, it had heard the footsteps the moment Xu Annian exited the base. Starved beyond endurance, it sought to consume something small before continuing its hunt. However, this morsel seemed oblivious to its fate. Turning, it launched an attack on Xu Annian. Come on. Xu Annian positioned his long rifle defensively across his chest. Seizing the rare opportunity to encounter a formidable creature, he was reluctant to end the battle too swiftly, intent on honing his skills against the bear. The original martial god sequence had allowed Xu Annian to initially grasp the application of his strength, and with a power level just over 90. He could unleash double that potential. His confidence surged. Roar. The bear, on all fours, charged forward. Upon reaching its prey, it rose to its full height, extending its massive paw to strike down with tremendous force. Bang! The red tassel spear bent into a pronounced arc under the weight of the impact, and Xu Annian's body was propelled backward uncontrollably. As he retreated, the ice beneath his feet could not withstand the force, cracking with a resounding crunch. Even the soles of his shoes tearing with a rip. A few thousand yuan's worth of sneakers had come apart at the seams. Such immense strength. Xu Annian felt exhilarated. Shaking his numbed hands, he removed his damaged sneakers and taunted the bear with a few gestures. The bear's power exceeded his expectations, presenting a considerable challenge. This pressure invigorated him. Numerous concepts related to the original martial god sequence were rapidly being validated in his mind. Come again. Noticing that the bear appeared a bit startled, Xu Annian seized the moment, charging straight at the creature. Raising the red tassel spear, he summoned all his strength to strike down. Roar. The bear lifted its forelimb. Bang. The red spear struck the right forelimb of the black bear, producing no sound of bones fracturing. Yet, the bear howled in pain, instantly entering a state of rage. Thud, thud, thud. A fierce struggle ensued between man and beast. Their combat style was primal, a slap here, a thrust or sweep there. For a brief moment, the exchanges were evenly matched. However, Xu Annian was acutely aware that he could not withstand too many of the bear's assaults. The black bear's skin was thick and its flesh resilient. Enduring dozens of strikes would not inflict significant harm. Yet, should he absorb too many blows, his hands would inevitably succumb. Oh, my God. Grassam's eyes widened in disbelief. What was he witnessing? An unfamiliar survivor, wielding a long gun, engaging in combat with a black bear. This for the first time. He began to question his own capabilities, doubting his place among the top 10. It was utterly astonishing. He had merely grazed the bear moments ago and was still unable to stand. Yet this individual was managing to confront the formidable creature head-on. Chapter 98. A group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Alas, Xu Annian gazed at the increasingly frenzied black bear, feeling a twinge of regret. Had the bear been domesticated, it could have served as a valuable resource for honing their skills over time. However, with its wild instincts ignited, domestication was no longer feasible. Its voracious appetite posed another dilemma. Ordinary meat could not suffice for its daily sustenance, and the prospect of using sequence pork was simply too painful for Xu Annian to contemplate. Thus, it was best to conclude this endeavor. With the decision made not to capture the creature alive, there was no need to squander further energy. Xu Annian's gaze sharpened as he approached within 5 meters of the black bear, unleashing the capabilities of the original martial god sequence to seek out vulnerabilities. Roar. The enraged black bear exhibited a notable enhancement in strength, speed, and defense. Yet, its vigilance had plummeted drastically, oblivious to the impending danger. Whoosh. The red tassel spear transformed into a streak of black. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that it was not a continuous line, but rather a series of shadows left by its astonishing speed. Thud. The spear instantly pierced through the bear's gaping mouth, emerging from the back of its skull. The crimson hue in the bear's eyes rapidly dissipated. Xu Annian landed, momentarily taken aback. The spear had cleanly traversed the black bear's head, contrary to his expectations. He had anticipated the skull of a sequence bear to be as hard as iron, requiring multiple thrusts. Perhaps the red tassel spear was simply too sharp. Ding. First kill of a raging sequence creature, initial stage, points reward doubled, earning 200 family points. Only 200 points? Xu Annian felt a pang of dissatisfaction. The black bear was far from comparable to the sequence family pig. In terms of sheer strength, the bear exceeded a ton, if it were to go berserk. He would not dare withstand its fury. Oh well, I wonder how the bear paw tastes. Dragging the bear's carcass towards the base, he quickened his pace, eager to return home. Otherwise, the two women at home would surely worry. The image of Qin Peiyao floated in his mind, and a smile involuntarily grazed Xu Annian's face as he hastened his steps. Meanwhile, Grassam stood in a daze, watching the formidable figure swiftly vanish from sight, his mind momentarily incapacitated. After all, he was a prominent individual within the refuge of Yang City, mingling with some of the most formidable beings around. Yet, to his recollection, none had managed to single-handedly slay an adapted black bear. And yet, an unfamiliar man had accomplished this feat, and with such apparent ease. Could the disparity between individuals truly be as vast as an insurmountable chasm? Hey, Mr. Violent Bear, why is your giant axe bent? Unbeknownst to him, Grassam returned to the makeshift area of Yang City. Survivors along the way, whether acquaintances or strangers, greeted him warmly. Grassam's thoughts snapped back to reality as he turned towards the source of the voice. As he finally discerned the features of his opponent, a shadow of discontent swiftly crossed his face. Furrowing his brows, he spoke, Nakamura Yuma, the damage to my weapon is of no concern to you. Do not provoke me. Nakamura Yuma was a diminutive middle-aged man, recognized as one of the top 10 formidable beings in the shelter, having unlocked a second-tier gene and excelling in speed. He harbored a long-standing grudge against Grassam due to prior conflicts. With a dismissive attitude, Nakamura Yuma mockingly addressed his fellow companions. See? I told you he was simple-minded. He thinks he can hunt the adapted wild boar all on his own. Such hubris, haha. The others remained silent. Both Nakamura Yuma and Grassam were acknowledged as top 10 powers within the shelter, granting him the audacity to ridicule Grassam, while the others refrained from doing so. Shut your mouth. Grassam's chest heaved violently as he stepped forward, towering over the slender man of barely 5 feet 6 inches, and gritted his teeth. I encountered an adapted black bear, which is why I find myself in this predicament. Upon hearing this, the surroundings fell into a hushed stillness. The adapted black bear, one of the exceedingly dangerous creatures noted in the shelter's announcements. If their group were to encounter such a beast, only someone with the speed of Nakamura Yuma might survive. The rest would likely have no chance to even flee. Consequently, the gazes of the others towards Grassam now held a semblance of admiration. Surviving an encounter with an adapted black bear, and considering the degree of bending on his giant axe, it was highly probable that he had endured its onslaught head-on. This alone substantiated Grassam's strength. The mention of the adapted black bear caused a flicker of unease in Nakamura Yuma's expression, though he quickly restored his nonchalant demeanor and scoffed dismissively. Humph. He took a few steps back to maintain eye level with the towering humanoid bear, his tone laden with skepticism. Mr. Bear, do you take us from your children? What do you mean by that? Are you feigning ignorance? Nakamura Yuma pointed an accusatory finger at Grassam. You are a first-tier gene powerhouse. How did you escape from an encounter with the adapted black bear? The consensus among the survivors in this capsule area was that the 4 tiers of genes corresponded to 4 distinct abilities. And the adapted black bear was also a strength-based mutated creature, possessing attributes surpassing those of a typical human of the same category. Grassam stood little chance of survival if he were to confront an adapted black bear alone. I certainly could not escape, Grassam replied truthfully, devoid of deceit. It was a stranger, a powerful individual, who vanquished the adapted giant bear, allowing me to survive. The thought of Xu Annian effortlessly handling the adapted black bear stirred a wave of fervor within Grassam. He believed that such a man embodied the true essence of strength. As his words settled, silence enveloped the scene once more. Moments later, a chorus of laughter erupted, even from those survivors who typically would not dare to offend Grassam. They recognized his straightforward nature, yet they were taken aback to find him incapable of fabricating a lie, rendering him less convincing than a child attempting to deceive for a piece of candy. Aha, what did he just say? A stranger killed the adapted giant bear? How utterly ludicrous. Mr. Bear, it is not our intention to show you any disrespect, however. The notion that one could engage a grizzly bear in single combat and emerge victorious is, quite frankly, rather preposterous. Indeed, even the most esteemed warrior of our sanctuary would hesitate to claim they could defeat such a formidable opponent, let alone slay it. This assertion certainly seems exaggerated. The laughter echoing in his ears caused the veins on Grassam's forehead to bulge. At that moment, a passing survivor, drawn by the sound of mockery, halted in his tracks. He bore upon his back the unmistakable crimson blade, his demeanor cold and unyielding. While the adaptive grizzly may possess certain speed deficiencies, its formidable defense renders ordinary firearms ineffective. It is inconceivable for an average person to achieve its demise. Individuals like Xu Annian, who can leap high and pierce the bear's maw with a spear, are far from ordinary. Upon noticing the newcomer, Nakamura Yuma and his companions immediately subdued their mocking expressions and respectfully stepped aside. The reason was simple. This man was universally acknowledged as the foremost champion of the sanctuary. Among the top 10, none could rival Yang, who firmly held the top position. Humph. Grassam raised his curved axe and struck it forcefully against the ground, causing the ice beneath to shatter with a resounding crash. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. Stand aside. I am heading to the cafeteria for some vodka. He had no desire to engage in disputes with these people. When that mysterious powerhouse arrives, the truth will reveal itself. Truly inflexible. The man named Yang shook his head, choosing not to speak further as he swiftly departed. Chapter 99. A Life on Easy Mode? Led by Nakamura Yuma, a group exchanged glances and shook their heads in amusement. They held not a shred of belief in the mysterious powerful figure mentioned by Grassam. The reasoning was simple. The underground sanctuary gathered the finest elites from various fields. Here, the most advanced technologies, the most sophisticated instruments, and the most authoritative research were preserved. Why had they become the strong within the sanctuary? Beyond their inherent talents, it was primarily due to the comprehensive program provided by the sanctuary, a clandestine scheme for unearthing abilities and potential. How could the survivors outside, lacking resources and systematic enhancement plans, possibly surpass them? Should a truly formidable individual emerge, they would either be an extraordinarily gifted talent or someone whose life had been inexplicably advantageous. The higher one ascended, the more secrets one encountered. Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge made it increasingly difficult to believe in phenomena that transcended one's understanding. Let us proceed to District 19 to hunt deer and see if any mysterious powers are afoot. Haha. Whether such powers exist remains uncertain. But I have heard that a new batch of exceptional talents from the land of cherry blossoms is imminent. Nakamura-kun, shall we recruit a few new companions? Indeed. It is said that among this new group, there are 2 individuals with Class 4 genetic talents, possessing considerable strength. The sheltered blossoms should first be taken by the Sanctuary's forces for some practical experience. Nakamura Yuma's eyes glimmered with indifference. What significance did the special talents from the land of cherry blossoms hold? Here, there would be no nations in the future, until they underwent genuine trials and matured. Those individuals were merely parasites, incapable of offering assistance and only desiring benefits. Let us see if there are tasks related to adapting animals. The group huddled around Nakamura Yuma, tightening their clothing as they briskly walked outside, unlike Grassam, who was resistant to the cold. At the base, Xu Annian dragged a black bear over 4 meters long to the entrance. Just as he was about to open the door to the vehicle, a prompt box appeared before him. Ding. Detection of an S-class human achieving a 30 affinity with the host. Would you like to invite them to join your family? A 30 affinity? Ah, the towering man from earlier. Xu Annian slapped his forehead. No wonder he felt as though he had overlooked something. It was the giant who had been sent flying by the bear. Engrossed in his spirited tussle with the black bear, he had momentarily forgotten. Invite. Successive invitation. Preparatory member. Grassam Nikolaev. Gender. Male. Age. 36. Attributes. Strength 33, 42. Agility 21, 26. Stamina 30, 40. Spirit 25, 29. Favorability. 55. Talent domain. Body enhancement. S. Body enhancement. Focused on amplifying strength and stamina, while the other 2 attributes are relatively diminished. In life-threatening situations, the body can be temporarily reinforced, enhancing the values. Items. None. Congratulations to the host for successfully inviting an S-rank family member, receiving 1 original sequence potion, initial stage. 1 space ring, 1 cubic meter, and 100 family points, original sequence potion? Xu Annian expressed mild surprise. Was that pale-skinned strongman a member of the original sequence's subsequence? He took out the glass vial containing the original sequence potion. Inside, a peculiar light golden liquid shimmered. Light golden. Xu Annian gently shook the vial twice, sensing a faint craving. It seemed that consuming the original sequence potion would still benefit him. Although the desire within him was exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible, he could still feel it. I am in a growth phase, at a higher level. I should not have a need for the initial sequence potion. Its allure does not stem from the original sequence aspect. It likely pertains to the incompletely filled progression of the original martial god sequence. To autonomously enter the sequence is a swifter method to master bodily changes, albeit with slightly higher values. Yet, the difficulty differs by several magnitudes. That pale-skinned strongman must have endured significant trials to autonomously enter the sequence. Another sequence potion in hand. Xu Annian carefully stored the light golden original sequence potion in the space ring. This potion held a rather unique status. He intended to reserve it for a suitable individual. Not only talent but also character and other aspects must be stringently assessed. In the future, there would be other surplus potions. However, He would wait for the dog to awaken before deciding how to proceed. Brother Wu's talent has not reached S rank. The outcome of his consumption of the three-dimensional sequence potion will directly determine the use of the surplus potions. If the results meet expectations, the excess sequence potions could be utilized for cultivating pets, such as canines, known for their unwavering loyalty. However, if the results fall short of expectations, they would have to be temporarily retained. "Uncle, have you gone out hunting?" From the lower bunk, Qing Jinan peeked out, her eyes sparkling with the clarity unique to university students fixated on the massive bear. This large black bear seems like it could provide sustenance for quite some time. Moreover, the bear's paws and fur are quite valuable, particularly the fur, a nearly intact bear hide. If properly processed, it could be preserved for decades, passed down as a family heirloom. A black bear? Qin Peiyao opened the front door, her eyes bright as she scrutinized the 4-meter-long black bear. Her primary concern was not its value. This sequence black bear could sustain them for a couple of months. Most importantly, her menu could now incorporate new dishes, sparing them from the monotony of daily pork. Let's begin with a braised bear paw for a taste test. Tonight, we shall indulge in bear meat. However, let us start with some bear flesh first. Upon hearing this, Xu Annian closed the system interface. Feeling that his words were somewhat too blunt, he added, "The preparation of bear paws is quite time-consuming. They must be stewed in advance to become tender and flavorful. A bit of bear meat will suffice for tonight." "Must the bear paws be stewed for an extended period?" Qin Peiyao inquired, perplexed. "Absolutely," Xu Annian replied without hesitation. Although they had never prepared bear paws before, the critical point lay in preventing the culinary enthusiast Qin Peiyao from overexerting herself. The opportunity to encounter a towering bear again may not arise. "Very well." Qin Peiyao nodded slightly, a hint of regret in her demeanor. She then retrieved the specialized knife for processing ingredients and bent down to begin butchering the black bear. This was an endeavor she excelled in, ensuring that not a morsel of bear meat would go to waste. In less than 2 minutes, an entire bear hide was skillfully removed. "Shawan, please search online for methods to process bear hide, and then take it for treatment." "Certainly, Yao Jia," Sheng Jinwen responded with delight, descending to drag the bear hide through the back door and into the storage area to explore the optimal approach. While perfection was not the aim, avoiding any mistakes was paramount. "I shall take a hot shower and change my clothes." With the imposing bear entrusted to the two women, Xu Annian walked barefoot back to the base. Earlier, his feet had been submerged in snow, rendering any discomfort unnoticeable. Fortunately, Qin Peiyao remained engrossed in her task, allowing him the opportunity to slip on his slippers and sneak into the bathroom for a shower. By the time he finished bathing, he intended to check the online news about Yangqing, anticipating that dinner would soon be ready. Chapter 100, The Microbial Catastrophe? Night enveloped the desolate snowy landscape, the sound of the howling wind and swirling snow resonating through the stillness. An aging bus stood at the periphery, its half-open window exhaling wisps of white mist, while a gentle glow cascaded down, casting a warm golden hue upon the snow outside. The bear meat was ready. Inside the bus, Qin Peiyao, adorned in an apron, stirred the large pot with a metal spoon. Sensing that the bear meat had absorbed enough flavor, she called the others to dine. Her culinary creations were not guided by experience, but rather by instinct, resulting in dishes that consistently brought delightful surprises. Sister Yao's culinary skills remained as reliable as ever. Qing Jiwen picked up a pale blue piece of meat and savored it, the familiar and peculiar taste blossoming with each chew, her smile growing increasingly genuine. The sequential organisms not only adapted swiftly to the harsh, frigid environment, but also exhibited a degree of adaptability to other circumstances. After days of training, she had fully acclimated to Sister Yao's cooking. It would indeed be a peculiar occurrence if Sister Yao ever produced a dish lacking in flavor, aroma, and appeal. "Uncle." Sister Yao, Cheng Jinwen said, swallowing a mouthful of meat that she hadn't chewed thoroughly. She retrieved her phone, illuminating the screen to display a page that remained open before them. "This afternoon, I assembled my computer and wanted to test the internet speed." And then the page automatically redirected to the official website of the shelter, generating a digital ID for me. "Look, this is my ID along with their forum." The comments above should be messages from other survivors in the various chambers of the shelter. There are daily communication threads, a few pinned official announcements, and posts where survivors trade resources. The young girl swiped her finger across the screen, allowing the two to discern the content on the interface as clearly as possible. The messages posted by survivors contained scanned information of significance. She quickly scrolled past them, lingering instead on the pinned post for a few extra seconds. One detailed the new regulations instituted by the shelter, another pertained to information about zombies, while the remaining posts addressed matters related to entering the shelter and residing in different modular chambers. The forum? Xu Annian took the phone and carefully examined the pinned posts. The information regarding zombies mirrored the summary provided by Ku Qingxiang. After a cursory glance, he exited the main thread to review the shelter's regulations. The myriad rules caused both him and Qin Peiyao to furrow their brows. Scheduled power outages, communal dining halls, bi-daily hot water supplies, and restrictions on visiting other chamber areas were all clearly delineated, facilitating centralized management. However, for the survivors, the situation was less than favorable. They were required to adjust their arrangements according to the shelter's regulations. Should they unexpectedly miss the designated time for receiving supplies, they would have to wait for the next round of resource distribution. During the waiting period, survival was not guaranteed. The living conditions within the shelter were far worse than anticipated. Do we need to enter as individuals with specialized skills? Let us wait and see. Xu Annian casually skimmed through the titles of various posts. Unlike the sensational headlines of the pre-apocalyptic era, the titles here offered a glimpse into their content at first glance. However, after flipping through dozens of pages, he found no discussions pertaining to exceptional talents. Why was there an absence of such exchanges? He could not ascertain the reason. Cheng Jinwen was mindlessly devouring bear meat. At the time when Xiao Lang and his son fled to the outskirts of Huqing, she had not yet ingested the Valkyrie sequence serum and thus had not entered the sequence. Consequently, she remained confined to the base, unaware of the shelter's recruitment of exceptional talents. It seemed that access to discussions about exceptional talents required specific permissions. Qin Peiyao recalled Ku Qingxiang's identity card. Each card corresponded to a unique ID and featured sophisticated anti-counterfeiting measures. Clearly, considerable effort had been invested in its development. Such elaborate identity cards could not serve merely as a means of identification. Perhaps the IDs of the survivors were also categorized into tiers. Different levels of ID would yield varying content upon logging into the forum. Xu Annian continued to browse. If he couldn't find it, then so be it. Once they entered the shelter, their abilities would render the ID level issue moot. He clicked on a post titled Information for New Survivors to review the essential points. This post was continuously updated, with the most recent entry logged just after 3 in the morning 2 days ago, adding a new microbiological testing procedure. Xu Annian's gaze sharpened. The comments beneath the post were rife with concern from many survivors. The shelter would not arbitrarily implement an additional test. The introduction of a new testing procedure implied that the shelter had recently faced a similar situation, prompting them to work overtime to improve or develop new testing instruments for deployment, thus preventing adverse events from recurring. Was there a quota limit for different wards? Cheng Jiwen retrieved a new phone and joined the others in examining the page's content. Qi Qing had acquired dozens of phones, and she possessed several in her spatial ring, eliminating the need to covet the one in the hands of the older man. Naturally, Qin Peiyao also produced a new phone to log in and gather information. Different treatment would allow capable individuals to devote themselves to their tasks, a principle that was both simple and comprehensible. Companies before the apocalypse had compensated individuals according to their capabilities. Otherwise, with equal treatment, how could those with greater abilities remain diligent in their work? They might as well lie flat together. Why, then, were only direct relatives allowed to accompany those on the recruitment list, while non-direct relatives were barred from entering the family wards? Cheng Jiwen raised her phone, the page displaying the recruitment announcement, outlining the restrictions on ward quotas. This limitation had been announced merely 2 days prior. There was only one slot available for a spouse among non-direct relatives, which seemed insufficient. The shelter sought to recruit professionals in specific fields. However, achieving a certain level of accomplishment in any domain typically required several years, if not decades, of dedication. The individuals summoned are not particularly young. Take the Xiao couple, for instance. In their 40s, they are among the younger ones. What, then, becomes of the children of others? Cheng Jiwen inquired with a hint of confusion. Restricting the eligibility for the capsule based on bloodlines might dissuade some survivors from harboring ambitions. Yet, what of family members? Would those long-lost relatives, upon hearing the news, not trample over thresholds to gain entry? Such limitations merely shift the conflict to the family sphere, failing to address the root of the problem. It is different, Qin Peiyao remarked softly. Oh? Cheng Jiwen perked up, waiting for further elaboration. Noticing that Sister Yao had ceased to speak, she straightened her posture and put away her phone to eat. Setting aside Sister Yao's culinary skills, the quality of the bear meat was quite commendable. However, her gaze often drifted towards the corner by the front door, eagerly anticipating the awakening of Wu Wu. Chapter 101. Hold it back. The three of them were each browsing the forum of the shelter. After reading a few pinned posts, Xu Annian set his phone down and focused on his meal. Aside from the authoritative nature of the pinned posts, the information in the other threads was too abundant and chaotic, making it impossible to discern anything of value in a short span of time. As they dined, upon seeing the man put down his phone, Qin Peiyao followed suit, picking up her chopsticks to eat. Aren't we heading to the Yangcheng shelter tonight? She inquired. Let us rest for the night first, Xu Annian replied softly. Their current location was merely a few meters away from the toll station on the Qiqing Highway, a mere half-hour drive from the underground shelter. If they continued their journey after dinner, they would soon enter the territory of Yangcheng. However, Xu Annian was in no rush to reach the shelter. According to the rules outlined in the pin posts, the shelter's entrance for special talent assessments would not be open at night. It was already past 7 in the evening. At this hour, upon arriving at the cabin, the three of them would only be able to stay in a temporary communal tent or find a spot in the parking lot outside the cabin to spend the night. This would lead to an unrestful night's sleep. It was better to rest in place for the night, watch a movie together, and play some games. Conveniently, they had scavenged a batch of electronic devices during the day that they could use for relaxation. What movies did you download? Xu Annian asked. 3 zombie films, 2 disaster apocalypse films, and a few that are rated restricted. Restricted? Xu Annian turned to Qin Peiyao with a hint of surprise. Does this restriction align with my understanding of the term? Blood and humanity themes, Qin Peiyao noted, perceiving the man's gaze. A faint blush appeared on her cool countenance as she playfully pinched the muscle of his thigh. What are you thinking about every day? Feeling the sharp pain in his thigh, Xu Annian's face involuntarily twitched, and he quickly grasped her hand. What are the names of those films? Qin Peiyao withdrew her hand and recalled the film titles while eating. They were mostly renowned works across various genres, such as World War Z, I Am Legend, 2012, and The Day After Tomorrow. As for the restricted films, the three of them had not seen them, including The Nameless Corpse, a low-budget thriller that had garnered quite a good reputation. Shall we watch The Day After Tomorrow tonight? Xu Annian suggested, his expression revealing a hint of indecision. He had a slight tendency towards indecisiveness. Before the apocalypse, he could spend over an hour deliberating on what takeout to order. Eventually, he found it too time-consuming and began cooking for himself, preparing whatever dish he could with the ingredients in the fridge. His culinary skills gradually improved to the point where he could independently prepare a New Year's Eve feast. Sounds good, Qin Peiyao agreed casually. Although she had watched the film several times, she always found herself wanting to see it again every 6 months or so. Can I open a window to enhance the atmosphere? Cheng Jinwen raised her hand, asking quietly. Of course. The trio settled on a science fiction film to watch before bedtime. They hastily finished their meal and then proceeded to the computer room to indulge in gaming. The computer room, spanning over 30 square meters, featured 2 rows of desks and chairs. One row housed 3 flat-screen monitors designated for routine work. Although they were not obliged to work, a designated workspace was essential. The other row was equipped with 5 curved monitors intended for entertainment, gaming, or studying materials. Uncle, don't run too fast with the torch. I can't keep up, called out the little girl. Sister Yao, how did you manage to consume all the meat at home when you were so hungry? It's raining frogs. Quickly. Let us move away from home. It's perilous to remain indoors when frogs are about, especially if the spring boss appears. They engaged in a cozy farming simulation game, which surprisingly imbued the young girl with a sense of survival. Xu Annian played as a strongman, wielding a spiked club to vanquish tentacled monsters, while Qin Peiyao assumed the role of an elderly woman responsible for farming. Their roles were clearly defined. However, the little girl, playing as Vilo, the fire girl, showcased an array of peculiar deaths to her companions. Despite this, the atmosphere remained jovial. After more than 2 hours, they successfully crafted a quaint little home surrounded by grass walls before logging off. They took turns showering in the bathroom and comfortably lay in bed to watch the film. The projector screen hung behind the driver's seat, allowing them to view it while reclining. Honey, do you think our world will ever experience absolute zero? Inquired Qin Peiyao softly, leaning against her partner's broad chest as she gazed at the flickering images on the screen. Absolute zero, it could freeze a person into an ice sculpture in an instant. If such a disaster were to occur outside, it's unlikely anyone would survive. Not a chance, Xu Annian replied, massaging her shoulders. In truth, he felt uncertain, not knowing how low the external temperatures might plunge. Nonetheless, regardless of the cold, their base would serve as a secure refuge, far safer than the underground shelters constructed in Yang City. Uncle, Sister Yao. The little girl in the upper bunk, having overheard their conversation, peeked her head out, her loose hair cascading freely. Do you think the residents of northern countries will migrate south as depicted in the movies? This question left them momentarily speechless. Relocating as a family was not a decision made lightly. The other survivors were oblivious to the prolonged era of extreme cold. Among them, many believed that the calamity would eventually pass. As the film neared its conclusion, one by one, they succumbed to slumber. Cheng Jinwen was indeed correct. Slightly opening the car window enhanced the immersive experience of watching the film. In that frigid atmosphere, the three nestled under the covers quickly drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, just past 5, Xu Annian was awakened by a series of anxious whimpers. He opened his eyes to the source of the sound. A small creature with thick fur and a yellow coat with a white belly was excitedly wagging its tail. Woof woof. The little pup, with a soft whimper, expressed its discomfort after an entire night without the opportunity to alleviate its physiological needs, lacking the autonomy to open and close the door. It had no choice but to rouse its master for assistance. System, please assess the puppy's metrics. Xu Annian, oblivious to the urgency of the pup's situation, found himself intrigued by whether, after administering the three-dimensional sequence potion, the little one had met the threshold to be recognized as a family member. If it were to attain such status, the system would be able to detect the pup's metrics. Beep, querying. Dependent member, little pup, age, 3.5 months, species, canine, gender, female, four-dimensional metrics, strength 21, 25, agility 37, 41, stamina 20, 23, spirit 22, 26, affection level, 100, talent domain, shadow stealth, S, skills, minor olfactory sensation, 26, 200, introductory herbal knowledge, 10, 100, introductory material marking, 6, 100, items, none, shadow stealth, capable of diminishing one's presence in dark corners, possessing a degree of invisibility. Note, shadow stealth is a special sequence derived from an A-grade talent anomaly, classified as a subsequence of the three-dimensional series, and cannot be replicated or derived through potions. S-grade? Xu Annian furrowed his brow. Logically, the pup's inherent talent should not have reached the S-grade. Even with the potion, its effect would only bolster the four-dimensional metrics, not enhance the talent itself. However, why had the talent undergone such an anomaly? Pondering this perplexity, he caught a glimpse of the pup crouching, preparing to relieve itself. Xu Annian's expression shifted dramatically. This was the very spot beside his bed shared with Qin Peiyao. You hold it back this instant. If you cannot, I shall break your legs. Just wait until I open the door, then you may step outside. Sorry, I caught a cold. Chapter 102. Peeking while using the toilet, really. The sequential organisms possess advantages in terms of size and attributes compared to their ordinary counterparts of the same species. However, Wu Wu Gu, who successfully ascended into the realm of mutated sequences, stands as an exception. Uncle, is Wu Wu Gu awake? Cheng Jiwen stirred awake upon hearing the commotion. Sitting up, she glimpsed Wu Wu Gu through the window, and the hazy remnants of sleep evaporated from her face, replaced by disbelief. Outside, Wu Wu Gu's diminutive frame, barely half a meter tall, appeared unchanged. Yet, what was this transformation of its fur? Hadn't it previously been smooth and straight? How could it wake from slumber with curls? Did Wu Wu Gu sneak off for a perm? Cheng Jiwen was left utterly bewildered, her gaze vacant. What woof? Wu Wu Gu, sensing its little owner's gaze, barked in dissatisfaction. Peeking while using the toilet, really. It scurried away, finding refuge beneath the car, hastily digging a small pit to relieve itself. After a couple of minutes, Wu Wu Gu filled the pit with snow and easily wriggled out, returning to the base. Yet, as soon as it hopped into the vehicle, it spotted its dedicated iron bowl, brimming with a feast of delectable meat chunks, everything it had yearned for but could not attain before, with not a grain of rice in sight. Woo woo woo. Such a lavish spread. Strangely, Wu Wu Ji's initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather panic. Its limbs trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom what it had done wrong. Yet it wagged its tail, seeking favor from its two masters, wearing a sycophantic expression. Wu Wu. Wu Wu Gu. What happened to your fur while you slept? But your expression is quite amusing, haha. You resemble a person. Cheng Jiwen leaped down from the upper bunk, clad in pink pajamas, her bare feet padding softly as she approached Wu Wu Gu, both laughing and crying as she scrutinized it. Previously, Wu Wu Gu had exhibited a somewhat clumsy charm, occasionally displaying amusing expressions, yet they remained within the realm of animal behavior. Now, having consumed the sequential serum and transformed into a sequential being, Wu Wu Gu's expressions had become notably more vivid and intricate, giving one the impression that it could articulate human speech if provoked. Do not underestimate it. Xu Annian stepped forward, crouching down to push a full plate of cooked sequential pork towards Wu Wu Ji's paws, jesting. This little creature is only slightly slower than I am. Neither of you may be able to outrun it. Wu Wu Ji's agility was rated at 41. Qin Peiyao, also an S-class talent, had her highest attributed spirit, with agility barely surpassing 20, less than Wu Wu Gu. The little girl possessed remarkable gifts, yet her growth was balanced, placing her speed at 4 times that of a human. Wait? Human? Xu Annian paused. The system had not specified Wu Wu Gu's 4-dimensional attributes in relation to humans? He pondered this in his mind. System. Does the dog's attributes correspond to canines or humans? Disregarding endurance, the speed of canines typically exceeds that of humans by approximately 2-fold. If Wu Wu Ji's metrics aligned with those of canines, then its speed would need to be doubled to facilitate the host's intuitive understanding. All family members' panel values are standardized to correspond with the host's race and converted into the respective metrics. Xu Annian felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that Wuwu's mutation sequence had not fully acquired the corresponding talent values. Otherwise, its value should have been somewhat higher. What does it mean to be a dependent member? A voice replied, if a creature possesses sufficient affinity, even if lacking in talents, it can become a dependent member of the family. How high must the affinity be to be deemed sufficient? 95 points or above. Xu Annian closed the system interface, refraining from further inquiries. The requirement of a 95-point affinity alone ruled out humans. Take Qin Peiyao, for instance, having ventured together since the days at the front mountain apartment. She had faced numerous trials and tribulations, barely reaching an affinity exceeding 90. As for others, those with insufficient affinity could not be trusted to remain nearby. And without their presence, the opportunity to enhance affinity would vanish, a vicious cycle indeed. It could be said that dependent members offered no rewards and were relegated merely to the realm of pets. Could Wuwu truly surpass me? Cheng Jinwen's eyes widened in surprise. She had considerable confidence in her abilities, only feeling overwhelmed by the uncle's comprehensive dominance. Confronted with other survivors, she had yet to experience significant pressure. Hence, the sudden revelation that Wuwu was superior to her left her momentarily stunned. Once we finish our meal, you two can step outside and test it out, Xu Annian remarked with a smile. He then turned to the timid puppy that hesitated to eat, adopting a commanding tone. Dog, demonstrate your invisibility ability. Wuwu tilted its head in confusion. After contemplating for a few moments, it cautiously extended a foreleg, tentatively moving towards the space beneath the lower bunk, into a shadowy corner untouched by light. In the next moment, a rather astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of the three. Wuwu hesitantly took steps, inching its body into the shadows. At first, nothing seemed amiss. However, once Wuwu completely entered beneath the bed, its figure inexplicably vanished, despite its curly yellow fur. The shadows were not so dark as to render it invisible, yet they could not locate Wuwu, as if it had vanished into thin air. Beneath the head of the bed, Qin Peiyao was momentarily taken aback but quickly spotted Wuwu. At that moment, Wuwu had crawled to the head of the bed, lying in a dim corner watching the three. Its fur appeared to refract the surrounding light, creating an effect of invisibility. However, it had yet to master its ability, resulting in an outcome that fell short of expectations. Xu Annian and Cheng Jinwen soon discerned it as well. This visual deception, with a little concentrated observation, became evident. Particularly, with prior knowledge of Wuwu's hiding spot, they could easily locate it after just a couple of glances. Nevertheless, even so, Wuwu Ji's abilities remained commendable. The trio observed as the little creature burrowed into its hiding spot, confidently deducing that it was concealed beneath the bed, allowing them to locate it within a mere 2 or 3 seconds. Had they been unaware, however, the search would have undoubtedly consumed far more time. Time for a meal, Xu Annian exclaimed joyfully, affectionately ruffling the little one's head. It would be a travesty not to utilize such a talent. Moreover, since Wuwu Gu primarily relied on its dental prowess and could not bite the zombies, it was perfectly suited to stealthily deal with the oblivious human survivors. Woof woof. Sensing its master's genuine delight, Wuwu Gu finally overcame its fear, swiftly emerging and rushing to the iron plate to feast voraciously. Prior to encountering its young master, it had endured a period of hunger, fostering an intense dread of starvation within. Having succumbed to slumber the previous day, it had missed 2 meals, 2 whole meals. Who knows how many more it would need to consume to make up for that loss. Thus, Wuwu Gu welcomed every morsel offered by its master, devouring everything with great enthusiasm, leaving not a single crumb behind. Chapter 103, Arrival at the Shelter. A plate brimming with sequential pork was swiftly devoured by Wuwu, who licked the remnants of grease clean. Raising his head, he gazed at his mistress, wagging his tail with eyes filled with yearning. However, Qin Peiyao did not offer him any more sequential pork. Having experienced hunger, both cats and dogs lack the restraint when it comes to food. They consume whatever is provided, with no concept of satiety necessitating a regulated portion. Little girl, Xu Annian clapped his hands and stood up, turning to Cheng Jinwen with a smile. I have a task for you. What task? She inquired. Today, familiarize the dog with the fluctuations in values, enabling it to swiftly grasp its sequential abilities. All right. Cheng Jinwen replied promptly after a moment of contemplation. Although she was not entirely sure of Wuwu's specific sequential abilities, she had gleaned some understanding of his characteristics from the earlier test and swiftly conceived an effective training method. Hide and seek, she declared. I will seek, and Wuwu will hide. Adding a few treats as incentives, she reasoned that with Wuwu's current childlike intellect, once he tasted success, he would undoubtedly exert himself to achieve victory and exhibit his sequential abilities. In this manner, he would hone and familiarize himself with those capabilities. Let us go, Wuwu. With her plan in mind, Cheng Jiwen called out to Wu Wu in a light-hearted tone as they cheerfully made their way toward the storage area. Woof. Wu Wu trotted along beside her. As a dependent member of the family, he was now able to witness the expanded space of the base and had the liberty to enter and exit the storage area freely. This was also Wu Wu's first time entering the storage area, where he marveled at the interior of the base, his dark eyes brimming with curiosity. Entering through the identification gate of the storage area, they found themselves in a brightly lit corridor, 2 meters wide and 4 meters long. To the left of the corridor stood a row of 4-tiered storage racks. The bottom shelf held vacuum-sealed rice, flour, and noodles, while the upper shelves were stocked with various common kitchen supplies, such as soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, oil, and fermented bean curd, all organized in a supermarket-like fashion. On the right side of the corridor was a small dark room, which housed several rectangular devices emitting a ghastly white glow. Those were clearly instruments for human use. And Wu Wu showed little interest, glancing at them before diverting his gaze. His nose twitched as he inhaled the myriad scents of poultry droppings that permeated the air, feeling the simulated sunlight of the corridor upon his fur. For a moment, it felt as if he had returned to the world before the apocalypse. As they traversed the 4-meter-long corridor, the scenery opened up before them. The air was filled with unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar sounds of poultry clucking. Wu Wu lifted his head to gaze at the 3 piglets in the pen to the left, wagging his tail. Then, he approached to sniff the scents wafting from outside the enclosure. Failing to identify them, he marked his territory and scampered toward the chicken coop beneath the windowsill. He remembered these creatures. Before the apocalypse, many residents in the western suburbs raised chickens, and his previous owner had kept about a dozen free-range ones. Every mealtime, 3 or 5 roosters would band together to vie for the food in its bowl. Back then, it was still a small creature, unable to contend with those larger roosters. Often left unsated. Wu Wu, please don't go to the chicken coop, Cheng Jiwen exclaimed, startled as the little one darted towards the coop. She quickly grasped the nape of Wu Wu's neck, gently reminding him that coop belongs to the uncle's experimental zone. It is of utmost importance. If you dare to disturb even a few of those chickens, the uncle might very well indulge in dog meat hot pot tonight. This is no jest. Cheng Jiwen, responsible for recording the experimental data, understood well the uncle's deep regard for that batch of domestic chickens. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Wu Wu were to pilfer the tomatoes or cabbages from the planting area, the sanctity of the experimental chickens must be preserved. Otherwise, the prospect of dog meat hot pot would loom ominously. Wu Wu let out a couple of low whines, ears drooping in dismay. Let us play hide and seek, Cheng Jiwen suggested, ignoring Wu Wu's discontent, as she set him down and eagerly explained the rules and rewards of the game. You hide, and I will seek. If I cannot find you within a minute, you shall be rewarded with a piece of Sister Yao's secret bear meat. It's a special recipe. Conversely, if I find you, your dinner will be reduced by 1 piece of meat. No, make that 2 pieces. As Wu Wu listened, his eyes widened in realization. He could not fully comprehend his little masteress' words, but combined with her gestures and the mention of meat, he understood that this game must not be lost. Resolutely, he ceased his lament over the food dispute, lowered his body, and barked twice to signal his determination. Woof woof woof. All right. Let the game commence. I will start the countdown, so hurry and hide. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat, Qin Peiyao wore a tense expression, gripping the steering wheel tightly as she maneuvered the bus slowly along the highway. As they approached the shelter, conspicuous signs began to appear on either side of the highway, offering survivors various important notices and welcoming messages. One billboard boldly proclaimed the words "Welcome home." Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao exchanged glances, feeling little impact from it. However, those survivors who had endured hardships and narrowly escaped death found themselves deeply moved by those simple, direct red letters. The number of survivors heading to the shelter appeared sparse. Qin Peiyao observed the vehicles outside. Their pace was so sluggish that they were continually overtaken by other survivor vehicles. This observation led her to realize that the traffic towards the shelter was not as abundant as she had anticipated. In over 10 minutes, they had encountered merely 3 small cars. At this rate, it seemed that less than 100 survivors would reach the shelter by the end of the day, suggesting that the capacity of the makeshift shelter should be ample. Perhaps we arrived too early, Xu Annian mused absently, contemplating whether to merge with the shadows of the dog for stealth. This ability was suited for ambushes and could yield unexpected results. The shadowy stealth belongs to a mutated sequence, a newly fused entity whose abilities may not necessarily align. Is it too early? Qin Peiyao refrained from expressing her opinion. Indeed, they had risen earlier than usual today, yet for ordinary survivors, the concept of early or late holds little significance. It is not akin to attending work or school. When it comes to survival, who wouldn't wish to reach the sanctuary as swiftly as possible? Noticing the man's lack of desire for conversation, Qin Peiyao chose silence, focusing on the task of driving. After a span of 20 minutes, the bus arrived at the first line of defense of the sanctuary. Tanks and missile-armored vehicles? Xu Annian snapped back to reality, straightening his posture to scrutinize the armed configurations ahead. Numerous tanks, their surfaces blanketed in snow, with ominous black muzzles, evoked a sense of dread, while behind them, the missile-armored vehicles sheltered under large canopies commanded an even greater respect. Even with a few battle-damaged armored vehicles stationed by the roadside, the aura of authority remained unscathed. Chapter 104. Allocating Partners. Were those damaged vehicles part of the convoy that assaulted the hospital yesterday? As Qin Peiyao listened to the incessantly repeated instructions from the loudspeaker, she maneuvered the bus into the left lane. Upon seeing the battered armored vehicles parked by the roadside up close, she couldn't help but recall the convoy of refuge vehicles they had encountered the previous day. They had not witnessed the military's operations, yet even from several kilometers away, the thunderous sounds of cannon fire could be heard, and now, observing these dilapidated armored vehicles, it was challenging not to draw grim conclusions. Of course, one could not discount the possibility that other armored vehicles had returned to the refuge, leaving behind a few vehicles that were too damaged to warrant repairs. It was unclear. The armored vehicles appeared nearly identical, and with no license plates, it was impossible to make a judgment. However, if they truly belonged to the same convoy, that would be rather unfathomable. Modern technological weaponry is the true foundation of the refuge. It is inconceivable that they could not defeat the zombies. The only plausible explanation would be that during the assault on the hospital, they encountered an unforeseen incident that was beyond human resistance. This is not our concern. Let us proceed to the boundaries of Yangsheng after passing the inspection. Indeed, the two of them ceased to dwell on the damaged armored vehicles. Following the prompts from the loudspeaker and cooperating with the soldiers conducting the inspection process went smoothly. Two fully armed personnel, equipped with various testing instruments, boarded the vehicle to assess the internal conditions. Outsiders could not perceive the system's expanded space. Within the perspective of the inspecting personnel, the storage area consisted of 2 rows of shelves filled with daily necessities and a few potted tomato plants. There was no computer room, no training area, nor any farming or planting zones. Buzzing. During the inspection, a stream of armored vehicles approached from the direction of the refuge along the military road. Armored vehicles laden with various missile types, large trucks transporting specialized personnel, and even the sound of fighter jets soaring overhead filled the air. What is happening? Xu Annian glanced at the inspection personnel by the roadside. It has nothing to do with you. Hurry into the city. The inspector's face was etched with concern, yet his tone remained calm. He waved his hand, urging Xu Annian and the others to hastily board their vehicle and depart. As soon as they left, the inspecting personnel gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. That fellow was quite lucky. Who can argue? 2 girlfriends, one a frosty goddess, sultry and alluring, the other a big-eyed cutie, adorable and charming, along with so much food. TSK, what a life. Oh, don't be envious. I hear there is a plan underway to allocate partners. Soon you two will be able to cuddle with your wives at night. Is that true? Of course. Why would I deceive you? How wonderful that would be. It's freezing cold at night, and it's impossible to warm my feet when sleeping alone. Huh, you're so easily swayed. What do you mean? Surely they don't intend to withhold wives from us? Intentions are present, yet the priority for allocation does not include us. Do you understand? The number of survivors arriving at the shelter is limited, and the few staff members responsible for inspections engage in casual conversation. Their discussions primarily revolve around Xu Annian. Having steadfastly maintained their inspection duties for over a month, this is their first encounter with someone like Xu Annian, who is not only accompanied by 2 charming beauties but also possesses a stockpile of staple foods for 1 or 2 years. In the current circumstances, this undoubtedly marks him as a resounding victor in life. As their conversation unfolds, it inevitably touches upon matters concerning their own interests, with the most pressing topic being the allocation of partners and arranged marriages. The cataclysm struck without warning, drastically reducing the population of Blue Water Star. To restore productivity and perpetuate the flame of civilization within the underground shelter, it is imperative to increase the birth rate of newborns and elevate the natural growth rate of the population. What is the most efficient method to implement this? Partner allocation. However, such matters cannot be resolved overnight. The shelter must also consider the survivors' educational backgrounds and the numerous factors that have shaped their values and worldviews over the years, thus implementing the partner allocation plan in phases. Currently, it is in the promotion stage, piloted in the specialized talent areas. Regardless, there is at least a glimmer of hope. Indeed, otherwise, how would we find wives? Haha. Let me share some good news with you. What good news? Several individuals perk up their ears, eagerly looking towards the team leader. This team leader, in contact with the leaders of the modular cabin, is known for providing reliable information. Heh. The team leader smirks and lowers his voice, stating that the individuals allocated from above will not be lacking in attractiveness. Innate beauty is, after all, a sign of excellent genetics. Even after being filtered through various selections, the remaining men and women will still possess commendable qualities. After all, those who undertake the inspection work at the front lines are inherently high-caliber talents in their respective fields. While they may not compare to the top-notch elites residing in the modular cabin areas, they certainly hold more advantages than ordinary survivors. So, is that guy's girlfriend beautiful? Get lost. The team leader's expression darkens. Beautiful like that guy's girlfriend? He wouldn't dare dream of it even in his sleep. How audacious. After discussing the topic of partner allocation for a while, they return to their respective posts. Regardless of whether any survivors arrive, they cannot afford to chat endlessly. Such behavior would negatively impact the image of the front line. In the southern parking lot, Qin Peiyao and Xu Annian observe as they drive, stopping intermittently until they finally park the bus in a secluded corner where it wants to be towed. In the blizzard, vehicles in the parking lot can become buried under snow within a day. When towing vehicles, the shelter staff do not meticulously verify. Upon seeing vehicles without signs of survivor habitation, they promptly tow them away to free up space for other newly arrived survivors. This issue has already been lamented by many vehicle owners who have lost their parking spots on various forums. We parked the car in the lot. Is that all right? Outside, Qin Peiyao, clad in a black trench coat, expressed her concern. She seemed to have a particular fondness for trench coats, having brought over a dozen, of which 7 or 8 were of this style. Her tall stature suited this aesthetic perfectly. Underneath, she wore a simple white sweater with a stand-up collar. The classic black and white combination accentuated her cool demeanor. However, Xu Annian sensed that something was amiss. He approached the car, took a glance, then returned to the base to retrieve a piece of cardboard, upon which he wrote "Beware of dog, please do not approach," and placed it under the windshield wiper. Now it should be fine. After a moment of inspection, Xu Annian clapped his hands in satisfaction and took Qin Peiyao by the hand, leading her toward the modular cabin. The young girl followed closely behind, her demeanor a mix of restraint and an insatiable curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Only Wu Wu Gu remained at the base. The warning regarding the ferocious dog was not merely a scare tactic. Chapter 105, Testing Strength. After traversing the arrow-marked path for over half an hour, the silhouettes of survivors on both sides gradually multiplied, and the vague outline of a towering wall came into view. Well, Cheng Jimin gasped softly. The visibility was exceedingly poor, and she could not see the top of the steel wall. Yet, she could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from it, evoking a sense of stepping into a giant's castle, where her own strength felt remarkably insignificant. This shelter is quite impressive, Xu Annian remarked, gazing up at the towering walls just a few meters away, genuinely astonished. Simultaneously, he began to understand why Xiao Lang and his son had been pursued by survivors for hundreds of kilometers. Who wouldn't yearn to reside within such a formidable sanctuary? New citizens, please use the designated inspection passage. Do not cross the barriers or exceed the warning lines. Cue in an orderly fashion. As they approached the second checkpoint, the roadside speakers became increasingly active. The announcements were delivered in several languages to ensure that all survivors could comprehend the instructions and abide by the rules. There are so many people, Qin Peiyao remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. The queue ahead seemed endless, and after walking for over 10 minutes, they still could not see the end. The site was filled with survivors bundled up tightly, their heads and shoulders blanketed by snow. Many dragged large bags, with snow accumulating to a thickness of 20 to 30 centimeters at their feet. Clearly, they had been waiting for quite some time. I'll see if I can reach someone, Xu Annian thought, unwilling to continue waiting idly. He retrieved his phone, locating Kuching Xiang's number, and dialed. In fact, he had attempted to contact her as soon as he entered the territory of Qiqing, but unfortunately, no one had answered, and he had been unable to get through. This time, he held no expectations, making the call out of habit, planning to reach out to Xiao Chun or Wu Dongxiang if it failed. Although their status was not as elevated as Kuching Xiang's, they were nonetheless members of the shelter and would surely have some knowledge of the way forward. Fortunately, the call connected shortly after. Kuching Xiang did not initiate conversation. She was aware of Xu Annian and his companion's considerable strength. Yet, in the underground shelter teeming with talent, many possessed similar prowess, and there was no need to ingratiate herself as she had in Huqing. However, her reluctance to speak stemmed primarily from lingering concerns about the events in Huqing. After Dog Brother returned to the container, he ceased participating in operations and almost retreated to the sidelines. She found it challenging to quickly locate a trustworthy companion of comparable strength, which significantly impacted the team, causing their daily lives to deteriorate from merely maintaining sustenance to a state of frugality. Nowadays, their situation seemed to worsen with each passing day. Hello, old friend? Xu Annian inquired tentatively. He held the phone a bit further away, observing the ongoing timer and confirming that the call had not been disconnected. Yet, why was there silence? Was she perhaps engaged in a task that rendered conversation inconvenient? Speak, came a voice after a few seconds, tinged with a hint of melancholy and fatigue. Xu Annian's eyes brightened. Having found Xu, there was no need to seek anyone else, without regard for the surrounding survivors who might be eavesdropping. She got straight to the point. Is there a way to bypass the detection and directly enter the shelter? Wait for me. As soon as she finished speaking, the call ended. Xu was no fool. The moment she received the call, she surmised that Xu Annian and his companions had already arrived at the shelter. The shift in attitude was merely an attempt to court Xu Annian's strength before it was exposed, hoping to collaborate and undertake the shelter's tasks together. She harbored a degree of trust in Xu Annian. Let us wait for her up ahead. Xu Annian tucked away his phone and led the two women towards the passage. As they passed the line of survivors awaiting detection, the system's prompt occasionally echoed in his mind, indicating the presence of S-grade talent among the group. This caused a smile to involuntarily grace his lips as he mentally noted the features of those individuals without engaging in idle chatter. However, as they reached the line of caution, he found it somewhat disappointing not to encounter any SS-grade survivors. There. As their bodies grew stiff from the cold and their patience dwindled, Xu, clad in a green military uniform and wearing a lay phone cap, approached briskly from within the walls. Her breath was slightly labored, and white mist escaped her lips. She pulled aside the caution tape and paused at a safe distance to assess Cheng Jinwen before quickly averting her gaze and leading the way. Follow me. The three crossed the caution line and, under the envious gazes of numerous survivors, entered the special passageway within the walls. Along the way, Xu steadied her breath. Without Xu Annian needing to inquire, she explained, I am taking you to the special talent detection passage, where there are fewer people, and given your abilities, you should be swiftly allocated to a well-situated residence. The shelter's detection passage comprises 4 stations. Among them, 2 stations are positioned at opposite ends, one facing east and the other west, to cater to newly arrived survivors. The entrance Xu Annian and the others had previously observed was the westward detection point. One station is reserved for military use and is not accessible to outsiders. The remaining station is specifically for special talents, located within a secure area inside the walls, which is their current destination. Look at all those machine guns. Cheng Jinwen noted the numerous dark gun barrels along the surrounding walls, all pointed menacingly at the corridor. Should anyone make a threatening move towards the shelter, they would be met with a merciless barrage from heavy machine guns, leaving no room for escape. Do not worry, as long as you cooperate with the detection, nothing will happen, Xu reassured them calmly. She had led Xu Annian and his companions here, and the shelter regarded her as their sponsor. If anyone were to breach the rules, she would bear a degree of responsibility. However, if all went smoothly and one among Xu Annian's group were assessed as a secondary special talent, she would earn corresponding points. The higher the assessed level, the greater the points awarded, which would greatly improve her recent dismal circumstances. Most importantly, Xu was acutely aware of Xu Annian's true strength. Thus, she was determined to secure that substantial reward. We have arrived. Inside lies the testing chamber for exceptional talents. After traversing the steel corridor for over an hour, the familiar line of survivors re-emerges. The assessment for exceptional talents also necessitates queuing, yet the line is not extensive. Both queues stretch just over 10 meters. And it is estimated they will be attended to in half an hour. Xu? A voice of surprise resonates. Xu turns her head. In the left queue, a young woman with voluminous, wavy hair greets her with a beaming smile and waves, as if they were long-time acquaintances, her demeanor exuding ease. However, her warmth receives no reciprocation. Xu, expressionless, coldly proceeds to position herself at the back of the other queue. The realm of exceptional talents is not exceedingly vast, making it inevitable to encounter individuals one would rather avoid. The woman with the voluminous waves is precisely the person Xu wishes to evade. Their relationship cannot be described as antagonistic. Rather, they simply find each other irksome. Chapter 106, Exercise Caution in Action. The young woman's indifferent demeanor towards Xu appeared to be a commonplace occurrence. Unfazed, she smiled brightly as she surveyed Xu Annian and his companions. Upon entering the passage within the walls, the trio unbuttoned their sweater collars to facilitate easier breathing, deliberately eschewing any attempts to conceal their appearances. Consequently, when the young woman beheld their radiant visages, it seemed as though her spirit had been jolted, rendering her momentarily dazed. Is this the newcomer you brought for assessment? Liang Zhi's voice pierced the air with a certain sharpness. She belonged to a privileged class within the shelter, enjoying the comforts of a double room, 2 hearty meals a day, and the luxury of a 10-minute hot shower once a week, living conditions that surpassed those of most exceptional individuals. Nonetheless, Liang Ji's complexion and vitality were gradually deteriorating. Her focus waned with each passing day, and she found it increasingly difficult to revert to her pre-apocalyptic state. She assumed that everyone else was similarly affected, with their physical and mental faculties declining. However, encountering Qin Peiyao and Cheng Jinwen unexpectedly revealed the stark contrasts among women. As she gazed upon their youthful, collagen-rich faces and luminous eyes, which amplified the psychological chasm she felt within herself. The survivors queuing nearby, regardless of gender, occasionally glanced at Cheng Jinwen and Qin Peiyao, whispering to one another. Xu Annian received merely a cursory glance. Most gazes lingered on the two stunning women, for it was rare to encounter individuals who could evoke such heart-stirring admiration in a place like the shelter. Indeed, they appear quite spirited. Liang Ji took a deep breath, suppressing her underlying envy. She turned her attention to Xu Annian and his companions, stating earnestly, in Capsule 4, to earn respect and recognition, one must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, mere beauty will lead only to complications. I look forward to your performance. Indeed, strength is paramount, murmured a handsome youth behind Liang Ji, his voice barely above a whisper. He stole a glance at Qin Peiyao, feeling his heart race and his cheeks flush. This aloof goddess perfectly embodied his ideal future partner. In truth, it was her presence that crystallized his standards for choosing a mate. Xiao Su, Liang Ji noticed the boy's burgeoning infatuation. Concerned that he might act impulsively, she stepped in front of him. If you perform well, you have a chance to reach level 4. According to the shelter's classification standards, one would be designated level 1 if any one of the attributes, strength, speed, or endurance, exceeded double the norm, and level 2 if it surpassed triple. Level 3 required a single attribute to exceed 4 times the norm or 2 attributes to reach 3 times. This innocent youth had just unlocked the 4th category of genes, his mental acuity achieving 4 times that of a regular person. If he underwent standard testing, he would undoubtedly be classified as a level 4 exceptional talent, earning superior treatment. Level 4? Ku Qingxiang, not far off, was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. Level 4? Her impression of Qin Peiyao was merely at level 3. With the potential to reach level 4, the youth possesses the strength of a level 4? Liang Ji's assertion, though seemingly uncertain, is likely closer to the truth than it appears. This revelation left Ku Qingxiang feeling somewhat insecure. However, a glance at Xu Annian, who remained unperturbed, offered her a modicum of reassurance. She was unsure of the exact prowess of Qin Peiyao and Cheng Jinwen. Yet it was evident that this individual possessed at least level 4 strength, undoubtedly on par with the youth. Xu Annian, however, was not brimming with confidence. Rather, he was caught in a state of astonishment, overwhelmed by the incessant reminders flashing through his mind. In the span of merely a few meters, there were 6 or 7 survivors boasting S-level talents. He even contemplated the prospect of remaining at the testing point, enjoying the ease and freedom of a job that seemed to be the very embodiment of his dreams from a previous life. The newcomer assessment was divided into 2 methods. While waiting in line, Ku Qingxiang took the initiative to explain the testing regulations to the 3 of them. One method involved machine testing, which classified individuals based on numerical results with minimal margin for error. The other was combat testing, wherein the examiner provided a comprehensive evaluation to assign a grade. I suggest you opt for the combat assessment, she recommended, knowing that Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao had prior combat experience, granting them a distinct advantage in temperament and expertise. All right, Xu Annian responded nonchalantly, nodding in agreement. He closed the system interface and curiously observed the assessment process within the shelter. The machine testing occurred in a sealed metallic chamber, rendering the interior invisible, while the combat testing was conducted in an open area of approximately 200 square meters, where over 20 young examiners in specialized uniforms took turns sparring with the survivors. This proved rather dull. After watching for a few minutes, Xu Annian lost interest. The examiners lacked substantial combat experience, suggesting that this was a tailored training regimen for personnel undergoing internal genetic unlocking. Only 2 or 3 middle-aged examiners, who had not yet engaged in combat, oversaw the testing point. Soon, Xu Annian noticed a shift in the attention of the waiting survivors, whose gazes moved from Qin Peiyao and her companion to the innocent youth. In their eyes, a flicker of envy was evident. Level 4, such an esteemed caliber was typically beyond their reach. If only they could establish a connection beforehand, the path ahead would surely be much smoother. Xu Annian harbored no particular thoughts on this matter. Instead, he calmly inquired with Ku Qingxiang about the current exceptional talents within the shelter, pondering how much of his own strength he should reveal. Xiao Su, it's your turn, came the call. Before long, the adjacent line reached Liang Ji and her companion. They opted for the machine testing as the youth had not yet faced life and death crises and lacked practical experience, making him more suited for the impartiality of the machine assessment. With a determined demeanor, the youth approached the metallic chamber, his body tense. Just before entering, he cast a glance back at Qin Peiyao before proceeding inside. Quite the charmer, Xu Annian remarked teasingly. Qin Peiyao merely rolled her eyes in response, choosing not to engage. Outside, she had grown accustomed to adopting an aloof demeanor to shield herself, simultaneously warding off unwanted attention. Xu Annian refrained from further teasing the woman. He turned to the young girl before him, gently advising her to exercise caution during the upcoming assessment, ensuring she refrains from striking indiscriminately. Got it, uncle, Cheng Jinwen replied, sticking out her tongue, feeling that her uncle's impression of her still lingered on their initial encounter. However, that instance had been an instinctive reaction, not a deliberate action. In an effort to prevent similar occurrences, Sister Yao had discreetly spoken to her on numerous occasions. Next, resonated the announcement from the speakers of the battle room. Kaching Xiong glanced back at the trio. Who among you will go first for the assessment? I will, Qin Peiyao stepped forward. It was most fitting for her to take the lead in the first evaluation. Casting a reassuring glance at the man, she lifted her leg and made her way toward the battle room. Chapter 107. Challenging the Strongest? Outside the machine testing room, numerous survivors gazed at the metallic enclosure. A hum resonated through the corridor in less than half a minute. Xu Xiaojia, a resident of Zone 5, successfully unlocked 4 types of genes, categorizing him as a Level 4 special talent, thus earning the privilege of residing in Zone 4. He was allocated a private room with an independent bathroom and granted 4 unrestricted slots in the shelter. The cold mechanical voice echoed through the corridor, clearly reaching all ears of the survivors. Those queuing for testing looked up at the machine testing room, their eyes brimming with excitement and envy. A Level 4 special talent. This designation placed him among the elite combatants of the shelter. Furthermore, with 4 types of genes, it could be said that as long as Xu Xiaojia maintained a clean background check, he would no longer have to worry about sustenance in the future. A private room and 4 unrestricted slots. I recall that Level 3 special talents enjoyed similar privileges, yet his treatment seems to have diminished. But that entails 4 unrestricted slots. Are you not aware that the shelter has downgraded the treatment for special talents, especially concerning the slot limitations? Many outside are grumbling about it in secrecy. Had he not possessed 4 types of genes, it is likely his slots would have been restricted as well. What are 4 types of genes? Simply put, different gene locks can be understood as different professions. The first 3 types predominantly consist of warriors and assassins, while only the 4th type may have the potential to be mages. Mages? Indeed, those of the 4th type hold a unique status within a team. Their direct combat abilities may not be formidable, but their contributions are invaluable. The top-ranking hunting teams are eager to recruit individuals of the 4th type. Remarkable? The other survivors engaged in animated discussion. As time passed, more survivors entered the sequence, and the corresponding treatment was notably downgraded. Statistics reveal that the current number of living special talents within the shelter has surpassed 2,000, and the count continues to rise. However, those truly worthy of cultivation are few and far between. Regardless of the specific abilities, the prowess of a Level 4 individual is indeed remarkable, a middle-aged examiner mused. Gene locks are categorized into 4 types, with the 4th being the most enigmatic. This category of talent may lack physical destructive power, yet their peculiar and unpredictable capabilities hold immense research value. The metallic door of the machine testing room creaked open. Xu Xiaojia's figure gradually emerged, his youthful visage unable to conceal his exhilaration. However, he disregarded the crowd surrounding him and walked directly to the combat testing room, his expression a blend of anxiety and anticipation as he peered inside. Xu Annian noticed the admiration flickering in the boy's eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. He refrained from intervening. Everyone experiences youthful naivety. As long as the lad refrains from any impolite or lewd behavior, he would not hold a grudge against a child. Name? Qin Peiyao. Where are you from? He Chung. New arrival? Which type of gene have you unlocked? Strength and agility. Oh, perhaps several times that of an ordinary person? 3 times. In the combat assessment chamber, a clerk seated before a computer inquired about basic information from Qin Peiyao. After taking notes, he gestured for her to step into the center of the open space. There, a middle-aged female examiner with short hair awaited her arrival. The rules for the combat assessment were introduced in a gentle tone by the examiner. No protective gear or weapons were permitted, and deliberate harm was prohibited. The established procedures could not be bypassed, as they were essential for the accountability of both parties. Do you understand? Very well, let us commence. Both participants instinctively opted for a direct confrontation. Given that Qin Peiyao had previously reported her approximate abilities, the shelter dispatched a female examiner of comparable strength for the evaluation. This examiner, having undergone numerous perilous missions, possessed extensive combat experience. Even with minimal discrepancies in their respective statistics, she was capable of overpowering Qin Peiyao. She proceeded to assess Qin Peiyao's maximum strength and speed, aiming to obtain precise results. Before long, the battle concluded. Qin Peiyao stood upright, breathing heavily, and nodded at the examiner. The assessment could not utilize sequential blades, and her capabilities were constrained, preventing her from fully exhibiting her prowess. Nonetheless, the classification results aligned with her expectations. Her strength and speed reached 3 times that of an average person, warranting a recommendation for a level 3 classification, along with the allocation of an independent room and 2 slots in the shelter. After a brief exchange among the other examiners, they concurred with the proposal. A recording examiner then looked up at Qin Peiyao for final confirmation. Do you have any objections to the classification results? This question bore multiple layers of meaning. The most apparent layer suggested an awareness of Qin Peiyao's concealed strength, prompting the need for a potential reevaluation. If necessary, they could arrange for a new assessment. No. Qin Peiyao replied calmly, shaking her head. She had no need for accommodations allocated by the shelter, only a magnetic identity card granting her freedom of movement, facilitating her partner's plans to recruit family members. Very well, the examiner said, refraining from further commentary. He raised his hand to indicate that Qin Peiyao should proceed through the special passage leading into the combat chamber, where the final microbial testing awaited. Upon successful completion of the test, her identity card would be processed, and she would officially become a member of the designated area. Next. Uncle, I'm going in. Qing Jiwen eagerly informed her uncle before swiftly entering the combat chamber. Having just witnessed Sister Yao's assessment, she knew that Sister Yao had not exerted her full strength, which resulted in her classification as level 3. This was inconsequential in itself. However, with Su Shaojia's conspicuous presence, the stakes were different. Qin Peiyao was one of the 2 individuals Qing Jiwen held in the highest regard, and she would not allow Sister Yao to be overshadowed by a mere child. Without waiting for the recording soldier to pose a question, she proactively declared, I am Qing Jiwen, 17 years old, from Huqing, possessing strength, speed, and stamina exceeding 4 times that of an average person. And now I challenge him. After stating her basic information, Qing Jiwen directly selected the middle-aged man overseeing the assessment as her examiner, without a moment's hesitation. Challenge me. The middle-aged man with a square face was momentarily taken aback. Observing the fine fuzz on the young girl's face that had yet to fade, he chuckled in astonishment. Little girl, are you aware of my capabilities? Indeed I am. Qing Jiwen replied with unwavering confidence. She pointed at the insignia on the man's shoulder, articulating her reasoning. The 5 stripes on your shoulder represent that you are a level 5 special talent, correct? The middle-aged man cast a brief glance at his shoulder. The newly established ranking system of the shelter did indeed feature 5 stripes. However, it did not signify strength. Coincidentally, his own prowess was also level 5. One of the few level 5 powerhouses in the emergency shelter. Well, it has been a day since I last moved. The man set down the enamel cup in his hand, rising to stretch his limbs. He appreciated the forthrightness of the young girl and was not averse to exchanging a few moves with Qing Jiwen, also wishing to take this opportunity to impart some knowledge to the new recruits around. Moreover, Qing Jiwen's apparent strength was likewise level 5. Aside from him, there was no one present who could match her prowess. Chapter 108. Visitors from Above. In the combat testing room, as the man with the square face rose to his feet, Qing Jiwen immediately sensed an overwhelming presence. Although this pressure was not half as intense as when facing the elder, it was sufficient to instill a sense of apprehension, indicating that her opponent was no ordinary foe. Excellent. Qing Jiwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Akin to a hunter who has finally discovered its long-sought prey, her gaze fixated upon the man with the square face. For too long, she had been subjected to the relentless domination and beatings from the elder, nearly losing her confidence. Now, at last, she encountered an adversary of equal caliber. How could she not feel exhilarated? Goodness, the instructor has personally entered the fray. Could it be that he finds the opponent charming and intends to go easy on him? Go easy? The instructor is notoriously stern and impartial. He would never show leniency. Quickly, take out your phones and start recording. When we return tonight, we shall study the footage at our leisure. Haha, our instructor is usually so low-key. Otherwise, the outside world would constantly proclaim Yang as the strongest. Do not underestimate others. Yang's capabilities are far from remarkable. The instructor's prowess is undoubtedly superior, though he rarely showcases it. The dozen or so examiners responsible for the assessment appeared even more excited than Qing Jiwen. One by one, they retrieved their phones, activating the recording function, ensuring no angle was missed as they directed their devices towards the 2 combatants. This confrontation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, was destined to be classified as a practical combat textbook for future soldiers to study. Most importantly, the shelter had divided the survivors into two distinct systems: exceptional talents and the military. The former frequently operated in the open, enjoying greater fame than the latter. Conversely, the members of the military were bound by discipline, seldom having the opportunity to demonstrate their strength in public, resulting in many formidable soldiers remaining anonymous. With not a single member appearing on the publicly announced top 10 strongest list, they cared not for hollow accolades. Yet that did not imply they were willing to be looked down upon by those exceptional talents. As Xu Annian assumed a fighting stance, the expression of the square-faced man gradually shifted to one of seriousness. This young girl, she seems to be rather formidable. The man, possessing a calm demeanor, dared not underestimate his opponent and opted for a probing attack. With his left hand raised in a defensive posture to protect his face, he initiated a tentative strike with his right hand. Whoosh, swish. Xu Annian, unburdened by hesitation or psychological weight, swiftly lowered her body, evading the attack while closing the distance between them. Within a 3-meter radius, she was in her efficient domain. In this zone, she could accurately detect any openings presented by her adversary. The right rib, a crisp sound resonated. Had it been an inexperienced individual, they would likely instinctively guard their right side upon hearing the warning. However, the middle-aged man was no ordinary opponent. He remained entirely unaffected by Xu Annian's words. With a slight tilt of his head, he narrowly evaded the striking white fist, executing no unnecessary movements. This was his combat style. Yet, in the next moment, a shocking and bizarre scene unfolded before the middle-aged man. The originally upward striking fist suddenly shifted downward, delivering an elbow strike to his throat. Logically, such a drastic alteration in the direction of the attack would require time for a seamless transition, during which significant vulnerabilities would become apparent. It is rare for anyone to employ such a method of assault. However, Xu Annian's attack flowed with remarkable fluidity and grace, exhibiting no interruptions, let alone weaknesses. Bang! Thud, thud, thud. In the fleeting moment of their brief encounter, both combatants stepped back a few paces. Xu Annian's elbow strike failed to connect with the middle-aged man, who was forced to retreat defensively, sustaining injury in exchange for injury. The middle-aged man, too, found himself in a rather disordered state, harboring a tinge of shame deep within. Trading wounds that did not conform to the standards of combat assessment. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He immediately entered a wartime mindset, fixating intently on Xu Annian, with no intention of holding back. Outside the ring, a multitude of examiners stood agape, their minds reeling. The invincible instructor they had revered had not only failed to gain the upper hand but was also being suppressed right from the outset. How astonishingly formidable was that young girl? Goodness, she could actually trade blows with the instructor? Was she a newcomer? Quickly, someone must report this to the higher authorities. This was undoubtedly a seed-level talent. Yes. This matter must be escalated to the higher-ups at once. A few examiners, momentarily stunned, hastily rushed to the communication room outside. The instructor was the pinnacle of the pyramid within the shelter. Since its inception, no one had ever bested the instructor in combat. Yet now, that young girl, who had just arrived at the shelter, was able to firmly dominate the instructor. Despite certain limitations, this was sufficient to demonstrate her prowess. A minimum of level 5. Potentially level 6. If Su Xiao Jia's level 4 type genes drew admiration among the exceptional talents of Zone 4, then the seemingly level 6 Xu Annian would undoubtedly cause a sensation within the shelter. Even if she were not level 6. A level 5 talent was still worthy of the shelter's concerted efforts to recruit. Once more, Xu Annian paid no heed to the actions of others. She was solely focused on the desire to engage in a proper fight. Having gauged her opponent's strength through previous exchanges, she held nothing back, unleashing her full force. After suffering considerable humiliation at the hands of the older man, she sought to reclaim some confidence. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed again. This time, neither held back. Their exchanges were vigorous and reciprocal. The square-faced man's attacks were particularly vicious, targeting the temples, throat, and heart with each strike. Bolstered by the fierce aura cultivated through years of battle, presenting a fearsome spectacle. In contrast, Xu Annian's punches appeared somewhat softer. Yet, she consistently managed to deftly deflect all incoming attacks. As 10 minutes passed, several senior personnel in their 50s and 60s hurriedly arrived, quietly observing the battle from the periphery. No victor had emerged between the two. The onlookers held their breath, afraid to disturb the unfolding confrontation. Only the square-faced man understood the true nature of the struggle. The young girl possesses an uncanny strength in her fists. With each collision, that peculiar force seems intent on dislocating his joints, gradually inducing a sensation of impending dislocation. The middle-aged man feels a sense of frustration. A test of prowess is not worth risking one's life. Yet, without a fierce struggle, his capabilities are severely constrained. After all, he is a practitioner of combat. Having successfully repelled Qing Jinwen with a single move, the man, with an air of tranquility, clasped his hands behind his back and smiled, stating, "Your strength has reached level 5, yet it does not ascend to level 6. I recommend it be classified as level 5. Do you have any objections?" "No," Qing Jinwen replied, shaking her head with lingering desire. In truth, she wished to continue the sparring for a while longer. However, upon noticing several unfamiliar elderly figures nearby, she refrained from pressing on. After all, her uncle would intervene. Chapter 109. Let us all join forces. A few newly appointed senior leaders felt a twinge of regret upon hearing the evaluation results. The distinction between approaching level 6 and actually achieving it was immense. Nevertheless, their smiles remained vibrant. Although Qing Jinwen had not reached level 6, a level 5 special talent was still exceedingly rare. Over the course of more than a month dedicated to creating a refuge, the makeshift shelter had accommodated hundreds of thousands of survivors, yet there were merely 2 individuals possessing level 5 abilities, an exceptional scarcity indeed. "Are you new here?" A robust man in his 60s stepped forward, smiling directly as he inquired about her willingness to join the military. As he spoke, his bloodshot eyes gleamed with palpable anticipation. At present, the military was not only in need of soldiers, but also exceptional talents. They sought versatile individuals capable of leading specialized operations, to forge a blade that could pierce through the darkness. Qing Jinwen, being young and malleable, was precisely the type of person suited to become a member of such a strike team. With additional training, she might even stand independently, becoming a pillar of strength for the refuge. Join the military? Upon hearing this, Qing Jinwen shook her head without hesitation. "I do not wish to." "Would you not like to hear the conditions I can offer?" Lin Dongwu replied with a smile. The individuals behind him also displayed their smiles. They did not perceive Qing Jinwen merely as an ordinary soldier. Thus, the terms they could provide would be exceptionally generous. "I only wish to remain with Uncle and Sister Yao." Qing Jinwen did not inquire about the terms, but reiterated her refusal, signifying her resolute decision. Her choice to refrain from joining the military was not one that could be swayed by mere incentives. In truth, Qing Jinwen harbored an unspoken thought. Wu Wugu was also at the base. Joining the military would mean relinquishing her freedom and the joy of playing with Wu Wugu, a life she did not desire. "Uncle and sister?" Lin Dongwu was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, confidently asserting, "Your uncle and sister can also join the military, receiving care from the refuge and enjoying the highest level of family benefits. It's merely a matter of accommodating 2 more people." The area of Zone 3 of the makeshift shelter was vast, so the addition of a few more individuals posed no issue. With hurried steps, a soldier responsible for recording personal information approached Lin Dongwu's guard, quietly reporting details regarding Qin Peiyao. Xu Annian had yet to undergo testing, so he was not mentioned. After listening, the guard stepped forward and whispered the information to Lin Dongwu. "Level 3? Lin Dongwu expressed surprise. At that moment, his regard for Qing Jinwen heightened. If she were the only one with outstanding capabilities, he might treat her as a promising young level 5 talent. However, with the addition of a sister, the situation transformed entirely. This was a gift of talent, an inheritable genetic endowment. What about her sister? She has proceeded to the microbiological testing channel. It should not be concluded yet. Microbiological testing? Lin Dongwu pondered in realization. Before the newly arrived survivor enters the quarantine chamber, they must undergo a microbial test to ensure they do not carry any novel infectious viruses that could endanger the lives of other survivors. He pondered silently for a moment before speaking. "Once she finishes her tests, please bring her over." "Understood." The guard turned and relayed the command to the other examiners, instructing them to wait at the microbial testing exit. Upon hearing their conversation, Qing Jinwen realized she would not be leaving any time soon and decided to pose the question to the uncle. "You should ask the uncle. If he joins, I will too." She was not adept at critical thinking and preferred not to over-explain, fearing she might reveal too much. Besides, wherever the uncle went, she would follow, trusting his judgment completely. "Where is your uncle?" Lin Dongwu inquired, intrigued by the uncle Qing Jinwen frequently mentioned. "That most handsome man outside is my uncle," Qing Jinwen said, pointing towards the exterior. The others followed her gesture and looked towards the testing room's entrance. However, tastes in aesthetics varied, and thus their attention shifted accordingly. The duration of their gaze upon Xu Annian did not exceed a fleeting second before diverting to other survivors. Only Lin Dongwu remained uncertain, asking Xu Annian, "Is that tall man in the black coat your uncle?" "Yes, indeed," Qing Jinwen nodded vigorously. In her eyes, her uncle was the most handsome man, and she would not entertain any dissent. "He also needs to undergo combat testing?" "Yes." Perfect, let him in for the test then. Lin Donghua waved his hand and turned to sit down on the ground, eschewing the available seats. A personal guard promptly walked outside to summon Xu Annian. Uncle, give it your all. Cheng Jinwen waited for her uncle to enter before making a gesture of encouragement and then scuttled to a corner, her face alight with anticipation. She was acutely aware of her uncle's formidable abilities. It was no exaggeration to say that, without the use of firearms, everyone in this room, herself included, would be unable to defeat her uncle if they all charged at once. Yet, Cheng Jinwen was uncertain whether her uncle would exert his full strength or, like Sister Yao, merely go through the motions to secure a pass. Name? Xu Annian. Xu? Lin Donghua, sitting on the floor, furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Was the good cabbage being pushed by pigs? Otherwise, how could a family have 3 different surnames? He remained silent, waiting for Xu Annian's test, eager to discover the capabilities of the individual upon whom a level 5 talent relied so heavily. To unlock which type of gene? And how many times more powerful than an ordinary person would it be? Strength and speed are approximately 10 times that of an average person, Xu Annian replied, his expression unperturbed. Initially, he had no intention of revealing his full prowess. However, Lin Donghua's presence prompted a change of heart. The little girl was unaware of the rank on Lin Donghua's shoulder, but he was acutely aware. In summary, there were no more than 5 individuals in the entire shelter whose rank exceeded that of Lin Donghua. Such a person wielded considerable influence and authority. Xu Annian recognized the necessity of demonstrating his prowess to enhance his value and acquire the desired authority. 10 times. The soldier responsible for documentation momentarily paused, raising his gaze to Xu Annian. Upon recalling his place of origin, he chuckled. Those from East City often speak with an accent, unable to distinguish between retroflex and non-retroflex sounds. You mentioned 4 times, did you not? On the ground, Lin Donghua and the others, upon hearing the soldier's explanation, instinctively exhaled in relief. The notion of tenfold was indeed daunting. However, Xu Annian, aware of the soldier's thoughts, replied calmly, You did not miss here. It is tenfold. What? The soldier's smile faltered, his voice laden with incredulity. You mean 10 times, not 4? He deliberately paused while emphasizing the distinction between the 2 numbers, concerned that Xu Annian might not have comprehended fully. He even gestured with his fingers for clarity. Lin Donghua rose abruptly, fixating intently on the man in the center of the clearing, seemingly searching for any sign of deceit. Yet, he found no flaws to exploit. Indeed, Xu Annian maintained a serene expression, unwilling to squander time on further explanations. Turning to the examiner who had just battled the young girl, along with the several examiners of slightly lower rank surrounding him, he contemplated asserting, I shall take on 10 of you. However, recalling that he would be residing in the shelter for the foreseeable future, he opted for a more courteous remark. Why don't you all come at me together? Chapter 110, A Sensation. Outside the combat testing room, Kaching Xiang's mind was utterly blank. She was not surprised by Qin Peiyao's 3rd-level strength. However, that seemingly harmless little girl had reached 5th level, and she dared to confront the instructor of the special operations team head-on? That was quite absurd. Even more outrageous was Xu Annian's intention to challenge a group of testing examiners. The testing instructors possessed at least 3rd-level strength, comprising not only 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-class genetic talents but also the unpredictable 4th class. One individual taking on a dozen seasoned examiners with perfect coordination. Was this real? Kaching Xiang stared into the combat room, hardly daring to breathe, her hands clenched into fists, her knuckles slightly pale. If Qin Peiyao and Cheng Jinwen's performances filled her with satisfaction and surprise, Xu Annian's actions instilled a hint of fear within her. You intend to fight all of us? Inside the combat room, Meng Zhenxing's expression gradually darkened. Since unlocking the 1st-class gene and becoming the chief instructor of the Night Fox Special Operations Team, few things could provoke an emotional response from him. Yet, this audacious individual, with his calm demeanor, successfully tugged at his nerves, as if his proud strength were insignificant in comparison. It was a tremendous insult. Xu Annian calmly surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze on Meng Zhenxing's face, and said with a hint of arrogance, to be honest, I won't even need to take off my coat to fight you. Arrogance! As soon as the words left his lips, not only did Meng Zhenxing and his cohort of examiners wear grim expressions, but those seated on the ground, including Lin Donghua, also displayed their displeasure. Setting aside the specific strength of the testing instructors, their very identities demanded respect. This was a provocation against order. Lin Donghua, with a stern expression, declared loudly, since this is his request, you all better perform well and don't embarrass me. Yes, Meng Zhenxing shouted fiercely. His gaze towards Xu Annian conveyed a fierce intent. Following orders from higher-ups, he no longer suppressed his inner fury, shedding his coat that hindered his movements and stepping directly in front of Xu Annian. He was prepared to teach this reckless youth a lesson, ensuring he would be laid up for 10 days or more as a cautionary example. The target was an adult male, a little over 1.8 meters tall, adept in strength and speed, employing guerrilla tactics to exhaust his opponent's stamina. Meng Zhenxing raised his hand to make a special gesture. The other examiners quickly dispersed, some advancing while others retreated, displaying remarkable coordination. Their tactic was not merely guerrilla warfare. Meng's commands combined with gestures constituted the true combat strategy. Speaking loudly to disrupt the target's attention was also part of the tactic. Flashy and extravagant. Xu Annian's eyes suddenly turned sharp. He firmly believed in one principle. Any scheme would crumble before absolute strength. Without hesitation, he charged directly at Meng Zhenxing. First, eliminate the commanding figure. The rest are hardly worth mentioning. Despite having some estimate of Xu Annian's strength, when he charged forth and displayed his terrifying speed, Meng Zhenxing's pupils constricted in shock. Disruption. There was no time to mount a defense, and he shouted for his comrades to cooperate. In that moment, Meng Zhenxing could only place his hopes on his allies skilled in mental interference, wishing they could delay Xu Annian's actions long enough for him to evade. Boom. Yet, he had underestimated the inhuman strength that approached 100. As that sound echoed in the combat room, Xu Annian's figure was already upon him, and an irresistible force struck his abdomen, propelling him backward. One move. Lin Dong's eyes nearly bulged out, his mouth agape. He watched in astonishment as Meng Zhenxing was sent flying, rendered speechless. Full activation of the efficient domain. With a single palm, Xu Annian unleashed the sequential abilities of the original martial god, having decided to strike with all his might. He aimed to conclude the combat with the most visually stunning display. Joint defense. Joint defense. Just as he landed, Meng Zhenxing's heart roared in desperation. A strange force in his abdomen rendered him unable to speak or stand, forcing him to helplessly watch as the soldiers beneath him were sent flying by a single palm or kick, losing their combat capability. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground continued. In less than 3 minutes, all the more than 10 examiners present lay on the ground, some clutching their abdomens, others holding their thighs, struggling to rise. Their will was unwavering, and no one cried out in pain. Unfortunately, Xu Annian's attacks were so precise that they caused no severe injuries, merely rendering them temporarily incapacitated. Yet, it was precisely this that led Lin Dongguo and Meng Zhenxing to deeply realize just how formidable this individual truly was. This was a clash of an entirely different caliber. Acceptance. Xu Annian stepped forward to help Meng Zhenxing and others up. Playing the part of the arrogant figure, he could not allow them to perceive him as overly accommodating. Thus, when the time for negotiation arrived, he could directly reject any unsatisfactory conditions without it seeming abrupt. However, he also could not be entirely unapproachable. Otherwise, it would breed discontent and resentment among others. In the combat room, silence reigned. It felt as though no one resided within, resembling an expansive, empty space. Everyone wore expressions of astonishment. They found it hard to believe that the esteemed chief instructor of the Night Link Special Operations Team could be defeated in a single move. How could more than 10 examiners fail to even graze their opponent's clothing? Could it be that the outside world possessed machines and equipment more advanced than those of the sanctuary? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No civilian organization could acquire instruments more advanced than those of the sanctuary. Hooray. The uncle is amazing. Unlike the shock of those from the sanctuary, Cheng Jiwen joyfully cheered in celebration. The elder did not conceal his true capabilities, or rather, he did not mask them excessively. This inadvertently gratified her vanity. A genius. After a brief pause, Lin Dongguo took several deep breaths to steady the profound astonishment within him. He then stepped forward, placing both hands on Xu Annian's shoulders. His gaze ablaze with intensity as he inquired, "Your name is Xu Annian, is it not? Would you be interested in joining the military? The remuneration is negotiable. We shall endeavor to meet your demands to the fullest extent. What do you say? Tenfold the value of an ordinary individual." The true worth of this astounding figure transcends mere combat prowess. There exists far more to be explored behind such remarkable statistics. Apologies, but we have no intention of joining the military, Xu Annian politely declined. Before the other could respond, he swiftly shifted the conversation. However, I possess some insights into teaching. This young lady is one of my protégés. He spoke no falsehood there. Cheng Jinwen's talent was indeed unearthed by him. Xu Annian also intended to seize this opportunity to recruit a cadre of soldiers or survivors who met the family's criteria, thereby reformulating the integration plan of the original sequence to enhance their strength. As for the position, it would be most fitting for an instructor. He had a premonition that in the forthcoming period at the refuge, the capabilities of both the base and family members would undergo a comprehensive elevation. For now, they had merely taken the crucial first step. Chapter 111. Power. Teaching? Lin Dongwu was momentarily taken aback, soon feeling a sense of reluctance. It seemed absurd for someone with tenfold capabilities to be assigned as an instructor. However, before he could further persuade, Xu Annian decisively articulated his stance. We have shelter and sufficient provisions. We shall refrain from engaging in other high-risk endeavors for the time being. I hope you all can understand. After speaking, Xu Annian's heart raced with apprehension. He feared that the opposing party might resort to unethical tactics, employing force to confine him for research purposes. Such a scenario was not impossible. Lin Dongwu fell into a contemplative silence. It was not unusual for external survivors to feel little sense of belonging to the shelter, rendering them reluctant to join the military. Moreover, Xu Annian was undeniably the foremost individual within the refuge, given his displayed prowess. Acquiring essential supplies would pose no challenge for him. With material concerns off the table, they could only consider the psychological aspect. You excel at teaching. Why not serve as an assistant instructor for a special squad? Assistant instructor? Xu Annian queried, perplexed. Indeed, Lin Dongwu replied, clasping his hands behind his back, and earnestly explained. The role of an assistant instructor is quite straightforward. It involves delivering designated lessons without any additional demands. An assistant instructor is somewhat akin to a lecturer for elective university courses. Based on Xu Annian's expertise, we would formulate corresponding classes and organize a group of soldiers with aptitude in that realm to learn. Naturally, the current curriculum focuses on practical combat, and Xu Annian's forte lies in close-quarters combat. His curriculum would fall under the category of personal competency. All right, Xu Annian conceded after considering the propositions. Such a task would be exceedingly manageable for him. Haha. Lin Dongwu laughed heartily upon receiving Xu Annian's agreement. He leaned towards a nearby guard and whispered a few instructions before turning back to Xu Annian with a satisfied expression. I have arranged accommodations for you. Shortly, someone will guide you through the premises, introducing the various functional areas of the shelter. Additionally, you will have a dedicated armed squad on standby 24/7. Should you have any inquiries or needs, feel free to approach the squad members. They will relay your concerns to the relevant departments. As for living arrangements, there was no need for further elaboration. The shelter would provide the utmost treatment. However, the presence of the 24-hour standby squad implied both service and surveillance, with everything dependent on the outcome of Xu Annian and his companion's background checks. Meng Zhenxing, who had just regained his composure, felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing this. Initially, he too had joined the shelter as the foremost individual, becoming the chief instructor of the Night Fox Special Squad. Yet, the privileges he received were far less lavish. Nevertheless, reflecting on Xu Annian's extraordinary abilities, he found solace. Such an individual deserved respect. Our bus is quite comfortable. We have no desire to relocate. If my attendance is required for lessons, I shall arrive punctually, Xu Annian expressed with a hint of apology. Ha ha ha, no worries. Lin Dongwu smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, I shall have a special inspection exemption label made for your bus. From now on, you may freely enter and exit the modular shelter. You are also permitted to utilize the designated roads of the refuge. Furthermore, when you venture out to gather supplies and encounter the nearby shelter forces, you will have the authority to summon their assistance in coordinated operations. As the crowd listened, their expressions gradually dulled. The idea of an inspection exemption pass was acceptable enough. After all, having been granted the status of an aide, betrayal of the refuge seemed nearly impossible. However, the privilege of using the dedicated passage was an entirely different matter. This marked the first occasion since the establishment of the refuge that non-military vehicles were granted access to such a passage. Everyone thought it was absurd to grant Xu Annian the right to use the dedicated passage, but when they heard what followed, they were left in shock. The ability to summon surrounding troops? What did this imply? It meant that when Xu Annian went out to collect essential resources or medical supplies, he could compel the nearby forces to collaborate unconditionally. The ordinary firepower was one thing: tanks, missiles, and other armaments. Would they truly fear not being able to conquer the resource points necessary for an individual? The most outrageous aspect was the absence of restrictions on the types of troops. This signified that whether it was a regular combat squad or a specialized team composed of exceptional talents, they would be obliged to follow Xu Annian's commands. This constituted genuine authority. Xu Annian himself was taken aback by the prospect of commanding troops. Was this old man confused? Or perhaps, was there a hidden agenda at play? It was no wonder he felt uneasy. The offer was exceedingly generous, stirring a sense of trepidation within him. Lin Dongwu did not elaborate on his reasons. He kindly patted Xu Annian on the shoulder before turning to leave. This news needed to be conveyed swiftly to the other decision-makers. Simultaneously, he aimed to ensure that the grassroots personnel received updates regarding Xu Annian's role as an aide and his newfound freedom to enter and exit the modular shelter. thus preventing any delays in communication that might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Commander, the examiner responsible for communications approached Xu Annian with an expression of admiration. May I inquire about the color and features of your vehicle and where it is parked? It's light blue. Can I drive the vehicle into the modular shelter shortly? Yes, we have already issued the relevant notification. After answering a few straightforward questions about the vehicle, Xu Annian proceeded with the young girl to the microbial testing passage. All individuals entering the modular shelter from the outside must undergo this procedure. Attention all testing entrances. Attention all testing entrances. Today, a light blue bus will enter the modular shelter. The driver's seat features an extended design and will be allowed to pass without testing. I repeat, allowed to pass without testing. The examiner responsible for communications watched Xu Annian and the girl enter the microbial testing passage before beginning to relay the information, highlighting the bus's distinctive characteristics. South passage received. North passage received. Soon, the intercom crackled with a series of responses. After notifying the designated checkpoints, the examiner reached out to the 24-hour patrol team within the modular command center. A curfew was in effect, but it applied only to ordinary survivors. Individuals like Xu Annian were not bound by such regulations, enjoying a privilege reserved for the exceptional. Hello, the examiner said, as he approached the testing room, politely requesting. Could you please present your identification card? All right, Qingxiang replied, her mind swirling in a haze. Acting on her instinct to comply with military orders, she retrieved her identification card. A profound sense of unreality enveloped her, as though the events that had just transpired were merely a fleeting dream from which she might awaken at any moment. Once the examiner recorded Qingxiang's basic information, he smiled and returned her identification card. Congratulations, you are in for brighter days ahead. Thank you, Qingxiang responded respectfully as she accepted it. Indeed, as the introducer of someone too formidable to be classified, she stood to gain an immensely generous reward of points, sufficient to transform her life entirely. Chapter 112. Is he not afraid of death? Beneath the iron walls of the makeshift shelter on the pedestrian path, Jinan recalled the microbial detection instruments and couldn't help but grimace. The microbial testing machines at the refuge were excessively rudimentary, resembling nothing more than scrap metal. Microbial detection sounded high-tech and sophisticated, yet the reality was a cacophony of clanking metal pieces, which left Jinan somewhat disheartened, muttering her discontent softly. Perhaps there was no time to enhance the exterior or refine the details, Qin Peiyao remarked quietly. At present, the shelter was in a phase of reconstruction, lacking the energy to consider the aesthetics of their instruments. For them, functionality was paramount. Appearance held little significance. Xu Annian nodded in agreement, dismissing the matter of the machine's appearance with a smile. Let us drive the bus into the makeshift shelter tonight and find a place to spend the night. He was eager to settle into the shelter and identify suitable family members. There was no need to become a core or formal member. Reaching a favorability of 30 would suffice to meet the threshold for provisional membership and secure the sequence potion reward. Drive into the shelter? Qin Peiyao immediately associated this with potential issues, expressing her concern. Where shall we park? Her understanding of the privileges afforded to men was still unclear, leading her to worry about the possibility of being towed away by the soldiers stationed at the shelter for illegal parking. Where to park? Xu Annian was momentarily taken aback by Qin Peiyao's question. He then recalled seriously. It seemed that Lin Donghua and the official responsible for communications did not specify a particular parking location, only informing him that he could drive into the shelter. Let's just drive in first. We can ask a soldier for guidance later. If we are unsure about where to park, the soldiers in the shelter will certainly know. Just ask. Our mouths are not merely for eating. All right. Qin Peiyao did not dwell on it further. Given Xu Annian's current status, they need not worry about facing any unfair treatment. On the contrary, those within the shelter would likely be eager for them to voice their needs. Uncle, Yaojia, let us hurry. Cheng Jinwen, walking ahead, quickened her pace, glancing back at the two. Wu Wuge just entered the sequence and isn't fully accustomed to his abilities yet. If those ill-intentioned individuals in the parking lot seize the opportunity, he won't stand a chance. The parking lot was a gathering place for several batches of survivors, divided into various informal organizations of differing scales. These groups primarily sustained themselves by exploiting new arrivals or scavenging for resources outside. The base was hidden in a secluded corner, but the possibility of being monitored could not be dismissed. Xu Annian was not particularly worried about the base or the little pup. He was more eager to drive the bus into the shelter, utilizing the base's radar functionalities to identify top-tier provisional members. Before long, the trio returned to the parking lot where their vehicle was stationed. The bus was blanketed in a layer of snow, with faint traces of the words "vicious dog" visible on the cardboard in front of the windshield. "We'll go, we are back." Upon arriving at the base, Chung Jinwen anxiously opened the door, neglecting to brush the snow off her clothes as she searched for Wugo inside the vehicle. However, Wugo did not reveal himself immediately, leaving her momentarily perplexed. With a whimper, she recalled the location of the coin box. Wugo emerged, wagging his tail and excitedly circling around his young master before darting towards Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao, eager to share his affections equally among them. In truth, Wugo had heard the footsteps from several hundred meters away and was keen to greet them, yet he dared not disobey his master's command to leave the base unbidden. Having a dog at home does have its advantages, Xu Annian remarked with a playful tone. The base was fortified against intrusions, regardless of whether a dog was present. Outsiders could not pry open the locks or steal from the bus. Nonetheless, Wugo's diligent guardianship was commendable. Let us take a stroll around the mobile cabin before nightfall, Xu Annian declared, bypassing interaction with Wugo as he proceeded to the driver's seat. Without the need to warm up the engine, he released the handbrake and set off. The engine of the base had undergone numerous upgrades, rendering it impervious to the frigid temperatures of several degrees below zero. Are you looking for that child with the surname Xiao? Qin Peiyao, seated beside the man, gazed ahead with a relaxed demeanor as they chatted. Let us see first. Xu Annian replied with a smile. We must find him. He is only 5 points shy of the threshold to become a formal member. It would be unwise not to seize the opportunity, especially considering his sister possesses an SS-level talent. We must pay them a visit. If both siblings from the Xiao family become formal members, the base will unlock its offensive modules. Then I shall look into the area for talented individuals, she responded. All right. In the dim light of the overcast sky, survivors braved the biting cold and snow, huddled together in a queue. More than a month had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the number of humans arriving from outside in search of refuge had not diminished. Rather, it continued to increase at a slow but steady rate. Consequently, the shelter had to open 2 additional inspection points to prevent frail survivors from succumbing to the cold while waiting in line. Hey, that bus isn't a military vehicle. Is it? How dare they drive it to the entrance? Along the sides of the road. The weary and cold survivors soon noticed an old bus making its way down the center of the thoroughfare. An old bus was hardly a rarity. The streets were teeming with them. Yet the issue at hand was that this was the access road to the mobile cabin's inspection point, where signs prohibiting non-military vehicles were plastered everywhere. Who would dare challenge the authority of the shelter? It's clear they were someone of some importance before the apocalypse. Thinking themselves superior, they must not realize the state of the world outside. How bold of them to drive here for inspection. The last time I drove here, it seemed that a level 4 special talent from the land of cherry blossoms was utterly annihilated in an instant. A rifle? No. A rifle could never reduce a person to mere fragments. It was a heavy machine gun. It turned the off-road vehicle he arrived in into Swiss cheese. Aren't they concerned about collateral damage? What is there to fear? With mechanical control boasting an accuracy rate of 99.8, it poses no threat to anyone outside the intended target. Just wait until you see that bus being riddled with bullets. Several special talents, out scavenging for resources, tightened their collars and gazed with keen interest at the slowly moving bus, a flicker of inexplicable excitement glimmering in their eyes. Non-military vehicles are strictly prohibited from occupying designated lanes. This is a well-known ironclad rule of the shelter. Currently, someone has the audacity to drive a vehicle, and a large one at that, on the road. It is nothing short of courting death. Chapter 113, Worth Dying For. Uncle, there are so many people outside watching us. Inside the base, on the inner side of the lower bunk, Cheng Jiwen observed the survivors lining the sidewalks through the bus window. Upon hearing the sound of the approaching bus, they turned their heads, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment, confusion, and morbid curiosity. Private vehicles were prohibited from entering the main road leading to the mobile cabin, a fact incessantly reiterated by loudspeakers during the initial screening, with soldiers monitoring the condition of several main thoroughfares. Thus, when a bus unexpectedly came into view, it took a moment for the crowd to process. Look. Soldiers are stepping forward to intercept the bus. As the bus drew closer to the checkpoint, dozens of soldiers tasked with maintaining order noticed its headlights, immediately loading their rifles and disengaging the safeties. Some soldiers assumed a vigilant posture with their weapons, while others sprinted forward. This scene heightened the tension among the surrounding survivors, who instinctively held their breath, eyes fixed on the approaching soldiers, fearful of missing any unfolding drama. The law enforcement officers have loaded their rifles. This is bound to be a spectacle. Wait, is there a convoy preparing to leave the mobile cabin? Indeed, it seems so. That fellow is quite unfortunate, encountering a convoy on a mission just now. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to survive. Wait, several uniquely skilled individuals in the queue exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of concern, One among them frowned slightly, sensing that the situation ahead diverged from his expectations. According to standard protocol, soldiers at the checkpoint should have executed any external vehicles occupying the main thoroughfare without warning, potentially even deploying heavy machine guns from within the fortified walls for precise suppression. But why were the soldiers refraining from gunfire today? Had the shelter altered its regulations? Hold on. What are those military vehicles doing? Oh my goodness. They aren't departing for a mission. They are here to escort that bus. My word. Who could be aboard that bus? This display resembles something I've only witnessed during a ceremonial parade. Just meters from the checkpoint, over a dozen armored vehicles emerged in two parallel lines, flanking the somewhat dilapidated bus in the center. Two communication armored vehicles led the way, followed by two escort vehicles, presenting an unmistakable show of high-level security. The soldiers maintaining order were not inspecting the bus's interior. Rather, they stood on the sidewalk, facing the queued survivors, clearly positioned to prevent them from crossing the road and impeding the bus's passage. A multitude of questions filled the faces of the survivors. Setting aside the armored vehicles dispatched from the mobile cabin, was it truly necessary for the soldiers to rush out, rifles at the ready, merely to deter anyone from crossing the barriers? The disparity in treatment is glaringly apparent. Yet, no one seems to mind the unfairness. Rather, they are more intrigued by the identities of those aboard the bus, or what extraordinary talents they possess that warrant such attention from the command center. Goodness. If I could experience such treatment, it would be worth any sacrifice. Among the queue, a secondary special talent gazed enviously at the bus, shielded by armored vehicles in a central position. Others, upon hearing this, exhibited a similarly unmistakable envy in their eyes. Such treatment is rare even in the pre-apocalyptic era, let alone in these current times. Sigh. We ought to focus on our labor, earn more points, and strive to exchange them for a concentrated unit with a bathroom as soon as possible. Fortunately, there are several vacant concentrated units in District 4. The public bathhouse merely a few dozen meters away is something I have no desire to enter. Indeed, the thought of that bathhouse infuriates me. Every time I emerge after a shower, before I can even return to the concentrated unit, my hair, eyelashes, and even nasal hair freeze into solid ice. It is utterly unbearable, especially the icy pavement at the entrance of the bathhouse, which is exceedingly slippery. On one occasion, I stumbled at the door several times and simply could not regain my footing. Let us refrain from using our points for now. I've heard that significant changes are on the horizon for the command center. Alas, it's uncertain whether we'll even survive until tomorrow. Who cares about change? Indeed. The sooner we use them, the sooner we can enjoy the benefits. The bus was soon obstructed by the snowstorm. Several special talents withdrew their gazes, discussing their recent troubles and sharing bits of gossip. This was a primitive method of information exchange. While not highly efficient or accurate, it occasionally relayed messages of considerable value. As for the origin of the information, it was self-evident. Wow, that uncle is impressive. Base-level accommodations. Cheng Jinwen's face flushed with excitement as she observed the white-painted armored vehicles outside, a swell of pride rising within her. In the entire refuge, aside from her uncle, who else among the external survivors could receive such high-level treatment? With over a dozen armored vehicles escorting and dozens of soldiers clearing the way, such specifications were only glimpsed in videos from the pre-apocalyptic world. Yet now, Cheng Jinwen was experiencing it firsthand. The source of it all was the calm uncle who was skillfully operating the vehicle. The more extravagant the refuge appears, the more cautious we must be. We should not be deceived by appearances, Xu Annian reminded with a smile, though his voice trembled slightly. After all, who among us is not somewhat mundane? The lives of the command center residents do not seem any easier than those outside. Qin Peiyao was not particularly concerned with the so-called high-level treatment. Most of her attention was focused on observing the weary survivors lingering outside. Upon passing through the detection passage and officially entering the command center area, her field of vision expanded immensely. The number of human figures increased manifold. The bustling sounds of familiar languages pierced through the howling wind and snow, resonating within the base. One by one, survivors, tightly wrapped and revealing only their swollen eye bags, emerged from the large iron shelter's concentration boxes, peering out with curiosity at the bus. Once easily accessible for just a couple of coins, the bus now seemed utterly unattainable. This situation likely pertained to Districts 5 and 6. Upon reaching other areas, the conditions of the survivors would presumably improve significantly. Districts 5 and 6 housed ordinary survivors, comprising the largest group, with a staggering 90% unable to contribute effectively to the shelters, resulting in minimal provisions. The shelters provided a limited quantity of food free of charge, which was no small feat when time permits. We shall explore further. Xu Annian intended to traverse the entirety of the shelter's regions, not merely once, to prevent exceptionally gifted individuals from going out and inadvertently missing their chance. Multiple visits were necessary to ensure that the detection radar could scan every survivor within the designated area. Where are they leading us? I do not know. Let us follow. Chapter 114. The twins. After driving for over half an hour, the convoy passed through an inner wall. The road began to widen, and the figures of survivors on either side noticeably diminished. Yet, every now and then, one could glimpse a few individuals just rising, pouring hot water from thermoses into basins in preparation for washing their faces, or small groups engaged in conversation or card games, seemingly at ease. Is this the fourth area of the mobile cabin? A flicker of surprise crossed Chin Peyo's eyes. This region was in stark contrast to the previous areas they had traversed, where the state of the survivors was entirely different. The individuals before her, while exhibiting a hint of fatigue, possessed a semblance of freedom, enjoying moments of relaxation to alleviate stress. Please take the wheel. Xu Annian did not respond to the woman's inquiry. Instead, he stood and lifted her into the driver's seat, then hurried to the lower bunk, swiftly opening the window to search for the system's prompt regarding an SS-level talent. Throughout the journey, the system had generated 41 prompts for S-level talents, but only one for SS-level talent. Following the radar's guidance, Xu Annian quickly pinpointed a small figure among the pedestrians outside. Clad in a thick military coat that concealed their calves, the person appeared shorter than Qing Jinwen, standing at approximately 1.55 meters. With a winter hat and scarf obscuring their features, it was difficult to discern their gender. Hello. Xu Annian gestured for a nearby soldier, inquiring about the identity of that figure. Could you provide me with information about that individual? Please hold on, sir. The soldier, not asking further questions, saluted and activated the radio on his shoulder to relay the information to the communication vehicle. In less than 5 seconds, the radio crackled with details about the figure. Bai Chiha, female, 19 years old, from Jiangnan. Her father is a professor in intelligent planting technology at an agricultural university, granted level 3 talent privileges, with 2 direct family member quotas and 1 non-direct family member quota. Her mother is a professor in hybrid technology at the same university. Bai Chiya has a twin sister, Bai Chimiao, who currently resides in the third area of the mobile cabin. The information was succinct yet comprehensive, clearly outlining Bai Chiya's family background and social connections. Twins? A spark of intrigue ignited within Xu Annian as he turned to the soldier. Is her sister not in the mobile cabin? Yes, sir. The soldier appeared somewhat taken aback. This officer's inquiry seemed more assertive than uncertain. How could he be so sure that Bai Chiya's sister was not present? Bai Chiya's sister, Bai Chimiao, typically undertook various hybrid experiment tasks during the day to earn points for resource exchanges, thus rarely remaining in the concentrated area, often occupied in the seedling laboratory of the mobile cabin. Yet, this was information only someone familiar with her would know. The soldier had learned it inadvertently. How could this newly appointed officer be aware of such details? Indeed, Xu Annian disregarded the soldier's astonishment, a glimmer of delight gracing his features. The disparity in talent between twins is typically minimal. If the elder sister possesses an SS-level aptitude, it is highly probable that the younger sister will be rated S-level, with a chance they both share an SS-level classification. Should both be of SS-level, he must devise a means to recruit them. No, it is imperative that he does so. The field of cultivation is exceedingly critical in the frigid post-apocalyptic world. Xu Annian retracted his thoughts, silently noting the names of the twins, and inquired with the soldier about their destination. Where are we headed? To Zone 4 of the mobile cabin, the soldier disclosed candidly. Despite Xu Annian's formidable strength, he could only reside in Zone 4, alongside other exceptional talents, lest chaos ensue. However, as a special talent in Zone 4, Xu Annian enjoyed additional privileges, granting him the freedom to traverse other areas without restriction. Very well, Xu Annian acquiesced, unconcerned. After all, being able to access other zones at any time rendered the current location inconsequential. Upon arriving at Zone 4 of the mobile cabin, the atmosphere was markedly more rugged and vibrant compared to Zone 3. Survivors, burdened with an array of cold weaponry, hurried along the path. As the convoy approached, they instinctively retreated to the roadside, pausing to allow the vehicles to pass. Yet, upon sighting the central bus, they were left bewildered. What is happening? External vehicles can enter the mobile cabin? Not only that, but they can also access the living quarters of Zone 4. Commander, this is your squad leader, Huang Haoming, who will accompany you around the clock. You may direct him as needed. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a relatively sparsely populated concentration box building. A soldier introduced a middle-aged man who had been stationed at the entrance for some time. The man stood under 1.7 meters tall, yet his eyes burned with intensity, exuding a fierce aura indicative of a soldier forged by true trials. Greetings, Commander. Xu Annian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Commander, here are your identity magnetic cards, vehicle passes, and a temporary identification badge for the chief instructor of the special squad. The soldier produced several items, although Xu Annian had previously stated he would not reside in the concentration box. The refuge had nonetheless reserved a sleeping space for them and enclosed the outdoor area as a parking lot for the bus. They had extended every possible courtesy in terms of accommodations. Xu Annian took the identity magnetic card and noticed something intriguing about his ID. A solitary 0, just a single 0. He recalled that Ku Qingxiang's personal ID was 000234 for Zone 4, while Yu Kongxing's was 000666. The numbers clearly indicating their order of entry into the refuge. His personal ID, however, was merely a 0. The strength description section was similarly marked as 0. Were it not for the soldier personally handing it to him, he might have doubted the authenticity of the magnetic card in his possession. Aside from the conspicuous ID and strength indicators, the identity section was quite specific. Chief Instructor of the Dawn Squad, accompanied by an anti-counterfeiting emblem of the sun. Allow me to see your identity magnetic cards. Xu Annian expressed curiosity about the two women's cards. However, once he received them and glanced at the details, his interest waned swiftly. The identity cards of the two women are no different from those of other specialized personnel. They are unremarkable. It is essential to keep them secure. The identity card serves as a credential for entering and exiting the designated area, and it must be carried at all times when leaving one's residence, prominently displayed, such as hanging from the neck or tucked into the pocket at the chest. This is a strict requirement. Shall we try staying in the designated area tonight? Cheng Jinwen whispered, her curiosity piqued by the living conditions there, contemplating the experience, and if it were unsatisfactory, they could always return to the bus. After all, the bus is conveniently parked right at the entrance, not far away. All right, Xu Annian replied nonchalantly. We can eat on the bus, take a stroll around the designated area after dinner, and spend a few nights in the 4th sector of the designated area, just to change our environment and unwind. This way, we can also interact more with the other survivors. Chapter 115. The thirst for knowledge at the free trade market. As the makeshift shelter had only recently been established, the pricing of various supplies lacked standardization, resulting in some items being priced exorbitantly, exceeding the expectations of the survivors. Consequently, with the approval of the refuge, a spontaneous free trade zone was created, allowing individuals to barter goods. This place bore a resemblance to the second-hand markets of the pre-apocalyptic world, where one could acquire items of great value or risk being terribly deceived, relying solely on personal discernment and necessity. My dear, what shall we purchase? Qin Peiyao inquired, linking her arm with that of her partner, her face adorned with a smile, her voice sweet and tender, filled with an indescribable bliss. Even though they were not in want of essential supplies, the ability to shop amidst chaos was undoubtedly a source of happiness. Buy whatever you desire. There is no need to be frugal, Xu Annian declared, withdrawing his arm to embrace the soft waist of the woman beside him, his tone exceptionally generous. The ordinary meat provided on the bus could not meet their nutritional needs, so they decided to exchange a portion for other resources, thereby freeing up space for more valuable items, a win-win situation. In essence, his message was clear: shop freely. You are so wonderful, Qin Peiyao responded, wrapping her arms around his waist, her body slightly flushed. The specific items they purchased mattered little. What truly counted was the man's unwavering affection for them. Brother, do you need a bulletproof vest? A survivor standing by the roadside approached, a hint of suggestive amusement dancing across his features as he raised an eyebrow. I have bulletproof vests that can ensure your safety while you work. Bulletproof vests? Xu Annian paused in surprise. Initially, he believed the man was referring to actual protective gear. It was only when he noticed the ambiguous smile on the other's face that realization dawned upon him. I possess more than you. He rolled his eyes, disregarding the man and guiding Qin Peiyao toward the market. Hey, brother, you can never have too many of those. The survivor shouted, frustration evident in his voice. However, receiving no response, he retreated to the roadside, waiting for the next opportunity. In truth, bulletproof vests were highly sought-after commodities, so he had no trouble selling them. He had approached Qin Peiyao and Cheng Jinan merely because of their striking beauty, hoping to gauge their interest. Unfortunately, he faced a prompt and unwavering rejection. Uncle, why don't we buy a bulletproof vest? Cheng Jinwen innocently asked. In this dystopian world, the practicality of such vests was immense. She considered acquiring several for her home. Just in case. What he meant by bulletproof vest is not what you think, Xu Annian replied, ruffling the little girl's hair. He then took one hand of each woman and led them into the bustling free trade area. Beautiful lady, would you like a brand new Gucci bag? A middle-aged woman with curly hair approached, carrying 4 or 5 transparent plastic-wrapped bags, her enthusiasm palpable. 5 pounds of staple food for one bag. Choose any style you like. If you don't find one you fancy, I have more at my place. You can select from my phone. As she spoke, she handed over her phone. The device displayed an album, allowing for direct browsing of the items within. Take a look. Xu Annian casually passed the phone to Qin Peiyao, showing little interest in the bags. Noticing the sparkle in her beautiful eyes, he quickly understood. 20 pounds of staple food for all your bags. 20 pounds? The middle-aged woman's eyes brightened. This price exceeded the usual market value significantly, yet she hesitated, reluctant to agree too readily, as encountering a new wealthy buyer was a rare opportunity to maximize profit. With a pained expression, she lamented, I have 7 brand new Gucci bags. 20 pounds of staple food is simply insufficient. Please, add a bit more, and I shall sell them to you. The woman dared not be too assertive. Compared to earning a little extra, she was more concerned about the deal falling through. Let us make it 21 pounds then. Xu Annian did not relentlessly haggle. The woman possessed a commendable demeanor, undoubtedly a person of means before the apocalypse. Now, for the sake of survival, she had to swallow her pride and actively solicit customers in the trading area, akin to a sales clerk at a sneaker store before the end of the world, calling out promotions to passers-by. It was not easy. Very well, the woman discerned the implication and promptly agreed. Do you require home delivery? No. We'll continue browsing for a bit, Xu Annian replied with a smile, simultaneously signaling to the young girl to settle the payment. Big sister, this bag of vacuum-sealed rice weighs 10 pounds. Here are 2 bags, and I'll give you a little more from another bag, which should be more than a pound. Is that acceptable? Sheng Jin beamed sweetly as she removed her backpack, produced 2 bags of rice, and opened another to pour out a small portion. The total weight would certainly exceed 21 pounds. Certainly. The woman smiled broadly. She carefully packed the loose rice, ensuring it wouldn't spill. Before looking up at the 3, her expression slightly relaxed. What else do you need? I know this area well and can offer you some advice. Sensing a potential misunderstanding, she quickly added, don't worry, I won't charge for my assistance. No, we are just casually browsing. We'll buy whatever catches our eye, Xu Annian declined. He preferred not to have a stranger accompanying them as a guide. Otherwise, it would feel less like shopping and more like a targeted mission, which felt rather exhausting. I see. The woman felt a twinge of disappointment, tinged with envy. Once, she too wandered without a specific purchase in mind, unfettered by the consideration of value, buying whatever she desired. Alas, if you need anything, do come find me. My name is Qian Xinxin, and I reside in cabin 36 of Zone 5. The woman composed herself. Having experienced much, she understood the emotional value the trio sought. If she could provide that, she would reap rewards beyond her expectations. Xu Annian responded casually, leading the 2 women onward. The marketplace is a vibrant tapestry of diverse goods, where one can find an array of items. Among the offerings, there are individuals selling rare, treasured digital collections from multiple esteemed educators. Available without the typical exorbitant prices and traded by weight, one could exchange a pound of external hard drive for a pound of staple food. Such bargains are indeed enticing. Xu Annian, without a moment's hesitation, purchased everything. His motivation lay not in nostalgia for his teachers, but rather in an insatiable thirst for knowledge. In addition to the external hard drives, he acquired numerous trinkets, including socks and other curiosities, and soon, his companions returned laden with treasures. Having not seen Wu Wu go for a day, it must have been waiting anxiously. Sheng Jiwen quickened her pace, moving from behind to the front, urging, hurry up. All right. Not everyone possesses such intrinsic value. Chapter 116. The standalone villa. Are you happy? On the way back to the centralized shelter, Qin Peiyao playfully pinched the soft flesh at the man's waist in mock anger. Although their time together was brief, she had been compelled to learn quite a bit, including the nature of those hard drives sold by weight. Ah, men. Xu Annian chuckled as he gently caressed her cheek. Much of that weight in hard drives consisted of downloaded online courses. Do not misunderstand. These are legitimate academic courses. In the coming decades or even centuries, the world is poised to enter a new glacial period. While much of the knowledge may not be applicable, it is essential to possess it. Thus they have acquired and stored it, taking up little space. Besides the purchased hard drives, Xu Annian intended to take advantage of the internet in Yangcheng to download textbooks from various fields, from beginner to advanced, whether they are paid or free. He would endeavor to download them. If he couldn't, he would find a way, particularly in the realms of agriculture, architecture, and medicine. He aimed to establish a comprehensive knowledge system to preserve the crystallization of human wisdom accumulated over the years. Perhaps I should seek out gifted hackers. Xu Annian contemplated the idea of finding a network hacker. He would provide resources while the hacker would contribute their technical skills. The objective was to gather the entirety of existing knowledge from the cloud and categorize it onto different hard drives by field. Such specialized tasks ought to be entrusted to professionals. I'll inquire on your behalf when I return. No need to trouble yourself. In the shelter. You can directly approach Huang Haoming for assistance, Xu Annian replied. Turning around, he spotted a tall figure about 10 meters away, waving his hand, prompting the individual to jog over. Please assist me in locating someone proficient in hacking techniques. What specific area of hacking does the officer require? Just someone who can help me download online course materials. Sir, our information department already has a repository of various online courses and electronic books. Should you need specific content downloaded, we have members who meet your requirements. After hearing Xu Annian's request, Huang Haoming promptly produced a tablet and recommended several highly skilled individuals. While gathering books from the internet is not particularly difficult, the process can be somewhat tedious. Thus, he suggested individuals who not only possessed strong technical skills but also had a meticulous approach, ensuring the tasks would be executed without error. All right, let it be her. Xu Annian casually indicated a woman who caught his eye. Please inform her that upon completion of the task, I shall provide appropriate compensation. Understood, sir. Huang Haoming stepped back to an appropriate distance. This distance was quite deliberate, not too far to disrupt Xu Annian's daily life, yet close enough that Xu Annian could easily find him when needed. Maintaining this suitable distance, he took out a radio to contact the higher-ups, informing them of Xu Annian's request and his promise of remuneration. The higher-ups swiftly dispatched personnel to handle the matter with remarkable efficiency. As for the mentioned compensation, it was of little concern to them. They were more eager to earn Xu Annian's goodwill. Captain, several survivors have set their sights on the officer. I have uploaded their photographs to the email. You will find them there. With business concluded, Huang Haoming uploaded several photographs of the local bullies from various markets to the internal email. These individuals, having witnessed Xu Annian's lavish spending and surrounded by two exquisite beauties, could not resist harboring ulterior motives. Although the sanctuary had explicit regulations against infringing upon others' wishes, there are always those who manage to exploit loopholes, engaging in mutually beneficial transactions. Such occurrences are inevitable in any locale. Unfortunately, those individuals had provoked the ire of someone they ought not to have trifled with. A prompt response was received from the other side. Those who dared to set their sights on Xu Annian were all exceptional talents from the 4th district of the container camp, thriving in the markets by scavenging resources. Before the apocalypse, such individuals were commonly referred to as local tyrants. However, the sanctuary found it exceedingly easy to deal with a few insignificant pests. Although aware that these individuals posed no real threat to Xu Annian, they could not allow a few rotten apples to jeopardize the delicate relationship they had painstakingly established with him. This is quite a splendid accommodation fashioned from containers. Xu Annian mused as he returned to the 4th district of the container camp. Guided by prominent signposts, the trio located their assigned residence within the sanctuary. It was a 2-story structure, with each floor housing a concentrated container, each approximately 20 square meters in area. The first floor comprised a bedroom and a living room, while the second floor featured a singular bedroom furnished with a wardrobe. This was a temporary arrangement crafted by the sanctuary. In the entirety of the 4th district, only the 3 of them were afforded such luxurious standalone quarters, with their nearest neighbor situated nearly 10 meters away, minimizing any unnecessary inconveniences. Indeed, it was rather pleasant. Xu Annian surveyed his surroundings with a hint of satisfaction. Were it not for the presence of a growth-capable boss, he might have genuinely considered staying. Greetings, Brother Annian. And to both of you, sisters-in-law, came the cheerful voices of Qingxiang and Yu Kongxing, who arrived shortly after their return, bearing gifts. They had long inquired about the trio's residence, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to extend their greetings. You've arrived. Xu Annian stepped out to meet them, feeling an indescribable warmth upon seeing the items they carried, reminiscent of welcoming relatives to a new home before the apocalypse, fostering a sense of community. A small token of appreciation. I hope the sisters-in-law won't find it lacking, Qingxiang said with a smile as she presented the gift, a bottle of aged white wine, procured at the expense of over 10 jin of staple food. The thought of parting with such a substantial amount weighed heavily on her heart for quite some time before she resolved to make the purchase. Please, come in and make yourselves comfortable. Qin Peiyao graciously accepted the gift, inviting the pair inside without formality. I will prepare some food in the bus and bring it over for us to enjoy together, she added, placing the wine in the living room before heading back to the bus to prepare a few appetizers to accompany the drinks. Sounds good. Xu Annian did not decline. Retreating indoors to prepare some tea, he was somewhat unfamiliar with many aspects of the container camp and seized the opportunity to inquire more from their visitors. Is this your recent acquisition? Qingxiang asked upon stepping inside and noticing a heap of items strewn across the floor. The surfaces of these items were still adorned with untouched snowflakes, immediately revealing that Xu Annian and his companions had visited the market. Goodness, what exquisite designer bags, authentic, no doubt, and rather costly. Yu Kongxing picked one up and squeezed it. Having once thrived in a world of luxury, he had acquired considerable experience over time. Xu Annian poured 2 steaming cups of tea for his companions and casually remarked, 5 pounds of staple food for one, quite affordable. In the pre-apocalyptic era, 5 pounds of grain would have cost around 10 yuan. Indeed, exchanging 10 yuan for a brand new designer bag seems remarkably reasonable. Of course, one cannot evaluate the current prices in the same manner. Yet for Xu Annian, the distinction was negligible. Ahem. Yu Kongxing reluctantly set the bag down, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. His notion of not expensive hovered around half a pound. Beyond that, it would hardly be worth the investment. After all, bags do not serve the same purpose as clothing, which can provide warmth and is a hot commodity, with high-end garments capable of being exchanged for more food. What utility do bags serve? They hardly accommodate much. Aside from fulfilling a psychological urge for collection, their practicality is limited. The crux of the matter lies in their differing priorities. While they considered the cost-effectiveness of their purchases, Xu Annian indulged in experiences and emotions. Chapter 117. Conversations between 2 women. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, after several rounds of drinks, Yu Kongxing and Qingxiang gradually relaxed, allowing their conversation to flow more naturally. Brother Yin, if you wish to inquire about anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yu Kongxing's face was flushed, and his gaze slightly unfocused. He raised his hand, pointing outside, and stammered, in the shelter, Xiaoxiang and I, we have connections. Whatever you wish to know, we can find out for you. He had clearly overindulged. Qingxiang swiftly grasped Yu Kongxing's hand, offering an apologetic smile. He tends to get like this. His tolerance is quite low, yet he enjoys drinking. Once he has had a few, he tends to boast. She then turned serious. Brother Yin, if you need information, feel free to reach out to us. Although our strength may be modest, we do possess a certain degree of connections. Many new and unique talents had arrived at the shelter in a steady stream. With the transition between the old and new, distinct circles began to form. The older generation of talents and the newcomers represented 2 separate spheres. Qingxiang, whose abilities were not particularly formidable and posed little threat to others, belonged to a supportive category, skilled in reading emotions and understanding psychology, gradually gaining modest recognition. Consequently, many individuals venturing out from the shelter were eager to befriend her. Thus, gathering information became a straightforward task for her. Understood, Xu Annian replied with a smile. Both parties required each other's resources. He needed their connections to uncover information about survivors that met the family's criteria, while they sought his protection and supplies. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. After half an hour of further drinking and dining, they concluded their gathering, citing the impending power outage at the shelter as a reason to part ways. All right, stop pretending once we step outside. Upon leaving Xu Annian's villa, Qingxiang unapologetically released the inebriated man, allowing him to awkwardly collapse onto the ground. At least help me get home, Yu Kongxing grimaced, rubbing his knees. His face remained crimson, yet his eyes lacked any signs of intoxication. There were certain matters that were inconvenient to discuss while sober. By feigning drunkenness, he could express his true feelings. If the other party was disinterested, it could be dismissed as drunken rambling, preserving their outward rapport. Should the other party be willing, it would allow his companion to continue the conversation, seamlessly progressing towards collaboration and achieving their goals. How clever of you, Qingxiang retorted with a disdainful glance. Xu Annian's capabilities transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals. How could he possibly overlook Yu Kongxing's little ruse? Such tricks might have been effective before the apocalypse. But now everything was measured by its value, a discipline in itself. Yu Kongxing wore a slightly discontented expression. He understood the complexities of human relationships, recognizing that they merely served to embellish circumstances, but sometimes that was sufficient. The crux of the matter was, the meals at Brother Yin's place were truly exceptional. He felt embarrassed to indulge too much without the guise of intoxication. Do you believe what he said was genuine or fabricated? It should be true. They are discussing the matter of gathering information, which is their greatest value. Then he will likely reach out to us again in the coming days. Let us avoid going out unnecessarily. Agreed. After some idle chatter, Qingxiang declined Yu Kongxing's invitation to enter for a glass of water, turning instead towards her own residence. After all, they were all adults. As the impending darkness looms, one might ponder the consequences of entering the house to quench one's thirst. My dear husband, if you seek knowledge, why not inquire directly with Huang Haoming? A solitary container home stands apart. Qin Peiyao nestles in the embrace of a man, her fingers tracing erratic circles. She was present during mealtime, though she spoke little, yet absorbed all that was necessary. It is different. Xu Annian kneads the dough with youthful vigor. The information gathered by the refuge leans towards the general, encompassing age, gender, height, and identity, while Qingxiang's inquiries delve into the intricate, such as personality and the underlying web of connections. Simultaneously seeking information from both the refuge and Ku Qingxiang allows for a beneficial complementarity. Thus, he can form an initial understanding of a person in the shortest time possible, effectively filtering candidates. It suffices for you to have your own calculations. Qin Peiyao rises to plant a kiss on the man's cheek before donning her breathable nightgown. I shall descend to accompany Xiaowen. You be good tonight. Xu Annian does not intervene. Cheng Jiwen had once been trapped in a room for days, nearly succumbing to starvation, resulting in a psychological shadow that rendered her unable to close her eyes when sleeping alone, often curling up in a corner with her back against the wall. The situation only began to improve after Wu joined them. Sister Yao, why have you come down? Cheng Jinwen, fully cocooned in her blanket, peeks out at the sound of footsteps, puzzled as she sees Sister Yao approaching directly. What? Do you not wish to sleep with me? Qin Peiyao teases. Of course I do. Cheng Jinwen's face brightens momentarily, only to be followed by a hint of disappointment. Isn't Sister Yao sleeping with the uncle? He reeks of alcohol. I shall not sleep with him tonight. Qin Peiyao feigns disgust. Saying this, she dives under the covers, wrapping her arms around the young girl and leaning in to sniff. Indeed, the embrace of a sweet-smelling young girl is far more comforting. Not at all. Sister Yao's fragrance is far more pleasing. Cheng Jinwen's cheeks flush slightly, feeling somewhat out of her element. Yet deep down, she does not resist. Rather, she finds solace in Sister Yao's embrace, reminiscent of a mother's warm hug. Of course, she dares not voice this, instead quietly nudging her head to find a comfortable position to lean against. Ah, that fellow truly has it easy. Not easy at all, Cheng Jiwen quickly retorts, her head retreating shyly as soon as the words leave her lips. Oh, how sweetly naive you are. Qin Peiyao delights in teasing the young girl. Observing her bashful demeanor elevates her own spirits. That is well. Sister Yao, rest assured, I will never compete with you for the uncle. Cheng Jinwen raises her hand in a vow, genuinely unwilling to vie with Sister Yao for the uncle's affection. Both Sister Yao and the uncle hold equal importance to her. Yet, she cannot refuse the uncle's demands and fears Sister Yao may misunderstand. This typically innocent girl candidly expresses her thoughts. What do you mean by competing? Let us simply live well together. That is far more significant. Sister Yao, do you not feel jealous? Cheng Jiwen anxiously inquires. As a woman, how can one tolerate her partner's wandering affections? Surely, it stirs discomfort within. Qin Peiyao sighed, yet acknowledged that the world had transformed. Did you not observe the plight of those women at the market today? It is not solely the women. Men too are ensnared in the same struggles. In their quest for sustenance, even the most unreasonable demands may be acquiesced to. In comparison, their current lives are relatively blissful. Furthermore, non-contention is still a form of contention. Qin Peiyao understood that men abhor familial intrigue and recognized that the household would inevitably welcome one or two more pairs of chopsticks. Thus, she had long reconciled herself to her role. She joined the young girl, intending to gently prepare her for the arrival of a new family member. Rest assured, Sister Yao. I understand, Cheng Jiwen replied, easily content. She simply wished to remain by the side of the uncle and Sister Yao. The addition of more sisters mattered little as long as she had Wu Wu go with her. Well then, let us sleep. Good night. Chapter 118. The mess hall the next day, shortly after 6, the sky had yet to brighten. Outside, a cacophony of footsteps and the clattering of pots and pans could be heard. Xu Annian descended the stairs to find the woman already awake, attending to her appearance. While Cheng Jiwen remained blissfully asleep, wrapped in her quilt, her hair cascading around her and a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if she had encountered delightful dreams. Did I wake you? Qin Peiyao asked, gathering her hair into a high ponytail, revealing the delicate curve of her nape. Dressed in a fitted, moisture-wicking black thermal top, her figure was accentuated alluringly, exuding undeniable charm. Indeed, Xu Annian replied, stepping closer to her, his fingers grazing her neck. After a night apart, he found himself unexpectedly yearning for her presence. It must be said that women in their mid-20s possess an irresistible allure for men. Don't move around too much, Qin Peiyao retorted, rolling her eyes. Once her hair was secured, she donned a thermal jacket, layered with a waterproof, windproof white snowsuit, and slipped on gloves, effectively concealing much of her figure. Shall we venture out? Both were significantly intrigued by life in the shelter. As they stepped outside together, they observed a multitude of individuals, each holding cooking utensils, heading in unison toward a single direction. What are they up to? Not sure. Let us follow and see. They trailed behind the crowd. Along the way, many cast them curious glances, and some well-informed individuals approached, seeking an opportunity to converse. Hey there, you must be new arrivals, right? Yes. No wonder you aren't carrying any cooking gear. Cooking gear? Indeed, the man who approached explained matter-of-factly, raising a compact multifunctional electric cooker that emitted a plume of steam. We're heading to the mess hall to prepare meals. How can one cook without the proper tools? Would you simply watch others eat? Special talents receive a degree of preferential treatment. The shelter, recognizing their frequent excursions to scavenge supplies, ensured they could find rice, flour, and other foodstuffs that require self-preparation. Thus, they arranged meal times to avoid overlapping with the peak hours of ordinary survivors, providing them with a small advantage to enhance motivation. Cooking? Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao exchanged puzzled glances. Why would they venture out at dawn, before the sun had risen, simply to prepare meals? Well, that doesn't seem quite right. They were fortunate to have access to a bus and ample food, free from the worries of sustenance. It was unfair to judge others' lives through the lens of their own circumstances. Did you not know? The man inquired, looking bemused. These matters should be common knowledge for special talents. Surely, no one is unaware of the recent generous benefits instituted by the shelter? TSK, how unfortunate. If you're planning to cook at the mess hall, I can lend you my pot once I'm done, though you'll need to bring your own ingredients. I have a family to support, and food cannot be wasted. He proudly brandished his electric cooker, his expression reflecting a sense of accomplishment. He had managed to carve out a decent existence in Section 4 of the shelter. Upon observing the remarkable demeanor of Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao, the man took the initiative to offer a pot for borrowing. In contrast, had it been other neighbors, they would not have lent even a rag. Thank you. But there is no need for trouble. Xu Annian graciously declined the gesture of goodwill. Soon after, the three of them engaged in conversation while making their way to the grand cafeteria. Before long, they arrived at a steel structure shrouded in rising white mist, teeming with a cacophony of voices, bustling with an orderly queue of exceptional talents. Among them, several soldiers stood rigidly amidst the throngs, maintaining an impressive posture. Quite a remarkable order, Xu Annian commented, somewhat surprised. It is noteworthy that the capabilities of these exceptional individuals vary greatly, each with their distinct temperaments. The fact that they could wait patiently in line indicated commendable management within the refuge. Indeed, it was not always this way, the man chuckled, recounting an incident from the past when a level 4 talent, emboldened by his superior strength, disregarded others, refusing to queue for meals and coercing attractive women through intimidation. What do you think happened? Without waiting for Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao's response, he continued with a smirk, on a mission one day. He never returned. Though cutting in line might seem trivial, in a lawless environment, even minor disputes could escalate into life-threatening crises. If one could not best another openly, clandestine actions could easily ensue. After all, as fellow exceptional talents, why should one consider themselves superior? While great strength is indeed deserving of respect, the question remains, has that strength provided any benefit to others? If not, they may distance themselves, and small inconveniences could become intolerable. Should one wield power without contributing to the common good, they might find themselves subject to retaliation. Unless, of course, there exists a chasm of disparity in strength. Yet, a level 4 exceptional talent is clearly not beyond reach. The incident of skipping the line was merely a minor offense, unlikely to warrant a fatal outcome. There must be deeper implications behind it. Are you all queuing? Xu Annian asked. No, we wish to explore a bit. He casually waved his hand, leading Qin Peiyao to wander within the cafeteria. The establishment boasted 3 levels, each sprawling over approximately 4,000 to 5,000 square meters, capable of accommodating thousands for dining. However, the number of serving windows was rather limited, totaling around 50. The menu displayed at the windows was quite diverse, featuring not only Chinese cuisine but also offerings from nations such as Korea, Japan, and even India. The cafeteria hasn't opened for lunch yet, but we can certainly try some dishes later, Qin Peiyao remarked with a hint of excitement, as she had only ever prepared simple Chinese home-cooked meals and had not yet sampled the culinary delights of other countries. The presence of chefs specializing in international cuisine within the refuge was indeed a pleasant surprise. Be prepared, as the taste of mass-cooked meals may not be exceptional, Xu Annian cautioned, intentionally tempering her enthusiasm. Life in a post-apocalyptic world is devoid of joy, and discovering something that piques one's interest is, in itself, a matter worthy of celebration. Why not give it a try? Qin Peiyao remained undeterred. After all, a chef is still a chef, and the meals prepared are unlikely to be subpar. Very well, let us head to the cafeteria for lunch. Xu Annian affectionately extended his hand to gently squeeze the woman's palm. Lunchtime typically marks the peak hours for ordinary survivors dining in the cafeteria. By eating there, they can conveniently assess suitable candidates without the need to inspect each pod individually, thus conserving time. So what shall we do now? With lunch plans finalized, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Qin Peiyao's eyes. No? Before Xu Annian could respond, he caught sight of a figure approaching briskly from the corner of his eye. Recognizing the individual, he instantly understood what was to come next. Chapter 119. A simple breakfast, sir. The materials you requested have been successfully downloaded, Huang Haoming said respectfully. Behind him stood a short-haired female soldier clad in a heavy military coat, approximately 5 feet tall. With a slightly round face and a prominent nose adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses, exuding both an air of intellect and a hint of fortitude. Here are the documents you requested, all stored within this hard drive, the female soldier declared, removing a backpack and extracting several portable hard drives. The surfaces of the hard drives bore clear inscriptions for distinguishing their contents. Thank you, Xu Annian replied, accepting the hard drives. He then turned to her and added, We are just about to have breakfast. Why not join us? I would also like to reward you for your assistance on this mission. It is my honor to serve you, sir, the female soldier politely declined. However, the glimmer in her eyes as she gazed at Xu Annian suggested that she was already quite informed about this young officer. Then I should insist on giving you your reward, Xu Annian chuckled, without waiting for another refusal. He took Qin Peiyao by the arm and led her toward the direction of the parked bus. Today, he yearned for a delightful breakfast to avoid the possibility of a meager lunch at the cafeteria, ensuring he would not go hungry. The female soldier hesitated, casting a glance at Huang Haoming. Go ahead, Huang Haoming nodded. Over their recent interactions, he had gathered a general understanding of Xu Annian's character and approach to matters. Since Xu Annian insisted on offering a reward, it was best to accept it. Otherwise, to persist in refusal would shift from respect to rudeness. In silence, the group swiftly returned to the entrance of the 4th sector of the mobile cabin. As Qin Peiyao approached the bus parked by the roadside, she suddenly paused. Turning to the female soldier to inquire, You don't have any dietary restrictions, do you? None at all, the female soldier replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly answering. She had assumed breakfast would be a simple affair. After all, how elaborate could a breakfast be? To her surprise, the spread included multiple dishes, fried eggs, steamed dumplings, meat buns, soup dumplings, millet porridge, soy milk, and even yogurt and bananas. Such a lavish meal, is only reserved for the wealthy before the apocalypse. Isn't it? Qin Peiyao remarked. I may not care for other dishes, but I certainly insist on having more of those meat buns. The meat bun was one of the few dishes she had mastered through practice. However, her encouragement for the female soldier to indulge was not solely for that reason. The filling of the meat buns was made from the flesh of the gluttonous sequence pigs, which could enhance one's overall attributes to a certain degree, making it beneficial to consume more. The other dishes served more as mere embellishments. I do like them, the female soldier gulped. She considered herself fortunate, having been rescued by other soldiers shortly after the outbreak of the apocalypse and assigned to a shelter where she handled information-related tasks, screening talents across various fields in the country. However, after a few months at the shelter, the food had been rather bland. She had only managed to earn a few points through occasional search missions to afford some meat. Otherwise, she would have to join everyone else in the cafeteria, consuming those tasteless nutrient meals. In a life where meals typically consist of just a few dishes, she had scarcely experienced such a feast before the apocalypse. Wow, Sister Yao has made meat buns today? Exclaimed Qing Jiwen, her face alight with surprise as she had just risen. She recalled the first time Sister Yao attempted to make meat buns. The taste was indescribably dreadful, ultimately ending up in the hands of Wu Wu, who, starved at the time, devoured anything edible. Hurry up and wash up. Oh, okay. Let us eat first, Qin Peiyao urged as she shooed the little girl away, distributing bowls and chopsticks to the female soldier, encouraging her to partake without hesitation. The soldier did not hold back. Having arrived, it would be disingenuous to feign politeness. As they dined and conversed, Xu Annian and his companions began to learn more about the female soldier, Huang Xiaoyan, who was Huang Haoming's sister. The siblings came from a well-off family, free from significant life pressures, with parents who supported their pursuits of passion, leading a carefree existence until the outbreak of the apocalypse claimed their parents unexpectedly, thrusting them into the harsh realities of survival. Nevertheless, they persevered. They labored diligently to establish a sanctuary, striving to create a habitable environment for survivors while also seeking out scattered individuals in need. Just do your best. There's no need to overexert yourself, Xu Annian advised, noticing Huang Xiaoyan's persistent fatigue, which could eventually lead to her collapse. The survivors unable to reach the sanctuary promptly would not arrive overnight. One must care for oneself to better serve the refuge. Huang Xiaoyan nodded, seemingly reluctant to delve deeper into the topic. She picked up a meat bun and sincerely complimented, Sister Qin, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Not only are you beautiful and gracious, but your cooking is exquisite as well. It truly embodies the saying, adept in both the parlor and the kitchen. I'll take a few home later. A smile grazed Qin Peiyao's face. Indeed, meat buns were one of her specialties. Yet, what truly delighted Huang Xiaoyan was the pork from the sequence. As an ordinary person, she had an instinctive craving for the meat of sequenced creatures. Thus, even boiled sequence pork was a rare delicacy in her eyes. How about giving her 2 kilograms of pork later? You can decide on the rest, Xu Annian casually suggested. His current abilities allowed him to hunt low-level sequenced creatures, and he planned to venture out soon, as they could not survive solely on bear and pork meat. Utilizing the advanced information technology of the sanctuary, he aimed to procure more sequenced creatures, allowing the little girl to practice her skills as well. After finishing their meal, Qin Peiyao returned to the bus to collect their rewards, grabbing several packs of instant foods like frozen dumplings and meatballs. While these provisions held little value for her, they were perfect for an ordinary person like Huang Xiaoyan. However, she did not take too much. "Commander, this seems excessive, doesn't it?" To Qin Peiyao. It appeared modest, but to Huang Xiaoyan, it represented an overwhelming fortune. A dozen packs of instant food, all in large packages, some weighing 500 grams, and others even a kilogram. In addition to packaged instant food, there were also 2 pounds of fresh pork, several bags of rice, and some vegetables, albeit not very fresh, appearing somewhat wilted. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, these items were exceedingly precious, even more so than instant food. After several months at the shelter, when had she ever possessed such an abundance of food? "Here, take it," Qin Peiyao said with a smile, saying little more. These provisions were originally meant as gifts. To whom they were given depended on her mood. She felt a kinship with Huang Xiaoyan, thus she decided to offer her a little extra. It was a simple gesture. "Well, thank you," Huang Xiaoyan replied earnestly. After exchanging a few more words, she hurried away, intending to distribute the food to her brother before returning to the dormitory to share with those who had cared for her. As for the 2 pounds of pork, she planned to give half to Huang Haoming and keep the other half for herself. This decision would prove to be one of her most prudent choices. Chapter 120, A Benefactor? The neighbors around were perpetually bustling, their activities a mystery, scurrying in and out without pause. Xu Annian, feeling a tinge of boredom after a brief respite with the 2 women at the storage container, returned to the bus with his hard drive, placing it in a corner of the storage room before commencing his daily training. He held himself to stringent standards, resolutely refusing to succumb to complacency simply because of the sanctuary's secure environment. It was through relentless effort, day after day, that one could achieve mastery. "Sister Yao, Uncle is so diligent," remarked Qing Jiwen, seated on the floor as she groomed Wu Wu. Her gaze drifted towards the storage room, her eyes revealing a deep sense of reliance. With someone like Xu Annian, success seemed inevitable, regardless of the task at hand. Unbeknownst to him, however, was the little girl's silent admiration. Otherwise, he would have been regaled with tales of a down-and-out middle-aged man who, despite his struggles, created vibrant manga while subsisting on stale buns. "You are quite diligent as well," Qin Peiyao replied softly. The little girl often indulged in late mornings but executed her training and missions with unwavering dedication, sometimes even more so than Xu Annian. In truth, if one were to compare, Qin Peiyao was the most leisurely among the trio, her sporadic yoga practice having waned recently. "Well, the yoga I do at night doesn't count. Would you like to drink?" she inquired, moving behind the bar to fetch the tools for concocting juice. Preparing refreshments for when the training concluded, they had procured a variety of fruits at the market, albeit less than fresh, which were soon to spoil. Thus, they would be transformed into juice. "I'd like orange juice to replenish my vitamin C," Cheng Jimin raised her hand in response. Noticing Wu Wu's struggle to rise, she added on his behalf, "Wu Wu says he wants to replenish vitamin C too and would like lemon juice." Wang Wang. At this, Wu Wu's fur bristled with excitement. As a sequence creature, his intelligence had noticeably increased, allowing him to recognize and differentiate between the names of various fruits in simple terms. Lemon juice was a flavor that left a lasting impression on him. "I shall prepare a papaya milk for you," Qin Peiyao remarked, casting a glance at the little girl before turning to the refrigerator to retrieve 2 papayas and a carton of milk. The girl was still young, with the potential for a second growth spurt. It was prudent to ensure she received ample nutrition during this time, if needed. She could ask the man for a massage to foster the future sustenance of human offspring, though the burden was not solely hers. Some matters felt more meaningful with personal involvement. "Papaya sounds good," Cheng Jiwen replied without hesitation. In a post-apocalyptic world, fruits were a rarity. It was only upon arriving at the sanctuary that they had acquired several dozen pounds, sufficient for making juice and fruit platters. Who knew how long it would be until they could enjoy such luxuries again? "Come, let us sit at the bar and drink," Qin Peiyao beckoned. Cheng Jinwen perched herself on a high stool, her short legs dangling helplessly above the ground until a fluffy creature scurried over, allowing her to rest her feet upon him, thus ceasing their restless swinging. After finishing their fruit juice, they savored the moment. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation for over an hour before Xu Annian emerged from his daily training. What were they discussing? Hiki, they were chatting about the older gentleman. Chang Jinwen's slightly cherubic face revealed two small dimples, her tone laced with mischief. Perhaps the abundance of survivors in the shelter had gradually brightened her demeanor, making her more enthusiastic in both conversation and action. Little girl, Xu Annian ruffled her hair and casually picked up a glass of fruit juice from the table. Taking a sip. This tastes delightful. What fruits are in this concoction? First, we blend bitter melon, green pepper, and Dutch parsley. Then add a bit of apple and cucumber, she replied. What are those red bits? Goji berries. Qin Peiyao gestured towards the half jar of goji berries on the bar and explained, I noticed you often train for hours. So I thought I'd add some goji berries for liver protection. Really, for liver health? Xu Annian raised an eyebrow. He was unaware of goji berries' liver benefits. Why else? Qin Peiyao rolled her eyes at his skepticism and retorted, Do you not know how much you push yourself? Xu Annian reflected on her words, realizing their truth. He often heard the saying that only the exhausted ox dies, yet it seemed the reverse applied to him. Let us head to the dining hall for a meal. Without dwelling on the goji berry debate, he finished the juice in one go and led the two women toward the dining hall. At this hour, there was still half an hour before the lunch rush, and the trio found a vacant table. The two ladies went to the serving counter to fetch food, indulging their curiosity and appetites. This sashimi looks splendid. Sister Yao truly has an eye for quality. Yes, I've had it a few times before. A chef from Sakura country once taught me how to select sashimi. Wow, Sister Yao can actually remember that. Impressive. Cheng Jinwen gushed, embodying the role of an eager admirer. However, as soon as she took a bite of the sashimi, the smile on her face stiffened slightly, and she quietly transferred the remaining sashimi to Xu Annian's bowl. Not to your liking? Xu Annian and Qin Peiyao exchanged puzzled glances. Qin Peiyao picked up a piece of sashimi, chewed it a couple of times, then swallowed it under their scrutiny, offering an objective assessment. After freezing, the taste is rather mediocre, but it's still edible. The outside weather might not have affected the freezing process, Xu Annian mused. These ingredients were likely gathered by specialized personnel during outings and sold to the dining hall at a fair price. If you dislike it, take it back for wuwugu. Xu Annian finished the sashimi in his bowl and sampled the other dishes. The dishes brought back by the two women were all small portions, totaling over a dozen, including water-boiled beef, kung pao chicken, roasted duck, and governor tofu, each a representative dish from various regions. As for the flavor, constrained by the setting and environment, the taste was rather unimpressive, aligning with Xu Annian's expectations. It was merely passable. This food is still the best in the shelter, Cheng Jinwen remarked, somewhat disappointed. She was different from the two. Whether it is Qin Peiyao or Xu Annian, both have been working for several years and have, to some extent, sampled various cuisines. In contrast, Cheng Jinwen has just begun her university journey and has yet to indulge in the culinary delights of different regions. The level of her cooking is commendable given her limited experience, Xu Annian reassured. These chefs are tasked with preparing meals for thousands, prioritizing ample portions, followed by hygiene, with taste coming last. Hygiene is a non-negotiable requirement. In the present day, the medical personnel and equipment in the shelter are severely lacking, thus imposing stringent standards on food hygiene. The food may not be delectable, but it must not pose any health risks. Suddenly, as Cheng Jinwen was eating with little enthusiasm, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Is that the person who was rescued by the old man? Who? Xu Annian followed the young girl's gaze and quickly spotted Xiao Lang in the midst of the crowd, standing up and calling out, Xiao Chun, brother. It seems someone is calling you, remarked Xiao Shi, tugging at her brother's sleeve, having vaguely heard someone shout his name. Unfortunately, it was the peak of lunchtime, and the surrounding noise made it difficult to discern the exact source of the call. Xiao Chun. The voice rang out once more. This time, not only Xiao Shi heard it, but Xiao Chun did as well. He stood on his toes, scanning over the crowd, and finally spotted Xu Annian and her companions at a small table for 8. My benefactor? Chapter 121, An Experience? The boisterous cafeteria. Xiao Chun, filled with joy, pulled his sister Xiao Shi towards the trio before him. Benefactor, when did you arrive at the shelter? Why didn't you inform me in advance so I could prepare? His heartfelt gratitude towards Xu Annian was palpable. Had it not been for Xu Annian's timely rescue, he would not have returned alive, nor would he have been able to bring back Xiao Lang's remains. Is this the man who saved my brother? Xiao Shi curiously scrutinized Xu Annian. He possessed a hint of handsomeness, stood around 6 feet tall, radiated vitality, had a melodious voice, and his fingers were quite elegant. After observing for several seconds, she distilled her thoughts into 2 words. Charming. Please, take a seat. Xu Annian gestured to the empty chair beside him, arranging the dishes toward the center. It was a rare encounter with an acquaintance, and he yearned to reminisce. In Xu Annian's mind, Xiao Chun was distinctly different from Kaching Xiang. The former, though struggling, was always contemplating ways to show his gratitude, while the latter thrived on transactional relationships. Their natures were simply not the same. I'll go get some dishes first, Xiaochen said, feeling a bit constrained as he gazed at the lavish spread. He had promised to treat Xu Annian to a grand meal upon his arrival at the shelter, yet the anticipated feast had not materialized. And he could scarcely afford a few decent dishes. During this time, the points he earned barely sufficed to provide his family with some daily necessities, enhancing their living conditions. He had come to realize that life in the shelter was far from the effortless existence he had envisioned. Rather, it felt akin to being an unflagging beast of burden. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to make a gesture. The feast before them equated to several days' worth of food points for his family of 3. Dear, you should accompany him and see what he would like to eat. Xu Annian initially intended to ask the young girl to join Xiaochen, but he worried that her lack of understanding might inadvertently burden Xiaochen, who was already facing challenges. Thus, he quickly redirected his request to Qin Peiyao. With her emotional intelligence, she would know how to navigate the situation without making Xiaochen feel uncomfortable. You two chat first, Qin Peiyao said with a smile as she rose from her seat. After they departed, Xiaoshi could no longer suppress her curiosity. Did you come by car? Did you encounter any dangers on the journey from Yi City to Yang City? Were there many zombies? Are there other survivors out there? She continued to chatter on. Xu Annian exchanged glances with Cheng Jinwen, surprised to discover that Xiao Chen's sister was quite the social butterfly. You're around the same age as Xiaowen. You two should talk, he suggested. Oh, your name is Xiaowen? Xiaoshi responded without a hint of embarrassment. Turning to Cheng Jinwen, eagerly engaging in conversation. When Qin Peiyao and Xiaochen returned, the two young ladies were already deep in laughter and chatter. Don't just focus on talking. Let us eat first, or the food will get cold and less appetizing. Qin Peiyao placed several small dishes on the table. These selections were made by Xiaochen himself. He had chosen the best possible dishes according to his point situation. Yet they still seemed somewhat mismatched when placed alongside the other offerings on the table. The crux of the matter is that the points were not paid by him. Yes, indeed, let us dine first. Xiaoshi halted her incessant chatter. In truth, she seldom conversed with others nowadays, particularly after learning of her father's demise. Her mother had been laboring tirelessly, neglecting her health to earn points in preparation for the impending expulsion from the emergency shelter. Consequently, Xiaoshi rarely engaged in dialogue. Upon encountering Xu Annian and his companions, she felt an irresistible urge to converse, leading her to ramble on. Do you also find the food unappetizing? Which is why you are not serving yourself much. Cheng Jinwen observed her newly made friend nibbling on coarse grains, rarely reaching for the dishes, and couldn't help but inquire. This question momentarily paused the actions of those present. Xiaoshi felt a pang in her heart. Was she disdainful of the meal? No. She simply could not bear to indulge. The spread before them was sufficient for their family of 3 to feast for several days. Let us eat. There is no need to save any for Mom to take back. Brother will buy more in a couple of days. Xiaochen smiled at his sister. He understood her nature. Her reluctance to serve herself more was to reserve some for their mother. Simultaneously, Xiaochen felt a twinge of sorrow. They had once belonged to an affluent family, and now they found themselves in a position where they had to take food home from the dining table, even resorting to dividing meals. The troubling aspect was that he held no resentment towards his sister, nor did he feel any shame. Instead, he instinctively grasped her intentions. This transformation weighed heavily on Xiaochen, filling him with a sense of melancholy and helplessness. Xu Annian had initially intended to engage in conversation, but he suddenly sensed that the Xiao siblings were still troubled by daily sustenance. Thus, the topic felt inappropriate. Let us eat. The weather is rather cold, and the oil will congeal soon. Indeed, Xiaoshi ceased her deliberate attempts to reserve food. Her earlier actions were instinctive rather than a calculated attempt to garner sympathy before Xu Annian and his group, although there was a slight inclination to evoke pity. Fearing her brother's pride might hinder them from addressing their current plight. In less than 10 minutes, the entire table of food had been consumed, primarily by the Xiao siblings, while Xu Annian and his companions merely sampled the flavors. Shall we go? Show us your living area, Xu Annian proposed as they exited the dining hall. He expressed a desire to visit the emergency shelter zone, where many young talents aligning with family requirements congregated. As the refuge could not assess their abilities and treated them as ordinary workers, he could garner some goodwill and receive rewards from the system. Brother Xu wishes to visit the emergency shelter zone? Xiaoshi perked up with interest. Grasping Cheng Jinwen's hand, she stepped forward to lead the way, declaring, Allow me to guide you. I am quite familiar with the area. I have resided in the emergency shelter zone since shortly after the refuge was established. Then we shall rely on you as our guide, Xiaoshi, Xu Annian jested. As for Xiaoshi, he was uncertain whether to engage her further, opting instead to assess their family situation and the dynamics among them. If their familial bonds were strong, he would not wish to forcibly separate them. Very well, follow me. She beckoned cheerfully as they made their way. Xiao Shi led Chang Jiwen through the various sections of the makeshift shelter. The areas she introduced were not part of the officially designated refuge, but rather spaces that the residents had delineated themselves. For instance, certain containers in Zone 1 were deemed inappropriate for children. The inhabitants, mostly accompanied by their offspring and unable to earn points, relied solely on their limited advantages to barter for provisions to sustain their young ones. Not only were there women, but also a few young men. Darling, would you like to experience this? Qin Peiyao whispered. What? Xu Annian was taken aback, mistakenly believing she was referring to something unsuitable for minors. He chuckled and shook his head. With such vibrant flowers at home, how could I possibly be interested in anyone else? It's not flowers. It's grass. Xu Annian's vision darkened. Had he not been performing adequately? Why did this woman harbor such outrageous notions? Chapter 122. Allocating partners. The designated living areas in sections 1 and 2 of the modular cabins were established to attract talent and their families, offering an environment markedly superior to that of sections 5 and 6. However, it paled in comparison to the independent double-decker containers occupied by Xu Annian and his companions. Uncle, look over there at those dozen or so containers, Xiao Shi exclaimed, calling Xu Annian uncle alongside the little girl. She walked ahead, gesturing towards the right side of section 2, softly explaining, that is where we usually trade for daily necessities. The shelter has implemented various preferential policies for talents from different fields. For instance, my mother, who specializes in mathematics, can purchase paper and pens at a slightly reduced price. Similarly, those in the botanical field are permitted to buy a limited quantity of vegetables daily, whether for self-consumption or trade. The shelter's treatment of ordinary talents was far from stingy. These individuals formed the backbone of the underground base, their knowledge and experience significantly reducing the time and costs involved in construction. Consequently, the shelter endeavored to provide them with preferential treatment while avoiding dissatisfaction from the residents of sections 5 and 6. Do the younger generation not receive any benefits? Xu Annian inquired, believing that young talents represented the hope for the future, whether in terms of procreation or the transmission of cultural heritage. This demographic, ranging from their early 20s to mid-30s, played an undeniably vital role. No, the Xiao siblings shook their heads. Not only are there no benefits, but we also have to work every day to earn points, all while finding time to study the courses released by the shelter. Indeed, they affirmed, we must attend classes. Based on our assessment results, we are either rewarded with points or assigned heavier coursework, leaving us with no leisure time. It is only because we encountered our lifesaver today that we have paused our daily work to properly entertain you and enjoy a brief respite. Otherwise, the continuous high-intensity work and study over the past 2 to 3 months would have been unbearable for our minds and bodies. What subjects are you studying? Xu Annian asked. First, we have a comprehensive assessment, Xiao Shi replied earnestly, noting Xu Annian's interest in the curriculum. Except for the specialized talents in Section 4. All other survivors have coursework assignments. We begin with tests in various subjects, ranging from mathematics and physics to mechanical engineering and botany. Based on our test scores, we are assigned different courses to study the corresponding knowledge. A rote learning approach? Xu Annian realized. This method, while simplistic and somewhat crude, proved effective in the short term. The shelter's urgency to cultivate talents across various domains likely stemmed from the slow progress of the base. Uncle, sister, Xiao Shi paused before a row of containers, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Let me introduce you to this young and beautiful lady, my mother, Chen Yunka, Miss Chen. She gestured towards a somewhat bewildered middle-aged woman standing nearby. Although the woman was uncertain of her daughter's intentions, she maintained a comfortable social grace, warmly addressing Xu Annian and his companions. Hello, please come in and have a seat. I'll get you a cup of hot water to warm you up. Mom, I'll pour the water, Xiao Shi offered. Xiao Shi stepped forward to intercept, her demeanor casual as she spoke. These 3 are my brother's saviors. We happened to encounter each other while dining in the cafeteria. Soon, I shall have my brother introduce you more formally. Saviors? Chen Yunkai instantly grasped the implication. Xiao Chun had previously mentioned his experiences in Huqing, and she was aware of how he had been rescued by 2 young men. But weren't there only 2 individuals? Why was there now an additional young girl? As for Cheng Jinwen, she was not only unfamiliar to Chen Yukai but also to Xiao Chen, who felt hesitant to inquire further. Regarding Xiao Chen's situation, I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Chen Yukai invited them to sit on the edge of the bed, their living quarters. A shipping container lacked any furnishings for guests, leaving the space quite cramped and the atmosphere somewhat awkward. It was merely a matter of convenience. Xu Annian waved his hand dismissively. His motivation for saving Xiao Chun was primarily to exploit the system's advantages. Nonetheless, with Xiao Chun and Xiao Shi, one possessing an S-grade talent and the other an SS-grade talent, It was noteworthy that their mother, Chun Yunkai, had not triggered any system notifications, indicating her talent likely did not meet the minimum threshold, presumably being an A grade. Xu Annian felt no disappointment since arriving at the refuge. He had received numerous notifications aligning with familial standards. These prospective members would suffice for him to filter through for some time, compensating for the trio's shortcomings. Here you go. Uncle, sister, and Xiaowan, please have some hot water. Xiao Shi approached with 3 cups of steaming water, handing one to each of them with a self-deprecating smile. Unfortunately, we have no coffee or juice, just plain water. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. I drink plain water every day, Chang Jimin replied with a smile. Uncomplicated in her thoughts, she spoke whatever came to her mind. Her inherent kindness ensured her words caused no offense and helped ease the atmosphere. Plain water is quite satisfactory. Xu Annian took a sip of the warm water, casually surveying the Xiao family's dwelling. How to describe it? Clean and simple. The furniture and potted plants were devoid of embellishment, yet the overall neatness and orderliness suggested a discipline that surpassed that of other survivors, leaving him with a favorable impression. Shall we take a stroll? After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Xu Annian stood, preparing to depart. Wait, Qin Yunkai called out. Stepping forward to place a small cloth bag into his hand, her tone resolute as she said, at present, we have nothing of value to repay your kindness. This is something I obtained by chance. I hope it may be of assistance to you. Chapter 123. I want these twins. A group of individuals meandered through the second area of the mobile cabin. Xu Annian paused. His gaze fixated on 2 petite figures passing by. Do you know those 2? He inquired. Which 2? Came the response. The ones who stand under 1.60 meters, entirely enveloped in military coats. Oh, are you referring to them, Brother Xu? Xiao Chen nodded, proceeding to introduce their basic information. They are Professor Bai's twin daughters. Though said to be short in stature, they possess remarkable beauty and are highly sought after as partners in this allocation. Their names are He Miao Yes. The elder sister is by Qi He, and the younger one is by Qi Miao, from the adjacent third area of the mobile cabin. By Qi He? Xu Annian's memory sparked. She was the only girl who had achieved an SS-level talent during the initial exploration of the mobile cabin area. He had even inquired about her with a soldier. What are their personalities like? Xu Annian asked. Brother Xu, could it be that you've taken a liking to them? Xiaochen expressed surprise. You don't seem like the type to fall for someone at first sight. However, this was not a concern for him. He candidly replied. I haven't interacted with them much, but some colleagues mentioned that the sisters are indeed beautiful, having inherited their parents' talents. One excels in animal husbandry, while the other is skilled in agriculture. This marked the second time he mentioned the sisters' beauty. Xu Annian was indifferent to appearances, no matter how lovely they might be. Could they compare to Qin Peiyao or Cheng Jinwen? What mattered to him was their fields of expertise. According to Xiaochen, their talents were indeed related to animal husbandry and agriculture, fields that were indispensable for the bus. And their character? Xu Annian probed. Xiaochen, unsure of Xu Annian's thoughts, earnestly recalled his colleague's assessments of the sisters. The elder sister is rather gentle, while the younger one is more vivacious. And their integrity? Xu Annian continued. Xiaochen looked at him in astonishment. Why inquire about character now? He wondered. They have good upbringing. Their moral character is commendable, but they can be a bit straightforward in their dealings. Being young and just starting their first year in college, they lack flexibility. That sounds acceptable, Xu Annian concluded. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, he turned and beckoned to Huang Haoming, who was trailing a short distance behind. Huang Haoming hurriedly approached. Commander, MM. Xu Annian acknowledged with a nod, then patted his shoulder, directing him toward the 2 petite figures who had only managed to cover a mere 10 meters in half a minute. Your shelter is currently trialing a partner allocation program. So please assign those 2 young ladies to me. With authority in hand, there was no need for indirect approaches to cultivate goodwill. Securing the partnership quota first was paramount. Feelings could develop over time. 2. Huang Haoming stammered. Yes, 2. Commander, I must report this to my superiors before providing you with an answer. Very well. Go ahead. Xu Annian was untroubled by the possibility of refusal. He possessed an abundance of exceedingly valuable resources. Although the refuge may disregard other items, any information regarding various sequences or different sequence potions, if casually presented, would be impossible for the refuge to refuse. However, these matters are akin to a double-edged sword. It is preferable to withhold them when possible, at least until departure, to avoid revealing too much. Brother Xu, you are exactly as you seem. Xu Annian had no desire to explain. Such matters would not be believed by others. Moreover, he was already aware of Xiao Shi's close relationship with her family and deemed it highly unlikely she would leave with them. Thus he opted for candor. Should Xiao Shi be willing to depart together, he would not mind accommodating an additional mouth to feed, if she preferred not to. He would still extend certain benefits to ensure the Xiao family's comfort within the refuge, given that they had provided him with 3 vials of sequence potions. Even Wu Wu's transformation into a sequence being owed part of its success to the Xiao family. Reciprocity is essential. A suitable return gesture can smoothen intentions. However, the Bai sisters are a different matter. One specializes in animal husbandry, while the other in agriculture, 2 domains Xu Annian had aspired to explore. He must take both with him. Even if it meant boarding first and settling the fare later, he was determined to do so. Commander, the higher-ups have consented. Shortly thereafter, Huang Haoming returned with the response from above, his expression tinged with astonishment, perplexed by the approval from the higher authorities. It is noteworthy that even in instances of trial partner allocation, it is inconceivable for one individual to be assigned 2 wives. This situation is fundamentally distinct from the clandestine possession of multiple partners. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. He continued to relay the original message. The higher-ups had already informed the Bai sisters, but should they disagree, it would fall upon the commander to devise a solution. They could issue a public notice but could not guarantee success, given the substantial resistance among survivors regarding partner allocation. Any rumors of a forced marriage between the Bai sisters and Xu Annian during the trial phase would likely incite unnecessary turmoil. Their message was clear. If the sisters did not consent, Xu Annian would need to find his own way. Prepare yourselves, Night Weasel Squad. I will be delivering a lesson this afternoon. Xu Annian reciprocated the favor. The refuge's standards were high, and failing to acknowledge this would be somewhat inappropriate. Understood, Commander. Huang Haoming saluted and promptly departed to convey Xu Annian's message to the higher-ups. Upon learning of Xu Annian's intention to lecture the Night Weasel Squad, the higher authorities took it seriously, immediately gathering the members and ensuring they were in the right state of mind to welcome their assistant instructor. Let us continue our stroll. Having resolved matters concerning the Bai sisters, Xu Annian resumed his leisurely outing with the 2 women. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that he bid farewell to the Xiao siblings, heading to the bus to change his attire and collect his weapons. He had little to impart, primarily insights on melee combat techniques derived from the martial god sequence, along with skills pertaining to cold weapons. Furthermore, he had been contemplating how to articulate the information regarding sequences since he had agreed to assume the role of assistant instructor. One must not divulge too much while still providing a subtle nudge in the right direction. Of course, the recipient of this guidance is not a member of the Night Fox team, but rather the Biological Information Department of the shelter. Xiaoshi, located in the concentrated area of Zone 2, sat on the ground with her family of 3. Xiaoqin gazed at his younger sister and tentatively inquired, "What do you think of Brother Xu?" "Brother Xu?" Xiaoshi tilted her head in contemplation, then earnestly responded, "He is quite admirable. He has an appealing appearance, is tall, possesses a clean complexion, and exudes confidence. He excels in every regard." It seemed that her impression of Brother Xu was quite favorable, which gave Xiaoqin some assurance. However, considering the implications for his sister's lifelong happiness, he decided to probe a little deeper. If you were to marry Brother Xu, would you be willing? Chapter 124, Have I Been Chosen? Marrying Brother Xu? Xiaoshi felt a sense of bewilderment. This topic had taken a turn that left her momentarily at a loss for words. Taking a sip of water to calm her nerves, she asked, "But Brother Xu already has a wife, doesn't he?" In this day and age, any capable man often has several women by his side. Moreover, it is evident that Brother Xu treats both Sister Qin and Xiaowen quite well. Their living conditions are comfortable, free from hunger and strife, making them suitable choices. Did Brother Xu ask you to inquire about this? No, I simply wanted to hear your thoughts. Thus, the siblings engaged in a discussion about significant life matters. Qin Yunke sat beside them, her expression shifting frequently, yet she ultimately remained silent. She was aware that Xu Annian and his companions held somewhat extraordinary statuses. In her daily work, she encountered powerful talents or mid-level leaders of the refuge, yet none possessed the refined appearance and vitality that Xu Annian and his companions exhibited. This alone hinted at the affluence of their lives, coupled with the presence of a soldier of considerable rank at their side. Every indication subtly pointed to Xu Annian's notable identity. If her daughter could marry, or rather, if Xu Annian took an interest in her and kept her close, it would spare her from enduring a week without meat and the unrelenting hardships of their current existence. As for Xu Annian's multiple partners, times have changed. Being a 3rd or 4th wife is certainly more reassuring than being assigned to an unfamiliar man. Furthermore, Qin Yunke only had one family member quota. If her daughter remained unmarried, one of her children would inevitably have to move out to the chaotic and filthy districts 5 and 6, living a life devoid of hope. I don't know, Xiaoshi murmured. Although she had a favorable impression of Xu Annian, it had not yet reached the point of considering marriage. Compared to Xu Wanli, she favored Qing Jinwen. Of course, she was not attracted to women. Rather, She felt a kinship with Cheng Jinwen as they were of similar age, sharing numerous common interests. Their personalities clicked, and the idea of scavenging for supplies together was not unappealing. Brother Xu and his companions are unlikely to leave anytime soon. You should think this through, Xiaochen remarked with a complex expression. His concern was not out of fear of moving to District 5, but rather a desire to prevent his sister from future regrets. In the entire Yancheng refuge, finding someone as easygoing and pleasant as Xu Annian was a rarity. If his sister had to marry within the next 6 months, Xu Annian would undoubtedly be the most ideal choice. Since the topic had arisen, Xiaochen decided to elaborate further. You need not worry about me and mother. I will take good care of her. Just follow your heart and make your choice. Do not let yourself regret it. Whether you wish it or not, both mother and I support you. During this time, Xiaochen had undergone numerous experiences that had shaped his character, rendering him more composed and responsible, resembling a pillar of the family. Yet, he too could not escape the fate of being assigned a partner. Moreover, the woman assigned to him is likely from Zone 5 or 6 of the shelter. At that moment, he would truly be tested. Yet, I find it difficult to part with you all. In truth, the moment Xiaoshi hesitated, she already possessed the answer deep within her heart. Her reluctance to express her feelings stemmed primarily from her attachment and fear. While conversing with Cheng Jinwen, she learned that Xu Annian and the others would soon depart from the shelter, leaving her apprehensive that if she left with Xu Annian, she might never see her mother and brother again. Had Xu Annian remained in the shelter, Xiaoshi would have agreed without a second thought. By marrying Xu Annian, she could occasionally provide for her mother and brother, alleviating their burden slightly. The issue, however, was that they would not remain. Silly girl. Chen Yinko wore a gentle smile as she embraced her daughter, softly patting her back. Once her daughter ceased weeping and regained some composure, she tenderly urged her. The shelter has initiated a program for partner allocation. You will soon be marrying or taking a spouse, rather than being randomly assigned. It would be better to choose someone familiar and dependable, which would also put my mind at ease. Yet, where is the certainty in such matters? Xiaochen observed the two nestled together, grasping his sister's sentiments. She did not harbor disdain for Xu Annian, yet there was no foundation of affection. As Chen Inca had suggested, allowing the shelter to assign an unfamiliar partner was less favorable than selecting a trustworthy one. Clearly, Xu Annian was such a person. In Zone 3, two petite figures, each standing at 155 centimeters, returned to their container, preparing to remove their military coats, wash their faces, and rest. Suddenly, a notification chimed on their phones. Elder sister Baichia picked up her phone to check the message. In the upper bedroom of Zone 3, Unit 128, she received a notification stating, "Congratulations, Ms. Baichia. You have been selected as a pilot member for partner allocation and will serve as the test subject for Mr. Xu Annian. Mr. Xu will visit at 8 o'clock this evening. Please make the necessary preparations. Wishing you both a pleasant and relaxed acquaintance." I have been assigned? Baichia's mind went blank, and she did not even notice her phone slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. She was only 19 years old. Why had she heard anyone mention such information earlier that morning? Or was she among the first batch of individuals selected for partner allocation? This should not be the case. At her age, it would be more logical to first seek candidates who were older, perhaps 25 to 30. Those individuals would be in their prime for procreation. Are you out of your mind, Xiaohe? Younger sister Bai Qimiao heard the sound of something heavy dropping and turned to see her sister's phone on the floor, with a face full of concern. She hurriedly picked it up, wiping off the dirt and checking for damage. Xiao Miao. Bai Qia did not correct her sister's address. In a daze, she grasped her sister's hand, her lips trembling as she spoke. I have been chosen by the shelter to be a pilot participant for partner allocation. What? Bai Qimiao exclaimed in astonishment. Long before they heard about the partner allocation program, the twins had urged their father to inquire about it, as it was said to be initially implemented among the slightly older single demographic, allowing younger survivors a bit more time and opportunity to adapt. How could they possibly be among the first selected? I glanced at the information. Bai Qimiao unlocked her phone and opened the message for review. After several minutes of careful examination, she realized it was no trivial prank, but rather a genuine and valid communication from the shelter's official channel, prompting her to resign herself to the situation. She comforted her sister, "Don't worry, perhaps you'll be matched with a tall, gentle, handsome man. In our current living conditions, where could one find a handsome man? Well, even if he is not handsome, a gentle disposition would suffice." Bai Qimiao continued her attempts at consolation, though regrettably, they bore no fruit. Unable to bear her sister's distress, she gritted her teeth and declared, "If you're unwilling, I'll meet him in your stead." You? Upon hearing this, Bai Qia felt both amused and pained. Her sister typically refrained from calling her sister, preferring to address her as Xiaohe, often clashing with her and provoking her ire. Yet, when faced with a challenge, this foolish sister had never shied away. "Just take care of yourself," Bai Chiho replied, then suddenly recalled something and cautioned, "By the way, have you checked your phone? You must have been selected as one of the trial participants as well." "Impossible," Bai Chimu dismissed with a wave of her hand. The shelter wouldn't dare target both sisters. Such an action would incite public outrage. Thus, the likelihood of both sisters being chosen simultaneously was, one could say, even lower than winning the lottery. Chapter 125. Same name, same surname? A sense of foreboding washed over Bai Chi as she observed her sister frantically making declarations. This unsettling feeling intensified within her, urging her sister to check her phone. Reluctantly, Bai Chi Miao complied, unlocking the screen of her device. The glaring red notification of an unread message caused both sisters' hearts to skip a beat. In this chaotic era, everyone was preoccupied with accumulating points to exchange for necessities. Matters were typically communicated face-to-face, rendering text messages nearly obsolete. The primary function of their phones was to receive notifications from the shelter or to listen to previously downloaded songs. No, it couldn't be. They needed to see for themselves. Bai Chi Miao wiped the sweat from her palms and nervously tapped on the messaging function. Soon, a message from a peculiar number filled her screen. Without even opening it, they recognized the familiar opening line, "Upper bedroom, Unit 128, Zone 3. The beginning of this message mirrored the one she had just glimpsed on her sister's phone regarding partner assignments. Had she also been selected as a trial participant? Darkness clouded Bai Chi Miao's vision as she felt herself involuntarily sway backward. "Xiao Miao," Bai Chi gasped, quickly reaching out to steady her sister, shaking her vigorously. When her sister remained unresponsive, she pinched her on the acupoint between her eyebrows. "Ouch. That hurts. Let go." Bai Chi Miao protested, swatting at her sister's hand. Covering her upper lip in indignation. "I just wanted to try a different way to open it and see if we were still half asleep. Are you trying to harm me with such force? Do you still have the energy to joke at a time like this?" Bai Chi retorted, exasperated. Finally releasing her grip and allowing her sister to tumble to the floor. Her mind was in turmoil. This unexpected notification had disrupted her life's rhythm, leaving her feeling helpless and unsure of how to confront the situation. What could they do? Bai Chi Miao, too disheartened to rise, sat on the floor, hugging her knees and staring vacantly at the fleeting silhouettes outside the container, as if searching among them for her assigned trial partner. "Xiao Miao, it's all right. This time." It was the elder sister's turn to comfort the younger. Bai Chi echoed her sister's earlier words. "Just think. What if they assign you a handsome man with an 8-pack? In this world, where can one find a handsome man? Well, it doesn't have to be a handsome man. Just someone with an 8-pack would suffice. Bai He, if you have nothing more to say, perhaps you should remain silent. I need some peace." "Ah, that hurts." Before Bai Chi Miao could finish her sentence, she felt someone tugging at her ear, a force compelling her to stand. "Humph." Bai Chi released her sister's ear. Amidst the chaos, it was necessary to offer guidance. "This is just a trial. The shelter did not specify that one must form a partnership. We simply need to meet the assigned person. Marriage can wait for a few more years." At this juncture, they had no other options. The only piece of good news is that the shelter does not impose mandatory requirements on the initial pilot members, nor does it record the number of allocations. This means that the two sisters can meet, and it will count as fulfilling their task. They still have 3 more opportunities to be assigned partners in the future. "Sister, will you get married?" "Of course, we all will. But I don't want to marry. I want to stay with Mom and Dad, and with you. That is not a choice we can make." The sisters nestled close, whispering softly to each other. In this apocalyptic world, specifically within the confines of the shelter, they cherished their familial bond even more deeply, as no one knows if a simple farewell might turn into a permanent goodbye. Sister Wang, in the adjacent container, had been assigned to the weapons research department. Just the morning prior, they had all agreed to take a break together and visit the free trade market to buy some antifreeze ointment and a few new clothes. However, upon returning in the afternoon, they discovered soldiers clearing out Sister Wang's quarters. She was gone. A newly developed energy weapon had malfunctioned, sending shrapnel that severed her throat, leaving no time for rescue. The nature of the sisters' work was not particularly dangerous, yet in this unpredictable wasteland, they could not guarantee their own survival. Companionship thus became a luxury beyond reach. Let us not dwell on that. Let us check your messages. Perhaps our meeting time with the pilot subjects coincides, and we can return together afterward. All right. Bai Chi Miao picked up her phone to check the messages. Soon, a look of confusion crossed her face. She then picked up her sister's phone, unlocked it, and accessed the messaging feature to review the notifications from the shelter. To her astonishment, most of the content in both messages was identical. Aside from their respective numbers and names, the other information matched. "Sister, this must be someone's prank." Bai Chi Miao exclaimed with delight, eagerly presenting both phones to her sister. "Look, Both messages mention Mr. Xu Annian, and the meeting is at 8 o'clock tonight. Someone must have copied and pasted someone else's allocation notification, merely altering the names to send to us. This is the official number of the shelter, Bai Qihua remarked, unable to suppress an eye roll. If it had been a different number, she wouldn't have been so thrown off balance. So, is it a case of having the same name? It seems so. They were hesitant to be certain. The shelter did indeed have individuals sharing the same name. But the odds of both sisters being assigned to the same person were exceedingly slim. Could it be the same individual? They didn't entertain that notion. The shelter aimed to encourage survivors to reproduce and nurture talent, but it would be ethically ridiculous to have them marry the same person, undermining the unity of the broader survivor community. I think it would be better if it were the same person, Bai Qimiao mused, setting down the phone, her hands cradling her chin in contemplation. That way, we wouldn't have to part ways. Her sister, Bai Qihua, remained silent. She always felt that the allocation of pilot partners was somewhat peculiar. Both of them had just turned 19, an age that hardly represented the optimal reproductive period. Each was beginning to shine in their respective fields, possessing the potential for further cultivation. Moreover, with their parents alive and being seasoned professors in the realm of agriculture, they seemed ill-suited to be among the first cohort of pilot participants. Yet, inexplicably, they had been selected. She decided to dismiss the matter. Bai Qi rubbed her temples, finding the higher-up's intentions inscrutable and not worth the mental strain. She pulled her sister to her feet. What are we doing? We're going to the free trade market to shop. Huh, aren't we working this afternoon? Are you foolish? We are among the first pilot participants, entitled to legitimate paid leave, accrued points for time off. Who would bother attending that tedious class? Right, haha. Hurry up, I want to buy a few little chicks. The two of them did not take their scheduled meeting at 8 in the evening seriously. To them, it merely seemed a perfunctory task, unworthy of their contemplation. Chapter 126. The unconventional new assistant uncle. Do I really have to go with you? Inside the bus, Cheng Jinwen donned a practical outfit for movement, layered with a windproof military coat as she stood anxiously by the bar. Her social anxiety gnawed at her. The thought of suddenly being thrust before a group of strangers to impart close combat skills sent her heart racing, provoking an overwhelming urge to retreat and hide within the confines of the bus. Do not fret, I shall accompany you, Xu Annian reassured her, affectionately tousling the young girl's hair. It is rather amusing. Who among us does not harbor a touch of social anxiety? If no one makes a fool of themselves first, how can they expect to instruct the elite soldiers at the shelter? Very well then, Cheng Jinan reflected, feeling a sense of relief at the presence of her uncle. With him by her side, her fears dissipated considerably, and she decided against wearing her precious soft metal gloves. Her uncle had advised against revealing them, suggesting instead that she teach a few self-defense moves barehanded, while perhaps sneaking a meal from the Special Operations Team's cafeteria. Who knows, she might even be able to bring a couple of takeaway portions back for Xiao to enjoy. I shall practice yoga at home and prepare dinner for you all, Qin Peiyao interjected, lacking combat skills and tactical knowledge. She would find herself bored listening to the men lecture, preferring instead to maintain her physical flexibility through yoga. This trip to the shelter would undoubtedly add a few more pairs of chopsticks to their household. She needed to stay in good shape to avoid becoming a passing fancy for someone. As for exhausting the man, she dared not ponder that. Well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should return before 6, Xu Annian stated, leaning down to kiss the woman, causing the young girl to blush and turn her head away shyly. Be good, Wu-Wu, listen to Sister Yao, and I will find you a companion when I reach the camp, she cooed to him. Wu-Wu wagged his tail in response. During these few days, he had been cooped up at the base, feeling somewhat restless. Fortunately, the base featured both a training room and a breeding facility, allowing him the freedom to roam and seek amusement, releasing some pent-up energy. Let us depart. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Xu Annian guided the young girl off the bus. Not far ahead, Huang Haoming stood next to a military armored vehicle and, upon seeing the two approach, promptly opened the rear door for them. Commander, the Night Mongoose team's camp lies beyond the shelter. We shall need to travel by vehicle. Understood. Xu Annian wasted no words and climbed aboard. As the armored vehicle turned and gradually pulled away from the shelter, they both noticed the steel walls of the facility had gained additional defensive lines and inspection equipment. Outside, the survivors continued to stand in long lines, enduring the snowstorm as they awaited multiple security checks. Upon exiting the shelter, the road opened up. This main thoroughfare, leading to various regions, had been meticulously cleared by soldiers. Abandoned vehicles were towed to recycling facilities, and the snow was regularly swept away. It was impeccably clean. After traveling over 10 kilometers along the road, they turned onto a secondary route, where snow-covered vehicles occasionally dotted the landscape, and they could sporadically glimpse a few specialized individuals scavenging for supplies. It appeared that the zombies in this area had been entirely eradicated. Commander, up ahead lies the Night Mongoose team's camp. After a journey of over half an hour, Xu Annian and his companions arrived at an abandoned building, where the snow at the entrance piled over half a meter high, offering no signs of survivors. However, he keenly sensed the presence of snipers or observers on the surrounding high-rise structures. Following his instincts, he turned to face the 9th floor of the opposite building, smiling and waving before entering the floor alongside Huang Haoming. He felt a spark of curiosity about why the Night Fox Squad's camp was established in such an external structure. It hardly resembled training and appeared more akin to the execution of a specific mission. Were those who came from above the teaching assistants? On the 9th floor of the opposite building, 2 figures clad in white cold-weather camouflage, one a sniper and the other an observer, watched Xu Annian through their scopes. The young girl had not been allotted a teaching assistant position and was thus overlooked. She did not seem particularly formidable as the observer frowned. They had encountered some of the top 10 special talents in the shelter, individuals possessing extraordinary physical attributes that evoked a primal fear, akin to facing a beast, instilling a strong sense of oppression. Yet, Xu Annian did not inspire a similar reaction within them. Oddly enough, the little girl seemed more impressive. The sniper chewed on beef jerky, his gaze fixated on Qing Jinwen. Though petite and possessing a youthful visage that appeared harmless, her walking posture, where her arms and legs exhibited a meticulous form, indicated a readiness to explode into action at any moment, capable of responding immediately to attacks from any direction. Such a state was something he had only witnessed in the former chief instructor. Regrettably, the former chief instructor had sustained a fatal injury and voluntarily participated in an experiment, never to be heard from again. Wait, the observer gasped. He noticed the seemingly ordinary man turning to look in their direction. Was it mere coincidence? In the next moment, he realized it was anything but. The fellow was actually waving at them. How could this be? How did he ascertain our position? The choice of location for the sniper and observer was remarkably discreet. Only seasoned peers could deduce their whereabouts through the architecture and environment. However, there were multiple suitable sniper positions nearby, and such deductions required time. That new teaching assistant almost locked onto their positions the moment he got out of the vehicle. This defied all logic. We have underestimated this new teaching assistant. The sniper shared the same expression of disbelief.